Chapter 1, Imperial Domination. Parallel World. Zhang Hong walked out of a law firm, carrying a stack of documents. As Zhang Hang emerged, a red Ferrari slowly pulled up in front of him. Zhang Hong opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. How's the situation being handled? The driver was a woman wearing sunglasses, with long hair, delicate features, a tall figure, and a graceful physique. Her name was Qin Xianxuan, Zhang Hang's girlfriend. Hearing Qin Xianxuan's words, Zhang Hong smiled slightly and said, "Everything has been left to Lawyer Lin. What about you next? Any plans?" Qin Xianxuan asked. "I heard Empire Domination has started its open beta. I want to try my luck there, maybe this is my chance for a turnaround." Zhang Hong gazed out the car window at the overwhelming flood of game advertisements and murmured softly, "That's fantastic, what a coincidence." Qin Xianxuan was overjoyed, revealing a set of white and perfectly aligned teeth as he chattered excitedly, "I was just thinking the same thing. And you know what? This game has already taken the world by storm, with many major financial groups joining in. Within just 1 week, the number of online and offline registrations reached tens of billions of users. I've already spotted the business opportunity inside, so I wanted to talk to you about it." "Really?" Qin Xianxuan's words made Zhang Hang's eyes light up. It seemed just as he had thought, this game was truly extraordinary. "To be honest, I pre-ordered 2 limited edition King's Game Pods earlier. Since you're interested, I'd be happy to give you one." Qin Xianxuan looked joyful, nestling in Zhang Hang's arms, and said softly, "I've been wanting to tell you for a long time, but I was afraid you'd blame me, so I kept it to myself." "Silly girl, how could I possibly blame you? The fact that you stayed by my side through thick and thin is already my greatest fortune. I'm so overjoyed I can't contain it, how could I ever blame you?" Zhang Hong reached out, gently stroking the strands of her hair, and gazed resolutely at the passing traffic outside the window. He whispered, "Xianxian, thank you for being in my life." Qin Xianxuan trembled all over, tears nearly spilling from the corners of her eyes. She pretended to complain, "It's all your fault, you're making me want to cry again." Zhang Hong chuckled and said, "Let's go." "Yeah. Time is tight. Everyone's been in the game for a week now. Many have already started building villages and recruiting troops. You need to step up your game too." Qin Xianxuan quietly wiped the tears from the corner of her eye, started the car, and drove forward. The two had been childhood sweethearts, growing up together in a Sahyuan courtyard. Both of them came from extraordinary backgrounds and were once praised by their neighbors in the courtyard as the most perfectly matched couple, bar none. Half an hour later, the red Ferrari stopped outside a luxurious villa. "For now, you'll stay here. I'll move in to keep you company in a while. The gaming pod is on the 2nd floor, and the villa is stocked with food and drinks. I've also hired a servant specifically to take care of your daily needs. Remember, balance work and rest, don't push yourself too hard. Don't forget, you're no longer single, you have to be responsible for your woman." Zhang Hong smiled and said, "Don't worry." After getting out of the car, Qin Xianxuan honked the horn, stepped on the gas, and drove off. Zhang Hong got up and entered the villa. After lunch, Zhang Hong went to the 2nd floor and entered a transparent gaming pod shaped like a bullet. Ding, reading player information. Ding, iris scan successful. Ding, binding player information to game. Ding, binding successful. Ding, congratulations, player. You have successfully activated the limited edition King's Game Pod, and a rare talent attribute has been unlocked, Discord. Chapter 2, The Mighty Talent. Discord, an ultra-rare talent. During combat, activating this talent has a certain chance to turn system soldiers or bandit soldiers against each other, with the number affected being random. This effect is limited to system bandits and soldiers and does not include player-controlled soldiers. Impressive. Zhang Hang's eyes lit up, he never expected the King's limited edition gaming pod to have such benefits. Ding, please choose a name for your character. Domination. A sharp glint flashed in Zhang Hang's eyes as he unhesitatingly selected this name. Ding, this name is already taken. Please choose another name. Zhang Hong was stunned. Afterwards, he tried hundreds more names before finally succeeding in coming up with one after racking his brains. Ding, congratulations to player Chen for successfully choosing a name. Ding, entering the game now. Ding, congratulations, player Chen for being the 20 billionth player to enter the game. You are rewarded with a game lottery draw. 20 billion? Zhang Hong instinctively wiped off a cold sweat. Is it really that exaggerated? No wonder even coming up with a name is such a hassle. Ding, does the player choose to enter the wheel draw? Yes. Zhang Hong chose yes without hesitation. Before his eyes appeared a spinning wheel. On that wheel were displayed dozens of treasures: Diamond Resource Pack, Dark Gold Resource Pack, Tenfold Talent Drop, Supreme Talent Hourglass, Village Establishment Token, Silver Truce Charm, Golden Equipment Chest, Golden Experience Pill, Silver Equipment Chest, City Relocation Token. Begin the draw. After a thorough observation, Zhang Hong issued the command to start the draw. The pointer began to rotate. Zhang Hong stared at the spinning wheel, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. As a member of the younger generation, he could be considered half an experienced player. Without even thinking, he knew that talent was the most crucial element in the game. Stop. With a gentle call from Zhang Han, the pointer gradually slowed down and then, to his anticipation, slowly pointed to a treasure. Upon seeing that treasure, Zhang Hang's eyes lit up and his body trembled slightly. Ding, congratulations, player, you have obtained the ultra-rare talent, the Supreme Hourglass. Supreme Hourglass, an ultra-rare talent that forcibly reduces all construction times to just 1 second. Awesome! Seeing the attributes above, Zhang Heng's dormant blood seemed to ignite, instantly boiling with excitement. Although he had experienced ups and downs, after all, he was still a young man. How could he not be thrilled to suddenly obtain such a rare treasure? But after the initial excitement, he managed to steady his emotions. He knew that he still needed to work hard moving forward. At least with this thing, there's no need to obsess over the progress bar anymore. With this talent, I can definitely catch up to everyone. Zhang Heng's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam. Ding, the lottery draw has ended. Does the player choose to enter the game? Without hesitation, Zhang Han entered the game. A flash of silver light appeared before his eyes, and Zhang Han found himself in a dense jungle. Where is this? He didn't even bother to check his own body, instead widening his pupils to scan the surroundings for any signs of danger. After confirming there was no danger, he opened his storage backpack and put on the outfit provided by the system. Then, he checked his attribute panel. Player, Chen Long. Level, Tier 1, Level 0. Military, 91 Comprehensive Combat Ability. Command, 92 Number of Troops led. Strategy, 88 Tactical Planning. Politics, 66 City Governance. Charm, 9 Effects Critical Hit Rate, Alienation, Recruiting Generals, etc. Attack, 100. Defense, 50. Critical Hit, 1. Health, 1000 points. Demonic Energy, 1000 points. Speed, 25. Equipment, a set of plain beginner's attire. Skills, none. Talent, Discord, Supreme Hourglass. Reputation, none. Troops, none. Cities, none. The overall attributes look pretty good, quite balanced. These attributes are all detected based on one's own condition, which implies that in reality, one is not a useless person. One can only say that time waits for no one. Open the map in the upper right corner to check one's own area. This is Qingzhou, within the territory of Donglai City. After a thorough inspection, Zhang Heng's eyes once again lit up with excitement. Qingzhou, located near the coast with fertile land, seemed like a promising place for development. The only drawback was its remote location. To reach the Central Plains, expansion to the west was necessary. There was no time to worry about that now since they were here, they might as well make the best of it. Focusing on rapid development was the top priority. The top left corner displays your coordinates, along with a beginner's guide. Zhang Han quickly glanced over it and got the gist. In Empire Domination, every player can build their own city and, during the week-long peace period, develop their territory under peaceful conditions. After a week, the peace status is automatically lifted. To re-enter peace, you must lead troops to raid bandit strongholds and obtain a truce token from them. There are bandit strongholds everywhere on the map, and the treasures in the game can only be obtained from these strongholds. Zhang Han didn't wander around in the woods, he already had his own development strategy. Sao Discord. He wanted to make better use of this talent, and the only way to utilize it was to go to the bandit strongholds. Zhang Han made his way through the woods and soon spotted a level 1 bandit stronghold. Level 1 bandit stronghold. 10 Tier 1 blade soldiers. The small stronghold was surrounded by a fence, with a few henchmen brandishing ghost head broadswords, keeping watch around the perimeter. The lowest level of the bandit stronghold is level 1, containing 10 first-tier minions, and the highest is level 10. Level 1, 10 bandits. Level 2, 100 bandits. Level 3, 1000 bandits. Level 4, 5000 bandits. Level 5, 10,000 bandits. Zhang Han crouched low, silently approaching the small bandit stronghold. In his hand was a plain small broadsword, and he possessed no skills whatsoever. But to sow discord among these guys, one must get within 3 to 5 meters. That's the special requirement for causing division. Zhang Han, his heart pounding, hid under a large tree when he got within 5 meters of the mountain stronghold. He was panting heavily, gripping the small dagger tightly with both hands. Ha! Zhang Han widened his eyes and suddenly rushed forward. Under the stunned gazes of several small-time thugs, he cast Sow Discord. Chapter 3, Leading Troops to Raid the Mountain Stronghold. As he spoke, a wave of light surged from his body, instantly enveloping the 10 bandit thugs within his line of sight. Sow Discord has a wide area of effect, but the success rate depends on charisma. With a charisma score of 9, it shouldn't fail entirely. Ding, successfully sowed Discord, obtained 1 bandit grunt swordsman. Gained 10 experience. Ding, failed to sow Discord. Ding, failed to sow Discord. Ding, successfully sowed Discord, obtained 1 bandit grunt swordsman. Gained 10 experience. Ding, successfully sowed discord, obtained 1 bandit minion swordsman. Gained 10 experience points. Ding, failed to sow discord. Ding, successfully sowed discord, obtained 1 bandit minion swordsman. Gained 10 experience points. Ding, failed to sow discord. Ding, successfully sowed discord, obtained 1 bandit minion swordsman. Gained 10 experience points. Ding, failed to sow discord. Half failure, half success. What's even more valuable is that successfully sowing discord also earns experience points. Such talent should come more often. Sowing discord has a 5-minute cooldown. Zhang Hong originally intended to wait for the cooldown to end before casting sowing discord again, but the minion who had failed to be affected gave him no chance, charging at him like a madman. Without hesitation, Zhang Hong issued the attack command. Kill them all. The 5 successfully turned bandit minions immediately brandished their ghost head broadswords and charged at the remaining 5 bandits. The fierce battle erupted instantly, each of the 5 bandits taking on one opponent. Zhang Hong wasn't about to stand idle either. Gripping his beloved small pu knife, he rushed toward the nearest minor bandit. Click! A slash lands on a minion's head. 7. Critical hit 30. After 8 consecutive slashes, Zhang Hong finally managed to kill 1 bandit. Ding, player gains 10 experience points. Continue. 5 minutes later, Zhang Hong had killed 5 minions without a scratch. Ding, player Chunlu, level up to 2. Keep up the good work and strive for greater heights. Ding, player Chunlu successfully eliminated a level 1 bandit stronghold, gaining 10 reputation points. The 5 minions all had varying degrees of injuries. These guys were the lowest tier soldiers with little intelligence. Zhang Hong ordered them to stay put while he charged into the stronghold's main hall in search of treasure. In the corner of the hall lies a black iron chest. Open the chest. Ding, player Chunlu has obtained a black iron resource pack and a black iron broadsword. Black iron resource pack: food 5,000, wood 5,000, iron ore 5,000, stone 5,000, silver 5,000. Black iron broadsword, black iron equipment, required level 1, durability 100, attack 1015. Not bad. Got a black iron weapon. Zhang Hong equipped it as he spoke. After the stronghold is captured, it takes 1 hour to respawn. Zhang Hong saw that the minor henchman's injuries had mostly healed, so he immediately got up and led the 5 henchmen to charge toward the next mountain stronghold. Now he was no longer alone, he had 5 tier 1 minions. Once a tier 1 bandit was successfully turned through discord, they would directly transform into a tier 1 regular swordsman. Time is money, better hurry and raid the strongholds. Ding, player conquer the world successfully built their own village, conquer village. Such system notification sounds were incessant. From the moment Zhang Hong entered until now, nearly 100 such notifications had been broadcasted. 200 billion players is no joke. Despite this, Zhang Hong still hasn't noticed any other players appearing from the moment he entered until now. What does this indicate? It shows that the map of empire conquest is incredibly vast and expansive. In the following hour, Zhang Hong consecutively cleared 9 level 1 bandit strongholds. The further he progressed, the more soldiers he had, making clearing level 1 strongholds increasingly effortless. Now, Zhang Hong has 45 soldiers following behind him. With this number of soldiers, it seems pushing a second-level mountain stronghold wouldn't be a problem anymore. My lord, this subordinate faintly remembers that deep in the forest there's a great white tiger, and beside that tiger lies a diamond treasure chest. I happened to see it when passing by earlier and wanted to steal it, but that damned white tiger guarded the chest so fiercely. I had no choice but to leave. While clearing a first-level mountain stronghold, Zhang Hong encountered a somewhat cunning little bandit. All the other bandits had underling floating above their heads, but this guy had Air Guzi written above his. In the Beginner's Guide for Empire Domination, any NPC with a name possesses certain abilities. Sure enough, this Air Guzi's stats were decent. Character, Air Guzi. Level, Tier 1, Rank 3. Strength, 66. Command, 25. Strategy, 45. Politics, 55. Occupation, Junior Blacksmith. This guy is actually a junior blacksmith, quite a talent. After Zhang Hong acquired this guy, he kept him following around like a shadow. When Zhang Hang asked why this fellow had become a mountain bandit, Air Guzi replied sorrowfully, "The world is in chaos, the people are suffering, clothes can't cover their bodies, and food can't fill their stomachs. With no other choice, we turned to banditry." Zhang Hong didn't say anything more. Once the village was established, talents like these would be needed. Under Air Guzi's guidance, Zhang Han led his soldiers to the territory of the Great White Tiger. The Great White Tiger lived in a small cave. Inside the cave, Zhang Hong discovered a diamond treasure chest shimmering with white light. Chapter 4, The Rare Diamond Treasure Chest. The Great White Tiger seemed to sense danger and suddenly stood up. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Hong checked the Great White Tiger's attributes and realized it was a level 20 tiger boss. Killing this creature would likely cost the lives of many soldiers. Beast, Great White Tiger Golden Boss. Level, 20. Attack, 300. Defense, 60. HP 15,000. Skill, Roar. Golden Elite Boss, damn, this is no joke. This might wipe the whole team if we're not careful. Retreat? Even if I die, I won't retreat. But that's a diamond treasure chest. The diamond treasure chest is currently known as the top tier chest. I must obtain it, even if it means risking my life. At worst, I'll just return to my original state. According to the guide, various levels of treasure chests randomly spawn in the wild, including gold chests and diamond chests. P.S. Black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, diamond. To avoid confusion, this quality ranking applies to both equipment and treasure chests. Zhang Hong steeled his heart. After all, these were just tier 1 soldiers, nothing to feel bad about. It was still the early stages. Securing the village construction token as quickly as possible was the top priority. The incessant system notifications ringing in his ears kept pushing him forward, leaving him no room for relaxation or slacking off. Charge! With a loud roar, Zhang Hong issued the attack command. His level has already risen to 5, his overall combat power has improved, and his equipment has been upgraded significantly. Even the gear on some of the mountain bandit soldiers has changed. To minimize soldier casualties, Zhang Hong took the lead and charged straight at the giant white tiger. Seeing their leader fearlessly charging forward, the soldiers behind him were greatly inspired. Wielding their ghost head broadswords, they swung fiercely at the giant white tiger. A brief encounter cost Zhang Hong over 300 HP, but he also left a large wound on the giant white tiger. A critical hit damage of 500 floated above his head. Then, the 45 soldiers behind him took turns attacking. 10, 20, 50, 8. In an instant, a large string of damage numbers burst forth from the white tiger's head. 15,000 HP was no joke for Zhang Hong. With just one encounter, the great white tiger was left covered in wounds and bloodstains, losing 1,600 points of blood. But it also cost Zhang Hong 300 points of blood and the life of one of his soldiers. After leveling up to 5, his health points reached a substantial 3,500. Each level increase adds 500 health points. The great white tiger, in pain, let out a roar. A loud roar echoed through the surrounding area, leaving Zhang Hong and his many soldiers momentarily dazed as if in a brief state of dizziness. The life force above Zhang Heng's head rapidly drained away. In the blink of an eye, half of it was gone. Beside them, 5 soldiers lay completely flat on the ground. After emerging from the dazed state, Zhang Hong, filled with both fury and anguish, let out a roar and charged forward again, swinging his black iron broadsword. The soldiers behind him gradually recovered from their dazed state. 10 minutes later, with a scar left on Zhang Hong, they finally managed to kill the giant white tiger. The number of soldiers remaining was pitiful, only 8 were left. The battle was extremely fierce. If they didn't get anything valuable from this, all their previous efforts would have been in vain. Zhang Hong couldn't help but groan. The realism here was unusually high. Although the wound wasn't fatal, the pain was excruciating. Ding, congratulations to player Chunlong for killing the level 20 Great White Tiger Gold boss while underlevel, leveling up to level 7. Ding, congratulations to player Chunlong for killing the level 20 Great White Tiger Gold boss while underleveled, obtaining a gold resource pack and a gold weapon White Tiger Battle Blade. Ding, congratulations to player Chunlong for killing the level 20 Great White Tiger Gold boss while underleveled. As you are the 5th player in the Empire's conquest to slay a gold boss, you are specially rewarded with a gold resource pack, a random gold equipment, 1,000 reputation, a gold experience pill, a state-level city relocation order, 1 charm point, and 10,000 ingots. Huge win! Zhang Hong was dumbfounded. These were just system rewards. Ding, since the player is the 5th to kill the golden boss, a system announcement will be made. Please prepare yourself mentally. As soon as the words fell, before Zhang Hong could mentally prepare himself, the announcement began. Chapter 5 Talent, Tenfold Loot Drop. Ding, player Chunlong from the Huafu district has become the 5th to defeat a level 20 golden great boss while being underleveled. A server-wide announcement is hereby made. The player is rewarded with 1 golden resource pack, 1 random golden equipment, 1,000 reputation points, 1 golden experience pill, 1 state-level city relocation token, 1 charm point, and 10,000 ingots. 3 consecutive server-wide announcements have sparked waves of envy, jealousy, and resentment among all players. However, this has also inadvertently drawn hostility toward Zhang Heng. Zhang Hong curled his lips slightly, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Couldn't they just let me keep a low profile? Ding, congratulations, player. You have opened a golden equipment chest and obtained a golden item White Tiger Battle Boots. White Tiger Battle Boots, golden equipment, required level 10, durability 100, speed plus 100, evasion plus 5. White Tiger Battle Blade, golden weapon, required level 10, attack power 300, plus 2 critical strike, plus 1 lifesteal, increases damage dealt to blade-wielding troops by 10%. Golden Experience Pill, grants the player 10,000 experience points. State-level relocation order, randomly relocate to any area within Qingzhou. Charisma, higher charisma means better character and higher drop rates, definitely a good thing. Reputation aids in the future development of the city. The higher the reputation, the more refugees will come to join the city. The more refugees, the stronger the city's growth. Seeing so many treasures, Zhang Han could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Then, he shifted his gaze to the body of the great white tiger and was astonished to find 3 treasures floating beside its corpse. Zhang Han stepped forward to take a closer look: a golden armor, a golden resource pack, and a village building token. White tiger armor, gold tier equipment, required level 10, defense 180, increases HP by 50, and boosts blade troop defense by 10%. Golden resource pack: food, 100,000, wood, 100,000, iron ore, 100,000, stone, 100,000, silver, 100,000. Village construction token: black iron village token, allows the construction of a player-owned village. After a quick glance, without hesitation, he picked them all up and then headed towards the diamond treasure chest. Ding, player Chunlu has obtained a rare diamond treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Open it. Zhang Heng's face lit up with anticipation. This was a diamond tier treasure chest, with limited spawns across the entire server. Each diamond chest was guarded by a powerful beast. Ding, the diamond treasure chest opened. The player obtained a diamond accessory, white tiger diamond ring, a diamond village establishment token, a 10x talent drop multiplier, a special royal barracks blueprint, a diamond resource pack, and 5,000 ingots. White tiger diamond ring, diamond grade equipment. Wearable at level 1, permanent durability. Stats: attack plus 1000, defense plus 1000, speed plus 200, critical hit plus 5%, evasion plus 5%, HP plus 20,000, HP regen plus 10s. Bonus effects: all commanded troops gain plus 30% attack, cavalry plus 50%, archers plus 50%. Diamond village establishment token, ultra rare village founding item. Effects: initial villager capacity plus 10,000, initial reputation plus 10,000, regional refugee spawn rate plus 30%, 10% chance for special talents to appear. Reduces all construction time by 30% and resource consumption by 50% for villagers' soldiers. Unlimited resource storage capacity. Includes 1. Super Tavern, building. Tenfold drop multiplier: any dropped items will appear in tenfold quantities. For example, if a white tiger diamond ring drops, with the tenfold effect, you'll receive 10 white tiger diamond rings. Powerful. Unmatched. Special royal barracks blueprint can be used to recruit royal cavalry, royal crossbowmen, etc. with ingots. Recruitment is limited to ingots only. Diamond resource pack: food, 1 million, wood, 1 million, iron, 1 million, stone, 1 million, silver, 1 million. Great stuff. Looking at the treasures listed above, he truly couldn't remain calm. So excited. Killing a white tiger boss actually yielded so many treasures. This is a massive fortune. The ingots here are equivalent to RMB Chinese yuan. Since the ingot exchange system hasn't been activated yet, they're absolutely rare. Just as Zhang Heng finished inspecting the treasures he obtained, a somewhat abrupt voice suddenly rang in his ears. Kid, you've got some skills to recruit soldiers so quickly. Seems like your luck isn't just a little off the charts. But so what? Your soldiers are pretty much dead already. With just these few small fries, they're not even enough for us to chop vegetables. Zhang Heng frowned and turned to look at the sound. To his shock, he spotted 5 game players with visible usernames within his line of sight. The guy speaking looked like a middle-aged uncle, and his in-game name was literally, middle-aged uncle. The 8 soldiers suddenly turned around, each gripping their demon head broadswords tightly, raising their vigilance, and preparing for battle. Chapter 6, Building the First Diamond Village. Big Brother, his name seems somewhat familiar. A thin, weak man with the tag, Monkey Uncle, above his head couldn't help but speak up. Be confident. No need for maybe. He is indeed the player Chunlu from the system announcement. That big white tiger is a level 20 yellow tier boss. A middle-aged man with the tag, Burly Uncle, above his head said angrily, the treasure that should have been ours was snatched by this kid. Kid, hand over the treasure, or don't blame us for killing you. A slightly younger guy named Hammer Uncle shouted furiously, the death penalty in Empire domination is extremely severe. Why waste words on him? Just kill him outright. Kill. The remaining man, known as Uncle Cigarette, didn't say a word before charging at the 8 soldiers before him. Zhang Heng coldly scanned the 5 individuals in front of him, noticing that all of them had reached level 10. Without another word, he swallowed the golden experience pill. In an instant, his level soared straight to 12. Immediately after, he equipped all the gold gear and diamond jewelry on his body. A golden radiance instantly burst forth from Zhang Heng's body. The dazzling glow startled the 5 individuals, their eyes simultaneously revealing intense greed. You think just a few of you can kill me? I'll slaughter you like pigs and dogs. Zhang Han let out a cold snort, gripping the white tiger warblade as he charged forward, delivering a fierce slash straight at the hammer-wielding uncle at the front. Crack! After a deafening crash, the hammer-wielding uncle's weapon was severed mid-air. The white tiger warblade continued its downward arc, slicing diagonally through that massive head. Snap! Critical hit 5,000. Before Hammer Uncle could even scream, a massive red damage number floated above his head. Swish! Hammer Uncle dropped a blueprint and vanished on the spot. Instant kill. The remaining 4 whitened their eyes in terror. Avenge Hammer, the burly man roared, charging forward with his weapon. Zhang Heng snorted coldly and rushed in, igniting a fierce battle. 1,800. In just one encounter, hundreds to thousands of damage points erupted above the heads of the 2 current combatants. 80. 100. 0. 10. Zhang Heng's head floated out mere dozens of damage points, with one particularly unlucky fellow not even breaking through his defense. The battle was completely one-sided. Qianlong, I'll remember you. The burly uncle roared in fury before his death. Humph. I'll build my city right here. If you dare come, I'll make sure you never leave. As Zhang Heng's words fell, with a swing of his long blade, the burly uncle's head soared through the air. Critical hit 7,000. A massive, blood-red number floated in the air, marking the end of the battle. Now everything is ready, not even the east wind is lacking. With tokens, there are resources. But for the sake of caution, Zhang Heng took 8 soldiers and raided over a dozen level 1 bandit camps, obtaining 110 first-tier soldiers. Indeed, the quantity of all loot dropped was tenfold. Overjoyed, Zhang Heng followed the path out of the forest, searching for an area suitable to build a village. Along the way, Zhang Heng saw many already constructed villages. Outside the gates of those villages, Zhang Heng also noticed players loitering at the entrances, seemingly attempting to seek shelter. Basic villages are only protected by simple fences, intermediate villages have earthen walls for defense, and only advanced villages are guarded by stone walls. The survival of a village depends on whether it can advance to an advanced village. Only by advancing to a higher level can one truly develop further. The first week is crucial for the village's development. Whether it's fences or earthen walls, at least there's beginner protection that can ignore all damage. Once the beginner protection is over, without a truce token, you'll just have to wait to be conquered. Moreover, any village, once its protection expires, will face attacks from bandits. Once captured, it's completely over. Zhang Heng spent half an hour finding a location near a water source with fertile land, then built a city. He didn't choose a hidden geographical location, there was no need. With his current abilities, 1 week is enough to become extremely powerful. Ding, congratulations, player Qianlong, your primary city construction is successful. Please name your city. Let's call it Qianlong. Zhang Heng said without hesitation. Ding, player Qianlong, the construction of Qianlong village is successful. Since this city belongs to a diamond-level village establishment token, initial capacity, initial reputation, refugee refresh rate, special talents, resource consumption, and other attributes are activated. Additionally, a special hotel is autonomously constructed. Ding, player Qianlong has successfully constructed a diamond tier village. As the first to achieve this, they are specially rewarded with 10,000 ingots, a diamond resource pack, a precise relocation token, and a rare temple blueprint. Before Qianlong could examine the newly acquired treasures, the system notification sounded again. System announcement, player Qianlong has successfully constructed a diamond tier village. As the first to achieve this, they are specially rewarded with 10,000 ingots, a diamond resource pack, a domestic relocation token, and a rare temple blueprint. After 3 consecutive announcements, a huge uproar erupted across the Chinese server. What the heck is a diamond tier village? Temple blueprints? What's that thing again? Precision relocation token, accurate teleportation within the Huafu region. Temple, level 1 temple, increases the health and stamina recovery speed of civilians and soldiers by 20, boosts the attack power of soldiers both inside and outside the city by 20, enhances the defense of soldiers inside and outside the city by 20, strengthens the defense of city walls and all buildings within the city by 20, increases marching speed by 50, raises the production of all resources within the city by 20, reduces resource consumption by soldiers and civilians by 20. The attribute bonuses of this temple are somewhat terrifying. And this is just a level 1 temple. At this moment, Zhang Heng's vision revealed a small village spanning 500 square meters. After surveying the area, Zhang Heng discovered that the village only had 30 available construction plots. For a beginner's town, 30 plots are already quite a few. This is with the bonus from the Diamond Village Founding Token. If it were an ordinary village founding token, there would only be 15 plots. Open the Village Properties panel. Village, Chunlu Village. Level, Primary Village Level 1. 1-5 is Primary, 6-10 is Intermediate. And so on. Total Influence Value, 0 rankings available. Total Combat Power, 110 with Leaderboard. Residents, 11,110,000 with Leaderboard. Buildings, 130 includes Tavern. Defensive Structures, 0-3. Special Building, Super Tavern. Area Size, 1 square kilometer. Jurisdictional Area, 0.5 square kilometers radius. Total Environmental Value, 0. Total Resources, 50. Food, 0. Iron ore, 0. Stone, 0. Silver, 0. Ingots, 25,000. Specialty count, 0. Troop count, 110 Tier 1 Pudeo soldiers. Fame, 30 enhanced by Diamond Village founding token. Reputation, 1,230. Prosperity, 0. Economic index, 0. Safety value, 0. Popular support, 0. Chapter 7 Everything upgrades instantly. After a quick inspection, Zhang Hong took out all the resource packs he had and opened them all. Gold resource pack, 3 packs, 300,000 units of each of the 4 resources. Diamond resource pack, 2 packs, 2 million units of each of the 4 resources. Black iron resource pack, 10 packs, 150 units, 80,000 units of each of the 4 resources. All set. Construction begins. Wait. Why is there a group of people charging toward the village? Zhang Hong was dumbfounded. What the hell? Suddenly, hundreds of ragged refugees came into view, charging toward the village like madmen. Village chief, I want to join the village. Village chief, I'm a junior blacksmith. I'm an intermediate physician. I am a master tailor. I can slaughter pigs. I can accompany people in drinking. I can raise horses. I can hunt. I can build houses. Those refugees, like ferocious zombies, frantically surrounded the village, clamoring to be the first to speak. Zhang Hong was stunned. What's going on? My village has just been established and hasn't started developing yet. Zhang Hong ignored everyone, studied the strategy as if no one else was around, and then built the government office. The government office is the administrative center of a village, and this must be built. The construction in Empire Domination isn't like other games where villagers are needed to build together. As long as you have money and resources, you can keep upgrading. Currently, Zhang Hong needs to construct the following buildings: government office, civilian houses, blacksmith department, tailor shop, medical office, horse stable, marketplace, infantry camp, archer camp, cavalry camp, and training ground. Of course, there are also royal barracks, temples, and super taverns. Upgrading buildings requires blueprints, except for special constructions. These blueprints have already been obtained by Zhang Hong, as he has raided quite a few bandit strongholds. First level government office. Village chief, 1. Time, 10 minutes. Food, 1,000. Iron ore, 500. Wood, 1,000. Stone, 1,500. Silver coins, 2,000. After a quick glance, Zhang Hong clicked on build. Ding ding dang dang. The first level government office was instantly constructed successfully, leaving Zhang Hong dumbfounded. Originally, it would have taken 10 minutes, but it was built instantly, effectively shortening the time required. Although he entered the game a few days late, with his current abilities, he will undoubtedly surpass all other players. Upgrade to level 2 government office immediately as long as you can and resources are sufficient. Level 2 government office. 1 village chief. 5 villagers. Time, 30 minutes. Food, 2,000. Iron ore, 1,000. Wood, 2,000. Stone, 3,500. Silver coins, 3,000. Ding, insufficient population, unable to construct. Zhang Hong was taken aback and shifted his gaze to the eagerly watching refugees. It seems that without letting these guys in, there's no way to progress. If that's the case, then let them in. Reluctantly, Zhang Hong allowed the refugees to enter. These fellows were quite well behaved after entering. They didn't cause any trouble and seemed to be waiting for Zhang Heng's instructions. Zhang Hong didn't have time to deal with them and continued upgrading the government office. The government quickly upgraded to level 3, but upgrading to level 4 required upgrading civilian houses. With no other choice, Zhang Hong built 5 civilian houses all at once. After upgrading all 5 civilian houses to level 3, he proceeded to upgrade both the blacksmith's workshop and the tailor's workshop to level 3, and even upgraded all the barracks to level 3. In a primary city, there can only be 2 of each type of the 3 barracks. Zhang Hong also upgraded the royal barracks and the temple to level 3. The basic structures were all in place, so Zhang Hong turned his attention to the refugee camp. At this point, he urgently needed a deputy to help manage the city. Otherwise, given his workload, he would surely be exhausted to death. Lord Village Chief, this old man was once the mayor of Shashui Town. Unfortunately, during these chaotic times, the town was ravaged by bandits, destroyed, and its people slaughtered. This old man had no choice but to flee with his family, wandering aimlessly. If the village chief needs an assistant, this old man humbly believes he might barely qualify. I only hope the village chief won't drive this old man away. As Zhang Hong was surveying the crowd, an octogenarian elder stepped forward, volunteering himself. Hearing the elder's words, Zhang Hong examined his 3-dimensional attributes and found that this old man's abilities were actually quite impressive. Character, Li Shang. Level, Tier 2, Level 13. Strength, 11. Command, 25. Strategy, 55. Politics, 71. Alright. Then first help me arrange everything for everyone. If you do a good job, I'll make you my deputy. Zhang Hong said. Good. 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 After Old Man Li exclaimed good 3 times in a row, he immediately took up his post and shouted to the crowd, fellow villagers, who is the blacksmith? Who is the doctor? Who is the tailor? Under Old Man Li's orderly arrangements, the people in the field took up their posts one after another, each appearing to have no complaints. Zhang Hong was very satisfied and no longer paid him any attention, continuing to upgrade his own city. Soon, the city reached level 5, and all the basic buildings within the city were also upgraded to level 5. All 3 defensive structures were already in place: railings, cheval de frise, and traps. After reaching level 5, further upgrades require intermediate construction blueprints. Reluctantly, Zhang Hong gave up on the upgrade. At this point, the number of civilians in the city had reached 300, while the city's population capacity had soared to 11,300. With the village's upgrade, its area has been continuously expanding, and the overall attributes of the village have undergone earth-shaking changes. Chapter 8: The Top General Li Tsunxiao. Village, Chunlu Village. Level, Primary Village Level 5. Total Power Value, 5145. Total Combat Power, 110. Residents, 60011,300. Buildings, 3,030. 1 government office, 13 residential houses, 1 blacksmith shop, 1 tailor shop, 1 general store, 1 medical office, 1 stable, 1 marketplace, 2 infantry barracks, 2 archery barracks, 2 cavalry barracks, 1 training ground, 1 super tavern, 1 temple, 1 royal barracks. Government office, the administrative center of a village. Residential houses, places where common people live. Blacksmith shop, smelts metal and forges equipment. Tailor shop, makes clothes and repairs soft armor. General store, for civilian trade in daily necessities. Clinic, heals the wounded, saves the dying, and cures diseases. Stable, breeds fine horses and trains mounts. Market, trade among players, exchange goods and treasures. Infantry camp, recruit infantry, train infantry. Archery camp, recruit archers, train archers. Cavalry camp, recruit cavalry, train cavalry. Training ground, train soldiers and enhance combat strength. Super tavern, super characters randomly appear. Temple, auxiliary bonuses, combat power soars. Royal barracks, recruit elites and conquer all directions. Defensive structures, 33. Special structures, 3. Super tavern, temple, royal barracks. Area size, 1 square kilometer. Jurisdiction area, approximately 0.5 square kilometers. Total environment value, 45. Total resource value, 50. Food, 2.3 million. Iron ore, 2.2 million. Stone, 2.18 million. Silver, 2.15 million. Ingots, 25,000. Specialty quantity, 0. Number of soldiers, 110. Tier 1 Spear Militia. Reputation, 30 boosted by Diamond Village Founding Token. Prestige value, 1230. Prosperity level, 30. Economy, 30. Safety, 100. Public satisfaction, 80. Village Chief, Chunlu Village enjoys high visibility and rapid development. The people are sincerely pleased and willing to develop in Chunlu Village. This old man feels gratified by this. However, while gratified, this old man also feels some lingering fear. Therefore, here are a few suggestions that can be provided to the village chief. After pacifying the refugees, Old Li came trotting back from outside. What suggestions do you have? Speak up. Zhang Hong asked. First, try not to set taxes too high in the early stages, as it will affect public sentiment. My city doesn't collect taxes. Zhang Hong said directly. No taxes? Really? Old Man Li was greatly surprised, completely unexpected. Between the people and me, what I've chosen is an employment relationship. Especially for side occupations, I pay them high commissions, and all the materials and expenses they produce will directly flow into the government warehouse. Moreover, I will also spend silver coins to purchase all the resources obtained by the people at high prices. This was directly set by Zhang Hong in the government interface. He purchased these items with silver coins and then sold them to other players through the market. Transactions with NPCs use silver coins, but transactions with players require ingots. Ingots are extremely important here. Especially for the royal barracks, you need ingots to recruit soldiers. When building a city, using ingots can reduce the time, but the cost is too high, so many players won't choose this option. Second, try to reclaim as much wasteland as possible, search for resources, and aim for steady development. Don't rush things. Alright, I'll leave this to you to arrange, Zhang Hong said. People can't stay idle, otherwise what will they eat? If everyone is idle, how can he acquire resources? Third, the military camp must be strictly controlled, and development must not be reckless, otherwise it will affect the overall progress of the city. Old Man Li said. Zhang Hong patted his forehead and said, stay out of the barracks. The barracks must be developed. And they must be developed vigorously. How can we manage without soldiers? In the empire's struggle for dominance, it's all about the fight for supremacy. Now that we have all the talents, telling me not to recruit soldiers or compete for dominance, isn't that nonsense? Old Manly wasn't angry either, as everyone has their own aspirations. Next, Old Manly offered him several suggestions, some worth adopting, while others could only be ignored. In that case, continue arranging the displaced people, and if you find any important talents, record them in detail. Zhang Hong instructed. After Oldly left, Zhang Hong adjusted the city's permissions. Only refugees were allowed to enter the city, while players were barred. This wasn't out of selfishness, but because one can never be too careful, he had to take precautions. After finishing the settings, Zhang Hong, having nothing else to do, headed to the market and listed the extra basic blueprints he had obtained that day. Hanging here will only yield ingots. Ingots can only be obtained by raiding level 2 or higher bandit strongholds or by opening treasure chests in the wild. After listing everything on the market, Zhang Hong headed to the tavern. This is a super tavern where top-tier talents may randomly appear. He had to try his luck, maybe he could get a top-tier talent. With the continuous arrival of refugees, the small village became increasingly lively. In less than an hour, the total population reached a high of 600, a speed that seemed to be the fastest among all players' cities. The streets grew more and more bustling. The tavern was not far from the government office. Villagers kept greeting him along the way, and Zhang Hong responded to each one with a smile. At this moment, the tavern entrance was bustling with continuous activity. Inside, over a dozen people were seated. At a central table, an elderly man with a white beard and a young girl were performing their talents. The crowd's excitement grew steadily as the old man and the young girl continued their performance. Great! That was a fantastic performance. As soon as Zhang Hong entered the tavern, he saw a burly, powerfully built man clapping his hands and loudly cheering. Afterward, the man took out his money for drinks and, without hesitation, tossed it into the bowl on the table. Several onlookers nearby also threw in some silver coins. Encouraged by the audience's generosity, the old man and the young boy redoubled their efforts. Zhang Heng's entrance immediately drew greetings from many of the townsfolk in the tavern. After all, he was the village chief with that title hanging over his head. How could these people not show him some respect? Zhang Hong had come to scout for talent, not to watch a show, so he paid no attention to the old man and the young boy. When he saw the burly man's attributes, a glimmer of excitement suddenly flashed in his eyes. Character, Li Tsuanxiao. Era, late Tang and Han dynasties. Level, Tier 10, Level 95. Quality, 5 stars. Military, 111. Command, 95. Strategy, 70. Politics, 55. Command attributes, Cavalry gains 70% bonus to all 3 stats, Infantry gains 30% bonus to all 3 stats, attack, defense, speed. Weapon, Diamond Tier Weapon Yuang's Mace. Mount, Diamond Tier Mount Flame-Hoofed Yellow Steed. Damn! This burly and powerful man turned out to be the famous late Tang dynasty general Li Tsuanxiao. Just as the tavern was established, such a super warrior appeared. Zhang Heng's heart was somewhat unsettled. This welcoming gift was beyond his expectations. He had originally come just hoping for luck, but never imagined he would actually unearth such a formidable hero. Li Tsuanxiao's heroic deeds go without saying. Chapter 9, Forging the Royal Heavy Cavalry. Just as Zhang Hong was sizing up Li Tsuanxiao also noticed Zhang Hong. Then, Li Tsuanxiao strode forward with heavy steps, pushing through the crowd to stand before Zhang Hong. Zhang Heng's heart pounded wildly, yet his face remained perfectly calm. I am Li Tsuanxiao. I have long heard of the village chief's youthful talent and grand ambitions. Tsuanxiao has traveled thousands of miles to pledge allegiance. If the village chief does not find me unworthy, I am willing to serve as your vanguard. Li Tsuanxiao clasped his fists respectfully, his words resounding with firmness and sincerity. Zhang Hong, though inwardly thrilled, maintained a composed expression and said, Hero Li, your imposing stature and heroic demeanor mark you as a peerless warrior. At present, our Chenlong village is in the midst of rebuilding and development. If you are willing, I shall entrust you with great responsibilities commanding the armies and achieving immortal glory. My lord! Li Tsuanxiao was extremely excited and knelt on one knee to show his sincerity. Zhang Hong was stunned. How could a few words make a peerless hero offer his allegiance? Ding! Congratulations to player Chenlong for subduing the 5-star general Li Tsuanxiao. Li Tsuanxiao's current loyalty is 90. If loyalty reaches 100, he will never betray. If loyalty falls below 60, he may choose to rebel. Ding! Player has subdued the 5-star general Li Tsuanxiao. As one of the game's top generals, this will trigger a system announcement. Does the player wish to hide their name? Hide! Zhang Hong hastily issued the command. This must be hidden, no questions asked. System announcement, Player XX has been blessed with a stroke of luck, their character has exploded with fortune, recruiting the 5-star general Li Tsuanxiao. A special game announcement is hereby made. After 3 consecutive times, it caused another huge sensation in the luxurious attire. 5-star general Li Tsuanxiao? Wow, who's so damn awesome? Li Tsuanxiao, the #1 hero of the late Tang dynasty, bar none. Damn freaking awesome. For a moment, all the players in the server were stunned, filled with envy and jealousy, wishing they could recruit such a super warrior too. Let's go! I'll take you to recruit troops right now. With Li Tsuanxiao's assistance, Zheng Hong was in high spirits and headed straight for the military camp. On his way to the camp, Zheng Hong passed by other shops and took a quick look around to check the atmosphere. He noticed that the medical clinic, blacksmith shop, and tailor shop were all bustling with activity. Now he had no time to deal with these secondary professions. As long as everything entered a cycle of development, that would suffice. Zheng Hong didn't go to the ordinary barracks but instead took Li Tsuanxiao directly to the royal barracks. Royal Barracks, Level 5 Barracks, capable of recruiting Royal Light Cavalry, Royal Heavy Cavalry, Royal Crossbow Cavalry, Royal Heavy Shield Soldiers, Royal Light Shield Soldiers, and Royal Crossbowmen. Royal Light Cavalry, cost 100 ingots per soldier. Royal Heavy Cavalry, cost 200 ingots per soldier. Royal Crossbow Cavalry, cost 150 ingots per soldier. Royal Heavy Shield Infantry, cost 80 ingots per soldier. Royal Light Shield Infantry, cost 50 ingots per soldier. Royal Crossbowmen, cost 50 ingots per soldier. This price is not just a little high. Zheng Hong felt somewhat panicked, especially about the heavy cavalry. Those are extraordinarily expensive. Below the Royal Soldiers interface, Zheng Hong also discovered a soldier conversion feature. Soldier conversion: you can spend ingots to convert ordinary soldiers from the barracks into any desired royal soldiers. The conversion cost is half of what it would take to recruit them. Is this really possible? Zheng Hong was stunned. Does this mean that all the soldiers he obtained from the bandit stronghold can be converted into royal soldiers here? This effectively cuts the cost in half. You know, those soldiers were all obtained for free. Zhang Heng's eyes lit up and he immediately felt the pressure lessen. Good, that's decided then. General Li. Zheng Hong shouted. Speak, my lord. Li Tsuanxiao clasped his fists together. Proceed immediately to the infantry camp and lead 110 glaive soldiers to receive orders. I will transform them into heavy cavalry. Zheng Hong said excitedly in his heart. Transform glaive soldiers into heavy cavalry? Li Tsuanxiao's eyes lit up and his blood instantly boiled with excitement. Ding, Li Tsuanxiao's blood is boiling and his loyalty has increased by 1 point. Now it's 91 points. This is also possible? Next, I will tailor a powerful cavalry regiment just for you. Zheng Hong continued, not only will there be heavy weapons, but also crossbow cavalry. I want you to command the 3 armies and become the first divine general of Chunlong village. Upon hearing this, Li Tsuanxiao immediately knelt on one knee, clasped his fists, and said excitedly, This subordinate thanks the Lord for your deep affection and favor. This subordinate will surely live up to the Lord's high expectations. Ding, Li Tsuanxiao was filled with gratitude, loyalty increased by 2 points, now at 93. Please wait, my lord, this subordinate will proceed to the infantry camp at once. With these words, Li Tsuanxiao stood up and headed for the infantry camp. The infantry battalion was right next to the royal barracks, and before long, those 110 soldiers, led by Li Tsuanxiao, arrived at the royal barracks. The previously acquired heir Guzi had already reported to the blacksmith department, so Zheng Hong didn't include him in the soldier count. Zheng Hong converted the 110 soldiers into 2 types of troops, 50 heavy cavalry and 60 crossbow cavalry. Crossbow cavalry are highly effective in siege warfare, especially when raiding mountain strongholds. A total of 9,500 ingots were spent to successfully convert all 110 soldiers. Ding, congratulations to player Chunlong for successfully obtaining 50 heavy cavalry and 60 crossbow cavalry. With a ripple in the void before them, the 110 soldiers on the ground transformed instantly. Clad in black armor, wielding spears and crossbows, mounted on towering warhorses, they stood imposingly in the barracks. Royal Heavy Cavalry, initial attributes: uniformly 6th tier cavalry, uniformly silver tier mounts and equipment. Attributes improve with the barracks level. Can be upgraded up to the 11th tier. The strongest tier surpassing ordinary soldiers. Royal Crossbow Cavalry, initial attributes: uniformly 6th tier crossbow cavalry, all with silver tier mounts and equipment. Attributes improve as the barracks level increases. Can be upgraded to the 11th tier at maximum. The strongest tier surpassing ordinary soldiers. These ingots were well spent. Zhang Heng's eyes lit up as he couldn't help but praise. No need for anything else, just these mounts beneath us and the equipment we wear. If we're talking about crafting this, I'm afraid it would take at least a month and cost over 10,000 gold coins, especially for warhorses. Chapter 10, Commanding Troops and Leading Generals to Raid Mountain Strongholds. Warhorses are absolutely rare. Moreover, time is everything. Imagine this, while others were still struggling to train troops, Zheng Hong had already led his army to attack a system-famous city. What kind of concept is that? Witnessing this scene, Li Tsuanxiao's heart surged with excitement once more, while an overwhelming aura suddenly radiated from his entire body. As ripples of energy fluctuated around Li Tsuanxiao's body, he summoned his yellow flame steed and his weapon, the Yu King's mace. Then, with a leap, he landed firmly on the horse's back. He wielded the Yu King's mace, clad in battle armor and wearing a war helmet, resembling a god of war with an overwhelming aura and intimidating presence. Ding, Li Tsuanxiao, long absent from the battlefield, felt his blood boil, and his loyalty increased by 1 point. Now at 94 points. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Hong revealed a joyful expression. Ding, congratulations to player Chunlu, the blueprint for the basic infantry camp you sold has been purchased for 100 ingots. Ding, congratulations to player Chunlu, the blueprint for the basic cavalry camp you sold has been purchased for 100 ingots. Ding, congratulations to player Chunlu, the blueprint for the basic archer camp you sold has been purchased for 100 ingots. Ding, congratulations to player Chunlu, the blueprint for the basic blacksmith department you sold has been purchased for 100 ingots. At that moment, dozens of system notifications flooded into Zhang Heng's ears. He sold all the unnecessary blueprints at auction. It seems these blueprints are still in high demand. A total of 46 were listed, and if they all sell, that would be 4,600 ingots. He priced his blueprints cheaply, unaware that many had set the price for blueprints at 200,500 ingots. Zhang Hengxin isn't greedy after all, he has a tenfold drop rate. As long as they sell, it's profit. If this can't be sold and just rots in the warehouse, that would be truly tragic. Village Chief. The fine steed you requested has arrived. At that moment, a somewhat thin young man led a white steed into the military camp. Upon seeing the hundreds of cavalry in the camp, the young man couldn't help but be greatly startled. This young man is the market supervisor, appointed by Old Man Li as the manager. Zhang Hong went to the market and instructed him to immediately purchase any fine horses spotted for sale. He originally thought the royal barracks didn't equip mounts and gear, but unexpectedly, everything was fully equipped. Manager Lu, the horses must be at least silver grade quality, never buy any below silver grade. Zhang Hong gazed at his heavy cavalry and said. Manager Lu nodded in agreement. At that moment, Zhang Hong mounted his warhorse in one swift motion. At first, he was a bit timid, but he quickly adapted. He had ridden horses before in real life, so he was no stranger to horseback riding. It's time to mobilize troops, raid bandit strongholds, and strengthen our forces. Next, we'll aggressively raid strongholds, sow discord among enemy soldiers, and seize treasures. Before leaving the city, Zhang Hong gave Old Man Li some instructions, then led the cavalry with Li Tsuanxiao to attack the newly spawned second-tier bandit strongholds in the surrounding areas. The village is still in its beginner phase and doesn't need any protection at all. Many players have already appeared around Chunlu village, circling around it as if trying to enter and see what this legendary diamond village is all about. However, the fences outside the diamond village have long been upgraded to railings. These railings are about 2 meters high, thick, and sturdy, tightly fitted together. Trying to peek inside is quite a luxury. Since it's still under beginner protection, sword and shield weapons hitting it only display miss as immune letters. The gates swung wide open. Zhang Hong and Li Tsuanxiao charged out from the village first, followed by over 100 crossbow cavalry and heavy cavalry, surging forth like a torrent. The emergence of these 100-plus cavalry immediately caught the attention of nearby players. Wow, cavalry! Chunlu village actually has cavalry now. And they look like heavy cavalry and crossbow cavalry. Damn, is this guy encountering a bug or what? It's definitely a bug. The game's only been running for a week, and heavy cavalry have already appeared, and in such large numbers at that. What else could it be but a bug? No, I have to take a screenshot and post it on the forum. I'm going to report him. The system will definitely ban him. I'm logging off right now to make a complaint call. The dozens of players outside the village immediately took screenshots and recorded short videos, then posted them on the forum. Within just a few dozen minutes, the video and screenshots reached hundreds of millions of views, instantly skyrocketing to the top of the trending posts. The frequent forum trolls could no longer hold back, launching verbal and written attacks. Their words were as sharp as knives, mercilessly criticizing Chunlu village. Everyone says this diamond village must have a bug. Some even dragged out the previously defeated gold and white tiger, making a big fuss about it, claiming that Chunlu is a master hacker who knows everything about the game's operations and took underhanded measures. The game's official website phone line was completely overwhelmed with calls. The website staff grew impatient and directly came to the forum to post a pin thread. This post is just speaking up for Zhang Hong, saying all the data is normal, attributing it to his incredible luck or something. All the haters got upset and shifted their target to the official website staff, saying they're all in cahoots, calling them partners in crime. What to say? In short, the staff were criticized so harshly that the anger was unstoppable. Finally, the big boss couldn't sit still anymore, stood up, and roared, "Whoever dares to spout nonsense again will be directly blacklisted and permanently unwelcome." At this point, the trolls finally quieted down. A fierce water gun battle thus came to an end. Yet, our comrade Zhang Han was completely unaware of this matter. By this time, he had already arrived at the gate of a second-tier mountain stronghold with Li Tsuanxiao leading the cavalry. The entrance of the second-tier stronghold was still surrounded by a fence. Zhang Hong had initially intended to move directly to a third-tier stronghold, but unfortunately, third-tier strongholds do not drop intermediate construction blueprints. Helplessly, they had no choice but to attack the second-tier bandit stronghold. The second-tier bandit stronghold had only a little over 100 bandits. Facing the far more powerful Royal Heavy Cavalry, the bandits trembled in fear, lacking even the courage to fight back. Without hesitation, Zhang Hong immediately employed a strategy to sow discord. Ding, successfully sowed discord, obtained one second-tier bandit foot soldier armed with a blade. Gained 50 experience points. Ding, failed to sow discord. Ding, successfully sowed discord, obtained one second-tier bandit archer. Gained 50 experience points. Ding, successfully sowed discord, obtained one second-tier bandit foot soldier armed with a blade. Gained 50 experience points. Ding, sabotage failed. Chapter 11, Major Rankings. Out of 100 second-tier bandit minions, 30 succeeded while the rest failed. You'll have to wait for a 5-minute cooldown before attempting sabotage again. Zhang Hong had no time to wait. There were plenty of second-tier bandit strongholds around. Once they wiped out this one, they could move on to the next. Kill! Zhang Hong raised his white tiger battle blade and roared. Li Xuanxiao's eyes flashed with a fierce light. As he swung his Yu King's mace, gusts of fierce winds surged forth. Then, charging ahead amidst the bandits' terrified cries, he plunged straight into their midst. The heavy cavalry behind let out a loud roar and charged forward, scaring the bandit minions into a panicked escape. The crossbow cavalry at the rear were preparing to fire their bolts, but before they could release them, the battle was already over. Those crossbow bolts are extremely expensive. One barrel costs 1 ingot, and there are only 10 bolts in a barrel. In other words, those who play with crossbows are big spenders. Using crossbows requires heavy investment. Without a steady source of income, one wouldn't dare take up this high-end profession. In contrast, the cost of heavy cavalry is much lower. The battle was completely one-sided. Li Xuanxiao was fierce and formidable, decisive in battle. With a single swing of his Yu King's mace, he smashed the bandits' heads, either exploding them mid-air or cleaving their upper bodies clean in half. This was nothing short of a massacre-style battle. The battle lasted less than 3 minutes before coming to an end. Once the fight was over, the ground littered with corpses and blood was quickly refreshed by the system. The visuals here were too realistic, so to prevent player discomfort, they were immediately refreshed. Zhang Hong dismounted and walked into the bandits' hall. To his astonishment, he spotted a bronze treasure chest placed in the corner. Zhang Hong immediately opened the chest. Ding, congratulations to player Chunlu for obtaining 10 bronze resource packs, 10 intermediate infantry camp blueprints, 10x10100 ingots, and 10x20200 reputation points. Everything is 10 times the explosion. Zhang Hong chuckled darkly, stowed away the treasure, walked out of the hall, mounted his warhorse, and charged toward the next target. In just half an hour, Zhang Hong had conquered dozens of second-tier bandit strongholds. Ding, congratulations to player Chunlu for obtaining 10 bronze resource packs, 10 intermediate blacksmith blueprints, 10 bronze weapons, 100 ingots, and 200 reputation points. Ding, congratulations to player Chunlu for obtaining 10 bronze resource packs, 10 bronze truce tokens, 10 bronze armors, 100 ingots, and 200 reputation points. One system notification after another echoed in Zhang Heng's mind. An hour passed, and Zhang Hong was now leading a massive group of over 700 people. He had already cleared 15 level 2 bandit strongholds, yet still hadn't obtained the blueprint for a mid-level government office. Without this thing, the village can't be upgraded. Zhang Hong had no choice but to continue raiding the bandit stronghold. Ding, congratulations to player Chunlu for obtaining 10 bronze resource packs, 10 intermediate blacksmith blueprints, 10 intermediate blood spirit pills, 100 ingots, and 200 reputation points. Ding, congratulations to player Chunlu for obtaining 10 bronze resource packs, 10 intermediate magic spirit pills, 10 intermediate accelerators, 100 ingots, and 200 reputation points. Ding, successfully sowed discord, obtained 1 bandit second-tier minion swordsman. Gained 50 experience points. Ding, successfully sowed discord, obtained 1 bandit second-tier minion swordsman. Gained 50 experience points. Ding, player Chunlu has leveled up to 15. Ding, player Chunlu has successfully entered the top 10 of the level ranking. Hearing this system prompt sound, Zhang Hong suddenly remembered the leaderboard. Empire Domination features level leaderboards, city leaderboards, weapon leaderboards, general leaderboards, wealth leaderboards, and total combat power leaderboards. Level leaderboard. First place, Wind and Chaos, level 20. Second place, Conquer the World, level 19. Third place, Beauty of the World, level 19. Fourth place, War God by Qi, level 18. Fifth place, War God Lubu, level 18. Sixth place, Extinction Master, level 18. Seventh place, Gentle Smile, level 17. Eighth place, Dragon Slayer, level 16. Ninth place, Old But Still Sharp, level 16. 10th place, Chunlu, level 15. City Rankings. First place, Chunlu Village Diamond Beginner. Village Chief Chunlu. Second place, Extinction Village Dark Gold Intermediate. Village Chief Abyss Extinction. Third place, War God Village Dark Gold Intermediate. Village Chief, War God by Chi. Fourth place, World Domination Village Dark Gold Intermediate. Village Chief, Beauty Rules the World. Fifth place, Dragon Slayer Village Dark Gold Beginner. Village Chief, Dragon Slayer. Sixth place, Lowly Village Gold Intermediate. Village Chief, Uncle Loves Lowly. Seventh place, Eternal Night Village Gold Intermediate. Village Chief, Endless Night. Eighth place, Charming Smile Village Gold Intermediate. Village Chief, Gentle Smile. Ninth place, Prosperous Era Village Gold Intermediate. Village Chief, Soaring Dragon of Prosperity. 10th place, Imperial Clan Village Gold Intermediate. Village Chief, Mighty Imperial. Weapon Ranking. First place, White Tiger Diamond Ring, Diamond Tier Equipment, owned by XX. Second place, Netherworld Soul Blade, Diamond Tier Equipment, owned by Wind and Chaos. Third place, Heaven Earth Divine Spear, Diamond Tier Equipment, owned by Dominate the World. Fourth place, Tyrant's Treasure Blade, Dark Gold Equipment, owned by War God by Chi. The next few are all gold equipment, so no need to mention them. The rest of the rankings won't be listed here to avoid padding the word count, that would be too lame. The top spot on the military general's ranking belongs to Li Tsuanxiao. He's not on the wealth list, which shows there are still plenty of wealthy people. He ranks second on the overall power leaderboard. A guy who joined the game a week late actually climbed to the top of various leaderboards in just one day. This is absolutely mind-blowing for many players. After 22 attempts at the second-tier stronghold, just as Zhang Han was grinding to the point of exhaustion, he finally obtained the intermediate government blueprint. At this point, the entire Huafu region already has 100 intermediate-level villages. But so far, no advanced villages have appeared. At this moment, Zhang Han already had 1,200 second-tier soldiers behind him. 1,200 soldiers already constitute a considerable force, especially in the early stages. But in Zhang Hang's eyes, everything was far from it. To dominate the empire's conquest, it's impossible without millions of high-tier troops. Next, let's continue to conquer the third-level mountain stronghold. The number of bandits in the third-tier mountain stronghold has reached 1,000. Among these 1,000, there are archers and infantrymen, already forming a considerable force. To wipe out such a stronghold would require squandering a significant amount of military strength. The rewards for this kind of knockoff are also very generous. Under the leadership of Zhang Han and Li Tsuanxiao, the troops appeared outside the gates of a third-tier mountain fortress. Chapter 12, Benefits and Risks Coexist. The defenses of the third-tier counterfeiters have been reduced to wooden barriers. My lord! These bandits are numerous and powerful. We must attack with all our might and take the fortress in one go. If we get bogged down in a stalemate, it will inevitably result in casualties among our soldiers. Li Tsuanxiao narrowed his eyes, gazing at the numerous bandits within the mountain fortress, and spoke in a low, firm voice. Zhang Hong nodded and said, Tsuanxiao, lead the heavy cavalry to charge in. I will lead the crossbow cavalry to cover you. Once I'm inside, I'll use the divide and conquer tactic to minimize our losses. Heavy cavalry, follow me into battle. Li Tsuanxiao roared, his tiger-like eyes widening. The yellow-coated horse beneath him let out a loud neigh, charging forward like a whirlwind toward the mountain fortress. Crossbow cavalry. Fire. Zhang Hong stood at the rear, issuing firing orders to the crossbow cavalry. The crossbow arrows were powerful, suppressing the archers inside the city and preventing them from firing their arrows. Li Tsuanxiao charged to the main gate, raised the Yu-Wang spear, and struck the sturdy wooden door with all his might. Crack! After a loud bang, the wooden door was instantly smashed into pieces. Then, Yu-Wang's spear suddenly thrust upward, sending the shattered wooden door flying through the air into the courtyard. Crack! The bandits lying on their backs couldn't dodge in time and were knocked to the ground by the wooden door. Kill! Kill! The third-tier bandits, possessing some intelligence, brandished their weapons and charged toward Li Tsuanxiao and his men. Zhang Han led the crossbow cavalry in hot pursuit, firing a volley of arrows that left the bandits in disarray, with many killed or wounded. Suddenly, hundreds more bandits burst out from the depths of the bandits' lair. Zhang Hong didn't hesitate and triggered the divide and conquer strategy. Divide and conquer. Ding, divide and conquer successful. Obtained 1 mountain bandit tier 3 grunt gunner. Gained 100 experience. Ding, sowing discord successful. Obtained 1 mountain bandit tier 3 archer minion. Gained 100 experience. A series of system notifications echoed in Zhang Heng's mind. In the blink of an eye, over 100 system alerts appeared. Zhang Hong took a moment to process the information. Zhang Hong took a quick inventory and discovered that in just one encounter, he had obtained over 50 third-tier soldiers. Once these third-tier soldiers joined the player's camp, they immediately brandished their spears or bows and arrows, unleashing a barrage of attacks on the surrounding enemy camps. There will be no friendly fire here. All generals and soldiers from our own camp will not inflict a single wound on their allies. This is something Zhang Hong isn't afraid of. Unfortunately, the spell has a range limit. Otherwise, he could have thrown it from outside the village gate and subdued a large group, then coordinated an inside-outside attack. Wouldn't that have been much smoother? The intense battle raged on for 6 minutes. Zhang Hong released the divide spell again, capturing 22 third-tier soldiers, and finally ended the battle. Zhang Hong released another round of disintegration inside, gaining 22 third-tier soldiers before finally ending the battle. Ding, congratulations, player. You have reached level 16. Battle ended. Zhang Hong leveled up, gained 72 third-tier soldiers, but lost 3 heavy cavalry and 2 crossbow cavalry. Losing 5 soldiers was a bitter pill for Zhang Hong to swallow, but there was nothing he could do about it. Compared to Zhang Heng's financial loss, Li Xuanxiao felt both heartbroken and furious. My lord, it is all my fault for failing to take proper care of the soldiers. Please punish me. Looking at the 5 lifeless bodies lying on the ground, Li Xuanxiao felt deeply remorseful. Xuanxiao. A true man must be able to pick up and let go. Besides, death is inevitable for all, and no one can defy their orders. This is not your fault. Without their fearless spirit, this battle would not have been won. Losing a few soldiers today is nothing. Don't forget, we gained 72 soldiers in this battle. That means our ranks will only grow stronger and larger. Risk and reward go hand in hand. Without risk, there can be no reward. Get up. Zhang Hong did not blame Li Xuanxiao but instead encouraged and comforted him. Come on, this is the perfect opportunity to earn loyalty points. Sure enough. Ding, 5-star general, Li Xuanxiao is deeply moved and grateful, with loyalty increased by 2 points. Li Xuanxiao's current loyalty is 96 points. Zhang Hong wore a satisfied expression. Next, he walked into the bandits' hall. Inside, he spotted a silver treasure chest. Ding, congratulations to player Chunlong for obtaining 10 silver resource packs, 10 high-level government blueprints, 10 advanced healing pills, 500 ingots, and 500 reputation points. 500 ingots. This will just cover the loss of the 5 soldiers. Zhang Hong couldn't help but smile. Zhang Hong let out a faint smile. This battle, no matter how many lives were lost, was definitely a surefire profit. Setting aside the ingots, the tenfold drop rate alone would make him rich beyond his wildest dreams. Especially the blueprints for high-level government buildings. He was confident that as long as he listed them on the market, buyers would rush to purchase them. After all, with the current level of the 3rd-tier mountain fortress, without sufficient combat strength, no one dared to even attempt to raid it. At this point, all 46 blueprints he had listed on the market had already been sold successfully. Regardless of how players obtain the in-game currency, the blueprints on the market are undoubtedly in short supply. This time, he directly obtained 10 extremely rare high-level government blueprints. Probably, these 10 blueprints could at least net him 10,000 gold coins, right? 10,000 gold coins are more than enough to train 100 heavy cavalrymen. Compared to losing a few soldiers, it's really not much. After a quick headcount, Zhang Hong shifted his focus to the next mountain fortress. Just then, a notification sound rang out in the real world. Zhang Hong froze for a moment, glanced at the time, and realized it was already past 7 p.m. Before he knew it, he had been engrossed in the game for 7 hours. By this time, his stomach was growling loudly. He ordered Li Xuanxiao to have the soldiers rest in place while he logged off to eat. The meal was already prepared, delicious and appetizing, making him hungry. The woman taking care of his daily needs was in her 50s. Zhang Hong had only met her for the first time, so he nodded slightly in greeting. Just then, Zhang Heng's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Zhang Hong answered the call. Zhang Hong. You should be done with the game by now, right? How does it feel? Have you started building the city yet? This woman is none other than Chen Xianxuan. Not bad. Zhang Hong responded. That puts my mind at ease. But you've got to keep up the good work. By the way, my name is Qian Xiao Yanyan. I'm now a prominent figure on the rankings, and I have 1,000 first-tier soldiers under my command. Once I obtain the precise city relocation order, I'll move my city there and develop it alongside you. Chen Xianxuan said with a touch of joy. All right. Zhang Hong responded with a smile. Remember, when facing a strong enemy, don't confront them head-on. If you spot a ceasefire symbol in the market, buy it no matter how high the price. The ceasefire symbol is absolutely the rarest item in the future. The exchange for in-game currency is not yet available. Wait for the soft currency exchange to be enabled. I will invest 100 million in you as soon as it's available. In the future empire building competition, you will definitely have a place. Alright, I'll sign off for now. I'll call you back later. With that, he hung up the phone. Chapter 13, another talented individual comes to visit. In the future struggle for imperial dominance, you will certainly have your place. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng's lips curled into a wry smile. He never would have imagined that Chen Xianxuan would go out of his way to help him when he was at his lowest point. He recalled all the little moments they shared as children. After dinner, Zhang Hong exercised a bit and then got into the game. My lord. As soon as Zhang Hong appeared, Li Xuanxiao bowed his fist in greeting. Attack the mountain fortress. Zhang Heng's eyes blazed with the fire of revenge. He would reclaim everything that belonged to him. Li Tsuanxiao leaped onto his horse, brandishing the Yuwang spear, and roared, leading the entire army into battle. Charge! Behind them, over 1,000 soldiers roared in unison, following Li Tsuanxiao and Zhang Heng as they charged toward the mountain fortress. Bang! After a loud bang, the wooden fence in front of the mountain fortress was instantly shattered into pieces by Yuwang's spear. Li Tsuanxiao, with his extraordinary strength, swung the heavy Yuwang spear with such ease that it seemed as light as the branches of a willow tree. With a single strike, he smashed through the mountain fortress's main gate, and the heavy cavalry behind him charged forward, rushing into the interior. The crossbow cavalry in the rear were not to be outdone, and also fired arrows from their crossbows. The crossbow's immense power sent the bandits lying face up crashing heavily to the ground. As soon as the two sides clashed, Li Tsuanxiao wielded the Yuwang spear, sweeping through the enemy ranks and killing 4 or 5 bandits in quick succession. Seeing this, the bandits retreated in panic, their eyes filled with fear. Zhang Heng charged forward, saying nothing, and cast a spell to sow discord. In an instant, a series of system alerts echoed through Zhang Heng's mind. Li Tsuanxiao's bravery had a strong visual impact on the bandits, who were no match for him, causing them to panic. In their panic, the bandits were no match for the divide and conquer tactic, and most of them surrendered, successfully divided and conquered. In this instance, an astonishing 108 bandits were successfully divided and conquered. Zhang Heng was speechless with astonishment. Li Tsuanxiao led his heavy cavalry in a swift charge, while the crossbowmen in the rear switched weapons and charged recklessly, slaughtering the bandits until they were in disarray. The fierce battle lasted less than 5 minutes before it ended. This time, 2 heavy cavalrymen were lost. Li Tsuanxiao's expression was somewhat gloomy, but he was mostly filled with sorrow. Zhang Heng ordered Li Tsuanxiao to clean up the battlefield and tend to the wounded while he entered the hall. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlu for obtaining 10 silver resource packs, 10 advanced blood spirit pills, 10 silver truce charms, 10 advanced blacksmith shop blueprints, 500 yuan bao, and 500 reputation. Upon seeing the treasures inside the treasure chest, Zhang Heng's face lit up with a brilliant smile. Indeed, raiding bandit camps is the most effective shortcut to becoming the strongest. Over the next 2 hours, they cleared another 12 level 3 knockoffs. With prior experience under their belts, the two worked together more seamlessly, and by the end, they managed to get through without any casualties, though injuries were inevitable. Even Zhang Heng couldn't avoid getting injured, but fortunately, he was wearing white tiger armor, otherwise his abdomen would have been sliced open by a wide gash. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlu for reaching level 20. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlu for receiving 10 silver resource packs, 10 advanced market blueprints, 10 advanced medical clinic blueprints, 500 yuan bao, and 500 reputation. This outpost has directly generated all the missing market blueprints and medical clinic blueprints. Zhang Heng was thoroughly satisfied and ordered Li Tsuanxiao to sound the retreat and return to the city. Before returning to the city, Zhang Heng took stock of all the gains obtained during this sortie. Second-tier soldiers obtained 1,200. Third-tier soldiers received 1,318. Bronze resource packs 220 and 150 silver resource packs were obtained. Bronze truce symbols 30, silver truce symbols 20. Precision city relocation orders 20, provincial level city relocation orders 10. Intermediate blood spirit pills 30, advanced blood spirit pills 20. Intermediate demon spirit pill 20 units, advanced demon spirit pill 10 units. Intermediate healing pills 10, advanced healing pills 10. Bronze village founding token 20. Yuan bao obtained 9,700, reputation obtained 11,900. The remaining blueprints will not be listed individually. This trip out of the city was definitely a huge success, but unfortunately, the number of soldiers is still too few, with only 2,518 obtained. Adding the remaining 41 heavy cavalry and 50 crossbow cavalry from before, we now have a total of 2,609 soldiers. That's still quite impressive, at least increasing the number of soldiers by nearly 20 times. Perhaps the next time we go out, we can reach tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. On the way back to the city, Zhang Heng couldn't help but show a look of anticipation for his next trip out of town. This time, they were aiming straight for a level 4 mountain fortress. The number of soldiers at the level 4 mountain fortress has reached 5,000 bandits. With so many bandits, even a conservative estimate of a single diversionary attack would likely result in at least 400 or 500 bandits being drawn away. 400 or 500 in one attack, 10 attacks would amount to 4,000 or 5,000. In less than a week, you'll have the ability to attack the system's major cities. Half an hour later, over 2,000 troops returned triumphantly to the city. The players surrounding the city had all disappeared, likely realizing it was impossible to enter the village, and wisely departed. After just a few hours, the number of civilians within the city had surged to over 4,000. At this point, the system's forum was once again flooded with posts. The population capacity of a junior city has reached an astonishing 4,000? Are you kidding me? Their medium-sized cities only have 1,000 people. Zhang Hong had just returned to the city and hadn't even had time to arrange for the soldiers when Old Li hurried over excitedly. Village Chief! Village Chief! Great news, fantastic news! Today, our village has welcomed a master of internal affairs. This expert is truly remarkable. Just a few simple words left this old man in awe. Old Li exclaimed excitedly, Village Chief, you must absolutely keep this talented individual here. With him around, our Chenlong village will surely rise to great heights and soar to new heights. Old Mr. Li's expression was extremely excited, as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Chapter 14, Zhang Juzheng, the strongest in domestic affairs. Zhang Hong handed the soldiers over to Li Tsuanxiao to manage, then led the old man Li toward the government office. Inside the government office, Zhang Hong saw an elderly man in his 60s, dressed in gray robes, well-dressed, with a 3-inch beard under his chin. The old man was robust and vigorous, with a sharp mind. He stood with his hands behind his back, examining a map on the wall. This map depicted the village and its surroundings within a radius of 200 square meters. The arrival of Zhang Hong and the other two caused the old man to instinctively turn his body. The old man's attributes had already entered Zhang Heng's mind. Character, Zhang Juzheng. Era, Ming Dynasty. Rank, 10th tier, level 90. Quality, 5 stars. Strength, 40. Command, 60. Strategy, 95. Politics, 109. Character introduction, a prime minister of the Ming Dynasty, renowned for his exceptional domestic governance. Political attributes, insight, diligence, and discipline. Insight identify shortcomings and actively improve. Enhance all city defenses by 30. Diligent governance and love for the people earn the hearts of the citizens. Increase resource production in the city by 30. Discipline abundant resources and a prosperous nation. Reduce the consumption of citizens and soldiers within the city by 10. It's Zhang Juzheng. For Zhang Hong, who had a fair understanding of historical figures, it was immediately clear that Zhang Juzheng was no ordinary man. This elderly statesman had played a pivotal role during the Ming Dynasty. The one-whip system drove reforms in the Ming Dynasty, reforming the tax system. Not only did it streamline tax collection, but it also curbed corruption among local officials, thereby ensuring that the national treasury was adequately funded. This was truly the work of a master of domestic governance. With him in charge, the city's development is sure to keep rising. Setting aside his achievements and eventual fate during the Ming Dynasty, now that this prominent figure has arrived here, he must remain here even if it means tying him to this ship with ropes. I have long heard of the village chief's dedication to governance and love for the people, as well as his strategic vision. This old man has traveled thousands of miles to seek refuge here. Upon meeting the village chief today, I find him truly deserving of his reputation. This old man is deeply impressed and humbly bows before you. Zhang Juzheng spoke with great respect, neither humble nor arrogant. That bow left Zhang Hong feeling both honored and a bit overwhelmed. You're too kind, old master. Zhang Hong was extremely humble. At this point, Zhang Hong feigned sorrow and sighed, with chaos upon us, the people are struggling to survive. Many are barely clothed, starving, and even a place to call home has become a luxury. Every time I think of this, my heart aches with sorrow for the people. Now that I have managed to build this village, it is my duty to take in the homeless and homeless people, provide them with food and shelter, and allow them to live happy, fulfilling lives in peace and prosperity. My lord, please accept this humble bow from an old man. As soon as Zhang Hong finished speaking, Zhang Juzheng immediately bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. His eyes were teary, and his expression was filled with grief, as if he were a seasoned actor who had just stepped into a crying scene. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlong for recruiting the 5-star political genius Zhang Juzheng. Zhang Juzheng's current loyalty is 90. Once loyalty reaches 100, he will never betray you. If loyalty drops below 60, he will choose to betray you. A pleasant system notification suddenly echoed in Zhang Heng's mind. Zhang Heng's inner energy surged with joy. Notice, players have captured the 5-star political genius Zhang Juzheng. As the top political strategist in the game, a system announcement appears. Should players choose to hide his name? Hide. Zhang Hong hurriedly said. System announcement, player XX has been granted a golden opportunity and demonstrated exceptional luck. They have recruited the 5-star domestic affairs expert Zhang Juzheng. This is a special in-game announcement. After 3 consecutive events, a major stir has once again erupted in the game. 2 prominent figures appeared in a single day. What's going on here? The game has been out for a week, and not a single 5-star character has appeared yet, and now 2 have appeared in a single day? Mr. Zhang, there's no need for formalities. Having your assistance is an immense honor for me. With you here, Chunlong Village will surely thrive and rise to prominence. With you here, the people of Chunlong Village will surely be deeply grateful. Flattery doesn't cost anything, and saying more can even boost loyalty, so Zhang Hong couldn't resist showing off his eloquence and spoke a few more words. Sure enough, after this exchange, Zhang Juzheng's loyalty had risen to 93 points. Next, the two discussed further plans and layouts for the city's future. It must be said that this political mastermind is truly remarkable. With just a few words, he had the entire city's plans laid out in meticulous detail. Old Mr. Li, standing nearby, was utterly speechless with astonishment. With Zhang Zhuzhen, the master of domestic affairs, around, Zhang Hong could finally relax a bit. However, while domestic affairs can be relaxed, recruiting troops will require significant investment of time and effort. This guy is a war maniac. Back when I used to play strategy games, I spent a fortune on in-game purchases. In a single day, I recruited troops, captured cities, and defeated those pretentious fools, leaving them hanging their heads in shame like turtles hiding in their shells. Zhang Heng's past achievements are no mere boast. Back then, he hadn't yet gone abroad for his studies, and with his wealthy family, he didn't think twice about spending money on games. Whenever he saw someone he didn't like, it was just 2 words: spend money. Even more impressive is that he once went all out to dominate the region for Chen Xianxuan. What does dominating the area even mean? At that time, he fully embodied the saying, a moment of anger for a beauty, to the fullest extent. Speaking of which, all of that is history now. The difference is that back then, he spent money for fun, but now it's to turn his life around. The two concepts are different. In the former, he could act without restraint, but in the latter, he has lost his main source of support. But now, it seems like only massing troops in war can make you stronger. How could he possibly be like an old turtle, suppressing his inner injuries and developing slowly? Right now isn't the time to relax. He needs to upgrade the city as quickly as possible, bringing it up to intermediate level, and eventually to advanced level. Only when everything is taken care of can he relax. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Li, I now intend to upgrade the village to an advanced village, which will allow our village to expand its area and increase its population capacity. However, this process may involve additional tasks, so I kindly request your continued support and assistance in the matters that follow. Zhang Hong said softly. What? Upgrade the village? To a higher level? Li Laoda was startled, looking utterly astonished. On the other hand, Zhang Zhuzhen merely furrowed his brows, showing none of the shock or disbelief. This is the difference between the two. Upgrading to a higher level city requires sufficient resources, and time is no longer a factor, but obtaining the blueprint might be a bit challenging, right? Zhang Zhuzhen has already checked the village's current resource quantities through the government interface, as well as the 3 talents Zhang Hong possesses. This was precisely why this influential figure was determined to stay here no matter what. Chapter 15, The First Advanced Village. As high-ranking figures within the system, they possess foresight and have been imbued with knowledge of many events that can be anticipated. Ha ha! Zhang Lao, there's no need to worry. Everything is already in place. We can now upgrade the city's level. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Hong began to upgrade the government offices. Level 6 Government Office. Village Chief, 1 person. Villagers, 100. Time, 10 hours. Food, 20,000. Iron ore, 10,000. Wood, 150,000. Stone, 20,000. Silver coins, 20,000. After Zhang Hong obtained the upgrade key, the government office was promoted to level 6 amid the clanging sounds of metal. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlong for successfully upgrading Chunlong village to an intermediate level village. Keep up the good work and keep moving forward. Ding! After Chunlong village has been upgraded to an intermediate village, 20 additional plots of land have been added. The total area has expanded to 5 square kilometers, and the administrative area has expanded to 2 square kilometers. Additionally, new buildings have been added, 1 academy, 1 of each of the 3 types of barracks, 1 divine mechanics camp, 1 watchtower, 1 inn, and 1 restaurant. Academy A place for reading and learning to enhance intelligence. At level 1, the academy increases each soldier's 3 basic attributes by 10, boosts the enthusiasm of citizens within the city by 10, increases citizen activity by 10, and raises the intelligence of both citizens and soldiers by 2 points. Divine Mechanics Corps can research large-scale siege weapons, including catapults and ballistae. Watchtower defensive structure that enhances the village's basic defenses. Inn provides lodging for traveling merchants, increasing the village's prosperity and reputation. Restaurant restores the stamina of villagers and attracts travelers to dine, thereby increasing the village's prosperity and reputation. Previously, Zhang Hong had kept the blueprints for these basic structures. Now they come in handy. 7th rank Government Office. Village Chief, 1 person. Villagers, 200. Blacksmith Department, Level 6. Divine Mechanics Corps, Level 6. Time, 24 hours. Food, 30,000. Iron ore, 20,000. Wood, 250,000. Stone, 30,000. Silver coins, 30,000. Seeing these restrictions, Zhang Hong had no choice but to upgrade the blacksmith department to level 6. Level 6 Blacksmith Department. Level 6 Blacksmith Department. 1 intermediate blacksmith. Junior blacksmith 1 position available. Time, 10 hours. Food, 180,000. Iron ore, 10,000. Wood, 10,000. Stone, 30,000. Silver coins, 20,000. Upgrade. Zhang Heng directly opened the upgrade interface and upgraded the blacksmith department to level 6. After an hour of running around, the large buildings within the city were gradually upgraded. As the buildings within the city were gradually upgraded, not only did the prosperity of the village increase, but the morale of the citizens also rose slightly. After the village was upgraded to intermediate level, a system announcement was made. Major players are once again in an uproar. The village hasn't even been built for a day yet and it's already been upgraded to intermediate level. What's going on here? Doesn't upgrading buildings take time? If you have to pay to upgrade, how much would that cost? The game hasn't even launched its in-app purchase system yet. How is he supposed to spend money on it? Where do the high value in-game currency come from? Could it be that this guy is really involved with a GM? Or maybe Empire Conquest is just his family business? Players are feeling envious and resentful, but they dare not post freely to vent their frustration. After all, the big boss behind the scenes has already spoken. For a moment, the trolls turned red with anger, with no outlet for their frustration. They were probably all about to burst from holding it in. But what they didn't expect was yet to come. Because today, Chunlu Village isn't just upgrading to intermediate level, it's upgrading to advanced level. Seeing that all the buildings in the city had been upgraded to level 10, Zhang Heng couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Next up was upgrading the village to an advanced level. Upon arriving at the village hall, it was empty, and it seemed like the village had been upgraded, with the two elderly administrators busy elsewhere. Level 11 Government Office. Village Chief, 1 person. Villagers, 800. Blacksmith Department, level 10. Market, level 10. Medical Clinic, level 10. Time, 15 days. Food, 150,000. Iron ore, 100,000. Wood, 70,000. Stone, 120,000. Silver coins, 100,000. With all resources and demands met, Zhang Heng didn't hesitate for a moment and pressed the button to upgrade the advanced city. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlu. Your level 11 government office has been successfully upgraded. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlu for successfully upgrading Chunlu Village to an advanced village. Keep up the good work and keep moving forward. Ding! After Chunlu Village has been upgraded to an advanced village, 30 additional plots of land have been added. The area has expanded to 10 square kilometers, and the administrative region has expanded to 5 square kilometers. Additionally, new buildings have been added, 2 of each of the 3 types of barracks, 2 divine mechanics camps, 1 watchtower, 1 inn, 1 restaurant, 1 drunken moon pavilion, 1 money house, and 1 stone wall. Drunken Moon Pavilion, a place of earthly pleasures, providing entertainment and leisure for the people. It enhances the city's fame, prosperity, and economic index. Money House, a place where the people store their wealth. Ding! Since Chunlu Village is the first player in the entire server to upgrade to an advanced village, a special reward is granted, 1 special building Bloody Divine Machine Camp, 1 gold resource pack, and 1 legendary general card. Chapter 16, Recruit Government Guards. Bloody Divine Mechanics core can research and develop large-scale siege weapons, including mighty catapults and terrifying bed crossbows. The terrifying bed crossbows and mighty catapults developed will have reduced size but increased power, with simplified operation. Enhance the destructive power of terrifying bed crossbows and mighty catapults by 50%, and add explosive effects to the crossbow arrows. Powerful. Powerful. Upon seeing the attribute description above, 2 words drifted from Zhang Heng's lips. Legendary General Card. Upon summoning, you can randomly obtain a 3-star or 5-star Legendary General. System announcement, player Chunlu, after enduring countless hardships, has successfully upgraded Chunlu Village to an advanced village. As the first advanced village in the entire server, the system grants a generous reward as an incentive. Special Building Bloody Divine Machine Camp 1, Golden Resource Pack 1, Legendary General Card 1. 3 consecutive announcements have once again sent all players in the server into a frenzy. This time, players couldn't stay calm anymore and rushed to the forums, but this time, they weren't venting their anger, they were venting their frustration. Simply venting their frustrations. Extremely long construction time. Rare construction blueprints. Scarce high-value resources. For a city to develop rapidly, these 3 elements are indispensable. Each of them presents a monumental challenge for players. But now, someone has overcome this challenge and upgraded the city from low level to high level in just 1 hour. Oh my goodness, how much resources and time does that require? Players are buzzing about these 3 topics, sparking heated debates. Ultimately, the official website's top executive stepped in with a straightforward, practical solution that addressed the issue without any bugs, putting an end to the players' complaints. Zhang Heng ignored all of this. He didn't have time to pay attention to it. He had plenty of other tasks to tackle next. After checking the resources, he found that only 400,000 remained, which was severely insufficient. Immediately, Zhang Heng unlocked the 220 bronze resource packs and 150 silver resource packs obtained from the recent operation to eliminate the counterfeit operations. Each bronze resource pack contains 10,000 units, totaling 220 million units of each resource. Silver resource pack, 150 units 50,000, each type of resource obtains 750,000. Over 300 resource packs instantly stocked up the warehouse. If other players found out about this, they'd probably be cursing up a storm. While they were still struggling over a few thousand resources, Zhang Heng had already obtained nearly 10 million in abundant resources. This is no joke. Clanging and banging, after a series of strikes, the government office was upgraded to level 12. After upgrading the government office to level 12, I headed to the blacksmith's workshop and upgraded it to level 12 as well. Next, upgrade the market, barracks, infirmary, academy, and other buildings one by one to level 12. Then return to upgrade the government office, following the same pattern, running back and forth between various locations in the village. This was a bit tragic. Upgrading the buildings doesn't take much time, but running back and forth in the village has already taken over an hour. After the village was upgraded to an advanced level, its area expanded to 10 square kilometers. It seems like next time I upgrade the village, I'll have to get a horse. Otherwise, running back and forth like this will either kill me from waiting or exhaust me to death. If I die from exhaustion, wouldn't that make me the first bizarre death in the Empire's conquest? I wonder if such an oddball death would grant a system reward after death. Zhang Heng quietly wiped a cold sweat from his brow. After an hour of hard work, the major buildings in Chunlu village finally reached level 15. At the same time, the village underwent a major transformation. The government office now has a large courtyard with side rooms on both sides. In the center of the courtyard, there are artificial hills, flowing water, and a grand gate. At the entrance, there are two massive stone pillars shaped like mythical beasts, symbolizing the warding off of evil and bringing good fortune. Across from the government office is the academy, which also has a gate, classrooms, a long corridor, a garden, resting rooms, and a kitchen and dining hall. The blacksmith's shop, the clinic, and other major buildings have also undergone changes. The wooden fences surrounding the city have been replaced by stone walls approximately 3 meters high and 2 meters thick. This has inadvertently enhanced the city's safety and prosperity, and instantly raised public morale to the maximum level of 100. All of this signifies that Chunlu village has officially entered a new phase of development. However, as the population grows, conflicts among the villagers are inevitable. Once these conflicts escalate, they must be resolved. Additionally, with so many people flowing into the city, it is inevitable that there will be thieves, bullies, and other unsavory characters. These individuals engage in criminal activities, harming the people, and will have a significant negative impact on the morale of the village. This means that what we urgently need to develop now is the guard force, more specifically, the official guard force. It seems I must consult with Zhang Zhuzheng. Only by preparing for the future can we handle any crises that arise. Managing a village is no simple task. Zhang Heng hadn't even stepped out of the government office when Zhang Zhuzheng, moving slowly with the gait of an elderly man, hurriedly arrived at the government office. Village chief. The village has suddenly undergone such a major change, and many problems have emerged. At present, all 4 city gates are open. Migrants are flooding in. We must immediately recruit local militia, expand the government's security forces, strengthen security measures throughout the city, and strictly prevent criminals and troublemakers from entering the city. Additionally, the increase in population will inevitably lead to various minor conflicts. We must resolve these issues promptly. Therefore, the establishment of government guards is now an urgent priority. Zhang Zhuzheng spoke eloquently, enunciating clearly, and succinctly identified the greatest flaw of the current situation. Zhang Zhuzheng truly lived up to his reputation as the first chancellor of the Ming dynasty. Zhang Lao is absolutely right. I was just about to discuss this matter with Zhang Lao. Zhang Heng said, "The guards are indeed an urgent matter at the moment. I have appointed you as the head of the government office and appointed Mr. Li as your deputy. From now on, regardless of whether the guards have been formed or not, whenever there is a major conflict in the city, if the guards are unable to resolve it, there is no need to inform me. Proceed directly to the barracks to mobilize troops and resolve the conflict, and restore order." Zhang Heng couldn't possibly stay in the game all the time. He definitely needed to log off to eat and rest. If a major conflict breaks out in the city and Zhang Heng happens to be offline, wouldn't that escalate the situation? Zhang Zhuzheng's political skill is 109, but his intelligence isn't bad either, with a high 95, plus an additional 2 points from the academy, bringing his intelligence directly to 97. The old minister accepts the mission. Upon hearing Zhang Heng appoint him as the head of the government office, Zhang Zhuzheng was overcome with gratitude, never expecting to be entrusted with such an important role so soon. Note, Zhang Zhuzheng is deeply moved and grateful, and his loyalty has been boosted by 1 point. Now at 94 points. Chapter 17, Selling Blueprints in the Market. So, Mr. Zhang, do you think we should recruit guards by selecting soldiers from the military camp or by choosing them from among the common people? Zhang Heng asked. Zhang Zhuzheng frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, "Soldiers are indeed good, each strong and brave. But training soldiers is no easy task. If we select guards from among the soldiers, we might be wasting good steel on the wrong blade, a true waste of talent. The old minister believes that recruiting from the common people is a better option. I just made a patrol and found that there are still many strong and brave warriors in the village. I believe that with proper training, these people can take on the role of guards. This would also reduce the village's expenses significantly and allow us to make better use of suitable talent. Zhang Zhuzheng said. All right. Let's proceed accordingly. Zhang Hong clapped his hands and said. Then how will the guards' salaries be paid? Zhang Zhuzheng asked again. What does old Zhang think? Zhang Hong asked. According to past practice, the guards receive 100 silver coins per month. Before Zhang Zhuzheng could finish speaking, Zhang Hong interjected, I'll pay them 200 silver coins. As long as they fulfill their duties diligently, wages are not an issue. All right. The Lord was gracious and generous, which made Zhang Zhuzheng feel very at ease. This meant that his salary would also be very high in the future. How could Zhang Zhuzheng not feel delighted? Ding, Zhang Zhuzheng is pleased, and his loyalty has increased by 1 point. It has reached 95 points. Is that okay? Zhang Hong paused for a moment and said, then let's go recruit guards right now. My lord, please wait a moment. This old servant will draft the recruitment proclamation at once. Having secured his position, Zhang Zhuzheng's title changed from village chief to lord. This also clearly demonstrates that Zhang Zhuzheng recognized Zhang Hong and recognized Chunlu village. A few minutes later, Zhang Hong and Zhang Zhuzheng arrived at the central square of the village with their recruitment proclamation. The space was spacious, and after Zhang Zhuzheng posted the recruitment notices on the wall, a large crowd of villagers quickly gathered around. The government is recruiting guards with generous benefits 200 silver coins per month. Those who are strong, hardworking, and dedicated to their duties are encouraged to apply. The number of positions is limited, so act quickly. Upon seeing the announcement, many villagers were overjoyed and rushed home immediately. Soon, a large crowd gathered around the area. One after another, they came forward with their hands raised to sign up. Zhang Hong sat to the side, enjoying the leisure. Zhang Zhuzheng held all the power, handling both registration and personnel selection. It must be said that Zhang Zhuzheng was truly skilled in assessing people. The quality of the guards he selected was at least at the 2-star level. A total of 500 government guards were recruited this time. Each city gate will be guarded by 50 men. The remaining 300 men will patrol back and forth within the city walls. 100 are stationed at the government offices, ready to be dispatched at any time. We had originally planned to recruit more, but Zhang Zhuzheng saw that the remaining candidates were of mixed quality, so he decided to call it a day. These were only temporarily recruited to maintain order within the city. As for the soldiers to defend the city, Zhang Han would definitely not use these people. His garrison troops must all come from the imperial barracks. After a flurry of activity, Zhang Zhuzheng selected 10 individuals with the skill level of 3-star heroes and appointed them as captains, each commanding 50 guards. With 500 guards, there must be 500 sets of equipment. Zhang Hong went to the blacksmith department and met with Lin Meng, the intermediate blacksmith there. Lin Meng had a broad back and powerful shoulders, with muscles as strong as those of Li Zuanxiao. But these qualities mean little in comparison to Li Zuanxiao. When it comes to true strength, they are worlds apart. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a blacksmith. In times of chaos, those who are brave and strategic are bound to become great heroes of their time. After chatting with Lin Meng for a while, Zhang Hong purchased a batch of meticulously crafted equipment from him and paid him a hefty commission. He then spent some silver coins at the blacksmith's system store to purchase several hundred sets of equipment before finally getting up and leaving. The equipment purchased from the blacksmith's department were all low-level items, which could only be worn by system characters such as guards, militiamen, and soldiers. Players cannot equip them. All equipment for the armies recruited by players must be purchased here. After distributing everything at the government office, Zhang Hong finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least he had resolved this major issue for now. However, there were still many tasks awaiting him in the days ahead. The market. The village chief is here? Upon seeing Zhang Hong arrive, the manager hurriedly greeted him warmly. This man was named Ma Lai. He looked shrewd and was a distant cousin of old Li, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to secure such a position. This is a great job getting paid as village chief, sitting in a chair all day, sipping tea, keeping an eye on the market goods, snapping photos of anything useful, and ignoring the rest. At least before the players arrive, there will only be Zhang Hong, the village chief, here. So, this place is a dead-end job. What rare things have appeared today? Zhang Hong casually stared at the newly refreshed treasure and asked. Not only are there rare treasures being sold by players, but there are also treasures randomly sold by the system. A few truce charms appeared, along with several silver-grade Xiliang. However, the prices were too exorbitant, so I didn't purchase any. Ma Lai hurriedly said respectfully. Zhang Hong glanced around and indeed spotted several black iron ceasefire talismans and silver-grade Xiliang. But at this price, it's really not worth mentioning. The price of a single black iron truce symbol has reached 10,000 gold coins. 10,000 gold coins is equivalent to 10,000 yuan. And the ceasefire duration of a black iron ceasefire symbol is only 24 hours. If the system were to enable in-game purchases for currency exchange, there might actually be people willing to buy it, but who would buy it now? Anyone who buys it is an idiot. Take a look at the silver grade Xiliang. A single horse is priced at 20,000 taels of silver. If it were a gold grade horse, Zhang Heng might consider purchasing it, but the silver grade one really isn't worth it. Zhang Heng didn't waste any more time here. He immediately took out the extra building blueprints and posted them all up. Chapter 18, Accidentally Becoming the Richest Man. Intermediate level architectural blueprints are priced at 500 ingots each. Advanced drawings are priced based on the specific requirements. According to the combat power rankings, very few players can currently defeat a level 3 outpost, and while many cities have already been upgraded to intermediate level, the lack of advanced building blueprints is the sole reason for the current stagnation. Especially the blueprints for high-level government buildings. Currently, the most valuable items are high-level government blueprints. With high-level government blueprints, you can upgrade to a high-level village first. Zhang Heng chuckled lightly, glanced at the wealth rankings, and immediately raised the price of the advanced government office blueprints to 3,000 gold coins each. Here's a rough update on the wealth rankings. First place, Wealth Entertainment, 51,234 ingots. Second place, The Unscrupulous, 48,342 ingots. Third place, Beauty Conquers All, 47,110 ingots. Fourth place, War God by Chi, 45,008 ingots. Fifth place, Imperial Clan Powerhouse, 43,567 ingots. Sixth place, Prosperous Dragon, 42,888 ingots. Seventh place, The Sword Remains Sharp, 42,345 ingots. Eighth place, A Gentle Smile, 41,666 ingots. Ninth place, Silent Lamb, 40,342 ingots. 10th place, The Soul Winner, 40,001 ingots. It seems like everyone is still quite wealthy. Even the 10th place finisher has surpassed 40,000 ingots. Zhang Heng knew that these individuals were wealthy because they had a large following in their own professional gold farming teams. They only farm second-tier knockoffs, and they hire players to do it. They lead players to farm the outposts and ultimately reap the rewards themselves. And these people may all be real employees or people who are actually employed. Second-tier knockoffs drop coins, while first-tier ones don't. Third-tier knockoffs have too many bandits, so going there is a suicide mission. Of course, the top 10 wealthy players have already begun to conquer the third-tier bandit camps and start farming building blueprints. Overall, with so many people in such overwhelming numbers, how could the amount of ingots not increase? It is precisely because a city has so many players to support it that it develops so quickly. On the other hand, in Zhangheng City, there's only one player himself, so everything has to be handled by him. Zhang Heng is ranked 28th on the wealth list with 29,800 ingots. These coins, plus the 9,700 coins obtained from clearing the fake village this time, and the 4,600 coins from selling 46 blueprints at the market last time. But now, he might just become the richest person in the entire server. All 9 high-level government building blueprints have been priced at 30,000 ingots and listed on the market. All barracks blueprints are priced at 5,000 ingots. The Divine Mechanics Camp is priced at 4,000 ingots. All other blueprints for the Blacksmith's Guild, Medical Clinic, Market, and other facilities are priced at 2,000 ingots each. With the advanced government office blueprints, the remaining blueprints are relatively less valuable. Pricing them too high will inevitably leave them unsold in the market. Rather than letting them rot in the market, it's better to sell them all at a low price. Converting everything into cash is the way to go. This time, 156 intermediate level building blueprints were sold. The number of advanced architectural blueprints has reached 108. Seeing so many drawings all at once, Zhang Heng was taken aback. He never expected that a single trip would yield so many drawings. After a rough calculation, he realized that if all these drawings were sold, it would be enough to equip tens of thousands of soldiers. 156 intermediate level construction blueprints, 500 ingots per blueprint equals 280,000 ingots. Advanced government building blueprints, 9 sheets, 30,000 ingots per sheet equals 270,000 ingots. 37 high-level barracks blueprints, 5,000 ingots each equals 185,000 ingots. Advanced Divine Machine Camp blueprints, 9 pieces, 4,000 ingots per piece equals 360,000 ingots. 72 advanced other blueprints, 2,000 ingots each equals 144,000 ingots. Total, 6,630,000 ingots. That's no small sum. This is enough to cause a major stir in the game. Sell, these are all transitional items. Sell everything to obtain ingots, then acquire soldiers. That's the way to go. Zhang Heng only sold the building blueprints, keeping everything else, especially the ceasefire talismans. These things aren't worth much now. Wait until soft currency and yuanbao are enabled for exchange. Wait until all players' cities have completed their 1-week protection period. The price of the ceasefire symbol will definitely keep going up. The price of ceasefire tokens will definitely keep going up. Nevertheless, ceasefire symbols are already exorbitantly priced. Many players' cities have already passed the newbie protection period. In the Central Plains, war rages, and players' castles are frequently under threat of destruction. Zhang Heng's location happens to be along the coast, where development is relatively slower. This conveniently gave Zhang Heng the time to focus on developing his counterfeit products. Let me ask you this: if you happen to be born in a densely populated area, with numerous players building cities, leading troops, and raiding bandit camps, where are all the bandit camps supposed to come from? This place is just perfect. There isn't much competition. No need to rush around all over the place just to farm for counterfeit items. Notification: congratulations to player Chunlu. The advanced government building blueprints you sold have been sold for 30,000 ingots. Ding, congratulations to player Chunlu. The advanced government building blueprint you sold has been sold for 30,000 ingots. Ding, congratulations to player Chunlu. The advanced government building blueprint you sold has been sold for 30,000 ingots. Ding, congratulations to player Chunlu. The intermediate government building blueprint you sold has been sold for 500 ingots. As soon as he posted the blueprint on the market, Zhang Heng's mind was flooded with a series of system notifications. These beeps sounded like beautiful music, never ceasing. In the blink of an eye, the blueprints for the high-ranking government office were sold out. As the blueprints for the high-ranking government offices were sold out, the remaining blueprints were also snapped up by other players. Zhang Heng instinctively glanced at the wealth rankings and was startled to discover that his gold coins had surged to 350,000 in the blink of an eye, propelling him to the top of the rankings. The top 10 rankings also underwent a major shakeup in an instant, with the names of those previously in the top 10 disappearing from the list. It was clear that these individuals had purchased advanced government blueprints. Zhang Heng wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Had he sold them too cheaply, or were these blueprints simply in high demand, a hot commodity? Maybe both? He didn't linger here for long, gave Ma Lai some instructions, and then headed toward the barracks. Next, he intended to convert all these soldiers into royal troops. Chapter 19 is all about burning money. System announcement: player Hongyan Tianxia, after enduring countless hardships, has successfully upgraded Tianxia village to an advanced village. As the second advanced village in the entire server, the system is granting a generous reward as an incentive. 1 golden resource pack and 1 famous general card. System announcement: player War God Bai Chi, after enduring countless hardships, has successfully upgraded War God village to an advanced village. As the third advanced village in the entire server, the system is granting a generous reward as an incentive. 1 golden resource pack and 1 legendary general card. Zhang Heng had not yet arrived at the barracks when the system announcements once again echoed in his mind. It seems these guys are still pretty crazy. 10 villages were promoted to advanced villages in a row, causing another huge stir in Huafu. Everyone once again shifted their focus to Chunlong village, gathering around it to engage in a series of secret discussions. Everyone knew without a doubt that the blueprint had been sold by Zhang Heng, and the wealth rankings had already spoken volumes. The blueprints are still being sold in a frenzy in the market. Inside the barracks, Li Tsuanxia was leading over 2,000 soldiers in training. Soldier upgrades are straightforward. One method involves training on the drill ground, and the other involves fighting enemies on the battlefield. Zhang Heng intends to convert all these soldiers into royal cavalry, so there is no need to train them here repeatedly. They won't be as powerful as royal knights. The 3 major barracks are nothing but a formality to Zhang Heng. However, whether they are or not, they are currently unnecessary. Perhaps they will be useful in the future. My lord. Upon seeing Zhang Heng arrive, Li Tsuanxia bowed his fist in greeting. General Li, lead the soldiers to the royal barracks. Next, I will convert all these soldiers into royal heavy cavalry to enhance our overall combat strength. Zhang Heng ordered Li Tsuanxiao. Yes, my lord. Under the command of Li Tsuanxiao, over 2,000 soldiers marched in perfect formation to the neighboring imperial barracks. After the royal barracks were upgraded to level 15, their area expanded significantly. Now there's a dueling arena, a training ground, flowers and vegetation, and artificial hills and pavilions. Of course, the most significant change is that the attributes have undergone a major transformation. In addition to the previous 91 royal soldiers, there are still 2,518 soldiers. After some thought, Zhang Heng decided to convert 800 soldiers into heavy cavalry and 1,718 into crossbow cavalry. After all, the most important task now is to clear out the bandit strongholds. Compared to heavy cavalry, crossbow cavalry are much more efficient. At present, Zhang Heng spent 80,000 gold coins to convert 800 soldiers into 800 heavy cavalry. Spending 12,885,000 gold coins, he converted 1,718 soldiers into crossbow cavalry. Seeing this enormous sum, Zhang Heng couldn't help but furrow his brows. These royal cavalry aren't just ordinary spendthrifts. They're extremely expensive. The cost of producing over 2,500 troops has already reached 200,000 gold coins. If we were to build 100,000 heavy cavalry units, it would require an enormous expenditure of 50 million. Zhang Heng's heart started racing. Sure enough, they're all money pits. Of course, this is the most expensive heavy cavalry. If it were light cavalry, infantry, and archers, it would be much cheaper. At least we could reduce casualties by more than half. Of course, future battles won't necessarily all involve heavy cavalry. After the soldiers had been reorganized, Zheng Heng ordered Li Cuanxiao to lead the troops to the training ground for drills, while he headed to the Divine Mechanics Corps. The Divine Mechanics Corps must also be developed vigorously. In future sieges and battles, their contributions will be indispensable. The Divine Mechanics Corps is deserted, with no one in sight. On the Divine Mechanics Corps interface, Zheng Heng saw the attributes of the mighty catapults and terrifying bed crossbows. After transforming the Divine Mechanics Corps into the bloody Divine Mechanics Corps, the attributes underwent a complete transformation. Standard catapult, a large siege weapon with a range of 500 meters. Operated by 5 people, it is massive in size, moves slowly, and has average attack power. Each unit costs 100,000 wood, 100,000 iron ore, 100,000 food, and 100,000 silver coins. Takes 1 day to produce. Mighty catapult siege weapon with a range of 1,000 meters. Operated by 3 people, compact in size, easy to maneuver, high accuracy, strong destructive power, and powerful attack. Each unit costs 2,000 ingots. Construction time, 1 second. Standard catapult, each unit costs 1,000 grain, 1,000 stone, 1,000 iron ore, and 1,000 silver coins, with a production time of 1 hour. Mighty catapult stone, each costs 100 gold coins, with a production time of 1 second. Standard bed crossbow, a large defensive weapon with a range of 500 meters. Operated by 3 people, it is massive in size, moves slowly, and has average attack power. Each unit costs 50,000 wood, 50,000 iron ore, 50,000 grain, and 50,000 silver coins. Takes 1 day to produce. Terrifying bed crossbow can be used for both offense and defense. Range, 1,000 meters. Operated by 2 people, compact size, easy to maneuver, high accuracy, strong destructive power, and powerful attack. Each unit costs 2,000 ingots. Construction time, 1 second. Standard crossbow arrow, each arrow costs 1,000 grain, 1,000 stone, 1,000 iron ore, and 1,000 silver coins, with a production time of 1 hour. Mighty catapult stone, each costs 100 gold coins, with a production time of 1 second. Standard bed crossbow, a large defensive weapon with a range of 500 meters. Operated by 3 people, it is massive in size, moves slowly, and has average attack power. Each unit costs 50,000 wood, 50,000 iron ore, 50,000 grain, and 50,000 silver coins. Takes 1 day to produce. Terrifying bed crossbow can be used for both offense and defense. Range, 1,000 meters. Operated by 2 people, compact size, easy to maneuver, high accuracy, strong destructive power, and powerful attack. Each unit costs 2,000 ingots. Construction time, 1 second. Standard crossbow arrow, each arrow costs 1,000 grain, 1,000 stone, 1,000 iron ore, and 1,000 silver coins, with a production time of 1 hour. Terrifying crossbow arrow, each costs 100 gold coins, with a production time of 1 second. Standard mobile troops, professional soldiers who can recruit troops within the city and develop specialized skills, requiring 1 day per person. Bloody mobile soldier, professional soldiers specialized in operating catapults and ballistae. Recruitment cost, 100 gold coins. Can be recruited directly from the barracks. Upon seeing the detailed attributes above, Zheng Heng couldn't stay calm. One consumes resources, the other consumes jade coins, the two are worlds apart. But the jade coins consumed aren't just a few. A single unit costs 2,000 jade coins, and a single crossbow arrow and stone projectile cost 100 jade coins. This war is indeed expensive. Just tossing one of these out costs 100 yuan. This isn't just a rock you're throwing. It's soft currency. The construction time afterward is pretty impressive, though 1 second to build. No wonder it's a pay-to-win game. Zheng Heng tapped his head. After some thought, he spent 2,000 taels of silver to build 5 powerful catapults and 5 terrifying bed crossbows. He spent 20,000 gold coins to purchase 100 powerful catapults and 100 terrifying crossbow arrows. Spent 5,000 gold coins to recruit 50 bloody mobile soldiers, hiring an extra 50 as reserves. Starting tomorrow, we will launch a major assault on the level 4 outpost. The number of bandits in the level 4 mountain fortress has reached a staggering 5,000. The mountain fortress's defenses are also incredibly formidable. Attempting to raid this fortress with only crossbow cavalry and heavy cavalry is definitely not feasible. Once the two sides clash, it will inevitably result in massive casualties. With this device, at the slightest provocation, they can unleash a barrage of attacks. Once the city gates are breached, the bandits inside will be terrified out of their wits. At that point, the crossbow cavalry can launch another volley of arrows to suppress them, while the heavy cavalry charges in recklessly. In this way, without breaking a sweat, they easily captured the level 4 mountain fortress. Chapter 20, The 5-Star General Yang Yuji. Unfortunately, the cost of the stones and crossbow arrows is too high. I wonder how many ingots it would take to upgrade a level 4 outpost. Fortunately, he had a tenfold drop rate, otherwise, how could he afford it? At this moment, it was already past 11 p.m. It's time to go to bed. After a long day of hard work, he's feeling pretty tired too. System announcement: player Hong Yen Tianxia has been granted a golden opportunity. Your luck is at its peak. Open the general card to obtain the 5-star strategist Su Qin. This is a special in-game announcement. System announcement: player War God Bai Chi has been blessed with a golden opportunity and exceptional luck. By opening the legendary general card, you have obtained the 5-star warrior Chang Yao Jin. This special in-game announcement is hereby made. System announcement: player Shengshi Tinglong has been blessed with a golden opportunity and exceptional luck. By opening a legendary general card, they have obtained the 5-star general Fan Kuai. This special in-game announcement is hereby made. 3 consecutive sounds suddenly rang in Zhang Heng's ears. Zhang Heng froze, then remembered the legendary general card he had just obtained. A legendary general card could randomly summon a 3-star or 5-star general. Now that you have a master of domestic affairs and a fierce general for sieges, all you need is a strategist and a wise general with leadership skills. Ding, would you like to open the legendary general card? Ding, would you like to open the legendary general card? Zhang Heng was examining the legendary general card when the system's prompt suddenly rang in his ears. Open it. Zhang Heng said without hesitation. Ding, congratulations to player Chunlong for opening the famous general card and obtaining the 5-star general Yang Yuji. Since Yang Yuji comes from the famous general card, his initial loyalty is 100%. He will never betray you, never abandon his principles, and serve you loyally for life. Ding, player has obtained the 5-star general Yang Yuji, one of the top generals in this game. A system announcement has appeared. Do you wish to hide your name? Do not hide. Zhang Heng said. System announcement: player Chunlong has been granted a golden opportunity, with exceptional luck, and has obtained the 5-star general Yang Yuji by opening a legendary general card. This special in-game announcement is hereby made. Character: Yang Yuji. Era: Spring and Autumn period. Rank: 10th tier, level 96. Quality: 5 stars. Power: 110. Command: 88. Strategy: 80. Politics: 55. Troop command attributes: 60% bonus to all 3 stats for archers. Weapon: Diamond Weapon, Sunset Divine Bow. Mount: Diamond Mount Lightning Silver Dragon Foal. Yang Yuji was the most formidable archer in the history of China. He was renowned for his unerring aim, hitting the mark every time, and his ability to shoot an arrow through a willow branch from 100 paces away. Born during the spring and autumn period, he was a renowned general of the Chu state. He once shot an arrow through a wild buffalo as if it were a boulder, and another arrow through a white monkey that no one could hit, piercing its heart. These 2 feats demonstrate that Yang Yuji's arrows were both swift and powerful. Just as Zhang Heng was examining Yang Yuji's 3 attributes, a young man with a lean build but exuding a violent beauty arrived from the bloody divine mechanics core. The man was clad in armor, wearing a war helmet, and moved with the grace of a tiger. He held a longbow in his hands and carried a quiver of arrows on his back. My lord, Yang Yuji reporting for duty. Zhang Heng snapped back to reality, looked at the young man before him, paused for a moment, then said with a smile, General Yang, you can hit the mark from 100 paces, never missing a shot. You truly are a master archer. From now on, you will follow me closely, lead the soldiers into battle, and achieve great deeds. I will obey your orders, my lord. We shall obey your orders. Yang Yuji said respectfully. It's too late today. You should return to the archer camp to rest. Tomorrow, you will lead the crossbow cavalry and work alongside General Li to fight the enemy on the battlefield. Zhang Heng ordered. Although he hadn't obtained a strategist, having Yang Yuji was better than anything else. The cavalry has the strongest General Li Zuanxiao, and the archers have the strongest General Yang Yuji. Their combat prowess is unmatched, with one reaching 111 and the other 110, truly 2 of the greatest warriors of their time. As the saying goes, archers and cavalry work together seamlessly, no need to break a sweat. After everything was sorted out, Zhang Heng gave Zhang Zhuzhing some instructions and logged off. After logging off, Zhang Heng checked the official forum to see if any players had posted any tips. However, the forum was flooded with posts about Chunlong village. Among these posts, Zhang Heng spotted the figure of the cavalry regiment and saw himself riding a white steed, looking majestic and imposing. He also saw information reporting him in these posts. I also saw the troll's masterpieces. It's nothing but envy and jealousy. Zhang Heng snorted coldly, anyone who hates me is just afraid of me. When he saw the official website's boss step forward to clarify the facts for him, he sighed in relief. In the end, he was still afraid that he was too powerful, which might affect the game's balance. It seems like these are all part of the game's design, and no one can interfere with them. After taking a look, Zhang Hong put down his phone and went to sleep. When he woke up, it was already 7 in the morning. Zhang Hong got out of bed, washed up, and headed downstairs. The servants weren't home, but breakfast was laid out on the table, and there was a piece of paper on the table. Master Zhang Hong, the milk and fried dough sticks are in the pot. No matter how busy you are, please pay attention to your diet and take care of your health. Though it seems like a simple statement, it made him feel warm and comfortable. After eating and doing a little exercise, he finally got up and started playing the game. Welcome player Chunlong to the game. A new day, new hopes, and a new journey. Let us start with a smile. Yuer's prompt sounded in Zhang Heng's ears. Zhang Hong smiled to himself. Perhaps he really shouldn't dwell on the past and should instead cherish the hard-won present. After going live, Zhang Hong still appeared in the bloody divine machine camp. He didn't linger there but headed straight for the government office. Good morning, my lord. Old Li has been promoted, and his way of addressing Zhang Hong has also changed. Mr. Li, you've worked hard. Zhang Hong smiled slightly and walked toward the government office. Village chief. Village chief. Several guards greeted Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong smiled back. Chapter 21, Attacking the 4th level fortress. In the main hall, Zhang Zhuzheng was not present. He had likely gone out on business. Zhang Hong took a look at the village's general attributes. Village, Chunlong Village. Level, Advanced Village Level 15. Total power value, 250,000. Total combat power, 15,670. Level 1 soldiers have 1 combat power point, level 6 soldiers have 6 combat power points. This includes 2,609 royal soldiers and 500 government guards. Population, 813,035,000. Buildings, 80,800. 1 government building, 44 residential houses, 1 blacksmith shop, 1 tailor shop, 1 general store, 1 medical office, 1 stable, 1 market, for infantry barracks, for archer barracks, for cavalry barracks, 1 drill ground, 1 special super tavern, 1 special temple, 1 special royal barracks, 1 academy, 2 watchtowers, 3 machine gun barracks, 1 special bloody machine gun barracks, 2 inns, 2 restaurants, 1 drunken moon pavilion, 1 money house. Defensive structures, 55. Special buildings, 4. Area, 10 square kilometers. Administrative area, 5 square kilometers. Overall environmental rating, 95. Total resource value, 50. Food, 1.2 million. Iron ore, 1.1 million. Stone, 900,000. Silver, 1.3 million. Gold coins, 330,000. Previously spent 250,000, with proceeds from sold blueprints to be received gradually. Specialty item quantity, 0. Number of soldiers, 841 Royal Heavy Cavalry, 1,768 Royal Crossbow Cavalry, 500 Government Guards, 50 Bloody Mobile Troops, 5 Terror Bed Crossbows, 5 Mighty Catapults. Famous Generals, Li Tsuanxiao, Yang Yuji. Famous Scholars, Zhang Zhuzheng. Fame, 60. Reputation points, 13,130. Prosperity, 80. Economic Index, 80. Safety value, 100. Public sentiment, 100. Looking at the village's attributes, Zhang Hong couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Next up was leading his troops to raid the mountain fortress. After leaving the government office, Zhang Hong arrived at the archery camp, took Yang Yuji with him, and headed toward the royal army camp. My lord! I never imagined that my village of Chunlong could hide such hidden talents. Zhang Zhuzheng, the Minister of Internal Affairs, and Li Tsuanxiao, the General of the Royal Cavalry Regiment. One is incredibly fierce, and the other is exceptionally intelligent. It seems that the development and growth of my village of Chunlong are just around the corner. Yang Yuji couldn't help but exclaim as he walked along. Oh, so General Yang already met with General Li and Magistrate Zhang last night? Zhang Hong asked with feigned confusion. That's right. After the Lord left last night, I was bored, so I went to the royal barracks. I never expected to encounter General Li, who is incredibly strong and mighty. General Li was full of vigor and righteousness, leaving me deeply impressed. The way he wielded the Yu Wang spear was truly masterful, reaching the pinnacle of skill. Such a great general would charge into battle, conquer the battlefield, and take enemy generals' heads as easily as taking items from a sack. Zhang Zhuzheng, the distinguished official, possesses a strategic mind and extraordinary intelligence. After exchanging words with him, I gained profound insights into many matters, as if a veil had been lifted from my eyes. Yang Yuji was greatly impressed by Li Tsuanxiao and Zhang Zhuzheng, and it is clear that this system has imparted a great deal of intelligence to Yang Yuji. As they spoke, the two entered the imperial barracks. Master, General Yang. My lord, the general is here. Li Tsuanxiao, clad in armor, exudes a majestic and imposing presence. General Li, since the two of you already know each other, I won't bother with introductions. I only hope that we can all work together in the future to defend against our powerful enemies. Zheng Hong said. There is no need for the Lord to worry about this. General Yang is not only incredibly strong, but also an expert archer who can hit the mark from 100 paces away, never missing a shot. I am deeply impressed by him. It is an honor for me to serve alongside General Yang. Li Tsuanxiao clasped his hands together, his voice firm and resolute. All right. Since that's the case, I can rest assured. As he spoke, Zhang Han looked at the crossbow cavalry behind Li Tsuanxiao and said, General Li, starting today, you will temporarily take command of the heavy cavalry and hand over the crossbow cavalry to General Yang. General Yang is skilled in archery and horsemanship, a hero without equal. Under his command, the crossbow cavalry will undoubtedly demonstrate extraordinary combat prowess. It is only fitting. As he spoke, Li Tsuanxiao issued orders to the crossbow cavalry behind him. Today, we will head to the level 4 mountain fortress. The bandits there have reached a staggering 5,000 in number. To minimize casualties, I had 5 catapults and ballistae constructed last night. General Li, you will temporarily take command of the catapults and ballistae. Zheng Hong said. The subordinate obeys. Li Tsuanxiao clasped his hands together. Since that's the case, let's set off immediately. Let's strive to elevate the city to a town today. With that, Zheng Hong mounted the white stallion that had been prepared for him and rode toward the camp gates. 10 minutes later, a large contingent of over 2,000 soldiers, accompanied by 10 catapults, marched toward the city gates. Within Zhang Heng's line of sight, 3 villages were gradually being constructed. It was clear that players had begun to build villages and were developing steadily. Li Tsuanxiao, wielding the Yu Wang spear, leads the charge with unmatched courage and a commanding presence. Behind him, 3 layers of troops surrounded 10 heavy machines, which moved slowly forward. Although the catapults and ballistae were upgraded versions, their speed still lagged far behind that of cavalry. Fortunately, these catapults are not pulled by people but by low-grade horses that Zheng Hong temporarily purchased from the stable system store. 2 horses pulling 1 catapult was already the fastest speed possible. Scouts on horseback had already located the position of the 4th-level mountain fortress. After more than 10 minutes, panting from the exertion of the horses, they arrived at a nearby level 4 mountain fortress. Outside the 4th-level mountain fortress, there was a defensive barrier made of trees surrounding it. Within the fort, several wooden watchtowers rose abruptly from the ground. The soldiers appearing from the level 4 mountain fortress were all level 4 bandits, including archers, infantry, and a few cavalry. This also means that players can now begin to develop their own cavalry units. However, at the 4th-tier mountain fortress, there will be a bandit boss stationed inside. The bandit boss's abilities have reached the level of a 3-star hero, possessing some strategic prowess and combat strength. Chapter 22. The bandits were so terrified they fled in panic. Such a large mountain fortress is still rarely dared to be touched. In this vast game, perhaps only Zheng Hong dares to touch the tiger's whiskers. Without the crossbows and catapults, Zheng Hong wouldn't dare to act. But now, once within range of the catapults and ballistae, the troops came to a halt. The range of the catapults and ballistae is 1,000 meters, while the troops halted at a distance of over 200 meters. According to the guide's information, the bandits' bows have a range of 100 meters. As long as we stay out of their range, we can fire freely. Prepare your troops for battle. Li Tsuanxiao bellowed, and 5 catapults and 5 ballistae formed a straight line. Under the control of 50 mobile soldiers, they gradually took their positions, and even the massive stones and arrows were being arranged in an orderly fashion. Cavalry in front, crossbowmen in rear. The chaotic scene outside the mountain fortress quickly alerted the bandit leaders inside. In a state of panic, the bandit leader climbed up to the city walls and looked out into the distance. Looking at the vast army of heavy cavalry and crossbow cavalry, along with the large siege crossbows in the distance, the leader's forehead unconsciously broke out in a cold sweat. What the hell are we doing here in the village? We're just waiting to die. With such a powerful elite force, even the leader of this small village is starting to feel a bit scared. However, just as he was staring intently at the enemy's forces, an arrow suddenly flew toward him. The arrow streaked through the air like a meteor, piercing his head with a terrifying explosion, leaving him dead in an instant. That arrow was fired by Yuki himself. After the leader was killed, the bandits nearby were startled and shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The shouts echoed throughout the entire mountain fortress, startling all the bandits inside, who immediately grabbed their weapons and prepared to defend themselves. However, before they could act, 5 massive stones and arrows rained down from the sky, striking numerous bandits who couldn't dodge in time, instantly turning them into pulp. Ah! A piercing, agonizing scream suddenly echoed out from within the mountain fortress. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlu's general, Yang Yuji, for defeating the level 4 mountain fortress leader. You have earned 100 reputation points. Yang Yuji actually killed the mountain fortress leader? Does this mean the attack will go much smoother now? As Yang Yuji drew his bow and knocked an arrow, Li Tsuanxiao bellowed, "Fire the catapults! Load the arrows! Aim at the wooden door!" Ha! Dozens of mobile troops completed the first operation in an orderly rhythm with skilled movements. Fire! Li Tsuanxiao roared, and 5 massive stones and 5 3-meter-long crossbow bolts collided with tremendous force, crashing down like falling meteors. As they screeched through the air, they slammed into the outer defensive tree trunks and the various structures within the city. Although the range of the catapults and ballistae was 1,000 meters, this distance could be freely adjusted. Zhang Hong didn't need to worry about this, everything was under the control of the mobile troops. This is the specialized expertise of the mobile troops. Boom! Boom! Snap! Click! Amidst a series of intense collisions, piercing screams echoed in rapid succession. Crack! The massive wooden door was instantly shattered by the successive impacts of 5 crossbow bolts. The massive stones that followed crashed through the wooden doors, flying into the village and causing chaos, leaving a trail of casualties in their wake. The catapults and ballistae were aimed directly at the massive wooden doors. After all, the wooden doors are massive, and without destroying them, it would be difficult for soldiers to break through and enter. However, it now appears that 5 crossbow bolts are sufficient to destroy the mountain fortress gate. Therefore, we must adopt a different strategy for the next assault. Use the bed crossbows to destroy the gates, then have the catapults directly bombard the interior of the fortress. This way, a single assault will instill a strong sense of fear in the bandits. After all, these 10 massive machines are extremely expensive, each deployment costs 1,000 ingots. Yang Yuji saw the village gate being damaged and shouted, "Crossbow cavalry, fire!" The crossbow cavalry's range reached 800 meters, the 200-meter distance was nothing. As Yang Yuji finished speaking, he drew his sunset divine bow to its full draw, and under Zhang Heng's gaze, he fired an arrow toward the mountain fortress. Behind that arrow, over 1,000 crossbow bolts surged forward in a frenzy, darting through the air like arrows of light, crashing into the bodies of the bandits. The first arrow pierced through the body of one bandit, then through the body of the second bandit, continuing to pierce through 4 more bandits before finally coming to rest inside the 5th bandit's body. This arrow was none other than Yao Yuji's arrow. Seeing such terrifying penetrating power, Zhang Heng instinctively wiped a cold sweat from his brow and silently praised him in his heart. No wonder he is considered the most courageous archer in history. After all, even the legendary General Li Guang admired Yang Yuji's archery skills, which speaks volumes. Before the crossbow arrows had even landed, Li Tsuanxiao gripped the Yuang spear tightly, his eyes flashing with a cold gleam, and shouted loudly, "Heavy cavalry! Follow me into battle!" As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Tsuanxiao clenched his legs tightly against the horse's flank, kicked off the stirrups, and swung the heavy Yuang spear, which weighed as much as 1,000 pounds, like a bolt of lightning. With overwhelming force, he charged toward the mountain fortress. Behind him, 800 imperial heavy cavalrymen roared in unison, brandishing their long spears, and followed the general's lead, charging toward the mountain fortress. After a volley of arrows, the bandits were completely thrown into chaos. Even the archers inside were terrified out of their wits. One by one, they clutched their bows tightly, their bodies trembling and their faces filled with fear, drawing their bows and firing arrows. But the arrows hadn't even left the mountain fortress before they fell to the ground. How could they possibly fight like this? This has severely demoralized many of the bandits. Just then, a furious shout came from inside. "Kill! Everyone, follow me out and kill them all! Avenge our mountain fortress chieftain!" It seems there's another minor leader inside with comparable intelligence. However, the young leader had barely opened his eyes when a cold gleam suddenly struck him. Before he could even see who it was, his head was already flying through the air. In an instant, the neck, now severed from its head, gushed blood like a fountain. The crimson blood splattered the surrounding bandits, terrifying them so much that they fled in disarray. Chapter 23: Breaking into the mountain fortress and achieving a decisive victory. Crossbow cavalry. Switch weapons and follow me into the mountain fortress. Yang Yuji sheathed his divine bow, tightened his grip on the horse's reins, let out a loud shout, and suddenly drew the sword at his waist. With overwhelming ferocity, he led the crossbow cavalry charge toward the mountain fortress. The crossbowmen also sheathed their bows and crossbows, drew their swords from their waists, and followed closely behind. Li Tsuanxiao charged forward like a tiger descending from the mountain, charging recklessly, killing the bandits and leaving them in disarray. Before the bandits' cavalry could even break out of the mountain fortress, they were so terrified by Li Tsuanxiao's bravery that they lost their wits. Zhang Heng followed closely behind Li Tsuanxiao. Upon seeing the 1,000 bandit cavalry charging toward them, he shouted loudly and immediately activated his Divide and Conquer ability. Ding! Divide and Conquer successful. Obtained 1 level 4 bandit cavalry. Gained 500 experience. Ding! Sowing Discord successful. Obtained 1 level 4 bandit cavalry. Gained 500 experience. Ding! Divide and Conquer failed. Ding! Divide and Conquer successful. Obtained 1 level 4 bandit cavalry. Gained 500 experience. Over 200 system notifications rang out in Zhang Heng's mind. Although Zhang Heng was separated, he still held the White Tiger Warblade and charged toward a cavalryman charging toward him. Ding! Player Chunlong killed a 4th-tier mountain bandit cavalryman and gained 500 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlong for reaching level 21. The intense battle continues. In the face of the heavy cavalry, the bandits were nothing but a disorganized mob, especially after losing their leader. They had lost even their basic combat effectiveness. A few minutes later, after Zhang Heng triggered another active division, the battle finally came to an end. The first attempt at clearing the level 4 outpost seemed to go smoothly, but in the end, it took half an hour from start to finish. Through 2 acts of division, he managed to gain 398 soldiers. Among them, the cavalry was the most numerous, with 276. The most, this battle ended in a complete victory. What does a complete victory mean? Not a single soldier was killed. Of course, injuries were inevitable, but they were all minor. What does this indicate? It indicates that they have broken the record for 0 casualties. After counting his soldiers, Li Tsuanxiu was overjoyed. He jumped off his warhorse, grabbed Yang Yuji's arm, and excitedly said to Zhang Heng, "My lord, this great victory is entirely due to General Yang. Without his arrow that struck the enemy's head, even if the mountain fortress had been attacked with catapults, the leaders would have rallied their troops and fought to the death. General Li is too kind. If it weren't for your strategic command, which swiftly eliminated another bandit leader in a single strike, the subsequent battle would have been extremely difficult. You deserve the highest praise." Yang Yuji blushed slightly as he declined the praise. "My lord, General Yang should be credited with the primary merit." Zhang Heng interrupted him. Li Tsuanxiu was about to speak, but was interrupted by Zhang Heng. The general's arrows never miss their mark. A single arrow decides the fate of the world. General Li commanded with precision. A single spear decided the outcome. The 2 generals were the bravest on the battlefield, their might striking fear into the heavens. In this battle, there was no single hero. Both generals deserved the highest honor. Zhang Han looked at the 2 of them and said with a smile, "My lord is truly wise and far-sighted. I am deeply impressed." Li Tsuanxiu clasped his hands together and spoke with great respect. Ding, Li Tsuanxiu is filled with gratitude, and his loyalty increases by 1 point. It has reached 97 points. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Zhang Heng smiled slightly, revealing a satisfied expression. Yang Yuji also clasped his hands together in admiration. Zhang Heng chuckled and ordered the 2 men to tidy up the battlefield and collect the scattered horses. Though these horses were all made of black iron, they were still spoils of war. Zhang Heng paid no attention to the 2 and walked directly toward the administrative hall of the mountain fortress. In the corner of the bandit hall, Zhang Heng spotted a golden treasure chest radiating a dazzling golden glow. It was indeed a golden treasure chest. In the end, Zhang Heng still couldn't help but doubt whether this was really a golden treasure chest. After all, the resources inside a golden treasure chest were extremely abundant. However, it seems that the system clone has not disappointed him. Ding, the player opened the golden treasure chest and obtained 10 golden resource packs, 10 crude black iron swords, 10 1-star obsidian, 1,000 ingots, and 1,000 reputation points. Initially refined black iron broadsword, divine forged equipment, increases attack by 10 and strength by 1 point. Can upgrade weapon quality and initial refinement level. 3 initial refinements combine to form 1 secondary refinement. Initial refining increases equipment attack power. Quality, increase equipment strength. Black obsidian, can be embedded in weapons to increase attack power by 1 point. 3 stars can be combined into 1 2-star. 1 star increases attack power by 1 point. 2 stars increase attack power by 2 points. 1 star black obsidian, can be embedded in weapons to increase attack power by 1 point. 3 stars can be combined into 1 2-star. 1 star increases attack power by 1 point. 2 stars increase attack power by 2 points. 1 star black obsidian, can be embedded in weapons to increase attack power by 1 point. 3 stars can be combined into 1 2-star. 1 star increases attack power by 1 point. 2 stars increase attack power by 2 points. 1 star black obsidian, can be embedded in weapons to increase attack power by 1 point. 3 stars can be combined into 1 2-star. 1 star increases attack power by 1 point. 2 stars increase attack power by 2 points. 1 star black obsidian, can be embedded in weapons to increase attack power by 1 point. 3 stars can be combined into 1 2-star. 1 star increases attack power by 1 point. 2 stars increase attack power by 2 points. 1 star black obsidian, can be embedded in weapons to increase attack power by 1 point. 3 stars can be combined into 1 2-star. 1 star increases attack power by 1 point. 2 stars increase attack power by 2 points. 1 star black obsidian, can be embedded in weapons to increase attack power by 1 point. 3 stars can be combined into 1 2-star. 1 star obsidian can be embedded in newly forged weapons to increase combat power by 1 point. 3 1-star obsidians can be combined into 1 2-star obsidian. Each 1-star obsidian adds 1 point to combat power, and each 2-star obsidian adds 2 points to combat power. Upon seeing the weapon's attributes in the stone, Zhang Heng's eyes lit up. This was a valuable item. Increasing attack power and strength, this effectively boosts the player's overall combat power. Who would have thought that a level 4 outpost would drop such a valuable item? Of course, what pleased Zhang Heng the most was undoubtedly the ingots. While others risked their lives to farm a single level and get 100 ingots, he had obtained 1,000 ingots with just a tenth of the effort. Moreover, these 1,000 yuan bao seemed to fully compensate for all the resources consumed. So does that mean that the soldiers and fine horses obtained from outside, as well as everything in the treasure chest except for the ingots, are all profit? That's a huge profit. Zhang Heng's eyes lit up. He picked up the treasure and walked out of the mountain fortress. Master, we rescued several displaced people who were being held captive inside the mountain fortress. Zhang Heng had just stepped out of the hall when Li Tsuanxiao spoke up. My lord, how do you plan to handle these refugees? The bandit soldiers in the courtyard had all vanished. In the center of the courtyard, Zhang Heng saw 4 or 5 people. It appeared to be an old family. General, led 200 crossbow cavalrymen and escort this family to the village. Zhang Heng's compassion overflowed, and he couldn't bear to watch these people continue to wander aimlessly. Although they were system characters, there seemed to be a prominent figure among them. This important figure was no ordinary figure. Instruct Zhang Juzheng to arrange a quiet little courtyard for them. Zhang Heng said. Your servant obeys. Yang Yuji responded with a bow. General Li, led all troops out of the mountain fortress and prepare to attack the next one. After speaking, Zhang Heng swiftly mounted the white steed with agile movements. Young and promising, with an extraordinary demeanor, a mind as vast as the heavens, and the potential of a rising dragon. Truly remarkable. Truly remarkable. A somewhat abrupt voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 24, Zhang Liang, the strategist of Chuan Han. Zhang Heng heard the voice and looked up, feigning confusion as he asked, Who might you be? The man had a gaunt face, stood over 5 feet tall, and though his clothes were somewhat tattered, his demeanor was exceptionally extraordinary. His expression was calm and composed, neither humble nor arrogant. His words were clear and concise, and his demeanor was dignified and upright. I am Zhang Liang, also known as Zhang Xiang. I have heard that the village chief of Chunlong village has great ambitions, having established the village and built a livelihood at such a young age, and even recruited soldiers to eliminate bandits and rescue the innocent villagers from dire straits. I am deeply impressed and have brought my family to seek refuge here. However, we were unfortunately captured by bandits along the way. What I never could have imagined was that the one who saved me was none other than the very village chief I had come to join. Zhang Liang spoke with his hands clasped in front of him, continuing in a respectful tone, Village chief, on behalf of my entire family, I thank you for saving our lives. Zhang Heng had already discerned Zhang Liang's true nature, which is why he had Yang Yuji specially escort Zhang Liang and his family back to the village. Upon hearing Zhang Liang's words, Zhang Heng jumped down from his horse and said politely, Mr. Zhang, there is no need for such formalities. In these chaotic times, the people are suffering and struggling to survive. Being able to save the common folk is the greatest honor for me. The village chief's selfless dedication and concern for the world have left Zhang Liang deeply impressed. Please accept my humble bow. Zhang Liang bowed deeply, his body bent, and paid Qinyu a profound salute. I am deeply honored by the village chief's kindness. Zhang Liang is willing to follow you and put my ambitions into action. Ding, congratulations to player Qianlong. With just a few words, you have recruited the 5-star strategist Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang's current loyalty is 95. Once loyalty reaches 100, he will never betray you. If loyalty drops below 60, he will choose to defect. Starting loyalty is already at 95? Zhang Heng was overjoyed inside. It must have been because he saved his life, and Zhang Liang was deeply grateful, which is why his loyalty skyrocketed to 95. Ding, the player has recruited the 5-star strategist Zhang Liang. As one of the top strategists in the game, a system announcement appears. Should the player choose to hide his name? Hide. Zhang Heng said. System announcement, player XX has been granted a golden opportunity and has exceptional luck, recruiting the 5-star strategist Zhang Liang. This is a special in-game announcement. Wow. Wow. The entire server has once again plunged into a fierce uproar. Zhang Heng. Zhang Juzheng. Zhang Liang. Are you picking a fight with someone surnamed Zhen? Character, Zhang Liang. Era, Chu Han. Rank, 10th tier, level 94. Quality, 5-star strategist. Military strength, 45. Command, 75. Strategy, 110. Politics, 90. Character introduction, strategist of the Chu Han War. Strategist attributes, strategic planning, open tactics, control. Strategy strategize from afar and secure victory. Enhance the combat power of all participating generals and soldiers by 2 points. Strategy formulate plans and strategies and see them implemented. Boost the morale of the entire army by 50. Strategy strategize and plan, and once implemented, achieve victory. Increase the morale of the entire army by 50. Strategic control master the situation with complete control. Accompany the army into battle and increase the marching speed of all soldiers by 20%. Upon seeing Zhang Liang's attributes, Zhang Heng's lips curled into a pleased smile. Historically, Zhang Liang was skilled in open strategies, while Chen Ping, on the other hand, was only adept at covert schemes just like the treacherous strategist Jia Su. Generally speaking, open strategies are far more powerful than covert ones. Open strategies are concrete and well-planned. When they say they're going to do something, they mean it. This demonstrates true strength. Cunning schemes are devious and despicable. However, if your opponent ignores your schemes, you're in for a world of trouble. However, whether it is an open strategy or a covert one, winning is what matters, as all is fair in war. To put it bluntly, Zhang Heng's future battles will rely on open strategies because he has the strength to back them up. While the entire server was buzzing with speculation, Zhang Heng exchanged a few polite words with Zhang Liang. Zifang, no matter what you say today, you must take your family back to the village to rest. For days now, your family has been living in fear and anxiety. You don't care about yourself, but at least consider your wife and children. They are weak and frail, unable to even have a warm meal. If this continues, even the strongest body won't hold out. I understand your intentions, but there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Don't dwell on this. Zhang Hengyi spoke firmly, not giving Zhang Liang a chance to argue back. Just now, Zhang Liang insisted on staying behind to follow the army and devise a plan. However, Zhang Hong was genuinely concerned about his physical condition. He didn't want him to arrive in Chunlu village only to become bedridden due to overwork. That would be a complete waste. As it turned out, as soon as Zhang Liang was assigned to his subordinates, Zhang Hong discovered that his martial arts skill had reached 93 points, while Li Xuanxiao's had reached 113, and Yang Yuji's had reached 112. What does this indicate? It means that Zhang Liang's first skill, strategic planning, has been activated. The Lord is so considerate of his subordinates, leaving me deeply grateful. Returning to the village is acceptable, but before doing so, I have a strategy that can ensure the Lord reaps significant benefits today. Zhang Liang stroked the 3-inch beard under his chin, speaking with confidence. Oh? What's the plan? Zhang Hong was delighted inside. As expected of a strategic expert, he was already offering advice at the very beginning, truly a timely help. My lord, take a look at these nearby outposts. Can you spot any differences? Zhang Liang asked in a loud voice. Zhang Hong looked at the numerous mountain forts within his line of sight, completely bewildered. The difference was huge. Let me ask you this, what's the difference between a first-tier and a second-tier knockoff? Li Xuanxiao and Yang Yuji, standing nearby, were also completely baffled, unsure of what Zhang Liang was trying to say. Zhang Liang didn't want Zhang Hong to look too bad, so he spoke up. Before I joined our lord, I passed by many bandit camps. I found that bandit camps of the same level were exactly the same. Whether it was the soldiers inside or the layout outside, everything was identical. Of course, these are nothing unusual. However, after I was captured and brought to this 4th-level mountain fortress, I discovered a unique feature. Behind every level 4 mountain fortress stands a high platform. This platform is quite secluded, and from its vantage point, one can overlook the entire interior of the fortress. Just 5 meters away from the platform lies the resting area for the bandit cavalry. Does my lord not possess the divide and conquer talent? Before attacking the next mountain fortress, the lord should have the front troops wave flags and shout to attract the bandits' attention. Meanwhile, the lord should quietly circle around to the rear, stand on the platform, and activate the divide and conquer talent. This way, the bandits' cavalry unit can be easily captured. A level 4 mountain fortress has 5,000 bandits, including 2,000 infantry, 1,000 spearmen, 1,000 archers, and 1,000 cavalry. If the lord can easily obtain this 1,000 cavalry and then coordinate an inside-out attack, the level 4 mountain fortress can be easily defeated. Chapter 25, starting with a strategic plan. What a brilliant plan! Li Xuanxiao couldn't help but clasp his fists in admiration and said, Sir, your strategic brilliance is unmatched. I am deeply impressed. Yang Yuji also couldn't help but clasp his fists in admiration and said, Sir, you are truly extraordinary. With you here, the combat strength and prestige of my Chunlu village will grow even stronger. The two generals were majestic and fearless, inspiring great admiration in Zifang. With two such generals by his side, the lord will surely be able to carve out a realm for himself and achieve an immortal legacy. Zhang Liang also took the opportunity to praise the two generals. After all, as a later-comer, he should remain humble and sincere in his dealings with others. Enough! Let's stop praising each other. From now on, we're all in this together, one for all and all for one. However, Zifang's strategy was indeed brilliant. I'll adopt it. Zhang Hong was overjoyed and spoke readily. Ding, Zhang Liang's plan has been implemented, triggering the open strategy effect, boosting the morale of all troops by 50. Zhang Hong was overjoyed and said to Yang Yuji, General Yang, I entrust Zhang Liang's family to your care. You are hereby ordered to lead 500 crossbow cavalry to escort Zhang Liang and his family to Chunlu village immediately. Upon arriving at Chunlu village, you must ensure that Zhang Jijing arranges a comfortable residence for Zhang Liang and provides him with servants and maids to attend to his every need. Zhang Hong issued the order. This subordinate obeys. Yang Yuji clasped his hands together, his demeanor stern and imposing. My lord. Zhang Liang was so moved that he was on the verge of tears, and his entire family was ready to kneel down and kowtow. Ding, Zhang Liang was deeply moved and grateful, and his loyalty has been boosted by 1 point. It has now reached 96 points. Ha ha. For now, let's spare the Zhang family some hardship. Once we upgrade the village to a town today, I'll give each of you a large mansion. So that when you're busy on the front lines, you'll have a stable and secure harem to return to. Zhang Heng patted his chest and said. At that moment, Yang Yuji led 500 crossbow cavalry to escort Zhang Liang's family to Chunlu village. Zhang Heng is confident and has ordered Li Tsuanxiao to lead all troops to the next level 4 mountain fortress. Along the way, Zhang Heng took a quick look and discovered that this battle had captured over 300 warhorses. The distance between the mountain forts was not too great, but the higher the level of the fort, the fewer there were, and the time it took for them to respawn was also longer. 10 minutes later, the main force arrived at the second level 4 mountain fortress. Li Tsuanxiao ordered the main force to form their battle array, while Zhang Heng took the opportunity to sneak around to the rear of the mountain fortress. Upon seeing Zhang Heng disappear from sight, Li Tsuanxiao ordered all the soldiers to wave their flags and shout loudly. Without any pawns, the only option was to shout loudly. The arrival of the main force had already caught the bandits' attention, and this loud shout drew even more bandits to the scene. The bandit leader hiding in the rear hall could no longer contain himself and rushed to the front tower to investigate the situation outside. Fortunately, Yang Yuji wasn't there, or else this guy would have been shot in the head again. Speaking of which, Zhang Heng had made his way around to the rear of the mountain fortress, stepping onto a high platform and standing there cautiously. Sure enough, here Zhang Heng saw 1,000 bandit cavalrymen lined up neatly in formation. These soldiers were all system-generated characters, mounted on warhorses, showing no signs of fatigue. Unless there is a battle, they remain standing here motionless. Zhang Heng said nothing, silently triggering the scheme to sow discord. Ding, divide and conquer successful. Obtained 1 level 4 bandit cavalry. Gained 500 experience. Ding, sowing discord successful. Obtained 1 level 4 bandit cavalry. Gained 500 experience. Ding, sowing discord successful. Obtained 1 level 4 bandit cavalry. Gained 500 experience. Ding, divide and conquer failed. Ding, divide and conquer failed. Zhang Heng noticed that these guys were staying put, which meant the success rate was very high. After 3 consecutive successes, there was finally 1 failure. As the head prompt sounded, this attempt yielded 538 bandit cavalry. Does this mean that with 2, or even 3 attempts, the division will be complete? Complete success is impossible, there will inevitably be failures each time. Divide and conquer cannot be 100% successful, otherwise, it wouldn't be divide and conquer. After Zhang Heng's summary, he decided to attempt 2 acts of sowing discord right here. With 2 rounds of sowing discord, he would be able to convert more than half of them into his own followers. The rest would have to fend for themselves. The cooldown period will pass quickly. In the second round of division, Zhang Heng obtained 345 cavalry units. Combined, that's 883, a far more efficient and faster result than anything he had achieved before. Moreover, once a skirmish breaks out between the 2 sides, they can take advantage of the cooldown period to sow discord. In this way, a single outpost can gain at least 1,000 soldiers. 1 mountain fortress with 1,000 soldiers, and 10 mountain fortresses would amount to 10,000 soldiers. Building 1 fortress every half hour, with at least 16 hours online per day, that's 32 fortresses. If the speed is increased, at least 35,000 soldiers can be obtained per day. After calculating the numbers, Zhang Heng felt his blood boil with excitement and confidence. After performing the moves twice, Zhang Heng silently jumped down from the high platform and signaled to Li Tsuanxiao, issuing the order to attack. Li Tsuanxiao had been patiently waiting for Zhang Heng's orders. As soon as Zhang Heng's orders were issued, Li Tsuanxiao's eyes widened, and he shouted loudly, "Load the stones! Knock the arrows! Aim the crossbows at the wooden door! Aim the catapults at the mountain fortress! Fire!" With a loud shout, 5 crossbow bolts and 5 stones were launched one after another. Hum! In an instant, a loud buzzing sound pierced the ears of everyone present. The bandit leader realized something, his body trembled, and with a terrified expression, he jumped down from the tower, shouting, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Quick, hide! Quick, hide! Click!" No sooner had the words left his mouth than the massive wooden door was shattered into pieces by 5 sharp crossbow bolts, scattering debris everywhere. 5 more projectiles followed, crashing into the tower like cannonballs, demolishing the structure and reducing the bandits inside the mountain fortress to a bloody mess, with casualties piling up everywhere. The bandit leader narrowly escaped death and shouted loudly, "All unit commanders, assemble your troops. Infantry in the front, musketeers behind, archers next. Cavalry, prepare for the charge." However, before the bandit leader could finish speaking, Li Tsuanxiao outside had already ordered over 1,300 crossbow cavalry to launch 2 consecutive rounds of fire. These 2 rounds of fire left the bandits inside the mountain fortress in a bloody mess, with many dead and wounded. Even the bandit leader couldn't dodge in time and was struck by several arrows. Charge! Charge! The bandit leader's face betrayed despair as he hesitated between life and death before finally issuing the order to charge passively. Chapter 26, Effortlessly. However, after enduring 2 rounds of relentless attacks, the bandits' morale had plummeted, and they were no longer capable of putting up a fight. At that moment, Li Tsuanxiu led his heavy cavalry into the mountain fortress, slaughtering the bandits indiscriminately. Meanwhile, the cavalry in the rear suddenly turned against their own men, attacking their fellow soldiers. The bandit leader, unwilling to accept defeat, was struck on the head with a mace by Li Tsuanxiu, shattering his skull in a furious roar. The second bandit leader crawled out of the pile of corpses and attempted to swing his sword at Li Tsuanxiu's horse's hooves. Li Tsuanxiu was startled and was about to swing his Yuwang spear to crush the second-in-command's skull, but he saw a flash of cold light rushing toward the second-in-command, so he relaxed. The unfortunate second-in-command hadn't even raised his sword when a cold blade severed his head. The second-in-command didn't even have time to scream in agony before he fell to the ground, dead as a doornail. It turned out to be Zhang Heng, who had taken advantage of the situation to rush in and happened to witness the scene, so he acted immediately. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlong for killing the second-in-command of the level 4 mountain bandits, earning 500 experience points and 100 reputation. As soon as the cooldown for Divide was over, Zhang Heng didn't hesitate, walked into the bandit group, and cast Divide again. Ding! Divide and Conquer successful. Obtained 1 level 4 bandit archer. Gained 500 experience. Ding! Sowing discord successful. Obtained 1 level 4 bandit spearman. Gained 500 experience. This cast successfully obtained 289 bandits. The battle was completely one-sided, and under Li Tsuanxiu's relentless charge, one after another, heads flew through the air. The battlefield was a river of blood, with piles of bodies as high as mountains. Heavy cavalry from the rear followed closely behind, swinging their long spears to decapitate the enemy. The entire battle, from the initial skirmish to the final blow, lasted exactly 20 minutes. These 20 minutes were flawlessly executed, with the situation tightly controlled, and not a single second was wasted. This time, it was another decisive victory. Li Tsuanxiu was overjoyed. He ordered the soldiers to clean up the battlefield, instructed the wounded to rest where they were, and dispatched scouts to search for the nearest level 4 mountain fortress. Zhang Heng paid no attention to this. These were Li Tsuanxiu's concerns. He headed straight for the bandits' hall to search for the golden treasure chest. Ding! The player opened the golden treasure chest and obtained 10 golden resource packs, 10 town blacksmith shop blueprints, 10 crude black iron dragon scales, 10 1-star white jade stones, 1,000 ingots, and 1,000 reputation points. Town blacksmith shop blueprints, used to upgrade the town level blacksmith shop. Each upgrade requires 3 blueprints. Town blacksmith shop blueprints, used to upgrade the town level blacksmith shop. Each upgrade requires 3 blueprints. 1-star white obsidian can be embedded into newly forged weapons to increase political power by 1 point. 3 1-star stones can be combined into 1 2-star stone. 1-star stones add 1 point of political power, while 2-star stones add 2 points of political power. 1-star blue obsidian can be embedded in newly forged weapons to increase command by 1. 1-star red obsidian can be embedded in newly forged weapons to increase strategy by 1. 1-star yellow obsidian stone can be embedded in newly forged weapons to increase speed by 1. After exiting the bandit hall, Li Tsuanxiu had already taken care of everything. As the main army emerged from the mountain fortress, Yang Yuji led 500 crossbow cavalry to the gates of the fortress. "My lord!" Yang Yuji jumped down, clasped his fists, and said, "Along the way, we encountered many suspicious players who seemed to be investigating the situation in Chunlong village. In the system's character database, players are simply players. This is information implanted by the system. These guys won't stay put. Ignore them. Anyway, our village is still under the newbie protection period, so they can't cause much trouble. Let them do whatever they want," Zhang Heng said. "What about the villagers outside the village? If they are captured by these despicable individuals, we will suffer significant losses," Yang Yuji said worriedly. "Who dares to lay a finger on the villagers of Chunlong village? Once his protection period is over, I'll eliminate him," Zhang Heng said coldly. "Time is running out." At this moment, Li Tsuanxiu and Yang Yuji are leading all the soldiers in an attack on the next mountain fortress. Using the same strategy and attack methods, they engage in fierce battles against the mountain bandit leaders, each reacting differently. However, Yang Yuji's words also caught Zhang Heng's attention. Because these words might not have come from Yang Yuji, but from Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang was exceptionally intelligent and had keen insight, able to discern the advantages and disadvantages at a glance. In fact, Zhang Liang's concerns were justified, and the people leaving the city was inevitable. The city is close to the river, which is home to fish. Some villagers make a living by fishing, others by hunting, and still others by farming. Within the city's administrative boundaries, activities such as farming, hunting, fishing, and mining are permitted. However, the territorial boundaries do not form military forces, nor are they defended by barriers. Those with ulterior motives will certainly not stay put. Regardless of whether this proposal was initiated by Zhang Liang, since Yang Yuji could voice it, Zhang Liang must have recognized its implications as well. As long as he can see it, he will definitely consult with Zhang Zhujing to devise a strategy to address the issue of people leaving their homes and remain vigilant against the players lurking nearby. Just as Zhang Han launched an assault on the level 4 mountain fortress, the figures of spies began to appear in the surrounding area. These individuals recorded everything they saw, took photos, and sent them to their superiors. Tianxia Village. Inside the government hall. At that moment, 7 or 8 high-ranking officials from Tianxia Village were seated in the hall. Just now, a scout sent word that Chunlong Village has launched an attack on the 4th-level mountain fortress. This was a woman of striking beauty, with a slender, graceful figure. She wore a white, flowing dress that fit her perfectly, and every smile and gesture left one endlessly captivated. However, at this moment, the woman had no inclination to smile. Instead, she maintained a stern expression and continued, "Furthermore, the soldiers from Chunlong Village are not ordinary first-tier troops, but heavy cavalry and crossbow cavalry. A rough estimate suggests they are all at least 5th tier or higher in rank. Their numbers have reached over 2,000. It is possible that the commander leading these elite soldiers is Li Tsuanxiao, the top-ranked general on the martial arts rankings." Of course, that's nothing. After less than half an hour of intense combat, the level 4 mountain fortress with 5,000 troops was completely annihilated. The woman coldly stared at everyone present and said, "Humph. So what? If it were me, I could outrun him. That's Li Tsuanxiao." Who is Li Tsuanxiao? He was a legendary general. I'm not the only one here who knows that. Anyone who has Li Tsuanxiao on their side could fight their way in and out 7 times, leaving the bandits in disarray and abandoning their armor. This was a young man with the tidal wind sweeping the world above his head. Chapter 27, Major Factions Adopt Strategies. Fengxing is correct. Li Tsuanxiao is a formidable warrior. No matter who he is under, he will be invincible in battle. A man with a commanding presence spoke in a steady voice. "Humph. If you all think that way, you are gravely mistaken. This woman is none other than the village chief of Tianxia Village, the beauty who captivates the world, and the very same big sister you all admire." After the battle, the number of soldiers from Chunlong Village not only remained unchanged but actually increased by over 1,000. This is truly thought-provoking. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire crowd fell silent. Can any of you do what Chenlong did? Who can stand up and tell me that I should give up my position as village chief and let him take it? Han Yen Tianxia's exquisite eyes coldly stared at the few people in the center of the field. The renowned Zhang opened his mouth, frowned, and said, "How is that possible? How could that be? Not only are there no fewer, but there are more? What kind of joke is this? Humph. I also want to say how is that possible? But the fact is that they did it," said Han Yen Tianxia. "What if it was a spy spreading false information to boost the enemy's morale and undermine our own morale?" Fengxing Tianxia muttered. "Little brother, you're not a child anymore. You're an adult now. Use your brain, will you? Don't act like the sky is the boss, the earth is second, and you're third. With your personality, even if you were given a TV series, you wouldn't last past the second episode," Han Yen Tianxia said with a headache. "Humph." Fengxing Tianxia snorted coldly and said nothing more. "What do you think we should do, big sister?" Zhang Bai Tianxia asked in a deep voice from the side. Han Yen Tianxia frowned and said, "The development of Chunlong Village is unstoppable. When necessary, we must maintain good relations with Chunlong. Under no circumstances should we offend him. Otherwise, we will face a storm of trouble. Why don't we investigate this individual's actual residence?" asked Xiong Ba Tianxia. Han Yen Tianxia shook her head and said, "The game developers strictly protect player information, and the game's AI has already intervened. Finding his information is extremely difficult. Instead of wasting our brain cells on this, we should figure out how to contact this guy. His friend system is disabled, and anyone who tries to add him is rejected. The only way to make contact is to stake out the village entrance and keep watch. Moreover, the person doing the stakeout must be one of our high-ranking members, and they must show genuine intent." Han Yen Tianxia said. I'll go meet this kid." Fengxing Tianxia volunteered. "Come on. Don't cause trouble. If you don't go, we can all get along peacefully. But if you do go, it'll be a battle to the death." Zhang Bao sneered. Just then, Han Yen Tianxia noticed something else. Her expression changed, and she immediately zoomed in on a video segment. Using the official hall's built-in projector and screen, she played the short video for everyone to see. This projector and screen are only available in high-level villages, designed to facilitate players in discussing battle strategies and urban development plans together. In the video, a slender warrior with a bow drawn full to the moon fires an arrow. The arrow was fierce and powerful, with unimaginable force, piercing through the air like a laser. In the friction with the air, it instantly penetrated the wooden railing and struck the head of a bandit leader hiding behind it. Headshot. But the arrows did not stop until they killed the bandit behind him, then they finally stopped. Impressive. The world-conquering figure looked stunned, unable to help but pant heavily and say, "This guy is probably..." Before conquer the world could finish, dominate the world glared with bulging eyes and said, during the spring and autumn period, the first arrow god was Yang Yuji. Not just during the spring and autumn period, but the greatest archer in all of history. Even Ho Yi and the flying general Li Guang couldn't compare to him. His arrows were fast, powerful, and never missed their mark 100 shots, 100 hits. Hongyan Tianxia said with a touch of obsession. At the same time, not only Tianxia village, but also all the major villages on the list, as well as their major financial groups and factions, held a discussion meeting. Since Chunlong village emerged as one of the strongest among the various powers, these factions have dispatched spies to nearby areas to investigate Chunlong village's development and gather accurate information about all aspects of its operations. As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Around Chunlong village, there are many scattered players and newly built villages. As long as a player posts their village on the forum, it will appear in the public hall. Of course, there's nothing to hide. Zhang Heng ignored the player's inquiries. He was currently engrossed in passionately grinding through the game. The morning flew by in the blink of an eye. By noon, Zhang Heng logged off to have lunch, then logged back in to continue grinding through the game. System announcement: player Taigu Huanyu has been granted a rare opportunity by the heavens, with exceptional luck, and has recruited the 5-star General Ing Bu. This is a special in-game announcement. The Ancient Universe? Upon hearing this familiar name, Zhang Heng, who was browsing through counterfeit goods, couldn't stay calm. Isn't Taigu Huanyu precisely the name of the conglomerate he had worked so hard to establish? Humph. It seems these fellows have also thrown their energies into the game and even obtained Ing Bu from the Chuhan period. Zhang Heng sneered. Since we're already here, let's have some fun. In real life, I'm weak and powerless, but let's see how I'll outsmart you all in the game. You dare to come in using my conglomerate's name. I'll bankrupt you all. I'll make you know what it means to wish you were dead. Zhang Heng clenched his fists tightly, vowing silently to himself. The Ancient Universe was once a large conglomerate founded by Zhang Heng. Due to a fierce market competition with rivals, the company faced a cash flow crisis and declared bankruptcy overnight. Later, he discovered that one of his subordinates had sold critical data to the competitors, leaving the company completely at their mercy. Now none of that matters anymore. Since we're already in this, let's just play along. I've already cleared 7 fake level 4 levels this morning. That's the absolute maximum speed I can go. From the start of the battle to its conclusion, it took less than 20 minutes, but cleaning up the battlefield and marching back took time, which unknowingly wasted a small portion of the time. Nevertheless, this achievement has already put us far ahead of many other players. Chapter 28, The Bandit General, Taste My 3 Swords. While Zhang Heng continued to attack the level 4 mountain fortress, the War God village, ranked second in combat power, began to mobilize its newly recruited 10,000 player army, marching in force toward the level 4 mountain fortress. The player forces were undisciplined and lacked the strict military discipline of regular soldiers. However, the War God Bai Chi does not expect these players to be able to take down the mountain fortress. The players he had recruited were, to put it bluntly, nothing more than cannon fodder. This has already been made clear to the players. In this battle, losing a level will earn you 200 yuan, which will be paid out directly in real life. No matter how many levels you lose, keep pushing forward. The goal is to serve as cannon fodder. To grind for a level 4 fake village, the War God village has really gone all out. Of course, they also have a certain combat strength base: 3,000 first-tier archers, 2,000 first-tier infantry, 500 first-tier cavalry, for catapults, and 4 ballistae. These catapults and ballistae are extremely resource-intensive, and it takes a full day to construct them. Each Divine Mechanics Corps can only produce 1 unit of each type of weapon per day. If you want to speed up the process, it's possible, but you must consume in-game currency. They don't have Zhang Heng's deep pockets. Every jade coin is carefully collected and saved over time. The resources needed for city upgrades are obtained by collecting from the people, purchasing from players with lifestyle-related professions, or buying from the market. The goal is clear: to develop, you must invest. None of the high-ranking members of War God Village are wealthy individuals. The funding behind them all comes from major conglomerates. Without the support of these conglomerates, development is simply impossible. A 10,000-strong player force, led by War God Bai Chi and the 5-star General Chang Yaojin, marched in force toward the 4th-level mountain fortress. Before the level 4 mountain fortress, the army came to a halt. Players from War God Village were filled with excitement and passion. This was a level 4 mountain fortress, not some level 3 or level 2 fortress. Demolishing this fortress would not be an easy task. Amidst the commotion, War God Bai Chi issued a series of commands. The soldiers quickly formed ranks, and with a loud shout, the ballistae and catapults launched their attack on the wooden gates. Bang! A loud, thunderous crash echoed as objects collided violently with the gate and railings. After a violent tremor, the gate showed a few cracks but remained intact. Load the stones, knock the arrows. Keep aiming at the gate and fire. The war god by Chi's expression darkened. These guys' firepower was clearly no match for the catapults and ballistae of Chunlu village. That overwhelming power had wiped out the mountain fortress and its bandits in a single volley. Click. After 2 rounds, the gate finally collapsed. The war god by Chi saw hope and shouted loudly, "Aim at the buildings and fire." Buzz. 3 2-meter-long crossbow bolts and a catapult launched into the air, heading toward the buildings and bandits inside. The bandit leader wasn't one to be taken lightly. Seeing the main gate being smashed, he let out a loud roar, signaling the bandits to avoid the danger and prepare for battle. The number of stones and arrows they had was ultimately limited. As the first wave of attacks came to an end, the mountain fortress leader shouted loudly, "Rally the troops and prepare for battle. Infantry in front, spearmen in the rear, archers fire. Cavalry, follow me in the charge." Following this series of orders, the bandits from the mountain fortress launched a fierce assault toward the outside. War god Bai Chi knew that his firepower was ultimately insufficient. If this were Chunlu village, a single round of large-scale siege weapons, followed by a volley of crossbow arrows, and 2 more rounds of attacks would have shattered the bandits' morale, leaving them waiting to be slaughtered. But now, as the bandits charged out, the war god Bai Chi steadied his nerves. Once the bandits' main force entered range, he roared and issued the order to fire. Whoosh! Arrows sliced through the sky, targeting the bandit soldiers. The bandit infantry swung their swords to block the attack, while the archers in the rear also joined in, launching a counterattack. All players, launch the attack. Kill! 10,000 players didn't wait for the bandit army to arrive. Amidst angry roars, they charged at the bandit army like starving wolves pouncing on their prey. Most players were around level 10, equivalent to second-tier soldiers, but their overall attributes were undoubtedly superior to those of second-tier soldiers. However, despite this, they still faced a significant disparity in combat power when confronting the bandit forces, which possessed 4th-tier combat strength. As soon as the two sides clashed, the players' forces suffered heavy casualties. However, the players' forces also killed over 1,000 bandit soldiers and disrupted the bandits' main army formation. Seeing this, the war god Bai Chi gripped his long sword and ordered Cheng Yaojin, who was standing beside him, to attack. Cheng Yaojin let out a loud roar, brandishing his 3-section staff, and led the infantry and cavalry behind him into battle. "Bandits, taste my 3-pronged axe." Facing the bandit cavalry, Cheng Yaojin roared loudly, mounted his warhorse, and charged headlong, each of his 3 strikes striking down a bandit soldier's head. Facing the ruthless bandit leader, Cheng Yaojin let out a loud shout, charged forward, and struck at his head. Crack! With 3 swift strikes, Cheng Yaojin swung his axe vigorously from top to bottom, severing the bandit leader's great sword and slicing off half of his head. The bandit leader didn't even have time to scream before he fell off his horse with a thud. The second bandit leader witnessed this and shouted angrily, "Bandit commander, surrender your life." Cheng Yaojin grinned, swung his battle axe, and as their bodies crossed, suddenly gripped the 3-bladed axe tightly, spun around, and swept it out, instantly striking the second in command's back. The second in command let out an agonizing scream as his body was cleanly severed at the waist by the 3-bladed axe. "Pull out his ears." After killing the second in command, Cheng Yaojin finally shouted out the name of the move. Having killed 2 of the bandits' leaders in quick succession, the war god Bai Chi's eyes lit up, his spirit soaring. He roared, "The bandit leaders have been defeated. Victory is ours. Follow me into battle." After about 10 minutes, the battle came to an end. The war god Bai Chi grabbed Cheng Yaojin's arm and exclaimed excitedly, "As long as General Cheng is here, my war god village will surely gain fame far and wide and grow stronger and stronger." Cheng Yaojin smiled broadly, scratched his head, and said, "As long as my lord doesn't mind that old Cheng eats a lot, then old Cheng is content." After counting the battlefield, all 10,000 players had been defeated once. Just kidding, money talks. Even if you don't die, you'll have to take matters into your own hands. Chapter 29, Feasting in Triumph, Returning Home in Victory. Chapter 29, Returning Home in Triumph. Over 1,200 infantrymen were killed, over 200 cavalrymen were killed, and over 200 archers were killed. This was truly a brutal battle. Without these players, there would have been even more casualties. The war god Bai Chi felt a pang of sympathy, but regardless, victory was ultimately achieved. If he had failed, wouldn't he have been torn to pieces by the corporations behind him? Of course, some succeed, and others fail miserably. Upon hearing that Chunlu village had easily conquered the 4th-tier outpost, not only Zhanshan village but also other villages began to stir with ambition. The major villages on the list are all racking their brains, devising every possible strategy to launch an attack on the level 4 mountain fortress. War god Bai Chi, with player assistance, had decent combat power and was accompanied by the 5-star General Cheng Yaojin, managed to secure a narrow victory. However, the capabilities of dragon-slaying village were no match for them. They had no powerful generals to assist them, hastily gathered 5,000 players, and then led their 5,000 soldiers to attack the level 4 mountain fortress. As a result, under the assault of 2 leaders, the players suffered heavy casualties, and even the 5,000 soldiers they had painstakingly assembled were reduced to just over 1,000. However, the bandits in the mountain fortress still retained half of their original forces. In fact, the bandit chieftain's survival made all the difference. With a leader present, the subordinates are full of vigor. Without leadership, morale plummets, and the situation inevitably collapses. The village chief of Dragon Slaying Village was defeated in a single exchange with the leader. Fortunately, other high-ranking members of Dragon Slaying Village were present to take command, but despite their efforts, the situation still spiraled into crisis. Some rejoiced, some worried, some felt heartbroken, and some suffered. On this day, over 100 villages launched simultaneous attacks on the four-tiered mountain fortresses. Some of these villages managed to capture the mountain forts relatively easily. For example, the imperial clan's powerful figures possess extraordinary talents for persuasion, persuading the leaders of bandit camps to surrender. This persuasion is only for the bandit leader, not the bandit soldiers. Talent, persuasion, limited to player-controlled generals and strategists, system-controlled generals and strategists, and bandit bosses. It has no effect on soldiers. Player-controlled generals and strategists with loyalty at 100 will not be affected. In simple terms, a general's loyalty is of utmost importance. Increasing loyalty by 1 point is difficult, but reducing it by 10 points is very easy. Note, the player opened the golden treasure chest and obtained 10 golden resource packs, 10 town archer camp blueprints, 10 divine forging stones, 10 1-star white onyx, 1,000 gold coins, and 1,000 reputation points. Ding, the player opened the golden treasure chest and obtained 10 golden resource packs, 10 town medical clinic blueprints, 10 initial refined black iron battle hammers, 1,000 ingots, and 1,000 reputation points. After spending the entire afternoon conquering 12 level 4 mountain forts, Zheng Han logged off to have dinner. After finishing his meal, he returned home, exercised for a while, and logged back in. So far, I've cleared 19 level 4 copies, but the official blueprint still hasn't refreshed. After logging in, Zhang Hong ordered the main force to rest in place while he returned to the village. He headed to the Bloody Divine Machine Camp and purchased 200 terrifying crossbow arrows and 200 powerful throwing stones. All previously purchased supplies had been depleted, so to avoid disrupting the upcoming battles, all necessary supplies were replenished. From 7:30 to 11:30, we cleared another 9 outposts. Just as Zhang Hong was about to give up, the last fake town finally gave him the blueprint for the town hall, and this time it was a big hit. Ding, the player opened the golden treasure chest and obtained 10 golden resource packs, 10 town hall blueprints, 10 town cavalry camp blueprints, 10 crude black iron swords, 10 divine refinement stones, 1,000 gold coins, and 1,000 reputation points. Divine refining stones used to enhance equipment and alter its quality. Upon seeing these treasures, Zhang Hong was overjoyed and immediately ordered his troops to return to the city. During this sortie to attack the mountain fortress, a total of 28 were defeated, 7 in the morning, 12 in the afternoon, and 9 at night. These 28 mountain forts certainly made him a fortune. The number of soldiers he managed to turn against the enemy alone reached 29,586, with a staggering 23,528 of them being cavalry, the remainder being archers, spearmen, and infantry. Additionally, 1,686 mountain bandit horses were obtained. The initial production of black iron weapons reached 120 units, and the initial production of black iron armor reached 50 units. Divine refining stones, 40, 1-star black obsidian, 50, 1-star white obsidian, 30, 1-star blue obsidian, 40. The rest are all blueprints, which indicates that level 4 outposts do not drop blood spirit pills, healing pills, etc. After a 20-minute journey, the army returned to the city. Along the way, the vast army left the players who had been waiting in ambush completely stunned. With so many soldiers, it was as easy as grinding a level 4 outpost for them. It's likely that grinding a level 5 outpost would be a piece of cake for them next. This scene was quickly captured by numerous players and posted on the forum. It was already very late, and by the time they returned to the city, it was 12:10 a.m. Zhang Hong felt no signs of sleepiness. On the contrary, he was full of energy. He could upgrade the city to a town at any moment. He wouldn't even be able to sleep if he tried. After the main army entered the city, Zhang Hong ordered Li Tsuanxiu and Yang Yuji to take the 29,000 4th-tier bandits to the Imperial Barracks. The remaining crossbows and catapults returned to the Bloody Divine Mechanics Corps. After arranging the soldiers, Zhang Hong went to the government office. "Congratulations on your triumphant return, my lord." Inside the government office, Zhang Zhuzheng and Zhang Liang seemed to be discussing something. Upon seeing Zhang Hong return, they hurriedly stood up to greet him. "Ha ha! Please sit down, gentlemen. No need for formalities." Zhang Hong was in a great mood and spoke cheerfully. "The Lord is in a great mood. I suppose today's consecutive battles must have yielded quite a lot of treasures and resources." Zhang Zhuzheng asked with a smile. "Ha ha! Thanks to Zifang's strategy today, we've gained half of the bandit soldiers without even lifting a finger." Zhang Hong praised him without any hesitation. Chapter 30, the first town in the entire server. "Ha ha! Mr. Zifang is truly wise and well-traveled. A single conversation with him is enough to see that. With Mr. Zifeng by your side, my lord will be like a tiger with wings, or a fish in water. Zhang Zhuzheng also praised him from the side. Mr. Zhang is too kind. Your servant is also fortunate to have been saved by the Lord and to have survived. To be able to serve the Lord with all my strength and dedication is the greatest honor of my life. Zhang Liang replied modestly, Mr. Zhu Zhang is truly a rare talent. You possess literary prowess, far-reaching insight, and the ability to foresee dangers before they arise. To have met such a great talent, I feel immensely honored. The Lord will be greatly strengthened by your assistance, like a tiger gaining wings or a fish finding water. Enough with the formalities, you two. It's giving me a headache. In any case, we are all family now. Family doesn't speak in formalities. To put it simply, having the assistance of the two of you is the greatest honor for me. Though one of you focuses on internal affairs and the other on external affairs, I still hope the two of you will work together to assist me and assist Chunlong Village. Let us make Chunlong Village grow stronger day by day and become the most powerful city in the empire. Zhang Hong stepped forward and said. I second that. Zhang Liang said without hesitation. I second that. Zhang Zhuzheng said with his chest puffed out, exuding righteousness. Excellent. Zhang Hong exclaimed loudly. That's right. My lord, I have two matters to discuss with you. These two matters were also decided after I discussed them with Mr. Zhu Zhang. Zhang Liang said. What is it? Speak freely. Zhang Hong said. First, there are too many spies outside the city, which has posed a serious threat to the villagers of Chunlong Village who are working outside the city. Today, there was a kidnapping incident. If it weren't for Mr. Zhu Zhang promptly bringing the Imperial Guards to rescue them, it could have resulted in a murder. Once a murder occurs, the morale of the people within the city will be affected. Despite this, the morale of the people within the city has already declined somewhat. Zhang Hong glanced down instinctively and indeed noticed that the morale of the people within the city had dropped by 5. If public morale drops to 60, the citizens within the city will riot and rebel. This is no joke. Continue speaking. Zhang Hong said expressionlessly. These two must have come to some conclusion he didn't need to ask. As our village has expanded, the number of soldiers in the city has also grown significantly. After careful consideration, we humbly request that the Lord station 1,200 light cavalrymen within the city walls. They should be deployed at 100 meters from each of the 4 city gates, with 300 light cavalrymen at each gate, to deter any troublemakers. This will ensure the safety of the villagers when they go out. Zhang Liang spoke with a steady demeanor and clear enunciation. Agreed. Zhang Hong agreed without hesitation. For now, it's definitely a good solution. Zhang Liang and Zhang Zhuzheng were overjoyed, exchanging glances unconsciously and silently praising their lord for being a wise ruler. Second, numerous spies have appeared around Chunlong Village, indicating that the village's development has attracted the attention of various powerful factions. To gain insight into the developments of these major factions, we have decided to form our own spy network. Only by knowing our enemies and ourselves can we emerge victorious in every battle. Does the Lord approve? Zhang Liang and the others looked expectantly. Permission granted. Zhang Hong responded once again with a hearty laugh. I've had this idea for a long time, but unfortunately, I couldn't make it happen. Since you two have this idea, we should get started right away. Today is the second day of construction in Chunlong Village, though technically it's already the third day. But no matter which day it is, everything comes down to time and efficiency. Zhang Hong is just one person, and it's really hard for him to handle everything. After all, he's just an ordinary person. In fact, with his own team of advisors, he could save himself a lot of trouble. That's great. Zhang Liang's face was filled with a genuine smile. The Lord was wise and far-sighted, truly a great leader of his generation. Zhang Liang was deeply grateful and greatly admired him. Zhu Zhang felt the same way. With such a great leader, how could our Chunlong village fail to thrive? Zhang Zhuzheng stroked his beard and praised with a pleased expression. Ding, Zhang Liang's mood is extremely joyful, and his loyalty has increased by 2 points. It has reached 98 points. Ding, Zhang Zhuzheng is in an extremely joyful mood, and his loyalty has increased by 1 point. It has reached 96 points. These two individuals, one gained 2 points, and the other gained 1 point. After some thought, Zhang Hong came to a conclusion. It is possible that both of these drawbacks were discovered by Zhang Liang, which is why he specifically sought out Zhang Zhuzheng to discuss them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhuzheng also realized the severity of the situation. After some deliberation, the two reached a conclusion. The next step was to wait and discuss the matter with Zhang Hong to see if he would agree. In the end, Zhang Hong agreed to both. Zhang Liang was overjoyed, gaining 2 points of loyalty. Zhang Zhuzheng also sighed in relief inwardly, and upon noticing that Zhang Hong exhibited the traits of a great leader, he made an exception and increased his loyalty by 1 point. After all, it was Zhang Liang who had come up with the suggestion, not him, Zhang Zhuzheng. By increasing his loyalty slightly, Zhang Zhuzheng has already shown him sufficient respect. Is there anything else to report? Zhang Hong asked. The two looked at each other, slightly stunned. Zhang Liang, who was highly intelligent, smiled awkwardly and said, "My lord has developed the cities and villages so extensively. Finding these two flaws is like looking for bones in an egg. Where else could there be so many bones to pick in an egg? Ha ha. You're truly witty, Zifeng." Zhang Hong laughed. "Alright, since there's no problem, starting from now, I'll upgrade the village to a town." "What? A town? So soon?" Zhang Jujing was taken aback. These matters fell within his jurisdiction, and he was naturally shocked upon hearing the news. Zhang Liang also looked a bit stunned. The pace was indeed unusually fast. Zhang Liang was also a bit stunned. This pace was indeed unusually fast. "Is it fast?" Zhang Hong feigned confusion, then burst into laughter and said, "As agreed, with two distinguished gentlemen here, the future of our village will only grow stronger and more prosperous." "Great!" Zhang Jujing's eyes flashed with a myriad of sharp glances. Chapter 31, The Superpowered General Li Yuanba. At that moment, Zhang Hong opened all 280 golden resource packages he had obtained today. 280 times 100,000 equals 28 million resources. In the blink of an eye, the various scarce resources within the government offices reached the staggering amount of 28 million, instantly replenishing the national treasury. Zhang Jujing could see these figures, and his expression froze. His body trembled, and his eyes betrayed his deep shock and disbelief. Such a vast amount of resources was far beyond what the common people could possibly obtain. You must understand that other players only obtain 10% of the resources needed to upgrade their cities from the common people, and that's after encouraging them to farm and mine. The remaining 90 are purchased with in-game currency from the market, acquired from other players who are not developing their cities, or from the system's daily limited quantity resource sales. In times of chaos, developing a city requires money first, followed by resources, and only then can you talk about troops. Level 16 Government Office. Village Chief 1 person. Villagers, 1,500. Blacksmith Department Requirement Level, Level 15. Market Demand Level, 15. Town Government Blueprints, 3 sheets. Time, 20 days. Food, 400,000. Iron ore, 350,000. Wood, 150,000. Stone, 250,000. Silver coins, 350,000. Upon seeing the demand from the 16th level government office, Zhang Hong didn't hesitate and immediately clicked the upgrade button. Ding ding dong dong. Clang, clang. After a series of knocks, the government office instantly leveled up to level 16. Ding, congratulations to player Chunlong for successfully upgrading the government office to level 16. Ding, congratulations to player Chunlong for successfully upgrading Chunlong Village to Chunlong Town. Keep up the good work and keep moving forward. Ding, after Chunlong Village is upgraded to Chunlong Town, 50 additional plots of land will be added. The area will expand to 100 square kilometers, and the administrative region will expand to 10 square kilometers. Additionally, new buildings have been added, 2 of each of the 3 types of barracks, 2 divine mechanics camps, 1 medical clinic, 1 alchemy lab, 2 watchtowers, 2 inns, 2 restaurants, 10 independent mansion compounds, 1 temple, 1 independent square, and 1 shipyard. Alchemy lab craft various elixirs, including blood spirit elixirs and healing elixirs. Independent mansion, an independent courtyard used by the town mayor to reward those who have distinguished themselves. Temple used by the people to seek blessings and enhance public sentiment. Independent square features artificial hills, small bridges, and entertainment facilities to enhance the joy of the people and boost public morale. Shipyard as a coastal city, you can build your own naval forces, civilian ships, and warships. Note, since Chunlong Village is the first village in the entire server to be promoted to Chunlong Town, it will be rewarded with 1 Chunlong Town Diamond Resource Pack, 1 Special Talent, and 1 Legendary General Card. Additionally, 3 consecutive system announcements will be made. Please prepare accordingly. System announcement: congratulations to player Chunlong for successfully upgrading the advanced village Chunlong Village to Chunlong Town. As Chunlong Village is the first village in the entire server to be upgraded to Chunlong Town, we will make 3 consecutive system announcements and award 1 Chunlong Town Diamond Resource Pack, 1 Special Talent, and 1 Legendary General Card. After 3 consecutive notification sounds, the entire server was once again thrown into a frenzy. This time, the commotion left all the players in the server in a frenzy. Damn it, I just leveled up to advance last night, and now I'm already in the town? This pace is way too fast. I've been stuck here for a week, and I'm still just jumping around in the same spot. Oh my goodness, 1,000 resources are no match for this hero. This game is really something else. It's way too challenging. How am I supposed to play this? In no time, players from all over started complaining. The battle for supremacy in the Empire is heating up once again. Even the major factions are no longer calm. This is way too fast, isn't it? Ordinary players are logging off and venting their frustration, while the major factions remain silent. They had finally gotten a taste of the combat strength of Chunlong Town and couldn't help but admit defeat. Seeing the diamond resource pack lying in his backpack, Zhang Hong opened it immediately. The resources needed to upgrade buildings were extremely abundant, and he wasn't sure if the nearly 30 million resources would be enough to fully upgrade everything to the maximum level. Special talent? Zhang Heng smiled and opened his talents without hesitation. He wanted to see what talents he would get this time. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlu. You have opened the talent treasure chest and obtained the tenfold Yuanbao talent. 10 times the Yuanbao? What is that? Zhang Heng froze for a moment, instinctively checking the attributes of his talent, then his face lit up with joy. Tenfold treasure coins, a rare talent exclusive to system characters and system-generated villages. Whenever you obtain treasure coins, they appear in tenfold quantities. This talent can be stacked with the tenfold drop rate talent. Talent stacking? 100 times? While others get 100 Yuanbao from a single level 4 fortress raid, I get 110, which equals 1000. Multiply that by 10 again, and you get 10,000 Yuanbao? Zhang Heng looked utterly astonished. That's way too impressive. Excellent. It seems the player's math wasn't taught by a PE teacher. The system's gentle voice teased. Wow. So that means I can just randomly grind through a day in the game and get tens of thousands of in-game currency? And that's without even selling the items I find? Zhang Heng seemed to have calmed down a bit. However, when he thought about the exorbitant cost of the royal cavalry, he let it go. The cost of those 10,000 heavy cavalrymen had reached 100,000 taels of silver. 10,000 heavy cavalry units amount to 1 million taels of silver. Well, it's just a game, and I didn't invest any money in it, so can I blame myself for being too lucky? Next, Zhang Heng shifted his attention to the legendary general cards. Open it. Zhang Heng didn't hesitate and chose to open it. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlu for opening the legendary general card and obtaining the 5-star super general Li Yuanba. Since Li Yuanba comes from the legendary general card, his initial loyalty is 100%. He will never betray you, never abandon his principles, and serve you loyally for life. Chapter 32, The Battle for the Famous City begins. Li Yuanba? The first hero of the Sui and Tang dynasties? Zhang Hengda was startled. Could this mean that the two strongest generals in history had both joined his ranks? Zhang Heng was utterly speechless with shock. Ding! The player has obtained the 5-star super general Li Yuanba. As the top general in this game, a system announcement appears asking the player whether to hide his name. Do not hide. Do not hide. System announcement, player Chunlu has been granted a golden opportunity, with exceptional luck, and has obtained the 5-star super general Li Yuanba by opening a legendary general card. This announcement is made to inform all players. Wow! A huge commotion erupted among numerous players. Li Yuanba. This is Li Yuanba. Character, Li Yuanba. Era, Sui and Tang dynasties. Level, 10th tier, 100th level. Quality, 5-star super general. Strength, 125. Command, 55. Strategy, 70. I specifically increased this because I don't want him to be a cute little guy. I added some intelligence so that he can stand on his own under the guidance of a military strategist. Politics, 43. Troop command attributes, plus 70 to cavalry stats, plus 30 to infantry stats. Weapons, diamond forged war drum and golden hammer. Mount, diamond mount, 10,000 mile dragon foal horse. Special troop type, dominant camp. Dominion camp limited to 2,000 soldiers. Yuanbao recruitment 1, each soldier costs 500 Yuanbao. Starting at 10th tier soldiers, each capable of taking on hundreds alone, with immense strength. Equipment and mounts are all golden quality. Yuanbao recruitment 2, each soldier costs 1000 Yuanbao, starting at 11th tier, each capable of holding off thousands, truly dominant and unpredictable. Equipment and mounts are all diamond quality. Super God attributes when you have 2000 troops, for every 100 soldiers killed, Li Yuanba's attack increases by 10, and the attack of all soldiers increases by 10. When all soldiers are killed, Li Yuanba's attack increases by 200. The attributes of this domineering camp left Zhang Heng speechless. The attributes are absurd, but the recruitment cost for soldiers is 500 ingots is still acceptable, but 1000 ingots. What's going on here? 1 for 1,000? Arrogant and unpredictable? Do you really think you're the reincarnation of Li Yuanba? Equipment and mounts are all diamonds? This attribute seems very powerful and appealing. If one can replace 1,000, then a 2,000 person army would be equivalent to 2 million ordinary soldiers? But the cost 1,000 gold coins each, so 2,000 would be 2 million? Holy crap! That's burning money! 2 million Yuanbao. Talking about millions all the time, do you even want people to survive? Wait a minute. This godlike attribute seems to be truly godlike. All dead, this. 200 attack bonus, are you really going to pull off the feat of taking down over 1 million people alone? System announcement, due to player Chunlu advancing Chunlu village to Chunlu town half a month early, maintenance will begin 15 hours earlier than scheduled. Maintenance will start in 5 minutes. Please cooperate to avoid being automatically logged out by the system once maintenance begins. During this maintenance period, the Empire Conquest mode will enter the Battle for Central Plains phase. The soft currency exchange system for in-game currency will be activated, and the famous city conquest tournament will commence. The exchange rate for soft currency to in-game currency is 101. That means 1,000 soft currency can be exchanged for 100 in-game currency. City Conquest Tournament, all players can lead their troops to compete for system-controlled cities. The cities available in this event are Yingchuan City in Yuzhou, Shanghai City in Qingzhou, and Chunlu City in Yenzhou. This competition lasts for 1 month. During the event, for each famous city captured and successfully defended for 1 week, players will receive a Diamond 15 refined Etienne sword. Successfully defending a city for 10 days grants a Diamond 15 refined Shenlong pony. Successfully defending a city for half a month grants a famous general card. Successfully defending a city for 1 month grants a beauty card. Diamond 15 refined King's sword, attack plus 150, strength plus 6. 3 slots for gems, embed a 10-star black obsidian to increase strength by 10, a 10-star blue obsidian to increase command by 10, and a yellow obsidian to increase speed by 10. Diamond 15 refined divine dragon steed ride a fine steed, command your troops, and increase the marching speed of all soldiers by 150 and speed by 6 points. 3 criticisms, embed a 10-star black obsidian to increase strength by 10 points, embed a 10-star red obsidian to increase strategy by 10 points, and embed a yellow obsidian to increase speed by 10 points. Beauty card, open the card to randomly obtain a historical beauty. Legend has it that when the beauty's intimacy with the Lord reaches 100, they can have a child. Famous cities have default troops of 10th tier soldiers, and each city is guarded by a historical general from the Three Kingdoms era. Whether you can conquer the famous city and capture the general depends on your own skills. After capturing a famous city, players can choose to recruit special soldiers from within the city. These soldiers are automatically set to level 10. Specific details will be available for players to select after capturing the city. When players capture a system-designated famous city, each city will produce 100,000 in-game currency daily. This is limited to a 1-month task period. Once the task period ends, the rewards disappear. However, the famous city remains under the player's ownership. Additionally, players can freely attack other system-owned cities as long as they have the capability. Notice, the system is about to be upgraded. Please prepare to log out. Zhang Heng checked the time. There were still 3 minutes left, so he transferred his in-game currency to Zhang Liang, gave him some instructions, and logged out. Chapter 33, The Terrifying Divine Forged Equipment. I had originally planned to finish everything today and rest, so that tomorrow morning, I could log in and immediately lead the soldiers to attack the mountain fortress. But now it seems I'll have to wait until tomorrow afternoon. It seems that man's plans are no match for fate. Zhang Heng never imagined that his own speed would end up affecting the entire progress of the game. According to the game's original design, players would need at least a month to reach the town level. As a result, opening the Jade Coin Exchange and the legendary General Showdown after a month would have been the perfect opportunity to make a fortune. However, no one could have anticipated that Zhang Heng alone obtained a 10-fold drop rate, resolving the shortage of resources in gold. He gained the ability to sow discord, securing a large number of bandit soldiers, and he obtained the Supreme Hourglass, enabling instant building upgrades. That would have been bad enough, but to make matters worse, he also obtained Li Tsuanxiu and the Imperial Royal Barracks. This completely disrupts the game's balance. Unfortunately, the game is no longer something that can be manipulated by humans. Everything is now in the hands of the AI. The only thing humans can control is the exchange of soft currency and in-game currency. In fact, the purpose of this game's creation was to make money. If it didn't make money, who would waste their brain cells on it for no reason? After logging off, Zhang Heng was bored, so he went to the forum to check out the players' discussions. Online rumors, Diamond level 15, super rare gear, Battle of the Great Cities, spend money to win, even if it means dying. Must read post, check it out now before it's too late. Zhang Heng instinctively opened the post. Hello everyone, I am one of the former game designers. Here, I'll give you a little sneak peek. Going forward, whenever you come across equipment with the refined attribute in the game, you should either keep it for yourself or buy it up in bulk. Under no circumstances should you sell it cheaply. Because in the future, this type of equipment can be transferred from the game into the real world. Especially any equipment with the refined attribute, it's the creme de la creme of legendary gear. Currently, you can already obtain refined equipment by refreshing at level 4 in the game. Additionally, the big boss has hinted that if you equip one of your generals with a full set of 15 refined gear, you'll be able to bring the general into the real world during future real-world transfers. Remember, it must be a full set of diamond grade 15 refined gear including a weapon, armor, shoes, helmet, and warhorse. Not a single piece can be missing. Of course, if generals can be brought out, so can the beauties. As long as you have the strength, anything can be brought out. The future of the game relies on divine refined equipment. Additionally, loot drop from raiding bandit camps is typically initial refined black iron equipment. Players who wish to upgrade black iron to bronze, silver, or even diamond quality will require divine refinement stones. However, the failure rate for upgrading quality is quite high. If the upgrade fails, there is a chance that the quality will decrease. To avoid losing quality, players should wait for level 5 mountain camps, which drop protection stones. These stones prevent quality loss in case of upgrade failure. In summary, everything depends on luck. In this world, if you're not lucky, no one can help you. Upon seeing this post, Zhang Heng's head spun, and a look of shock flashed in his eyes. Can the generals, beauties, and equipment from the game be brought out? Zhang Heng was getting a bit worked up. This is no joke. So, is this sudden system upgrade a blessing or a curse? But he was certain that he had to fight for it in this City of Legends showdown, especially that 15 refined equipment. However, since the Jade Coin Exchange feature wasn't available before, he could still stay ahead of other players. But once it's activated, would he still be able to maintain his lead? Zhang Heng fell into deep thought. This issue is getting serious. Those big corporations will definitely spend a fortune on in-game purchases to get 15-tier gear. At that point, it will be a fierce battle. With only 30,000 soldiers at my disposal, how can I possibly compete with them? Suddenly, Zhang Heng recalled Li Yuanba and the domineering camp. It seems that before competing for the famous city, we must first recruit Li Yuanba's 2,000 soldiers. Even if we can't afford to train soldiers at 1,000 yuan each, we'll settle for 500 yuan per soldier for now. One 500 yuan soldier, multiplied by 2,000 soldiers, equals 1 million yuan. Heaven! There are quite a few. It's just a pity that I don't have any money now. If only my father's company were still in my hands, that would be great. Just throw in a few billion, and that would be enough to play around with. But the exchange rate seems to be extremely high. 101. 1,000 yuan, just 100 gold coins. 10 million yuan is equivalent to 1 million gold coins. 10 million seems like a drop in the bucket even in the hands of those big conglomerates. These conglomerates can throw in a few hundred million without batting an eyelid. But regardless, the trend of farming in knockoff games will continue. Players will pour money into the game, spend heavily on troops, then use their forces to raid knockoff bases, gather resources, recruit soldiers, and upgrade buildings. Moreover, generals will become increasingly important. Without a capable general, even a large army will be of little use. As soon as Zhang Heng posted that message, he noticed that it had already been deleted. And there were many other posts above it. For example, a player discovered equipment with enchantments in a level 4 dungeon. Of course, such players are mostly well-known players on the leaderboard. There's also a post selling a Shi Liang. Zhang Heng opened it instinctively. Both my friend and I possess a powerful talent. My friend's talent is that when a mare gives birth, 1 foal can turn into 10 foals. 2 foals can turn into 20 foals. My talent is raising horses quickly, and the horses I raise have a chance to give birth to golden horses, dark golden horses, or horses with preliminary refinement attributes. At first, I didn't understand what preliminary refinement was, but now I do. Currently, we have 20 ziliang with the initial refinement attribute. Although all of them are currently at the black iron level, with divine refinement stones, couldn't we potentially enhance their quality? Chapter 34, The True Story of the Big Boss. After reading this post, Zhang Heng shifted his attention to the next one. This post has nothing to do with him, and he wouldn't spend money specifically to buy these horses. The next post is about forging weapons. Players with certain talents claim that their talent can alter the quality of weapons or add forged attributes. These posts are nothing more than an opportunity to make money off of wealthy players. However, the wealthy are indeed willing to go all out for these items. After all, they have the money to spare. Most importantly, these attribute-enhanced equipment can significantly enhance the performance of their in-game characters. This alone is enough to drive the wealthy players wild. After all, the world of the wealthy is something the average person can't even begin to imagine. It's almost 1 a.m. now. Zhang Heng was feeling a bit sleepy, so he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Zhang Heng hadn't woken up yet when there was a knock on the door. "Who is it?" Zhang Heng asked, rubbing his sleepy eyes. "I'm Chen Qianxuan." A soft, melodious voice echoed through the air. Zhang Heng was startled and hurriedly got out of bed, saying, "Wait a moment, I'll get up right away." After quickly tidying up, Zhang Heng left the house. Zhang Heng asked, "With those 2 dark circles under your eyes, did you stay up all night again last night? It seems like the game maintenance went until 3 p.m. today, right? Last night, several high-ranking officials from our village gathered for a meeting and decided to invest 100 billion into the game immediately." Chen Qianxuan said, steadying his nerves. 100 billion? Zhang Heng wasn't shocked, he just smiled slightly and asked, "Then what?" "We plan to capture Yingchuan City in Yuzhou." Chen Qianxuan spoke in a low voice, her tone firm, clearly having made up her mind. Zhang Heng didn't rush to respond. Instead, he freshened up, and then the 2 of them went downstairs. The servants had already prepared breakfast and brought each of them a portion. "What happened next?" Zhang Heng asked while drinking his milk. "This is an opportunity for us. As long as we capture a famous city and defend it for a week, we can obtain the Divine Forge equipment. The importance of the Divine Forge equipment was already announced on the forum last night. Chen Xianxuan said. Maybe it's just a gimmick the game company is using to deceive us. Zhang Hong pretended not to care. You really have to believe this. Last night, many heads of state exerted pressure on the big boss just to find out the truth about this matter. Chen Xianxuan said. It seems the big boss is spilling the beans. Zhang Hong said. That's right. But the big boss also said that the game is now under the control of the AI, and no one has the authority to interfere. As for when it will be implemented, that's still unknown. Chen Xianxuan said. Ha ha. The big boss really knows how to pass the buck. But that's fine. The unknown is always more interesting. Zhang Hong said with a smile. Humph. In the end, it's all that Qianlong's doing. That guy really is lucky. Chen Xianxuan said, come to think of it, this Qianlong does have some ability. From the day he founded the city to today, it's only been 3 days, right? Actually, it should be 2 days. He managed to upgrade the village to a town in just 2 days. And according to our spies from Yanran village, his forces not only include Li Tsuanxiu and Yang Yuji, but last night, he also obtained Li Yuanba. That's Li Yuanba. Chen Xianxuan stared with wide eyes, unsure whether she was envious or jealous. Ha ha. Zhang Hong was taken aback. You don't seem interested in these? Chen Xianxuan furrowed his brows, then remembered something and smiled, saying, of course, you've only been in the game for 2 days. You don't know much about it yet, so you wouldn't understand the importance of these things. Actually, I came here today to invest money in you. To help you speed things up. After all, those others have already settled into the game. Yesterday, I even obtained the Chuhan hero Yingbu. Yingbu is no ordinary character. Though his historical reputation isn't great, as long as we max out his loyalty, he'll be loyal to the end. Chen Xianxuan said. Chapter 35, Enter the Game. Upon hearing Chen Xianxuan's words, Zhang Hong was deeply moved. Having money could indeed help him develop faster, but he didn't need it. He didn't want to rely on others' strength, he only wanted to rely on his own abilities. Xianxuan, thank you for your help. The fact that you stayed by my side when I was down and out already means you think highly of me. Please don't mention the investment anymore. Zhang Hong said gratefully. Chen Xianxuan snorted lightly, stood up, and said, alright. Since you don't need my help now, I won't interfere. If you ever need me, just let me know. I'll risk my life to help you. Don't forget your heroic deed of acting on impulse for a woman. Soon, I will stand behind you once more and hold up the sky for you. Zhang Hong recalled the vows they had once made and blurted them out without thinking. Upon hearing this, Chen Xianxuan's delicate body trembled slightly, and a tear slipped out unnoticed. She bent down and kissed Zhang Hong on the forehead, saying, stay strong. You are the only one in my life. I will wait for this day to come. With that, Chen Xianxuan turned and left. Zhang Hong clenched his fists and muttered to himself, this day will come soon. I told you, I will be your steadfast support. After Chen Xianxuan left, Zhang Hong had nothing to do, so he went into the courtyard and did some physical training. Before he knew it, it was time to log on. Before 3 o'clock, Zhang Hong was already lying inside the game pod. Gaming was his entire life. Without it, he feared he might indeed end up relying on others for support in the future. At exactly 3 o'clock, the game went live. Ding, congratulations to player Qianlong for successfully entering the game. The scene shifts, and Zhang Hong appears in the government office. At that moment, 5 people entered the hall. Zhang Liang, Zhang Zhuzheng, Li Tsuanxiu, Yang Yuji, and Li Yuanba. The 5 5-star great figures of Qianlong town. Lord! Upon seeing Zhang Hong arrive, the 5 men immediately clasped their hands together and greeted him. Zhang Hong nodded slightly. Congratulations, Lord! Congratulations, Lord! You have gained another capable and fierce general under your command. With such a fierce general, the combat strength of Qianlong town will become even more formidable. Zhang Zhuzheng said with his hands clasped together. Mr. Zhizheng is correct. Last night, after the Lord departed, I encountered General Yuanba, who had come to seek refuge. General Yuanba possesses extraordinary strength and a formidable presence. Alongside Generals Tsuanxiu and Yang, the 3 of them fought side by side, routing the bandits and leaving them in disarray. Zhang Liang praised enthusiastically, with these 3 men in our Qianlong village, we will certainly become even stronger. Last night when he logged off, he handed over his in-game currency permissions to Zhang Liang, intending for Zhang Liang to help him promote all the troops he had obtained yesterday to Royal Cavalry. Then, during the game maintenance period, he planned to have Zhang Liang lead Li Tsuanxiu and Yang Yuji to continue raiding bandit camps. Oh, really? Zhang Hong feigned confusion. He naturally knew that Li Yuanba was extremely abnormal, and that initial combat strength of 125 wasn't something to be taken lightly. Yuanba pays his respects to the Lord. Li Yuanba clasped his hands together, looking as though the system had boosted his intelligence by 70 points, making him sharp and composed unlike the clumsy, adorable character from the historical novels. Zhang Hong observed Li Xuanxiao and Yang Yuji without showing any emotion. He noticed that Yang Yuji remained calm, showing no change in expression. This indicated full loyalty and no reservations whatsoever. On the contrary, Li Xuanxiao's face was tinged with a hint of worry. It seemed that Li Xuanxiao had suffered a secret defeat at the hands of Li Yuanba last night, which was why he looked so gloomy. Zhang Hong immediately saw what he was worried about. First, his combat strength was not as strong as Li Yuanba's, and he feared being neglected. Second, Zhang Hong had previously assigned the crossbow cavalry to Yang Yuji's command to support him. This also meant that Li Yuanba's arrival would strip him of his heavy cavalry authority. As a result, he would be completely sidelined. How could he not be troubled by this? Zhang Hong knew that at this moment, he had to make a wise decision. If he neglected Li Xuanxiao's loyalty would surely diminish. This was no joke. Once Li Xuanxiao's loyalty decreases, it will be extremely difficult to raise it again. Zifang, how many troops do we have now? Zhang Hong pondered for a moment before asking in a solemn voice. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanxiao's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and his heart seemed to be pounding so hard it might leap out of his throat, thudding loudly. Zhang Liang had already noticed this, so when he was praising Li Yuanba, he spoke somewhat ambiguously. Even Zhang Zhuzheng was cautious in his words and actions. The decision lies in Zhang Heng's hands. The two of them intended to remind him, but they couldn't say it openly here, as everyone was present. If it were to get out, it would tarnish Li Xuanxiao's reputation. Zhang Zhuzheng furrowed his brows but remained silent. Upon hearing Zhang Heng's words, Zhang Liang felt a weight lift from his heart, and he felt a sense of relief. Reporting back to the Lord. When the Lord departed last night, there were still 44.28 million gold coins remaining. However, due to limited funds, I specially converted 2,159 heavy cavalry units last night, spending 2,159 million gold coins, which exactly made up the full 3,000 heavy cavalry units. We also converted 1,232 crossbow cavalry units, spending 924,000 gold coins, to reach exactly 3,000 crossbow cavalry units. Additionally, 1,200 light cavalry units were converted for use as mobile defense forces within the city, to deter nearby bandits, at a cost of 60,000 gold coins. The remaining 7,450,000 gold coins were used to summon 2,980 archers. According to the comprehensive statistics, our Chunlong town now has 3,000 heavy cavalry, 3,000 crossbow cavalry, 1,200 light cavalry, and 2,980 crossbowmen. Additionally, there are still 22,015 fourth-tier bandit cavalry that have not been deployed. The total number of troops is 32,195 soldiers. Zhang Liang's mind is indeed sharp. He managed to recite all those numbers without a single mistake. Chapter 36, Charging Alone into a Level 5 Mountain Fortress. Even Zhang Zhuzheng, standing nearby, couldn't help but marvel. Currently, 1,200 light cavalrymen are patrolling back and forth outside the 4 city gates, deterring petty criminals. 2,980 archers and crossbowmen have been stationed on the city walls. The remaining 3,000 heavy cavalrymen and 3,000 crossbow cavalrymen are still in the barracks. Zhang Liang reported truthfully. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Hong said, "Today, we will launch an attack on the 5th-level mountain fortress. There will be no immediate danger within the city, so no troops are needed to guard the walls. General Li Xuanxiao will continue to lead the heavy cavalry. The heavy cavalry has become an extension of his soul. I believe no general is more familiar with the tactics of the heavy cavalry than he is." As he spoke, Li Xuanxiao's body trembled slightly, and tears welled up in his eyes. But this man of iron will, with his unyielding resolve, forced back the tears, refusing to let them spill over. "General Xuanxiao!" Zhang Hong shouted. "Here I am." Li Xuanxiao clasped his hands together and spoke with a resounding voice, but from his words, Zhang Hong could sense an inexplicable excitement. "From now on, you, Li Xuanxiao, will be the commander of the Royal Heavy Cavalry and Light Cavalry. When necessary, you may also command the crossbow cavalry. This is my decree, and no one can replace you. Additionally, the 22,000 fourth-tier cavalry within the city will also be under your command." Zhang Hong stared intently at Li Xuanxiao, speaking with a firm and resolute tone. "This subordinate obeys your orders." Li Xuanxiao perked up, casting aside his gloom and frustration, and adopted a stern demeanor. Ding, Li Xuanxiao felt deeply grateful, and his loyalty increased by 1 point. It now stands at 98 points. Zhang Hong sighed in relief. He was truly worried about Li Xuanxiao's loyalty. After all, he was his most formidable general under his command. Under no circumstances could he afford to alienate Li Xuanxiao. Because this represents not only Li Xuanxiao, but also Zhang Liang and Zhang Zhuzheng. "Raise the general!" Zhang Hong shouted loudly. "Here I am." Yan Yuji clasped his hands together. "The 2,980 archers are temporarily under your command," Zhang Hong said. "This subordinate obeys your orders." Yan Yuji shouted loudly. "General Yuanba." Zhang Hong shifted his gaze toward Li Yuanba. "I am here." Li Yuanba's voice boomed like a bell, resonating with a humming sound. The 3,000 crossbow cavalry will be under your command for now, Zhang Hong said. This subordinate obeys your orders. Li Yuanba responded with both hands clasped in a fist. With just a few words, my lord has united the entire high-ranking officials of Chunlu town, making us all stand together against our enemies. You are truly the greatest leader of all time. I am deeply impressed, Zifeng. Zhang Liang wore a satisfied expression. At present, it seemed that this arrangement was the most appropriate course of action. Zhang Zhuzheng also sighed in relief. If things had been handled poorly just now, Chunlu town would have lost a great general. Losing a key figure may seem insignificant now, but what about the future? If we can lose one, we can lose another unless their loyalty is at maximum. It may seem like you've gained a powerful and invincible Li Yuanba, but even one Li Yuanba can't solve the bigger problems. In peacetime, he might be suitable as a bodyguard, but in times of war, even the mightiest warrior has his limits. Alright. The three of you head to the royal barracks for now and await my orders. Zhang Hong still needs to upgrade the buildings within the city. At that moment, the three generals walked out of the hall together. Zhang Hong tapped his head. It seems like this leader's job isn't going to be easy either. You have to keep everyone happy, and any oversight could lead to major problems. My lord, these are the treasures obtained from midnight yesterday until 2 p.m. today, Zhang Liang said as he pulled out a large pile of treasures. These treasures were all obtained from raiding bandit camps, but he didn't get a tenfold drop rate, so they were all just single drops. In total, he had looted 51 level 4 mountain forts and 1 level 5 mountain fort. Zhang Liang stated truthfully. So many? Zhang Hengda was startled. There was actually another 5th level mountain fortress? My lord is unaware. It is precisely because of this 5th level mountain fortress that General Suanxiu is feeling immense pressure. Zhang Liang spoke with a look of horror. This Li Yuanba, the Yuanba general, is simply not human. He charged into the 5th level mountain fortress alone, as if slicing through vegetables, moving as if no one was there. He slaughtered the 5th tier mountain bandits, leaving them in disarray and fleeing in panic. Even the mountain bandit boss was blown to pieces by those 2 hammers, each weighing 1,000 pounds. Such a fierce warrior is something I have never seen before. He is truly unmatched in history, with no equal before or after. A once-in-a-lifetime sight. Zhang Liang sighed and said. Zhang Hong smiled slightly and said, Master Zhang will adapt gradually. He will adapt gradually. As he spoke, Zhang Hong carefully put away all the treasures on the table. After 15 hours, he had cleared 51 level 4 forts and 1 level 5 fort that was already pushing the limits. Most of those forts were definitely taken down by Li Yuanba in solo battles. It seems that I must now raise Li Suanxiu's loyalty to the maximum level. Otherwise, dealing with future issues will be a real headache. Zhang Hong didn't linger here. Instead, he rode his horse and spent an hour upgrading all the buildings in the city to their maximum level. However, due to a shortage of resources, several ordinary barracks remained unupgraded. Zhang Hong decided not to upgrade them further, as these barracks wouldn't be needed in the short term, and upgrading them would be a waste of resources. After the resources were reduced to 1 million, Zhang Hong headed to the market. He dared not use the remaining 1 million resources, especially grain, as it was essential for the people's sustenance and the army's provisions. If it were completely depleted, public morale would plummet, and soldiers might lose their resolve due to hunger. This is no joke. Surrounding the government offices were large courtyard houses. These courtyard houses were built without blueprints, but their construction required resources. To reward Li Suanxiu and Zhang Liang, Zhang Hong specifically upgraded 10 large mansions to the maximum level. Max level mansions can only reach level 10. Inside, there are artificial hills, small bridges, pavilions, towers, glazed tiles, and intricately carved beams and pillars. In short, it looks incredibly grand and beautiful. The signboard on the door can be customized by entering the desired name through the system menu. Currently, none of the 5 have been rewarded yet. Zhang Hong needs an appropriate time and location to bestow rewards on the 5, thereby significantly increasing the loyalty of Li Suanxiu, Zhang Liang, and Zhang Zhuzheng to their maximum levels. Chapter 37, Seize the opportunity to make a fortune. System announcement: Player Extinction Master has been granted a golden opportunity by fate, with exceptional luck, to recruit the 5-star General Pei Yuanqing. A special in-game announcement is being made. Just as Zhang Hong was heading to the market, 3 consecutive system announcements appeared in his mind. Pei Yuanqing? One of the top 5 heroes of the Sui and Tang dynasties, capable of holding his own against Li Yuanba for several moves? Zhang Heng's lips curled into a sneer. What's so impressive about holding his own for a few moves? After a few moves, wouldn't he still end up dying at Li Yuanba's hands? He didn't even bother to take it seriously. System announcement: Player Xiongba Tianxia has successfully built a diamond-level village. As the second player to achieve this, he is awarded 5,000 ingots, 1 gold resource pack, 1 state relocation order, and 1 blueprint for the rare Iron Blood Cavalry camp. 3 consecutive system notification sounds rang out once again. Zhang Hong narrowed his eyes. Diamond Village wasn't the only one, but the Iron Blood Cavalry camp was pretty impressive when it came to combat, being a rare unit type. It seemed like this dominate the world strategy was finally taking off. Zhang Hong was worried about the treasure system being activated for exchanges. Once activated, players would definitely start spending money like crazy to develop their characters. System announcement: congratulations to player Shallow Smile, who has successfully upgraded the advanced village Yenran Village to Yenran Town. As Yenran Village is the second village in the entire server to be upgraded to town level, we will make 3 consecutive system announcements and reward the player with 1 Yenran Town Diamond Resource Pack, 1 rare unit blueprint for the Heavenly Archer Camp, and 1 legendary general card. Upon hearing the system announcement, Zhang Heng's face lit up with a joyful expression. It seems like this little girl is pretty quick on her feet. The shock caused by this system announcement is no less than that of the once dominant power. A Divine Archer Camp and a legendary general card. Those who rank in the top 5 and advance will receive extremely generous rewards. Upon arriving at the market, Zhang Heng ignored Ma Lai and immediately took out all the treasures he could sell and hung them up for sale. Town government blueprints, 1 million gold coins each, a total of 9 pieces, hang them all up. That's right, exactly 10 million. At the town level, you need 3 blueprints to upgrade. Originally, he only had 10 blueprints. After upgrading the city, he was left with 7, but last night, Zhang Liang brought Li Cuanxiu and Li Yuanba back with 5 more, bringing the total to 12. However, considering Chen Xianxuan's Yenran village, he decided to activate the previously unused friend system. He searched for the name Chen Xian Yenran and, through the friend system, sent 3 town-level government building blueprints to Chen Xianxuan. This woman was quite swift. Regardless of why the blueprints had been sent by Qianlong, she immediately used them to upgrade the advanced village to a town. Recalling this woman's personality, Zhang Heng couldn't help but smile. 10 million yuan for a single blueprint, not a single penny too much. Everyone's spending money on in-game purchases, with some spending hundreds of billions. This 10 million yuan treasure seems like a drop in the bucket for these big spenders. Alright, if you think it's too expensive, you can just not take it. But when there are more people, everyone has their own goals. If you think it's too expensive, you can step aside. There are others who don't mind the price. What everyone wants now is ranking, fame, and absolute strength. The top-ranked cities will receive rare talents and legendary general cards upon upgrading. A single legendary general card is enough to drive these big shots wild. Come to think of it, selling 10 million ingots of treasure for that price is a bargain. We're not greedy. 10 million yuan is more than enough. 10 million, 9 of them would be 90 million gold coins. Converted to RMB, that's 900 million. 900 million doesn't seem like much, right? It's not like it's coming from a big shot or anything. Sure enough, as soon as the 9 items were listed on the marketplace, they were snapped up by numerous big names. Ding, congratulations to player Qianlong. The town hall blueprint you sold has been purchased for 10 million gold coins. Ding, congratulations to player Qianlong. The town hall blueprint you sold has been sold for 10 million in-game currency. Ding, congratulations to player Qianlong. The town hall blueprint you sold has been sold for 10 million in-game currency. 5 consecutive notification sounds. Instant kill. Zhang Hong was startled. He looked down at the wealth ranking and was shocked to discover that the richest person on the list was still Wealth Entertainment. This guy isn't just a little rich. 5 billion yuan. That's equivalent to 50 billion yuan in Chinese currency. NX. It seems like I really sold it for a bargain. 90 million yuan arrived instantly. Zhang Hong grinned and sold all the remaining blueprints for just 10,000 gold coins. Even the barracks blueprints were sold for 10,000 gold coins. To put it bluntly, the big shots are all rich now, they can train troops on their own, so why would they care about these blueprints? If the price is too high, people will call you an idiot. For just 10,000 yuan, take it or leave it. I don't care either way, I've already made my money. After posting all the blueprints on the market, Zhang Heng shifted his attention to other treasures. After some thought, Zhang Heng posted 5 silver ceasefire charms and 10 bronze ceasefire charms on the market. Each silver ceasefire symbol was priced at 1 million gold coins. A bronze ceasefire symbol is priced at 500,000 in-game currency. Unfortunately, the gold treasure chest from a 4th-tier counterfeit version did not drop a golden truce token, otherwise, the price of the golden truce token could have skyrocketed to 2 million, or even 3 million. This item is extremely useful for both early and late game. Zhang Heng's backpack now contains 30 bronze truce charms and 20 silver truce charms. There are 30 precision city relocation orders available. When attacking famous cities, simply relocate the city next to the famous city and attack it directly. This approach is far more effective. Notice, congratulations to player Qianlong. The silver truce symbol you sold has been sold for 1 million gold coins. Ding, congratulations to player Qianlong. The bronze truce symbol you sold has been sold for 500,000 in-game currency. Another instant sale. Zhang Heng is used to the extravagance of big shots, after all, he once had such a history himself. System announcement: congratulations to player War God by Chi for successfully upgrading the advanced village War God Village to War God Town. As War God Village is the third village in the server to be upgraded to town level, we will make 3 consecutive system announcements and reward War God Town with 1 diamond resource pack and 1 legendary general card. System announcement: congratulations to player Wealthy Entertainment for successfully upgrading the high-level village Wealthy Village to Wealthy Town. As Wealthy Village is the 4th village in the server to be upgraded to town level, we will issue 3 consecutive system announcements and reward the player with 1 Wealthy Town diamond resource pack and 1 legendary general card. These 2 villages were only 1 second apart. Chapter 38, Li Yuanba's meat grinder in the domineering camp. System announcement: player Shallow Smile, a golden opportunity has been bestowed by heaven. Your character is at its peak. Recruit a 5-star legendary general with high favor. Special game announcement. Upon hearing such system prompts one after another, Zhang Heng's lips curled into a delighted smile. How does it feel like all your achievements are thanks to me? Zhang Heng couldn't help but almost burst out laughing. War God Village. Millionaire Village. Shen Xianyuan's favorite. Zhang Heng shook his head and, after leaving the market, made his way to the royal barracks. My lord. Li Cuanxiao and his 3 men were all in the imperial cavalry camp, 1 training crossbow cavalry, 1 training heavy cavalry, and 1 training archers. Upon Zhang Heng's arrival, the 3 immediately rushed forward, assuming that the main army was about to set out on a campaign. From the outside, the royal barracks covered an area of less than 500 square meters. However, once inside, the space expands by over 100 times, reaching at least 50,000 square meters. This is a game design choice to prevent the area from becoming too large, which would require players to build a city and then spend excessive time running back and forth. However, upgrading buildings still requires 1 hour of travel time each time. With as much as 100 million ingots in his possession, Zhang Heng's ego began to swell. After the royal barracks were upgraded to town level, many changes occurred. The initial 6th tier soldiers have been promoted from 6th tier units to 8th tier units. With the promotion of troop ranks, the price has also changed, and their attributes have been significantly enhanced. Royal Light Cavalry, an 8th tier cavalry unit with 1,500 attack, 900 defense, and 100 speed. Each unit costs 150 gold coins to produce. Equipped with golden quality war horses and gear. Royal Heavy Cavalry 8th tier cavalry, attack 2000, defense 1800, speed 100, production cost 300 gold per soldier. Equipped with golden quality war horses and gear. Royal Crossbow Cavalry 8th tier cavalry, attack 1600, defense 500, speed 100, range 1000 meters, cost per soldier 200 gold coins. Equipped with golden quality war horses and gear. Royal Heavy Shield Infantry 8th tier infantry, attack 300, defense 1200, speed 30, production cost 100 ingots per soldier. Equipped with gold quality gear. Royal Light Shield Infantry 8th tier infantry, attack 800, defense 600, speed 45, cost 80 gold per soldier. Equipped with gold quality gear. Royal Crossbow Infantry 8th tier crossbow infantry, attack 1200, defense 200, speed 55, range 1000 meters, cost 80 ingots per soldier. Equipped with gold quality gear. Imperial Spearman 8th tier spearman, attack 1100, defense 300, speed 45, cost 80 gold per soldier. Equipped with gold quality gear. Looking at the newly changed attributes, Zhang Heng checked the 22,015 cavalry that had not yet been converted. After some thought, he spent 270,000 gold coins to upgrade the previous 3,000 heavy cavalry, 3,000 crossbow cavalry, and 2,980 bow and crossbow soldiers to 8th rank. He then spent another 300,000 gold coins to create 2,000 heavy cavalry units, bringing the total number of heavy cavalry units to 5,000. Spending 200,000 gold coins, they trained 2,000 crossbow cavalry, bringing the total number of crossbow cavalry to 5,000. Spend 200,000 gold coins to train 4,000 heavy infantry. Spend 160,000 gold coins to train 4,000 spearmen. Spend 4,006,000 gold coins to transform the remaining 10,015 into archers. As a result, every soldier in the entire camp is now a royal cavalryman. 5,000 heavy cavalry, 5,000 crossbow cavalry, 4,000 heavy infantry, 4,000 spearmen, and 12,995 archers and crossbowmen. Training these troops cost a total of 12,606,000 gold coins, with 98,745,000 gold coins remaining. The process of transforming the soldiers was witnessed by the 3 generals present, as well as Zhang Liang and Zhang Zhuzheng, who had just arrived at the imperial barracks. Those rows of elite soldiers, with their imposing presence, iron-clad bodies, and gleaming armor, were a sight to behold. Since the game began, such a large number of elite soldiers had never appeared before. These are all 8th tier soldiers. Even if they can't take on 100 enemies alone, they should at least be able to hold off 30 or 40, right? Zhang Heng didn't focus on the few people in front of him. Instead, he opened Li Yuanba's domineering camp in the barracks interface. Next, he would spend money to build Li Yuanba's 2,000-strong dominant camp, with each soldier costing 1,000 jade coins, the diamond tier standard configuration. At 1,000 ingots per soldier, the 2,000 soldiers of the 2,000-strong Dominion army would cost a staggering 2 million ingots. Anyway, we've got money now, so we can be reckless. Zhang Hong narrowed his eyes and, without a word, chose to deduct 2 million gold coins to build 2,000 dominant camps. At that moment, several million gold coins were nothing to Zhang Hong. Wow! The void trembled. Within everyone's line of sight, 2,000 riders suddenly appeared, mounted on black stallions, each holding a small drum and a golden hammer identical to Li Yuanba's. Each of them was clad in pitch black, menacing armor, wearing skull-shaped helmets that covered their faces, their bodies shrouded in blood and exuding a murderous aura, as if they had just emerged from a brutal, blood-soaked battle. Each of them stood tall and proud, their massive bodies resembling towering mountains, their presence overwhelming, creating a powerful visual impact. The small trumpets, drums, and golden hammers in their hands must weigh at least 100 kilograms, right? 100 kilograms, 2 would be 200 kilograms. These troops are clearly a formidable meat grinder tailored specifically for Li Yuanba. Baodao Camp, 11th Tier Cavalry, attack 6,000, defense 6,000, speed 30, construction cost 10,000 gold coins. Equipped with diamond quality warhorses and gear. Dominant Camp 11th Tier Cavalry, attack 6,000, defense 8,000, speed 300, cost 10,000 gold coins. Equipped with diamond quality warhorses and gear. Note, Zhang Zhuzheng's appearance is visually stunning, inspiring excitement and loyalty, which has been boosted by 2 points, reaching 98 points. Ding, Zhang Liang's visual impact is stunning, exciting, and loyalty has been increased by 2 points. It has reached 100 points. Ding, Li Xuanxiao's visual impact is stunning, evoking intense excitement, and his loyalty has been specially increased by 1 point, reaching 99 points. Ding, congratulations to player Chunlu for successfully winning Zhang Liang's lifelong trust. From now on, Zhang Liang will remain loyal and dedicated for the rest of his life. As the first player to achieve 100 loyalty points with a historical strategist, you have been rewarded with an additional 1 point each in all 3 primary attributes and 1 point in charm. System announcement: player Chunlu, showing compassion for his troops and valuing his strategists, has successfully captured the renowned strategist Zhang Liang, becoming the first player in the server to raise a 5-star strategist's loyalty to 100. As a special reward, the system will grant 3 attribute points each, plus 1 charm point. This achievement will be announced 3 times consecutively. Didn't you consult me? Zhang Hong glared, feeling dissatisfied. This was another accidental moment that made him famous. Just moments ago, Zhang Hong had been overjoyed. All 3 big shots have increased their loyalty. This is great news. However, the system announcement caught him off guard once again. Sigh. I wanted to keep a low profile, but my abilities won't let me. Chapter 39, split into 3 groups to raid the bandit camps. He didn't realize that this system announcement had once again deeply provoked those powerful figures. Especially the big spenders, who were all filled with envy and resentment. This Chunlu, he's Li Yuanba, Li Xuanxiao, Yang Yuji, and now there's Zhang Liang too. Goodness gracious, how are they supposed to survive? No way, I've got money. I'll spend it all until I die. I won't rest until I've spent every last penny on this game. I just don't believe I can't catch up to him. Thank you, Lord. After Li Yuanba was stunned, he clasped his hands together, knelt on one knee, and said tearfully with gratitude, "Thank you, Lord, for your kindness toward Yuanba and for forging such a powerful army for me." Zhang Hong chuckled and said, "All of this is Yuanba's doing. If it weren't for Yuanba bringing this unit, even if I wanted to create them, I wouldn't be able to. Yuanba, please rise." "Thank you, Lord." Li Yuanba stood up, his expression filled with excitement as he looked at the 2,000 cavalrymen tailored specifically for him, his heart brimming with excitement. "Master, does this formation have a name?" Zhang Liang asked with a delighted expression. "The Domineering Camp." Zhang Hong stated truthfully. "The Domineering Camp. Majestic and imposing, with a fierce and imposing presence. Full of momentum and courage." Zhang Liang couldn't help but praise. "With such a force in our Chunlu village, how could we ever worry about bandits? It's truly majestic and awe-inspiring." Zhang Zhuzheng couldn't help but praise them. "Ha ha." Zhang Hong smiled slightly and asked, "Zifeng, what do you think we should do if we split into 3 groups to descend the mountain fortress?" Zhang Liang pondered for a moment and said, "General Yuanba is invincible in battle, and his 2,000-strong Baodao regiment is terrifyingly powerful. With such an ironclad army, General Yuanba can easily hold his own. I suggest he lead his troops directly to the 6th-level mountain fortress and does not need any support." "A level 6 mountain fortress?" Zhang Hong was taken aback and asked, "Are you sure, Zifeng? A level 6 bandit camp has 56,000 6th-tier bandit soldiers. Actually, my lord has underestimated the terror of the Domineering camp. As Zhang Heng's strategist, Zhang Liang can instantly assess the combat strength of all the soldiers and calculate every advantage and disadvantage with precision. Don't forget that in history, Zhang Liang, when assisting Liu Bang, made every decision with remarkable precision. In fact, every step Liu Bang took was meticulously calculated by Zhang Liang. Liu Bang's rise from a minor official in a small town to the ruler of a kingdom was largely due to Zhang Liang's strategic brilliance. Although Han Xian and Xiao Yi also played significant supporting roles, the greatest contributor to this achievement was undoubtedly Zhang Liang. Especially during the most critical moments. Take the banquet at Hongmen as an example. At the Hongmen banquet, Liu Bang was nothing but confused and terrified. This was clearly a trap set by Xiang Yu to execute him. But he still went. It was all thanks to Zhang Liang's clever plan. What was Zhang Liang's strategy? An open strategy. Zhang Liang played the open strategy, playing it fair and square, without a hint of underhandedness. The result. At the banquet at Hongmen, Liu Bang returned safely with his head still on his shoulders. Because Zhang Liang had already planned everything for him. 6th-tier bandit forces, 10,000 6th-tier bandit cavalry, 5,000 6th-tier bandit archers, 30,000 6th-tier infantry, and 5,000 6th-tier spearmen. The dominant camp, as an 11th-tier unit, boasts powerful attack strength and even stronger defense. With such formidable defensive capabilities paired with its attack power, defeating 6th-tier bandits is as easy as slicing through butter. Zhang Liang stroked his beard confidently and said, "Don't forget, General Yuan Ba is an even more formidable tiger general." A tiger general leading tiger soldiers into a sheep pen. What does that even mean? Alright. With that said, I can rest assured. In fact, Zheng Hong thought the same way. After all, Li Yuanba had single-handedly taken on a level 5 mountain fortress, so a level 6 one would be a piece of cake. The first route, General Yuanba attacks the 6th level mountain fortress. That's decided. Let's discuss the second and third routes. Zhang Hong said with narrowed eyes. Level 5 bandits 3000 level 5 bandit cavalry, 2000 level 5 bandit archers, 4000 level 5 bandit infantry, and 1000 level 5 bandit spearmen. The second force, led by General Cuanxiao, consists of 4000 heavy cavalry and 5000 crossbow cavalry, accompanied by 10 powerful catapults, divided into 3 waves for assault. The first and second waves will directly destroy the bandits' camp, while the third wave will target the main gate. Immediately following, the crossbow cavalry will fire 3 volleys, with the remainder left to General Li Cuanxiao. Regardless of whether the bandits choose to charge, they must charge straight ahead and storm into the camp. If the bandits' archers have not been severely weakened, the crossbow cavalry will continue firing. Minimize casualties as much as possible. Alright. The second round is settled. The remaining troops will all be under General Yang's command. Zheng Hong said. That's right. Zhang Liang said, General Yang will lead 1,000 heavy cavalry, 3,000 heavy infantry, 2,000 spearmen, 5,000 archers, and 10 powerful catapults. Follow the same battle strategy as General Cuanxiao. Once the city gates are breached, the archers will continue firing. Then General Yang will lead the heavy infantry and spearmen to storm the mountain fortress. As for the heavy cavalry, they will be stationed to guard against mountain bandit cavalry who may charge out fearlessly. Alright. That's settled. Zheng Hong said. What about you, my lord? Zhang Liang was taken aback and asked. Me? Zhang Hong chuckled and said, I'll ride a fast horse, charge in and out of the major mountain forts, and take the opportunity to sow discord and collect treasure chests. Zhang Liang smiled faintly. Next, Zhang Hong ordered Zhang Liang to reorganize the troops and prepare for the campaign, while he headed to the Divine Mechanics Corps. He spent 30,000 taels of gold to build 15 powerful catapults, 100,000 taels of gold to craft 1,000 powerful projectiles, and another 20,000 taels of gold to recruit 200 brutal mobile soldiers. Chapter 40, The Terrifying Meat Grinder. After some preparations, I had originally planned to head to the blacksmith's workshop to merge the divine forged equipment with the stones. However, upon further consideration, time was of the essence. After all, everyone had spent their in-game currency, focusing on mass-producing troops, farming resources, and upgrading buildings, all in preparation for the fierce battle to claim the prestigious city. As the army marched out, Zhang Hong suddenly remembered something and walked side by side with Zhang Liang on the road. Zifeng, do you know about the battle of the famous city? Zhang Hong asked. I heard about it last night. I intended to discuss this matter with you, but capturing a famous city is not that easy. Zhang Liang frowned and said, this time, Yingchuan is also within the area of activity. And I happen to be from Yingchuan, so I know the city of Yingchuan inside out. If the Lord wishes to use military force against Yingchuan, I suggest the Lord proceed with caution. Zhang Liang frowned and said, this time, Yingchuan is also within the operational area. And I happen to be from Yingchuan, so I know the city of Yingchuan like the back of my hand. If the Lord intends to deploy troops in Yingchuan, I advise the Lord to proceed with caution. Yingchuan City is under the control of Cao Cao, with Su Chu as the commander and Shi Jizai as the military strategist. The two complement each other perfectly, with no weaknesses to exploit. Su Chu is fierce and domineering, a tiger general under Cao Cao's command. Shi Jizai is cunning and devious, deeply trusted by Cao Cao. Furthermore, the city is garrisoned by 100,000 10th rank Tiger and Leopard cavalry, 500,000 10th rank infantry, 100,000 10th rank assault troops, 200,000 10th rank archers, and 300,000 10th rank spearmen. To capture this city, it would be impossible without 1 million 10th rank soldiers. That is precisely why I did not discuss this matter with the Lord. Upon hearing Zhang Liang's words, Zhang Hong rubbed his forehead. It seemed this city was no easy target. Of course, this also meant that other paying players would find it extremely challenging to conquer it as well. Actually, it's not the fault of the famous city that it's so hard to conquer. It's all because Zhang Hong rushed the game's progress too quickly. If it had been delayed by another half a month, it would have been an entirely different scenario. After all, players develop their cities one step at a time each day, and progress takes time to accumulate. You can't just gobble up a big chunk all at once. The massive exodus of tens of thousands of people once again caught the attention of numerous spies in the surrounding areas. When the spies saw the 2,000 domineering camps, they were stunned. Their eyes widened in shock, and they immediately posted photos on the official forum. Zhang Hong ignored them completely. Along the way, Zhang Hong saw players from other cities leading their own soldiers to raid bandit camps. However, most of these players' soldiers were only level 1, with a maximum of 2,000 soldiers. They were raiding bandit camps of level 3 or below, and dared not even approach those of level 3 or above. Even if they did, it would be a suicide mission. Looking back to when Zhang Hong was clearing these bandit camps, wasn't he just as cautious? The first to charge into the counterfeit goods was Li Yuanba. Upon seeing the 6th level counterfeit goods, he couldn't hide his excitement. The warhorse beneath him seemed to sense the surging blood in his master's veins, and its 4 powerful legs tensed like a tiger ready to pounce, preparing to charge forward. General Yuanba, heed my command. Lead your iron cavalry, trample the mountain fortress, and wipe out the bandits. Zhang Liang stood tall, his chest puffed out, speaking with an imposing air. This subordinate obeys your orders. Li Yuanba roared like thunder rolling across the sky, deafening and earth-shaking, his voice piercing the heavens. The soldiers of the Baodao camp, follow me into battle. Charge! Kill! With that, he tightened his grip on the horse's reins, glared with tiger-like eyes, and a surge of ferocious energy erupted from his body. Kill! The 2,000 soldiers of the domineering camp thundered like rolling thunder, their momentum surging forward. Amidst the overwhelming aura of slaughter, they brandished their trumpets, drums, and golden hammers, following Li Yuanba as they charged headlong toward the bandits' main camp. The level 6 mountain fortress now had sturdy walls and solid gates. Li Yuanba's furious roar sent the bandits on the walls into a panic. Before Li Yuanba's army could charge forward, they began shouting at the top of their lungs, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" However, before the words had even finished, the domineering camp, moving at a speed of 300, arrived at the city gates under Li Yuanba's leadership. Li Yuanba's tiger-like eyes narrowed as he swung his golden drum hammer, bellowing, "Break it open for me!" Crack! After a loud bang, the sturdy wooden door was smashed and flew into the mountain fortress. The mountain fortress gate spun like a giant flying dart, colliding violently with the bandits' archers in the courtyard as it frictioned against the air. Kill! Li Yuanba glared furiously, let out a loud shout, and charged into the mountain fortress camp first. The 2,000 cavalrymen following behind him poured in like a raging torrent, leaving a trail of flying limbs and spurting blood in their wake. The soldiers of the bandit camp had never witnessed such a terrifying formation before, and they were thrown into complete chaos in an instant. The bandit chieftain at the rear witnessed the chaos and shouted at the top of his lungs, "All units, prepare for battle! All units, prepare for battle! Keep your formations in order and maintain your posture. Archers, fire relentlessly at the gunmen. Stop these men. Infantry, intercept the cavalry. Follow me into the charge. Kill them all." The bandit leader was no pushover. It seemed the system had imbued him with considerable courage and strategy. His expression remained calm, showing no signs of fear despite the dire situation. The bandits, upon receiving orders, immediately regained their composure and began searching for the main force. However, they hadn't even managed to form a proper formation yet. Li Yuanba swung his drum and golden hammer, leading 2,000 members of the domineering camp, charging into the assembled ranks of 10,000 soldiers. Oh my goodness! In 2000, the Baodao camp charged into the bandit army, like 2,000 human meat grinders activated simultaneously, slaughtering the bandit soldiers, leaving them lying in heaps, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Follow me! Just as the bandit leader was about to order his troops to charge, a massive drumbeat sounded, and a golden hammer descended from the sky like a mountain crashing down. In his despair and unwillingness, his towering body was instantly crushed into a sticky, gooey mess, and even his hard bones were reduced too. The screams from his mouth abruptly ceased. This bloody and brutal scene instantly terrified the tens of thousands of bandits surrounding them, causing them to fall silent in fear, trembling uncontrollably. Even the weapons they clutched tightly in their hands nearly slipped from their grasp. Kill! Li Yuanba's tiger-like body trembled, his eyes widened in anger, and he roared once more, fully demonstrating how to rely solely on his shout for maximum effect. Each roar echoed like that of an invincible war god, striking fear into the hearts of the bandits. At that moment, Zhang Han led 5,000 heavily armed cavalry into the mountain fortress. Upon approaching Li Yuanba, he unleashed his innate ability, Divide and Conquer, targeting the terrified soldiers in front of him. Chapter 41, The Generous Reward from the Mountain Fortress. These 500 heavy cavalrymen were specially dispatched by Zhang Liang from Li Zuanxiao's forces, fearing that something might happen to him. They were assigned to provide close protection for his safety. As for Li Zuanxiao and Yang Yuji, they followed Zhang Liang in launching an attack on the 5-tiered mountain fortress. However, Zhang Liang had made arrangements for the two of them. No matter the outcome of the battle, they must wait for the Lord's arrival. This area was flat land with no mountains or hills, and bandit camps were visible in every direction. It would be quite easy to find them. These bandit camps generally won't provoke hostility as long as you stay more than 100 meters away. This area is densely populated with bandit strongholds, and there are almost no player-occupied villages. Even if there are any, they develop cautiously, always on edge. The surrounding area is filled with bandit camps ranging from level 5 to level 7, making them relatively easy to locate. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlong for successfully sowing discord. You have obtained 1 level 6 bandit spearman and 2,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlong for successfully sowing discord. Obtained 1 level 6 bandit cavalry. Earned 2,000 experience. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlong for successfully sowing discord. Obtained 1 level 6 bandit infantry. Earned 2,000 experience. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlong for successfully sowing discord. You have obtained 1 level 6 bandit archer. You have gained 2,000 experience points. For consecutive successes, once again breaking the odds. Zhang Hong knew that it must have been because he had gained a little charm points this time, which is why the success rate for the scheme was unusually high. Since all the bandits within sight had been startled, the chances of success were still very high. Zhang Hong checked the data and discovered that the number of people successfully divided this time had reached 1,515. Days. Zhang Heng's pupils dilated. This time, he hadn't gotten just a little bit. This fake village had forced Zhang Hong to use the divide and conquer technique 3 times. The second time, he got 1,223. The third time, the number of soldiers obtained exceeded the total of the previous 2 times, reaching 2,612. The first 2 batches were deployed during the battle, while the final batch consisted of over 6,000 bandit soldiers, who were completely surrounded by the 2,000 soldiers led by Li Yuanba. This move made Zhang Hong a fortune. A 6th-level counterfeit product allowed him to obtain 5,350 soldiers. This number is quite alarming. Of course, there are many factors at play here. First, the charm value has increased slightly to 11 points. Second, the number of bandits in the mountain fortress has increased, and with more people, the chances of success also increase. Third, Li Yuanba's overwhelming strength has completely terrified these bandits. These 3 factors combined resulted in an exceptionally high number of 5,350 individuals being swayed during this campaign. The battle ended, and Zhang Hong entered the mountain fortress hall. The treasure chest of the level 6 mountain fortress had changed, it was now dark gold. It's actually a dark gold treasure chest. Zhang Hong was overjoyed and immediately opened the treasure chest. Ding! The player opened the dark gold treasure chest and obtained 10 dark gold resource packs, 10 level 1 city government building blueprints, 10 dark gold truce symbols, 10 dark gold village construction tokens, 10 precise city relocation symbols, 10 preliminary refined dark gold dragon spring swords, 500,000 gold coins, and 5,000 reputation points. Powerful! Powerful! Zhang Heng's eyes lit up. He never expected such a massive drop this time. It was pure joy amidst the surprise. Moreover, this crash seemed to bring nothing but good things. Getting a level 1 city government token in one go, does that mean you can upgrade the town to a city? Dark gold truce symbol, truce for 10 days. A silver truce symbol grants a 3-day truce and sells for 1 million gold coins. What about the dark gold one? 5 million? The dark gold village founding order, the second most valuable token after the diamond village founding order, seems extremely rare as well. I just have no idea how much it's worth. The precision city relocation scroll needs no introduction. It will definitely come in handy for future large-scale battles. I've just refined the dark gold dragon spring sword. It's a great item, it's dark gold quality. With some divine refining stones, it can be upgraded to diamond quality. However, if you use this as a base weapon and merge it into a 15 refined weapon, wouldn't that directly give you a 15 refined weapon? But merging this weapon from its initial forging to a 15 forged version would likely require a significant amount of initial forging, wouldn't it? Zhang Hong calculated that 3 initial refines could be combined into 1 second-level refine, and 3 second-level refines could be combined into 1 third-level refine. To synthesize a 15 refined weapon from initial refines, 4,783,698 initial refines would be required. Players who try to calculate this will likely feel utterly discouraged. It seems that getting a single treasure out of this game is no easy feat. With prices in the millions, it'll take ages to craft a single 15 refined item. Isn't this just a scam? And this is the full set of 15 refinements: weapons, armor, boots, helmet, and warhorse. This might just make players question their existence, right? However, getting 50,000 in-game currency by copying a game once made Zhang Hong so happy he couldn't stop smiling. 50,000 gold coins. This was actually on the top list yesterday before the system redemption feature was enabled. But now, the lowest on the list is 3 billion yuan bao, so don't even mention a few million. They've been left in the dust by the wealthy. After tidying up, Zhang Hong walked out of the hall. Li Yuanba had already launched an attack on the next mountain fortress. This guy is a warmonger. Now he's got what he wants. You know what? In this battle, he didn't lose a single soldier. After leaving the mountain fortress, Zhang Hong headed to the nearby level 5 mountain fortress where Li Tsuanxia was stationed. The battle had been raging for a quarter of an hour. Zhang Hong entered and immediately triggered a divide and conquer strategy, gaining 815 soldiers. He triggered it again, gaining 789 more, and then the battle ended. Zhang Hong didn't hesitate and entered the mountain fortress's main hall. Ding! The player opened the golden treasure chest and obtained 10 golden resource packs, 10 divine refinement stones, 10 blueprints for constructing a first-tier city government building, 10 golden truce symbols, 10 preliminary refined black iron dragon scales, 300,000 gold coins, and 3,000 reputation points. Seeing this drop rate, Zhang Hong rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What's going on? Did I just get 10 more level 1 city government tokens? No way. My luck is really on today. I still have 10 golden ceasefire charms, and I've also obtained 30,000 ingots. This is clearly the rhythm of taking off. Chapter 42, The Terrifying Talent of Division. Enough chatter, let's move on to the next knockoff. The one below is Yang Yuji. Zhang Hong stirred up trouble again, ending the battle. Ding! The player opened the golden treasure chest and obtained 10 golden resource packs, 10 level 1 blacksmith forging blueprints, 10 provincial city relocation orders, 10 crude black iron battle armor sets, 30,000 gold coins, and 3,000 reputation points. Next, another 6th-rate knockoff, Li Yuanba. This guy is too fierce. He's already surrounded a group of bandits, waiting for their arrival. On the ground, corpses piled up like mountains, and blood flowed like rivers. The scene was too gruesome to behold. After Zhang Hong deployed a divide and conquer strategy, he gained 3,819 6th-tier bandits. This place is still reliable, you can easily get 3 or 4,000. Notification: the player opened the dark gold treasure chest and obtained 10 dark gold resource packs, 10 level 1 city medical clinic construction blueprints, 10 level 1 city archery camp blueprints, 10 precision city relocation charms, 10 super healing pills, 50,000 gold coins, and 5,000 reputation points. After Zhang Hong emerged from the hall, Li Yuanba had already led his soldiers out of the mountain fortress and was heading toward the next one. That day passed in the blink of an eye. Along the way, several system announcements appeared one after another. 3 were about recruiting famous generals, 2 were about upgrading towns, and 1 was about a player issuing an attack order on Qingzhou's Qinghai City. The system announcements were as follows. System announcement: players with wealth and ambition can lead their troops with passion and determination, charging toward the system-named city of Qinghai City. As the first player in the server to launch an attack on a system-named city, we sincerely hope this player achieves a resounding victory and returns triumphantly. At the time, this system announcement caused quite a stir across the entire server. This commotion was no less than when Zhang Hong established the Diamond Village, and no less than when Zhang Hong upgraded the village to a town. Even Zhang Hong was stunned upon hearing the news. This guy is way too terrifying. The pace of development is astonishing. However, when Zhang Hong saw this individual's combat power rankings, he almost burst out laughing. Ranked 45th on the combat power rankings. Among the 200 million players in the Chinese server, ranking 45th is already quite impressive. A combat power of 180,000 is equivalent to 180,000 level 1 soldiers. In the Empire Conquest game, combat power is determined based on the player's generals and soldiers. The combat power of one first-tier soldier is 1. The combat strength value of an 8th-tier soldier is 8. A 5-star general has a combat power value of 10,000. A 4-star general has a combat strength value of 5,000. Setting aside whether his troops are high tier or low tier, the sheer number of soldiers alone is insufficient to reach 1 million. Although Zhang Hong doesn't know which of Cao Cao's generals is stationed at Qinghai City, judging from the situation in Yingchuan alone, it's clear that without at least 100,000 high-ranking troops, this famous city cannot be taken. The combined combat strength of 1 million elite troops ranges from 8 million to 10 million. This guy actually led 180,000 soldiers with a combat strength of 180,000 to charge, and isn't that asking for death? To put it bluntly, Zhang Heng's combat power has reached 330,000. This figure only includes high-tier troops. Newly recruited troops have not been accounted for. Even in front of the system's major cities, he trembles in fear. Yet this guy dares to lead 180,000 troops to attack a major city? Isn't that asking for death? Currently, Zhang Hong has risen to the second position on the combat power rankings. First place is Wealthy Village, combat power 450,000. Second place, Chunlu Village, combat power 440,000. This includes bandit soldiers who were later divided and conquered. Third place, Tianxia Village, combat strength 300,000. Fourth place, Yanran Village, combat power 290,000. Fifth place, Shengshir Village, combat power 360,000. Sixth place, Huanyu Village, combat power 300,000. Zhang Hong ranking second is already quite impressive, especially since he hasn't spent any money on the game. Among those in the top 10, who hasn't spent any money? Being able to rank second only to the wealthy entertainment company without spending any money is already quite impressive. Even that wealthy and spoiled individual can't match him. Sure enough. Before long, the system announcement sounded once again. System announcement: players are reckless with their wealth, overestimating their abilities, and acting arrogantly. Their troops have abandoned their armor and fled in panic, becoming a laughingstock for all time. This system is no ordinary one, it doesn't hold back. What's this about overestimating one's abilities, acting arrogantly, abandoning armor and weapons, fleeing in panic, and becoming a laughingstock for all time? That's a bit harsh, isn't it? Zhang Hong feels sorry for this guy. However, despite his sorrow, he continued to lead his 500 heavy cavalrymen relentlessly into the various mountain forts. The entire afternoon kept Zhang Hong so busy he didn't even have time to eat. He started brushing counterfeit goods at 4 p.m. and kept at it until 7 p.m. These 3 hours allowed Zhang Hong to witness the birth of a miracle. In just 3 hours, Li Yuanba led 2,000 elite troops and, without suffering a single scratch, managed to take down 9 level 6 fortresses. On average, 3 level 6 mountain forts per hour, totaling 9 in 3 hours, causing Zhang Hong to lose 31,945 level 6 bandit soldiers. Li Tsunxiu and Yang Yuji, on average, captured 1 level 5 bandit outpost every half hour, and in 3 hours, they captured 12 level 6 bandit outposts, causing Zhang Hong to lose 23,995 level 5 bandit soldiers. Of course, Li Yuanba's 11th tier domineering camp could achieve this without a scratch, but Li Tsunxiu and Yang Yuji couldn't manage that. 58 heavy cavalry were lost. Heavy infantry lost 120. 180 spearmen killed. No casualties reported among the remaining units. It seems that Li Yuanba is indeed formidable, especially the terrifying power of the domineering camp. Zhang Hong calculated everything carefully and realized that in just 3 hours, he had gained 55,940 soldiers. Moreover, at this moment, his combat power ranking had once again claimed the top spot on the leaderboard. At 7 o'clock, Zhang Hong ordered all soldiers to rest in place, while he logged off, quickly ate a meal, and logged back in. After logging back in, Zhang Hong ordered the 3 warriors to continue attacking the mountain fortress, while he led 55,940 soldiers back to the city. In just 3 hours, they not only gained over 50,000 soldiers but also obtained 30 blueprints for first-tier city government buildings. At this point, everyone had spent money to enhance their combat power, and the speed at which they were upgrading their forts had significantly increased. This also meant that the pace of upgrading cities was now under threat. After some thought, Zhang Hong decided to return to the city to upgrade it first, aiming to turn the town into a city before proceeding further. Chapter 43, the first player-owned city in the entire server. At this point, no one had obtained enough city government blueprints yet, so they could seize the market opportunity and sell them at an exorbitant price to make a fortune. The 9 level 6 outposts had yielded 20 level 1 government building blueprints, 30 dark gold truce charms, 40 precision city relocation orders, 40 basic grade weapons, 30 basic grade armor, 50 basic grade boots, 40 basic grade war helmets, 30 super healing pills, 30 super magic spirit pills, 450,000 ingots of treasure, and the rest were other building blueprints. 12 level 5 outposts yielded 10 government blueprints, 30 golden truce charms, 20 inter-provincial city relocation orders, 30 inter-provincial city relocation orders, and the remainder were all initial grade equipment, various level 1 stones and divine refinement stones, construction blueprints, and 360,000 ingots of treasure. There are too many types to list here, just make a record on the computer. Returning to the city took 40 minutes, with over 50,000 troops of various types, so the journey naturally took some time. Upon returning to the city, Zhang Hong stationed all the soldiers at the royal barracks and then proceeded to the government office to upgrade the city. Zhang Zhuzhen was handling government affairs at the office when he heard Zhang Hong say he intended to upgrade the city to a first-class city, which left him stunned. But after the initial shock, he was filled with excitement. After the village was upgraded to a city, he finally obtained an official position, which made him realize that he had finally made it. Zhang Hong smiled slightly, opened the resource package, and found 90 dark gold x 500,000, totaling 45 million resources. 120 golden x 100,000, totaling 12 million resources. After reviewing the requirements from all sides, Zhang Hong took out 10 one-hit government building blueprints and clicked the upgrade button. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlong for successfully upgrading the government office to level 21. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlong for successfully upgrading Chunlong Town to Chunlong City. Keep up the great work and keep moving forward. Ding! After Chunlong Town is upgraded to Chunlong City, 100 additional plots of land will be added. The area will expand to 1,000 square kilometers, and the administrative region will expand to 50 square kilometers. Additionally, new buildings have been added, 3 of each of the 3 types of barracks, 2 divine mechanics camps, 1 medical clinic, 5 watchtowers, 3 inns, 3 restaurants, 10 independent large mansions, and 10 independent small mansions. Note, after Chunlong Town is upgraded to Chunlong City, new official positions are added: City Lord, General, Strategist, and Minister of Internal Affairs. The City Lord can reward officials based on the merits of the soldiers and strategists in the city. Ding! As Chunlong Village is the first village in the entire server to be promoted to Chunlong City, it will be rewarded with 1 Chunlong City Diamond Resource Pack, 1 blueprint for the rare troop type Rock Shield Soldiers, 1 famous General card, 1 famous Scholar card, and 1 Charisma points. Additionally, 3 consecutive system announcements will be made. Please prepare accordingly. System announcement: congratulations to player Chunlong for successfully upgrading Chunlong Town to Chunlong City. As Chunlong Town is the first town in the entire server to be upgraded to Chunlong City, we will make 3 consecutive system announcements and award 1 Chunlong City Diamond Resource Pack, 1 blueprint for the rare unit Rock Shield and Sword Soldier, 1 famous General card, 1 famous Scholar card, and 1 Charm points. Rock Shield and Sword Soldier initial troop level 10, attack 100, defense 5000, speed 60, individual troop cost 300 jade coins. Equipped with golden gear. Super Troop level 11, attack 1000, defense 9000, speed 150, individual troop cost 1000 jade coins. The name is imposing, named after the rock, clearly showcasing the power of this troop type. Defense power has reached an impressive 9000, even surpassing the domineering camp, but the attack power seems a bit too weak, doesn't it? However, its speed is quite impressive, actually surpassing that of 6th tier cavalry. What kind of speed is that? Carrying shields, wielding weapons, and running as fast as the wind? Such a legion is perfectly suited for rescue missions. First, they can't break through the defenses, and second, when it comes to siege warfare, they're absolutely unbeatable. However, the cost is a bit high, with each soldier costing 1000 gold coins, and the cheapest one starting at 300 gold coins. After being promoted to Chunlong City, the entire server has become unusually quiet. Everyone has chosen to remain silent. I wonder if this is just a habitual numbness, or if they simply think Chunlong is a psychopath. At this moment, even the wealthy entertainment industry felt a bit defeated. This Chunlong is simply too abnormal. Just last night he was promoted to town, and today he's already been promoted to city. And it's only been about 4 hours since maintenance ended. At this point, the players recalled the tens of thousands of elite soldiers who had marched into Chunlong village shortly after the server opened in the afternoon. They recalled the 3 fierce generals Li Yuanba, Li Tsuanxiao, and Yang Yuji. Could this be a divided assault? At this point, over 40 renowned generals had already emerged, though none of them had been recorded in the system's announcements. Some were recruited based on their skills, while others were obtained using famous general cards. This time, I've obtained another famous general card and a scholar card. Zhang Hong didn't rush to upgrade other buildings. As long as he secured this spot, that would be enough. Upgrading the city to level 1 was one thing, but advancing to level 2 would be no easy feat. The blueprints for all buildings in a level 2 city require a whopping 50 blueprints. With that many blueprints, even he would have to spend a considerable amount of time completing them. Moreover, 2nd tier city blueprints are only available from 8th tier outposts. The bandit soldiers of an 8th level mountain fortress number as many as 150,000 without sufficient combat strength, one wouldn't dare to even approach. Ding! Zhang Zhuzhing was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face, and his loyalty increased by 1 point, reaching 99 points. Just then, a system notification sounded. My lord! The future development of Chunlong City is limitless. Your servant is deeply moved. To be a subject of Chunlong City, I would gladly sacrifice my life. Zhang Zhuzhing looked at the tremendous changes taking place in the government offices, his expression filled with emotion, tears blurring his vision. Zhang Hong chuckled and said, Sir, you have worked diligently and with great dedication. For Chunlong City to have you as an advisor is indeed a great honor. However, the affairs of the city will only become even more hectic from here on out. It's time to assign you a few subordinates. How about this? When you have time, take me to the tavern. If you spot any rare talents, offer them generous rewards and recruit them to Chunlong City. As long as they are talented, whether they are generals, strategists, or capable officials, fulfill their wishes. The goal is clear, to strengthen the overall strength of Chunlong City. Zhang Hong frequently visits the tavern, but since obtaining Li Tsuanxiao there, he hasn't found any other talented individuals. Lately, he's been busy upgrading the city and leading troops into battle, so he hasn't had time to go. Chapter 44, Claiming the Top Spot Among the Wealthy. Your subordinate will obey your orders. Zhang Zhuzheng wiped his eyes and said. Next, he had to head to the market, so he didn't continue the verbal sparring with Zhang Zhuzheng. However, on his way to the market, after some hesitation, he took out 10 official government blueprints and sent them to Chen Qianxuan through the friends system. He suddenly noticed that Chen Qianxuan had sent him many messages on the system's friend list. Among these messages, there were also many unfamiliar ones, which Zhang Heng simply closed and ignored. He didn't have time to check them, nor did he intend to. Chen Qianxuan's message to him was nothing more than not wanting Chunlong to lose face and being willing to pay a high price to compensate Chunlong. Zhang Heng shook his head, smiled slightly, handed over the 10 blueprints, and then closed the friend system. I told you, I'll be there for you no matter what. Zhang Heng said calmly. Upon arriving at the market, Zhang Heng took a look around and furrowed his brows. Why hasn't this girl upgraded the city today? I'm waiting for you to upgrade before I hang up the blueprint. Zhang Heng didn't want to give the second place reward to someone else. After all, Chen Qianxuan had helped him a lot, and he just wanted to protect this woman. Is he not online? Zhang Heng opened the friend system and was startled to find a series of messages had appeared again. Who are you? Why are you helping me? Last time you gave me the blueprints without asking for compensation. Why are you giving them to me again this time? Do you know me in real life? Or do you have some kind of interest in me? Let me tell you, I have a boyfriend. I won't take the blueprints. I can't handle it. Zhang Heng sighed wryly. This woman Esgard is really up. He wanted to reveal his true identity to Chen Qianxuan, but feared she might accidentally slip up and reveal it to others. After all, there were so many high-ranking officials in Yanran village. If he accidentally let slip his true identity, his hopes of rising to power would be completely ruined. After all, there were so many high-ranking officials in Yanran village. If he accidentally let slip his true identity, his hopes of rising to power would be completely ruined. Now that he has no one to rely on, it's best to be cautious. It's not that he doesn't trust Chen Qianxuan, he just wants to protect her and watch over her silently. After all, his talent is simply too extraordinary. If I slip up and say the wrong thing, not only will I get myself into trouble, but I'll also put her in danger. At least for now, that's the only option, unless the game is actually connected to reality and he has enough self-preservation skills. Don't ask so many questions. Just tell me if you want it or not. If you don't want it, I'll just throw it away. Anyway, all of this is unnecessary. Zhang Heng said sharply. I'll pay for it. Chen Qianxuan said, no work, no pay. Zhang Heng hesitated for a moment and said, alright. 1 yuan bao per piece. Do you look down on me? This blueprint is very valuable now. I've already obtained 3 copies. Give me 7, and you can keep the remaining 3. Chen Qianxuan said, returning the extra 3 copies, and paid 700 million yuan in treasure. To be honest, these blueprints can now fetch between 300 million and 500 million yuan each. And they sell out instantly. Don't forget, money can be earned back, but losing a legendary general card means missing out on a once-in-a-lifetime chance to dominate the world. Chen Qianxuan said. Zhang Heng nodded slightly, with an idea forming in his mind. Since this was a chance to make money, he couldn't afford to miss it. If you can't be a hero, then be a tyrant. System announcement, congratulations to player Shallow Smile Yanran for successfully upgrading Yanran Town to Yanran City. Since Yanran Town is the second town in the entire server to be upgraded to Yanran City, we will issue 3 consecutive system announcements and reward 1 Yanran City Diamond Resource Pack, 1 Legendary General Card, and a +1 boost to each of the 3 attributes. The 3 announcements echoed throughout the entire server. This time, the players can no longer stay calm. Zhang Heng grinned widely, said nothing, and immediately posted all the extra 13 blueprints on the marketplace, each priced at 500 million gold coins. At this moment, there was no room for mercy. The opportunity to make money has arrived. If you don't seize it, you're an idiot. After posting everything, Zhang Heng didn't bother with it anymore and went straight to an open area in the infantry camp to build the rock shield and sword camp. A rare barracks, with only 1 blueprint from start to finish, its construction progressing alongside the city's development level. Zhang Heng checked the ample resources and immediately upgraded the rock and shield barracks to level 25. Upgrading the barracks level provides significant bonuses to soldiers. As soon as the barracks were promoted to level 25, a series of system notifications sounded. Ding, congratulations, player Chunlong. The blueprint for the level 1 city hall you sold has been purchased for 500 million gold coins. Ding, congratulations to player Chunlong. The blueprint for the first tier city government building you sold has been sold for 500 million in-game currency. Ding, congratulations to player Chunlong. The blueprint for the first tier city government building you sold has been sold for 500 million in-game currency. 13 consecutive system notification sounds rang out one after another. It seemed that the price of this blueprint had exceeded the expectations of many wealthy individuals, causing them to hesitate. However, upon recalling the substantial reward, they decided to take the plunge. After all, renowned generals are crucial in imperial battles, often determining the outcome of a campaign. The presence or absence of a general truly makes a significant difference. With just 13 blueprints, he sold 650 million in-game currency, instantly making Zhang Heng the wealthiest player in the game. Chapter 45, Top ranked in overall combat power. Seeing so many ingots, Zhang Heng was speechless. Though he had mentally prepared himself, he was still a bit dazed. If these ingots were exchanged for Chinese yuan, that would amount to 65 billion yuan. Zhang Heng didn't hesitate. He checked the exchange rate and found it was still at 101. After some thought, he immediately withdrew 5 billion and exchanged it for real money. Now was the time to make a fortune. If he ran out of ingots later, he could always top up again. Moreover, the exchange rate hadn't dropped yet. If it did, that would be a huge loss. Ding, congratulations, Mr. Zhang Heng. Your 500 billion soft currency has been transferred to your personal account. In this parallel world, there is only one bank, which operates nationwide. Everyone has their own private account. This private account is extremely secure, linked to personal information such as mobile phones, fingerprints, and even iris scans. Even the top hackers in the country are powerless against it. The transfer was successful, and Zhang Heng breathed a sigh of relief. There's still 1.5 billion left, enough to splurge on for a while. These soldiers lack the conversion system, meaning they can only be summoned using jade coins. These soldiers don't have a conversion system, which means they can only be summoned using ingots. This forced Zhang Heng to proceed with caution, but these infantry units still needed to be developed. Their terrifying defense and speed made them ideal for ambushes, support, and defense. Looking at this rare unit, Zhang Heng suddenly remembered something. Since this rare unit is so powerful, why don't the wealthy players spend their in-game currency to train these soldiers and launch a direct attack on the system's main cities? Zhang Heng felt a bit frustrated, but then he opened the power rankings and found that he was still in first place. His combat power had reached 660,000. Are these guys being stingy with their money? Zhang Heng didn't understand, but looking at the nearly 160 million ingots, he gritted his teeth and decided to create 200,000 stone shield infantry. This terrifying unit type could be mass-produced without restrictions. Wait a moment. Restrictions. Zhang Heng recalled the restrictions of the domineering camp. Does this mean the rock shield infantry also has restrictions? Sure enough, at the bottom of the barracks interface, there was a hard-to-notice prompt. The total recruitment quota for this barracks is limited to 100,000. Only 100,000? Does that mean the recruitment numbers for rare units are also limited? No wonder those wealthy players haven't launched attacks on the system's major cities. It turns out they can't even spend their money. That's awkward. Zhang Heng thought of the royal barracks. Does this barracks also have a numerical limit? At the thought of this, Zhang Heng felt a cold sweat break out on his back. No, this is important. I have to go check it out. Rock shield soldiers, with a maximum troop limit of 100,000. Since they can't be converted, just summon them directly. It'll boost the city's overall combat strength anyway, and these troops are so overpowered it'd be a shame not to use them. At that moment, Zhang Heng didn't hesitate to spend 100 million gold coins to create 100,000 rock shield and sword soldiers. These are 11th tier rockstone sword and shield soldiers, not 10th tier. When it comes to creation, only the strongest will do. We absolutely refuse to create any fragile ones. Even if there are many fragile soldiers, they're just cannon fodder and will only hinder the battle. On the other hand, high-ranking soldiers advance like bulldozers, terrifying in their might. With a single press of a button, the rock-solid blade shield barracks produces 100,000 black steel-clad soldiers, standing tall and imposing, radiating a murderous aura. Each soldier holds a sword in their left hand and a shield in their right, their armor gleaming coldly as they stand in solemn formation. Zhang Heng wore a satisfied expression. Then, he turned and left the sword and shield camp, heading toward the royal camp. In the system interface of the royal barracks, Zhang Heng saw all the attributes of the barracks. Ultra-rare troop type, extremely rare in the world. This troop type is exclusively owned by NPC royal family members. Players can only obtain this troop type under special circumstances. Can be summoned infinitely and converted endlessly as long as you have the resources. You can do as you please. Zhang Heng's eyes lit up. This was indeed a valuable item. It seems like this blueprint is no joke. Rare units all have recruitment restrictions, with some limited to 2,000 units, others to 10,000, some to 5,000, and an astonishing 100,000. Zhang Heng checked the unit descriptions and found that once the city reaches level 25, the unit ranks have already risen to level 10, and that rank corresponds to a level 2 city. Zhang Heng's eyes lit up, and a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as he formed a plan in his mind. Upgrading the city to level 2 meant it was time to launch an assault on the renowned city. However, he also realized that he must launch an attack on the level 8 mountain fortress, which boasts a massive force of 150,000 bandits, no small number. What's there to fear? We have money and troops now. If need be, we'll procure more catapults, launch a dozen rounds of firebombs, reduce it to rubble, and then send Li Yuanba's meat grinder legion in. I don't believe we can't take it. Zhang Hong recalled Li Tsuanxiao and Yang Yuji. If all else fails, we can unite the three armies under Zhang Liang's command and attack the mountain fortress. At that moment, he converted all 5,000 soldiers into imperial troops. Royal Light Cavalry 10th Tier Cavalry, attack 2,000, defense 1,400, speed 150, cost 250 gold coins per unit. Equipped with golden quality war horses and gear. Royal Heavy Cavalry 10th Tier Cavalry, attack 3,000, defense 2,800, speed 150, production cost 400 gold per soldier. Equipped with golden quality war horses and gear. Royal Crossbow Cavalry 10th Tier Cavalry, attack 2,500, defense 1,000, speed 150, range 1,300 meters, cost 300 gold per soldier. Equipped with golden quality war horses and gear. Royal Heavy Shield Infantry 10th Tier Infantry, attack 600, defense 2,400, speed 60, cost per soldier 200 gold coins. Equipped with gold quality gear. Royal Light Shield Infantry 10th Tier Infantry, attack 1,500, defense 800, speed 90, production cost 150 gold per soldier. Equipped with gold quality gear. Royal Crossbowmen 10th Tier Crossbowmen, attack 2,500, defense 400, speed 90, range 1,300 meters, cost per soldier 180 gold coins. Equipped with gold quality gear. Imperial Spearmen 10th Tier Spearmen, attack 1,700, defense 600, speed 90, production cost 150 ingots per soldier. Equipped with gold quality gear. After reaching 10th rank, the soldier's class undergoes significant changes, with all three primary attributes experiencing substantial improvements. After some consideration, Zhang Hong spent 1 million gold coins to forge 5,000 heavy cavalry units. And spent 6.25 million gold coins to train 5,000 light cavalry. Spent 270 million gold coins to train 30,000 archers. Spent 750,000 gold coins to train 5,000 crossbow cavalry. Spent 500,000 gold coins to train 5,000 heavy infantry. Spent 4,455,000 gold coins to train 5,940 spearmen. After some crafting, it cost 602,000 gold coins. Currently, there are still 1,491,385 million gold coins, nearly 1.5 billion gold coins. Zhang Heng's total combat power has now surged to 2.04 million. The total number of soldiers has reached a staggering 1.88 million. Chapter 46, Assault on the 7th level mountain fortress. Moreover, among these 180,000 soldiers, the lowest ranked are 8th tier troops, while the highest ranked have reached 11th tier soldiers. Such an overwhelming combat strength leaves the second ranked forces far behind. The combat power of the 100,000 rock shield and sword soldiers alone reached 1.1 million. After the soldiers were fully converted, Zhang Hong then crafted 100 mighty catapults, 500 bloodthirsty mobile troops, and 2,000 mighty catapult stones, spending 450,000 gold coins. Then, he led an army of 20,000 rock shield soldiers, 20,000 archers, 5,000 heavy cavalry, and 5,000 crossbow cavalry, marching in force toward the mountain fortress. This transformation took another half hour. Before I knew it, it was already 9 o'clock. Throughout the entire process, Zhang Hong did not hear any city upgrade notification sounds, so it can be concluded that the 13 blueprints were not purchased by 1 or 2 people, but by at least 35 people. Otherwise, the system announcement would have already been heard by now. Zhang Hong had not yet activated the famous general cards or the famous scholar cards. For now, he would set them aside. With 3 generals already keeping him busy, he would wait until the next time the main army returned to the city before activating them. This time, Zhang Hong plans to have Li Tsuanxiao and Yang Yuji also descend to level 6 outposts, while Li Yuanba will attempt to venture into a level 7 outpost. The number of soldiers at the level 7 mountain fortress has reached a staggering 100,000. This is no small number. Level 7 outposts also drop blueprints for level 1 cities, but only level 8 outposts drop blueprints for level 2 city buildings. However, at this point, he must plan ahead and prepare everything necessary for attacking level 8 outposts. At present, level 8 outposts seem to be more important. He must quickly upgrade the city to level 2 so that he can launch an attack on the famous city. Zhang Hong was determined to capture the famous city, while Chen Qianxuan had set her sights on Yingchuan City so Yingchuan City would be hers. As for Qinghai City in Qingzhou and Chunlu City in Yenzhou, he won't hold back. The speed of all 10th level troops has been increased. Half an hour later, Zhang Hang led his army to the outskirts of the bandits' camp. Upon seeing the stone-shielded soldiers, Zhang Liang immediately lost his composure. His eyes were like those of a demon, instantly discerning the soldiers' combat prowess. The rock shield and sword soldiers were elite troops, marching in perfect unison, far more disciplined and menacing than 10th rank soldiers just like the domineering camp. My lord, it seems the pace of our advance toward the famous city has accelerated. Zhang Liang said with a piercing gaze. Ha ha! Arrange for General Yang and General Tsuanxiao to attack their respective mountain forts. Once they have been captured, sound the retreat and gather more troops to prepare for an assault on the 6th-tier mountain fort. Zhang Hong said. What about General Yuan Ba? Zhang Liang asked. Do you think he can launch an attack on the 7th-level mountain fortress? Zhang Hong asked. Absolutely. Zhang Liang said confidently, in the face of such formidable defenses and brutal combat power, even the largest number of soldiers would be no more than minced meat on a chopping block. Unless we encounter a mountain fortress of level 9 or higher. After all, such fortresses have an overwhelming number of soldiers, and they also possess rare mountain bandit units, making them a tough opponent. Zhang Hong nodded in agreement. Li Yuanba's battle had just ended. Zhang Hong arrived at the mountain fortress, carried out a round of sowing discord, quickly collected the treasure chest, and said to Li Yuanba, General Yuanba, next, lead your troops to attack the level 7 mountain fortress. Let's strive to maintain this decisive victory. Yes, my lord. Yuanba will not disappoint your trust. Li Yuanba's voice boomed like a bell, strong and resolute. Having spoken, Li Yuanba led his troops toward the 7-tiered mountain fortress. Zhang Hong ignored Li Yuanba and headed toward Li Tsuanxiao's 5-tiered mountain fortress. Inside the mountain fortress, Li Tsuanxiao wielded the Yu Wang spear, charging recklessly through the ranks. The bandits and soldiers in his path were all struck down, their skulls shattered, dead beyond recognition. Behind him, thousands of heavily armed cavalrymen swung their long spears, plunging them into the bandits' chests with brutal force. The bandits' chests were instantly pierced, leaving behind transparent holes. In an instant, the bandits let out piercing screams and agonizing cries. The intense battle raged on fiercely for over 20 minutes before finally coming to an end at Zhang Heng's command. The battle is over. All the soldiers were covered in blood, and the air was filled with the smell of death. In this battle, not a single soldier was killed. My lord! Upon seeing Zhang Hong arrive, Li Tsuanxiao greeted him with both hands clasped in a respectful salute. General Tsuanxiao, you've worked hard. Zhang Hong praised him with a cheerful expression. The military strategist is waiting for you outside the mountain fortress. Go ahead. In Zhang Heng's heart, Zhang Liang had already become his military strategist. Yes, my lord. Li Tsuanxiao rode out on horseback, but when he saw the tens of thousands of soldiers outside the gate, his eyes widened in shock, especially at the heavy cavalry and crossbow cavalry. This meant that the number of soldiers under his command had increased once again. Li Tsuanxiao was overjoyed. He rode his horse to Zhang Liang's side, jumped off the horse, brushed his hands together, and bowed respectfully, saying, Military advisor. Military strategist? Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang was startled for a moment, then overjoyed. He steadied his mind and said, General Tsuanxiao, hear my orders. Li Tsuanxiao clasped his hands together and waited for further instructions. You are ordered to lead 10,000 heavy cavalry, 10,000 crossbow cavalry, 10,000 archers, 60 powerful catapults, and 300 mobile troops to the 6th-level mountain fortress. The level 6 mountain fortress is defended by 50,000 bandits. If the bandits launch an attack first, use the archers and crossbow cavalry to hold their ground, then lead your heavy cavalry to divide into 3 columns and charge from the front, left flank, and right flank. It is essential to disrupt the bandits' formation to avoid heavy casualties. If the bandits do not launch a frontal attack, use the catapults to bombard the fortress heavily for 4 or 5 rounds, destroying buildings and gates. Then have the crossbow cavalry and archers fire relentlessly for 3 or 4 rounds. The final outcome rests on you, General. Of course, the battlefield can change in an instant. If necessary, the general must make decisions on the spot. This subordinate obeys your orders. Immediately, Li Tsuanxiao reorganized his troops, targeted the bandits, and launched an attack on the mountain bandits. This chapter is already the 5th chapter of the day. If everyone keeps it up, I'll update 2 more chapters later. Let's start preparing to attack the famous city now. A massive battle is about to begin, with millions of top-tier players competing for control of the famous city. The scale is unprecedented, and the visual impact is breathtaking. To prepare for this, I am assembling a terrifying tank team. Stay tuned. Chapter 47, Stunned into inaction, terrified beyond words. Before the 6th-level fortress. Li Tsuanxiao had just finished setting up his formation and was about to order the catapults to launch the attack when the bandit leader inside the mountain fortress ordered the bandits within the fortress to open the camp gates and charge directly outward. Earlier, when Li Yuanba attacked the level 6 mountain fortress, his assault was so fierce that he didn't give the bandits any time to think. Before the bandit leader could gather his troops, Li Yuanba had already breached the city gates and led 2,000 members of the domineering camp into the fortress. Such overwhelming combat power left the bandits speechless with fear. Even the bandit leaders were panicking. How could they possibly gather the terrified bandits now? In fact, with Li Tsuanxiao's combat prowess, he could easily break through the city gates and charge into the fortress. However, the combat strength of the heavy cavalry pales in comparison to that of the Baodao camp. Once inside, they would undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties. To play it safe, we should bombard them with stones, shoot them with bows and crossbows, crush their morale, and suppress their momentum before leading the troops into the mountain fortress. Now that the bandits have emerged, this is the perfect opportunity for Li Tzuanxiao's heavy cavalry to launch a 1,000-mile charge and charge straight at them. Archers and crossbowmen, load your arrows. Hooray! A series of buzzing sounds echoed through the air. Archers, fire! At a distance of over 600 meters, after more than half of the bandit army had charged out, Li Tzuanxiao issued the order to fire. The archers and crossbow cavalry were armed with 3-shot crossbows, and their attack power was 2,500. However, after firing, they need to reload arrows. To prevent the arrows from being fired intermittently, Li Tzuanxiao ordered the crossbow cavalry to fire separately from the crossbowmen. 10,000 soldiers fired 30,000 arrows in a single volley, which was equivalent to 30,000 ingots of gold. At this point, it wasn't about gold ingots, it was about farming resources and loot. Treasure coins can be consumed, but the number of soldiers cannot be reduced. By farming bandits like Zhang Han, you can obtain 10 times the treasure. If you obtain a government blueprint or a ceasefire symbol, you can compensate for all losses and might even make a profit of several billion. Moreover, a level 6 mountain fortress can generate an income of 50,000 treasure coins. War is all about attrition, isn't it? This is the windfall of war: the more you fight, the richer you become. Under the volley of arrows from the crossbow cavalry and archers, the bandit army hadn't even broken out of the mountain fortress before the ground was littered with the bodies of over 10,000 bandits. The bandit leader was utterly shocked, never expecting the crossbowmen to be so terrifying. The archers of the 6th rank bandits have a range of 300 meters. The archers didn't even have time to fire their arrows before they were killed or wounded in large numbers. The 4,000 bandits who had just charged out were immediately pierced by arrows, turning them into hedgehogs. Despite the soldiers frantically waving their shields and swinging their weapons to block the arrows, the dense volley of arrows poured down like a torrential rain, relentlessly charging downward. The bandit soldiers who followed behind were terrified and began retreating back into the city. Li Tzuanxiao made up his mind, ordered the archers to shoot into the city, and simultaneously instructed the catapults to fire 2 rounds of stones inside. Then, with a loud shout, he led his 10,000 heavy cavalry charges toward the mountain fortress. Meanwhile, Li Yuanba led his 2,000-strong dominant camp, charging forward with a deafening roar, smashing open the gates of the 7-tiered mountain fortress with a single blow. Amidst the stunned gazes of the bandits on the city walls, they charged into the fortress. The 7th-level mountain fortress housed 100,000 bandits, divided into 20,000 archers, 20,000 cavalry, 50,000 infantry, and 10,000 spearmen. The bandit defenders on the city walls immediately sounded the alarm horns to signal the enemy's approach. The 7th-level mountain fortress has already sounded the horn. After the trumpet sounded, several leaders inside the mountain fortress immediately mounted their warhorses, gripped their weapons tightly, and rallied their troops to charge out. The 2,000 archers, following the bandit leader's orders, immediately fired thousands of arrows. Facing the dense hail of arrows, the Baodao camp made no attempt to block them, instead charging forward into the fray. That defense rating of 8,000 wasn't just for show. The defense here wasn't just about the armor, it was about every part of the soldiers and their horses being protected. Even the horses' limbs are equipped with sturdy leg guards. These protective guards do not hinder the warhorses running, they are designed with protective measures inside to prevent any burden or friction on the warhorse. Kill! Li Yuanba's eyes widened in anger. He swung the golden hammer, and with a loud bang, smashed the heads of 4 or 5 bandits. The bandits nearby, witnessing the scene, stood speechless, overcome with terror. Among them, a bandit leader, fearless, charged forward on his warhorse, brandishing his spear. Kill! Before the bandits could reach Li Yuanba, he swung his hammer, striking the bandit leader so hard that both his head and horse were shattered, and his brain matter spilled out everywhere. The bright red blood splattered the faces of the surrounding bandits, who were so terrified they froze in place, unable to move or utter a sound. The intense battle raged on. Just then, Zhang Han led his troops to the scene and cast a spell to sow discord. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlong. The divide and conquer tactic was successful. Obtained 1 7th-tier bandit spearman. Gained 5,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlong for successfully sowing discord. You have obtained 1 level 7 bandit infantry soldier. You have gained 5,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlong for reaching level 39. We hope you keep up the good work and aim for even greater heights. Before you know it, you've reached level 39. Now he's ranked first in the entire server. The second place player is only level 28. They don't have anyone as exceptional as Zhang Han. This time, the scheme succeeded, gaining 6,534 soldiers. After casting it 3 times in succession, we obtained 12,780 soldiers and ended the battle. The intense battle lasted a total of 40 minutes. But this single fortress allowed him to gain over 10,000 soldiers. This is no joke. Looking back to the beginning, when he could only gather a maximum of 5 soldiers through division, the difference between then and now is simply like night and day. Now his charm rating has reached a high 12 points, and the higher the charm rating, the higher the chances of success. The battle ended, and Li Yuanba reorganized his troops and set off for the next mountain fortress. Zhang Heng entered the hall and opened the dark golden treasure chest. From the bandit strategy guide, Zhang Heng learned that dark gold treasure chests appear in bandit camps from level 6 to level 9, while diamond treasure chests only appear in level 10 bandit camps. Chapter 48, The Powerful Fortress Blade Formation. Ding, the player opened the dark gold treasure chest and obtained 10 dark gold resource packs, 10 level 1 city medical clinic construction blueprints, 10 dark gold truce charms, 10 precision city relocation orders, 10 million dark gold coins, and 5,000 reputation points. Great loot! Dark gold truce charms and precision city relocation orders. Zhang Heng couldn't help but praise, but the reputation remained unchanged. Zhang Heng couldn't help but praise, but his reputation remained unchanged. The more of these things, the better. They'll all be highly sought after later on. After leaving the mountain fortress, Zhang Heng handed over the soldiers he had managed to turn against their comrades to Zhang Liang, then headed toward the mountain fortress that Yang Yuji was attacking. As he watched the growing number of soldiers, Zhang Liang couldn't help but smile broadly, his face radiating joy. Yang Yuji led 20,000 stone shield infantry, 250,000 archers and crossbowmen, 1,000 heavy cavalry, 2,000 spearmen, and 60 catapults, charging toward the level 6 mountain fortress in a mighty procession. The remaining troops remained by Zhang Liang's side, as the key to victory lay not in numbers but in the quality of the fighters. Along the way, Yang Yuji spotted a high-ranking village named Uncle. The village was built not far from the mountain fortress, with several flagpoles fluttering in the wind on the city walls, each bearing the large characters Uncle. There are many other players' villages in the surrounding area, but everyone fears Zhang Heng's military strength and hides within their villages, peeking out cautiously. Li Yuanba's imposing and domineering presence has drawn the attention of many players, while Li Tsunxiao and Yang Yuji's fierce attacks have left many players deeply envious. Yang Yuji led 480,000 soldiers to halt at a location 600 meters away from a level 6 mountain fortress, then arranged their formations and ordered the catapults to prepare for battle. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Screams of bandit soldiers echoed from above the mountain fortress. Yao Yuji saw this, narrowed his eyes, and shouted loudly, "Act like stones!" Ha! 50 catapults are all loaded with stones. Archers and crossbowmen, prepare to fire. First squad and second squad, follow my command and fire first. Third squad and fourth squad, follow closely behind. Fifth squad, fire next. Stone shield infantry, prepare to defend. Heavy cavalry, wait for the opportunity to strike. As the orders were issued, the bandits' city gates suddenly swung open. Yang Yuji steadied his mind and narrowed his eyes. The bandits' formation remained orderly, with cavalry leading the charge, followed by infantry, spearmen bringing up the rear, and archers bringing up the rear. As the bandit cavalry charged out of the city, the infantry and spearmen behind them were also about to emerge from the city walls. Yang Yuji shouted loudly, "Throw stones! Archers, fire!" Boom! Buzz! Whoosh! Arrows and huge stones flew out one after another. Catapults spanned the city walls and charged toward the bandits' camp, smashing the archers lined up in the rear who were about to leave the city, leaving them bloodied and dead. The buildings in the rear also collapsed under the momentum of the rolling stones. After the stones were thrown, the archers and crossbowmen fired their weapons. The first and second squads fired 3 shots in quick succession. One formation consists of 5,000 archers and crossbowmen. 5 formations make 25,000. This formation was personally organized by Yang Yuji for easier command and control. With 2 formations firing 3 volleys in succession, it would be equivalent to 10,000 archers and 30,000 arrows. The bandit cavalry charging ahead were instantly cut down, their riders thrown from their horses. Up ahead, 3 bandit leaders, mounted on war horses, charged forward. Yang Yuji sneered, drew his longbow to full draw, and fired at the leader at the very front. The arrow, as swift as lightning, shot out instantly, seeming to pierce through the void. In the bandit leader's stunned disbelief, it pierced straight through his head, delivering a fatal blow. After piercing through the bandit leader's head, the arrow continued backward, passing through 5 more bodies before finally coming to a stop inside the 6th person. Even after losing 1 leader, there were still 2 leaders remaining. Yang Yuji sneered and fired 2 arrows in quick succession. The 2 leaders had no ability to dodge and were struck by the arrows, instantly turning into arrows victims. Watching the 3 leaders get their skulls pierced, the cavalry behind them lost their bearings and fell into chaos, compounded by the arrows flying everywhere. In less than 2 minutes, the cavalry formation was decimated in the chaos. However, despite this, over 6,000 cavalrymen continued to charge forward recklessly. Yang Yuji shouted loudly, "Infantry to the front, spearmen to the rear. Heavy cavalry, prepare to intercept. Archers, continue firing." A series of orders were swiftly issued in Yang Yuji's sharp tone. Facing the bandits' charge, the heavy infantry raised their shields, one after another, quickly linking up to form a massive defensive fortress. The fortress was seamless, with no gaps whatsoever. However, as the cavalry charged into the defensive fortress, gaps began to appear on the shields, allowing large swords to emerge. As soon as the gaps appeared, sharp swords pierced through them, forming a massive array of blades that emitted a blinding, terrifying glow. A single large blade may not pack much power, but when tens of thousands of blades extend simultaneously, their destructive force becomes incredibly formidable. Clang! Clang! SSSSS! The piercing cries of wounded warhorses echoed through the air. The charging horses were either disemboweled or had their limbs severed. With their mounts severely wounded, the bandits on their backs found themselves at a disadvantage, either falling to the sharp blades of the front ranks or being trampled by the charging horses behind them and plunging headfirst into the blade-filled chaos. After eliminating the charging cavalry, the thousands of stone shield infantrymen at the front drew their long swords. Amidst a series of thunderous shouts, the 2,000-strong shield formation, resembling a massive fortress, collectively retreated dozens of meters backward. This action caused the bodies piled above to slide down, and the cavalry above, who were about to charge, lost their balance and fell onto the fortress. Below them were 2,000 stone shield infantrymen. The collective force of the 20,000 rock shield infantry was fierce and overwhelming, leaving Zhang Hong and Yang Yuji, who had just arrived from the rear, stunned into silence. Zhang Hong recalled the formidable name of the rock shield infantry and suddenly understood why this unit had been given such a name. The four characters summed it up perfectly: unbreakable. Chapter 49, Attacking Uncle Village. And that 2,500 attack power was likely from the myriad blades extending from the shields, appearing to charge passively but actually far more terrifying than an active charge. Such a terrifying defensive formation caused the cavalry to perish in the array of blades before they could even break through the defenses. My lord, the more of this type of troops there are, the more terrifying they become. Whether it's siege warfare, defense, or even a fierce skirmish, they should be able to handle it. Yang Yuji said with a shocked expression. Ha ha! I have trained 100,000 of these formidable soldiers. Currently, there are still 80,000 defending the city. Unfortunately, this type of soldier is limited to a maximum of 100,000 recruits. Just like the domineering camp, only 2,000 can be created, otherwise their power would be even more terrifying. Zhang Hong said with a hint of regret. 100,000. Yang Yuji was left speechless. Even 100,000 is no small number. Though these troops are weaker than the domineering camp, their attack power is likely stronger than 300,000 of the same rank. These shield infantry, once formed into a fortress formation, will have no defensive issues as long as their shields remain intact. Zhang Hong was also amazed. Indeed, they were quite formidable. After the bandit cavalry was wiped out, Yang Yuji ordered another round of arrows, then directly commanded the rock shield infantry to charge forward. The gleaming array of swords sent the bandit sailors fleeing in panic along the way. Zhang Hong followed behind, casting a spell of division, and gained over 1,000 soldiers. Yang Yuji stationed himself at the rear, drawing his bow and firing arrows. Soon, the shield infantry formation charged into the mountain fortress one after another. The bandits inside were almost all killed or wounded. The houses were destroyed by the rocks, collapsing into a heap, leaving the entire village in chaos. After Zhang Hong cast another wave of division, the battle came to an end. After collecting the dark gold treasure chest, Zhang Hong led the soldiers who had been successfully divided and handed them over to Zhang Liang, then headed toward the mountain fortress that Li Zuanxiu was attacking. Another 10 minutes passed, and over 3,000 bandits had been successfully divided and conquered. Li Yuanba's attack on the 7th-level mountain fortress was in the opposite direction. Zhang Hong led 500 heavy cavalry to charge forward, but along the way, they spotted a high-level village called Dashu Village. Uncle Village? Zhang Hong furrowed his brows, feeling that the name sounded familiar. Suddenly, Zhang Hong remembered the few middle-aged men he had encountered while defeating the boss a few days ago. A man with a hammer, and a burly man. At the time, the other party had 5 people attempting to ambush him, but he managed to take them all down in an instant. The protection period for this village has already expired. The fact that it was able to be upgraded to an advanced village in such a short time indicates that these individuals are quite formidable. Humph. If that's the case. Zhang Hong sneered coldly, temporarily setting aside his hatred, and made his way to the 7th-level mountain fortress where Li Yuanba was located. Looking at the gruesome corpses littering the ground, Zhang Hong couldn't help but gasp in horror. This terrifying creature was nothing but a meat grinder. After casting Divide, I gained 5,695 followers, a truly staggering number. After casting Divide again, the battle ended. Lord! A look of guilt flashed across Li Yuanba's face. Zhang Hong was startled and asked, "What happened?" "I failed to protect them properly, and 3 brothers from the Baodao camp have been killed." Li Yuanba bowed his head, looking like a child who had done something wrong, his face flushed. His fists were clenched tightly, veins bulging, his anger mingled with a hint of sorrow. This was the first casualty the domineering camp had suffered since the battle began, so it was no wonder Li Yuanba felt a sense of grief. It was just like Li Zuanxiu had felt back then, overwhelmed by a sense of guilt. Zhang Heng smiled slightly, walked over to Li Yuanba, patted him on the shoulder, and comforted him. You've killed so many people. What's the loss of 3 brothers? Everyone must die someday, no one can guarantee they'll live forever. Don't forget, this is just the beginning. Once we're on the real battlefield, who knows how many will die? Death isn't scary, what's scary is losing one's resolve. Zhang Heng's words eased Li Yuanba's mind considerably. As long as the Lord didn't hold it against him, he would be content. Rally the troops and wait outside the camp. A fierce battle is about to erupt. Zhang Heng ordered. After leaving the mountain fortress, Zhang Han led the 10,000 troops brought by the newly recruited spies and joined Li Yuanba's domineering camp, directly heading to the outskirts of Dashi village. The advanced village already had city walls. The soldiers on the walls, upon seeing the 2,000 steel-clad troops appearing within their line of sight, were startled and instinctively sounded the trumpets. Soon after, several high-ranking villagers arrived at the city walls one after another. With so many mountain forts in the surrounding area, it was unclear how this village had managed to develop. Zhang Heng searched the combat power rankings and discovered that this village was actually listed there as well. Ranked 945th, with a combat power of over 50,000, this meant that the village might have 50,000 first-tier soldiers or other ranks of troops. Upon seeing several people appear in the mountain fortress, Zhang Heng instinctively narrowed his eyes. It was indeed a case of enemies meeting in a narrow place. He never expected these guys to have built a village here. Chen Long. His name is displayed above Zhang Heng's head, visible to every player. Zhang Heng also saw the names on those guys' heads, which confirmed their identities. What are you up to? The hammer uncle asked sternly with a dark expression. Zhang Heng ignored him and turned to Li Yuanba beside him, saying, after breaking through the city walls, do not harm the innocent. Just smash the government steel to pieces. Once the government stone tablets are smashed, the battle will be over. Bao Dao camp, follow me. Charge. Kill. Li Yuanba roared, leading his troops toward Uncle Village. Killing intent with a butcher's knife. Zhang Heng shook his head. Dare to ambush me? Then die. Zhang Heng is definitely someone who never forgets a grudge. Seeing the domineering camp charge without hesitation, the hammer-wielding uncle was startled and hurriedly shouted, Archers, fire. The crossbows were loaded with arrows. Chapter 50, Escaping the Newbie Protection. Archers drew their bows and fired arrows, but the arrows, when they reached the front of the domineering camp, were as soft as cotton swabs, dropping to the ground upon impact. Though they emitted a clinking sound, they left no trace behind. These archers were none other than first-tier soldiers. After the archers fired, the mobile troops hurriedly manned the bed crossbows and fired. Hum! A massive crossbow bolt erupted from the bed crossbow, tearing through the air with a deafening roar as it charged toward the domineering camp. Li Yuanba roared, shouting, block the crossbow bolts and minimize casualties. Ha! 2,000 soldiers from the domineering camp raised their trumpets, drums, and golden hammers, and as the crossbow arrows flew toward them, they swung their arms wildly. Before the arrows could land, they were struck by the wildly swinging drums and golden hammers, causing them to change direction and charge toward the surrounding area. Seeing the crossbow fire, Zhang Heng couldn't help but sweat coldly. He never imagined that the domineering camp would even fear giant crossbow arrows. No wonder they were called the domineering camp, the name truly lived up to its reputation. On the other hand, the hammer-wielding uncle and the monkey-like uncle on the city walls were far from calm. Each of them looked shocked and terrified. The first one seemed to be Monkey Uncle, who seemed to have recalled the terrifying warrior of Chunlu village. Li Yuanba. Cigarette Uncle added. It's over. My village is doomed, the middle-aged uncle muttered, gazing up at the 2,000 steel-clad cavalry charging toward them, his face betraying a look of defeat. This guy must have made a mistake in the battle back then, the burly middle-aged man said blankly. Snap! An arrow was fired at Li Yuanba, who violently swung his golden hammer, shattering the arrow into pieces in midair, which fell to the ground. On the city walls, not only were the 5 players terrified, but even the soldiers were trembling in fear. It was too terrifying. Charge! Charge! Li Yuanba swung his weapon and, when he was still 100 meters away from the gate, threw the right-hand drum-shaped golden hammer straight at the city gate. Clang! A deafening crash echoed through the air as the sturdy wooden door was shattered and sent flying into the sky. Before the door could hit the ground, it was shattered into countless pieces of wood by the brutal force. Seeing Li Yuanba's terrifying hammer shatter the city gate and crash onto the street, Monkey Uncle remembered something and hurriedly shouted, Someone, quickly! Hide that hammer! Don't let that terrifying creature get it! 3 terrified soldiers rushed toward the hammer in fear, attempting to lift it up. However, the 400-pound hammer remained firmly in place, refusing to budge under the combined strength of the 3 soldiers. Just as they managed to lift it off the ground, Li Yuanba charged in, holding the hammer in one hand. Ha ha! Do you think my grandfather's hammer is something you can play with? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yuanba spurred his horse forward, grabbed the hammer, and swung it down hard on the 3 of them. Crack! 3 soldiers were crushed to death in shock and fear. The citizens and soldiers inside the city were terrified by the violent force. My lord is a kind-hearted man who does not wish to harm the innocent. If anyone dares to resist, they will be killed without mercy. Li Yuanba stared at the people, shouting at the top of his lungs, his body radiating a murderous aura that filled the sky like a thunderstorm, echoing through the heavens. Without paying any attention to the people, he charged straight toward the government office, encountering a large group of villagers from Dashikan who were heading to the front lines to provide reinforcements along the way. These soldiers numbered 20,000, all appearing to be second-tier troops. However, even 10,000 seventh-tier soldiers did not faze Li Yuanba. What could these 2,000 second-tier soldiers possibly amount to? With a loud roar, he led 2,000 meat grinders into the enemy formation. Wherever they passed, it was like a series of giant meat grinders, with flesh and blood churning, limbs flying, and blood spurting everywhere. Such a terrifying battle tactic not only terrified the civilians within the city but also caused the participating soldiers to abandon their armor and flee in panic. This isn't a battle. This is clearly suicide. The men on the city walls looked at each other, feeling helpless. Who else could they offend but this evil star? It was fate. Back then, they boasted that they would make this Chenlong unable to survive in the game, but they never imagined. Just as Li Yuanba launched his attack on Uncle Village, Zhang Hong heard a system notification in his head. Ding, player Chunlu City has initiated an attack on Uncle Village. Newbie protection has been lifted. With newbie protection lifted, Chunlu City will now be vulnerable to attacks from other players. Please prepare your defenses to avoid being caught off guard. Zhang Hong sneered coldly. At this moment, anyone who dares to come will be killed. Although there were no generals defending the city, there were still 80,000 stone-shielded infantry, 6,200 light cavalry, 10,000 archers, and 5,940 spearmen. The total troop strength exceeds 100,000. The combined combat strength has surpassed 1 million. These soldiers are capable of withstanding an army of over 200,000. At this point, anyone who dares to come is asking for death. Not only are the soldiers who launched this attack courting death, but the entire village now faces the threat of annihilation. Zhang Hong is no soft-hearted man, and this battle has proven it beyond a doubt. It took less than 5 minutes to breach the city walls, and the government stone steel was already smashed to pieces by Li Yuanba. Immediately afterward, the system alert sounded in the minds of the Hammer Uncle and his companions. Ding, the village where the players are located has been destroyed. Please prepare for an immediate evacuation. In 2 minutes, the system will forcefully expel all players from the village and transport them a kilometer away. Alert, the village you established has been destroyed. As the village chief, you will receive 50 resources as compensation, a black iron village building order, and 10 24-hour accelerators. Please do not lose heart. Even Go Jian, who endured hardships and humiliation, was able to lead 3,000 troops to conquer Wu. You too can rebuild, train your troops, and rise to greatness. Despite the system's consolation, Hammer Uncle, the village chief, hung his head in defeat, unwilling to accept his fate. Chapter 51, Li Muan Chen Ping. Ding, player Chenlong has breached Uncle Village. Please choose to destroy or loot the village. Destroying the village will grant you 50 resources as a reward. Looting the city will grant you 100 resources as a reward. Destroy. Zhang Hong said coldly. Ding, congratulations to player Chenlong for completely destroying Uncle Village and obtaining 50 resources from the village, including 250,000 grains, 100,000 wood, 50,000 iron ore, 500,000 stone, and 220,000 silver coins. Since the village's government treasury was empty, nothing else was obtained. Upon hearing the notification, Zhang Hong rolled his eyes. It seems these guys aren't just poor, they're really struggling. Even the resources were so meager, not even enough to get a knockoff version. The battle is over. Zhang Hong led Li Yuanba away. It was already 11:30 at this point. Time really flies. Next, Zhang Hong instructed Li Yuanba to continue attacking the 7th-level mountain fortress, while he approached Zhang Liang and handed over the soldiers whom Li Yuanba had recently swayed to Zhang Liang to handle. Zifang. Zhang Hong shouted. My lord, please speak. Zhang Liang said with a bow. I recall you mentioned earlier that General Yuan Ba could also launch an attack on the 8th-level mountain fortress. Is that correct? Zhang Hong asked. That's right. We can take it. But there might be heavy casualties. Zhang Liang said, the bandit soldiers at the 8th-level mountain fortress number 150,000. Although they don't have any rare bandit units, such a large number of 8th-tier bandit soldiers will still inflict heavy casualties on the domineering camp. Unless what? Zhang Hong asked. Even a 7th-level mountain fortress caused casualties, an 8th-level one would be even worse. Unless General Li Yuanbai is provided with 50 powerful catapults and 50 terrifying bed crossbows. In this way, under continuous bombardment, the number of bandits within the city can be reduced, alleviating the pressure on General Yuanba. Zhang Liang stroked his beard and spoke in a solemn voice. All right. Let's do it. Zhang Hong nodded. Could it be that His Excellency intends to have General Yuan Ba attack an 8th level city? Zhang Liang asked in a daze. This pace is unusually fast. That's a great idea. Zhang Heng said, let's leave it at that for tonight. Tomorrow morning, have General Yuan Ba attack the 8th level mountain fortress. Next, Zhang Heng shuttled back and forth between the major mountain forts, sowing discord among the soldiers and collecting treasure chests. By around 1 a.m., Zhang Heng was feeling tired, so he made arrangements for Zhang Liang to lead all the soldiers he had divided and return to the city. As for Li Yuanba and the others, they were still attacking the mountain fortress. In one night, Li Yuanba cleared 5 level 7 bandit camps, causing 61,239 bandit soldiers to defect. Li Tsuanqiu and Yang Yuji defeated 11 level 6 bandit forts, causing 38,456 bandit soldiers to defect. Now that the newbie protection has been lifted within the city, he must return to make arrangements. If the city is really captured by the enemy, it will be all over. After all, there are too many pay-to-win players out there. If they set their sights on him, he'd be finished for sure. Don't forget, there are players everywhere in the game. Moreover, at this very moment, the 3 great generals are all out in the outskirts, raiding bandit camps. On the way back to the city, Zhang Heng opened the famous general card and the famous scholar card. Ding! Congratulations to player Qianlong for opening the famous general card and obtaining the 5-star general Li Mu. Since Li Mu comes from the famous general card, his initial loyalty is 100%. He will never betray you, never abandon his principles, and serve you loyally for life. It's actually Li Mu, one of the 4 great generals of the Warring States period. Zhang Heng was overjoyed. Ding! Congratulations to player Qianlong for opening the eminent scholar card and obtaining the 5-star strategist Chen Ping. Since Chen Ping originated from the eminent scholar card, his initial loyalty is 100%. He will never betray his master, never abandon his principles, and serve his lord for life. Chen Ping, another capable minister and strategist under Liu Bang's command. Zhang Heng was momentarily stunned. Ding! The player has obtained the 5-star general Li Mu and the 5-star strategist Chen Ping. As the top general and strategist in this game, a system announcement appears asking the player whether they wish to hide their names. Let's not hide them. Even if you hide it now, others will still know who opened it. After thinking it over, I decided not to hide it. There's no need. System announcement: player Qianlong has been granted a golden opportunity with exceptional luck. By opening the legendary general card, he has obtained the 5-star general Li Mu. This is a special in-game announcement. System announcement: player Qianlong has been granted a golden opportunity and demonstrated exceptional luck. By opening a scholar card, they have obtained the 5-star strategist Chen Ping. This special in-game announcement is hereby made. 2 consecutive system announcements sounded out again. Character: Li Mu. Era: Warring States period. Rank: 10th tier, level 97. Quality: 5-star elite general. Strength: 101. Command: 105. Strategy: 90. Politics: 55. Troop command attributes: plus 60 to cavalry stats, plus 60 to infantry stats. Weapon: diamond tip 7-star dragon probing halberd. Couldn't find a good name, so I made one up. Historical records only mention a halberd or spear, but after some research, I think halberd is more appropriate. The dragon probing symbolizes that it can even probe a dragon, so a person is no match for it. Mount: diamond-plated 4-wheel drive battle chariot. Includes special unit, tank battalion. Powerful: this attribute isn't just a little powerful. Looking at his attribute panel, Zhang Heng couldn't help but show a look of shock. His martial arts skill was over 100, his leadership was over 100, and even his strategy had reached 90. No wonder everyone said that Li Mu in history was no less than Bai Qi. With these 4 attributes, he truly deserved to be one of the 4 great generals of the Warring States period. Chariot Corps: Li Mu's exclusive unit, an 11th tier unit with a maximum of 10,000 troops. Single chariot combat power, 60. Capable of both offense and defense. On open plains, charge with 30% increased impact force and 50% enhanced combat power. Pulled by 4 horses, each chariot is equipped with 5 soldiers, 1 charioteer, 2 archers, and 2 spearmen. Single chariot production cost, 50,000 gold coins. Single chariot attack power, 18,000, defense, 10,000, speed, 500. Equipped with diamond quality war horses and gear. Upon seeing the attributes of the chariot camp, Zhang Heng was speechless. This attack and defense are no joke. Character: Chen Ping. Era: Xu Han. Rank: 10th tier, level 95. Quality: 5-star strategist. Military strength: 55. Command: 70. Strategy: 109. Politics: 105. Character introduction: a strategist and capable minister of the Chu Han era. Strategist attributes: cunning, scheming, manipulative. Eerie, cunning and unpredictable, always outsmarting opponents. Increases the combat strength of all units under their command by 1. Cunning, devious and unpredictable, always taking the initiative. Increases the combat power of all troops under your command by 1 point. Conspiracy strategize and plan. Once implemented, all troops in this battle gain an additional 2 points of combat power. The effect disappears upon the conclusion of the battle. Manipulation strategize with confidence. When accompanying troops into battle, all soldiers' movement speed increases by 15 when defending a city, all soldiers' defense increases by 30. Chapter 52, the army continues to grow. If these two could somehow balance each other out, they'd be a true all-rounder. Back in the city, Zhang Hong led the massive army of 100,000 soldiers to the royal barracks. Spending 2 million gold coins, he converted 10,000 heavy cavalry. Spend 150,000 gold coins to convert 10,000 crossbow cavalry. Spend 150,000 gold coins to convert 20,000 spearmen. Spend 125,000 gold coins to convert 10,000 light cavalry. The remaining 59,695 soldiers were converted into archers at a cost of 6.37 million gold coins. After completing this, he made arrangements for Zhang Zhuzheng, briefly reminded Chen Ping and Li Mu, and then logged off. After logging off, Zhang Hong checked the forum to see what the players had posted. The posts mostly discussed Zhang Hong, such as upgrading cities, summoning generals, and so on. Within the forum, Zhang Hong came across a post signed by Hammer Uncle. Zhang Hong instinctively clicked on it and saw that it was nothing more than insults calling him despicable and shameless, and demanding that Li Yuanba lead 2,000 soldiers from the domineering camp to destroy his village. At the end, this guy even attached a series of short videos. In the videos, Li Yuanba's terrifying destructive power and lethality, along with the overwhelming attack power of the 2,000 members of his dominant camp, crushed the soldiers of Uncle Village in just a few minutes. None of the comments below express sympathy for this guy, most of them focus on the Baodao camp. Some say it's like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Some say, this guy must have offended Qianlong. Others claim to have witnessed Li Yuanba leading the domineering camp charge into a level 7 mountain fortress, and within less than an hour, they had successfully eliminated all the bandits inside. In short, the comments below were filled with words like powerful and terrifying. After closing the post, Zhang Hong was just about to go to sleep when he suddenly noticed 2 posts that were about to sync. One was about 15-level equipment, and the other was about the rules for system-designated cities. Hello everyone. I'm rich and spoiled. Today, I lost tens of thousands of soldiers, but I also gathered some useful information for everyone. The system's major cities are tough to take down. Saying that is like stating the obvious: everyone knows they're tough, but no one knows exactly why. First, if your total combat power isn't between 8 million and 10 million, it's best not to even try. Going there is just a suicide mission. That's a minefield you don't want to step into. I don't know how many troops are stationed in other famous cities. But I know that Shanghai City is defended by the General Gao Shan, the strategist Chen Gong, and 400,000 Qingzhou infantry, 200,000 Qingzhou spearmen, 200,000 Qingzhou archers, 100,000 tiger and leopard cavalry, and 100,000 assault troops. The total troop strength is 1 million, but what is truly terrifying is that all these troops are 10th rank soldiers, with combat power reaching 10 million. Note, the generals and soldiers here are not arranged according to the historical narrative. In the historical account, Chen Gong was killed by Cao Cao, and Gao Shun died by beheading himself. Both of them were once generals under Lu Bu. However, for the sake of the plot, I have arranged them together. Second, when players attack a famous city, the total combat power must reach 150,000 to trigger the system announcement. At the time, my combat power had reached 180,000, which triggered it exactly. Third, when players attack a famous city, as long as the system announcement is triggered, if the attack fails, the number of defenders in the famous city will increase by 10. In other words, the number of soldiers in Shanghai City has already reached 1.1 million, making the difficulty higher. If you cannot surpass this number of soldiers, it is best not to attack. Fourth, after the famous city's troop strength increases, the rewards obtained will also be extremely generous. Upon seeing this, Zhang Hong felt as though a herd of wild horses was galloping across his forehead. This had inadvertently boosted their combat strength. As for the post about the 15 refined equipment, it was nothing more than a rant. That player, like Zhang Hong, calculated the initial refinement attributes required to craft a 15 refined piece of equipment. The result sparked a flurry of reactions below. What are you calculating for? I was planning to make 10 or so for fun, but with your figures in the millions, how am I supposed to make them? You're just wasting your time washing carbon. Let's make a hammer. Isn't this just a waste of time? With so many preliminary forges, it'll probably take me decades to get it right. What's a few decades? By the time the game shuts down, we'll still be nowhere near finished. I bet the grass on my grandson's grave will be 3 meters tall before we see the end of it. Zhang Hong chuckled. This guy really is a worrywart, isn't he just asking for trouble from the troll army? After freshening up, Zhang Hong went to sleep. The next morning, as soon as Zhang Hong got out of bed, Chen Xianchuan called him. Zhang Hong, what's your in-game name? We've been playing for days now, and it seems like we haven't added each other as friends yet? Chen Xianxuan was so absent-minded that she only remembered Zhang Hang's game name at this moment. Oh, right. Do you know that guy Chunlong? That guy has sent me official blueprints multiple times. The first time she sent them to me, I let it slide, but the second time? What's going on here? Does he actually know me in real life? Chen Xianxuan said puzzledly. I asked around, but none of my friends know this Chenlong. Zhang Hong was about to respond when a woman's shout came from Chen Xianxuan's side. Shanxian, the boss has respawned. A level 50 boss has appeared in the territory. Hurry up and go. If you're late, someone else will take it. Got it, got it. Got it. Chen Xianxuan replied, never mind, I won't say anything. The game has refreshed the boss again today. A level 50 Wolf King boss has appeared on our side. I have to go fight the boss. The drops from this boss are incredibly powerful. That Shenlong seems to have made his fortune from a level 20 golden boss. He hung up the phone after saying that. Zhang Hong shook his head with a wry smile. This woman was truly something else. Zhang Hong shook his head with a wry smile. This woman was online. After entering the game, Zhang Hong appears in the government office. There were 9 people in the hall, 5 civil officials standing on the right and 4 military generals standing on the left. The first civil official was Zhang Zhuzheng, the second was Zhang Liang, the third was Chen Ming, the fourth was Tian Shua, and the fifth was Chen Ping. The top military general is Li Tsunxiao, followed by Yang Yuji, Li Yuanba, and Li Mu. Among the civil officials, Shen Ming and Tian Shua are unfamiliar to Zhang Hong, but judging by their attributes, they are 4-star civil officials. It seems likely that these two were second-rate talents discovered by Zhang Zhuzheng in taverns or among the common people. In the imperial power struggle, 5-star generals are all famous historical figures who have appeared in history. 4-star generals are slightly more well-known, but their fame is limited. The reason these individuals have gathered here at this time is because Zhang Hong arranged for Zhang Liang and Zhang Zhuzheng to be here before logging off last night. Chapter 53, Zhang Liang and Chen Ping, Open Schemes and Hidden Plots. My lord. Zhang Hong appeared, and everyone bowed their fists and shouted respectfully. Did any battles occur last night? Zhang Hong had already seen the system notification and couldn't help but ask. In the system announcement, 5 people had been promoted to first-tier cities one after another, and it seemed like everyone was doing exceptionally well. There were also several system announcements about defeating bosses and obtaining 5-star generals. There are also a few battle reports. Last night, after the Lord departed, 3 waves of enemies launched attacks on our city. Fortunately, the Lord had made arrangements in advance. Upon receiving the news, I immediately ordered the guards to close the city gates and prepare for battle. Just as the enemy forces launched their attack, General Li Mu and Mr. Chen appeared out of nowhere, calmly directing the archers to fire repeatedly, killing many enemies. Then, General Li Mu personally led the heavy cavalry out of the city, emerging unscathed and completely annihilating the enemy forces. Although the enemy forces were not numerous, this battle fully demonstrated General Li Mu's bravery, Mr. Chen's strategic brilliance, and the overwhelming strength of our Chunlong city. Zhang Zhuzheng spoke with a look of excitement on his face. To serve the Lord, Li Mu would die 10,000 times over. Li Mu's initial loyalty is 100, so he is extremely respectful. Chen Ping is the same. At the end, Chen Ping clasped his hands together and spoke in a solemn voice. It was possible that these two had arrived last, so they were standing in the back row. Zhang Hong smiled and said, I have heard that General Li Mu is a brave and skilled warrior, and also a talented military strategist. Though I have not witnessed your tactical brilliance or your ability to decide the outcome of battles from afar, even from Mr. Zhu Zheng's brief words, I can see that General Li Mu is no ordinary man. Last night's battle would have been disastrous for Chunlong City without you and Mr. Chen. This is just polite talk. If we hadn't drawn good generals from the 2 cards, Chen Yu would have ordered Zhang Liang to lead the army back to the city. After all, no matter how many resources are refreshed in a single night, nothing is more important than defending the city. Mr. Chen, you witnessed the battle last night. Could you analyze the intentions of these soldiers for me? Zhang Hong wanted to give Chen Ping some recognition to let everyone know that Chen Ping was truly extraordinary. After all, the historical Chen Ping was both a strategist and a capable minister. Upon hearing Zhang Heng's words, Chen Ping walked forward with steady steps, calm and composed, and spoke aloud, My lord. Last night, the enemy forces were divided into 3 waves, each consisting of exactly 10,000 first-tier infantry soldiers, and they were flying different banners. This indicates that there are 3 factions. I suspect that these 3 enemy forces are testing our combat strength. If my assessment is correct, the enemy will likely launch a large-scale assault to suppress the development and morale of our Chunlong city. Chen Ping's words caused Zhang Hong to nod in agreement. Indeed. These 3 factions are no ordinary groups. One is the Prosperous City, another is the War God City, and the third is the Long Night City. These 3 cities were all newly promoted to first-tier cities last night, and it is possible that they achieved this status by purchasing the blueprints and then upgrading themselves after obtaining additional copies. These 3 cities launched their attacks on Chunlong City within an hour of each other. Additionally, in the Empire Conquest Strategy Guide, players must dispatch a force of over 10,000 troops to attack a target city in order to view its specific troop details. This is just like being a spy. In Empire Conquest, there's a spy's toolkit, which can only be obtained by clearing out bandit camps of level 8 or higher. With the spy's toolkit, players can uncover the exact troop strength of their opponents without losing a single soldier simply by searching for their names within the game. Currently, the three major cities listed on the rankings have each dispatched 10,000 soldiers to Chunlu City, clearly indicating their intention to investigate Chunlu City's specific troop deployment. These people would never send 10,000 soldiers on a suicide mission without a valid reason. Reconnaissance missions have a certain failure rate, or the information gathered may not be accurate. Dividing the reconnaissance into 3 waves is done to verify the accuracy of the troop information. A player's combat strength represents their total combat power, but some soldiers are stationed inside the city, while others are outside the city raiding bandit camps. These guys just want to check how many soldiers are left in Chunlu City. After all, 3 waves of bandit raiders have already appeared outside the city. Mr. Chen is correct. These people must have ulterior motives. With the attack on the famous city imminent, they certainly want to weaken our combat strength and hinder our development. Zhang Liang also saw through their schemes at a glance. We must be on guard against them. Do you have any effective strategies to defeat the enemy? Zhang Hong asked. The subordinate believes that we should adopt a strategy of both offense and defense. Zhang Liang replied solemnly, General Limu can kill enemies on horseback and lead troops on foot. General Yang Yang can shoot arrows without missing a target from a distance and wield a sword in close combat. With these 2 generals defending the city, we can protect Chunlu. Zhang Liang said solemnly, General Limu can kill enemies on horseback and lead troops on foot. General Yang can shoot arrows from a distance without missing and fight with a sword in close combat. With these 2 generals defending the city, we can ensure the safety of Chunlu City. As for Generals Zuanxiu and Yuanba, you may continue to attack the mountain forts. In this way, we can achieve both offense and defense. We need not fear the enemy's advance, nor can we continue to raid the mountain forts. Additionally, we can station spies outside the city. If the city comes under attack, the spies can quickly notify Generals Zuanxiu and Yuanba. In this way, by uniting the inner and outer defenses, we can catch the enemy off guard and deal them a decisive blow. What a brilliant strategy! Zhang Hong couldn't help but nod in agreement. Of course, this undercover agent is crucial. Although players can receive system notifications when they are online, what happens when they are offline? Therefore, this undercover agent must be assigned immediately, and it must be done swiftly. There's no time to waste. Mr. Chen, what about you? Zhang Hong shifted his gaze to Chen Ping. The 2 of them, one with an open scheme and the other with a hidden one, made Zhang Hong feel that this slender man was particularly unique in his scheming. Mr. Zhang Liang sees through everything with clarity and his strategies are brilliant. His plan combines both offense and defense. It is indeed a good strategy. However, I cannot agree with it. Chen Ping responded calmly. Sure enough, this guy had a different opinion. Chen Ping's words immediately caused Zhang Zhuzheng, Li Zuanxiu, and Yang Yuji to frown. Zhang Liang's strategic acumen was so profound that the 3 of them couldn't help but admire him. However, in the eyes of the 3, Chen Ping was a latecomer. Though he had seemingly achieved some merit last night and displayed a modicum of strategic acumen, he still paled in comparison to Zhang Liang in their estimation. The 3 men said nothing, but their eyes seemed to say, Who do you think you are, Chen Ping? A newcomer, yet you dare to be so arrogant? Go ahead and speak. Let's see what clever schemes you have up your sleeve. If your plan isn't good, don't expect to climb the ranks here in the future. Chen Ping's expression remained calm, unmoved. Chen Ping remained calm and unmoved. Zhang Hong did not interrupt, watching Chen Ping with interest, waiting for him to continue. The subordinate believes that all 4 generals can attack the mountain fortress. There is no need to hold back troops inside the city. Chen Ping said in a calm tone. As soon as Chen Ping spoke, everyone present was taken aback. Chapter 54, Trading Passivity for Proactivity. What the heck is that? Zhang Zhuzheng and Zhang Liang were cunning and experienced. Though they felt some resentment, they did not confront him directly. Li Zuanxiu and Yang Yuji were also somewhat puzzled, but they did not speak up either. Li Yuanba, however, couldn't help himself. What? No need to stay behind? Li Yuanba was taken aback and stepped forward to ask, Sir, why such a decision? Not keeping the troops behind? Are you planning to play the empty city tactic? You're not an enemy spy, are you? Limu composed himself and said, Mr. Chen is a man of profound strategy and tactical brilliance. Though we are both new to serving the Lord, we are utterly loyal to him with no second thoughts. General Yuanba, why not let the gentleman continue? Humph. Then speak. Li Yuanba's intelligence has indeed improved. At least he's not stupid anymore. However, occasionally posing some dramatic questions still helps to ease the tension a bit. Chunyu cast a grateful glance at Limu before speaking in a solemn tone. Has your subordinate been informed that the Lord possesses the precise city relocation order? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hong was taken aback and nodded instinctively. No way. Zhang Zhuzheng realized something and was the first to oppose it. Zhang Liang also realized something, furrowed his brow, but as a colleague, he did not speak out against it. He had already considered these possibilities, but he did not want to resort to such methods, as they went against his principles. After all, he advocated strategic planning. What exactly was it? What could it be that even Zhang Zhuzheng felt compelled to speak out against it? Zhang Hong also realized something, but remained silent. Li Mu furrowed his brows slightly before relaxing them again. With an intelligence of 90, he could still infer what would be said next based on a precise order to relocate the city. What items a player has on them is something strategists typically know, as mentioned earlier. If the strategist is unaware of this, how can they devise strategies based on the player's current situation? There's no need to dwell on this point. Mr. Zhu Zhang, the major factions are vying for dominance, clashing head-on. With the imminent assault on the famous city, the Lord urgently needs to develop and enhance his combat strength. If we become embroiled in a fierce battle with another faction, it will inevitably impact the struggle for the famous city. The Lord is a strategist with a vision for the future. He is determined to secure this famous city at all costs. If we do not adopt this strategy, it will inevitably hinder the development of our city. Furthermore, once hostilities begin, it will inevitably affect the morale of the citizens within the city. Therefore, only by implementing the precise relocation order can the problem be resolved at its root. Chen Ping spoke eloquently, calm and composed, delivering this statement slowly and deliberately. These words carried great weight with Zhang Zhuzheng. A simple mention of the people's will was enough to convince him. Sure enough, Zhang Zhuzheng furrowed his brows and said nothing more. Oh, Mr. Chen, just get to the point. You've been beating around the bush for ages. What exactly are you trying to say? The more I listen, the more confused I get. Li Yuanba couldn't hold back any longer and asked impatiently. Chen Ping didn't get angry either. He chuckled, stroked his beard, and said, "The Lord has issued the precision relocation order, directly moving the city to the location nearest the mountain fortress. This will reduce the time soldiers spend marching back and forth, avoid sudden attacks from other factions, and also accelerate the city's military strength development in an intangible way." That seems like a good idea. Li Yuanba's eyes lit up. What about the people in the city? How will they survive? If we relocate the city to the outskirts of the bandit stronghold, the people won't be able to hunt, fish, or farm outside the city walls, which will inevitably affect public morale. Li Tsuanxiao frowned and said, "General Tsuanxiao, there is no need to worry. I have already thought everything through." Chen Ping spoke calmly. When a city is relocated, the fertile fields within its jurisdiction will naturally follow. There is no need to worry about that. As for other professions such as hunters and fishermen, the Lord may distribute subsidies. If these displaced citizens can earn 20 silver coins per day, we will subsidize them with 30 silver coins. Although the subsidy amount is quite large, compared to the resources obtained by raiding mountain forts, this is but a drop in the bucket. These people won't have to do anything and will receive silver coins. They must be thrilled. Chen Ping said. But if that happens, the number of civilians coming to surrender the city will decrease. Yang Yuji continued, "My lord, the purpose of building the city was to provide a place for the people of the world to live. Now that we are moving the city to this dangerous place, isn't that contrary to our original intention?" Ha ha. General Yang is truly overthinking this. You must not know that within the bandit stronghold, there are also numerous players' cities. Though the number of civilians surrendering to the city may decrease, at least we have secured favorable conditions for competing for the prestigious city. As long as the Lord successfully captures the famous city, having more cities means more citizens to recruit. This way, we sacrifice the small for the greater good. The Lord will gain both fame and honor. What's not to like? Mr. Chen speaks wisely. The Lord should consider it. Li Mu bowed in agreement. I agree. Li Yuanba said in a deep voice. I second the motion. Yang Yuji and Li Tsuanxiao agreed in succession. As long as the people are not made to suffer, are not wrong, and the development of the city is not hindered, I will not oppose it. Zhang Zhuzheng stroked his beard and gave his answer. Only Zhang Liang remained, and everyone turned their gaze toward him. What do you think, Zifeng? Zhang Hong asked with a smile. Mr. Chen's strategy is profound and unfathomable. I concur with his proposal. Zhang Liang has also made his stance clear. It seems that Mr. Chen's strategy is to trade passivity for initiative, doesn't it? Zhang Liang was well aware of the inconveniences posed by the long journey and understood that engaging in battle with the enemy forces would inevitably weaken Chunlu City's overall combat strength. Before strengthening their own forces, avoiding war was the best course of action. However, he also immediately discerned the true intent behind Chen Ping's plan. This plan was not out of fear, but a proactive move. Zhang understands me. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping suddenly clasped his hands together and bowed deeply to Zhang Liang. Chen Liang returned the courtesy and said, We are both advisors to our Lord. Our purpose is to assist him. Strategic brilliance is nothing special. What matters is whether we can bring benefits to our Lord. Zhang Liang's magnanimity truly can accommodate all rivers. Chapter 55, Preparing for the Future, Invincible in 100 Battles. To put it bluntly, Chin Ping's schemes sometimes disregard consequences to achieve his goals. This is also one of the reasons why he is labeled as a treacherous strategist. In this regard, he is very similar to Jiasu. If the common people can't go out of the city to work, then they won't work. I'll give you subsidies to shut you up and let you relax in the city and earn silver coins. What's not to like? Will this affect the people's willingness to surrender the city? That sounds noble, but it's just a matter of sacrificing the greater good for personal gain. To put it bluntly, the people are nothing to him. It seems like the development of Chunlu City has nothing to do with the common people, right? Without the people, the city can still develop. Simply to avoid offending those present and to prevent himself from becoming the target of everyone's criticism, he used the people's support to silence Zhang Jujing and sacrificed minor gains for the greater good to silence everyone else in the room. Brilliant! Zhang Heng couldn't help but secretly praise him. Indeed, to achieve one's goals, one must resort to any means. Such a scheme, even if everyone present could see through it, would still have to be considered for the greater good. My lord, rest assured. Though we avoided a direct confrontation this time, it does not mean we are afraid. My plan is to turn the tables and shift the initiative from them to us. Chin Ping bowed and said, if the enemy can advance with a large army, why can't we launch an attack against them? Though it may seem like we are avoiding them now, we are actually preparing our troops and weapons to launch a decisive attack. Currently, in Chunlu City, we have 16,200 light cavalry, 20,000 heavy cavalry, 20,000 crossbow cavalry, 102,690 archers, 29,940 spearmen, 8,650 heavy infantry with casualties from raiding mountain forts, 1,980 dominant camp troops, and 100,000 rock shield infantry. The total troop strength is nearing 300,000. With such a formidable force, we could challenge any faction on the rankings. However, we will refrain from challenging them. Patience is key to achieving our greater goals. Within 2 days, relying on the Lord's exceptional ability to sow discord, we will certainly be able to attack the famous city. However, when we attack the famous city, that will be the moment when the three factions use our Chunlu City as a sacrificial offering. Alright. Zhang Heng was brimming with enthusiasm and had been eager to declare war on those guys for a long time, but unfortunately, he had been in the developmental stage all along. Now that he had Chin Ping's strategic plans, he wouldn't hold back. At that moment, Zhang Heng ordered 4 generals to head to the barracks, while he handed over the treasures he had obtained the previous night to Zhang Liang. That night, Li Yuanba cleared 7 level 7 forts, while Li Tsuanxiu and Yang Yuji cleared 16 level 6 forts. Among these, there were 3 level 1 government building blueprints and some dark gold truce charms. However, without Zhang Heng's tenfold bonus, the loot was pitifully scarce. After leaving the government office, Zhang Heng took out the 3 government blueprints from his backpack, along with the 10 dark gold village founding tokens he had obtained earlier, and listed them all for sale. First-level government blueprints were still in high demand. Zhang Heng checked the city development rankings and found that only 8 people had reached the first-level city stage, which meant these items were still scarce. However, scarcity does not necessarily mean that someone will be willing to pay a high price for it. The top 8 players have already claimed all the rewards they were entitled to, and the 9th and 10th players no longer have any legendary cards. At this point, purchasing them would only serve to improve the city's ranking. After some consideration, Zhang Heng decided to sell each blueprint for 10 million in-game currency. After listing all 3 blueprints, Zhang Heng took out the dark gold village construction order. He had no idea how much it was worth. He hadn't sold it last time, and he still didn't know now. Keeping it in his storage ring wasn't an option either. Even if it's cheap, he had to sell it. There are currently 5 diamond villages and 10 dark gold villages, which means they are equally scarce. Zhang Heng has also priced it at 10 million and listed it on the market. If no one buys it, he will decisively lower the price. After leaving the market, Zhang Heng went to the royal barracks and promoted all 8th tier soldiers to 10th tier, filling Li Yuanba's ranks to 2,000. This cost another 1.8 million jade coins. After upgrading all troops to 10th rank, the total combat power of Chunlu City reached 3 million. Then, Zhang Heng recalled his previous conversation with Zhang Liang and headed to the Bloody Divine Mechanics camp. After some deliberation, thinking about the city's defenses, Zhang Heng had 650 bed crossbows crafted. He handed 500 of them to Li Mu to be stationed on the city walls, 50 to Li Yuanba to be used against the bandits, and kept the remaining 100 for now. He also had 300 powerful catapults constructed, with 50 assigned to Li Yuanba and the remainder kept in reserve for now. The bloody mobile infantry has recruited another 3,000. 10,000 crossbows and 10,000 slingshots have been purchased and temporarily stored within the city walls. This has cost a total of 4.2 million treasure coins. Currently, there are still 147,466 yuanbao remaining, still close to 150 million yuanbao. As long as he doesn't encounter a major battle, these coins will be more than enough for him to spend freely in the short term. However, Li Mu's chariot corps has not yet been formed, and there is no rush to do so. It is not needed at the moment, and we don't want the terrifying combat power of the chariots to scare other players senseless. The cost of constructing these 10,000 chariots will amount to 500 million. That's no small figure, but the combat power is truly terrifying. One is equivalent to 60. After everything was ready, Zhang Han led Li Yuanba and his 2,000-strong dominant camp to an area densely populated with mountain forts, searching for a suitable location to relocate the city. Half an hour later, Zhang Han found the ideal location, surrounded by mountain forts of levels 6, 7, and 8. Without hesitation, Zhang Han selected the location, marked the coordinates, and returned to the city to relocate. Precise relocation can be fully performed within the city by directly selecting the coordinates of the desired location. However, since it's impossible to see where suitable locations are within the city, Zhang Han had to make a special trip. If attacking a player's city, as long as you know their exact coordinates, you can pinpoint their location and launch an attack directly. Zhang Han was also afraid that the people of War God City and Long Night City would pinpoint their locations, which is why, even after following Chen Ping's strategy, he still had so many bed crossbows constructed. As the saying goes, prepare for rain before it falls, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. After Zhang Hong returned, Zhang Zhuzhing summoned him privately and said, Chen Ping's plan is indeed sound, but it still has one flaw. What flaw? Zhang Hong asked. We can leave at a specific location, but can't the enemy also come to us at a specific location? Zhang Zhuzhing frowned and asked. Ha ha. Mr. Zhang, you're overthinking it. That's precisely why Chen Ping instructed me to establish the city in the Shuashan fortress area. This way, even if enemy forces besiege the city, the main army can return to the city to provide reinforcements in the shortest possible time. Don't forget, I've already stationed 500 bed crossbows on the city walls. With these terrifying bed crossbows, we can hold them off for at least half an hour. Zhang Hong could doubt himself, but he absolutely couldn't let his subordinates harbor any doubts. The Lord is wise beyond his years. Your subordinate is deeply impressed. Zhang Zhuzhing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 56, Ping's Strategy, Taking an Unconventional Approach. A few minutes later, Chunlu City vanished from its previous location and reappeared in an area densely populated with 7 or 8 tiered mountain forts. The surrounding area was filled with high-level mountain forts, with almost no player-owned cities in sight. Zhang Hong arrived at the government office and led Zhang Liang and Chen Ping to the barracks. On the way, there are many bandit camps in this area. My lord, you may divide your troops into 4 groups to speed up the process. Chen Ping said as he walked. The first force, led by General Li Yuanba, will command 2,000 members of the domineering camp, 100 mighty catapults, and 100 terrifying bed crossbows. They will directly attack an 8th-level mountain fortress and obtain the blueprints for constructing a 2nd-level city government office. The second force is led by General Li Mu, commanding 80,000 rock shield infantry, 5,000 heavy cavalry, 10,000 light cavalry, 30,000 archers and crossbowmen, 100 mighty catapults, and 100 terrifying bed crossbows. The same order to establish an 8th-level mountain fortress has been issued. The third force, led by General Li Zuanxiao, commands 10,000 heavy cavalry, 20,000 crossbow cavalry, 20,000 archers, 10,000 spearmen, 100 powerful siege engines, and 100 terrifying bed crossbows. For now, issue a 7-level mountain fortress order. Fourth route, General Yang Yuji, commanding 50,000 crossbowmen, 5,000 heavy cavalry, 20,000 stone shield and sword infantry, 190,000 spearmen, 100 formidable catapults, and 100 terrifying bed crossbows. Temporarily establish a 7th-level mountain fortress. It is not that Generals Li Zuanxiao and Yang Yuji cannot issue an order for an 8th-level mountain fortress, but rather that they fear the surrounding 8th-level mountain forts will not respawn in time. Chen Ping spoke clearly and concisely. After issuing his orders, only 5,000 light cavalry, 9,000 heavy infantry, and 2,690 archers remained within the city walls. Not a single soldier was left behind. Merciless. Truly ruthless and cunning. This seems to be more of a confident strategy. The final line, fearing that the surrounding 8th-rate imitations couldn't keep up, seems casual and ordinary, but is actually domineering and unpredictable. A strategic plan that takes an unconventional approach. Though it appears perilous, it is executed with confidence and precision. Zhang Liang followed behind, his expression filled with admiration. If I were in charge of the overall strategy, I would certainly proceed cautiously to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. But now, even if something unexpected happens, what then? The city can hold its ground, and the 4 armies outside can quickly retreat to reinforce the city, causing chaos in the enemy's rear. Even if the various forces are intercepted, General Li Yuanba can lead his 2,000 elite troops to charge through the enemy lines and break out of the encirclement. General Li Mu can lead his 80,000 stone shield infantry to charge head-on, while 5,000 heavy cavalry and 10,000 light cavalry attack from the flanks, with archers and crossbowmen advancing steadily from the rear. General Li Zuanxiao can directly lead 10,000 heavy cavalry to charge through the defenses. General Yang Yuji can lead 20,000 rock-solid sword and shield soldiers to block the front, while 50,000 archers and crossbowmen in the rear fire repeatedly. The city is completely empty, so there is no risk of failure. Moreover, by fighting to sustain ourselves, we grow stronger with each battle. Anyone who dares to come will meet their end. If the enemy dares to attack a specific location, General Li Mu and General Yang Yuji must quickly lead their troops back to the city. General Li Yuanba and General Li Tsuanxiao must charge straight to the enemy's stronghold and lead their troops into the enemy city. Note, the designated location here refers to the enemy city, which has been precisely relocated to the vicinity of Chunlu City via a precise relocation order. This precise relocation order will play a crucial role in the subsequent battles. Zhang Liang's analysis suddenly enlightened Zhang Hong, who never imagined that Chen Ping's plan was so profound and inscrutable. No wonder this man is renowned for his cunning schemes. This scheme is truly a testament to great wisdom. This precise order to relocate the city was well executed, avoiding many unnecessary crises. If this had been given to Zhang Hong, he would have also chosen the precise relocation order, but his reasons were not as well founded as Chen Ping's. After all, he was the village chief and the lord, so he could only adopt a strategic approach and play a balancing role. He couldn't just casually offer his opinion. Every single opinion would determine the sentiments of numerous high-ranking officials. It's like the situation with Li Tsuanxiao and Li Yuanba last time. If they aren't handled properly, it will inevitably affect Li Tsuanxiao's loyalty. With a strategic team that prioritizes the bigger picture, we can resolve this awkward situation. With the two strategists working in perfect harmony, Zhang Hong was overjoyed. Chen Chang remained composed and humble, showing no trace of arrogance. In history, Chen Ping has been described as very pragmatic. Some say he was as skilled at hiding his true intentions as Jia Su, always playing it safe. Others claim he understood Liu Bang's nature and knew when to advance or retreat, clearly discerning gain from loss. However, regardless of these differing opinions, Chen Ping met a favorable end in history and was undoubtedly a highly intelligent individual. At present, Zhang Han led 2 men to the bloody divine machine camp, where they constructed 250 terrifying bed crossbows and 280 mighty catapults. After assembling each vehicle with 400 men, they recruited 3,000 bloody mobile soldiers, purchased 50,000 terrifying crossbow arrows and 50,000 mighty catapults, spending a total of 6.76 million, before finally arriving at the barracks. As for the weapons forged earlier, they had already been deployed on the city walls by Li Mu. Grandma's legs. It cost so much money just to build a makeshift structure. I must be out of my mind. Money isn't money here. I wonder what other players will think when they find out. Zhang Hong swiftly issued his orders and added, remember, the firepower of the mighty catapults and the terrifying bed crossbows must be intense. Fire them relentlessly until they can't even take care of themselves. Don't hold back on expenses. Set up at least 10 rounds, then launch the attack. After issuing his orders, the 4 generals led their troops, armed with bed crossbows and catapults, out of the city. This time, Zhang Liang remained in the city, while Chen Ping followed the main army, joining them on the campaign. The 3 strategies Chen Ping had devised were of great assistance to the military campaign. Mysterious, increases the combat strength of all troops under his command by 1 point. Conspiracy, in this battle, the overall combat strength of all units increases by 2 points. The effect disappears upon the conclusion of the battle. Control, all troops' march speed is increased by 15 when defending a city. The defense of all troops is increased by 30. With him present, the combat strength of all generals and soldiers is increased by 3 points, and their marching speed is boosted by 15. This 3-point increase is no joke. 3 points of strength is equivalent to increasing one's own attack power by 3. 3 points of strength means your attack power increases by 3. The bandit camp is less than 5 minutes away from the city. Under Chen Ping's command, the 4 divisions swiftly formed their battle lines to confront the enemy. Li Mu was the supreme commander, and it was he who led the first assault on the 8th-level city. Those 100 mighty catapults and 100 terrifying bed crossbows launched their attack before the bandit army had even entered level 1 alert status. Chapter 57, Assault on the 8th-level mountain fortress. Those terrifyingly huge crossbow arrows and massive stones, whistling through the gale, pierced the void, resembling falling boulders and meteors tearing through the sky. With a deafening roar, they crashed into the mountain fortress's main camp. The bandits of an 8th-level mountain fortress numbered 150,000. To minimize casualties, it all depended on the powerful catapults and terrifying crossbows. In the past, we were strapped for funds and had to make do with whatever we had. Now that we have the money, go ahead and spend it freely. As long as we obtain any extra blueprints for secondary government buildings, a single one can replenish all our resources. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlong. The first-tier city government building blueprint you sold has been sold for 10 million gold coins. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlong. The dark gold village building order you sold has been sold for 10 million in-game currency. At that moment, 2 system notifications sounded. Zhang Hong laughed and said unconsciously, "Isn't everyone back? What's all back? Qin Ping, standing nearby, was taken aback and didn't understand Zhang Heng's meaning. Ha ha. I was just talking to myself, Zhang Hong said with a smile. This morning, several people upgraded their cities to first-tier cities, and all 3 of his government building blueprints were sold. Even the Dark Gold Village construction orders sold 5 copies. This indicates that, before the Diamond Village building order was introduced, the Dark Gold Village building order was the most prudent choice. Limu's terrifying bed crossbows and mighty catapults launched 10 consecutive rounds of bombardment into the camp, finally breaching the city gates in the final assault. The walls of the mountain fortress within sight were in ruins, with bandits on the walls either wounded, dead, or fleeing. Not a single person remained standing. Once the mountain fortress's main camp reached 150,000 soldiers, its territory had expanded significantly. Limu rode a warhorse. The 4-wheeled warhorses had not yet been constructed, so he rode a silver warhorse, looking down from above at the bandit camp ablaze with flames and shrouded in smoke, a faint cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. After a fierce bombardment, the bandits' camp was plunged into chaos. All officers and soldiers, organize your troops and do not panic. Do not panic. In the bandits' camp, a leader brandished a large sword and shouted angrily. The leader had finally gathered a team of 10,000 men, ready to face the enemy, but suddenly a massive boulder fell from the sky. Before the bandit leader could react, he was crushed into a pile of flesh in front of all the bandits. The bright red blood and sticky brain matter splattered the faces of the bandits in front of him, terrifying them into fleeing in all directions once again, plunging the scene into chaos. Outside the camp, Limu rode his warhorse, brandishing his sword, and shouted loudly, "Rock Shield Infantry, once inside the city, form teams of 10 and advance in a straight line. Archers and crossbowmen follow behind and await orders. Attack!" Clang! As the Rock Shield soldiers advanced forward, a series of loud noises echoed out. Just as Limu calmly and steadily directed his troops into the city, Li Yuanba launched a fierce assault. The 2,000 elite troops of the domineering camp didn't even need to form ranks. After 100 terrifying bed crossbows and 100 mighty catapults were set up, they swiftly launched an attack on the mountain fortress's main camp. The bandits in the camp had already sounded the alarm. Just as the bandit leader was organizing his troops to exit the camp and meet the enemy, a barrage of terrifying crossbow arrows and massive stones rained down from the sky, crashing down with brutal force onto the bandits. In an instant, the bandits who were about to leave the camp were thrown into complete chaos. The terrifying crossbow arrows charged wildly, piercing through the bandit army. Amidst the chaos of bodies flying and limbs scattering, one of the bandit leaders, who was lying face up, was impaled through the wall behind him. Boom! Boom! 5 or 6 massive stones crashed into the mountain fortress's ranks, shattering the fortress walls and sending flesh and blood flying everywhere, a sight too gruesome to behold. In an instant, the mountain fortress camp descended into chaos. The piercing screams of agony and the chaotic, enraged shouts echoed through the air, crisscrossing and rising and falling in waves, as if the place had been transformed into a hellish battlefield. The ground around the camp was littered with pits and craters, and the houses within the camp were in ruins. Inside the houses, the hearth fires had collapsed, and the drywood caught fire instantly, engulfing one house after another in raging flames. Bodies, blood, smoke, and flames fueled the chaos throughout the mountain village, intensifying the carnage among the bandits. After 10 rounds of bombardment, Li Yuanba let out a loud shout, leading 2,000 members of the domineering camp through the gates with a deafening roar, charging inside. Along the way, anyone who was still alive was undoubtedly being crushed into a bloody mess by the massive war drums and golden hammers, their limbs flying everywhere. Faced with such terrifying force, the bandits were terrified out of their wits. Although the troops in these mountain forts had reached the 8th rank, bandits remained bandits. In the face of a regular army, they were nothing but a disorganized mob. Faced with such terrifying cavalry, the bandits were so terrified that they abandoned their armor and fled in all directions. The leaders of the bandits' camp shouted loudly, brandishing their weapons as they charged toward the soldiers of the Baodao camp. However, before they could get close, the weapons in their hands were shattered by the small drums and golden hammers, shattering them into pieces. One of the leaders, caught off guard, had his head crushed into a pulp by a soldier from the domineering camp. It is important to note that anyone capable of leading a band of mountain bandits of the 8th rank must possess the combat strength of at least a 4-star general. However, in the face of such a terrifying army, even 10 4-star generals would likely charge headlong and be ruthlessly crushed. After a fierce battle, Zhang Hong charged into the camp and cast a spell of division among the chaotic crowd of bandits. Although Limu was the first to launch the attack, the power of the Rock Shield infantry was not as formidable as that of the Baodao camp, which meant his speed was not as fast as Li Yuanba's. Chapter 58, We're not rich, we're just lucky. An 8th-rate bandit camp, with bandits everywhere in chaos. After Zhang Hong activated his Divide and Conquer ability, he obtained 4,590 level 8 bandits. Ding! Congratulations to player Chenlong for reaching level 45. We hope you continue to strive for excellence and climb even higher. Zhang Hong instinctively checked the level rankings and was surprised to find that, at level 45, he was ranked 2nd, while the first-place player had reached the staggering level 60. A player named Steady as an Old Dog Just yesterday at this time, this guy wasn't even on the list, yet he had jumped all the way to level 60 in just one day. Could he have obtained some rare talent as well? Zhang Hong couldn't think of anything else this guy could be using to level up so quickly. Leveling up quickly isn't important, that's just a measure of one's strength. In the imperial conquest, having cities, generals, and soldiers is what truly makes a ruler. After casting another divide and conquer spell, the battle ended with 3,878th tier bandits in hand. In fact, more divide and conquer spells could have been cast here, but unfortunately, under the relentless barrage of artillery fire, numerous bandit soldiers were killed or wounded, resulting in a reduced number of successful divide and conquer spells. However, this is not a major issue. With 4 teams launching attacks simultaneously, we can keep the divide and conquer strategy active by ensuring that any units that have completed their cooldown are immediately deployed to new targets, ensuring that the divide and conquer strategy remains constantly active. The battle ends. Li Yuanba led his troops out of the camp. Zhang Hong arrived at the nearly destroyed hall and saw the dark golden treasure chest. Ding! The player opened the dark gold treasure chest and obtained 10 dark gold resource packs, 10 blueprints for constructing a second-tier city government building, 10 heaven's eye pouches, 10 spy pouches, 20 million gold coins, and 10,000 reputation points. Sky eye pouch, dropped from level 8 or higher mountain forts. Players can use a search engine, enter the village name, consume 1 sky eye pouch, and locate any target village or specific city location they wish to search for. Spy's treasure trove dropped from level 8 or higher outposts. Players can use a search engine in combination with the Sky Eye treasure trove to view detailed troop conditions and strategic deployments of all regional cities, with 100% accuracy. Great stuff! Zhang Hong was startled. He never expected there to be such an incredible item here. Does that mean that if I want to attack the War God village, I can't find it on the vast map, but by using a Heaven's Eye pouch and a Spy pouch, I can not only locate this guy's exact address but also get detailed information about his troop strength? Zhang Heng's eyes lit up. He had been worried about this earlier, but now it seemed like, those guys are coming to attack me? Just wait until I've finished raising them, that'll be the day your doom arrives. Of course, this also means that Zhang Hong doesn't need to follow the same approach as those others and send 1,000 cannon fodder troops to scout out the situation in detail. When moving troops from one city to another, the distance is vast. To accelerate the march, one can spend 100,000 taels of silver to reduce the journey by half. Of course, this is a game for the wealthy, who can afford to accelerate without regard to cost. We can't afford to play, because we're not the wealthy elite. But we're European royals, we can use the precision city relocation order to move directly to a specific location. That's way more advanced than them. After obtaining the treasure, Zhang Han mounted his warhorse and charged out of the mountain fortress, heading toward Li Mu's mountain fortress. Upon arriving at the mountain fortress, he found that the battle was still ongoing, and within sight, there were still 2,000 or 3,000 bandits. Zhang Hong was overjoyed and immediately cast a newly cooled down divide spell. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlu. Divide and conquer successful, obtained 1 level 8 bandit spearman. Gained 10,000 experience. After a series of system notifications, Zhang Hong realized that this time, he had obtained 6,789 bandits. Zhang Hong was speechless. After a quick check, he realized that these bandits were unarmed and were passively trapped under the relentless fire of the stone-shielded soldiers and archers. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlu for successfully sowing discord among the bandit leader Qinwu. What? The bandit boss? Zhang Hong was taken aback. Could this really work to drive a wedge between them? This seemed to be the first time such a scheme had succeeded. Zhang Hong was curious and instinctively clicked on the system prompt to view Qin Wu's information. Task: Qin Wu. Background: Bandit Leader. Rank: 8th tier, level 95. Quality: 4-star Valiant General. Strength: 92. Command: 50. Strategy: 45. Politics: 33. Troop command attributes: infantry's 3 primary attributes increased by 15. Weapon: large-eyed ring blade. Mount: none. Upon seeing this attribute, Zhang Hong rolled his eyes. Although it was a fierce warrior trait, he immediately ordered Qin Wu to lead the 6,700 troops he had just divided and attack the bandits in the surrounding areas who had not been successfully divided. After casting the divide and conquer spell again, Li Mu, having secured 3,845 bandits, finally brought the battle to an end. Compared to the speed of these two, Li Yuanba's attacks were more fierce and faster. After Zhang Hong collected the treasure chest here, he headed toward the mountain fortress of Li Tsuanxiao and Yang Yuji to collect another treasure chest. The battle between the two was nearing its end. Over the next day, Zhang Hong shuttled between the various mountain forts, sowing discord among the soldiers and retrieving treasure chests. The respawn time for an 8th level mountain fortress is 1 hour, while that for a 7th level fortress is 50 minutes. The surrounding area is filled with level 7 and level 8 forts. The 4 troops are only targeting those closest to the city for attack. However, compared to Li Yuanba, with the assistance of bed crossbows and catapults, their speed was further enhanced. Within half an hour, 1 outpost was completely destroyed. Zhang Hong logged off for a meal and then logged back in. His men could rest, but this talent for sowing discord couldn't afford to idle for even a minute. While Zhang Hong was frantically farming in a fake version of the game, 4 players arrived one after another in a first-tier city located within the borders of Dongping City in Yenzhou. A flagpole bearing the words War God was erected above the city. The flag flutters in the cold wind, making a rustling sound. This city is none other than the city of the War God. Within the government hall of that city, more than 10 players were seated in rows, with the high-ranking officials of War God City on the left and several high-level players who had come to War God City on the right. This is the wealthy entertainment scene. Sitting in the first seat on the right was a middle-aged man with a large belly and narrow eyes. The greasy smell emanating from him caused those around him to wrinkle their brows slightly. If it weren't for the fact that this man was ranked first on the wealth list, second in combat strength, and fifth in city rankings, he would have been kicked out of the hall long ago. Chapter 59, The Next Rising Star, known as Shoer. The long night stretches on endlessly. This is a young man in his 30s, quite handsome and dashing. I don't know if he's had any cosmetic surgery, but he's definitely easy on the eyes. He is slender in build, clad in golden armor that exudes a sense of grandeur. His deep, piercing eyes seem bottomless, and his expression is impassive, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. It is hard to fathom what this man is truly thinking. I am Shangshi Tunglong. This was a tall, well-built middle-aged man with a handsome face. His expression was solemn, and he exuded a calm and steady aura. Every inch of his body radiated an intimidating presence that commanded respect without even raising his voice. This man was clearly no ordinary person. The next rising star. Known as Shoer. This is a young man in his 20s, with a carefree smile and a laid-back attitude, not at all serious. His village has also been upgraded to a first-tier city and renamed Duxiu City. Ha. Everyone is now a big shot on the rankings, whether it's city rankings or combat power rankings, we're way ahead of everyone else. War God Bai Chi, a man in his 30s, with a stern expression and a slender build. His eyes flickered with a hint of icy killing intent, but he made an effort to sound approachable as he spoke. It is a great honor for me that you have all come today. On behalf of everyone in War God City, I warmly welcome you all. War God Bai Chi clasped his hands together and spoke in a polite tone. Welcome to all of you for coming. A young man in the second position on the left spoke in a gentle tone. This man is the second in command of the War God City, the War God Lubu. After some more small talk, everyone got down to business. I'm sure you all know about last night's test. The development of Chunlong village has seriously threatened our progress. If we don't stop them, we may not get any of the 3 famous cities. War God Bai Chi frowned and said, currently, Chunlong City's total combat strength has reached a terrifying 3 million. And what about us? The wealthy have reached 950,000, our War God City ranks 3rd with 830,000, Prosperous City ranks 4th with 790,000, Long Night City ranks 6th with 650,000, and Unique City ranks 10th with 450,000. When we combine all our forces, we only have 3.9 million. Moreover, none of them are elite troops. On the other hand, Chunlong City's lowest-ranked troops are already at the 8th tier. They were promoted to the 10th tier this morning. The gap between us is too vast. We must take decisive action to suppress them. If we allow this enemy to grow stronger, the consequences will be unimaginable. War God Bai Chi said worriedly, I'm sure everyone knows the benefits of 15 refined equipment. Plus, by occupying a famous city, we can develop better. I heard that after players occupy a famous city, they can directly train 11th rank soldiers, and if they do it well, they can even obtain the city's generals and strategists. Such generous rewards. If we ignore them, aren't we missing out on a golden opportunity? I urge everyone to give this careful consideration. Don't forget, each of us has a major conglomerate backing us. If we don't deliver results, how will we account for ourselves to the conglomerates? Shangshi Tinglong sighed deeply and said, we realize that pressure alone won't work. We must also make others feel the pressure. If only Yanran village and Tianxia village would agree. I invited Yanyan village, but Yanyan refused. Even Tianxia village refused. I have no idea what those 2 women are thinking. War God Bai Chi frowned and said, what about the others? The long night stretches on, and the question remains. There is no news yet. For now, let's not discuss them. With our combined strength, we should be able to take down Chunlong City, said the War God Bai Chi. I'm afraid it won't work. Chunlong City has strategists like Chun Ping and Zhang Liang, and generals like Li Tsuanxiao, Li Yuanba, and Yang Yurji. Now there's another one, Li Mu. This battle will be even more difficult. Don't forget how terrifying Li Yuanba is. That's no joke. Yazixius said with a glare. What's there to fear? If it comes to it, we'll just go there at a set time. Mobilize all our elite troops, and if any die, we'll immediately spend money to recruit replacements. I don't believe we can't take Chunlong City. The wealthy entertainment tycoon snorted dismissively. The old man is rich and powerful, so he can act all high and mighty. I can't afford to go all out against you. I worked so hard to build this little fortune, and if I really went all in against you, you'd still have a chance to turn things around, but I wouldn't. The lone standout, recalling that terrifying combat power, began to lose his resolve. I know you're short on funds, but the fact that you came today makes me very happy. If you're willing to join the battle, I can offer you compensation. I guarantee you won't be disappointed, and I won't let you down. War God Bai Chi said, I hope we can unite as one. Once we crush Chunlu City, the 3 famous cities will belong to all of us here. There are only 3 famous cities, yet we have 5 people. How should we divide them among ourselves? Iji Duxiu continued to ask. The war god Bai Chi hesitated. If he could defeat Chunlu City this time, he would withdraw and even offer his troops for free to help the others. But the next time the famous cities were updated, they would be his. Alright. Yziduoxio's eyes lit up, as if he could see himself standing proudly on the city wall. The wealthy entertainer beside him narrowed his eyes and muttered under his breath, young people are so easy to fool. Alright, I'll step aside too. I'm not short on money anyway, so I'll just consider this free labor for you. The wealthy man narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke in a deliberately generous tone. Upon hearing this, Shangshur Tenglong and Chang Yamanan grew wary. Everyone was being very generous now, but they wondered if they would remain so generous and straightforward when the crucial moment arrived. Each of them, no doubt, had their own hidden agendas. So, how should we plan moving forward? A lone voice asks the question. Our scout just sent word that Chunlu City has vanished from its original location. I suspect this individual is deliberately evading our advance to continue developing in peace. We have mobilized all available resources and posted a high reward on the official forum for information on Chunlu City's exact location. As soon as anyone discovers it, they will relay the information to us immediately. At that point, we can launch our offensive. War God Bai Chi said, all units are to establish positions near Chunlu City, then gather forces and attack the 4 gates of Chunlu City simultaneously. Alright. Let's give it our all. The lone figure's eyes sparkled with excitement, then he remembered something and asked, who will be responsible for the precise relocation order? I heard that the price for a precise relocation order has reached 10 million gold coins in the market. That's no joke. I can't afford that price. War God Bai Chi's face twitched, and he turned his gaze toward the wealthy entertainment district. Chapter 60, The Art of Alliance and Division. The wealthy entertainer shot a sharp glance at the lone beauty, steadied his composure, and said, I'll take it at that price. Originally, the wealthy entertainer had thought this young man was pretty reasonable, but he never expected him to be such a typical tight-fisted coward, unwilling to even offer a precise price. But for the greater good, the wealthy entertainment company had no choice but to take the plunge. Alright. You're a man of your word. You've earned my friendship. Yziduoxia chuckled and said, since that's the case, I'll be on my way. We'll be waiting for your good news. When the time comes, we'll all head over there and take him down. After the lone flower left, the long night stretched on, and everyone else also departed. Shengshur Tinglong remained and remarked, this lone blossom is easy to deceive, but the long night is no easy foe. This fellow speaks little and seems to have a deep, cunning nature. What heroes and strategists are there in Chunlu City? The wealthy man asked leisurely. Literary friend Wang Meng of the Eastern Jin dynasty, martial hero Jiafu of the Eastern Han dynasty, one a political madman, the other a brave general. They can be considered somewhat powerful. The war god Bai Chi spoke truthfully. What about the lone blossom? The wealthy entertainer asked again. Sui Tang hero Xiong Kuai, this guy is incredibly powerful and ranks among the top 5 in Sui Tang heroes. The war god Bai Chi spoke truthfully. One Jiafu, one Xiong Kuai, one Cheng Yaojin, one Fan Kuai, one Wang Feihu, and one Yang Zixing, 6 fierce generals are more than enough to capture Chunlu City. It seems that we are certain to win this battle. The wealthy entertainer said with a sly smile. Huang Feihu and Yang Zixing are under the command of the wealthy entertainment company. These 2 heroes were recently acquired by the wealthy entertainment company. Some were posted by Zhang Hong when he saw them, while others were not posted because Zhang Hong was offline at the time. Among these major figures, the War God City is the most unfortunate, having only obtained 1 Chang Yaojin. The rest are either 3-star generals or 5-star generals, leaving the War God Bai Chi feeling dejected yet powerless to do anything about it. Alas, it's a pity that our War God City only has 1 Chang Yaojin. War God City sighed helplessly. My prosperous city is no different from a prisoner. If we could have Yanran City's Gao Chong, Niezhou City's Pei Yuanqing, and Huanyu City's Yingbu join the battle, our chances of victory would be much higher. Shengshur Tinglong shook his head with a touch of sadness. Buyanan City has gained another great general, Jiang Song. The war god Bai Chi remarked, Jiang Song is a formidable figure who once single-handedly broke through the battle between Li Yuanba and Luo Shixin. If we can secure the assistance of Qianshao Yanyan, we will have the upper hand and victory will be ours. Why don't we contact Qianshao Yanyan offline? I've known her brother for a long time, and we've collaborated on business multiple times. Shengshur Tinglong frowned and said. Then I'll leave it to you. The war god Bai Chi said with a bitter smile, Li Yuanba is too terrifying. plus Li Tsuanxiao, who ranks second in martial arts. Defeating them is no easy task. Therefore, this battle must end in victory. There can be no failure. Even if we have to risk everything, we cannot lose. In fact, we can't afford to lose. The wealthy entertainer said with a wry smile, the cost is a bit too high. At the same time, as the War God City welcomed these high-ranking officials, the village of Yanran, with its gentle smiles, also welcomed a woman. Chanxian, the War God City is about to attack Chunlu City. What are your plans? Han Yan Tianxia sat down and asked directly. The War God invited me, but I refused. Chen Xianxuan recalled the official blueprints from earlier and asked nervously, what about you? What are your plans? Will you join or withdraw? I want to join, but I'm also feeling a bit conflicted. Han Yan Tianxia said with a slightly conflicted expression. Why? Chen Xianxuan asked in confusion. If you want to agree, just agree. If you don't want to, just refuse. What's the big deal? Han Yan Tianxia sighed lightly and said, things aren't as simple as you think. Do you know why the people from War God City suddenly joined forces with numerous high-tier cities to target Chunlu City? Isn't it to curb the development of Chunlu City? Chen Xianxuan asked with some confusion. Han Yan Tianxia shook her head, then nodded and said, suppressing strength is one thing, but the other is because of his strategists. The strategist of War God City? Zhang Yi of the Warring States period, a prominent figure of the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods, renowned for his mastery of the art of diplomacy and strategy. Chen Xianxuan said this and couldn't help but exclaim, are you saying this is the strategy of alliance and division? Chen Xianxuan exclaimed in astonishment, are you saying this is the strategy of alliance and division? That's right. Han Yan Tianxia said, the war god Bai Qi triggered Zhang Yi's strategy of alliance of the warring states. To be precise, this is a task issued by the system. Gather 10 heroes to form 10 armies and launch an expeditionary campaign against Chunlu City. Among them, at least 5 must be heroes ranked in the top 10 of the city rankings. Form 10 armies and launch an assault on Chunlu City. To achieve victory, either eliminate half of Chunlu City's forces or defeat at least 2 5-star generals. After victory, War God Bai Qi can designate any 5 players and their heroes from any 5 cities to permanently increase their military strength by 2 points. What about failure? There must be some punishment, right? Chen Xianxuan asked. All players lose 2 strength points. Han Yan Tianxia spoke solemnly. There must be very few who know the secret, right? Chen Xianxuan asked intently. Han Yan Tianxia nodded. As far as I know, there are 3, one is me, one is the wealthy entertainment industry, and the other is Shengshi Tinglong. He wouldn't have told me otherwise, but the strength of my Tianxia city made him hesitate, so he explained everything to me in detail. In the end, he even promised me a spot. As far as I know, he also invited Yiji Duxiu, Changya Manman, Mia Jue, and Taiga Huanyu. But as for who else will be there, I have no idea. What about you? Will you choose or accept? Chen Xianxuan asked. That's exactly what I'm struggling with. Han Yan Tianxia touched her forehead and said, you're my best friend. You decide. If you go, I'll go. If you don't go, I won't go either. Chapter 61, the first famous city must be mine. I refuse. Chen Xianxuan responded without hesitation. What? Han Yan Tianxia was taken aback. You really won't consider it? Su Qin, the strategist of Tianxia village, has already agreed to form an alliance and use tactics to outmaneuver our enemies. She whispered again, Su Qin told me that once the alliance is successfully formed, all 5-star characters in my Tianxia village will gain an additional 1 point in martial arts and 1 point in strategy. Moreover, I can freely designate 3-player factions to increase their martial arts by 1 point. This is the strategic reward for Su Qin and Zhang Yi's first collaboration. So you agreed, right? Chen Xianxuan remained unfazed, asking expressionlessly. Oh, this is so hard for me. Han Yan Tianxia sighed, the high-ranking officials in Tianxia City are all in favor of war. They believe this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we win, we'll gain more military strength and strategic advantage. Plus, we can form alliances. No matter what you say, I won't participate. Alright, I'm feeling a bit tired. I'll log off for now. Chen Xianxuan seemed to be avoiding this choice. Zhang Han was unaware of the discussions outside. On this day, he was busy going in and out of various mountain forts, sowing discord among the soldiers, and collecting treasure chests. Although the process was quite arduous, he found it incredibly enjoyable. Before he knew it, the day had flown by in a flurry of activity. At this point, it was already past 1 a.m. But he felt no fatigue at all. On the contrary, his energy grew stronger and stronger. In the past, by this time, he would have been exhausted, but today, for some reason, he felt no drowsiness at all. Could it be that today was just too enjoyable? Zhang Han felt a bit awkward and scratched his nose. This was the most enjoyable day he had had since he started playing games non-stop. Li Yuanba, relying solely on his terrifying combat power, broke the record by clearing 28 level 8 outposts and had 245,672 bandit soldiers betrayed by Zhang Han. Li Mu led the Rock Shield Infantry, clearing 19 level 8 bandit forts, but Zhang Hong managed to turn 207,840 bandit soldiers against him. Li Zuanxiao led his troops to raid 25 level 7 mountain forts, but Zhang Hong managed to turn 129,491 bandit soldiers against them. Yang Yuji led his troops to raid 22 level 7 mountain forts, but Zhang Hong managed to turn 117,890 bandit soldiers against them. All of the above were troops that Zhang Hong led and divided, which were handed over to Chen Ping, who made detailed records of them. In other words, on that day, the troops were divided into 4 routes, and he managed to divide as many as 700,893 bandit soldiers. Although he had anticipated this terrifying figure, seeing it in reality was still quite shocking. These precise figures were all obtained directly from Chen Ping, which clearly demonstrates that Chen Ping is no ordinary individual. With so many soldiers, does this mean they are also aware that they can launch an attack on the famous city tomorrow? Zhang Hang's eyes betrayed a hint of anticipation. However, when he thought of the official blueprints, he felt disheartened once again. After clearing 47 level 8 mountain forts, he had only obtained 4 level 2 government blueprints. The last one just wouldn't drop. Zhang Hong checked the power rankings and found that his power was still around 3 million, while the second-ranked wealthy entertainment company had already reached 1.3 million. It seemed that these big shots were all working hard to expand their forces. Soldiers who have been swayed but not converted are not counted toward combat strength. This has always been the case, but since the number obtained previously was small, Zhang Hong did not pay much attention to it. Moreover, every time soldiers returned, he would immediately convert them to increase his own combat strength. However, this time, Zhang Hong hesitated. It wasn't that he didn't want to convert them, but he wanted to set a trap for those guys. The soldiers he had managed to turn were being sent into the city one after another by Chen Ping. At this point, Zhang Hong felt no fatigue and did not rush to log off, continuing to immerse himself in his work. He needed to quickly obtain the government blueprints to upgrade the city to a second-tier city, so he could upgrade all troop types to level 11. Travel between the mountain forts, sow discord among the soldiers, collect treasure chests, then hand over the soldiers you've turned against to Chen Ping, and repeat the process. Today, during the day, no factions came to cause trouble, which was somewhat unexpected, but everything was still within reason. Just then, Zhang Heng's chat message buzzed again. He knew it must be Chen Xianxuan. His message reception had blocked everyone except Chen Xianxuan. This is the 5th message Chen Xianxuan sent him today. It's already past 1 a.m., so it must be the first one today. Zhang Hong opened it without hesitation. At dawn today, a force of 10 players will launch an attack on your city, and all of them have chosen precise relocation. I don't know the exact time, but I think you should raise the white flag and avoid heavy losses. The estimated combat strength of these players is at least 8 million. You must take this seriously. I didn't intend to share this information with you, but I'm doing so out of gratitude. The accuracy of this information is 100%. This also means that I have repaid my debt of gratitude. From now on, we owe each other nothing. Additionally, I have a boyfriend in real life, and I have always loved him deeply. From now on, I will choose to block your messages. Upon seeing this message, Zhang Hong couldn't help but smile wryly. This woman is truly feisty. It seems necessary to reveal his true identity to her. I just wonder how she'll react when she finds out. She'll probably want to beat herself up, right? Zhang Hong unconsciously wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Then he thought of the main force of players, and for the first time in his life, a brilliant smile spread across Zhang Heng's face. He didn't know who their leader was, and he didn't need to know, it didn't matter to him. Since the players' party hadn't arrived, he kept clearing out the bandit camps. However, he did remind Chen Ping and the 4 generals present. Continue with the routine operations. 8th grade knockoff. After Zhang Hong divided 4,588th level soldiers, the battle ended. Around 3 o'clock, the official blueprints were finally released. Ding! The player opened the dark gold treasure chest and obtained 10 dark gold resource packs, 10 level 2 city government building blueprints, 10 dark gold truce charms, 10 spy pouches, 200,000 gold coins, and 10,000 reputation points. Finally! Upon seeing the blueprint, Zhang Hong couldn't help but burst into laughter. Finally, we can upgrade to a second-tier city. That also means that regardless of whether these wealthy players come to attack his city, he can now attack famous cities. Famous city. The first famous city will definitely fly my Chunlong flag. Chapter 62, the first second-tier city. Over the past 2 hours, Li Yuanba and Li Mu have cleared the level 8 mountain fortress 7 times, while Zhang Hong has successfully divided 65,400 bandit soldiers. Yang Yuji and Li Zuanxiao cleared 7-star mountain forts 8 times, and Zhang Hong successfully divided 36,234 bandit soldiers. It's worth noting that clearing so many bandit camps today also earned him a fair share of treasures. He obtained 230 dark gold truce charms and 250 precision city relocation orders. Spy pouch obtained 180, Heaven's Eye pouch obtained 210. 40 dark gold village founding orders and 350 basic weapon forgings obtained. The rest will not be listed individually, as that would turn everything into data. Having obtained the official blueprints, Zhang Heng ceased his efforts to build the fortress and immediately ordered Qin Ping to lead the 4 great generals back to the city. Upon the army's return to the city, Zhang Heng ordered the troops to head to the imperial barracks, while he rushed straight to the government office. The hall of the government office was empty, and no one knew where Zhang Liang and Zhang Zhuzheng had gone. Zhang Heng paid no attention and directly opened 1,090 dark gold resource packages, obtaining 545 million various resources. Combined with the 57 million resources obtained last time, he now had a total of 602 million resources, equivalent to 600 million of each resource. At that moment, he opened the government interface, looked at the various requirements needed to upgrade the government, and without hesitation, clicked the upgrade button. Ding! Congratulations to player Qinlong for successfully upgrading the government office to level 26. Ding! Congratulations to player Qinlong for successfully upgrading level 1 Qinlong City to level 2 Qinlong City. Keep up the great work and keep moving forward. Ding! After upgrading from level 1 Qinlong City to level 2 Qinlong City, the available land increases by 100 plots. The area expands to 2,000 square kilometers, and the administrative region expands to 100 square kilometers. Additionally, new buildings are added, 3 of each of the 3 types of barracks, 2 divine mechanics camps, 1 academy, 5 watchtowers, 3 inns, 3 restaurants, 10 independent mansion compounds, and 1 amusement park. Notice, as Qinlong City is the first village in the entire server to be upgraded to level 2 Qinlong City, it will be rewarded with 1 diamond resource pack, 1 rare treasure diamond tiger seal, 1 famous general card, 1 beauty card, and a +1 boost to each of the 3 attributes. 3 consecutive system announcements will be made. Please prepare accordingly. Can the system announcements be turned off? Zhang Heng hurriedly shouted. Ding! Players can disable system announcements by deducting reputation points. Each disable costs 10,000 reputation points. This is the 3rd time, totaling 30,000 reputation points. Deduct. Close all. Deduct. Zhang Heng looked at the nearly 2 million reputation points and said directly. Ding! 30,000 reputation points deducted. System announcement disabled. Zhang Heng wiped a cold sweat from his brow. He never expected this thing could actually be turned off, and he certainly didn't know reputation points had this use. Humph. I was too arrogant before. This time, I'll play it smart. When those guys show up, I'll eliminate them all, then use the heavenly eye to track them down and strike with lightning speed, wiping out the entire city in an instant. Zhang Heng sneered with a sinister smile. If I don't use some tricks, do you think I'm just a fool? A rare treasure, the diamond tiger seal order? What on earth is that? Zhang Heng instinctively opened the tiger seal's attributes and immediately broke into a delighted smile. Diamond tiger symbol order, an extremely rare treasure. When equipped by a general, it increases the capacity for a specific rare troop type by 200. Once equipped, it is permanently bound. Please choose carefully. This is a great item. This is truly a valuable item. If this were equipped on Li Yuanba, would it mean that the capacity of his dominant camp could be increased to 6,000? Zhang Heng couldn't help but think of 6,000 rampaging Baodao camp soldiers for players. That would be an absolute nightmare. This thing belongs to Li Yuanba. 1 famous general card and 1 beauty card. Zhang Heng thought of the beauty card, and a look of longing appeared in his eyes. The game had previously provided a brief introduction to the beauty card, which could be used to have children with the Lord. After all, who wouldn't want to wield power over the world and rest on the lap of a beauty? At that moment, Zhang Heng opened the general card and the beauty card. Ding! Congratulations to player Qinlong for opening the famous general card and obtaining the 5-star general Ran Min. Since Ran Min originates from the famous general card, his initial loyalty is 100%. He will never betray you, never abandon his principles, and serve you loyally for life. Ding! Congratulations to player Qinlong for opening the beauty card and obtaining one of the 4 great beauties, Wang Zhaojun. Since Wang Zhaojun originates from the beauty card, she has a special initial loyalty of 100. She will never betray you, never abandon her principles, and serve you for life. Ding! Player has obtained the 5-star general Ran Min and one of the 4 beauties, Wang Zhaojun. As the top general and one of the 4 beauties in this game, a system announcement will appear. Do you wish to hide their names? Cancel the system announcement and deduct reputation points. Cancel the system announcement and deduct reputation. Since upgrading the city has been cancelled, let's cancel these 2 as well. Ding! 60,000 reputation points deducted, system announcement disabled. Character, Ran Min. Era, 16 kingdoms. Level, 10th rank, level 99. Quality, 5-star elite general. Strength, 110. Command, 93. Strategy, 80. Politics, 70. Mount, diamond red horse Rikuro. Weapons, diamond-held double-bladed spear in the left hand, and a hook-shaped halberd in the right hand. Troop command attributes, cavalry 60, infantry 40. Special attributes: when encountering foreign tribes, the commander's own combat strength increases by 5, the attack power of the troops under their command increases by 50, defense increases by 50, and march speed is boosted by 50. Character: Wang Zhaojun. Era: Western Han Dynasty. Quality: one of the 4 great beauties. Military strength: 30. Command: 60. Strategy: 90. Politics: 100. Appearance: 100. Beauty that makes fish sink and swans fall. The Lord continues to favor you, and every 10 days, 1 point is randomly added to your 3 main attributes. If you give birth to a monkey, the first one increases the Lord's strength by 3 points, the second by 2 points, and the third by 1 point. Zhao Jun's departure to the frontier. If Zhao Jun resides in Chunlu City, all soldiers in Chunlu City gain a 30% increase in attack and defense, limited to within the city. Citizens in Chunlu City have a 20% reduction in resource consumption and a 20% increase in resource production. If Zhao Jun leaves Chunlu City, all soldiers in Chunlu City lose a 20% decrease in attack and defense, citizens have a 30% increase in resource consumption, and resource production decreases by 20%. Marriage alliance: for every ally obtained by Chunlu City, all allied troops in the field and deployed troops gain a 30% increase in attack and defense, and their march speed is boosted by 50%. Upon seeing the attributes of these 2 characters, Zhang Heng opened his mouth in disbelief. They're way too powerful. The former, when facing a different race, gains a 5-point increase in personal combat power, a 50% boost to the attack and defense of the troops he leads, and a 50% increase in march speed. He's practically a nightmare for other races. The latter comes with 3 skills. The first increases military strength, the second enhances the attributes of the city as long as the unit remains within it, and the third benefits both the unit and its allies when an ally is obtained. Chapter 63, Issue orders immediately. It seems that whether a city can become powerful ultimately depends on its beautiful women. This bonus attribute is no small thing. Having a monkey can increase your combat power? That's way too over the top. The 2 of them hadn't even shown up yet, and Zhang Hong didn't have time to search the entire village, so he started upgrading the buildings. First, he needed to upgrade the government office to level 30. Once the government office reached level 30, the other buildings could be upgraded to level 31 after another. Especially the royal barracks. If it's not upgraded to level 30, you won't be able to unlock the 11th tier soldiers. When the royal cavalry reaches level 30, the attributes of the soldiers within also undergo significant changes. Royal Light Cavalry 1th tier cavalry, with 4,500 attack, 1,500 defense, and 300 speed. Cost 500 gold per soldier. Equipped with diamond quality war horses and gear. Royal Heavy Cavalry level 11 cavalry, attack 5,000, defense 5,000, speed 300, production cost 800 gold per soldier. Equipped with diamond quality war horses and gear. Royal Crossbow Cavalry level 11 cavalry, attack 5,000, defense 2,000, speed 300, range 1,800 meters, cost 600 gold per soldier. Equipped with diamond quality war horses and gear. Royal Heavy Shield Infantry level 11 infantry, attack 1,000, defense 4,500, speed 120, cost per soldier 400 gold coins. Equipped with diamond quality war horses and gear. Royal Spear and Shield Infantry level 11 infantry, attack 3,500, defense 1,600, speed 160, production cost 300 gold per soldier. Equipped with diamond war horses and gear. Royal Crossbowman level 11 crossbowman, attack 5,000, defense 600, speed 160, range 1,800 meters, cost per soldier 360 gold coins. Equipped with diamond war horses and gear. 1 less light shield soldier and 1 less spearman, plus 1 additional spear shield soldier. It looks like these 2 units have been merged. Immediately, Zhang Heng began transforming the soldiers. There are currently 802,527 unconverted soldiers. Just as Zhang Han was preparing to convert them, Chen Ping walked over. "What type of troops does the Lord wish to convert?" Chen Ping asked respectfully. "What type of troops do you think we urgently need at the moment?" Zhang Heng asked. Chen Ping replied without hesitation, 200,000 heavy cavalry, 100,000 crossbow cavalry, 300,000 archers and crossbowmen, and 200,000 spearmen and shieldmen. "What next?" Zhang Heng asked. "My lord should first train 200,000 heavy cavalry and 100,000 crossbow cavalry. I will handle the rest of the troops." Chen Ping's eyes gleamed with a cunning expression. "If those factions come today, I'll make sure they never return." Zhang Heng shuddered involuntarily. It seemed that this strategist, renowned for his cunning schemes, had already prepared a feast for the players. Immediately, Zhang Heng promoted the 10th tier troops within the city to the 11th tier, then completed the training of 200,000 heavy cavalry and 100,000 crossbow cavalry. General Suanxiao. Zhang Heng had finished his preparations, and Chen Ping shouted to Li Suanxiao and the others waiting nearby for orders. "Here I am." Li Suanxiao and the others were all mentally prepared. "You are ordered to lead 100,000 heavy cavalry and 50,000 crossbow cavalry. Swiftly capture the level 6 mountain fortress on the eastern side, then occupy the mountain and establish a camp. Wait quietly for the signal. A long blast followed by a short blast means attack the eastern side. If no signal is given, remain in your current positions. Chen Ping stood with his hands behind his back, his demeanor stern as he issued the orders. Your servant obeys. Immediately, Li Tsuanxiu led 100,000 heavy cavalry and 50,000 crossbow cavalry out of the east gate at full speed. They then swiftly captured a level 6 mountain fortress, established a base there, and began acting as bandits. General Yuan Ba. Chen Ping shouted again. Your servant is here. Li Yuanba strode out with a broad sword. Wait. Zhang Hong took out the newly obtained diamond tiger seal and said, wear it on your body. This is. Upon seeing the attributes of the tiger symbol order, Li Yuanba suddenly widened his pupils, revealing a look of surprise, then clasped his hands together and said tremblingly, this subordinate thanks the Lord. Zhang Hong smiled slightly and immediately spent 40 million to forge 4,000 more Bao Dao camps for Li Yuanba. As a result, the number of soldiers under Li Yuanba's command reached 6,000 Bao Dao regiments. Chen Ping's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but praise, 6,000 Bao Dao camp soldiers are enough to match 300,000 enemy troops. It seems that today's battle is destined to end with the certain victory of Chunlu City. Zhang Hong chuckled and said nothing. General Yuan Ba, you are ordered to lead your 6,000-strong Bao Dao regiment to swiftly capture the level 6 mountain fortress to the west. Establish a base there and await further orders. Too long, 1 short signals mean attack the southern side, too long, 2 short signals mean attack the western side. Remember, you must flank the enemy from behind and deliver a decisive blow. Your servant obeys your orders. At that moment, Li Yuanba led 6,000 members of the domineering camp out of the west gate, swiftly capturing a level 6 mountain fortress and establishing himself as a warlord, just like Li Tsuanxiu. What's next? Zhang Hong asked. Wait for the enemy to arrive. Chen Ping said with narrowed eyes. What about the rest of the troops? Zhang Hong asked with feigned confusion. I'm afraid their combat power is too high, those guys won't dare to come. Chen Ping said with a faint smile, if the enemy doesn't come, we can't weaken their combat power. In the battle for the famous city, we'll have to deal with their harassment. This time, it seems like they're attacking my Chunlu City, but in reality, they're pushing themselves toward their own destruction. War has always been brutal. The victor is the king, and the defeated are outlaws. Just then, Zhang Liang rode in on a swift horse, rushing into the royal barracks. Scouts reported. In a forest to the south, 10 massive cities were appearing one after another. Zhang Liang said, panting slightly. After the main army entered the city, Chen Ping found Zhang Liang and arranged for scouts to keep a close watch on all surrounding areas. At the slightest sign of movement, they were to report immediately. Ha ha. Chen Ping couldn't help but laugh a bit unkindly, but he still didn't issue the order to recruit soldiers, looking as steady as an old dog. Zhang Hong grinned, checked the combat power rankings, and was shocked to discover that Chunlu City's total combat power had reached a terrifying 6.82 million combat power points. No wonder Chen Ping didn't allow further recruitment. Even if he were given the chance, he wouldn't choose to recruit more soldiers. If those guys were really scared off, what would we do then? The purpose of this mission is to deal them a decisive blow. If we go too far, they won't come, and all our efforts will have been in vain. Just wait until they show up. Zhang Liang dismounted from his horse and had barely settled himself when another scout, panting heavily, rode up on a warhorse. Zhang Liang had barely dismounted when another scout, panting heavily, rode up on a warhorse. Report! The enemy forces are beginning to gather troops, but several leaders seem to disagree and are engaged in a heated argument. The scout steadied his nerves and spoke clearly. Continue scouting. Chen said expressionlessly. Chapter 64, Stirring up internal trouble before the battle. At this moment, Zhang Hong had not yet heard the system's alert sound. When a player attacks another player's city, the city lord will hear the system prompt as long as they are online. After the scouts departed, Chen Ping frowned and said, it seems that the sudden appearance of 300,000 cavalry has indeed put pressure on the major factions. The emergence of 300,000 cavalry is equivalent to 3.3 million in combat power. Such a sudden increase in combat power would naturally make the major factions grow wary. Zhang Liang said. Does Mr. Zhang know the names of the major factions? Chen Ping suddenly asked. Of course I know. This is the most basic information. Scouts record it all and report it. Excellent. Chen Ping's eyes narrowed into slits, and a malicious glint flashed in them. My lord! If these men abandon their attack, you can use the heavenly eye to track them down and strike them one by one. This battle will be our first chance to make a name for ourselves. It will also serve as a warning to the petty criminals. If the enemy doesn't give us an opportunity, we'll create one ourselves. Good. Zhang Hong was thinking the same thing. Meanwhile, the 10 players were indeed caught in a dilemma. The sudden increase of 3 million combat power in Chunlu City was no joke. Brother Bai Chi, the sudden increase of 3 million combat power in Chunlu City is not good news for us. If we continue fighting, we will suffer heavy casualties. If you don't give us a reasonable explanation, the dragon-slaying city, will have no choice but to abandon the fight. Extinction Village, also choose to abandon the fight. This isn't war, it's suicide. Did we build this up with our hard work and sacrifices just to throw it away? Everyone turned their gaze toward the war god Bai Chi. Even the wealthy entertainment tycoons and the prosperous dragon clans looked rather reluctant. The strength of Chunlu City is simply too overwhelming, it completely caught them off guard. Even the war god Bai Chi couldn't have anticipated that Chunlu City would suddenly bolster its forces so drastically. If I'm not mistaken, someone among us must have leaked information to Chunlu, allowing them to raise their guard and specially train 300,000 soldiers to prepare for battle. But this also means that Chunlu City is already prepared for battle. The Lord of Dragon Slayer City, Tu Long, frowned and said, "Why don't we retreat? Let's wait a few more days. By then, everyone will have developed sufficiently, and we can launch another attack on Chunlu City together," said Yazixiu. "We can't wait any longer. If we keep waiting, the flagpoles of Chunlu City will soon be flying over the walls of Mingcheng. Do you really want to see Mingcheng fall into Chunlu's hands?" War god Bai Chi asked with a grim expression. "Now that we have reached this point, we have no room to retreat," the wealthy entertainer suddenly said. "Why? At worst, I'll just waste a city relocation order. It's still better than losing an entire city." The ruler of the Extinction City was a mature woman in her 30s. She was tall and slender, with a beautiful face, standing out among the crowd of men like a crane among chickens. "Since everyone arrived here, we have become part of this scheme. No matter who withdraws, they will be punished, and this punishment leaves no room for error. If anyone wishes to give up, I can do nothing to help." Shengshi Tinglong spoke calmly. He never imagined that Yanran City and Tianxia City would actually abandon the battle. "I am Zhang Yi. I am temporarily serving as the strategist of War God City. Welcome all of you to become part of the alliance. This battle must end in victory. Failure is not an option. If we win, I will use the art of alliance building to help you all capture the major cities one by one. As you all know, famous cities can only be defended by the troops you dispatch yourself. They cannot receive reinforcements. Once reinforcements arrive, the city's defenses will double, making the assault significantly more challenging. But with me, Zhang Yi, here, I can break this constraint. I can use the strategy of alliance and division to unite everyone's forces and attack the famous city together. In this way, the famous city's troops will not be affected. However, if we fail, all 5-star heroes in each city will lose 2 points of strength. This punishment is quite severe, so we must win. There is no room for failure. Additionally, during this siege, everyone will receive a 50-point boost to both attack and defense. This is a powerful auxiliary attribute for alliance building strategies. The pros and cons, the strengths and weaknesses, I'm sure you all understand them well. I urge you all to think carefully before acting. Zhang Yi held a feather fan, looking like a graceful gentleman, calm and composed, at ease. "War God, you've betrayed me." Upon hearing this, the lone beauty suddenly flew into a rage, pointing at War God Bai Chi with a displeased expression. "Stop talking nonsense. It's because you're obsessed with fame and fortune that you're trying to get your hands on the city. Did my older brother force you to come here?" The war god Lu Bu, standing nearby, spoke with a hint of anger in his voice. "Lu Bu, don't be so arrogant. Lu Bu, don't be so bold." The war god Bai Chi hurriedly intervened, fearing that this could spell the end of the alliance. "Your Excellency, this is not the fault of my lord. It was Zhang Yi who acted on his own initiative and did not inform the lord of these matters. If you wish to blame someone, then blame me, Zhang Yi. Here, I humbly apologize to all of you." Having said this, Zhang Yi bowed deeply to everyone. Zhang Yi was indeed quite capable. He took the burden upon himself, making himself the target of everyone's criticism. This way, he could also protect his lord. The war god Bai Chi turned his gaze toward the wealthy entertainment industry. The wealthy entertainment company understood his intentions and bowed respectfully, saying, "Fellow brothers and sisters, since you've come, make yourselves at home. If this battle causes significant losses for everyone, I will gladly cover half of the losses. But don't forget, this battle is for yourselves, not for others. Once this opportunity is missed, we will lose our advantage forever. Chunlu City is too powerful. We have no other choice but to send troops to contain its development. Even if this offensive fails, as long as we reduce its overall combat strength, it will be as though we have won the battle. Don't forget, Mr. Zhang Yi can help us form alliances and strategize." The wealthy entertainer spoke with confidence. "You make it sound so easy. But what about the military strength we've lost? A general's military strength is crucial. Even a slight difference can often have an unexpected impact in a battle." The Lord of Dragon Slayer City, Dragon Slayer, frowned and said, "I will compensate everyone. 1 point of martial arts value is worth 1 million gold coins. This is my limit." The war god Bai Chi spoke in a deep voice. 1 million? The long night drags on, and I can't hold back any longer. 1 million is probably too much to explain, isn't it? I'll make it up to you. 1 million in military strength. If you agree, let's march immediately. If you refuse, this alliance is over. From now on, we're strangers. The wealthy entertainment industry once again stepped forward to play the role of the big shot. I agree. Yasuo Axio's eyes lit up, and she agreed instantly. Chapter 65. As the sage grows, so does the demon. He was just a poor country boy whose poverty had limited his imagination. This sudden surge in fortune had allowed him to grow so powerful that even he couldn't have imagined it. Being able to participate in such a scheme was already a tremendous honor. Although he fears that one setback could send him back to square one, the prospect of receiving a compensation payment of 20 million yuan has made him willing to take the risk. 20 million yuan. Converted to RMB, that's 200 million yuan. Day. You've struck it rich. There's no reason to refuse such an opportunity. He plays games to support his family. After the lone standout agreed, other players gradually followed suit. At this point, even if they failed, they would still receive compensation. However, if they refused, they would get nothing and also cause the general to lose 2 points of strength for no reason. Let's give it a shot. Turn a bicycle into a sports car. Seeing everyone agree one by one, the war god Bai Chi sighed in relief. With complete freedom, he commanded his 350,000 troops to feign an attack on the west gate, surround it without engaging in battle, and apply pressure to the city inside. In the dead of night, lead 400,000 troops in a feigned attack on the north gate, surround it without engaging in battle, and apply pressure to the city. Snowflake Wine commands 450,000 troops, feigning an attack on the east gate, surrounding it but not engaging in battle, to apply pressure on the city. The remaining main forces, commanding troops from all divisions, will follow our lord to the south gate and prepare for a bold and forceful assault. Zhang Yi, upon catching the gaze of the war god Bai Chi, wasted no time in issuing a series of orders. Alert! The war god Bai Chi, ruler of War God City, is leading his troops in a massive assault on your Chunlu City. The total combat strength has reached 2 million, and they are expected to arrive at the city gates in 10 minutes. Players are advised to prepare their defenses immediately. Alert! The ruler of Wealth City, Wealth Entertainment, is leading his troops in a massive assault on your Chunlu City. Their total combat strength has reached 2.4 million. They are expected to reach your city walls in 10 minutes. Please prepare your defenses promptly. Alert! The ruler of Shangshur City, Shangshur Tinglong, is leading his troops in a massive assault on your Chunlu City. Their total combat strength has reached 1.2 million. They are expected to arrive at your city gates in 10 minutes. Please prepare your defenses promptly. Alert! The ruler of Dragon Slayer City, Dragon Slayer, is leading his forces in a massive assault on your Chunlu City. Their total combat strength has reached 700,000. They are expected to arrive at your city gates in 10 minutes. Please prepare your defenses promptly. Alert! The ruler of Changye City, Manman Changye, is leading his troops in a massive assault on your Chunlu City. Their total combat strength has reached 800,000. They are expected to arrive at your city walls in 10 minutes. Please prepare your defenses promptly. Alert! The ruler of Extinction City, Master Extinction, is leading her forces in a massive assault on your Dragon City. Their total combat strength has reached 600,000. They are expected to reach your city walls in 10 minutes. Please prepare your defenses immediately. Alert! The ruler of Dusho City, Yasuo Axiu, is leading his forces in a massive assault on your Chunlu City. Their total combat strength has reached 500,000. They are expected to arrive at your city gates within 10 minutes. Please prepare your defenses promptly. The remaining 3 accounts are operated by the war god Bai Chi and the wealthy entertainment tycoon subordinates, with a combined total combat strength of 1.2 million. Preliminary estimates indicate that the total combat power launched against Chunlu City this time has reached 7.4 million. System announcement: Player War God Bai Chi has activated the Zhonghong Lianhong strategy, uniting players from the wealthy entertainment and prosperous dragon factions across 10 regions, leading an army of 740,000 troops in a massive assault on Chunlu City. Due to the unprecedented scale of this operation, a system-wide announcement has been triggered. After 3 consecutive system announcements, a massive uproar erupted within the game. It was already 5 o'clock in the morning. Many players had already logged in early to start their busy day. Suddenly hearing such a system announcement, how could one not be shocked? At this moment, they were still struggling with a few thousand troops, while the others had already reached a combat strength of over 1 million. It's no wonder that pay-to-win players are the most extreme. When gods fight, we mere mortals can only watch. If we were to actually get involved, we'd probably be trampled to death by the thousands before even reaching the battlefield. Wow, the military strength has reached 7.4 million. It seems these guys have been hiding their true power. Zhang Hong sneered. There was no need to guess. These guys must have been hiding rare troop types, waiting until the very moment the war broke out to quickly recruit soldiers using jade coins, catching him off guard. As the saying goes, when the sage grows an inch, the demon grows a foot. No matter how strong you are, under my iron cavalry, you're as good as dead. Just then, a scout on horseback rushed over. Report. The enemy forces have gathered their troops and are heading toward our Chunlu City. My lord. Convert the soldiers. Chen Ping's eyes lit up. He steadied his mind and a sly, triumphant smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Zhang Hong smiled slightly and immediately spent 54.55 million to create 302,537 11th tier crossbowmen. He spent 3 million to create 200,000 spear and shield soldiers. General Li Mu. Zhang Ping shouted to Li Mu, who was waiting for orders nearby, Commander, prepare 200,000 spear and shield troops, 120,000 heavy cavalry, 70,000 crossbow cavalry, and 100,000 stone shield and sword troops for strategic deployment. When necessary, break out of the city and deliver a decisive blow. Your servant obeys your orders. We obey. Your servant obeys. After Li Mu finished speaking, he began to take command of the troops and departed one after another. General Yang. Chen Ping shifted his gaze to Yang Yuji, who commanded 400,000 archers, and made preparations to repel the enemy. At his command, they fired arrows in a hail of arrows. My lord, perhaps we should go to the city walls to take a look? Chen Ping smiled happily. It's rare to encounter such an unprecedented battle. The lord must naturally go to boost morale. Zhang Liang said beside him. On the city wall. Zhang Hong was in front, Chen Ping was on the left, and Zhang Liang was on the right. Yang Yuji followed closely behind the three. At a single command from Yang Yuji, 200,000 archers were deployed, with 50,000 on each of the 4 city walls to the east, west, south, and north, and another 200,000 in reserve, ready to provide support. Li Mu personally led his troops, mounted on war horses, waiting for orders at any moment. Zhang Hong did not forget Li Mu's chariot regiment. At this point, the city's combat strength had already become extremely formidable, so there was no need to spend money on building a chariot regiment for these troops. Ranmin still hadn't shown up, and Zhang Hong had no idea where he had gone. But no matter where he was, his loyalty was unwavering, so there was no need to worry about him deserting. Standing on the city walls, he looked out into the distance and saw a vast army approaching. Report. Enemy troops have appeared at the East Gate, West Gate, and North Gate. At first glance, they appear shadowy and indistinct. We cannot confirm the exact number. A scout leader, having received reports from all 3 city gates, hurriedly came to report. Chapter 66, Xiongqua Hai vs Ranmin. Explore further. Zhang Liang said indifferently. After the scout left, Chen Ping looked at the vast army and said softly, it seems that the east, west, and north gates are all feints. That's right. Zhang Liang looked at the 7 flags in the large group and couldn't help but squint and say. That must be at least 5 million cavalry with combat strength. Zhang Hong recalled the staggering figure of 7.4 million, instinctively glancing at his own total combat strength value, and a pleased smile curled the corners of his mouth. Battle Power Rankings. First place, Chunlu City, combat power 12.2 million. Second place, Wealth City, combat power 260,000. Third place, War God City, combat power 2.15 million. Fourth place, Prosperous City, combat power 1.3 million. Fifth place, Yanran City, with a combat power of 1.23 million. Sixth place, Chanya City, combat power 1.1 million. Seventh place, Tianxia City, combat power 1.08 million. Eighth place, Dragon Slayer City, combat power 950,000. Ninth place, Extinction City, combat power 800,000. 10th place, Solo City, combat power 700,000. The combat power rankings were quickly noticed by sharp-eyed players, but the players couldn't stay calm. What's going on here? How did Chunlu City suddenly gain 5.5 million soldiers in the blink of an eye? Could there be a glitch? Just as the players were arguing heatedly, the war god Bai Qi and the wealthy entertainment company found themselves in trouble once again. The combat power rankings were constantly being updated, and everyone was watching closely. When they suddenly saw Chunlu's overall combat power, the wealthy individuals were speechless, a hint of defeat creeping across their faces. Once the arrow is released, there's no turning back. The war god Bai Qi spoke with a grim expression. The main force came to a halt a kilometer away. At this point, if Zhang Han were to launch an attack, the player's main force would be in for a world of trouble. The range of the crossbow cavalry and archers reaches an impressive 1,800 meters. The enemy remained motionless, and Zhang Hong had no idea what these men were up to. He only noticed the flagpoles above and his eyes widened. If we were to launch a surprise attack on their city at this moment, what would the outcome be? Zhang Hong suddenly asked. It's a good plan, but we need to wait for the right moment. At least not now. Once we choose to ambush them, the players will definitely retreat. Zhang Liang said, if we engage these players in a fierce battle, we can tie up their forces. At that point, dispatching General Li Yuanba would allow us to achieve a decisive victory and destroy their cities. Alright, once both sides are locked in a bloody battle, immediately order Li Yuanba to destroy their cities, especially that wealthy entertainment city. If we destroy that city, he'll probably regret it so much he'll wish he were dead. Zhang Hang's lips curled into a cold smile. My lord is ruthless. That's exactly my style. Chen Ping couldn't help but praise. The enemy forces have begun to move. Zhang Heng narrowed his eyes and suddenly noticed that the enemy's shield infantry were in the front, followed by spearmen, then archers, slowly advancing forward. Behind the main force, Zhang Heng also spotted siege weapons catapults. At first glance, there were at least 1,000 catapults, indicating that these guys had really invested heavily. The range of these catapults is 500 meters. To launch an attack on our city, they must first enter the 450-meter zone. However, our archers have a range of 1,800 meters, which means we can choose to attack before they even reach the 800-meter mark. Chen Ping said. The opposing team also has high-level archers in hiding. Zhang Heng said, the range of the high-tier archers is 1,500 to 1,800 meters. Once these archers enter range, they will undoubtedly launch an attack on us. General Yang. Chen Ping shifted his gaze to Yang Yuji and ordered 200,000 archers to prepare for battle. Once the enemy archers entered range, they were to immediately launch an attack, pinning them in place and preventing them from entering the attack zone. Your servant obeys your orders. Yang Yuji immediately went to arrange for the archers. Just then, a figure burst out from the enemy ranks. The man was tall and muscular, with a fierce and ruthless expression. He wielded 2 broad axes in his hands and rode a swift horse. As he charged halfway toward the city walls, he suddenly pulled the reins, causing the horse to rear up and bellow like thunder. You cowards of Chunlu City, dare you fight me, Xiong Kuahai? Xiong Kuahai? Zhang Heng was startled, not expecting this fellow to be Xiong Kuahai, the fourth of the 4 heroes of the Sui and Tang dynasties. Character, Xiong Kuahai. Era, heroes of the Sui and Tang dynasties. Level, 10th tier, level 97. Quality, 5 stars. Power, 110. Command, 76. Strategy, 68. Politics, 33. Troop command attribute, infantry attribute 60. Weapons, diamond-tipped double axes. Mount, diamond mount wind chaser horse. Zhang Heng recalled this guy's lord, a lone wolf, and the fact that the affiliations of these heroes could all be seen on the rankings. It seems the local authorities want to stage a duel. Zhang Liang frowned and said, it's a pity that Generals Li Xuanqiu and Li Yuanba are not in the city. Otherwise, we would have killed this fellow. My lord, let me go and kill this scoundrel. After Yang Yuji had made all the arrangements, he arrived at the city walls and, upon seeing Xiong Kuahai below, couldn't help but shout angrily. General Yang, don't fall for his trick. Just shoot him with arrows and kill him. Chen Ping's cold eyes emitted a chilling glow. I'll go. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out from the city walls. Zhang Heng looked up and saw a burly, broad-shouldered, dark-faced man. This man had a scruffy beard, long hair hanging loosely, resembling a majestic and fierce lion, exuding a sense of impending violence. Zhang Heng recognized him immediately. His face lit up, and he feigned confusion as he asked, Who are you? I am Ran Min. Please open the city gates, my lord, and let me go down to fight this man. Ran Min flung his disheveled hair aside and spoke with overwhelming force. Good. Zhang Hengda shouted, Ran brother, go fight. I will personally beat the drum to boost your morale. If you defeat this guy, you will serve under me from now on. Thank you, lord. Ranmin clasped his hands together, stepped down from the city wall, mounted his diamond-studded steed, the Crimson Dragon, wielding a double-bladed spear and a hook-tipped halberd. As the city gate swung open, he bellowed loudly and charged through the gates. This fellow does have some bravery, let's see if he can defeat that one. Zhang Liang stroked his beard and said. Zhang Heng smiled slightly and said, Why don't we all wait and see? You dark-faced man, state your name. I never kill nameless heroes. Xiong Kuahai saw a dark-faced man charging out of the city and couldn't help but swing his battle axe and shout. P.S. 9th place, 800,000 combat power. The 04 at the end might be a random number added during review. Chapter 67, 2 consecutive victories boost morale. My name is also something you heard, isn't it? Dare to offend the divine might of Chunlu City? Come and take your life. Ranmin roared, holding a double-bladed spear in his left hand and a hook halberd in his right, tightening his legs on the horse's back, and charging toward Xiong Kuahai with a thunderous shout. Xiong Kuahai narrowed his eyes, then suddenly widened them like a tiger's, roared, and swung his double axes toward Ranmin. Both were renowned for their bravery, but Ranmin was, after all, a man of wit. As they clashed, the sound of metal rang out. Clang! Both men were incredibly strong, and the force of the collision caused their palms to tremble violently, nearly splitting open and bleeding. Come again! Ranmin's entire body trembled, and his dormant blood seemed to boil, igniting instantly. His eyes flashed with a fierce light, and his aura surged outward, filled with the intent to kill. The red horse, Rizhulong, let out a loud neigh and suddenly turned on its heels, its 4 powerful legs straining forward as it charged forward with all its might. Xiong Kuahai quickly turned his horse around and charged back. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged 5 or 6 blows. Each exchange was extremely perilous. Though the two appear to be powerful and fierce, the techniques employed in this battle are intricate and complex. Suddenly, the two faced off again. Ran Min shifted his body to avoid Xiong Kuahai's powerful weapon, then swiftly swung his right hook spear backward, slicing deeply along Xiong Kuahai's abdomen. The sharp, razor-like tip of the sword instantly sliced open a 1-inch deep gash on Xiong Kuahai's chest armor. Bright red, scalding blood spurted out from his abdomen, splattering Ran Min from head to toe. Ran Min extended his crimson tongue to lick the blood droplets from the corner of his mouth, revealing a sinister and terrifying expression. Xiong Kuahai was injured, but the battle axe also struck Ran Min's back with a forceful blow as they passed each other. Ran Min's pupils dilated, and a mouthful of blood nearly sprayed out. This strike seemed to have injured Xiong Kuahai's internal organs. His face turned red, his body convulsed, and his tiger-like eyes fixed on Ran Min. Ran Min steadied his mind, spat out the blood in his mouth, roared loudly, and charged forward once more, clutching his weapon tightly. Xiong Kuahai endured the excruciating pain and shouted loudly, "You're quite a fighter, but you'll never kill me." Clang! After another violent collision, Xiong Kuahai suddenly turned around, swinging his right-hand axe in the howling gale and slamming it toward Ran Min. Ran Min heard the whistling sound and quickly pulled the reins, shifting his body sharply to the left and pressing his head down hard against the horse's neck. The red horse, Rizhulong, was also quite intelligent. It quickly crouched down, allowing Ran Min to dodge the fatal blow. Whoosh! A sharp battle axe flashed out from Ran Min's head. If he had been half a beat slower, Ran Min's head would have been severed by the sharp battle axe. "Without a weapon, I'll slaughter you like a pig or a dog." Ran Min dodged the fatal blow, flew into a rage, leaped onto his horse, pulled the reins, turned around on the spot, and swung his dual weapons, charging toward Xiong Kuahai amid the chaos. Clang! As the two faced off, another deafening crash echoed through the air. Ran Min blocked Xiong Kuahai's broad axe with the hook-tipped halberd in his right hand, then thrust the double-bladed spear in his left hand fiercely into Xiong Kuahai's abdomen. As the spear pierced through, Ran Min, pulled by the red horse with the red dragon emblem, suddenly twisted with all his strength and pulled the spear out from his abdomen. Ah! Xiong Kuahai let out a piercing scream, and a look of despair flashed in his eyes. Die! Ran Min turned his horse around once more and charged toward Xiong Kuahai. The horse beneath him, known as the Chasing Wind, was as swift as lightning, carrying Xiong Kuahai as it galloped madly, attempting to escape Ran Min's relentless pursuit. "You bandit general, taste my 3 strikes! Split your skull!" A thunderous shout rang out once more. The massive 3-bladed axe descended from the sky, resembling Pango splitting the heavens and earth, with the force of a single blow capable of cleaving Ran Min from top to bottom, splitting him into 2 halves. Ran Min continued to chase Xiong Kuahai frantically, with no time to spare for Chun Yaojin's 3-pronged axe. He turned around and looked at the sharp axe, his face filled with shock and despair, but more than anything else, he felt unwillingness. "I, Ran Min, refuse to accept this. I've only just entered the fray, and now I'm about to die? I haven't even had a chance to prove myself yet. You cruel heavens, I refuse to accept this." Ran Min glared angrily, forcing his weapons back with both hands, trying to block the attack, but he was completely powerless. "My life is over." Just as Ran Min closed his eyes in resignation, an arrow as swift as lightning pierced the air and shot through the sky, passing directly over his head. Clang! A deafening crash echoed through the air. The sharp 3-bladed axe streaked past his shoulder armor, sliding down his arm in a shower of sparks. "General Ran, retreat quickly. I'll cover you." From the top of the city wall, a clear voice rang out. That arrow was none other than Yang Yuji's. Seeing Chun Yaojin charge out of the formation, Ran Min was in imminent danger. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Yuji drew his bow and arrow in the midst of the tense crowd, and fired a furious arrow with lightning speed. After a deafening crash, the 3 axes were forced off course by the immense force of the impact, allowing Ran Min to narrowly escape with his life. After surviving, Ran Min erupted in fury, brandishing his weapon, suddenly turned his horse around, and in his rage, forced Chun Yaojin into a retreat. Chun Yaojin's 3 signature moves were formidable: decapitating, pulling out teeth, and digging out ears. Combined with the half technique he had learned from Qin Xiong, each move was more fierce than the last, more dangerous than the previous one, and each strike was calculated and precise. His attacks were powerful yet steady, blending ferocity with unexpected twists. Ran Min had already witnessed the power of Chun Yaojin's 3 signature moves and dared not let his guard down. As the second move approached, he blocked it with lightning speed, then roared and kicked Chun Yaojin in the chest with all his might. Chun Yaojin couldn't dodge in time and was kicked off his horse. "Don't hurt my general." Another general emerged from the enemy ranks. This general was none other than Yang Zixing, a general under the command of the wealthy entertainment tycoon. Yang Zixing was once a general under Yu Fei and is quite famous in history, but his martial arts skill is only 102. If he were to face Ran Min at the peak of his power, he would certainly not be a match for him. As Yang Zixing charged toward him, Ran Min felt a mix of resentment and helplessness. Soon, the two were once again engrossed in fierce combat. Ran Min won 2 consecutive rounds, greatly boosting the morale of the soldiers of Chunlu City. However, this caused the morale of the players' army to plummet. Yazixia looked at Xiong Kuahai with a touch of pity and said, General Xiong, take the elixir quickly. Xiong Kuahai's abdomen had suffered severe injuries, and he couldn't return to the battlefield for the time being. Feeling guilty, he said, My lord, I have failed you. As long as you are safe, I will be at ease. Go to the rear and rest. I will break through the city walls. Chapter 68, Li Yuanba vs Pei Yuanqing. After a moment of solace, he shifted his gaze toward the war god Bai Qi and the wealthy entertainer. Defeated in battle, with insufficient troops. Either we burn our boats and fight to the death, or we retreat in disgrace and face ridicule. The lone survivor spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction. With no way out, there was only one option left, to charge forward with all their might. Having said that, the wealthy entertainment magnate, with his bulging belly, turned to another general standing nearby, Huang Feihu, and said in a deep voice, General Huang, go and reinforce the front lines, capture the enemy general. Prepare to charge. My lord. The enemy's morale is high, we should avoid their sharp edge and choose another opportunity to fight. Zhang Yi stepped forward and addressed the war god Bai Qi. We can't wait any longer. The war god Bai Qi spoke with a sense of resentment. This time, we must launch an assault. Even if we fail, we must halt the development of Chunlu City. The wealthy entertainment magnate spoke in a low voice. After Huang Feihu charged out, he fought fiercely with Yang Zixing, forcing Ran Min into a retreat. At this point, Ran Min's strength was nearly exhausted. Yang Yuji witnessed this, fired an arrow, and covered Ran Min's retreat into the city. Ran Min retreated, and the players were mentally prepared. My lord, don't you find this strange? Li Yuanba and Li Tsuanxiu are unmatched in bravery, yet they did not even leave the city to fight. What does this indicate? Zhang Yi tried to comfort him. The arrow was already on the string, it had to be released. The war god Bai Qi shifted his gaze toward the wealthy entertainment industry. In the end, the development of Chunlu City has surpassed their expectations. If they had known Chunlu City was this powerful, they never would have sent troops to conquer it. If they were to abandon the attack now, they would risk becoming a laughingstock, and his war god city and wealthy city would never be able to hold their heads high here again. Even if we suffer a crushing defeat, we must fight to the death. The wealthy entertainment tycoon clenched his fists, and a hint of reluctance flashed in his narrowed eyes. General Huang, infantry in front, spearmen following behind, and thunderbolt crossbowmen in the rear. Cavalry, prepare for the charge. The wealthy entertainment company has issued the order. Fellow brothers and sisters, we have no room to retreat, we must fight to the death. The cold, piercing eyes of the war god Bai Qi flashed with a faint gleam of determination. Kill. In an instant, everyone clenched their fists and issued orders. The distance slowly closed, until Chen Ping saw his chance and shouted loudly, Archers, fire! Mighty crossbows, aim at the enemy and fire! Whoosh! No sooner had the words left his mouth than thousands of arrows and hundreds of giant crossbow bolts were fired toward the player's army. Seeing that Chunlu City had launched the first attack, the wealthy entertainment figure hurriedly shouted, Thunderbolt crossbowmen, counterattack! Shield soldiers, speed up your pace and maneuver, carrying the cloud ladders forward to charge! General Yang, send men to the west gate to sound 2 long blasts and 1 short blast, ordering General Yuan Ba to launch an attack on the south gate. Send men to the east gate to sound 1 long blast and 3 short blasts, ordering General Li Tsuanxiu to lead his troops in charge out from the east. With the 2 of them attacking from east and west, success is assured. 20,000 archers fired simultaneously, instantly plunging the enemy's massive ranks into a desperate and deadly situation. In the chaos, most of the soldiers were pierced like hedgehogs. Sir, be careful. The enemy archers launched a counterattack, and in the blink of an eye, Zhang Hang's side suffered over 100 casualties. Fortunately, the attack from Chunlu City was fierce, and the archers being suppressed couldn't even lift their heads. A dense shower of arrows swept over, inflicting heavy casualties among the player soldiers. Watching the enemy being overwhelmed, Jinping shouted to Li Mu below, General Li Mu, lead your troops in charge. Your servant obeys your orders. Li Mu clasped his hands together and shouted loudly, Heavy infantry, follow me into battle. The rock shield and sword infantry followed behind, forming a fortress formation and advancing steadily forward. The spear and shield infantry guarded the city walls, ensuring that the enemy forces were kept outside at all costs. With that, Li Mu led his 120,000 heavy cavalry out of the city gates and charged toward the enemy lines outside the city. The stone-shielded infantry following behind them formed a fortified formation as soon as they exited the city gates, closely trailing the heavy cavalry and advancing rapidly forward. The massive sword formation on the fortifications sent the enemy soldiers into a panic. Li Mu led 120,000 heavy cavalry out of the city, charging forward like a torrential flood, instantly overwhelming the enemy ranks. As the 2 sides clashed, the enemy infantry were knocked into the air by the overwhelming force of the charge. At the same time, even the most formidable defensive formation was instantly shattered. Seeing this, the wealthy entertainer shouted angrily, All cavalry, charge! Meanwhile, Huang Feihu charged recklessly toward Li Mu. Li Mu, lacking the necessary strength, was defeated after just 2 exchanges. Seeing this, Ran Min charged forward with his spear, blocking Huang Feihu, and the two immediately engaged in fierce combat. Just as the two were engaged in a bloody battle, two even more terrifying waves emerged from the rear, one on the left and one on the right. Those two waves of troops charged forward like bulldozers, leaving the rear troops screaming in agony and strewn with casualties. On the left and right were Li Yuanba's 6,000-strong dominant camp and Li Zuanxiao's 100,000 heavy cavalry and 50,000 crossbow cavalry. After Li Yuanba's 6,000-strong dominant camp charged into the crowd, they unleashed another terrifying meat grinder assault. Everywhere the legion passed, there was nothing but bloodshed, limbs flying everywhere, and those once vibrant heads were being smashed and sent flying through the air like footballs. With heavy cavalry and stone shield soldiers blocking the front, and the brutal slaughter by the domineering camp and heavy cavalry from behind, the entire battlefield seemed to have been plunged into a gigantic meat grinder. Under the command of the monk Extinction, Pei Yuanqing saw Li Yuanba charging toward Extinction, roared loudly, and swung his pair of silver hammers, each weighing 300 pounds, while riding his mount, the ground-gripping tiger, blocking Li Yuanba's drum-beating golden hammer with eyes wide open in anger. Facing Pei Yuanqing's charge, the wealthy entertainers and the war god Bai Qi on the battlefield instinctively turned their gaze toward this direction. According to the complete biography of the Tang dynasty, Pei Yuanqing wielded his double hammers and withstood 3 blows from Li Yuanba. So, could he really withstand 3 blows? "You insolent child, dare not harm my lord!" Pei Yuanqing roared, and his twin hammers clashed with the old drummer's golden hammer amid the howling gale. Clang! A loud, thunderous clang echoed through the air, reverberating like the beating of a drum, reaching the ears of everyone present. Pei Yuanqing's body trembled violently, his palms split open, and a surge of blood surged upward, erupting from his abdomen. The silver hammer in his right hand was instantly knocked out of his hand by the ferocious force. The silver hammer flying out of his hand was bad enough, but it also sent the dozen or so soldiers along the way flying as if struck by a bullet, instantly dead. "I went to bed at 4 in the morning last night, and now my eyes are so heavy I can barely keep them open. This is my first time writing a book about online games, and I didn't realize how challenging it would be. There's so much research and calculations to do, it's overwhelming. But since everyone likes it, I feel reassured." Chapter 69, Defeat the player's forces and obtain the final reward. Pei Yuanqing's face was deathly pale, and he was trembling with fear. He had always believed himself to be the bravest and strongest in the world, yet here he stood before Li Yuanba, not even worth the dirt on his feet. "To withstand a single blow from me is truly impressive. If you can withstand 2 blows today, I will spare your life." Having said that, Li Yuanba swung his golden hammer once more, its force as overwhelming as a towering mountain, crashing down from the sky. Pei Yuanqing's tiger-like body trembled. Holding the hammer with both hands, he channeled all his strength into it, aiming to muster all his strength in one go to withstand the golden hammer of the drum. However, ching! After a deafening crash, the horse beneath Pei Yuanqing's crotch let out a piercing scream as its 4 legs were shattered by the impact, causing them to fracture instantly. Pei Yuanqing's silver hammer was also struck so forcefully that it flew out of his hands and landed on the ground. The arms holding the hammer, unable to withstand the immense force, snapped with a loud crack. The drum master's golden hammer, still carrying its full force, struck Pei Yuanqing's skull with brutal force, leaving him in a state of utter shock. Crack! Before Pei Yuanqing could even scream, his head and body were crushed into a pulp, and even the grip on his hips was snapped in half. Such a terrifying scene left the war god Bai Qi and the wealthy entertainment tycoon trembling uncontrollably, overcome with fear. What on earth is going on? Isn't that a bit too scary? Does that mean Tang Shang is a fraud? This Li Yuanba isn't human. He's clearly a god. Pei Yuanqing was crushed to death, leaving the nearby abbess of Extinction so enraged she was speechless. "You inhuman monster! You dared to kill my Yuanqing? I'll fight you to the death." Extinction abbess swung her golden long sword and charged toward Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba snorted coldly. Wherever his hammer struck, not only did Master Extinction fall, but even the few bodyguards by her side were struck so hard that their skulls cracked open, and their brains spilled out. The abbess of Extinction was instantly killed. Killed to avenge the Lord. The soldiers of Extinction City, seeing this, were filled with sorrow and grief. They gripped their weapons tightly and plunged into a fierce battle with the domineering camp. Meanwhile, Li Zuanxiao led 15,000 troops, firing arrows while charging forward, causing chaos in the rear ranks, with soldiers and horses falling in disarray. The archers in the rear were preparing to draw their bows and shoot, but under the relentless barrage of crossbow fire, many were killed or wounded. Li Zuanxiao led 10,000 heavy cavalry and 5,000 crossbow cavalry into the ranks of the Shangshi Tinglong army, further devastating the already decimated forces and adding fuel to the flames. Along the way, heads flew everywhere, and blood spattered in all directions. Suddenly, a fierce warrior charged forward from above. "Enemy general, state your name." "I, Jia Fu, never kill nameless heroes." Jia Fu was fierce and domineering, his aura soaring to the heavens. Li Zuanxiao snorted and said, "I am Li Zuanxiao. If you can survive 5 rounds under my hands, I will spare your life." "Arrogant!" Jia Fu shouted angrily, "Kill!" In an instant, the two were engulfed in a fierce battle. Li Tsuanxiao was fierce and powerful, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. He wielded the Yu Wang spear with such skill that it seemed almost supernatural. Clang! After the loud bang, Li Tsuanxiao still had some strength left, while Jiafu's horse let out a mournful cry and its massive body kicked backward, retreating. Li Tsuanxiao did not hesitate, charging forward once more with his spear. Another deafening crash followed, and Jiafu's mount could no longer bear the strain, collapsing to the ground. Li Tsuanxiao swung his spear upward, then downward, striking Jiafu's head with all his might. Jiafu leaped into the air, jumping off his horse, his long spear in his hand darting forward like a serpent, aiming straight for Li Tsuanxiao. Li Tsuanxiao quickly dodged the spearhead, using his Yu Wang spear to deflect it upward. Before Jiafu could react, he thrust the spear forcefully into Jiafu's chest. Crack! Crack! The ribs were fractured, and a large wound was pierced through the abdomen, causing the intestines to spill out from inside. However, just as Li Tsuanxiao believed Jiafu was certain to die, Jiafu suddenly stood up, disregarding the intestines protruding from his abdomen, and charged at Li Tsuanxiao once more, engaging him in a fierce battle. In history, Jiafu fought with his intestines exposed, and now his intestines were once again protruding. This man, heedless of the intestines flowing out, launched a fierce attack. This clearly triggered Jiafu's hidden abilities, making him seem invincible. However, Jiafu was no match for Li Tsuanxiao, and any further resistance would merely be a desperate struggle. The battle had reached its conclusion. Over 6 million troops were slaughtered by the main force of the Chunlu City army, leaving few survivors. Especially the rock-solid shield and sword infantry, under Li Mu's steady command, moved like mobile fortresses, inflicting heavy casualties on the enemy forces in the long, dark night. The battle was completely one-sided. Pei Yuanchang is dead. Xiong Kuahai is seriously injured. Fan Kuai and Yang Zixing were no match for Li Yuanba, and both were severely wounded, but they were rescued in time by their own troops. Had it not been for the timely rescue, they would likely have been reduced to a pile of flesh. After being subjected to Li Tsuanxiao's relentless assault, Jiafu found himself on the brink of death. Li Tsuanxiao said, "I told you, if you can survive 5 rounds, I'll spare your life." But before Li Tsuanxiao could finish speaking, a heavy cavalry commander swung his sword and severed Jiafu's head. Retreat! The wealthy entertainment industry has collapsed. The war god Bai Qi is stunned. This battle was a devastating blow for them, with the situation completely one-sided. Their army of 7.4 million troops hadn't even touched the city walls before they were completely overwhelmed and left with no chance of survival. Li Yuanba's thousands of meat grinders continued to charge recklessly, reaping lives without mercy. The lone flower and the endless night have already been slain. The surrounding area is littered with piles of corpses, and rivers of blood flow everywhere. The intense battle is finally coming to an end. The wealthy entertainment tycoon, alongside the war god Bai Qi and the prosperous dragon, led the remaining 20,000+ troops in a hasty retreat. Li Tsuanxiao and the domineering camp received the bugle call and led their troops in hot pursuit, launching a fierce counterattack. As for the enemies outside the remaining 3 gates, they had already fled in panic. The unprecedented and unparalleled battle has finally come to an end. The relentless pursuit by the domineering camp had decimated the remaining tens of thousands of cavalry, leaving them dead or wounded beyond recognition. Faced with such overwhelming forces, there was only one option: run for your lives. In the end, the only ones who managed to escape back were the wealthy entertainers and their associates. After the battle ended, the forum was rocked by a fierce uproar. At the same time, players within the game were also plunged into panic. The top-ranked players in terms of combat power had all dropped out of the rankings, with only Chunlu City still holding the top spot. However, this has caused Chunlu City's overall combat power to drop by over 500,000. After war god Bai Qi and his men returned to the city, they did not wait for the pursuing Baodao camp to launch an attack and instead chose to relocate the city. After the fluctuations in the void subsided, one city after another vanished into thin air. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlu. After enduring a bloody battle, you have successfully broken the alliance and will be rewarded with a permanent increase of 2 points in the combat power of all 5-star heroes under your command. System announcement: due to the successful breaking of the alliance of the warring states by Chunlu City, all players and their 5-star heroes will receive a permanent increase of 2 points in their combat power. Chapter 70: Rewarding Merit and Bestowing Titles. The soldiers returned to the city one after another. Inside the government hall, civil officials stand on the left and military officers stand on the right. The civil officials in the first row were Zhang Zhuzheng, Zhang Liang, Qin Ping, and others. The military generals were Li Tsuanxiao, Li Yuanba, Yang Yuji, Li Mu, and Ran Min. Zhang Hong stood at the central position, his posture erect and his face adorned with a smile. He spoke loudly: "In this battle, the victory of Chunlu City is entirely due to the profound strategies of our wise advisors and the valiant efforts of our soldiers. This battle has also firmly established the reputation of Chunlu City. Today, I will bestow rewards and grant titles to all who have distinguished themselves." Zhang Zhuzheng is hereby appointed as county magistrate, overseeing numerous civil officials to govern the city, soothe the hearts of the people, and is granted a grand mansion, 100,000 silver coins, and 100 servants. Zhang Liang was appointed left military advisor, responsible for strategic planning and stabilizing military morale, and was granted a second-class mansion, 100,000 silver coins, and 100 servants. Appoint Chen Ping as right military advisor, responsible for strategic planning and stabilizing military morale. He is granted a large mansion number 3, 100,000 silver coins, and 100 servants. Appoint Li Tsuanxiu as Eastern General, grant him a large mansion numbered 4, 80,000 silver coins, and 100 servants. Appoint Li Yuanba as General of the Western Central Army, grant him a large mansion of the 5th rank, 80,000 silver coins, and 100 servants. Appoint Yang Yuji as General of the Southern Central Army, grant him a large mansion numbered 6, 80,000 silver coins, and 100 servants. Li Mu was appointed as the Northern Commander of the Imperial Guards, granted a large mansion numbered 7, 80,000 silver coins, and 100 servants. Appoint Ran Min as Commander of the Jinwei Army, grant him a large mansion numbered 8, 60,000 silver coins, and 100 servants. We sincerely thank Your Excellency for your gracious favor and the great bestowal upon the realm. We shall diligently fulfill our duties and devote ourselves wholeheartedly to the cause. Everyone bowed deeply with their hands clasped together, expressing their gratitude. Ding, Zhang Zhuzheng received a reward. Feeling deeply moved, his loyalty increased by 2 points, reaching 100 points. Ding, Li Tsuanxiu has been rewarded. Feeling deeply grateful, his loyalty has been specially increased by 1 point, reaching 100 points. Ding, congratulations to player Chen Long for successfully gaining Zhang Zhuzheng's lifelong trust. From now on, Zhang Zhuzheng will remain loyal and dedicated for the rest of his life. As the first player to reach 100 loyalty points with a historical statesman, you have been rewarded with an additional 1 point in each of the 3 primary attributes. Ding, congratulations to player Chen Long for successfully winning the lifelong trust of Li Tsuanxiu. From now on, Li Tsuanxiu will remain loyal and dedicated for the rest of his life. As the first player to achieve 100% loyalty with a historical general, you have been awarded a special system bonus of +1 to each of your 3 primary attributes. Hearing 4 consecutive notification sounds, Zhang Han couldn't help but smile broadly, feeling utterly delighted. As long as their loyalty reached 100%, it meant that these two would never betray him again. Zhang Han glanced briefly at the civil and military officials, feeling satisfied. At least for now, it seemed that everyone's loyalty was at its peak. Zhang Han took the opportunity to check his 3 main attributes. It seemed that he had been so busy developing his kingdom that he had never paid attention to his own specific attributes. Player, Chen Long. Level, 5th tier, level 52, 78. Strength, 96. All attributes below are increased after receiving rewards. Command, 97. Strategy, 93. Politics, 71. Charm, 12. Abilities, Divide and Conquer, Supreme Hourglass, Tenfold Explosion, Tenfold Treasure. Reputation, 1.83 million. Troop strength, Heavy Cavalry 215,640, Light Cavalry 16,200, Crossbow Cavalry 114,590, Heavy Infantry 8,000, Spear and Shield Infantry 226,729, 400, and 5,227 Archers, 5,647 Elite Guards, 94,765 Stone Shield Infantry, 900 Terror Crossbows, 400 Mighty Catapults, 6,700 Bloody Mobile Infantry. City, Diamond Tier Level 2 City. After the rewards were distributed, it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. After a whole night, Zhang Hong still felt no fatigue, but rather full of energy. However, his stomach was growling loudly from hunger. With no other option, Zhang Hong dismissed the generals and ministers first. After logging off, Zhang Hong emerged from the game pod and was startled to find that his strength had significantly increased. This peculiar change left him momentarily disoriented. He hurriedly opened his phone to check the information and discovered a post on the screen. Special post for the big boss. This post has been pinned to the top. Hello everyone, I am the big boss of Empire Conquest. I believe you have all noticed the changes in your bodies. Since the system upgrade, 2 days have passed, and these hidden changes will continue to persist in the future. Players no longer have fatigue points, and their stamina remains fully replenished. However, they still require rest and proper nutrition to better integrate their attributes with their physical condition. This change is a normal reaction, resulting from the game's gradual influence on players as they play. This transformation process will vary based on the player's 3 primary attributes in the game. In other words, the higher a player's 3 core attributes in the game, the stronger their combat, strategy, and other abilities will become. This change will take at least a month to sync with the game. So, in other words, whether players can become stronger in real life will depend on their own attribute values. Regarding the sensitive topic of integrating the game with reality, everyone is quite concerned, so I will no longer keep it a secret. The game is indeed integrating with reality, and the changes to the body are the first step toward future integration with reality. However, during this transformation process, there is an important limiting factor: the gamepad. The higher the quality of the gamepad, the more perfectly the player's attributes will be integrated into the game. Currently, we have developed 3 types of gamepads. The first is the high-end King gamepad, with only 100 units available, which have already sold out. The second is the mid-range Crystal gamepad, with 1,000 units available, which have also sold out. The final option is the standard gamepad, with an unlimited supply. The different tiers of gamepads offer varying levels of integration and perfection in their features. The perfection of attribute fusion in the King's Game Warehouse is 100, the Crystal Game Warehouse is 80, and the Standard Game Warehouse is 60. Additionally, let's take a closer look at the Divine Forge equipment. In the future, all Divine Forge equipment will be transferable to the real world and can be sold there. However, to appear in the real world, in-game characters must first collect a full set of Diamond 15 refined equipment. A complete set is mandatory, consisting of a weapon, helmet, armor, boots, and a warhorse. Once you have all these items, you can bring anyone into the real world. Whether it's Li Yuanba or the beautiful Diaochan, it's all possible. Chapter 71, Heart-Pounding Fear, Hanging Up the White Flag. All characters connected to the real world possess all their attribute values from the game. Additionally, the game is currently being updated with some exciting new features. We'd like to give you a sneak peek. These updates will eventually allow players to extend their real-life lifespan, eliminate all illnesses, and obtain items and treasures that enhance physical attributes. In the future, the Empire's dominance will grow even stronger. It's worth noting that a particular treasure has already appeared in the game. For more details, please stay tuned for our next major in-game event. Note, all characters involved in the storyline must have a loyalty rating of 100. Below are the players' comments, which scroll down one by one like turning the pages of a book. Zhang Hengda took a quick look and saw some shouting, "The Empire's conquest is mighty." Others cursed the Empire's dominance, claiming it was too excessive, as it even divided fusion rates based on the level of the game server. Others are asking whether the King's Game Warehouse will continue to be developed. Of course, what everyone is most interested in is undoubtedly the honor of King's Game Console. The final boss stepped forward and declared, "The King's Game Console can be developed at any time. It can also be sold for free, but the game's AI has already locked the quantities of the King's Game Console and Crystal Game Console. In other words, no matter how many you develop, they will all be treated as ordinary game consoles." The players left in frustration. Zhang Hong smiled slightly, not expecting Chen Xianxuan to give him such a generous gift. After freshening up, he went downstairs. The aunt had gone out to buy groceries again, and breakfast was on the table. Zhang Hong had just sat down when his phone rang. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. Zhang Hong glanced at it and ignored it. These days, there were too many nuisance calls: game promotions, credit loans, insurance, and so on. The phone rang for 30 seconds before hanging up. Soon after, a text message came through. "Mr. Zhang Hong, hello. I am Ling Yuexin, the logistics director of Empire Conquest. In 2 days, our company will be hosting a grand gala at the Imperial Grand Hotel in Kyoto City. At that time, all the high-ranking officials from the game will be in attendance, and the invited players are all the top 20 players from the Chinese server. As the number 1 player on the rankings, you will be receiving our highest honors. Additionally, on the day of the gala, the company's CEO will make a special appearance to provide an in-depth explanation of the future operational direction of the game. We sincerely hope that Mr. Zhang will be able to attend the event. Would you be available? If it is convenient, could you please let me know?" Upon seeing the text message, Zhang Hong furrowed his brows and replied with 3 words, "Not convenient." It wasn't just inconvenient, it was genuinely inconvenient. As the top-ranked individual, appearing in such a public setting would inevitably expose his identity and capabilities. Right now, he's unarmed. If those guys target him, Zhang Hong will be in big trouble. Unless the game is actually connected to reality and brings out powerful characters like Li Yuanba, or his own strength reaches a certain level, he wouldn't dare reveal himself. Otherwise, it would be asking for trouble. To put it bluntly, while he may seem to be thriving in the game, in the real world, he's just a loser. He doesn't even dare to take back his father's company. Of course, he could hire some skilled players, but isn't that just a waste of time? Under the influence of greed, who can he trust? Now, the only option is to stabilize the situation, bide his time, and build up his strength in secret, so that he can rise to the top in one fell swoop. The text message had just been sent when the phone rang. Zhang Hong was speechless and hung up the phone directly. As soon as the call ended, Chen Xianxuan called back. "Hey, Zhang Hong, are you up yet?" Chen Xianxuan's tone was a bit cheerful. "Did you see what the big boss said on the official website? Go ahead, how do you plan to comfort me?" Zhang Hong said with a wry smile, "Go ahead. How do you want me to comfort you?" In 2 days, the high-ranking officials of the Empire's power struggle will host a gala at the Imperial Grand Hotel. At that time, many high-level players and game executives will attend. I don't want you to compensate me in any way, just accompany me to the gala, Chen Xinshuan said with a smile. This. Zhang Heng hesitated, recalling the text message he had just received. All right. You agreed? Great. I knew you wouldn't refuse me. Okay, let's do it. I'll pick you up in the afternoon after tomorrow. With that, Chen Xinshuan hung up the phone. Zhang Heng shook his head in disbelief, pulled up the text message, and typed out a response. Miss Ling, I can participate in the gala, but I don't want to be in the spotlight. I need a stand-in or an assistant. Moreover, I won't appear at all during the entire event. If you agree, I'll go. If you don't, then I'm truly sorry. Zhang Heng's tone was still polite. Soon, a text message came from the other side. No problem. I will arrange a personal assistant for Mr. Zhang. I guarantee he will be satisfied. Ling Yuexin responded promptly. If Mr. Zhang is unavailable, I can drive over specifically to pick him up. There's no need to pick me up. I'll be there before the event starts. After saying that, Zhang Heng took a sip of soup and stood up to head upstairs to his room. Upon entering the game, Zhang Heng once again appeared in the government office. My lord! Chen Ping and Zhang Liang were sitting in the living room, sipping tea, seemingly waiting for Zhang Heng's arrival. Rally the troops and prepare to launch an attack on the player's city. As he spoke, Zhang Heng took out the heavily eye pouch, opened the map interface, and began searching for the city of wealthy entertainment. He would target each of these cities one by one. The troops have been fully mobilized and are awaiting the Lord's order to attack, Zhang Liang said, clasping his fists. Zhang Heng nodded, pressed the search button, and soon a massive city appeared before his eyes. City, Wealth City. Location, Yangzhou Kuaiji City. Coordinates, 897922, 993,453. Zhang Heng was about to open the city to check its development attributes when he noticed a huge bracket appearing behind the wealthy city. Inside the bracket was a bright red character, Rest. Upon seeing the character, Zhang Heng couldn't help but grin. This guy is actually scared? Zhang Heng was speechless, so he used a spy's trick to check the types of troops in this guy's city. To his surprise, a row of detailed information appeared below. Wild Warrior for Star Hero Goshen. Rebel Soldiers, 10,000 Level 3 Archers, 2,980 Level 3 Light Infantry, 5,435 Level 3 Light Cavalry. Deployed Generals, 5-star Hero Huang Feihu, 5-star Hero Yang Zixing. Troop deployment, 50,000 Level 11 Brutal Heavy Cavalry, 50,000 Level 11 Thunderbolt Crossbowmen, 5,000 Level 5 Heavy Infantry, 5,000 Level 5 Heavy Cavalry, and 10,000 Level 5 Archers. Note, being in the wild is equivalent to being inside the city. Deploying troops means being outside the city. Chapter 72, Strategy for Conquering the Famous City. At first glance, the Brutal Heavy Cavalry and Thunderbolt Crossbowmen appear to be rare units, and they were even recruited using jade coins after returning to the city. In the battle this morning, all the soldiers he sent were completely wiped out. It seems this guy is still very wealthy. If we calculate the cost of a soldier to be the same as that of a rock and shield soldier, then the price for one soldier is 1,000 gold coins, and the price for 50,000 soldiers would be 50 million gold coins. Creating these two rare 50,000 strong armies would cost a total of 100 million. Wealthy entertainment, truly a bold move. Next, Zhang Heng continued his search for the city of the war god Bai Qi. Behind the war god city, there was also a single character hanging, Rest. Zhang Heng finally understood. It seemed these fellows were afraid of his retaliation, so they had hung up a no fighting sign. Those marked with Rest means that this guy's city has activated the truce symbol. After searching 5 consecutive cities, all of them had ceasefire symbols hanging behind them. Zhang Heng sighed in frustration. It seemed that to defeat these foes, he would have to strike when they least expected it. My lord! All the generals have been waiting for a long time, eagerly awaiting the order to attack the city. Seeing that Zhang Heng had not responded, Chen Ping reminded him with a hint of confusion. Zhang Heng shook his head and said, those guys are so scared that they've already hung up the truce symbol. They probably won't make any moves in the short term. Since that's the case, let's launch an attack on the famous city. What? Afraid? Afraid already? Chen Ping was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter and said, they're clever. Otherwise, none of them would have gotten off lightly. Zhang Liang stroked his beard and smiled wryly, saying, our lord's might is vast and his bravery unmatched. With countless soldiers and 1 million elite troops, who dares to defy him? That would be courting death. Since that's the case, let's prepare for battle to attack the famous city. Agreed. The troops are mostly in place, but we still lack 2 siege engines, a battering ram and a siege tower. With these 2 large machines, the soldiers can breach the city gates or climb the walls once they reach the city walls, engaging the enemy in close combat. Zhang Heng said. Great stuff. Chen Ping couldn't help but praise, then added, while the Lord is away, Zifang and I have already studied the plan to capture the famous city and divided the specific routes. Oh? Is that so? Zhang Heng was somewhat surprised, but more delighted. He hadn't expected these two to be so efficient in their work. Qin Ping smiled slightly, walked over to the table beside him, took out a piece of hemp paper, and said, "This is the surrounding area of Qinghai City. According to reports from Mr. Zifang's spies, the military commander of Qinghai City is Gao Shun, and the strategist is Chen Gong. Gao Shun is a loyal and brave warrior, skilled in military tactics, and commands a powerful elite unit known as the Frontline Brigade. This force is disciplined and composed of fierce warriors, each as brave as the next. Chen Gong is a man of integrity and unwavering principles, possessing great strategic acumen. Together, this pair of one scholar and one warrior is truly formidable." In contrast, Qinghai City is surrounded by forests to the south, gentle hills to the east, and flat plains to the west and north. After discussing it, we decided to take advantage of the geographical advantages and divide our forces into 4 groups. 2 groups will be the main attack, and 2 groups will be the feint attack. The first main force will be led by General Yang Yuji, comprising 150,000 archers, 80,000 spearmen, 50,000 stone shield soldiers, and 500 catapults. They will launch a fierce assault on the north gate. The main force of the second assault is led by General Ran Min, with the same configuration, 150,000 archers, 80,000 spearmen, 50,000 stone-shielded soldiers, and 500 catapults. Attack the west gate. The third column, led by General Li Yuanba, will launch a feint attack on the south gate, with 6,000 elite troops, 50,000 heavy cavalry, 50,000 crossbow cavalry, 20,000 spear and shield infantry, and 100 catapults. General Li Tsuanxiao leads the fourth assault, commanding 150,000 heavy cavalry, 50,000 crossbow cavalry, 20,000 spear and shield infantry, and 100 catapults. Positioned on a hill, they will attack the east gate from an elevated position. Qin Ping explained in detail, General Li Mu and the troops left behind will remain in the city to guard against any surprise attacks. I'm sure you've noticed that the main attack on Qinghai City is not the real objective, but a feint. General Li Yuanba should hide the heavy cavalry and crossbow cavalry in the forest, and only deploy the Baodao camp, spearmen, and catapults on the surface. General Li Tsuanxiu has done the same, deploying only 10,000 heavy cavalry, 20,000 spear and shield troops, and 100 catapults. The remaining heavy cavalry and crossbow cavalry are all hidden behind the hills. If the enemy chooses to launch a surprise attack on the main force, they will naturally be attacked from both flanks. Regardless of which city gate, the south gate or the east gate, is opened, General Li Yuanbai and General Li Tsuanxiao could lead their troops straight into the city and quickly open the other gates. In this way, Qinghai will surely fall. Qin Ping spoke eloquently. Of course, the enemy might choose to hold their ground, but the probability is too low. If there are few soldiers and generals inside the city, they might choose to defend it to the end. However, with such a strong garrison, they certainly won't just stand by and watch our catapults destroy the city's buildings at will. A brilliant plan. Zhang Heng couldn't help but say, "It seems like a main attack, but it's actually a feint. It seems like a feint, but it's actually a main attack. As the saying goes, what is real is fake, and what is fake is real." Exactly. It seems that the Lord has truly grasped the essence of military strategy. Qin Ping asked with a pleased expression. Zhang Heng felt a bit embarrassed. He didn't know anything about military strategy. He had just read a lot of books and gained some understanding. At that moment, the three of them arrived at the Bloody Divine Mechanics camp. Currently, the Bloody Divine Machine camp remains at level 16, as they had not had the opportunity to upgrade due to resource constraints and time limitations. Zhang Heng wants to create battering rams and siege towers, which requires upgrading the Divine Mechanics core to level 30. At level 30, the Divine Mechanics core will unlock battering rams and siege towers. Soon, under Zhang Heng's talent attributes, the construction level of the Bloody Divine Mechanics core skyrocketed to level 30 in an instant. Violet Ram Chariot, siege weapon, approximately 3 meters tall and 20 meters long, equipped with advanced spring mechanisms for agile movement and powerful destructive force. It features external defensive mechanisms capable of withstanding arrow attacks. Each unit costs 200,000 gold coins and is staffed by 10 specialized bloody mobile troops, with an additional 300 troops of other units. High Shield Well Lanes, a large-scale siege weapon made of sturdy materials with robust defensive capabilities. Standing approximately 10 meters tall, it features an interior space of 15 square meters divided into 4 layers. Equipped with an advanced perpetual motion mechanism, it can move forward on its own, be pushed forward, or rotate on its wheels. It houses 200 armored soldiers. Construction costs 500,000 gold coins. Upon seeing these two attributes, Zhang Heng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Setting aside the cost, the mechanisms alone were impressive, one with an advanced spring mechanism and the other with an advanced perpetual motion machine. This isn't about the materials, it's about the technology. Great stuff! With these two large pieces of equipment, our victory is even more assured. Chapter 73, Assaulting the Famous City, Full Firepower. Zhang Liang couldn't help but praise, "My lord, you should purchase 20 high shield siege towers, 4 violent ram vehicles, and 1,200 powerful catapults. Assign 6 siege towers to each main assault force and 4 to the feint attack. Place 1 violent ram vehicle at each city gate. Immediately, Zhang Hong spent another 17.6 million gold coins to forge 20 high shield siege towers for violent ram vehicles and 1,200 mighty catapults. He also recruited 4,000 bloodthirsty mobile troops and purchased 30,000 catapult stones. With all preparations complete, Zhang Hong and his two companions arrived at the royal barracks. Zhang Hong replenished the ranks of the Baodao camp and the Panzer sword and shield soldiers with the fallen members, and also forged a new unit of 10,000 chariot soldiers for Li Mu's elite troops. This 10,000-strong chariot regiment cost Zhang Hong a staggering 500 million, leaving him both heartbroken and exhilarated. It was truly a mix of pain and pleasure. This 10,000 chariot camp remains within the city solely for defensive purposes. With this arrangement, all preparations are complete. Zhang Heng summoned all the generals to the government office, then opened the map search engine to check the locations around Qinghai City. Not far from Qinghai City, he selected the option to relocate the city. As the surrounding void rippled, the massive city vanished from the bandit camp and reappeared once more, now situated not far from Qinghai City. The outskirts of Qinghai City were already dotted with numerous player-built cities, though the tallest among them were still only towns. Zhang Hong has no interest in these player-built cities. His sole objective is the renowned city of Qinghai City. If these players dare to attack his renowned city at this time, he won't hesitate to destroy their cities. Target locked. A few minutes later. System announcement: player Chunlu, leading his troops with passion and determination, is now launching an all-out attack on the system-designated city of Qinghai City. As a player attacking a system-designated city, you have received this system announcement. We wish you a resounding victory and a triumphant return. 3 consecutive system announcements echoed through the ears of all players. At the same time, within the game, another intense wave of turmoil erupted once more. Players who had logged off to rest began logging back in one after another upon hearing the news, eager to hear firsthand about Zhang Heng's conquest of the famous city. Even the wealthy entertainment tycoon and the war god Bai Qi perked up their ears. Meanwhile, players in the towns and villages surrounding Qinghai City are all heading toward the city walls, opening their cameras, and preparing to capture this moment of glory and miracles. Under the command of Chen Ping and Zhang Liang, the vast army began to emerge in a winding procession from the 3 gates of Chunlu City. Li Suanxiao led 10,000 heavy cavalry, 20,000 light shield troops for siege towers, 1 battering ram, and 100 catapults to the east gate. The remaining 140,000 heavy cavalry and 5,000 crossbow cavalry were concealed behind the hills, ready to act at a moment's notice. Li Yuanba led 6,000 members of the Baodao Corps, 20,000 light shield soldiers, and 4 siege towers, arriving in a massive force at the southern gate of Qinghai City. The remaining troops quietly entered the forests behind the city. Zhang Liang and Ran Min led their main forces toward the north gate. Zhang Hong, Chen Ping, and Yang Yuji led a large army to the west gate. In the blink of an eye, all 4 gates of Qinghai City were besieged by the massive army of Chunlu City. The soldiers on the walls of Qinghai City immediately sounded the trumpets, alerting the city's high-ranking officials. At the command, the troops at the west gate immediately issued the order to attack the city. 500 formidable catapults, pulled by draft horses, charged forward swiftly. As soon as they entered the attack range of 1,500 meters, the 500 catapults quickly took their positions and loaded the stones. After the bloody Divine Machine Corps reached level 30, the attack range of the mighty catapults reached 1,500 meters. In contrast, the attack range of the 10th tier archers is only 1,300 meters. After calculating the range and distance, Yang Yuji issued the attack order. Load the stones and fire. Yang Yuji let out a loud roar, and 500 stones were launched into the air with tremendous force, soaring through the sky with a deafening crash as they slammed into the walls and interior of Qinghai City. Boom! A series of deafening explosions shook the ground, sending shockwaves straight into the sky. The buildings near the city gates collapsed in all directions, and the soldiers on the city walls screamed in agony as they were struck, leaving a scene of chaos and carnage. Bright red blood, white brain matter, and shattered bone fragments flew everywhere, creating a horrifying scene too gruesome to behold. After a fierce assault, the archers took over the catapults and launched another volley of tens of thousands of arrows toward the city. The catapults moved forward by over 100 meters and once again launched their projectiles. Behind it, the ramps and battering rams, propelled by perpetual motion machines and personnel, advanced rapidly forward. Behind the ramparts, a massive fortress formation composed of 50,000 stone-shielded soldiers also pushed forward in a steady advance. Behind the stone-shielded soldiers, 20,000 spear-shielded soldiers also accelerated their advance. The fierce attacks overwhelmed the defenders at the west gate, who couldn't even reach the city walls. After the western gate launched a fierce attack, the northern gate also engaged in a fierce battle amid intense flames. After the west gate and north gate launched their attacks, the south gate and east gate also joined the assault. In the blink of an eye, the 4 main gates unleashed a barrage of fire, sending the soldiers inside the city into a panic. Inside the Qinghai City government office, one after another, messenger soldiers mounted on tall war horses rushed into the government office, panting heavily. Before even reaching the main hall of the government office, the messenger soldiers leaped off their horses, panting heavily, and entered the hall. Report from the west gate, the enemy's firepower is intense. The soldiers haven't even reached the city gates yet and have been struck by massive stones and fierce arrows, leaving many dead and wounded. At present, the soldiers can barely move forward. Anyone who dares to charge forward is immediately pierced like a hedgehog. North Gate battle report, the enemy's firepower is too intense. The soldiers have not even launched their attack and have already suffered heavy casualties. At present, we have no idea what the situation is outside the city. We urgently request the general and military strategist to convene a meeting and make a decision as soon as possible. Southgate battle report, the enemy's firepower is insufficient, and their troops are few in number. The defending forces have already launched an attack and have pinned down the enemy's positions. Eastgate battle report, enemy firepower is similarly insufficient, with few soldiers present. They have also been pinned down. 4 consecutive orders were issued in quick succession. Shen Gong, in the hall, stroked his beard and furrowed his brows. Military strategist, it seems that the West Gate and North Gate are the main attack points, while the South Gate and East Gate are feints. Gao Shan spoke in a low voice from the side. If we were to lead 100,000 tiger and leopard cavalry troops out from the South Gate or East Gate at this moment, flank the enemy's rear, and launch a surprise attack, the crisis at the West Gate and North Gate would be resolved in an instant. Chapter 74, Feigning Strength, Hiding the Truth. Wait a minute. Shen Gong furrowed his brows, sensing something was amiss. The South Gate and North Gate wouldn't be that easy to breach. Why? Gao Shan was taken aback and asked in confusion. Shen Gong ignored his words, steadied his mind, unfolded the map beside him, and looked at the surroundings of Qinghai City. He said in a low voice, sure enough, there is a forest near the South Gate. The enemy's main force must be hiding in the forest. As for the East Gate, there is a hill. If there are enemy troops hiding behind the hill. Once we open the city gates, the enemy forces hiding behind these 2 gates will surge forward like a flood, rushing straight into the city. The consequences would be unimaginable. Shen Gong said, his pupils dilating. What about the West and North Gates? The enemy's firepower is too fierce, and our soldiers can't move an inch. Sending more troops is just sending them to their deaths. If this continues, the enemy will besiege the city and break through the gates. By then, it will be too late to save us. Gao Shan furrowed his brows, but remained calm regardless. We must open one of the gates, lead the troops out, and attack the enemy's rear. Only then can we relieve the pressure on the 2 gates. Shen Gong furrowed his brows, pondered for a moment, then asked the 4 messengers outside the gate, are there any siege weapons at the South Gate and East Gate? For large siege towers, 100 catapults, and 1 battering ram. A messenger hurriedly reported. 4 well-lantern carts. Shen Gong's expression changed drastically. The power of the siege towers was terrifying. Once these large siege engines approached the city walls, the enemy soldiers would climb up the siege towers and onto the walls. At that point, the city gates would surely fall. Even a small feint attack had 4 well lanes. How powerful would a full-scale assault be? 10? 20? Shen Gong is losing his composure. But he's no ordinary strategist. Messengers at the West Gate and North Gate, receive your orders. Shen Gong suddenly shouted at the 4 soldiers outside the gate, immediately notified the soldiers guarding the 2 gates to form 2 rows, 1 row of shield soldiers and 1 row of archers intertwined with each other, and divide into 2 waves for shooting. The shield soldiers must protect the archers' safety. Remember, shoot whenever there are arrows. Every step forward counts. Even if you cannot see the enemy's detailed situation, shoot fiercely. Continue until the enemy's firepower decreases and we can approach the city walls step by step. Understood. The messengers at the West Gate and North Gate immediately mounted their horses and rushed to the front lines. After the messengers departed, Shen Gong stared at the map, deep in thought. Zhao Xing, standing nearby, couldn't help but speak up, frowning and asking, military advisor, if this continues, the enemy will break into the city. We have 1.1 million troops defending Qinghai. What is there to fear? Let me and General Gao each lead a contingent of troops to break out from the South Gate and East Gate. I don't believe the enemy really has ambushes. Gentlemen, please calm down. Let us accompany me to the South Gate to investigate. Shen Gong said in a low voice. At that moment, Shen Gong led Gao Shan and Zhao Xing to the southern city wall. On the southern city wall, Shen Gong stared intently at the vast forest in his line of sight, observing it closely. Dust swirled in the air, and leaves fell from the trees. Looking at the enemy troops, there were only a mere 20,000 men. Military strategist. The dust swirling in the forest clearly indicates that the enemy soldiers are bluffing to mislead us into thinking there's an ambush. If we ignore them, we'll fall into their trap. Zhao Xing said impatiently, military advisor, consider this, if there were an ambush, the firepower at the West Gate and North Gate wouldn't be this intense. But now both gates are about to fall. If we keep this up, we'll miss our chance to strike. Military strategist, give the order. Gao Shan narrowed his eyes, his demeanor calm and composed. Shen Gong felt the pressure mounting. If the forest had remained unusually quiet, he could have immediately concluded that there was an ambush. However, now that dust was flying around inside, and the intense firepower from the other two gates was forcing him to doubt his own judgment. Could it really be a bluff? Chen Gong refused to believe it and went to the east gate once more, only to see dust flying behind the hill. Seeing this scene, even Gao Shun, the usually composed man, couldn't contain his excitement. Military strategist, Shanghai City has 1.1 million troops. Are you suggesting we just hold our ground and watch the enemy destroy the city's buildings and breach the northwest gates? If we open the gates now and lead the troops out to fight, it's not too late. If we delay any further, even rescue will be difficult. Finally, Chen Gong dispelled his doubts and issued the order to attack. General Gao and General Chao, you are each to lead 50,000 tiger and leopard cavalry. General Gao, break out from the south gate and flank the enemy forces at the west gate. General Chao, break out from the east gate and flank the enemy forces at the north gate. It is essential to inflict heavy casualties on the enemy to give the defenders at the west and north gates a chance to hold their positions. Chen Gong's face grew somber as he clenched his fists, as if he had issued a death sentence. Remember, if you spot any ambushes outside the city, immediately reverse the rear and front troops and return to the city by the same route. If necessary, even if it means sacrificing 1 million soldiers, you must block the enemy at the city gates. Chen Gong's words were sharp and filled with murderous intent. This subordinate obeys your orders. The two men clasped their hands together and quickly left the city walls to lead the cavalry and prepare to charge out of the city gates. Chen Gong did not linger here and immediately set off for the north gate and west gate to assess the situation. Zhang Hong rode his warhorse, calm and composed, with the front lines less than 500 meters from the city walls. Along the way, archers and catapults launched relentless attacks, driving the enemy soldiers back so far that they couldn't even reach the city walls. But just then, tens of thousands of arrows were fired from within the city. Though their range was limited, it was clear that the soldiers inside had begun to counterattack. At first, the arrows could not reach the catapults and siege towers, but as the enemy's firepower intensified and our troops advanced, the catapults were forced to retreat. However, the massive well lantern carts and battering rams continued to advance forward. The tops of the well lawn cars were already covered with a dense web of arrows. These dozen or so massive contraptions moved forward side by side, serving as a defensive shield for the soldiers in the rear. Behind them, 5,000 stone-shielded soldiers formed a fortress formation, advancing steadily forward without fear. Once the archers reached a certain range, they halted their advance, but the bows and crossbows in their hands continued to fire relentlessly. The situation at the west gate and north gate was similar, with no significant difference. Half an hour has passed, and there is still no movement at the south gate and east gate. Could it be that Chen Gong truly intends to hold the city and ignore the situation? Zhang Hong asked with some confusion. My lord, please remain calm. Chen Gong will come out of the city. Even if Chen Gong keeps his composure and refuses to let anyone out, the soldiers under his command will demand to break through the city gates. Chapter 75, Breaking Through the City Gates, Slaughtering Without Mercy. Chen Ping narrowed his eyes and spoke calmly. There are over 1 million soldiers inside the city. We absolutely cannot allow these arrogant generals to cling to their lives and defend the city to the death. Moreover, at this point, Chen Ping paused, then spoke mysteriously. I have also ordered General Si Yuan Shao and General Yuan Ba to create a dust storm behind the forests and hills, creating confusion. This will disrupt their judgment. Combined with the intense attacks on the northwest gates, Chen Gong will have no choice but to abandon his suspicions. As the saying goes, there must be both truth and deception. It all depends on how Chen Gong chooses to act. Besides, even if he chooses to hold his ground, our troops will soon be at the city walls. Chen Ping remained calm and composed, showing no signs of tension or impatience, as if everything were already under control. My lord need not worry, perhaps both the south gate and the east gate will open after all. A faint smile suddenly appeared on Chen Ping's lips. Open them all at the same time? Zhang Hong was taken aback. These strategic masterminds were truly beyond his capabilities. Just as Zhang Hong and the others were talking, the south gate and east gate opened simultaneously. Gao Shan led 5,000 tiger and leopard cavalry, charging out from the south gate and swiftly closing in on Li Yuanba's 5,000 domineering camp troops. In his estimation, these 5,000 Baodao troops were no match for his tiger and leopard cavalry. Of course, if he were to lead 10,000 assault camp troops into battle, he might indeed be able to hold back the domineering camp for a short while. After all, the assault camp was his elite unit, and their offensive and defensive capabilities, as well as their lethality, were all enhanced. However, leading the tiger and leopard cavalry would be a different story. As the elite cavalry among cavalry, the domineering camp charging into the tiger-leopard cavalry is a piece of cake. As they watched, Gao Shan led over 10,000 cavalry charging out of the city gates. Li Yuanba's eyes widened, and he bellowed, Bao Dao camp, follow me into battle. Charge! The tyrannical camp erupted in a collective shout. No sooner had the words left his mouth than 5,000 heavy cavalry and 5,000 crossbow cavalry burst out from the forest behind them. Li Yuanba clenched his legs tightly against the horse's flank, let out a roar, and the mighty steed, the 10,000-li dragon, let out a thunderous neigh. With its powerful legs, it charged forward like a bolt of lightning. Behind him, 6,000 members of the domineering camp followed closely, waving small trumpets, drums, and golden hammers. In Gao Shun's stunned silence, they charged forward, overwhelming the enemy. The formidable formation delivered a powerful visual impact to Gao Shun. What astonished him was that these cavalrymen were all equipped with drum-beating golden hammers. Each of these must weigh at least 300 pounds. What was even more astonishing was that 10,000 cavalrymen suddenly charged out of the forest. Gao Shun's body trembled, and his eyes betrayed a mix of fear and resentment. He never imagined that there were indeed enemy cavalry lurking in this forest, and judging by their equipment, they were no less formidable than the tiger leopard cavalry. Close the city gates. Close the city gates. Gao Shun snapped out of his daze, his eyes widening in anger. He suddenly turned around, shouted at the top of his lungs, and bellowed toward the rear. However, more tiger leopard cavalry continued to charge out from within the city gates, and there were still over 30,000 tiger leopard cavalry rushing toward the city gates from the rear. How could the gates be closed so easily? Tiger leopard cavalry, form ranks to meet the enemy. Follow me into battle. Gao Shun steadied his nerves and calmly directed the tiger and leopard cavalry that had already left the city to charge toward Li Yuanba's domineering camp. At this point, there was no room for hesitation. The only option was to charge forward, giving the rear forces time to close the city gates. It must be said that Gao Shun was truly loyal and brave. If it had been any other general, they would have ordered the entire army to retreat back into the city in the chaos, and they themselves would have been desperate to flee back to the city. Gao Shun was not one of those men. Otherwise, the historical Gao Shun would have ended up serving under Cao Cao. Who are you? Li Yuanba, charging forward, shouted angrily at Gao Shun. I am Gao Shun. Traitorous general, dare not enter my Qinghai city. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the weapons in their hands collided. Li Yuanba swung his hammer, knocking the weapon out of Gao Shun's hands, then suddenly grabbed Gao Shun and shouted loudly, "The Lord has ordered us to capture Gao Shun." As he spoke, he struck Gao Shun unconscious with a single punch and tossed him to the soldiers behind him. Then, leading the soldiers, he charged forward with a furious roar. The tiger and leopard cavalry behind him saw their general knocked unconscious by Li Yuanba in a single blow, and couldn't help but reveal expressions of horror. But the tiger and leopard cavalry were no ordinary soldiers. Kill! A captain of the tiger and leopard cavalry let out a loud roar and led his troops into battle. However, Li Yuanba's brutal and domineering troops on the opposite side were instantly crushed by hammers, their heads reduced to a mist of blood. The brutal destructive power left these elite soldiers stunned and speechless. The tiger and leopard cavalry in the rear had already halted their advance. The city gates are about to close. Li Yuanba roared loudly, charging forward recklessly, leaving a trail of blood and flesh in his wake, with limbs flying everywhere. The tyrannical camp behind him was like a meat grinder, slaughtering the tiger and leopard cavalry, leaving them dead and wounded in a heap. But despite being outnumbered by over 10,000, not a single tiger leopard rider fled in panic. This clearly demonstrates that this unit is not only exceptionally brave but also unwaveringly loyal. The domineering camp charged forward to engage the enemy, while the heavy cavalry in the rear did not idle either, wielding their weapons and charging straight toward the city gates. Facing the archers on the city walls, the crossbow cavalry took on the role of suppressing their fire. The 5,000 crossbow cavalry were divided into two waves, with each wave firing 250,000 arrows in a 3-round volley, totaling 750,000 arrows. Such terrifying firepower left the 3,000 archers on the city walls dead or wounded in a chaotic mess. Even the tiger and leopard cavalry inside the city walls could not escape being shot down. After several such waves, the archers on the city walls were completely wiped out. Facing the gates about to close. 100 meters away, Li Yuanba once again threw the golden hammer from his hand. Hum! A deafening crash echoed through the air as the drum-beating old man wielding a golden hammer crashed into the city gate like a massive cannonball. The 5 soldiers pushing the city gate were knocked back 5 or 6 zhang by the force of the blow. Those men felt as though they had been struck by a blow from a mountain, their abdomens twisting in agony. With a loud gush, they spat out bright red blood, their bodies thudding to the ground as they collapsed, their breath weak and labored. It must be noted that the 4 gates of this city were exceptionally sturdy. Otherwise, Li Yuanba would not have resorted to a strategic maneuver and chosen to charge head-on. After the hammer smashed open the city gate, it rolled forward dozens of meters, knocking over the mounts of 5 or 6 tiger leopard riders before finally coming to a stop. Such a terrifying weapon left the numerous soldiers at the city gate pale with fear. Chapter 76, Gao Shun is captured, Chen Gong falls into a coma. Kill! Li Yuanba led the domineering camp and charged into the city gates in an instant. The 5,000 heavy cavalry in the rear, unwilling to be outdone, followed closely behind and also charged into the city. The crossbow cavalry, armed with bows and crossbows, aimed at the tiger leopard cavalry, desperately blocking their path and unleashed a fierce volley of arrows. The fierce battle lasted less than 5 minutes, and the over 30,000 tiger leopard cavalry at the city gate were completely wiped out. After capturing the south gate, Li Yuanba led his troops toward the east gate, intending to eliminate the defenders there, open the gates, and allow Li Zuanxiao to enter the city. However, Li Zuanxiao had already broken through the city gate defenses. Roaring furiously, he wielded the Yu Wang spear, charging recklessly into the city. It turned out that Gao Shan had just broken out of the city gates when Chao Xing also led 50,000 tiger and leopard cavalry out of the city gates. Li Zuanxiao saw this and was overjoyed inside, but his expression remained unchanged. He waited until the timing was right before letting out a loud roar and leading his 10,000 heavy cavalry into the fray. The tens of thousands of soldiers behind the hill, upon hearing the charge, roared like primordial beasts and surged forward from behind the hill in an instant. It must be noted that the rear was hiding 140,000 heavy cavalry and 50,000 crossbow cavalry, totaling 190,000 elite cavalry. These 190,000 elite cavalry are no joke. Chao Xing saw that there were indeed ambushes behind the hill, and after a moment of shock, he hurriedly ordered the army to retreat. However, Li Zuanxiao led his troops in a fierce charge and would not give him the chance to retreat. The 3,000 archers on the city walls, seeing this, quickly drew their bows and fired, causing Li Zuanxiao to lose over 1,000 heavy cavalrymen in a single clash. Li Zuanxiao was deeply distressed but could do nothing, so he swung the Yu Wang spear wildly to block the arrows while urging his horse forward at full speed, charging recklessly through the ranks. It wasn't until the hidden crossbow cavalry in the rear charged into range and unleashed a volley of over 150,000 arrows that they finally suppressed the enemy archers, leaving them dead and wounded in a bloody mess. Li Zuanxiao, seeing that the enemy archers had been suppressed, immediately accelerated and charged forward. Looking at the enemy generals fleeing in panic, he sneered and shouted, "You're Gao Shan? I am Chao Xing. Take this arrow." Chao Xing suddenly turned around, drew the longbow on his back, aimed at Li Zuanxiao, drew the bowstring taut, and an arrow shot out like a meteor, heading straight for Li Zuanxiao. Facing Chao Xing's arrow, Li Zuanxiao sneered, "If you were a general, I might fear you, but your arrow is as soft as a cotton swab." When a crisp sound rang out, Li Zuanxiao didn't even bother to dodge, but simply waved his Yu Wang spear and easily deflected the arrow. Then, he swung the Yu Wang spear, and with Chao Xing's expression filled with shock and despair, he struck him hard on the head. Crack! With a crisp cracking sound, Chao Xing's head was shattered. Thud! Chao Xing fell from his horse and landed on the ground. The heavy cavalry from the rear had already charged forward. Under the crossbow fire, the tiger leopard cavalry suffered heavy casualties. The defenders at the city gate, seeing Chao Xing's death, hurriedly ordered the gates to be closed. Li Zuanxiao, fearing the gates would close, spurred his horse on and charged forward. Just as the city gates were about to close, Li Zuanxiao let out a furious roar. With eyes wide open in anger, he threw the Yu Wang spear in his hand. The spear, driven by a violent force, pierced the gate, forcing the closing gates open just enough for a horse to rush through. Li Zuanxiao thought of the soldiers charging from behind. As his mount charged forward, he suddenly leaped into the air, bellowed loudly, and channeled all his strength into his palms. Charge! With a loud shout, the violent force instantly pushed open the two heavy doors, which weighed 1,000 pounds, leaving the doorway wide open. The two soldiers behind the door were caught off guard and were crushed into a pulp by the brutal force. Such immense force sent the garrison troops within the city into a state of utter terror. Is this even human? You should know that Li Zuanxiao's combat power is a whopping 113 points. 2 of those points were added this morning. Even Yang Yuji and Ran Min added 2 points, which were obtained after winning the alliance. After breaking through the city gates, Li Zuanxiao picked up the weapons that had fallen to the ground, mounted his horse, and led his troops charging inside. But just then, he encountered Li Yuanba, who had come to open the gates for him. Seeing this, both of them couldn't help but burst into laughter. Kill! Li Yuanba roared and charged forward. Li Zuanxiao refused to be outdone, and every enemy soldier along the way was struck so hard that their skulls shattered and brain matter spilled out. The rear forces, comprising 6,000 elite troops, 200,000 heavy cavalry, and 100,000 crossbow cavalry, led by 2 fierce generals, surged forward like a raging flood, charging forward with relentless ferocity. The soldiers within the city walls were left in disarray, abandoning their armor and weapons, their cries of despair filling the air. Along the way, the civilians were so terrified that they all scrambled into their homes, not daring to breathe a single breath. After fighting their way to the center of the city, Li Yuanba led his troops toward the west gate. Li Zuanxiao, meanwhile, led his troops toward the north gate. Chen Gong was at the north gate urging the soldiers to charge forward. The shield-bearing infantry, enduring immense pressure, finally reached the city walls amidst a sea of corpses and blood. But the price paid was a field littered with corpses and rivers of blood. Chen Gong's face was so grim it seemed like you could squeeze water out of it. Just then, messengers from the south gate and east gate rushed in to report. Military strategist, the south gate has fallen, and General Gao has been captured. The east gate has also fallen, and General Chao has been killed. Chen Gong stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. The blood pressure in his body surged suddenly, and his heartbeat accelerated sharply. So, are there ambushes behind the forest and the hills? Chen Gong's face turned pale, and he asked weakly. The two nodded dejectedly. How many enemy troops are there? How many tiger leopard cavalry remain? Chen Gong stood tall, trying to calm himself down. A rough estimate put the numbers at 200,000 heavy cavalry, 100,000 crossbow cavalry, and a terrifying 1,000-man unit, all led by two fearless generals. As for the tiger and leopard cavalry, they were wiped out in a single clash. Two messengers reported the situation accurately. Chen Gong's breathing quickened, and his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. All 10,000 tiger and leopard cavalry are dead? Chen Gong's face turned ashen. The tiger and leopard cavalry were the city's elite troops. If they've been killed, how can we fight the enemy? If Gao Shun were still here, he could at least command the frontline brigade to fight to the death and block the enemy, but now. Obey my orders. Order the frontline camp and the long spearmen to charge forward and block the enemy at all costs. We must annihilate the enemy forces completely. Chen Gong clenched his fists and shouted at the messenger with a wild, desperate voice. 300,000 elite cavalrymen. Heaven is doomed, Qinghai City is doomed, Chengongtai is doomed. 300,000 elite cavalry will destroy Qinghai City and Chengongtai. Before Chen Gong could finish speaking, he coughed up a mouthful of old blood, unable to bear the burden, and fainted. Military strategist, military strategist. The two messengers were startled and hurriedly shouted. But Chen Gong had already fallen into a coma. Immediately, the two hurriedly ordered the soldiers to take good care of Chen Gong, while they went to inform the frontline troops and spearmen to fight desperately to block the enemy. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Chapter 77, The First 15 Refined Dragonful. While Zhang Hang and Chen Ping patiently waited for news, their messenger arrived with two pieces of good news, bringing joy to all. Report! The enemy general at the south gate has led 5,000 tiger and leopard cavalry in a surprise attack. General Li Yuanba seized the opportunity, captured Gao Shun, breached the city gates, and charged straight into the south gate. Report, the enemy general at the east gate has led his troops out to attack. General Li Tsuanxiao charged headlong into the enemy lines, decapitated the enemy general, and led his troops into the east gate. The east gate has been captured by our forces. Report, the enemy general at the eastern gate led his troops in a charge. General Li Tsuanxiao charged forward, beheaded the enemy general, and led his troops into the eastern city gate. The eastern city gate has been captured by our forces. Excellent. Zhang Hong couldn't help but praise. Chen Ping stroked his beard and said confidently, 6,000 elite troops, 200,000 heavy cavalry, and 100,000 crossbow cavalry, led by two fierce generals, will charge straight ahead and fight bravely. The Lord can await the good news. Ha ha. Zhang Hong couldn't help but laugh out loud, his eyes narrowing. Go tell left advisor so he can have a good laugh too. Chen Ping said with a smile. Under the push of the front ranks, the soldiers gradually climbed onto the city walls. The first to reach the walls were the rock-solid sword and shield soldiers. At this moment, enemy soldiers began to climb the city walls one after another, and a fierce, bloody battle erupted in the midst of the intense chaos. The rock-solid shield and sword soldiers, holding shields in their left hands and swords in their right, fought with swift and fierce attacks, their momentum overwhelming, forcing the enemy infantry to retreat in disarray. These infantry soldiers are also 10th rank troops with formidable combat strength. However, due to being suppressed by powerful crossbows, their morale has plummeted, and their combat effectiveness has been severely weakened. In close combat with the shield and sword soldiers, their weapons are swiftly drawn and swung, resulting in heavy casualties. The rock-solid sword and shield infantry, stationed on the city walls, charged down toward the city below. The enemy archers fired arrows wildly, while the stone shield soldiers charged forward with their shields raised. But just then, Li Tsuanxiao led his heavy cavalry and crossbow cavalry from the rear, breaking through the enemy lines and charging forward. After a volley of arrows, the archers were overwhelmed and suffered heavy casualties. The stone-shielded infantry took advantage of the situation to charge down the walls, open the gates, and let the main army rush in through the front gate. After Chen Gong fainted, the morale of the defenders of Qinghai City plummeted, and their spirits were shattered. With a mad lion in front and a fierce tiger behind, the defenders were caught in a pincer movement, their ranks thrown into disarray. After less than 2 hours of fierce combat, the battle came to an end. The frontline camp and the spearmen fought desperately to block the advance, but without their commander, they were no match for the two fierce generals. In a single clash, the defenders were broken through. The fierce battle finally came to an end. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlong for leading his troops in a fierce battle and successfully capturing the system-designated city of Qinghai City. As a reward, you will receive a 1-point boost to each of your 3 attributes and 1 Diamond Tiger Seal order. Ding! As the first player to capture the system-designated city Qinghai City, you are awarded 1 Diamond Tiger Seal, 1 Legendary General Card, 1 Diamond Refined Mount 15 Refined White Dragon Full, an additional 1 point to each of the 3 primary attributes, and an additional 1 point to Charisma. System announcement. Player Chunlu, leading 1,000,000 troops under his command, after over 5 hours of fierce battle, successfully captured the famous city of Qinghai City. The famous city of Qinghai City has been successfully occupied by player Chunlu. As the first player to capture a famous city, the system has specially awarded you with a generous reward: 1 Diamond Tiger Seal Order, 1 Famous General Card, 1 Divine Forged Mount Diamond 15 Refined 10,000 Mile White Dragon Full, a 1-point increase in all 3 primary attributes, and a 1-point increase in charm. Immediately afterward, 3 consecutive system announcements echoed across the server, reaching the ears of all players. After the 3 system announcements, the players wisely chose to remain silent. However, the silence was soon broken by a major uproar. 15 Refined 10,000 Li White Dragon Full, 1 piece. This seems to be what drives players wild, doesn't it? What does this mean? It means that they have this formidable strength. All the players instinctively shifted their gaze to the combat power rankings and were startled to discover that Zhang Heng's overall combat power had only decreased by over 600,000. Of these 600,000, the majority were casualties from heavy cavalry, crossbow cavalry, and stone shield infantry. The remaining archers and crossbowmen were unharmed. In this battle, the crossbow cavalry distinguished themselves greatly. If it weren't for the crossbow cavalry following closely behind to suppress the enemy archers, the heavy cavalry would have suffered even heavier casualties. Under the relentless barrage of enemy arrows, whether they could even reach the city gates was another matter entirely. Especially after charging into the city, the crossbow cavalry unleashed a 3-round volley, inflicting heavy casualties on the enemy troops. Li Yuanbai and Li Zuanxiao led their troops in a fierce charge, and amid the enemy's cries of agony, they successfully captured the city. In this battle, 360,000 heavy cavalry were killed, 120,000 crossbow cavalry were killed, and 150,000 stone shield soldiers were killed. Most of these soldiers died under the enemy's arrows. Despite the heavy casualties, the enemy captured 330,000 enemy soldiers trapped in their encampments, 50,000 Qingzhou archers, 60,000 Qingzhou spearmen, and 50,000 Qingzhou shield infantry. Although we lost so many soldiers, we also captured 330,000 enemy soldiers from the enemy's front lines, 50,000 Qingzhou archers, 60,000 Qingzhou spearmen, and 50,000 Qingzhou shield infantry. Unfortunately, all the tiger and leopard cavalry were killed in action, with not a single survivor. After 5 hours of fierce combat, the battle finally came to an end. The subsequent captured soldiers were all obtained by Zhang Hong following Yang Yuji into battle and using the divide and conquer tactic. With the experience gained from this assault on the famous city, Zhang Hong developed bolder plans. In the next attack on a famous city, he would charge through whichever city gate was breached and then focus solely on spreading disinformation. This strategy would reduce the pressure on the troops and allow them to capture a significant number of enemy soldiers. The soldiers of the famous city would not choose to surrender, they would either be divided or killed. After the main army captured Qinghai City, Zhang Hong led Chen Ping into the government offices of Qinghai City. Zhang Liang and Ran Min went to comfort the people. Yan Yuji led 200,000 archers and 100,000 spearmen back to Chunlu City. The remaining troops are temporarily stationed within Qinghai City. Qinghai City has just been captured, with its walls and structures damaged, and everything in disarray. The defenses are extremely weak. If it is attacked by surprise without heavy troops stationed there, it will inevitably be seized. Inside the government offices, Zhang Hong saw the captured Chen Gong and Gao Shan. The two stood tall, standing to the side, their expressions cold and stern. Upon seeing Zhang Hong arrive, the two snorted coldly, turned their heads away, and ignored him. I have heard that Chen Gongtai is upright and incorruptible, and highly intelligent Gao Boping is strict in military discipline and demanding of himself. I am deeply impressed and have come here specifically to meet you. After the praise, Chen Hong personally reached out and untied the ropes binding the two men. Then, with his hands behind his back, he walked slowly, his voice deliberately sounding dejected. I, Chen Long, was once a lowly soldier in a time of chaos. I had always believed that my life would be unremarkable and that I would fade into obscurity. Yet, unexpectedly, a great responsibility has been bestowed upon me: a city, its people, and its soldiers. Having been entrusted with such a great responsibility, I must naturally shoulder the heavy burden of the nation, rescue the common people from the depths of suffering, and restore peace and order to the world. The emperor is incompetent, eunuchs hold power, internal troubles loom, and external threats loom large. The people are displaced and homeless, wandering the 4 seas. They have no clothes to cover their bodies, no food to fill their stomachs. They use the sky as their blanket and the earth as their bed. Chapter 78, The Evolved Assault Camp. If we ignore this situation, we have no idea when the impoverished people will be able to escape their hardships, when they will be able to solve their basic needs for food and shelter, or when they will finally have a warm home. Today, though I am but a humble individual, I humbly request your assistance so that I may fulfill my aspirations. Zhang Heng's heartfelt words caused the two men's icy expressions to gradually fade, replaced by sorrow and pain. The two were engulfed in grief and despair. In times of chaos, no one can escape blame. One must either live a life of mediocrity and perish, or stand tall and face the world. Born into this world, everything is predestined by heaven. I, Chen Gongtai, have little ability. Thanks to the Lord's kindness in recognizing me, I am willing to serve as a lowly official under his banner, fulfilling my duties with diligence and integrity, retiring with honor when the time comes, leaving no trace behind. Chen Gongtai stood tall and spoke with passion, his words coming straight from the heart. After speaking, he knelt on one knee, clasped his hands together, and demonstrated his loyalty. To have Gongtai as my assistant fills me with both awe and joy. Gongtai, please rise quickly. Do not perform such a grand gesture again in the future. Zhang Heng hurriedly helped Chen Gong to his feet. Ding, congratulations to player Chen Long for successfully capturing the renowned Three Kingdoms general and 5-star strategist Chen Gong. Chen Gong's current loyalty is 94. When loyalty reaches 100, he will never betray you. If loyalty drops to 60, he may choose to betray you. Ding, since player Chen Long is the first to obtain the Three Kingdoms 5-star strategist Chen Gong, you will receive an additional reward, a +1 boost to all 3 primary attributes. This achievement will also be announced 3 times in a row via system notifications. System announcement, congratulations to player Chen Long for successfully capturing the Three Kingdoms 5-star strategist Chen Gong. As Chen Long is the first player to obtain a Three Kingdoms 5-star character, he has been awarded an extra reward, all 3 primary attributes increased by 1 point, and 3 consecutive system announcements will be made. Upon hearing the system notification, Zhang Heng couldn't contain his joy. He did not choose to hide the system announcement either. However, these 3 attributes are quite useful. The higher these 3 attributes are, the stronger your combat power becomes. The military strategist and I have a bond forged through hardship. He treats me like a brother. The military strategist's choice is my choice. However, I humbly request that the Lord treat the people kindly and prevent the soldiers within the city from mistreating them. As the Lord has said, in times of chaos, it is the common people who suffer the most. Whether they become bandits or refugees, it is an unavoidable fate. Gao Shun is a man of integrity, loyal and brave without equal. In these chaotic times, he has always been deeply concerned for the well-being of the people. We all came from humble beginnings. Before we achieved fame, we were ordinary people. The only difference is that we had a bit more ability than the average person. In history, Gao Shun was considered an honest man who imposed strict standards on himself. He once led the 800 Assault Brigade, defeating Xiahou Dun and Liu Bei. Under the command of Lu Bu, he achieved numerous military victories and briefly became the top general under Lu Bu, even surpassing Zhang Liao, one of the 5 Tiger generals. Unfortunately, Lu Bu was fickle, heeded the slander of treacherous advisors, grew suspicious of Gao Shun, and stripped him of his military authority. Little did he know that in the end, it was Gao Shun who remained loyal and brave to him. General Gao, please rest assured. Our Lord is a diligent and compassionate ruler who treats the people with kindness. In our city of Chunlong, his reputation is beyond reproach. This is something General Gao and Mr. Chen need not worry about. Moreover, our Lord has even declared that he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. He would rather go hungry himself than let the people go hungry. Chen Ping bowed his fist and said. Zhang Heng felt a bit embarrassed. Did I say those words? If that is the case, I will gladly submit to your authority and assist you in achieving your great cause. Gao Shan knelt on one knee, clasped his hands together, and spoke with sincere words. Ding, congratulations to player Chen Long for successfully capturing the renowned Three Kingdoms General Gao Shun, a 5-star elite officer. Gao Shun's current loyalty is 96. When loyalty reaches 100, he will never betray you. If loyalty drops to 60, he may choose to defect. System announcement, congratulations to player Chen Long for successfully capturing the 5-star General Gao Shun from the Three Kingdoms era. This time, Zhang Heng didn't receive any system rewards. He pouted, thinking that it seemed like everything had to be the first. System announcement, congratulations to the Imperial Clan's great power. You have successfully triggered the surrender of the Three Kingdoms renowned scholar, Sima Yi. As soon as Gao Shun's announcement sounded, the Imperial Clan powerhouse obtained Sima Yi, with less than a minute between the two events, and less than 5 minutes separating him from Chen Gong. Persuade them to surrender? Is this a strategy? Zhang Heng furrowed his brows. This didn't seem like anything good. Character, Gao Shun. Era, Three Kingdoms. Level, 10th rank, 97th level. Quality, 5-star elite general. Military strength, 108. It feels like Gao Shun was a military general who was overlooked by history. Upon reviewing the records, it was discovered that Gao Shun and Chen Gong were once the right-hand men of Lu Bu, while Zhang Liao was among Lu Bu's 8 valiant generals, ranking below Gao Shun's former status. Therefore, it is suggested to increase Gao Shun's military strength rating. Commander, 101. Strategy, 89. Politics, 55. Troop command attribute, 70% bonus to infantry. Weapon, diamond-tipped wolf-tooth wind-slicing spear. Mount, diamond mount curly black mane horse. Special troop type, Death Charge Vanguard. Death Charge Frontline Camp, an evolved version of the Frontline Camp, exclusive to Gao Shun, limited to 50,000 units. This is an 11th tier infantry unit with 7,000 attack, 6,000 defense, 200 speed, and a production cost of 5,000 jade coins. It is equipped with diamond quality gear. This is clearly a terrifying troop unit just like Li Yuanba. But the cost is surprisingly low, only half that of the Baodao camp. With a troop strength of 50,000, if each soldier were equipped with a diamond tiger seal, wouldn't that instantly boost the total to 150,000? Zhang Han wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This number was indeed alarming, but the cost was also quite high, 5,000 taels of gold per unit, meaning 150,000 would amount to 750 million taels of gold. However, this terrifying combat power was undoubtedly far superior to that of the rock-solid sword and shield soldiers. Rock-solid sword and shield soldiers, super tier unit, 11th rank. Attack, 2,500, defense, 8,500, speed, 120, cost per unit, 1,000 gold coins. Rock-solid sword and shield soldiers super elite unit, level 11, attack, 2,500, defense, 8,500, speed, 120, cost per unit, 1,000 ingots. Although the rock-solid sword and shield soldiers aren't as powerful as the death-defying frontline troops, their production cost is much lower. When comparing their combined offensive and defensive stats, there is a difference of 2,000 points, and their speed also differs by 80. The 200-point speed of the deadly battle formation is absolutely lightning fast. If Gao Shun were equipped with a 15 refined diamond grade steed, the speed would be 200,150,500. This speed has already surpassed the running speed of a diamond mount. Absolutely swift as the wind. Character, Chen Gong. Era, 3 Kingdoms. Level, 10th rank, level 93. Quality, 5-star strategist. Military strength, 70. Command, 80. Strategy, 103. Politics, 90. Strategist attributes, unpredictable, overly confident. Unpredictable. If you switch allegiances midway in defect to another lord, the lord's 3 primary attributes will decrease by 5 points, and charm will decrease by 2 points. If you remain loyal until the end, the lord's 3 primary attributes will increase by 5 points, and charm will increase by 2 points. Overconfidence in military strategy. Overly confident judgment will reduce the morale of all troops by 30 and decrease defense and offense by 30. Being farsighted and cautious will increase the morale of all troops by 30 and boost defense and offense by 30. Thank you. Thank you. Chapter 79, 300,000 Iron-Blooded Tiger and Leopard Cavalry. Upon seeing Chen Gong's attributes, Zhang Han opened his mouth in disbelief. What on earth was going on? Let's not talk about how good someone is. Are we really going to bring up their weaknesses? You really do know how to bring up the most sensitive topics. After a thorough inspection, Zhang Han rubbed his forehead in frustration, feeling that he should trust Chen Gong. However, in terms of characterization, Chen Gong was as unpredictable as Lu Bu. He first saved Cao Cao, but later felt that Cao Cao was problematic, so he turned and joined Lu Bu's camp. However, he later allied with Yuan Shu to plot against Lu Bu. Fortunately, Lu Bu's troops remained loyal to him, so the plot failed. However, this is ultimately a game, not the 3 Kingdoms period, nor reality. One cannot judge a person's true character based on fictional interpretations. Gong Tai, you are exceptionally talented and highly strategic. You are also well versed in the cultural environment and tax revenues of Qinghai City. You will continue to serve as the governor of Qinghai City and govern this city on my behalf. Zhang Heng said, the Shanjin camp under General Gao Shun is unmatched in bravery. They will be of great assistance in future campaigns to capture cities and expand our territory. Therefore, they will remain by my side for now. As for the military officers left behind to guard the city, Zhang Heng shifted his gaze to Li Yuanba, Li Zuanxiao, and Ran Min, who were within his line of sight. After careful consideration, he said, General Ran is both brave and strategic, deeply understanding the essence of warfare. With his assistance, the scholar and the warrior will surely be able to defend against all intruders. If necessary, I will dispatch troops to provide timely reinforcements. Your subordinate thanks the Lord for his kindness. Chen Gong was overjoyed to learn that Zhang Heng had still appointed him as the governor of a city. He was both respectful and grateful to Zhang Heng. After making the necessary arrangements, Zhang Heng took a look at the attributes of Qinghai City. City, Qinghai City. Level, 2nd tier city. Population, 344,533,500. Buildings, 412,500. The remainder are in a dilapidated state and require repairs. Area, 2,000 square kilometers. Food production, 12 million. Iron ore, 1.158 million. Stone, 8.97 million. Silver, 56 million. Troop strength, 330,000 frontline soldiers, 50,000 Xingzhou archers, 60,000 Xingzhou spearmen, and 50,000 Xingzhou shield infantry. Famous general, Ran Min. Distinguished scholar, Chen Gong. Fame, 70. Prosperity, 80. Economic index, 80. Safety value, 80. Public sentiment, 80. Time required, 1 hour. Next, Zhang Han led everyone to the barracks. Upon arriving at the barracks, Zhang Heng opened the barracks interface. Cavalry camp. Level 30. Quality, default 10th tier unit for a famous city. Famous city, tiger and leopard cavalry. Status, after players attack, the famous city becomes the player's property, and players can spend in-game currency to upgrade the barracks quality. Upgrade cost, 1 million ingots. Current attributes, attack, 2800, defense, 2500, speed, 150. Crafting costs 50,000 grain, 80,000 iron ore, 10 stone, and 20,000 silver coins per soldier. Equipped with a gold quality warhorse and gear. Seeing the current attributes, Zhang Heng couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. These were tiger leopard cavalry summoned using resources. If they were summoned using jade coins, they would be even stronger. After a quick search, Zhang Heng checked his jade coins and found he still had 14 billion left. This period had indeed been quite costly, nearly depleting an entire billion. Without hesitation, Zhang Heng immediately upgraded the tiger and leopard cavalry unit. Iron-blooded tiger and leopard cavalry 1th tier cavalry, unlimited production, attack 5,000, defense 4,000, speed 300, production cost 600 gold coins per soldier. Equipped with diamond quality warhorses and gear. Attack power is the same as Royal Heavy Cavalry, defense is 1,000 lower than Royal Heavy Cavalry, speed is the same, but the production cost is 200 jade coins lower. Unfortunately, there is no conversion interface for this unit. But unlimited use? That's taking it too far. Create an unlimited number. Zhang Heng furrowed his brows. This wasn't a good sign. If this fell into the hands of a pay-to-win player, they could probably create over 1 million in just a minute. A single tiger and leopard cavalry unit costs 600 jade coins, and 100,000 of them would amount to 600 million jade coins. The wars of the future will likely not be fought over resources, but over ingots. Only those with money can keep playing. Without money, you can only become someone else's plaything. Zhang Heng narrowed his eyes. It seemed he needed to make money quickly. Otherwise, once those players get a foothold, he'd be out of the game. Thinking of this, Zhang Heng recalled his father's conglomerate. If he had control of the conglomerate, he wouldn't be in such a passive position. But he didn't have the strength to fight for it yet. Even if he went, he'd just be kicked out. In the end, he could already forge 200,000 tiger and leopard cavalry, but he is not in a hurry. He needs to observe the other troop types first. At that moment, Zhang Heng arrived at the archer camp. Both the archer camp and the cavalry camp require upgrades, each costing 1 million gold coins. After Zhang Heng was upgraded, his attributes changed. Qingzhou Archer, a type of Qingzhou soldier, a 10th tier unit. Attack 2200, defense 300, speed 90. Production costs 20,000 grain, 40,000 iron ore, 50,000 wood, 30,000 stone, and 10,000 silver coins per soldier. Equipped with golden quality warhorses and gear. Iron-blooded crossbowman, a type of Qingzhou soldier, an 11th tier unit. Attack 4,500, defense 600, speed 150, range 1,700 meters. Production cost 300 jade coins. Qingzhou sword and shield soldiers, a type of Qingzhou soldier, 10th tier unit, attack 1,200, defense 500, speed 90, production cost 20,000 grain, 30,000 iron ore, 30,000 wood, 20,000 stone, 10,000 silver coins per soldier. Equipped with golden quality warhorses and gear. Iron-blooded sword and shield soldiers, a type of Qingzhou soldier, an 11th tier unit. Attack 3,000, defense 1,000, speed 150. Production cost 200 jade coins. Qingzhou long spear infantry, a type of Qingzhou soldier, 10th tier unit, attack 1,300, defense 300, speed 90. Production cost 10,000 grain, 30,000 iron ore, 40,000 wood, 30,000 stone, and 10,000 silver coins per soldier. Equipped with golden quality warhorses and gear. Iron-blooded crossbowman, a type of Qingzhou soldier, an 11th tier unit. Attack 4,500, defense 600, speed 150, range 1,700 meters. Production cost 300 jade coins. Qingzhou sword and shield soldiers, a type of Qingzhou soldier, 10th tier unit, attack 1,200, defense 500, speed 90, production cost 20,000 grain, 30,000 iron ore, 30,000 wood, 20,000 stone, 10,000 silver coins per soldier. Equipped with golden quality warhorses and gear. Iron-blooded sword and shield soldiers, a type of Qingzhou soldier, an 11th tier unit. Attack 3,000, defense 1,000, speed 150. Production cost 200 jade coins. Qingzhou long spear infantry, a type of Qingzhou soldier, 10th tier unit, attack 1,300, defense 300, speed 90. Production cost 10,000 grain, 30,000 iron ore, 40,000 wood, 30,000 stone, and 10,000 silver coins per soldier. Equipped with golden quality warhorses and gear. Iron-blooded long spearman, a type of Qingzhou troops, an 11th tier unit. Attack 3,000, defense 800, speed 150. Production cost 200. Each soldier requires 20,000 grain, 30,000 iron ore, 2 stone, and 10,000 silver coins. Equipped with golden quality warhorses and gear. In the barracks, Zhang Hong did not see the frontline camp. It seemed that after Gao Shun was captured, the frontline camp became Gao Shun's personal unit, resulting in the loss of this troop type. After some deliberation, Zhang Hong spent 18 billion to create 300,000 iron-blooded tiger and leopard cavalry. He spent 1.5 billion to create an army of 500,000 iron-blooded archers. Spent 100 million to train 500,000 iron-blooded sword and shield soldiers. Spent 60 million to train 300,000 iron-blooded spearmen. And then proceeded to the Divine Mechanics Corps. Earlier in the battle, the soldiers of Qinghai City had not even reached the city walls, which is why the defensive weapons on the walls were not triggered. Otherwise, Zhang Heng's soldiers would have suffered even heavier casualties. Chapter 80, The Rock-Solid Way Warriors. At the Divine Mechanics Corps, Zhang Hong saw the bed crossbows, catapults, and other military equipment. However, these were all ordinary weapons, identical to the standard bed crossbows found in player cities. To upgrade, one must spend in-game currency. Reluctantly, Zhang Hong decided to upgrade the bed crossbow. Standard bed crossbow, a large defensive weapon with a range of 500 meters, operated by 3 people. It is massive in size, moves slowly, and has average attack power. Each unit costs 50,000 wood, 50,000 stone, 50,000 iron ore, 50,000 grain, and 50,000 silver coins. Takes 1 day to produce. Iron Blood Bed Crossbow, an advanced version of the bed crossbow, capable of both offense and defense, with a range of 900 meters. Operated by 3 people, it has a smaller size, higher accuracy, and greater destructive power. Each unit costs 2,000 ingots and takes 1 second to produce. Standard mobile soldier, professional soldiers who can recruit troops within the city and develop specialized skills, requiring 1 day per person. Iron-blooded mobile soldier, professional soldiers specialized in operating siege engines such as catapults and ballistae. Recruitment cost, 100 gold coins. Can be recruited directly from the barracks. Zhang Hong wasted no time, spending 4 million gold coins to forge 2,000 iron blood ballistae, with 500 deployed on each city wall. He spent 800,000 gold coins to train 8,000 iron blood mobile soldiers, with the remaining 2,000 to be used as reserves. With this operation, a total of 394.8 million yuan was spent to create 300,000 iron blood tiger and leopard cavalry, 500,000 iron blood archer and crossbowmen, 500,000 iron blood sword and shield soldiers, 300,000 spearmen, 2,000 iron blood bed crossbows, and 8,000 iron blood mobile soldiers, achieving a total combat power of 176,280,000. Only then could the overall defense of Qinghai City be considered adequately strengthened. As for the captured soldiers within the original city, they are to be taken by Zhang Hong to Chunlu City and converted into imperial soldiers. After all, these troops are too weak without being promoted to the 11th rank. Even if they were sent to the battlefield, they would be nothing but cannon fodder. The soldiers have been fully trained. Chen Gong and Gao Shun, standing nearby, saw this and couldn't help but smile with joy. Our lord is mighty. With such a formidable army, we are sure to defeat our enemies and achieve victory. Chen Gong said excitedly. Ding, Chen Gong was overjoyed inside, and his loyalty increased by 2 points. It reached 96 points. Not bad. If we had these elite soldiers earlier, Gao Shun would have stopped speaking at this point, recalling something. This honest man is not good with words and prefers not to speak much, fearing that saying too much might offend others. Ha ha. General Gao speaks the truth. With these soldiers, if our lord wishes to capture the city, it will be no easy feat. Xin Ping, standing nearby, casually interjected. Ding, Gao Shun's heart was filled with excitement, and his loyalty increased by 1 point, reaching 97 points. Upon hearing these 2 notifications, Zhang Heng's lips curled into a pleased smile. With a total force of 1.6 million soldiers, all of them at the 11th rank, it would be extremely difficult for players to capture this city without at least 3 million soldiers and 30 million in combat power. Even with 1.6 million soldiers, they still need food. Without food, they will starve to death. Chunlu City had never even considered the possibility of a food shortage. Every day, Zhang Hang would go down to the mountain village to gather resources, so there was no need to worry about food shortages. Additionally, Chunlu City had various attribute bonuses. For example, attributes like reduced resource consumption. Therefore, in terms of consumption, there is never a shortage. A soldier's daily consumption is directly linked to their combat effectiveness. The higher the combat effectiveness, the more support they require. Currently, Zhang Hong has transferred 5 billion units of grain from Chunlu City, along with some other resources. Currently, Chunlu City still has around 15 to 16 billion units of grain. After Qinghai City was placed under Zhang Heng's jurisdiction, the city's consumption has also decreased accordingly. Chunlu City benefits from the temple's bonuses. When the temple was at level 1, the consumption of soldiers and civilians was reduced by 20%. Now that the temple has been upgraded to level 30, the consumption of soldiers and civilians has been reduced by 50%, effectively halving the overall consumption. Temple at level 30, the temple increases the health and stamina regeneration speed of citizens and soldiers by 50%, boosts the attack power of soldiers both inside and outside the city by 50%, enhances the defense of all buildings within and outside the city by 50%, strengthens the defense of city walls and all structures within the city by 50%, increases march speed by 80% and boosts the production of all resources within the city by 50%. Additionally, it reduces resource consumption for soldiers and citizens by 50%. Next, Zhang Heng began upgrading the city, which took half an hour to complete, rebuilding the damaged buildings at the north and west gates. Chen Gong was both delighted and satisfied, and his loyalty skyrocketed by 2 points, reaching 98 points. After all, this was the city he governed. The number of soldiers had increased by 500,000, and their combat strength had risen by nearly 10,000. The damaged cities had also been repaired. How could he not be happy and satisfied? Before he knew it, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Zhang Heng's stomach had been growling with hunger for a while, but he was too busy handling matters related to the historic city to go eat. After quickly grabbing a meal downstairs, he logged back online. After logging back in, Zhang Heng led everyone to the government office. Upon arriving at the government office, Zhang Heng opened the general card. Ding, congratulations, player Chunlong, for opening the famous general card and obtaining the 5-star General Wu Qi. Since Wu Qi comes from the famous general card, his initial loyalty is 100%. He will never betray you, never abandon his principles, and serve you loyally for life. Ding, player has obtained the 5-star legendary General Wu Qi. As one of the top generals in this game, a system announcement will appear. Do you wish to hide your name? Do not hide. System announcement, player Chunlong has been granted a golden opportunity, with exceptional luck, and upon opening a legendary general card, obtained the 5-star legendary General Wu Qi. This announcement is made to inform all players. Character, Wu Qi. Era, Warring States period. Level, 10th rank, 99th level. Quality, 5-star legendary general. Strength, 95. Command, 112. Strategy, 100. Politics, 80. Troop command attributes, infantry 70, archers 70. Weapons, diamond weapon, Wei Wu sword, no weapon information found, so assign a weapon. Mount, diamond mount, none. Special troop type, Wei Wu soldiers. Wei Wuxia infantry exclusive unit of Wu Qi, an 11th tier soldier capable of both melee and ranged combat. Limited to 100,000 units, with 9,000 attack, 5,000 defense, 200 speed, and a single unit cost of 3,000 jade coins. Equipped with a long spear, a sharp sword, a powerful crossbow, arrows, and a shield, all of which are diamond quality gear. Note, the system has detected that the player's city possesses the rock-solid sword and shield soldiers. This special unit can be fused with the Wei Wu soldiers. The new unit is called the rock-solid Wei Wu soldier, an 11th tier unit capable of both melee and ranged combat. Limited to 200,000 units, with 11,000 attack, 12,000 defense, and 300 speed. Equipped with a long spear, a sharp sword, a powerful crossbow, arrows, and a shield, all of which are diamond quality. Each unit costs 5,000 ingots. Do you wish to fuse? Fusion cost, 1 million ingots. Chapter 81, Forging Divine Refined Equipment. That's so awesome. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Zhang Heng couldn't help but swear. This unit seemed even more formidable than Li Yuanba's. 11,000 attack, 12,000 defense, and 300 speed, they move as fast as horses. Are these even infantry? Zhang Heng was stunned. A single 5,000 gold coin is worth 200,000, which amounts to 1 billion. Equipped with a diamond tiger token, that's 600,000. Zhang Heng couldn't help but feel uneasy. A 600,000 gold tail diamond tiger seal could be used to recruit 60,000 elite soldiers. Zhang Heng couldn't stay calm. A 600,000 strong Pancher Wei soldier, combined with some siege weapons, would be enough to capture a famous city, wouldn't it? Their combat power is simply terrifying. To create a 600,000 strong Wei Wu soldier unit, it would cost 3 billion yuan, right? Zhang Heng tapped his forehead. Indeed, in the battles of the future, it all comes down to treasure. This Wu Qi is truly amazing. Zhang Heng tried comparing Wu Qi's rock-solid Wei Wuxia with Gao Shun's fierce battle formation, and suddenly realized that the attributes of these two units differ by more than just a little. Moreover, the cost of producing each of these soldiers is 5,000 ingots of gold. Merge. Zhang Heng chose integration without hesitation. With such a powerful unit, it would be strange not to integrate. After using the legendary general card, Zhang Heng took out a diamond tiger token and handed it to Gao Shun. In this battle for the famous city, we obtained 2 diamond tiger symbol orders. Originally, we intended to give one to Li Mu, but now it seems better to give one to Gao Shun and one to Wu Qi. This way, we can form a 150,000 strong death squad and a 600,000 strong rock-solid Wei infantry. However, this endeavor will require at least 375 billion yuan in treasure. Money. Zhang Hong was feeling a bit headache. If necessary, he would have to convert the money that had already been withdrawn back into the original currency. There was still a 15 refined diamond horse in the storage space that was a real treasure. Currently, it is the first 15 refined diamond warhorse in the entire server. Diamond 15 refined white dragon full ride this noble steed, lead your troops, and increase the marching speed of all soldiers by 150 and their speed by 6. 3 enhancements, embed a 10-star black obsidian to increase strength by 10, embed a 10-star red obsidian to increase strategy by 10, and embed a yellow obsidian to increase speed by 10. After making arrangements, Zhang Heng bid farewell to Chen Gong and Ran Min, leading Zhang Liang, Chen Ping, and the remaining soldiers back to Chunlu City. Next, they set about reorganizing their troops and preparing to launch an attack on the next major city. Upon entering the city, Zhang Heng spotted Wu Qi. Wu Qi was tall and imposing, dressed neatly and efficiently, with his hair combed neatly. His eyes were sharp and piercing, and he stood out in the crowd like a crane among chickens. Zhang Heng spotted Wu Qi immediately. Zhang Heng jumped off his horse, ordered Chen Ping and Zhang Liang to study the battle tactics for attacking Chunlu City, and instructed Li Yuanba and Li Zuanxiao to return to the military camp. Meanwhile, he walked toward Wu Qi. "My lord." As Zhang Heng approached, Wu Qi immediately clasped his hands together in a respectful gesture. "Mr. Wu has come to seek refuge here, which is a great honor for me." Zhang Heng returned the courtesy and then smiled, saying, "I have long heard of Mr. Wu's profound understanding of military strategy. With your assistance, Chunlu City will undoubtedly become even stronger." "My lord is too kind. The lord flatters me." Wu Qi bowed and said, "How unworthy am I to receive such praise from my lord? If my lord does not disdain me, I am willing to serve as a lowly soldier by your side. However, I wish to entrust you with an important task. But I wonder if you are up to the challenge?" Zhang Heng asked cautiously. Upon hearing this, a flash of brilliance suddenly erupted from Wu Qi's eyes, only to vanish in an instant. "I am deeply grateful for your kindness in recognizing my worth, my lord." Wu Qi's expression was slightly moved. In history, Wu Qi was a ruthless man who killed his wife to climb the ranks, earning the contempt of the world. Yet, despite his tarnished reputation, he struck fear into the hearts of soldiers from all nations. He served 3 different countries, each time achieving great feats for them, but ultimately fell victim to suspicion from his superiors and was forced to leave one after another. As they spoke, the two arrived at the blacksmith's workshop. Zhang Heng checked his backpack, took out various preliminary refined equipment, and began the fusion process. Since obtaining these items, he had never attempted fusion again. Currently, his storage space contains 510 divine refining stones, 730 initial refining weapons, 640 initial refining armors, 590 initial refining helmets, and 740 initial refining boots. 310 level 1 black obsidian, 290 level 1 red obsidian, 350 level 1 blue obsidian, 400 level 1 white obsidian, and 380 level 1 yellow obsidian. He took out a dark gold refined weapon and began using divine refinement stones to enhance its quality, upgrading it 89 times in a row before finally raising the dark gold refined weapon to diamond quality. It seems the success rate isn't exactly low. Zhang Heng achieved this much under a tenfold drop. If this were given to someone else, who knows when they would achieve the same result. The second piece of initial grade armor took 52 attempts to upgrade to diamond quality. The third piece of initial armor helmet required 215 uses. The fourth pair of shoes I broken took 143 times. These over 500 divine refinement stones, if given to others, they'd have to grind through at least 510 fake versions, and there's no guarantee they'd drop this item every time. After a round of fusion, I obtained a 7 refined weapon, 7 refined shoes, 2 6 refined armor pieces, and 2 6 refined helmets. The remaining quantities were insufficient, so I did not proceed with further fusion. Diamond 7 refined King's Sword, equipped by heroes, attack power 5000, increases the attack power of the hero and their troops by 70, and increases the hero's strength by 6 points. Unenchanted. Diamond 7 refined Flying Cloud boots equipped by heroes, increases speed by 200, boosts the speed of the hero and their troops by 70, and increases strategy by 6 points. Unembedded stones. Diamond 6 refined bright armor equipped by heroes, defense 3000, increases the defense of the hero and their troops by 60, and increases the hero's command by 6 points. Unembedded stones. Diamond 7 refined bright light helmet equipped by heroes, provides 1500 defense, increases the defense of the hero and their troops by 60, and boosts political skill by 6 points. Unembedded stones. The attribute bonuses of divine forged equipment are truly impressive. This quality has reached the diamond level, directly increasing attributes by over 6 points. This is undoubtedly the item players will be fiercely competing for in the future. Moreover, this item can even be brought into the real world. Great stuff! Zhang Heng's eyes lit up. It seemed necessary to head to the market to collect some. However, this equipment couldn't be embedded with stones yet. To embed stones, he would need to drill holes in the equipment. Zhang Hong didn't hesitate for a moment, removing the entire set of golden equipment from his body and equipping the divine forged equipment instead. Zhang Hong checked his attributes and noticed that all his attribute values had undergone significant changes. Player, Chen Long. Level, 5th tier, level 98, 99. Strength, 105. Command, 106. Strategy, 102. Politics, 80. Charm, 13. Speed, 225. Attack, 6050. Defense, 5550. Attack bonus, 50 Temple 70 Equipment 40 Academy. Defense bonus, 50, 120, 40. Speed bonus 507,040. Abilities, Divide and Conquer, Supreme Hourglass, Tenfold Explosion, Tenfold Treasure. Reputation, 1.85 million. Chapter 82, 600,000 Rock-Solid Way Warriors. Troop Strength, Heavy Cavalry 179,483, Light Cavalry 16,200, Crossbow Cavalry 102,493, Heavy Infantry 8,000, Spear and Shield Infantry 226,729, Archers and Crossbowmen 405,227, 5,409 Dominant Camp Troops, 84,579 Rock-Solid Sword and Shield Infantry, 10,000 War Chariots, 900 Terrifying Bed Crossbows, 1,200 Mighty Catapults, 6,700 Bloody Mobile Infantry, 330,000 Assault Camp Troops, 50,000 Qingzhou Archers, 60,000 Qingzhou Long Spear Infantry, and 50,000 Qingzhou Shield Infantry. Cities, Diamond Tier Level 2 Chunlu City, Level 2 Qinghai City. After a brief inspection, Zhang Hong nodded slightly. At that moment, he fused the stone once more before leaving the blacksmith's workshop alongside Wu Qi. Business at the blacksmith's shop was still thriving. Senior blacksmith Lin Meng was vigorously swinging his hammer to forge a hoe, while junior blacksmith Guzi assisted him nearby. As the population of Chunlu City grows and the land area expands, the construction sites for major buildings have also expanded significantly. The blacksmith department has recruited over 30 members, but they are all low-level blacksmiths. If the blacksmith division were in another player's city, they might still be useful, but in Chunlu City, they are destined to only forge farm tools, and occasionally weapons and armor. After leaving the blacksmith's workshop, Zhang Hong and his companion headed to the market. Now in need of money, Zhang Hong urgently wanted to sell some treasures. After checking his backpack, he found 260 dark gold truce charms, 238 precision city relocation orders, 30 golden truce charms, 15 silver truce charms, and 20 bronze truce charms. Currently, the market price for a bronze truce symbol has reached 3 million in-game currency per piece. The silver ceasefire symbol is priced at 5 million in-game currency. Golden truce symbol, 8 million in-game currency. The precision city relocation order and the dark gold truce symbol are in high demand but scarce in supply. The market price demanded by players alone has reached 10 million in-game currency per item. Zhang Hong didn't hesitate and listed the bronze ceasefire symbol, silver ceasefire symbol, and gold ceasefire symbol all at once. Then, he proceeded to sell off one by one the players who required precise city relocation orders and dark gold ceasefire charms. After selling 50 precision city relocation orders and 80 dark gold truce charms, Zhang Hong listed another 100 precision city relocation orders and 70 dark gold truce charms. The 50 precision city relocation orders earned him 500 million in treasure, while the 80 dark gold ceasefire charms brought in 800 million. Lord City Master, in recent days, several diamond-grade BMWs have appeared in the market, but due to their exorbitant prices, I refrained from purchasing them. Ma Lai, standing nearby, spoke respectfully. Is that so? As he spoke, Zhang Hong unconsciously refreshed the page and sure enough, he saw a diamond-studded Qiliang, priced at 100 million treasure coins. There were also over a dozen newly trained warhorses, priced at the high end of several 100,000 gold coins. Money in this game has become as worthless as dirt, with sums of tens of thousands of gold coins being thrown around casually. P.S. When calculating these figures, I was reminded of my days playing Zhengtu and Daho, where money was also worthless. Back then, wealthy players would spend tens of millions of yuan to craft a single piece of equipment, and that was real money. As soon as Zhang Hong stepped out of the market, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Before even entering the barracks, the precision relocation orders and dark gold truce charms hanging in the market had already been sold out, including those made of gold, silver, and bronze. It seems that a wealthy individual or merchant must have been bulk buying these items to hoard them, waiting for the right opportunity to sell them at a high price. After all, this is still the early stages of the game. To put it bluntly, Zhang Hong has only been playing the game for a week. To have conquered a famous city in just 1 week is absolutely unimaginable for any player. After all, this is a strategy-based simulation game where players compete to dominate the realm. Everything requires time to refine. Upon arriving at the barracks, Zhang Hong opened the Royal Barracks Troop Training interface. After selling all the treasures in the market, Zhang Heng's jade coin count reached 438 billion, propelling him into the top 10 ranks of the wealthiest individuals. However, this wealth would not stay with him for long, it would soon be spent almost entirely. Next, he reviewed all the troop types, pondered for a moment, and decided to forge 70,517 Royal Heavy Cavalry, 47,507 Royal Crossbow Cavalry, and the remaining 74,976 into Royal Spear and Shield Infantry. As a result, the Royal Heavy Cavalry now numbered exactly 250,000, the Royal Crossbow Cavalry reached 150,000, and the Royal Spear and Shield Infantry exceeded 300,000. Originally, Zhang Hong had no plans to train crossbow cavalry, but upon recalling their outstanding performance during the assault on Shanghai City, where their arrows left the enemy forces within the city in a state of chaos, he decided to recruit several thousand more. Subsequently, Zhang Hong reinforced Li Yuanba's domineering camp and, as a side note, also formed Gao Shun's 150,000-strong desperate charge formation. Gao Shun, upon seeing the 150,000-strong Shanjin camp before him, was overcome with emotion. Though he had never been one for words, he now stammered incoherently. Though he did not utter many words of gratitude, the remaining few points of loyalty he had left surged to the maximum. Wu Qi, standing nearby, couldn't help but look on with envy. My lord, the deadly battle frontline camp is truly mighty and formidable. Each warrior can take on 100 enemies alone, displaying unparalleled bravery. With such a powerful and valiant warrior by your side, my lord will surely be able to pacify the realm and clear the heavens. At this point, Wu Qi recalled his own rock-solid Wei warriors, and a look of sorrow and anger flashed across his face. However, my rock-solid Wei warriors are no less than these soldiers. Each of them can fight against 1,000 enemies, with unparalleled bravery, truly the demons of the battlefield. They are feared by both gods and men, and their name strikes terror into the hearts of all who hear it. Mr. Wu, please don't get so worked up. Zhang Hong smiled and said, I definitely want to create the Pancher Wei Wu soldiers, and not just 200,000, I want to create 600,000. What? 600,000? Wu Qi was taken aback, then asked with a gloomy expression, Are you joking with me, my lord? My maximum capacity is 200,000. How can you possibly expect me to forge 600,000? Wu Qi shook his head. He wouldn't believe it even if you killed him. Ha ha. Here, Mr. Wu, wear this, and you'll see for yourself. Zhang Hong handed the Diamond Tiger token to Wu Qi. Upon seeing the properties of this artifact, Wu Qi was utterly astonished. He then broke into a wild grin, knelt on one knee, and exclaimed with fervent enthusiasm, My lord! I shall devote my life to your service, even unto death. Ha, Mr. Wu, please rise. From now on, I will be counting on this iron-blooded force to achieve great deeds for me. Zhang Hong said with a smile. My lord, rest assured. With this unit under my command, we will always be the vanguard in every battle. Wu Qi pounded his chest in assurance. Zhang Hong chuckled and said, Let's go to the infantry camp next door. There are too many soldiers here. It seems we'll have to divide the area into zones from now on. Immediately, the two of them arrived at the neighboring infantry camp. Zhang Hong opened Wu Qi's recruitment interface, tapped on 600,000 elite infantrymen, and to the astonishment of both men, they appeared in the barracks. These soldiers were armed with long spears in their left hands, shields in their right hands, swords hanging at their waists, quivers and crossbows strapped to their backs, clad in black battle armor, and wearing face-covering steel helmets. These men were tall and muscular, exuding a formidable presence, like tigers descending from the mountains, creating a powerful visual impact. Chapter 83, Leading the Troops to Attack Chunlu City. After some preparations, Zhang Hong discovered that his treasury was once again depleted, leaving only 57 billion yuan. He glanced at the combat power rankings and was startled to discover that his total combat power had reached 40 million combat power points. These combat power points were the combined total of 2 cities. The second-ranked individual has changed to someone named Counterfeit King, whose combat power has been steadily rising and has now reached 6.5 million. Third place is held by Wealthy Entertainment with 5 million, fourth place by Yenran Village with 4.9 million, and fifth place by Imperial Clan Powerhouse with 4.5 million. War God by Qi and Prosperous Dragon were pushed down to 6th and 7th places, with the 8th spot going to Primordial Universe. 9th place is I'm Wildly Excited, and 10th place is Dominate the World. Who is this fake king? Why haven't I ever heard of him before? Zhang Hong instinctively opened the search engine, entered the city where this guy was located using the Tianyan Jinsong feature, and discovered that he was situated near Yingchuan City, seemingly harboring intentions toward Yingchuan City. Zhang Hong then used the spy's toolkit to check the details of this guy's military strength. Bandit King. Shanzhai Town Rest. Wild Generals, none. Independent Soldiers, none. Deployed Generals, Wu Yunqiao, Wu Tianchi, Xiang Yu, Fan Li. Deployed troops, 300,000 level 6 archers, 180,000 level 6 cavalry, 100,000 level 6 spearmen, 150,000 level 6 shield infantry, 100,000 bloodthirsty heavy cavalry, 50,000 cloud-piercing crossbow cavalry, and 50,000 Xuanyang's exclusive unit. Upon seeing the deploying generals, Zhang Hong couldn't stay calm. This guy actually obtained Xiang Yu and Fan Li. Who was Xiang Yu? A king is no more than a tyrant, and a general is no more than a commander. But what puzzled Zhang Han was that when this guy obtained Xiangyu, he didn't hear the system announcement, and there was no record of it in the records either. Although Zhang Hang sometimes logged off to eat or rest, he would still go through the records to check if he had missed anything. Could it be that this guy is also using reputation to hide system announcements? After some thought, Zhang Han could only conclude that this must be the case. He casually opened the list of renowned generals and was startled to see that the first name was his only Yuanba, followed by Xiangyu in second place, Li Tsunxiu in third, Yang Yuji in fourth, Ran Min in fifth, Wu Qi in sixth, Gao Chong in seventh, Ing Bu in eighth, and behind them were Huang Feihu, Xiong Kuahai, and several other generals whose combat values had dropped. It seemed that this bandit leader was also a late bloomer like himself, and this guy must have some kind of talent, but what exactly that talent was, he had no idea. Zhang Han paid no further attention to them and got up to head toward the government office. Zhang Zhuzhen went to handle civil affairs. Zhang Liang and Chen Ping were discussing plans to attack Chunlu City. My lord. The area around Chunlu City is completely flat with no terrain to exploit. The only way to capture Chunlu City is to launch a direct assault. Zhang Liang said, however, according to my spies, the forces defending Chunlu City are led by Wei's Zhang Liao and Sun Yu. I am familiar with Sun Yu. We are both from Yingchuan. The Sun family of Yingchuan is highly respected, one of the four great clans of Yingchuan. Sun Yu is an important strategist under Cao Cao. Zhang Liao was once the leader of the 8 valiant generals under the fierce warlord Lu Bu, and his strength is no small matter. He is both brave and strategic, truly a great general. The garrison forces stationed at Chunlu City include 200,000 tiger and leopard cavalry, 300,000 Xingzhou archers, 300,000 Xingzhou light infantry with shields, 100,000 spearmen, and 100,000 assault troops. Zhang Liang reported truthfully. Zhang Hong nodded slightly, surprised that this city had 200,000 tiger and leopard cavalry. The might of 200,000 tiger-leopard cavalry was truly formidable. Chen Ping concluded, the terrain is unfavorable for us. We have no choice but to launch a direct assault. Unless Zhang Liao leads his troops out of the city to engage us in a decisive battle, or he leads his forces to break out and attack our rear. Zhang Hong pondered for a moment and said, currently, Chunlu City has 600,000 rock-solid Wei warriors, 150,000 death-defying assault troops, 250,000 royal heavy cavalry, 150,000 royal crossbow cavalry, 400,000 royal archers, 300,000 royal spearmen, and 850,000 rock-solid sword and shield soldiers. At that moment, Zhang Hong showed the attributes of the rock-solid Wei warriors and the desperate battle formation to the two men. Upon seeing the attributes of the Panch or Wei Wu soldiers, the two of them opened their mouths in disbelief, their expressions filled with astonishment. 600,000? Chen Ping's eyes lit up, and he said, my lord. Since we have such a large army, let's adopt a strategy of attacking on 3 sides and leaving one side unattacked to put pressure on the city. Let Zhang Liao lead the troops to charge out from the unattacked gate. In this way, Chunlu City can be captured. Excellent. A 3-pronged assault will undoubtedly put immense pressure on Sun Yu and Zhang Liao. Additionally, there are 200,000 tiger and leopard cavalry stationed inside the city. These 200,000 cavalry can boost the morale of both the troops and the generals. Zhang Liao certainly won't leave the tiger and leopard cavalry idle while allowing the other 3 gates to be breached. Zhang Liang agreed. In that case, let us gather the generals and issue the order to attack. Zhang Hong smiled and said, however, the rock-solid Wei warriors are a special unit under Wu Qi's command. Although Wu Qi is a new general, he is fully capable of standing alone. Having him command the rock-solid Wei warriors will certainly yield unexpected results. Wu Qi? The two had no idea who Wu Qi was. At that moment, Zhang Liang ordered someone to go to the barracks and notify all the generals to come forward and receive their orders. After about 10 minutes, the generals began to arrive one after another. At the back, Zhang Hong spotted Wu Qi. Wu Qi stood tall, exuding an air of confidence, as if intentionally showcasing his prowess, a trait that bore a striking resemblance to the historical Wu Qi. However, the historical Wu Qi was often suspected by others, unable to fully utilize his abilities or pursue his ambitions, and had never even led a large military force. Here, however, Zhang Hong directly assigned him 600,000 troops. Such a large force of troops was already the largest under Zhang Heng's command. Even Li Tsunxiu had never commanded such a large number of troops. The top military general is Li Tsunxiu, followed by Li Yuanba, Yang Yuji, Li Mu, Gao Shun, Qin Wu, and Wu Qi. Qin Wu was the first bandit leader to successfully defect from the mountain fortress. Qin Wu was a 4-star general, and his overall attributes are decent. Zhang Hong assigned him to follow Li Mu and defend the city together. General, receive your orders. Chen Ping, standing tall despite his gaunt frame, shouted with an imposing air, you are ordered to lead 100,000 royal archers, 200,000 royal spearmen, 850,000 stone-shielded soldiers, 500 mighty catapults, 7 high-shielded siege towers, and 1 violent battering ram to attack the southern gate of Chunlu City. This subordinate obeys your orders. The subordinate obeys. Yang Yuji clasped his hands together, his voice ringing out clearly. General Gao received the order. Qin Ping declared in a loud voice, "You are ordered to lead 100,000 archers, 100,000 imperial spearmen, 150,000 elite infantry from the Death's Head Brigade, 500 powerful catapults, 7 high-shield siege towers, and 1 battering ram to launch an assault on the western gate of Chunlu City." Chapter 84, Zhang Liao and Sen Yu, 1 scholar, 1 warrior. This subordinate obeys your orders. Gao Shan was filled with excitement, but his expression remained calm. General Wu Qi. Qin Ping shifted his gaze to Wu Qi, who was at the back of the line. Wu Qi's face twitched, his fists clenched unconsciously, and a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. "You are ordered to lead 600,000 elite Wei soldiers, 500 powerful catapults, 6 high-shielded siege towers, and 1 violent assault vehicle to launch an attack on the northern gate of Chunlu City. Your servant obeys your orders." At once, Wu Qi suppressed his inner excitement, clasped his hands together, and spoke in a solemn voice. "What?" Upon hearing Qin Ping's words, the generals all looked surprised and doubtful. 600,000 elite Wei soldiers? When did they appear? How could someone ranked at the bottom be given command? Could this be another new powerful figure? The soldiers harbored doubts, but no one dared to voice their dissatisfaction openly. Zhang Heng and Qin Ping paid no heed to this. There was no need for him to explain, as Wu Qi would let his achievements speak for themselves. General Yuan Ba accepted the order. Qin Ping shifted his gaze to Li Yuanba and ordered him to lead 6,000 troops from the domineering camp. He was to remain outside the east gate and not initiate any attacks. If the enemy forces opened the gates, he was to immediately relay the order to me. If the enemy forces pursued him, he was to feign fear and head toward the north gate. If the enemy forces ignored him, he was to remain in place and await further orders. This subordinate obeys your orders. This subordinate obeys your orders. At your command. Li Yuanba clasped his hands together and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. Li Tsuanxiao, standing nearby, was puzzled. All 4 city gates were manned. What about me? Qin Ping finally turned his attention to Li Tsuanxiao. "General Tsuanxiao!" Qin Ping shouted. "I am here." Li Tsuanxiao suddenly raised his voice to confirm his presence. "In this battle, you need not attack the city. Simply lead the 200,000 Royal Heavy Cavalry and 100,000 Royal Crossbow Cavalry and wait in position." Qin Ping wore an innocent expression. "What? You don't want me to join the battle?" Li Tsuanxiao glared, looking puzzled. "General Tsuanxiao, just follow orders. The military strategist has made his decision," Zhang Heng said with a smile. "General Li Mu, General Qin Wu." Qin Ping shifted his gaze to Li Mu and Qin Wu and said, "You two are to lead 200,000 archers, 10,000 chariot troops, 50,000 Royal Heavy Cavalry, 50,000 Royal Crossbow Cavalry, 8,000 heavy infantry, and the remaining soldiers to defend the city. Defending the city is your top priority. We obey your orders. We obey your orders. We obey your orders." Li Mu also wanted to go to the battlefield to fight the enemy, but his 10,000 chariot troops were only suitable for charging on flat terrain or defending cities. After issuing his orders, Zhang Heng chose to relocate the city to a fixed location. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at a point 3,000 meters away from Chunlu City. The city must not be too close or too far away. If they are too close, it is disadvantageous for combat. If they are too far, the route is too long. This way, even if someone attacks the city, we can quickly return to provide reinforcements. After relocating the city to the outskirts of Chunlu City, Zhang Hong launched an attack on Chunlu City. System announcement: player Qianlong, leading his troops with passion and determination, is marching toward the system-designated city of Chunlu City. As a player attacking a system-designated city, you have received this system announcement. We hope you achieve a great victory and return triumphantly. 3 consecutive system alerts sounded simultaneously, echoing throughout the entire server and causing a massive stir within the game. This was the second major city battle since the Battle of Qinghai City. Capturing 2 famous cities in a single day is an absolute luxury for many players. This is merely the beginning. Next, Zhang Hong must conquer the major cities, capturing Luoyang and Chang'an, followed by Xuchang and Jianye. 5 large armies departed the city one after another, and after an hour, they had surrounded the 4 gates of Chunlu City. However, the main forces did not rush to attack, seemingly giving Zhang Liao and Xin Yu more time to prepare. At the walls of Chunlu City, Zhang Liao and Xin Yu furrowed their brows. The enemy army is closing in, already at the city gates. Does the military strategist have any plans to repel the enemy? Zhang Liao, also known as Zhang Wenyuan, held his long sword and asked with a frown. Sun Yu stroked his beard and said solemnly, "The enemy's troops are strong and their horses are swift. Their momentum is at its peak. We cannot engage them in direct combat. We must unite and hold our ground." But what I never expected was that Bo Ping would defect to the enemy. It seems that Qinghai City has likely already fallen into enemy hands. Sun Yu said with concern. It's merely judging an enemy general. There's no need for the military strategist to fear. Zhang Liao sneered disdainfully. If the military strategist has no effective strategy to defeat the enemy, then please order the gates to be opened, and let me lead 200,000 tiger and leopard cavalry out of the city gates to charge in and out 7 times. Zhang Liao clenched the long sword in his hand, his face hardening with determination. Report. The West Gate and South Gate have also been surrounded by enemy forces. However, only a few thousand troops are besieging the East Gate. There are no catapults, no siege towers, and no battering rams. It does not appear to be a siege. The messenger reported truthfully. Only a few thousand troops in the East Gate district? Zhang Liao sneered. This is clearly the enemy treating us like easy targets. They want us to break out from there and deal them a heavy blow. Once we break out, the troops on both sides will surely rush in from the East Gate. Or they'll pick off our cavalry one by one. Wen Yuan is correct. This shows that the enemy has already figured out the layout of our troops in Chunlu City. It seems we have no choice left. Either we hold the city and fight bravely, waiting for the enemy to breach the walls, or we break out of the city and engage the enemy in a decisive battle. Holding the city will surely lead to defeat. Breaking out of the city might still leave us a sliver of hope. Zhang Liao narrowed his eyes and said, "Military strategist, give the order. Let me lead the troops out of the East Gate and attack." "No, not the East Gate." Sun Yu narrowed his eyes. "The enemy wants us to go through the East Gate, but we won't go through the East Gate. Even if it means death, we must severely weaken his elite troops before the last moment. What does the military strategist suggest?" Zhang Liao seemed to realize something. "Wen Yuan, lead 100,000 tiger and leopard cavalry troops out of the West Gate. Charge directly at the infantry corps at the North Gate and deal a heavy blow to the enemy. Remember, charge and fight fiercely, then return to the city immediately. Do not linger in battle under any circumstances," Sun Yu said with narrowed eyes. "Good." Zhang Liao's eyes lit up. This seemed like a good idea. "General Tian Chang," Sun Yu shouted to a 4-star general standing nearby. "Military strategist." General Nada Chang stood with his hands clasped in front of him, awaiting orders. "You two shall lead 100,000 tiger and leopard cavalry and charge out from the North Gate. Remember, break through the enemy's ranks and return to the city immediately. Do not linger in battle." Sun Yu said, "There are no cavalry troops stationed at these 2 city gates. Lead your troops out and attack. As long as you do not linger in battle, I guarantee your safe return to the city. We obey your orders." The officers saluted and immediately stood up, leading the tiger and leopard cavalry to charge in their respective directions. The 2 men clasped their fists together, immediately stood up, and led the tiger and leopard cavalry, charging off in their respective directions. Chapter 85, The Frontline Camp, First Glimpse of Their Sharpness. Outside the South Gate were Li Suinxiao's heavy cavalry, and outside the East Gate were Li Yuanba's domineering troops. Both of these legions had cavalry, so Sun Yu naturally would not issue an attack order to these 2 gates. "My lord, issue the attack order." Outside the South Gate, Qin Ping rode his warhorse, squinting as he spoke. "Soldiers, heed my command and launch the attack." At that moment, Zhang Heng issued a series of attack orders. Shortly after Zhang Heng issued his orders, the North Gate and West Gate also issued their commands. After the 3 gates launched their attacks one after another, Qin Ping narrowed his eyes and asked, "My lord, which city gate do you think the enemy will use to launch a surprise attack on our forces?" Zhang Heng was taken aback and asked, "Isn't it the East Gate?" Qin Ping shook his head and said, "Absolutely not. Unless Sun Yu is a fraud, a good-for-nothing. Then why did the military strategist leave Yuan Ba at the East Gate?" Zhang Heng was truly puzzled. It wasn't that he was stupid, it was just that these kinds of schemes were not his strong suit. When it came to guessing riddles with these outstanding politicians, military strategists, and schemers, he was the first to be eliminated. Yuan Ba staying at the East Gate was a decoy and also a backup. Suinxiao leading the cavalry to linger at the South Gate was to serve as a mobile force. Meanwhile, all the infantry at the North and West Gates were under Qin Ping's command, who smiled as he spoke. "Are you suggesting that Sun Yu might send troops to attack the West Gate or the North Gate?" Zhang Heng asked in a daze. "That's right. The West and North Gates are both guarded by infantry. After a fierce battle, we can quickly retreat back to the city. On the other hand, the East and South Gates are no good. If we charge out of the East Gate, we'll be taking a huge risk and won't be able to kill many people. If we break out of the South Gate, there are heavy cavalry waiting, and we might end up being wiped out. The only way out is through the North and West Gates." Qin Ping said, "Therefore, Lord and General Suinxiao, you must prepare for a charge. The opportunity is fleeting, we must not delay." Just as the orders to attack the North Gate and West Gate were issued, both gates opened simultaneously. Suddenly, from the West Gate, a valiant general wielding a divine dragon hook scythe emerged, bellowing loudly as he led 10,000 tiger-like cavalrymen charging out of the city. Upon seeing the approaching figure, Gao Shan narrowed his eyes and spoke in a deep voice, "The military strategist truly has the foresight of a god. With a single word, you guessed correctly that Zhang Liao would emerge from this gate." Zhang Liang, standing nearby, stroked his beard and smiled slightly before speaking aloud. "Messenger, inform the South Gate that the fish has taken the bait." The messenger immediately mounted a swift horse and galloped away. Facing the 10,000 tiger-like cavalry behind Zhang Liao, Gao Shan showed no fear and shouted loudly, "Form ranks and charge the enemy." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the Shanjin camp, clad in armor and wielding long spears, quickly formed their battle lines, ready to defend against the enemy. Charge! Kill! Zhang Liao led the tiger and leopard cavalry, charging recklessly, and in an instant broke through the formation. However, at that very moment, the frontline soldiers immediately retreated to both sides, clearing a 5-meter wide path, allowing Zhang Liao and his tiger-leopard cavalry to charge smoothly into the formation. Zhang Liao wielded his divine dragon hookside, swinging it wildly. Within moments, the shields of dozens of soldiers on the right front row were cleaved in half, and the soldiers behind them were slashed by the blade's edge, their bodies instantly split open. The piercing screams of the dying echoed through the air. However, the soldiers in the rear, undeterred by the deaths of their comrades, immediately gripped their shields and fearlessly stepped forward to replace the fallen soldiers. Upon entering the formation, Zhang Liao ordered the rear troops engaged in fierce combat to retreat to both sides, clearing a wide path. Once the rear troops numbered around 40,000, Gao Shan ordered his men to block the formation's key points. He then opened another breach, allowing the rear tiger and leopard cavalry to charge in. In the blink of an eye, the entire 10,000 tiger and leopard cavalry had charged in. Defense turned into an all-out assault. Gao Shan's expression turned icy as he let out a loud roar. The 10,000 tiger and leopard cavalry who had entered the formation immediately faced the fierce assault of the deadly assault camp. In an instant, sharp spears burst forth from the formation. The charging war horses in the rear were immediately tripped by the spears and tumbled to the ground. Thudding. One after another, the war horses were struck heavily and fell to the ground. The soldiers on horseback were caught off guard, falling from their mounts. Before they could get back to their feet, they were impaled on the spot by the long spears. The fierce battle raged on, with Zhang Liao fighting bravely, swinging his sword and attacking. Wherever he went, the enemy camp was filled with death and chaos. However, the enemy ranks seemed endless, desperately blocking the breach and preventing Zhang Liao from breaking through. Just then, Gao Shan noticed something, sneered, and shouted, "Break ranks! Let the tiger return to the mountain." No sooner had the words left his mouth than massive gaps opened up, and simultaneously, the rear ranks of the desperate fighting formation once again thrust forward their sharp spears. Zhang Liao was the first to charge out of the breach, followed closely by over 10,000 tiger-leopard cavalry. The rest were all trapped within the formation and, under the relentless assault of the deadly battle formation, were reduced to lifeless corpses. Zhang Liao reined in his horse and turned to look back, his eyes filled with horror and resentment. After a fierce battle, only a few thousand soldiers from the frontline brigade were killed, right? Meanwhile, the tiger and leopard cavalry lost over 80,000 men. The frontline brigade truly lived up to its reputation as the most fearless and valiant unit. Zhang Liao was well aware of the Shanjin camp's power, but watching other soldiers fall into the ranks and be slaughtered left him feeling helpless and unwilling to accept it. Zhang Liao wanted to charge back, but was stopped by a subordinate general standing beside him. "General, the military strategist has spoken. We must not linger in battle. General Zhang, return to the city immediately. The enemy cavalry is approaching." On the city walls, Sun Yu swung his chess pieces, his pupils dilated, and shouted loudly. Zhang Liao was startled. Hearing the commotion, he looked up and saw a massive cavalry force charging toward them from the south gate. Each rider moved with lightning speed, as swift as thunder, charging straight toward them in a cloud of dust. "General, return to the city." The soldiers behind him showed signs of fear. Zhang Liao turned back with a somber expression, glancing at the remaining members of the tiger-leopard cavalry still alive within the formation, and roared angrily, "Follow me back to the city." Over 10,000 tiger-leopard cavalry charged toward the city gates in an instant. Behind them, Li Tsunxiao rode a yellow-maned flaming steed, while Zhang Hong rode a white steed as swift as 1,000 miles. The two, one yellow and one white, galloped forward. Behind them, 20,000 heavy cavalry and 10,000 crossbow cavalry formed a massive torrent, charging madly toward the western gate. Zhang Hong, with his physical attributes enhanced by his equipment, had his combat power skyrocketed to 105, making him a formidable warrior. Unfortunately, his level was still relatively low, at the 5th tier, which somewhat hindered his combat effectiveness. However, his equipment provides significant bonuses, and his leadership naturally boosts the combat effectiveness of all soldiers under his command, including Li Tsunxiao. Their speed also became extremely fast, far surpassing that of the tiger-leopard cavalry with a speed of 300 points. The base speed of heavy cavalry is 300 points, and with a 160-point bonus, it reaches over 700 points, which is more than twice the speed of the tiger-leopard cavalry. Chapter 86, Wei Wu soldiers, charge forward. Seeing this, Sun Yu on the city walls hurriedly ordered the archers to fire, attempting to block Zhang Hong and the others' advance. Crossbow cavalry, fire back. Suppress the enemy archers. Zhang Hong gave the order, drew his long sword, and blocked the arrows. The crossbow cavalry in the rear fired their crossbows while running. With 100,000 crossbow cavalry, a single volley unleashed 100,000 crossbow bolts, and 3 volleys totaled 300,000 bolts, overwhelming the tens of thousands of archers on the city walls and leaving them dead or wounded in a chaotic mess. Kill! Zhang Hong roared loudly, and the troops behind him surged forward wildly. Soon, Li Tsuanxiu and Zhang Hong caught up with the over 10,000 tiger and leopard cavalry charging ahead. The tiger-leopard cavalry swung their swords to block their path. Li Tsuanxiu roared, swinging his Yuang spear with all his might. The spear struck several tiger-leopard cavalrymen in the rear, sending them crashing to the ground. Their heads were severed cleanly, disappearing from their bodies. Bright red blood spurted out instantly from their necks. Zhang Hong rushed forward and, without a word, cast a spell of separation. Ding, congratulations, player. The divide and conquer spell was successful. You have obtained 1/10th tier tiger-leopard cavalry from Chunlu City. You have gained 20,000 experience points. Ding, player's attempt to sow discord has failed. Ding, congratulations, player. The scheme to sow discord has succeeded. You have obtained 1/10th tier tiger leopard cavalry from Chunlu City and gained 20,000 experience points. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Heng's mind was flooded with 7 or 8,000 system notifications. It's possible that the loyalty of the tiger and leopard cavalry is relatively high, so only 5,145 were obtained, with the rest failing. Zhang Hong did not lose heart. The tiger and leopard cavalry, who had successfully divided the enemy, continued to charge forward. However, upon entering the city, they were met with the stunned expressions of Zhang Liao and his defenders. They swung their swords and killed several soldiers guarding the gate. Bang! Charging to the gate, Li Tsuanxiu swung his Yuang spear, smashed open the city gate, and led his troops in a fierce assault on the west gate. Zhang Liao's face darkened as he shouted angrily at the defenders inside the city, "All soldiers, follow my orders and charge! Charge!" Zhang Liao led several thousand tiger and leopard cavalry behind him, charging toward Zhang Hong and his men at the city gate alongside the waiting assault camp troops. Li Tsuanxiu swung his heavy halberd, instantly blocking Zhang Liao, and the two became engrossed in fierce combat. A fierce clash erupted in an instant. Sun Yu on the city walls was stunned. He never imagined that the enemy's speed would be so fast. His chest was struck by an arrow. Earlier, while giving orders, he had been accidentally struck, and blood was now flowing freely from the wound. Zhang Liao and Li Tsuanxiu engaged in fierce combat, their swords clashing violently. Clang! After the intense tremor, Zhang Liao's palm split open, his eyes wide with shock. The arm holding the sword went numb, and his eyes betrayed his astonishment. His ears were ringing, his body trembled, and he nearly fell from his horse. Kill! Li Tsuanxiu roared once more, plunging into battle with Zhang Liao once again. Zhang Liao felt a sense of fear, as his combat strength was only 107 points, while Li Tsuanxiu's had reached 119 points. Of those 119 points, 6 were from the equipment Zhang Hong was wearing. Diamond 7 Refined King's Sword, equipped by the hero, increases attack by 5,000, boosts the attack of allied soldiers by 70, and increases the hero's strength by 6. Unenchanted. The two sides are 12 points apart. Li Tsuanxiu managed to avoid knocking the equipment out of his hands, which is already quite impressive. Facing Li Tsuanxiu's second strike, Zhang Liao couldn't hold his ground. The long sword in his hand was instantly knocked away, sending it flying toward the soldiers behind him. Meanwhile, Zhang Liao himself was charged by Li Tsuanxiu, who delivered a punch that knocked him unconscious. Meanwhile, at the north gate. After Zhang Liao broke out of the west gate, the 4-star General Tianchang also broke out of the north gate. Facing the 10,000 tiger and leopard cavalry who had charged out, the 600,000 rock-solid Wei warriors remained calm and composed, showing no sign of panic. Under Wu Qi's command, they advanced swiftly and relentlessly, like a team of grim reapers. The speed of the Panshir Wei Wu soldiers was extremely fast, matching that of the tiger and leopard cavalry, both reaching 300 points. It's not so much a push as it is a sprint forward. Each of the Wei Wu soldiers, armed with powerful crossbows and arrows, was ready to strike before the tiger and leopard cavalry even arrived. Wu Qi ordered the rock-solid Wei warriors to halt in place and draw their bows to shoot arrows. The 600,000 Panshir Wei soldiers fired simultaneously, with 600,000 arrows in a single volley. The 100,000 tiger and leopard cavalry behind Nianchang had not yet fully charged out when they were already suffering heavy casualties. Faced with a hail of arrows, Tianchang was so terrified that his face turned deathly pale, and he stood there speechless. He frantically swung his sword to block the arrows, but there were simply too many, and 2 of them still struck his body. Fortunately, the archers on the city walls quickly drew their bows and shot arrows to support him. Otherwise, before he could even act, his elite troops would have suffered heavy casualties. To put it bluntly, no one had anticipated that this seemingly ordinary shielded infantry unit was actually equipped with powerful crossbows and arrows. Facing the arrows on the city walls, the Wei soldiers raised their shields to block them. Wu Qi saw this, gave a cold laugh, and issued an order. The second round of arrows was fired at the city walls a kilometer away, and then he quickly commanded the soldiers to charge forward. Suddenly, Wu Qi recalled Qin Ping's previous instructions. Once the north gate was opened, he was to immediately order the messenger to notify Li Yuanba. To be honest, at this moment, Wu Qi's personal ambitions were running wild. As a latecomer, he desperately needed military achievements to elevate his status. Moreover, at this point, killing these men before him was as easy as slicing vegetables. Once Li Yuanba arrives with his troops, his credit would be taken away. He felt a sense of resentment, but upon recalling Zhang Heng's trust in him, he hesitated once more. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Hong had crafted 600,000 rock-solid Wei warriors for him, propelling him to become the commander with the largest number of troops among all the generals. With just this courage and trust, it was more than enough to make him worth studying. Messenger! Messenger! Wu Qi shouted loudly, "Go to the east gate and inform General Yuan Ba that the north gate has been breached. Tell him to lead his troops here immediately to reinforce us." After issuing the order, Wu Qi shouted to the soldiers heading out, "Rock-solid Wei warriors, charge! Charge!" A deafening roar erupted from the mouths of the 600,000-strong army, reverberating through the air. Under the command of Tian Chang, the tiger and leopard cavalry at the south gate had already begun a swift retreat into the city. The archers on the city walls once again drew their bows and arrows, attempting to block their advance. But Wu Qi paid no heed, and the desperate soldiers charged forward. At this point, if they stopped and chose to shoot arrows, the city gates would definitely be closed. This would mean missing a golden opportunity. Clang, clang. Clang, clang. 600,000 soldiers marched in perfect formation, rushing forward in unison. The ground trembled violently under the soldiers' footsteps. Finally, the charging tiger and leopard cavalry began to return to the city. The city gates were about to close. Wu Qi stared in disbelief, his face betraying his unwillingness. If it were truly shut down, this battle would likely turn into a fierce one. At this point, the main force is only about 10 meters away from the city gates. Charge! Speed up! Wu Qi glared with wide eyes, unwilling to accept defeat, wishing he could fly over there. Chapter 87, The Weiwu soldiers meet grinding bulldozers. Breaking through. Break! Just then, Li Yuanba led 6,000 members of the domineering camp charging out from the east gate. Facing the city gates about to close, Li Yuanba roared loudly. The golden hammer in his hand, the drum hammer, shot out like a cannonball in the flash of lightning, crashing violently into the gates. Boom! After a violent tremor, the city gates, which were about to close, were suddenly smashed open. The few guards pushing the gates were also knocked backward by the impact of the hammers. Such brutal force left Wu Qi, who was standing behind, utterly speechless. Such force is simply divine power. Wu Qi suddenly realized that he had made a wise decision. If he had harbored any selfish intentions, this battle would have been much more difficult. Of course, with such formidable Weiwu soldiers, capturing this city gate was still possible. It was merely a matter of time. The gates swung open, and the Wei soldiers, driven by fury, charged through the gates and stormed inside. The rock formation was interconnected, with front soldiers holding shields and rear soldiers firing arrows. At Wu Qi's command, the front ranks of the rock formation Wei soldiers immediately formed the formation, interlocking with one another, while sharp swords emerged from between the shields. In this way, they formed both a shield formation and a sword formation, effectively combining offense and defense. The Wei soldiers in the rear immediately drew their powerful crossbows and prepared to fire. Charge forward in a straight line to clear the path. Those in the rear, hold your crossbows and fire continuously. At Wu Qi's command, the rock-solid Wei soldiers launched their attack. As orders were issued one after another, the Pancher Wei soldiers charged forward like bulldozers, sweeping through the streets and leaving a trail of dead and wounded enemy soldiers in their wake. Even the tiger and leopard cavalry, who were preparing to charge, were reduced to corpses under the assault of the Pancher formation. The tens of thousands of tiger-leopard cavalry, under the command of Tian Chang, circled around the north gate and then launched a fierce attack on the rock formation Wei soldiers. However, due to the limited space inside the city, they couldn't generate much impact. Under the relentless push of the Pancher Wei soldiers, one after another collided with the stone fortifications, meeting their end at the sharp blades of the swords. With the added barrage of arrows from the rear, within less than a quarter of an hour, tens of thousands of tiger and leopard cavalry were killed or wounded beyond recognition. Li Yuanba, who was watching from the rear, saw such overwhelming infantry and, for the first time in his life, his eyes betrayed shock and awe. Throughout history, cavalry had always been superior to infantry, and archers had always been superior to cavalry. However, this infantry formation had completely outmatched both cavalry and infantry, and even archers. This is clearly an invincible team, a massive killing machine. Wherever they passed along the way, there were nothing but casualties and devastation. If his 6,000-strong elite troops were a massive meat grinder, then these Pancher Wei soldiers were a far more brutal meat-grinding bulldozer. Li Yuanba believed that his own domineering camp was no match for this colossal beast. Of course, if both sides had 6,000 men, the Pancher Weiwu soldiers would not stand a chance. In fact, the Panshir Weiwu soldiers can form such a killing formation with every 100,000 men, but this is an attack on a famous city, and it is also Wu Qi's first battle, so he wants to make this battle a memorable one. Li Yuanba did not linger here for long, bypassing the Panshir Wei soldiers and charging toward another direction. Zhang Hong from the west gate and Wu Qi from the north gate charged in almost simultaneously. In an instant, 600,000 rock-solid Wei infantry, 200,000 heavy cavalry, 100,000 crossbow cavalry, 1,450,000 desperate frontline troops, and 6,000 elite troops all charged in. With a force of 1 million 11th rank soldiers, they crushed the city's defenders, who numbered less than 1 million and were far from elite, in what was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. In just 1 hour, Zhang Hong deployed his divide-and-conquer strategy 20 times, gaining control of 300,000 soldiers. The most impressive instance saw Zhang Hong gain over 30,000 soldiers in a single move. This was the largest amount Zhang Hong had ever received since he left. At the time, Zhang Hong and Li Xuanxiu were leading a heavy cavalry unit when they encountered 20,000 Qingzhou light shield troops coming to reinforce the west gate on the streets. Facing these light-shielded troops, the two charged headlong, leading their troops into battle. Just as they reached the center of the infantry, where the crowd was densest, Zhang Hong unleashed a divide-and-conquer tactic. In this way, he gained as many as 30,000 Qingzhou light shield soldiers in a single move. During this intense skirmish, Zhang Hong cast the divide spell 4 times, gaining as many as 120,000 soldiers, with the rest being divided during the chaos of combat with other soldiers. Alert! The war god of the war god city, Bai Qi, is leading his troops in a massive assault on your Chunlu City. The total combat strength has reached 3.5 million, and they are expected to arrive at the city gates in 10 minutes. Players are advised to prepare their defenses promptly. Alert! The ruler of Shangshir City, Shangshir Tinglong, is leading his troops in a massive assault on your Chunlu City. Their total combat strength has reached 3 million. They are expected to arrive at your city gates in 10 minutes. Please prepare your defenses promptly. Alert! The ruler of Shanghai City, Shanghai King, is leading his troops in a massive assault on your renowned city, Shanghai City. Their total combat strength has reached 6 million. They are expected to arrive at your city gates in 10 minutes. Please prepare your defenses promptly. Alert! The ruler of Shanghai City, Shanghai King, is leading his troops in a massive assault on your renowned city, Shanghai City. Their total combat strength has reached 6 million. They are expected to arrive at your city gates in 10 minutes. Please prepare your defenses promptly. Alert! The ruler of the wealthy city, the wealthy entertainment lord, is leading his troops in a massive assault on your renowned city, Shanghai City. Their total combat strength has reached 6 million. Enemy forces are expected to arrive at your city gates within 10 minutes. Please prepare your defenses promptly. Ding! Dragon Slayer City Lord Dragon Slayer is leading his troops in a massive assault on your renowned city, Shanghai City. Their total combat strength has reached 2 million. Enemy forces are expected to arrive at your city gates within 10 minutes. Please prepare your defenses promptly. Just as Zhang Hong was engaged in battle, 5 consecutive system alerts echoed in his mind. Upon hearing these alerts, Zhang Hong did not show any signs of anger. Instead, a smile spread across his lips. So you were too busy attacking the famous city to pay attention to me, and now you're sneaking up on my backyard. Zhang Hong couldn't help but chuckle. Alright then. Since you're here, I'll play along with you. It seems like I won't know why the flowers are so red unless I give you a taste of your own medicine. Zhang Hong felt no worry or tension. The city of Shanghai was well fortified with elite troops and ample supplies, boasting Qinggong in the realm of strategy and Ran Min in the realm of martial arts. The garrison consists of 300,000 iron-blooded tiger and leopard cavalry, 500,000 iron-blooded archer and crossbowmen, 500,000 iron-blooded sword and shield infantry, and 300,000 iron-blooded spearmen, totaling 1.6 million troops, all of whom are at the 11th rank. What has he to fear? Perhaps these men are unaware of the true strength of the famous city? You must know that the famous city only has 1 million soldiers, and they are all 10th rank soldiers. You don't bother with the 1 million 10th level soldiers from the famous city, but you have to mess with my 1.6 million 11th level soldiers? Are you brain dead, or what? Chapter 88, Directly assault the dragon's lair, destroy the city. Do you think my soldiers aren't as powerful as those of the famous cities yet? Or maybe you're just trying to cause trouble for me? Chunlu City, 200,000 royal archers, 50,000 royal heavy cavalry, 50,000 royal crossbow cavalry, 10,000 war chariots, and a large number of various siege weapons. Unfortunately, Chunlu City is right within Chunlu City's line of sight. To save the situation, simply have Li Xuanxiu command 200,000 heavy cavalry and 10 units of crossbow cavalry, or have Wu Qi lead 600,000 Panshir Wei soldiers to charge back. That would be more than enough to give those enemies a taste of their own medicine. At this moment, the battle at Chunlu City is about to come to an end. These guys sure showed up at the right time. They must be hoping for a lucky break. Seeing my large army enter the city, they must have thought they were being held up by the soldiers inside and couldn't escape for the time being, which is why they harbored evil intentions. But to capture Chunlu City, it wouldn't be possible in just a couple of hours, would it? Li Mu is a high-ranking general with an intelligence of 90, and there's also Zhang Jujing inside the city with an intelligence of 95. If enemy troops appear nearby, the sentries on the city walls will certainly sound the alarm immediately. In that case, with Chunlu City's 200,000 archers and crossbowmen, they can start firing from 1,800 meters away. Anyone who dares to come will be killed. With the added support of the terrifying bed crossbows, Zhang Hong can truly rest easy. However, Zhang Hong dared not become overly arrogant or overconfident, so he cast another spell of division, obtained 150,000 soldiers, and then informed Zhang Liang, who had just entered the city. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang smiled wryly and said, "My lord, these fellows are truly amusing." Zhang Hong chuckled but said nothing. This is clearly just taking advantage of the situation to cause trouble. I think. Zhang Liang said this, his expression turning serious, and continued, "My lord may order General Cuanxiu and General Yuanba to lead their troops to attack their city directly, striking at the heart of their defenses. Order General Wu Qi to head straight to their rear lines to block their retreat and prevent them from withdrawing quickly. Since they dared to come, they shall all stay here. As for here, the battle is about to end. With me, General Yang, and General Gao, we can handle it. Chunlu City won't fall in a hurry. As long as General Wu flanks them from the rear, the crisis in Chunlu City will resolve itself." Zhang Liang spoke confidently. "All right. Let's do it," Zhang Hong said loudly. "Master, did I miss out on something good?" Qin Ping had just entered the south gate with Yang Yuji when he heard Zhang Hang's greeting and felt a bit puzzled. He cautiously asked. Zhang Hong rolled his eyes and said, "What else could it be? Shanghai City is surrounded on all sides, and Chunlu City is in imminent danger." "Is that so?" Qin Ping was taken aback and said, "Then I must follow the Lord to take a look." Immediately, Zhang Hong followed Qin Ping to find Li Cuanxiu and the others, and briefed Qin Ping on the details of the situation. Qin Ping said coldly, "What you said is correct. We must destroy their city immediately. They managed to escape yesterday by sheer luck. Today, we must eliminate them completely. Otherwise, there will be no peace in the future. The battle for Chunlu City is nearing its end, and we are now in the final stages." Zhang Hong and Qin Ping located Li Cuanxiu and Li Yuanba, ordering them to lead their troops to assemble at the west gate. They then found Wu Qi, the fearless leader of the Panzhi Weiwu soldiers, known for their relentless charge and unmatched bravery. Upon learning of another arduous task, Wu Qi stood tall, his chest puffed out as if he had been injected with adrenaline, and responded with unwavering resolve, "Whatever task the Lord commands, I will obey. The troops under my command will always be at the forefront." It seemed that Wu Qi was also a warlike individual, but more importantly, this man had complete confidence in the soldiers under his command. Outside the western gate of Chunlu City, Qin Ping tidied up his already neat attire, mounted his warhorse, stood tall with his chest thrust forward, and spoke with righteous indignation, "General Wu. Here I am. Here I am." Wu Qi clasped his hands together and spoke with respect. "Chunlu City is under heavy attack. You are ordered to lead your troops straight to the enemy's rear and strike them hard to prevent their retreat. If you win this battle, you will be credited with a great achievement. Do not delay, lead your troops immediately." Qin Ping narrowed his eyes, his expression fierce with determination. "This subordinate obeys your orders." Upon hearing the words merit, Wu Qi's expression grew excited. He clasped his hands together and immediately ordered his soldiers to bypass the line of sight of Chunlu City, silently appearing behind the player's rear and launching a fierce frontal assault. As for Li Cuanxiu and Li Yuanba, they each led their troops, following Zhang Hong and Qin Ping, bypassing Chunlu City, and, guided by scouts, arrived in front of two massive first-tier cities. These two colossal cities were none other than the War God City and the Prosperous City. As we passed by, scouts reported that General Wu Qi had led his troops to attack the soldiers of War God by Qi and Prosperity Dragon. Looking at the two massive cities before him, Zhang Hong narrowed his eyes and said, "Generals Cuanxiu and Yuanba, what are the chances of smashing those two gates? If I strike them with a single blow, the city gates will surely be shattered." Li Yuanba said confidently, pounding his chest. "My men will fire from a distance, one strike will break through." Li Cuanxiu said with narrowed eyes. Under Zhang Heng's command, Li Yuanba's martial arts prowess had reached a terrifying 133 points. With a single blow, it would naturally be shattered. Li Cuanxiu's martial arts prowess, under Zhang Heng's command, reached 119 points. A single strike with his spear would undoubtedly shatter it. The city gates of a first-tier city are half as thick as those of a second-tier city. With the combined strength of the two, they could easily breach the gates. Otherwise, Zhang Hong and Qin Ping would not have adopted such a strategy. If that is the case, Zhang Hong narrowed his eyes and said, "General Cuanxiu, I order you to lead 100,000 Royal Heavy Cavalry and 50,000 Royal Crossbow Cavalry. Break through the gates of the War God City in one fell swoop, head to the government offices, and destroy the steel. This subordinate obeys your orders. This servant obeys your orders." Li Cuanxiu clasped his hands together and spoke in a loud voice. Having said that, Li Cuanxiu mustered his troops and set off to attack the War God City. "General Yuanba." Zhang Hong said, "You are ordered to lead 6,000 members of the Baodao Corps and 50,000 Royal Crossbow Cavalry. Break through the gates of Chunlu City in one fell swoop, head to the government offices, and destroy the stone stele. This subordinate obeys your orders." With that, Li Yuanba led the remaining 50,000 Imperial Crossbow Cavalry toward Chunlu City. Of course, when Zhang Hong ordered Li Yuanba and Li Zuanxiao to launch an attack on these two cities, he had already assessed the military strength within their walls less than 100,000. This was a piece of cake for the two of them. Behind Zhang Hong and his men, there were still 100,000 heavy cavalry troops stationed to guard against any unexpected changes. Zhang Heng's martial arts skills had reached over 100, though he couldn't be called a true tiger general, he was at least half a tiger general. With Qin Ping, the cunning and experienced strategist, by his side, there was nothing to fear. Chapter 89, The Age of the War God, The Hero's Final Days. Just as Zhang Hong ordered his two elite generals to launch an attack on Chunlu City and War God City, War God Bai Qi and Chengshi Tenlong were desperately fending off the fierce assault of the Pan Shi Wei soldiers. Wu Qi led 600,000 Pan Shi Wei soldiers, catching the enemy off guard and killing two of them. The cavalry and archers in the rear were decimated by the Wei soldiers' 2 rounds of arrows. It is important to note that the troops stationed at the rear were elite cavalry units, consisting of 30,000 destruction cavalry led by the war god Bai Qi and 10,000 fierce cavalry from the prosperous dragon division. These cavalry units were all forged using precious resources, and they were just completed today. Although the funds were provided by the wealthy entertainment industry, it's still money. Moreover, these cavalrymen have never even engaged in battle with enemies on the battlefield yet. As a result, they were completely wiped out in Wu Qi's 2 rounds of shooting. That first volley of 600,000 arrows, and 2 volleys totaled 1.2 million. Not only were the few thousand elite cavalrymen wiped out, but even the archers in the rear suffered heavy casualties. The two sides hadn't even clashed yet, and already tens of thousands of soldiers had fallen in the battle between the war god Bai Qi and the prosperous dragon. Their combat strength was reduced by approximately 100,000. Immediately afterward, the Pan Shi Wei soldiers charged forward recklessly, killing their way through the ranks, vividly reenacting the scene of Li Yuanba's mouth being torn apart by a meat grinder. They advanced in a straight line, with swords slicing through the front and powerful crossbows firing arrows from the rear. The 5-star generals Fan Kuai and Chang Yaojin led their troops in a fierce assault, attempting to break through the rock-solid fortress. However, the terrifying fortress remained impenetrable, defying their efforts. Although dozens of the rock-like Wei soldiers had been killed in front, for everyone who fell, another would bravely take their place from the rear. Additionally, the archers and crossbowmen in the rear fired their weapons, causing Chang Yaojin and Fan Kuai to scream in frustration. Such terrifying combat power left the war god Bai Qi and the prosperous dragon speechless, stunned and awestruck. A military unit capable of both long-range and close combat in history, aside from the Weiwu soldiers, there seemed to be no others like them. Combining the two with Zhang Heng's subordinates, they immediately reached a terrifying conclusion. The general before them was Wu Qi, and the hundreds of thousands of soldiers were the elite troops of the state of Wei. On the walls of Chunlu City, Li Mu and Zhang Juzheng arrived at the city walls first, made defensive deployments on all 4 sides of the walls, and instructed the generals in charge of defending the city to keep a close watch on the surrounding situation. Meanwhile, he and Zhang Juzheng proceeded to the eastern gate. Looking at the vast army of hundreds of thousands of soldiers before him, Li Mu remained surprisingly calm, showing no signs of tension or fear. The archers and bloodthirsty mobile troops had already prepared for battle, waiting for Li Mu's command to unleash a barrage of arrows. As the enemy troops entered the 100-meter range, Li Mu issued the firing orders in waves. There were no spare infantry troops available within the city walls, only 200,000 archers and crossbowmen, 50,000 heavy cavalry, and 50,000 crossbow cavalry. To prevent the enemy from launching an assault and breaching the city gates, the only option was to fire in waves in advance. However, before the enemy could reach the halfway point, Wu Qi led the Pan Shi Weiwu soldiers to charge forward. "General Li, reinforcements from the Lord have arrived." Zhang Juzheng sighed in relief. After all, he was a civil official. Though he remained composed, he couldn't help but feel afraid, fearing that any sign of panic might shake the morale of the troops. He forced himself to appear calm and composed. Upon seeing the reinforcements arrive, he couldn't help but exhale a breath of relief. Li Mu nodded slightly and said, "Since that is the case, let us lead the troops out and attack from both front and rear, inflicting heavy casualties on the enemy. We must not spare them. Mr. Zhu Zhang, you will hold the city for now. If the other 3 walls come under attack, sound the horn and raise the flags immediately. I will lead the troops to charge over." "All right." Zhang Juzheng nodded. "Kill." Soon, Li Mu reorganized his main battle chariots. As the city gates were opened by the defending soldiers, one after another, the well-equipped, terrifying chariots charged out of the city. The charging chariots increased the pressure on the war god Bai Qi and the prosperous dragon even further. The 2 men stared at the terrifying chariot camp, their eyelids twitching violently, while a hint of sorrow flickered in their eyes. This ambush was doomed to fail once again. The chariot regiment moved at an incredible speed, driven forward by 4 horses, while the archers in the rear raised their crossbows and fired. Kill! Limu let out a loud shout, and 10,000 chariots collided with the iron wall spear and shield soldiers, the elite troops of the war god Bai Qi. The spearmen on the chariots immediately extended their sharp spears and launched a fierce thrusting attack. The archers also lowered their crossbows, drew their sharp swords, and launched a fierce attack with horizontal and vertical strikes. 10,000 war chariots rolled over, leaving tens of thousands of soldiers lying dead on the ground. The war god Bai Qi and the prosperous dragon collapsed. After living so many years and playing so many games, which game hadn't they dominated, leading the way with unmatched skill? Have they ever encountered such a frustrating and utterly helpless situation before? But that wasn't the worst of it. What was even more outrageous was that, at that very moment, a system prompt suddenly echoed in both of their minds. Withdraw troops and provide reinforcements. Shengshi Tinglong shouted angrily. Retreat! The war god Bai Qi quickly gave the order. Upon hearing their words, Wu Qi let out a savage laugh and shouted loudly, change formations. Fight to the death to block them. Kill all of them. No mercy. Ha! As soon as Wu Qi finished speaking, the formation swiftly changed, blocking the soldiers who were attempting to escape. General Chang, follow me into battle. We must return to the city to provide reinforcements. We absolutely cannot give up now. The war god Bai Qi glared angrily and shouted. General Fan, charge forward together, break through the breach, and rescue the city. Shengshi Tinglong also issued the order. At that moment, the 2 5-star generals joined forces and launched another attack on the Pan Shi Wei soldiers. At this point, the arrows on the bodies of the rock-solid Wei warriors were nearly depleted, and the only way to stop them was to wield their shields and engage in close combat. Fortunately, the cavalry under their command had already been reduced to cannon fodder. Otherwise, under the assault of 2 5-star generals, a breach might have been possible. However, breaking through the defenses remained an extremely challenging task. The reason the rock-solid Wei warriors are so powerful is because of their terrifying attack and terrifying defense. With an attack power of 11,000 and defense of 12,000, this unit is currently unmatched, and almost no one can break through its defenses. Unless it's the hammer from the dominance camp, which can directly target the head, causing every attack to result in a headshot, it can indeed break through. With the war chariot camp charging from the front and the rock-solid Wei warriors launching a surprise attack from the rear, how could the two of them possibly hold them off? Without fierce generals or cavalry, they simply cannot break through the defenses. Without fierce generals or cavalry, there was no way to break through the defenses. The two attempted to lead their troops out from other directions, but the 600,000-strong army was vast and well organized, blocking their path with relentless force. Even when the two split their forces into 2 groups, they were both blocked seamlessly, leaving no room for retreat. To make matters worse, the fierce counterattack of the rock-solid Wei warriors quickly reduced the soldiers of War God City and Prosperous City to a mere handful. At that moment, the two of them completely collapsed, resembling heroes at the end of their rope, utterly disheveled. Chapter 90, If you don't mess with me, I won't mess with you. From 100 meters away, Li Yuanba roared, and amidst the galloping warhorses, he hurled the golden hammer he held in his hand. Boom! After a deafening crash, the front door was instantly smashed open from the center. As the gate burst open, the soldiers behind charged forward with high spirits, riding their warhorses bravely. Over 10,000 low-ranking archers on the city walls fired relentlessly, but under the continuous volley of arrows from the crossbow cavalry, they were all killed, leaving no survivors. The city gates were breached, and Li Yuanba led his army in a swift advance, charging toward the government offices. Along the way, they encountered scattered defenders from within the city, but under Li Yuanba's terrifying meat grinder, everything in their path was reduced to a bloody mess. The citizens within the city were all terrified by these terrifying creatures and fled in disarray. Zhang Yi didn't bother to organize the defense, he just stayed in his own courtyard, drinking in solitude. As a top strategist, military tactician, and master of diplomacy, having such a master was truly exasperating. Not only is he speechless, but even the war god Bai Qi is deeply puzzled. However, the powerful conglomerate behind him is the wealthy entertainment industry, and as long as they exist, he has no choice but to follow their orders. Bai Qi, the war god, was deeply averse to this battle. After all, the two sides were vastly unequal in strength, and once the fighting intensified, defeat was inevitable. It could be said that there was no chance of victory. But with such a wealthy boss, he has no choice but to follow him into madness. The other members of the War God family have already withdrawn from War God City, breaking free from the constraints of the major conglomerate, and are rebuilding the city and seeking new opportunities for development. Chang Yi Man and Yiji Duxiu have decided not to participate in this event. The disappointment from the last defeat hasn't even faded yet, and now they're being sent to their deaths again? Is that even possible? Even if there were compensation, they wouldn't go. This isn't going to war, it's going to disgrace ourselves. Alert, player Chunlong has breached the War God City. Please choose to destroy or loot. Destroying the village will grant a reward of 50 resources. Looting the city will grant a reward of 100 resources. Destroy. Zhang Hong didn't hesitate and issued the order to destroy. The city would be destroyed, and the people would leave the village to seek refuge in nearby cities. 5-star heroes with 100% loyalty to the Lord will continue to follow the Lord through hardships, while those with less than 100% loyalty will lose their loyalty. Take Zhang Yi as an example. With 100% loyalty, his loyalty will never decrease. Even if the city is destroyed, he will remain with the people and quietly leave the city. Notice, you have obtained 80 million units of grain, 100 million units of wood, 50 million units of stone, 80 million units of iron ore, and 100 million silver coins. Ding, player Chunlu has breached the walls of Chunlu City. Please choose to destroy or loot the city. Destroying the village will grant you a resource reward of 50. Looting the city will grant you a resource reward of 100. Ding, you have obtained 200 million grains, 80 million wood, 90 million stone, 50 million iron ore, and 60 million silver coins. A series of sounds indicating level ups reached Zhang Heng's ears, signaling the end of the battle. The war god Bai Qi and the prosperous dragon heard the system notification and looked at each other, their faces filled with disappointment, yet they could do nothing about it. Soon after, the system announcement sounded. System announcement: player Chunlu has led a massive army to besiege the city of War God, successfully capturing it and destroying the War God City monument. The first-tier city of War God City has been completely destroyed. As the first player-owned city to be destroyed, the system will compensate the city lord with 1 Dark Gold Village Founding Order, 5 Diamond Resource Packs, and 10 1-week building accelerators. We urge players not to lose heart and to keep striving forward. System announcement: player Chunlu's forces have besieged the city and successfully captured Chunlu City, destroying the Chunlu City monument. The first-tier city Chunlu City has been destroyed. To encourage the city lord of Chunlu City, the system will compensate the city lord with 1 Dark Gold Village Building Order, 3 Diamond Resource Packs, and 5 1-week building accelerators. Players are urged not to lose heart and to keep up the good work. 2 consecutive system announcements echoed throughout the entire server region, ringing in the ears of all players, and felt like thunderclaps, striking the hearts of the 2 individuals. Zhang Heng heard the 2 announcements and was at a loss for words. Did such news really need to be announced? Li Yuanba and Li Cuanxiu had already led their troops out of the captured city. After a player's city is captured, it will disappear from its original location within an hour to prevent the city from being left in ruins. At that moment, Zhang Han led his army toward Chunlu City. But just then, several system alerts sounded in quick succession. Zhang Heng couldn't help but laugh. Ding, congratulations to player Chunlu for leading his troops in a fierce battle and successfully capturing the system-designated city of Chunlu City. As a reward, you will receive a 1-point boost to each of your 3 attributes and 1 Diamond Tiger Seal order. Ding, as the second hero to capture a system-designated city, you are awarded an additional Diamond Tiger Seal, a Diamond Refined Equipment Item 15 Refined Cloud Stepping Divine Boots, a random Rare True Blueprint, and a 1-point increase in Charisma. System announcement: player Chunlu, leading 1,000,000 troops under his command, after over 3 hours of fierce combat, successfully captured the famous city of Chunlu City. Chunlu City has been successfully occupied by player Chunlu. As the first player to capture a famous city, the system grants a generous reward: 1 Diamond Tiger Seal Order, 1 Divine Forged Equipment Diamond 15 Refined Cloud Treading Divine Boots, 1 Random Rare True Blueprint, and a 1-point increase in Charm. Zhang Hong was overjoyed. This time, the major players within the game once again chose to remain silent. War God Bai Qi and others have also fallen into silence. When Zhang Hong was attacking the famous city, he was ambushed from behind. He had thought that this time, with a full-scale attack, he would be able to take a bite out of Zhang Hong, but he never imagined that not only did he fail to take a bite, but he also ended up losing both his troops and his men. Outside the gates of Chunlu City, Zhang Hong encountered the war god Bai Qi and the prosperous dragon. Since Zhang Hong was wearing a helmet, the 2 could not see his true face. Chunlu, the shame of today, we too will never forget. The war god Bai Qi roared angrily, unwilling to accept defeat. Whether you remember or not is your business. I, Chunlu, adhere to one principle: if you don't provoke me, I won't provoke you. But if you provoke me, I will repay you 1,000-fold. Zhang Hong rode his warhorse, his expression calm, and said, "The game has only just begun. There's plenty of time ahead. I'll be waiting for your arrival at any time. But let me remind you, we're all adults. Do what adults should do. I regard you as opponents, yet you're engaging in such childish behavior that insults our intelligence. With this precedent set, don't make the same mistake again. What qualifies you to judge our actions? You're only good at this game. If you're so brave, let's settle this in the real world." A menacing expression flashed across Chunlu Tunlong's face. "Tomorrow is the night of the Imperial Power Struggle Gala. I'm sure you, as a prominent figure, will attend as well. At that time, will you dare to reveal your true form and test your strength against us?" The corner of War God Bai Qi's mouth curled into a cruel smile. Zhang Hong sneered and said, "You're all old hands who've had your day. You want to challenge me, a fresh-faced newcomer to society? Don't you fear losing and tarnishing your reputation? I'll definitely be back for tomorrow's gala, but whether you have the qualifications to see me is my business. I'm not the kind of person who goes out of my way to meet just anyone. Zhang Hong said calmly. Chapter 91, Aid for Qinghai City. Do you dare to show your face in front of us? Sheng Shi Tinglong glared at Zhang Hong with a cold expression and asked a crucial question. Zhang Hong stared back at him, chest puffed out, and asked calmly, why should I show it to you? Do you even have the right? Do you dare? Sheng Shi Tinglong pressed him relentlessly. What's there to be afraid of? Zhang Hong scoffed, removed the diamond helmet from his head, revealing a face as sharp as a knife, handsome and carefree. This face was nothing like his real one. Let them look all they wanted, what could they possibly see? In the present, he is still a down-and-out young master. Besides Chen Xianxuan, who would care about his life or death? With that, Zhang Hong sneered coldly and led his large force toward Chunlu City in a grand procession. A fierce battle still awaited him, and he must order the troops to return to the city swiftly. After the main army returned to the city in waves, Zhang Hong directly searched for the Qinghai City region in the government interface, consumed a city relocation order, and when he reappeared, the city had already arrived near Qinghai City. General Yuan Ba, it seems we're in for a fierce battle next. Zhang Hong recalled Chu Bawan Xianyu, whose combat power was extremely high, reaching a terrifying 124 points, just 1 point shy of Li Yuanba's initial attributes. However, the current Li Yuanba, with the attribute boost from Zhang Heng's equipment, has already reached a terrifying 133 points. Even if the two were to engage in direct combat, Li Yuanba would still be able to overpower Xiang That 8-point difference in martial arts prowess is no joke. Of course, this is assuming Xiang Yu's martial arts prowess hasn't improved. If it has, that's an entirely different story. To make this battle more impressive, Zhang Hong took out the 15 refined cloud-stepping divine boots newly gifted by the system and directly equipped them. Diamond 15 refined cloud-stepping divine boots. Equipping this item increases the hero's movement speed by 200 and boosts the movement speed of all allied troops by 150. It also increases the hero's strategy by 6 points. 3 enhancements. Embedding a 10-star blue obsidian increases command by 10 points, embedding a 10-star red obsidian increases strategy by 10 points, and embedding a yellow obsidian increases movement speed by 10 points. Once these 15 refined boots are worn, the hero's overall attributes undergo significant changes. Player, Chen Long. Level, 6th tier, level 65, 85. Strength, 105. Command, 116. Strategy, 112. Politics, 80. Charm, 14. 90 points. Speed, 235. Attack, 6,550. Defense, 6,050. Attack bonus, 50 Temple 70 Equipment 40 Academy. Defense bonus, 50, 120, 40. Speed bonus 501, 5040. Abilities, Divide and Conquer, Supreme Hourglass, Tenfold Explosion, Tenfold Treasure. Reputation, 1.95 million. The commander suddenly became the highest ranked among all the soldiers, and his strategic prowess also surpassed that of the two great strategists. A player's strategic prowess does not come from increasing the number of schemes they have, but from making their mind more agile, that is, being able to draw analogies, understand things at a glance, and learn quickly, not the type who makes mistakes the first time they try. This allows them to better grasp the underlying meaning behind the words of strategists. The total combat power of the Bandit King and the Wealthy Entertainer has reached 12 million, and with the addition of a Dragon Slayer, the total combat power has reached 14 million. While the total combat power seems substantial, not all of it consists of elite troops of the 11th rank. In contrast, Qinghai City has 1.6 million troops, all of whom are iron-blooded 11th tier soldiers, with a combat strength of a staggering 17.6 million. This figure only accounts for the troops themselves and does not include defensive fortifications. 3 players, 4 main gates, 2 direct assaults, and 2 feint attacks. The strategy is the same as Zhang Heng's last time. Will Chen Gong repeat the same mistake? The south gate is near the forest, where Xiang Yu, a general under the mountain fortress leader, leads his elite unit of 50,000 soldiers from the Bawan camp to feign an attack on the main gate. Meanwhile, leaves fall from the trees in the forest behind them, creating a deceptive illusion. The east gate is near a hill, where Huang Feihu, a general under the wealthy entertainment magnate, leads 50,000 brutal heavy cavalry troops in a feigned attack on the main gate. Dust and debris fly from the hill behind them, creating a false sense of urgency. The west gate is being fiercely attacked by the mountain fortress chieftain and his troops. The north gate was defended by the wealthy entertainment industry and the Dragon Slayers, who joined forces to launch a fierce assault. The fierce battle has reached a stalemate. Inside Qinghai City, 500,000 archers were stationed on the 4 city walls. The south gate and east gate each have 80,000, while the west gate and north gate each have 170,000. All other troops are on high alert, ready to respond to any sudden changes. Ran Min stood atop the western gate, personally leading his troops, and issued the order to fire amid a series of loud shouts. Shen Gong held the northern gate. At his command, 170,000 archers and crossbowmen fired simultaneously, sending tens of thousands of arrows raining down from the walls like a dense storm, leaving the mountain fortress leader's soldiers dead and wounded in a chaotic scene. The mountain fortress leader's shield-bearing infantry formed the front line, followed by spearmen, with archers in the rear. Unfortunately, the archers' limited range rendered them largely ineffective. The shield infantry, under the command of the 5-star General Wu Yunqiao, charged forward fearlessly, while the catapults following behind, due to their limited range, did not fire into the city but instead aimed their projectiles at the gates. The gates were battered into a pitted mess, with cracks forming along the edges. It must be said that this commander used his skills well. Looking at the side of the leader of the bandits, an old man with a haggard appearance was riding a warhorse. His body seemed trembling, but his spirit was vibrant, and his eyes sparkled with a faint glow. Once the catapults destroy the city gates, our troops can charge straight in. Even if the south gate remains closed, we can have the overlord lead his forces through the west gate to launch a surprise attack. This old man is none other than Fan Li. Fan Li and Xiang Yu had voluntarily joined the mountain bandit leader, not for any other reason, but because the mountain bandit leader had obtained a rare building identical to Zhang Heng's. Zhang Heng had obtained a tavern. The bandit chief got the inn. Though the two concepts are not vastly different, the counterfeit king's character shines through, allowing him to meet Fan Li and obtain Wu Yunjiao and Wu Tianxi. None of these four are weaklings. Xiang Yu's martial arts skill was rated at 124 points, Wu Tianxi's at 108 points, Wu Yunqiao's at 109 points, and Fan Li's strategic prowess reached 110 points. The mountain bandit leader's general has risen to become the second strongest after Zhang Heng. So far in the game, the wealthy entertainment faction has only obtained 2 generals, Huang Feihu and Yang Zixing, and has not even acquired a single strategist or capable minister. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng has only obtained 1 capable minister and 2 strategists. As it turned out, capable ministers and strategists were indeed very hard to come by in the imperial struggle for dominance. Under Fan Li's guidance, the tens of thousands of soldiers of the bandit chieftain carried their fallen comrades' bodies as shields and charged forward. The bandit king's city had not yet reached level 30, so he could only mass-produce simple siege ladders. To obtain well-lanced siege towers, he would have to upgrade his city to level 2. At this moment, the city walls were only a couple hundred meters away. Soldiers carried the bodies of their comrades, riddled with arrows, and rushed forward. Chapter 92, Ran Min leads his troops, charging left and right. Chen Gong on the city walls glared with wide eyes and shouted wildly, "Crossbows, load arrows, fire relentlessly. Archers, aim for the enemy's legs and arms, pin them in place." At that moment, Qin Gong had completely lost the refined demeanor of a gentleman. The intense battle raged on with unabated ferocity. At the west gate, Ran Min was also facing the same assault. If the gate continued to be pounded like this, it would inevitably be breached. Ran Min came up with a bold plan: break out of the city gate and destroy these catapults. However, the south gate and east gate were definitely impassable, as they were heavily guarded by cavalry. Therefore, the only options were to break out through the west gate or the east gate. After some thought, Ran Min's tiger-like eyes flashed, and he had a plan. He immediately ordered the crossbowmen to suppress the enemy's catapults and archers, while he quickly made his way down to the city walls, gathered 50,000 iron-blooded tiger and leopard cavalry, ordered the gate guards to open the gates, and with a loud shout, led his troops out to attack the city. Charge! Charge! Ran Min rode a red horse named Zhu Long, roared to the heavens, held a pair of spears in his left hand and a hook-tipped halberd in his right, and charged madly toward the enemy's formation. The 5,000 iron-blooded tiger and leopard cavalry behind him roared in unison, their voices thunderous, following Ran Min out of the city gates and surging toward the infantry before them. As soon as the 5,000 iron-blooded tiger and leopard cavalry charged out of the city gates were immediately shut by the defending troops. The city gates were littered with scattered boulders. The 5,000 warhorses dodged the boulders and, under the hail of arrows from the city wall defenders, charged recklessly forward, following closely behind the fierce General Ran Min, and attacked the enemy formation. Boom! 5,000 iron-blooded tiger and leopard cavalry charged forward like a massive torrent, colliding with the enemy forces ahead in an instant. Ran Min wielded his dual weapons, thrusting left and hooking right. Wherever he passed, heads flew and limbs were hurled through the air. The 5,000 iron-blooded tiger and leopard cavalry in the rear refused to be outdone, fighting fiercely under the command of the fierce General Ran Min, each unleashing terrifying power. Clang! Clang! After breaking through the enemy's formation, Ran Min swung his weapon and destroyed one catapult after another. The 5,000-strong army in the rear also broke through the formation, slaughtering over 10,000 enemies before completely destroying the catapults in the rear. Chan Yuchen, who was commanding the front lines, saw this and suddenly slapped his horse, the wind-chasing crow, and wielding his tiger-headed golden spear, charged toward Ran Min amidst the chaotic rush. Ran Min roared, knocking away several catapults in front of him, and engaged Chan Yuchen in a fierce battle. Chan Yuchen was a fierce general under Zhu Yuanzhang of the Ming dynasty, renowned for his bravery and strategic prowess, and was deeply favored by Zhu Yuanzhang. He was recently unexpectedly recruited by Tu Long and now serves under his command. Chang Yechen encountered Ran Min, who was equally brave and cunning, and Ran Min's martial arts skills were even superior to his own. This inevitably meant that Chang Yechen was no match for him. Clang clang. After several blows, Chang Yechen felt a sharp pain in his jaw, his arms went numb, and he showed a look of horror. Ran Min intended to kill him, but knowing he couldn't linger in battle, he suddenly withdrew his spear, and with his right hand, he hooked the halberd along Chang Yechen's chest, leaving a deep gash. After the hook-shaped halberd slashed through, blood instantly spurted out from Chang Yechen's chest. Enraged, Chang Yechen ignored the excruciating pain in his chest and the numbness in his arms, and swung his spear toward Ran Min. Ran Min coldly snorted, kicked the tip of the spear with his foot, avoiding being pierced, and then led his men out of the enemy formation. Chang Yechen's arms were numb and his abdomen throbbed with pain, but he was a seasoned general and refused to give up. He attempted to lead his troops in a charge, but his arms gave way, nearly causing him to drop the tiger-headed golden spear to the ground. He grit his teeth and tried to give the order to charge, intending to follow the tiger and leopard cavalry into the city. However, he saw Ran Min directly leading his troops northward, with no intention of returning to the city. Chang Yechen, unaware of Ran Min's intentions, feared falling into a trap and ordered the main force to continue attacking the west gate while commanding the rear troops to carry the scaling ladders forward. This charge killed some 40,000 enemy troops, but also left over 1,000 of his own men dead. Most importantly, all the catapults were completely destroyed. The catapults are far too powerful. If they are allowed to continue destroying the city gates, the gates will inevitably be smashed to pieces. Once the enemy is breached, with just a handful of their most fierce warriors leading the charge, Ran Min alone would be no match for them. If that were to happen, the fall of Qinghai City would be inevitable. After leaving the west gate, Ran Min led his troops to attack the north gate. Over 40,000 tiger and leopard cavalry charged bravely, closely following behind. Kill! The arrival of Ran Min caused Wu Yun, the commander at the north gate, to narrow his eyes and immediately order the archers to fire. Chen Gong, stationed on the city walls, saw this and without hesitation ordered the archers to return fire, while simultaneously instructing the troops below to prepare to open the city gates at any moment. It turned out that after Ran Min had made this plan, he immediately sent messengers to inform Chen Gong. Then, he led his forces out through the west gate and entered through the north gate, thereby destroying the two main offensive forces of the enemy and resolving the crisis. It must be said that Ran Min was truly brave and strategic. If this had been any other general, they would either have led a large army out of the city to fight to the death, led cavalry to attack the enemy's rear, or held the city and defended it to the last man. After a fierce charge, Ran Min once again engaged in combat with Wu Yunqiao. Clang! After the violent collision, Wu Yunqiao's tiger-like eyes widened in shock. His body leaned slightly backward, and the weapon in his hand nearly slipped from his grasp. At the same time, his abdomen trembled violently, and a mouthful of blood nearly spurted out. Ran Min charged straight ahead, his combat power reaching 112 points. Wu Yunqiao adopted a passive defensive stance, with his combat power now 3 points lower than Ran Min's. After enduring a fierce assault, he naturally found himself at a disadvantage. Ran Min's objective was not to engage in a fierce battle with Wu Yunqiao. After colliding with Wu Yunqiao, he immediately led his cavalry charges into the enemy formation. Wu Yunqiao was enraged and swung his sword at the iron-blooded tiger and leopard cavalry, but as he advanced, the tiger and leopard cavalry along the way raised their spears to defend themselves. Despite their inferior strength, the tiger-leopard cavalry continued to block their path with their spears. After killing dozens of iron-blooded tiger and leopard cavalry, Wu Yunqiao was accidentally wounded by a tiger and leopard cavalry from behind, injuring his warhorse. The warhorse let out a mournful cry, stumbled on its hind legs, and nearly threw Wu Yunqiao to the ground. Wu Yunqiao's face darkened. He leaped off the horse and charged forward with his sword drawn. Ran Min let out a loud shout and charged into the ranks. Wielding his weapons with both hands, he unleashed a frenzy of attacks, and the once orderly ranks were thrown into chaos under the impact of tens of thousands of tiger-like cavalry. Crack! After a series of crisp sounds, the frames of the catapults were destroyed and scattered all over the ground. Stop! Stop! Behind them, Fan Li shouted hoarsely, fearing that Wu Yunqiao would destroy all the catapults. Alas, my lord is not here, otherwise, how could he dare to run amok here? Watching Ran Min destroy one catapult after another, Fan Li felt so heartbroken he took a selfie of his chest. Chapter 93, The Rich and the Foolish Money Talks. The king of counterfeit goods had a face so dark it could have dripped water. Wu Tianshi had been left behind to guard the city, fearing that the main camp might suddenly come under attack. This was proposed by the strategist Fan Li. It must be said that Fan Li was cautious in his military tactics and possessed profound strategic acumen. At this point, the mountain bandit leader had not yet heard the system's announcement. After a fierce charge, Ran Min destroyed the enemy's catapults, killed over 30,000 enemy soldiers, and led his troops of iron-blooded tiger and leopard cavalry toward the north gate. Wu Yun, seeing this, suddenly snatched a horse from one of his own cavalrymen, mounted it, and charged forward with his sword drawn. The iron-blooded tiger and leopard cavalry were all mounted on diamond-quality steeds. Trying to catch up was no easy feat. Additionally, the archers on the city walls were firing relentlessly, leaving him struggling to defend himself. With no other option, he had no choice but to abandon the pursuit. Ranmin charged to the gate, suddenly pulled the reins, and came to a halt, allowing the iron-blooded tiger and leopard cavalry behind him to charge into the city one by one, while he remained at the rear to cover their retreat. Despite this, over 100 bodies of tiger and leopard cavalry remained on the road back to the city. Those enemy archers weren't just there for show. At the same time, the system announcement sounded. The wealthy entertainer, the dragon slayer, and the bandit king all stood speechless, while the wealthy entertainer also received messages from the war god Bai Chi and the prosperous dragon. The wealthy entertainer stared at the messages, completely dumbfounded. The message stated that the two wanted to leave the entertainment company and no longer work as his henchmen, and so on. The entertainment company's expression was so grim it could squeeze out water. Then, he issued orders to the messenger standing beside him. About 10 minutes later, everyone gathered at the west gate. At this point, the wealthy entertainment company had no other choice but to turn their attention to Family. Family stroked his beard, furrowed his brows in deep thought, and said, "We should stick to the previous strategy. The Overlord is unmatched in might and strength. Let him lead the 50,000 Overlord's camp troops to hold the rear, while the remaining forces launch a fierce assault from the west gate." Previously, Family had proposed a similar strategy. 3 forces would unite at the western gate, while the main army would remain behind to guard Xiangyu. If the rear were attacked, Xiangyu could then strike down the enemy generals. With the enemy commander dead, morale within the city would plummet. At that point, leading the troops in a charge would allow us to easily capture Qinghai City. However, the wealthy entertainment company believed that Zhang Heng's previous strategy was already sound and insisted on proceeding as planned. Little did they know that Chen Gong, having learned from past mistakes, would certainly take heed and avoid repeating such errors. Moreover, the commanders inside the city have changed, so their battle strategies will naturally be different. Among those who participated in the previous attack on Qinghai City was Ran Min. At that time, Ran Min was thinking that if he were an enemy general, he would certainly break out from the west gate, wreak havoc on the enemy's formation, then rush to the north gate and charge in from there. This would allow him to repeatedly crush the enemy's morale while boosting his own troops' spirits. Regretting not heeding the old master's advice, he decided, since that's the case, let's unite our forces and launch a strong assault on the west gate. The wealthy entertainer said dejectedly, "I fear that even with the might of the Overlord alone, we cannot halt the enemy's advance. General Huang, you and the Overlord must remain at the rear and ensure that the enemy is stopped at all costs." After Family issued his orders, Xiangyu led the soldiers, while Huang Feihu remained at the rear. At this point, the wealthy entertainment industry was undoubtedly concerned about the rear cities, but upon recalling that Yang Zixing and over 10,000 troops were still stationed within the city walls, they could not help but breathe a slight sigh of relief. P.S. The family mentioned here is not Fan Zhang, the advisor to Xiangyu. This subordinate obeys your orders. Xiangyu stood 8 feet tall, with a majestic build, and his words thundered like rolling thunder. After Xiangyu and his men departed, under the command of Wu Yunchao and Qian Yuchen, the remaining hundreds of thousands of troops once again launched an assault on the city walls. At this point, the city gates were already teetering on the brink of collapse. The soldiers, clad in armor and wielding weapons, led the charge, using ladders to approach the city walls. The soldiers in the rear, fearless in the face of death, followed closely behind. Facing the countless arrows raining down from the city walls, they were quickly cut down in a matter of moments. The mountain fortress leader spoke with concern. War God City and Prosperous City have become history. Chunlu City has also been captured by Chunlong. We have lost our chance. If we continue fighting like this, we will only suffer greater losses. We might even suffer total annihilation. I know. The wealthy man clenched his fist and said. Then why continue the fight? Don't forget, there are still over 1 million troops inside the city, said the bandit chief. There's no reason I just want to fight. I just can't stand looking at that kid. Why does he get to be so overpowered? If he angers me, I'll bite him and never let go. The wealthy entertainer had become a venomous snake. With a cold expression, he glared at the leader of the bandits and said in a menacing tone, "Rest assured, I will compensate you for everything you've lost. However, without my orders, you must not retreat. Otherwise, all agreements are null and void." Tu Long's expression changed abruptly. "What if our city falls?" the bandit chief asked with a displeased expression. "Then compensate you with Diamond Village building orders," the wealthy entertainer said coldly. In recent days, players have been attacking the boss one after another. This morning, another diamond token was obtained. The price of this diamond token has reached an astonishing 20 billion in-game currency. As soon as it was listed, it was snapped up by a merchant arranged by a wealthy entertainment company. To put it bluntly, most of the precise relocation orders and ceasefire symbols that Zhang Heng posted in the market were snatched up by people from the wealthy entertainment company. Upon hearing the mention of the diamond token, the two were overjoyed inside, but remained composed on the surface. At the same time, they secretly marveled to themselves, this isn't just about being annoyed with others, it's true wealth and recklessness. Just as the wealthy entertainment tycoon was conversing with the counterfeit king, Zhang Heng's Chunlu City landed in the forest across from the south gate. Surrounded by lush greenery, the area provided excellent cover, and there were no enemy troops in the forest. At that moment, Zhang Heng ordered the troops to exit the city in an orderly fashion. General Xuanxiao, you are to lead 100,000 heavy cavalry and 50,000 crossbow cavalry, bypass the hill in front of the eastern city gate, pass through the northern gate, and strike the enemy's left flank. General Wu Qi, you are ordered to lead 600,000 elite Wei infantry troops from the western side of the forest and strike directly at the enemy's right flank. General Yuan Ba, you are ordered to lead 6,000 members of the Baodao camp, 100,000 heavy cavalry, and 50,000 crossbow cavalry. Flank the enemy's rear from the western side of the forest and launch a surprise attack. Remember, the enemy has a general as formidable as Yuan Ba, named Xiang Yu, nicknamed the Overlord. If you encounter him, proceed with caution and never underestimate him. When Zhang Heng said this, he cast his gaze toward Wu Qi, implying a warning to him. Wu Qi understood the implication and nodded slightly. As for Li Xuanxiao and Li Yuanba, they didn't matter. One had a rating of 133, and barring any surprises, he could easily crush them. The other had a rating of 119, and he could hold his own against thee without losing. The order was given, and the three armies marched out, leading their troops into battle. Chapter 94, Xuanxiao unleashes his tiger might, soundly defeating the two generals of Wu Chang. The first to arrive on the battlefield were naturally Wu Qi's Wei Wu soldiers. Under the command of Zhang Heng, all the soldiers' attributes had undergone changes. Especially the rock-solid Wei Wushi, whose initial speed of 300,240 reached a terrifying 1,020. What does 1020 mean in terms of speed? It's like walking swiftly and running like the wind. This speed is a bit exaggerated, just like the flying legs in water margin, sprinting forward. 600,000 Wei soldiers, that's 600,000 flying legs. This also demonstrates that Li Xuanxiao's heavy cavalry and Li Yuanba's domineering camp were both swift as the wind, but due to the distance, Wu Qi arrived at the battlefield first. 600,000 Wei soldiers marched forward in a mighty force, once again employing the strategy of advancing in a sweeping formation. Upon returning to the city, Zhang Heng replenished the ranks of the Wei Wu soldiers to 600,000 and ensured that every quiver was fully stocked with arrows. These arrows are the same as those used by the crossbow cavalry, costing 1 tael of gold each. A single volley of 60 arrows would amount to 600,000 taels of gold. Every arrow fired is money. But at this point, who cares about money? You can't keep a child by your side forever, and you can't catch a wolf with a rope. To defeat these hungry wolves, you have to invest heavily. The sudden appearance of the rock-solid Wei warriors immediately caught the attention of many soldiers. At this point, they weren't impressed by the Wei warriors' strength, but rather stunned by the speed of this unit. Despite being infantry, their speed was astonishingly fast, far surpassing even the speed of 300-point fast horses. Despite being infantry, they suddenly stopped, drew their bows, and fired 600,000 arrows in a single volley. The arrow storm left the archers and spearmen on the field dead or wounded, and even most of the shield-bearing infantry were struck by arrows and killed. Any shield infantrymen at the front had their shields pierced with countless arrows. So many arrows increased the weight of the shields, forcing the soldiers to abandon them. Otherwise, they would have been killed by arrows or exhausted to death, a fate that would have been a laughingstock. After a round of shooting, the Panshir Wei soldiers continued to charge forward. Facing the enemy archers, they formed defensive fortifications and pushed forward relentlessly. As the two sides clashed, the devastating power of the meat grinder once again erupted. The sharp swords that emerged from between the shields, driven forward by the coordinated efforts of tens of thousands of bulldozers, forced their way inward. The soldiers along the way quickly dodged to the sides, but the 600,000 strong Wei infantry, formed into an unbreakable offensive formation stretching over a kilometer, left no room for escape. The front pushed forward relentlessly, while the rear fired arrows and crossbows. Everything in their path was reduced to corpses. Even those who did not die were brutally stabbed to death by the soldiers behind them wielding long spears. While this side advanced in a flat formation, on the other side, Li Xuanxiao led 100,000 heavily armed soldiers and 50,000 crossbow cavalry in an attack. From a distance, the crossbow cavalry in the rear fired their arrows, launching a forced suppression. After several rounds of suppression, Li Xuanxiao led his troops into the formation. The left and right flanks were attacked simultaneously, putting immense pressure on Wu Yunqiao and Chang Yuchen. They commanded their soldiers to fight fiercely, but the enemy troops were superior in both numbers and combat skills. A single charge shattered the formation into complete disarray. After Li Xuanxiao and Wu Qi joined forces, under Li Xuanxiao's charge, the attack of the Panshir Wei soldiers became even more smooth. The rebel general met his end in battle. Wu Yunqiao roared, charging out from the formation beside him, attempting to block Li Xuanxiao. Li Xuanxiao snorted coldly, and the Yu Wang spear swung violently, releasing a surge of brutal force from within the heavy spear. Clang! After a violent collision, Wu Yunchao's pupils contracted sharply, and a wave of fear suddenly spread from the depths of his heart. His palms split open, his arms went numb, and the weapon in his hands flew out of his grasp, hurtling toward the soldiers behind him. Clang! Clang! Any weapon that passed through it was like a sharp sickle cutting through scallions, severing the heads of dozens of soldiers in the blink of an eye. Wu Yunchao was utterly stunned by this terrifying sight. However, just then, a cold gleam suddenly whizzed past his eyes. He widened his pupils and stared blankly at the heavy spear charging toward him, seemingly paralyzed by the terrifying power. General Wu! Chang Yuchen let out a loud roar, charging out from the side at an angle. The tiger-headed golden spear in his hand swung forward forcefully, attempting to block Li Tsuanxiao's Yuang spear and buy Wu Yunchao time to escape. Clang! After a collision, the tiger-headed golden spear in Chang Yuchen's hand was also knocked into the air. Chang Yuchen's eyes widened in shock and horror. Such overwhelming power had consecutively knocked away the weapons of two people. This guy was clearly far stronger than Ran Min. Wu Yunchao had prepared himself for certain death, never expecting Chang Yuchen to intervene and save him. He shuddered violently, snapping out of his daze and despair. Chang Yuchen's lips were split open, but he dragged Wu Yunchao away, trying to disappear from Li Tsuanxiao's sight and have the surrounding soldiers block Li Tsuanxiao. Li Tsuanxiao snorted coldly, determined to execute a general on the battlefield. How could he back down now? He killed dozens of soldiers who tried to block his path. The yellow-maned flame-colored steed beneath him seemed to sense its master's emotions, letting out a loud neigh. The rider, Li Tsuanxiao, leaped into the air, trampling numerous soldiers beneath him, and charged toward the two men. Chang Yuchen slapped his horse's hindquarters, swiftly pulled out the tiger-headed golden spear stuck in the ground, and dragged the terrified Wu Yunchao as he sprinted forward. However, his warhorse was far slower than Li Tsuanxiao's, and with two riders on one horse, how could they possibly match Li Tsuanxiao? Go to hell! Li Tsuanxiao's tiger-like eyes flashed, and a powerful killing intent suddenly surged from his arm, piercing through the Yuang spear and violently stabbing into Wu Yunchao's chest. Wu Yunchao's pupils dilated, and he let out an agonizing scream as his abdomen was instantly pierced. The horse he was riding was struck by the immense force of the Yuang spear, causing it to be violently impaled, leaving a gaping hole in its side. The warhorse let out a loud neigh and stumbled to the ground in the midst of its frantic gallop. Chang Yuchen fell to the ground, looking somewhat disheveled. Wu Yunchao thudded to the ground and was dead. The people around him were so shocked by the scene that they froze in place. The wealthy entertainers and the three bandit chieftains, who were riding warhorses and standing at the rear, were also completely stunned. Witnessing Wu Yunchao being killed by Li Tsuanxiao, the bandit chief's face twitched in shock. Was this five-star general really that formidable? With a single wave of his hand, he had killed one, causing him such heartache that he felt as though he could wring water from his face, which was so dark and gloomy. Seeing this, the dragon slayer beside him widened his eyes and shouted urgently, "General Chang, run. Spare his life for now. Thank you, thank you." Chapter 95, Chu Boang vs. Li Yuanba. How could Chang Yuchen just escape like that? He was a loyal general under Zhu Yuanzhang of the Ming dynasty, embodying the virtues of a true warrior. He would rather die in battle than flee. I admire your courage. Killing you this way would be dishonorable. I will give you a chance. Mount your warhorse and fight me. If you can withstand my 3 strikes, I will spare your life. Li Tsuanxiao swung his Yuang spear, speaking coldly. This is because he sacrificed himself to save Wu Yunchao, hence the leniency. Chang Yuchen faced immense pressure, but he showed no fear. Let us fight without horses. Life and death are predestined, and wealth and honor are in the heavens. If you kill me, it is simply my fate as Chang Yuchen. Chang Yuchen's expression was stern and unwavering, showing no sign of retreat. He was indeed a man of courage, fearless in the face of danger. All right. Since that's the case, I'll settle this with you today in a fair fight, and you'll die with no regrets. With that, Li Tsuanxiao leaped off his fiery steed, brandishing the Yuang spear, and thrust it violently into the ground. The surrounding ground trembled violently under the force, cracking open tiny fissures. Many soldiers were stunned. Chang Yuchen narrowed his eyes. The expressions of the wealthy entertainment figure and the 3 dragon slayers behind him changed once more. This man possesses the courage of 10,000 men. Perhaps only the overlord could match him in battle. Family stared with wide eyes, his expression filled with shock. This man was named Li Tsuanxiao, a general of the Central Kingdom, renowned for his bravery and military prowess. To have him on our side, I would gladly give up 20 years of my life. Tu Long stared blankly at Li Tsuanxiao, recalling Qianlong, and his face betrayed a mix of envy, jealousy, and hatred. After a brief standoff, Chang Yuchen couldn't withstand the pressure and immediately launched an attack on Li Tsuanxiao. Li Tsuanxiao remained unfazed, standing still like an ancient Buddha, calm and composed. As the long spear was about to pierce his face, Li Tsuanxiao suddenly widened his eyes, and the Yuang spear swung violently, clanging against the spear. A crisp clang echoed through the air. Li Tsuanxiao swung the Yuang spear with one hand, like a mountain crushing down from the sky, crashing down with tremendous force toward Chang Yuchen. Chang Yuchen, seeing this, was startled. He quickly withdrew his tiger-headed golden spear, gripped the shaft tightly with both hands, and shouted loudly. With all his strength channeled through his body, he raised the spear above his head, attempting to block the vertical strike of the Yuwang spear. Clang! After the intense collision, Chang Yuchen's lower body trembled, causing him to stumble and nearly fall backward onto the ground while still holding the tiger-headed golden spear. Li Suanxiao's eyes widened, and he exerted all his strength. The Yuwang spear seemed as heavy as a ton of gold, pressing down on Chang Yuchen's body so hard that his entire body trembled. The veins on his wrists bulged, and his pale face turned crimson in an instant. However, just then, Li Suanxiao suddenly swung the Yuwang spear once more, striking the long spear with all his might. Chang Yuchen's expression changed, and before he could catch his breath, the tiger-headed golden spear in his hand was struck by the Yuwang spear at lightning speed, bending it at a 90-degree angle. Chang Yuchen was caught off guard, his legs trembled, and he fell to the ground with a thud. His strong arms snapped with a crack, breaking directly. Cold sweat the size of beans broke out on Chang Yuchen's forehead. "Don't harm my general." Tu Long was enraged and couldn't help but charge out on his warhorse, attempting to stop Li Suanxiao. However, Li Suanxiao didn't wait for him to arrive and ended Chang Yuchen's life. The Dragon Slayer, who followed closely behind, hadn't even had a chance to act when Li Suanxiao swung his Yuwang spear, smashing both him and his horse, shattering his skull and causing his brain matter to spill out. The Dragon Slayer had no time to utter a scream before he was thrown from his horse. The lifeless body, missing half its head, gushed blood in a horrifying display. At the same time, Li Yuanba led the domineering camp and its 100,000 Royal Heavy Cavalry and 50,000 Royal Crossbow Cavalry through the forest, bypassing most of the enemy forces, and arrived at the rear. After a fierce charge, a towering warrior, standing 8 feet tall with a majestic build, emerged from the chaos. Character, Xiang Yu. Period, Chu Han period. Rank, 10th tier, level 100. Quality, 5-star super general. Strength, 124. Command, 108. Strategy, 80. Politics, 55. Troop command attribute, cavalry 70. Weapon, diamond overlord spear. Mount, diamond black horse. Includes exclusive barracks, overlord's camp. Bosses exclusive. Bawang camp, 11th tier cavalry, exclusive to Xiangyu, limited to 50,000 units, attack 6,000, defense 6,000, speed 300, cost 5,000 jade coins. Equipped with diamond quality warhorses and gear. The fierce general wielding the Bawang spear faced Li Yuanba's drum-beating golden hammer, paused for a moment, then roared loudly. His spear twisted like a serpent, striking directly at Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba sneered coldly, then swung his drum-beating golden hammer with all his might, smashing it down hard onto the clang. The violent impact sent sparks flying from the, which only shifted half a foot to the side, allowing Li Yuanba to narrowly avoid being pierced through the abdomen. "You're no pushover." Li Yuanba revealed a golden smile. "I suppose you must be that turtle." "Turtle?" Xiang Yu flew into a rage. "You dare to insult me? Humph. Not only will I insult you, but I will also beat you." Li Yuanba snorted lightly, clenched his twin hammers, and swung them fiercely at Xiang Yu. This time, Li Yuanba did not underestimate his opponent and nearly gave it his all. Xiang Yu also no longer underestimated his opponent, roaring furiously as he swung his Bawang gun and engaged Li Yuanba in a fierce battle. "Anyone who dares to stand in my way will die." Xiang Yu roared, his body surging with the overwhelming power of a conqueror, pressing against the spear. Under the intense force, the spear itself began to vibrate, emitting a humming sound. Li Yuanba's own wild strength surged through his right hand, pouring into the drum-shaped golden hammer, and he swung it with all his might toward the clang. Another violent collision sent out a series of bright sparks, and the surrounding void seemed to collapse, emitting a buzzing sound. Li Yuanba's eyes lit up, and he shouted loudly, "Come again!" Xiang Yu's martial arts skills were no match for Li Yuanba's, and after this collision, he found himself lacking in momentum. However, Xiang Yu had not used such divine power in a long time. Having finally encountered a worthy opponent, he could not possibly give up so easily. Clang! Clang! After 3 consecutive powerful collisions, the buzzing sound in the surrounding void grew louder and louder. The foal beneath them seemed unable to bear the weight of the 2 riders, and began to show signs of stumbling. "Dismount and fight." Li Yuanba jumped off his warhorse without a word. Xiang Yu refused to give in, also leaping off his warhorse, brandishing his Bawang gun, and preparing for battle. The rear forces of the Bao Dao camp, along with the heavy cavalry and crossbow cavalry, halted their charge. After Xiang Yu became embroiled in fierce combat, the 50,000 cavalry of the overlord's camp also ceased fighting. Huang Feihu, standing nearby, furrowed his brows, feeling an unprecedented sense of helplessness in the face of the fierce battle. Thank you. Chapter 96, Defeating the Chu Overlord. Recalling his former glory, Huang Feihu was once a valiant and skilled warrior. However, after losing 2 points of martial arts prowess in his last battle, he felt as though he had been relegated to the ranks of a second-rate general. During battles, he often felt powerless and unable to perform at his best. "Come on. The two of them, engrossed in their fierce battle, seemed to have forgotten everything around them. With each thunderous clang, the ground trembled as if an earthquake were occurring, cracking open under the immense force of their collisions. Clang! Suddenly, another violent collision occurred. Li Yuanba swiftly deflected and swung his hammer with all his might, striking Xiang Yu with tremendous force. Xiang Yu glared furiously, steadied his stance, raised his spear to block the blow. This scene was reminiscent of Li Tsuanxiao striking Chan Yechen. Clang! The violent force was like a mountain crushing down, smashing heavily onto the. He spewed out sparks of electricity, and the immense power it released caused Xiang Yu's lower body to sink, with both legs sinking half a foot into the ground. Li Yuanba did not pause, swinging his right hammer downward as his left hammer followed closely behind, striking with brutal force. After 3 consecutive blows, Xiang Yu's face turned red, his arms ached, and his legs trembled. By this point in the fierce battle, Li Yuanba had a 9-point advantage in martial arts prowess over Xiang Yu before finally unleashing his full might. With 5 consecutive blows, Xiang Yu's legs were driven 2 feet into the ground. Xiang Yu's face darkened. With his legs bound, he could not escape unless someone came to his aid. Seeing Xiang Yu in danger, Huang Feihu roared, his entire body erupting with force, which surged into the golden-tipped spear in his hands, humming. The golden-tipped spear, filled with brutal force, clenched tightly in Huang Feihu's hands, clanging as it attempted to block the falling golden hammer of the drum-beating old man. A deafening crash followed, causing Huang Feihu to stumble and nearly fall to the ground, while the golden spear was struck violently and sent hurtling towards Xiang Yu. At the critical moment, Xiang Yu roared, his legs bursting off the ground, and he executed a carp roll, narrowly avoiding the collision with the golden spear. Bang! The golden drill bit collided with the ground, bouncing like it was spring-loaded, bouncing 4 or 5 times before finally coming to a stop. Meanwhile, Huang Feihu let out a loud cry and spat out a mouthful of thick, crimson blood, his face instantly turning crimson. His abdomen felt as though it had been struck by lightning, causing him to convulse violently. After a fierce battle, Li Yuan remained unfazed, his heart beating steadily. His entire body felt as though he had been injected with adrenaline, his energy growing more and more vigorous. Come again! Having said that, before Xiang Yu could respond, he swung the drumstick and hammer towards Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu's expression grew stern, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. He never imagined that there could be someone more powerful than him at this moment, and this person also seemed to be a fierce warrior. The fierce battle erupted once more, but Xiang Yu began to entertain thoughts of escape. Li Yuanba could see right through his thoughts. After receiving Zhang Heng's equipment boost, Li Yuanba's intelligence reached 76 points. Combined with the bonus from Chunlu City Academy, his intelligence had risen to 81 points, surpassing Xiang Yu by 1 point. The reason he engaged in a fierce battle with this man was to deplete his stamina. If he could inflict damage on his core, then after the intense battle, it would certainly result in fewer casualties for the domineering camp. After all, this man's ferocity was no less than his own. Xiang Yu began to consider retreating, but was relentlessly pursued by Li Yuanba. After another fierce battle lasting several minutes, the mountain fortress leader and family, riding their warhorses, shouted loudly, "Baron, lead your troops to cover the main force's retreat." Upon hearing this, Xiang Yu turned around and was startled to see the mountain fortress leader leading the remaining scattered and defeated troops in a disorganized retreat. Xiang Yu was startled, pushed Li Yuanba aside, mounted his horse, and shouted to Huang Feihu, "General Huang, retreat." Huang Feihu's abdomen throbbed with pain, his palm split open, but he clenched his spear, leaped onto his horse, and saw his lord also fleeing wildly in disarray. Behind them, tens of thousands of Wei infantry and heavy cavalry charged forward, slaughtering the stragglers in a bloodbath. Facing Li Tsuanxiao charging toward him head-on, Xiang Yu roared in anger, thinking to himself, "If I can't defeat Li Yuanba, how can I possibly defeat you?" Clang! After the loud noise, Xiang Yu paused slightly, revealing a look of surprise. Although this guy was not as good as Li Yuanba, he was still able to withstand his heavy blow, which showed that the man in front of him was also a fierce warrior. Looking at his weapon, Xiang Yu furrowed his brows. The fact that he used a halberd as a weapon at least indicated that he was exceptionally brave. "General Yuanba, the military strategist has issued an order. Follow me to annihilate the enemy forces. Make sure to eliminate them completely, leaving not a single one behind." Li Tsuanxiao roared, his arms tingling with fatigue as he spoke. Though Li Tsuanxiao appeared unfazed by Xiang Yu's strike, his inner shock was beyond words. He recalled Zhang Heng's previous instructions and quietly studied Xiang Yu, committing his appearance to memory. "Kill!" Li Yuanba roared, leaped onto his horse, and charged toward the retreating Ba Wang camp. The might of thee had caught his attention, and he desperately wanted to engage them in battle. However, due to the previous fight, he hadn't had the chance. Now, with the entire army in pursuit, it was the perfect opportunity to strike. He shouted loudly, "Follow me into battle!" Clang! No sooner had the words left his mouth than Li Yuanba, with his speed of 10-20, charged into thee and began slaughtering indiscriminately. Behind him, the domineering camp swung their small drums and golden hammers, also engrossed in fierce combat. The soldiers of the Overlord camp attempted to stay behind to cover the retreat, but they were met with a charge from the Overlord camp. In the first clash, 6,000 overlord camp soldiers wildly swung their hammers, knocking aside the long spears and smashing them down on the heads of the overlord camp cavalry. These cavalrymen were no pushovers, they dodged the blows, but those who avoided the right hammer were struck by the left, losing their heads in the process. Seeing the heavy casualties in the, Xiang Yu grew furious and led his troops back into the fray, intending to kill a few of the cavalry to vent his anger. However, he never expected that as soon as he made his move, he was blocked by Li Tsuanxiao, who had rushed over from the side. After blocking his first strike, Li Tsuanxiao felt a sharp pain in his wrist. Just as he was about to block the second strike, Li Yuanba charged in. Tsuanxiao, step back. This guy is too fierce. Let me handle him. With that, the drum-beating old man swung his golden hammer from below, striking with such force that Xiang Yu nearly slipped from his grasp. Su Xiao and the others were all stunned. Xiang Yu, fearing Li Yuanba's brutal might, coldly snorted and refused to engage him directly, instead focusing his attacks on the members of the brutal camp. Want to kill members of the domineering camp? Is it possible? Don't even mention the domineering camp, even heavy cavalry wouldn't stand a chance. Every time Xiang Yu made a move, he was either blocked by Li Tsuanxiao or Li Yuanba. The two were determined to capture Xiang Yu, but alas, the city was within sight. Xiang Yu also felt a surge of fear. He made up his mind, ordered 10,000 soldiers from Li to stay behind and cover the rear, while he mounted his warhorse and charged swiftly toward the city. Chapter 97, The Humble and Cautious Li Yuanba. 10,000 soldiers from Li fought desperately to block the way, and their efforts truly succeeded in halting the advance. Meanwhile, the archers on the city walls had drawn their bows to the fullest, waiting for the enemy to enter their range. At that moment, the distance to the city walls was only 1,600 meters. Wu Qi snorted coldly, ordering the Pan Shi Wei Wu soldiers to halt their pursuit. One by one, they drew their bows and arrows, charging toward the Ba Wang camp and other soldiers about to breach the city walls. Whoosh! 60,000 arrows, like a dense rain of arrows, sliced through the sky and struck the charging cavalry and archers on the city walls. After a volley of crossbow arrows, the over 30,000 soldiers of the who had not yet entered the city were nearly wiped out, leaving a field of corpses. Even the other soldiers in the rear were abandoning their armor and weapons, their cries of agony filling the air. The archers on the city walls had also lost 2,000 or 3,000 men. Xiang Yu was furious but helpless, and this was likely the most frustrating battle he had ever faced. The bandit leader had barely entered the city when he was struck by over 10 arrows and killed on the spot. When he reappeared, he found himself inside the government office. After the soldiers returned to the city one after another, Xiang Yu ordered the garrison to close the city gates and have the soldiers counted. To their shock, out of the 50,000 soldiers from the, only 5,000 returned, battered and wounded, while the rest were either dead or missing. After the local government was restored, the mountain bandit leader immediately hung up a ceasefire symbol. The bandit chief was in a sorry state, and the wealthy entertainment industry was no better off, with only a few remaining after being overwhelmed by the forces of Li Tsuanxiao and Li Yuanba. Even the 30,000 shattered cavalry led by Huang Feihu were nearly wiped out. This battle was another crushing defeat. But at least the wealthy entertainment tycoon and the counterfeit king managed to hold on to their city. The battle ended, and Wu Qi led his troops back to Chunlu City, while Zhang Hong, Li Yuanba, and Wang Ping led 6,000 soldiers from the Baodao camp into Qinghai City. Along the way, Li Yuanba laughed heartily. "My lord, today I fought against that Xiang Yu, and it was truly a satisfying battle. That fellow possesses remarkable divine strength. He was actually able to withstand my heavy blows. If it weren't for Huang Feihu suddenly appearing from the side, I would have certainly killed him. Today he was lucky. Next time we meet, I will definitely cut off his head." Li Yuanba had finally met his match. He had used every ounce of strength in his body, which allowed him to vent all his pent-up energy. The sensation was so exhilarating that it felt like a wave of euphoria had washed over him, causing his eyes to gleam with intensity and his mood to soar to unprecedented heights. Ha ha! General Yuanba is mighty and towering, with divine strength that knows no bounds. He has cleared all obstacles in his path, facing challenges head-on. He is truly a force to be reckoned with, capable of slaying gods and demons alike. Don't even mention Emir Xiang Yu, even 10 of them would be no match for our double hammers. Chen Ping chuckled beside him, flattering him. "Hey, military strategist, you dare not praise your subordinate like that. I cannot bear such praise. If you say that, it will make me arrogant. At present, I can defeat Xiang Yu with a few moves, but that is all because of my strength. What if I encounter a warrior even more fierce than Xiang Yu in the future? Wouldn't Yuanba be slapping himself in the face?" It must be said that Li Yuanba's intelligence has reached 81. He understands humility and knows when to hold back. Though he may be a bit arrogant, at least he knows to temper his sharp edges. General Yuanba having this mindset fills me with joy and admiration. Regardless, with General Yuanba by his side, our lord will surely expand his territories, rise swiftly, and emerge as a dominant power among the various factions. Chen Ping clasped his hands together in admiration for Yuanba's mindset. He. Li Yuanba grinned like a child and rubbed his forehead. Zhang Hong smiled and said, General Yuan Ba's defeat of Xiangyu today has greatly boosted the morale of our troops, which is a great achievement. When Xiangyu sees General Yuan Ba in the future, he will surely feel a sense of fear. However, no matter what happens, we must remain cautious and vigilant in future battles. We must not act impulsively or become complacent, lest we fall into their trap. As for the battle between the two, Zhang Hong only witnessed it later. At the time, he had not seen Xiangyu on the battlefield. Chen Ping immediately concluded that Xiangyu was stationed at the rear and mentioned that there was an outstanding strategist among the enemy forces. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hong immediately thought of Fan Li. Chen Ping added that this strategist was cunning and calculating, appearing to launch a frontal assault while harboring malicious intentions. He was waiting for the defenders inside the city to emerge, then launch a surprise attack on the rear, thereby allowing Xiangyu to decapitate the defending general. Once the commander is killed, the morale of the garrison troops inside the city will plummet, making the siege much easier. At present, since General Ran Min has not led his troops out to fight, this indicates that General Ran Min is no ordinary commander, or perhaps Mr. Gong Tai has discerned the enemy's intentions at a glance, which is why he did not allow General Ran Min to break out of the city. But regardless, Ran Min has narrowly escaped danger. Zhang Hong was unaware of the previous battle. Even if Chen Ping hadn't praised him, Zhang Hang would have praised him as well. Outside the gates of Qinghai City, Chen Gong and Ran Min, leading dozens of newly recruited civil and military officials, stood in formation, waiting respectfully for Zhang Heng's arrival. My lord! Ran Min and Chen Gong bowed with their hands clasped. Noticing the bandage on Ran Min's chest, Zhang Hong furrowed his brows and asked, General Ran, what is this? Ran Min touched his head and said, Before the lord arrived, I went out to fight the enemy and returned. Unfortunately, I was accidentally struck by an enemy arrow. It's nothing, nothing. You went out to fight the enemy? You went out to fight the enemy today? Zhang Hong seemed to be talking to Ran Min, but in reality, he had shifted his gaze toward Chen Ping and Chen Gong. Chen Ping furrowed his brows, looking somewhat surprised. Chen Gong, however, spoke joyfully, My lord is unaware. Before the main army arrived, the enemy adopted a strategy of 2 strong attacks and 2 feigned attacks, just like the strategy my lord employed last time. At that moment, Chen Gong truthfully recounted the details to Zhang Hang. When mentioning how Ran Min had repeatedly defeated the enemy generals Chang Yuchen and Wu Yunchao, his account was vivid and compelling, yet he did not exaggerate Ran Min's achievements. This was not Chen Gong's nature, and he dared not make false reports. General Ran is both brave and strategic. In today's first battle, you deserve the highest credit. Zhang Hong couldn't help but praise him. Your humble servant dares not accept such praise. The primary credit belongs to Mr. Gong Tai. Today, we owe much to his strategic planning and skillful deployment of troops. Without Mr. Gong Tai, your humble servant alone would have been unable to withstand the enemy. Ran Min hurriedly declined, then frowned and said with a somber expression, Although I led the troops out of the city today, destroyed the enemy's catapults, and defeated 2 of their elite generals, we also lost thousands of our tiger and leopard cavalry brothers. I cannot escape responsibility for this, and I am willing to accept punishment. Zhang Heng's expression darkened, and he spoke softly to comfort him. On the battlefield, casualties are inevitable. Go and distribute more compensation to the families of these soldiers. Do not let their families lose heart, and do not let the many soldiers within the city lose heart either. This subordinate thanks the Lord for his generosity and righteousness on behalf of the soldiers. Ran Min bowed his hands in gratitude. Chapter 98, A famous city with 2 million soldiers. In today's battle, Gong Tai's strategies were profound and his planning meticulous. General Ran was both brave and cunning, defeating the enemy general. The two worked closely together, ensuring this decisive victory. Given this, both of you deserve the highest honors. Zhang Hong waved his hand decisively, making his decision. Thank you, Lord. Ran Min and Chen Gong bowed with their hands clasped together. Ding, Chen Gong is in a good mood, extremely happy, and his loyalty has increased by 1 point, reaching 99 points. Upon hearing the system prompt, Zhang Hong smiled slightly, took out a healing pill, and handed it to Ran Min, saying, Take it. After you take it, your injuries will heal quickly. At that moment, everyone began to walk toward the city. The buildings within the city showed no signs of damage, and everything was intact. The enemy's catapults did not enter range. How could they have damaged the buildings within the city? Only a significant number of archers and cavalry were lost within the city walls, and Zhang Hang spent several 100,000 taels of silver to replenish the troops to 1.6 million. To strengthen the city's long-range defenses, another 120 million gold coins were spent to train 400,000 iron-blooded crossbowmen, bringing the total number of crossbowmen to 900,000. With 900,000 iron-blooded archers, 150,000 were stationed on each of the 4 city walls, totaling 600,000, with an additional 300,000 reserved as mobile reinforcements. With such a large number of archers, any soldier daring to approach the city walls will meet certain death. There is no need to leave the city to fight. Enemies can be repelled from a distance of over a kilometer. With these 400,000 troops, the total military strength of Qinghai City has reached a staggering 2 million. 300,000 iron-blooded tiger and leopard cavalry, 900,000 iron-blooded archer and crossbowmen, 500,000 iron-blooded sword and shield infantry, and 300,000 iron-blooded spearmen. Notice, congratulations to the player whose main city, Shanghai City, has reached a total military strength of 2 million, triggering the oath of loyalty from all civil and military officials. Upon triggering the oath of loyalty, all newly captured civil and military officials within the city, regardless of their loyalty level, will immediately reach maximum loyalty. Ding! Chen Gong is overwhelmed with emotion and cannot find words to express his feelings. His loyalty has been specially increased to the maximum value of 100 points. From this day forward, Chen Gong will devote his utmost efforts and fulfill his duties with unwavering dedication. Upon hearing this notification, Zhang Hong was taken aback. What's going on? The city's troop strength has directly reached 2 million, triggering a hidden loyalty task? Full value right away? Does that mean that if I increase the total troop strength of Chunlu City to 2 million, I can make Zhang Liao and Sun Yu swear allegiance to me? Ding! Since Chen Gong's loyalty has reached its maximum value, the unpredictable trait has been activated. With full loyalty, he will assist you to the end. Player Chen Long's 3 primary attributes have increased by 5 points, and his charm value has increased by 2 points. Ding! Chen Gong's first skill has been changed from unpredictable to cunning. Cunning strategy in battle, your strategic prowess increases by 3 points. When defending a city, increases city defense by 30 and city ranged attack range by 20. Upon hearing a series of sounds, Zhang Hong couldn't contain his joy. After Chen Gong's loyalty reached maximum, the system announced another message. At that moment, he repaired the city gates and walls, then returned to Chunlong City from Shanghai City. Subsequently, the city was relocated to the outskirts of Chunlu City. This location is close to a high-level mountain fortress and is surrounded by abundant resources. Next, Zhang Hong must consolidate his position, continue to expand his forces, and prepare for the next step, an offensive against Yizhou. Yizhou is under Liu Bei's control, and its garrison troops are mostly the 5 tiger generals. This time, the strategic cities were all chosen within Cao Cao's territory. Therefore, the next move will either be against Sunwu or in western Shu. Of course, it's advisable to occasionally check the cities of the wealthy entertainment figures. Once the ceasefire is broken, attack immediately. Zhang Hong isn't exactly a pushover either. Daring to ambush my rear while I'm attacking a major city? If I don't take you down, who else would I target? Once Chunlong City is settled, the people can go out to develop resources. Keeping them locked up like this isn't a solution. After making the arrangements, Zhang Hong took the opportunity to log off for a meal, then hurriedly logged back in, bringing Li Yuanba and his 6,000-strong dominant camp to Chunlu City. After Chunlu City was captured, it had not yet been repaired. At the government office in Chunlu City, Zhang Hong saw Zhang Liao and Sun Yu. Neither of them was bound, but they looked very unhappy. After all, they were defeated generals. Upon Zhang Heng's arrival, neither of them spoke disrespectfully or showed any signs of dissatisfaction. These two individuals, one a colleague of Gao Shan and the other a fellow townsman of Zhang Liang, had established connections, which significantly increased the likelihood of a successful surrender. However, Zhang Hong still needed to make an effort, as this was the first step in the surrender process. Without his initiative, Sun Yu and Zhang Liao would not have known his true intentions, and how could they have convinced him to join their side? After all, the two were historical figures. One came from the Sun family, one of the 4 prominent families of Yingchuan, while the other was the leader of the 5 valiant generals. Both were men of status and influence. Mr. Gongda was a man of great vision and strategic brilliance. General Wen Yuan was a man of extraordinary talent and military prowess, both brave and cunning. Upon entering the government office, Zhang Hong examined the 2 men and couldn't help but praise them. I am Chen Long, like the 2 of you, born in a time of chaos. Since we were born in such turbulent times, it is only natural that we should sacrifice our lives for righteousness and dedicate ourselves to the cause. Alas, righteousness may govern cities and educate the young, but it cannot save the masses, restore a prosperous and peaceful world, extinguish the flames of war throughout the land, or bring liberation to all living beings under heaven. Out of desperation, I, with my meager strength, have stepped forward from the chaos, shining like a faint glow in the darkness, daring to defy the world, to save the people and restore a peaceful and prosperous era to the world. Alas, the strength of one person is but an ant shaking a tree. Therefore, I humbly request that the 2 of you lend me your full support in the future. Zhang Hong was sincere and polite. These words were passionate and stirring, so much so that not only the 2 of them, but even Zhang Liang standing nearby could not hide his excitement and surging emotions. Before Zhang Hong arrived, Gao Shan and Zhang Liang had already instilled their ideas into the 2 of them. Though they were moved, they had not yet made their intentions known. However, upon seeing Zhang Heng's humble demeanor, sincere attitude, and words filled with respect, they couldn't help but develop a favorable impression of him. The city lord was humble and sincere in his demeanor. His words left me thoroughly convinced and filled with gratitude. Zhang Liao bowed his fist and said, to be honest, Cao Cao treats us in the same way. As his subordinates, we should be loyal to him and swear to defend his territory with our lives. If we were to betray him now, wouldn't that break his heart? Cao Cao trusts us, which is why he has entrusted us with such important tasks. If we were to switch allegiance and join the city lord's ranks, how would Cao Cao view us? How would the city lord view us? I dare ask the city lord, under such circumstances, would you dare to trust us? Zhang Liao's words were those of a responsible man, seemingly aimed at a specific target, yet they also revealed his loyalty, bravery, and concerns at that moment. Sun Yu, standing nearby, also turned his gaze toward Zhang Heng, seemingly waiting for his response. Chapter 99, even with in-game purchases, conscription is still required. Zhang Heng didn't rush to respond. After some thought, he spoke in a solemn tone, when Yuan truly lives up to his reputation as a great general. Every word you speak seems subtle, but in reality, they reveal great wisdom. If you hadn't said those words, I wouldn't have dared to entrust you with such an important task. But now that you have, I trust you implicitly. It's like Bo Ping and Gong Taiwan followed me into battle to fight enemies, while the others stayed behind to defend Shanghai City. If the two of you are willing to serve under my command, I will entrust you with the task of remaining here to govern this city, safeguard its security, and ensure its prosperity and the well-being of its people. My lord has a heart for the world, profound strategies, and the bearing of a great leader. Sun Yu is willing to surrender and assist my lord in achieving great deeds, willing to devote my utmost efforts and fulfill my duties to the best of my ability. As a scholar, Sun Yu is perceptive and discerning. He could see through Zhang Heng's attitude and words with ease, especially his clear eyes, which were free of any impurity. This made Sun Yu deeply impressed, and he did not need further proof to make his decision. Ding, congratulations to player Chunlong for successfully capturing the renowned Three Kingdoms strategist Sun Yu. Sun Yu's loyalty is currently at 96%. When loyalty reaches 100%, he will never betray you. If loyalty drops to 60%, he may choose to betray you. Upon hearing the system's notification sound, Zhang Heng's face lit up with a look of immense joy. Great! To have Gongda's assistance is a blessing for me in this lifetime. Zhang Heng was overjoyed and couldn't help but laugh out loud. It seemed that he still had some talent after all. With just a few words, he had won over Sun Yu, a man of distinguished birth. Sun Yu's attitude also prompted Zhang Liao to make his stance clear, as all those words were actually questions he had asked. Zhang Liao was willing to surrender and serve as the vanguard for the Lord, expanding the borders and conquering new lands. Zhang Liao clasped his hands together, knelt on one knee, and spoke with great respect. Ha ha! When Yuan, please rise. With your assistance, I have accelerated my quest to unify the realm. Zhang Heng was extremely satisfied and helped Zhang Liao to his feet. Ding, congratulations to player Chunlong for successfully capturing the renowned Three Kingdoms General Zhang Liao, a 5-star elite officer. Zhang Liao's loyalty currently stands at 97. When loyalty reaches 100, he will never betray you. If loyalty drops below 60, he may choose to defect. Zhang Liao's loyalty was unexpected. It seems that all those questions weren't asked in vain. If that is the case, then from now on, Chunlu City will continue to be defended by Gongda and 1 Yuan, 1 scholar and 1 warrior, on my behalf. Zhang Heng said with a pleased expression. Character, Zhang Liao. Era, 3 Kingdoms. Level, 10th rank, 98th level. Quality, 5-star elite general. Military strength, 107. Command, 100. Strategy, 90. Politics, 60. Troop command attributes, plus 60 infantry, plus 40 cavalry. Weapon, Diamond Weapon Divine Dragon Hooksai. Mount, Diamond Mount Grey Shadow. Character, Sun Yu. Era, 3 Kingdoms. Level, 10th rank, level 95. Quality, 5-star strategist. Military strength, 60. Command, 79. Strategy, 105. Politics, 100. Strategist attributes, strategic planning, diligent and caring for the people. Strategic planning. His strategies are profound and far-reaching. Once implemented, the defensive strength of all garrison troops increases by 40. When leading troops into battle, the attack power of all soldiers increases by 40. Diligent governance and love for the people govern the city to improve public morale. All citizens and soldiers within the city, whether in civilian or military status, have their resource consumption reduced by 20. Zhang Liao's attributes are indeed not as powerful as Gao Shun's, but as a distinguished general of his generation, he is still highly commendable, especially his exceptional leadership skills and martial arts prowess, which has reached 107. Sun Yu's attributes are also highly commendable. He is capable of leading troops into battle and governing cities. In particular, his diligent and caring for the people trait reduces resource consumption by 20, which is an excellent skill that indirectly reduces resource consumption within the city. System announcement. Congratulations to player Chunlong for successfully capturing the 5-star strategist Sun Yu from the Three Kingdoms era. System announcement. Congratulations to player Chunlong for successfully capturing the 5-star general Zhang Liao from the Three Kingdoms. Cough cough. Just as Zhang Heng finished checking the two men's attributes, Sun Yu suddenly coughed violently, coughing up a mouthful of bright red blood. Zhang Heng was startled and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong, Gongda?" What's wrong? He had only just begun serving in the capital, and already problems had arisen. This was not a good sign. Alas! During the previous siege, the military strategist, despite his frail physique, bravely resisted the enemy, vowing to fight to the death alongside the soldiers. Unfortunately, in a moment of carelessness, he was struck by an arrow, which pierced his abdomen. Though not fatal, the wound has severely damaged his internal organs. Zhang Liao said with a somber expression. Zhang Heng didn't hesitate, took out a healing pill, and handed it to Xinyu, saying, Gongda, take it quickly. Your injuries will gradually improve after taking it. As long as it's not some hidden ailment. Thank you, my lord, for your kindness. Xinyu took the elixir and swallowed it in one gulp. Instantly, the wound on his abdomen began to heal at a visible speed under the elixir's restorative properties, simultaneously alleviating his pain. Ding, Xunyu's illness was cured by the medicine. He felt deeply grateful, and his loyalty increased by 2 points, reaching 98 points. Zhang Heng was overjoyed but remained composed. While the increase in loyalty was certainly a good thing, he had already discovered a faster method to boost loyalty, so he didn't dwell on it much. Of course, taking care of his subordinates and making them willingly follow him was also very commendable. Alright, now everyone follow me as we build the city, develop our military strength, and enhance the overall combat power and strength of Chunlu City. With that said, under Zhang Liao's leadership, the group arrived at the barracks with great enthusiasm. At that moment, inside the barracks, aside from the soldiers led by Gao Shun and Yan Yuji, there were the 3.12 million soldiers who had been successfully divided and conquered. Zhang Heng spent 5 million to convert the cavalry camp, infantry camp, archery camp, and divine machinery camp into 11th tier soldiers. After checking the treasury, he found there were still 45 billion coins remaining. To create 2 million soldiers all at once, it seems a bit insufficient. Zhang Heng didn't dwell on it. If it's not enough, just spend more money. We still have 500 billion yuan left. At that moment, Zhang Heng topped up 5 billion soft currency in the game. At the current exchange rate, it still amounted to 101. 50 billion soft currency units are equivalent to 5 billion in-game currency. Combined with the previous amount, that totals 95 billion yuan bao. With the funds in place, we now have the confidence to move forward. Currently, Zhang Heng has spent 1.8 billion yuan to create a 300,000 strong elite military unit. He has also spent 300 million to train 1 million iron-blooded archers. Spent 100 million to train 500,000 iron-blooded shield infantrymen. Spent 80 million to train 300,000 spearmen. Spent 4 million to create 2,000 iron-blooded crossbowmen. Spent 800,000 to recruit 8,000 iron-blooded mobile troops. As a result, the total troop strength of Chunlu City reached an impressive 2.1 million, with a total combat power of 23.1 million. Meanwhile, 66 billion yuan was spent, leaving a remaining balance of 29 billion. Indeed, money talks. Money attracts soldiers. Chapter 100, the evolved version of the Tiger Roar Dominance Camp. Ding, congratulations to the player of the famous city Chunlu City for reaching a total military strength of 2.1 million. This has triggered the Oath of Loyalty from all civil and military officials. Upon triggering the Oath of Loyalty, all newly captured civil and military officials within the city, regardless of their loyalty level, will immediately reach maximum loyalty. Ding, the number of soldiers in Chunlu City has far exceeded previous records. Sun Yu is overwhelmed with emotion and cannot express his feelings. His loyalty has been specially increased to the maximum value of 100 points. From now on, Sun Yu will devote his utmost efforts and fulfill his duties with the utmost dedication. Ding, the number of soldiers in Chunlu City far exceeds previous figures. Zhang Liao is filled with ambition and passion, and his loyalty has been specially increased to the maximum value of 100 points. From now on, Zhang Liao will fight bravely and strive to the death. Next, 2 more announcements followed, each reporting that 2 more characters had reached maximum loyalty. Zhang Heng felt relaxed and extremely pleased. He then proceeded to repair the damaged buildings, restoring them to their former state and upgrading those that could be improved. After everything was settled, Zhang Heng remembered the random rare unit he had obtained last time and decided to open it. Ding, congratulations to player Chenlong for obtaining the super unit, Tiger Roar Cavalry Camp. Tiger Roar Cavalry Camp, Ultra 11th tier, limited to 20,000 units. The general commanding this unit must have a martial arts rating of 120 or higher. All units are equipped with ancient saber-toothed tiger mounts, making them formidable and unmatched in battle. Attack 15,000, defense 15,000, speed 500, cost 20,000 gold coins. All soldiers are equipped with heavy armor, war drums, golden hammers, daggers, broadswords, bows and crossbows, and 100 crossbow arrows, capable of both melee and ranged combat. Upon seeing these terrifying stats, Zhang Heng gaped in disbelief. This unit is way too terrifying. This isn't just your average freak. Ding, the system has detected that the player's Li Yuanba's domineering camp can be merged with the Tiger Roar Cavalry Camp. After the merger, the name will be changed to Tiger Roar Domineering Camp, with equipment and construction costs remaining unchanged. The maximum troop limit will be set to 30,000, and the commander's combat strength must reach 125 points. Soldier attributes will be changed to attack 18,000, defense 18,000, and speed 500. Do you wish to proceed with the merger? Merger cost, 1 million. Upon hearing this system prompt, Zhang Heng grew even more uneasy. Wouldn't this disrupt the game's balance? Whether it affects the game or not is the game's problem, it has nothing to do with him. He didn't hesitate and chose to fuse the attributes. He chose the fusion attribute without hesitation. After selecting fusion, Zhang Heng bid farewell to Zhang Liao and Sun Yu, stood up with Zhang Liang and the others, and led a vast army back to Chunlu City. Upon returning to the city, Zhang Heng summoned all the major officials to gather at the government office. The civil officials stood in one row, and the military generals in another. Today, we have continuously attacked two famous cities, enduring numerous battles. We shifted from the Battle of Qinghai City to the Battle of Chunlu City, then to the Battle of Chunlu City, and finally back to the Battle of Qinghai City. Moving between four battlefields, it seemed like there were no major dangers, but in reality, it was quite perilous. The slightest carelessness could have brought us into crisis, especially with the sudden attacks from major factions. Fortunately, thanks to the strategic planning of our two military advisors and the brave efforts of our soldiers, we were able to defeat the enemy and emerge victorious. This has allowed the name of Chunlu City to spread far and wide, striking fear into the hearts of the wicked. Today, your heroic deeds are worthy of being recorded in the annals of Chunlu City. Captured the strategic cities of Qinghai City and Chunlu City, decapitated enemy generals Chang Yechen and Wu Yunjiao, destroyed the fortresses of War God Bai Qi and Prosperous Dragon, two impregnable strongholds, and killed over 2 million enemy soldiers. The brilliant strategies of the two military advisors, General Li Mu's terrifying war chariots, General Cuinxiao's invincible might, General Yuanba's Reaper Meat Grinder, General Wu's Meat Grinder Bulldozer, General Yang's Reaper Sniper, General Gao's desperate charge into the enemy lines, and General Rant's chain surprise attacks. Every victorious battle owes its success not only to the two military strategists' extraordinary strategies but also to the valor and bravery of all the soldiers. Zhang Heng delivered an emotionally charged speech and bestowed a series of rewards. Zhang Zhuzheng was appointed as the governor of a county, granted the title of baron, with the title to be inherited by his descendants, along with 200,000 silver coins and 100 servants. Zhang Liang was appointed left military advisor, omitted, same as above. Chen Ping was appointed right military advisor. Appoint Shen Gong as county magistrate, with 200,000 silver coins and 100 servants. Appoint Sun Yu as county magistrate, with 200,000 silver coins and 100 servants. Li Cuinxiao was appointed General of Valor, granted the title of Baron, with hereditary succession, 200,000 silver coins, and 100 servants. Appoint Li Yuanba as General of the Army of Valor. Appoint Yang Yuji as General of Martial Valor. Li Mu was appointed General of Valor. Grant Ran Min the title of General of the Uprising Army. Appoint Gao Shun as General of the Uprising Army, grant him a large mansion numbered 9, 200,000 silver coins, and 100 servants. Zhang Liao was appointed commander of the Imperial Guard, awarded 200,000 silver coins, and granted 100 servants. This round of rewards left the civil and military officials overjoyed. At least it meant they had finally made it, with titles and positions to show for it. Though their loyalty was already at its peak, the rewards made them feel even happier and more motivated to work harder. After the rewards were distributed, the various armies departed one after another. Zhang Heng strolled around the government offices for a while before heading to the royal barracks to find Li Yuanba. Upon arriving at the royal barracks, Zhang Heng summoned Li Yuanba and said, "Yuanba, I have promoted your elite unit to the Tiger Roar Dominance Battalion. From now on, the soldiers under your command will be even more formidable, and their numbers will also increase." Li Yuanba was overjoyed and expressed his gratitude to Zhang Heng. "Come on, take your domineering camp warriors with you and head to your exclusive barracks." The two arrived at the Dominion camp, switched the barracks data, and Zhang Heng began forging the Tiger Roar Dominion camp soldiers. The initial limit for the Tiger Roar Dominion camp was 30,000, but after obtaining 200 diamond tokens, it increased to 90,000. To build a 90,000 unit Tiger Roar Dominance camp, you need 90,000 x 20,000, totaling 1.8 billion in in-game currency. Sigh. Zhang Heng sucked in a sharp breath. Ding, 5,645 domineering camp soldiers have been detected within the barracks. Would you like to spend 56.45 million gold coins to convert them into Tiger Roar domineering camp soldiers? After some thought, Zhang Heng said, "Convert them." The Rock Shield soldiers also had the ability to transform at the time, but he chose not to. The overall strength of the Rock Shield and Sword soldiers remained formidable, especially their abnormal formation, so they were retained, with Gao Shun, the infantry commander, tasked with managing them. With no spare funds and no upcoming battles, Zhang Heng managed to scrape together 10,000 troops for him to use in clearing out bandit strongholds. Despite that, it still cost him 140 million ingots. This thing is a money pit, but it's also insane. The 1.4 billion spent was well worth it. Looking at the 10,000 tiger roar dominance camps that had suddenly appeared before him, Zhang Hong was filled with nothing but astonishment and joy. Each saber-toothed tiger stood about 1.5 meters tall, 2 meters long, with a muscular build, fierce and majestic. Their cold, piercing eyes, sharp fangs, and razor-sharp claws all spoke of the terror of the saber-toothed tigers. Chapter 101, 80-level Diamond Wolf King Boss. Moreover, these creatures are adorned with hard scales, even on their heads and limbs. Their protective measures are top-notch. Looking at the soldiers on the saber-toothed tiger, each was clad in dark armor, holding small gongs and golden hammers. On either side of the saber-toothed tiger were bows, arrows, broadswords, daggers, and other weapons. During battle, these warriors wielded the drum-shaped golden hammers. When not in action, they securely fixed the hammers to either side of the saber-toothed tiger's body. They can switch weapons at any time, alternating between ranged and melee attacks. Zhang Heng's eyes widened in shock. Li Yuanba was even more exaggerated, staring with his round eyes, both shocked and delighted. Ding, the mount of this military commander is detected to be weak and unfit for battle. Would you like to spend 10 million to purchase a saber-toothed tiger boss mount for this commander? Zhang Hong was taken aback. 10 million? A vast expanse of smoke and clouds shrouding the weak and helpless? Watch out, Li Yuanba might hear you and beat you up. The 10,000 miles of smoke and clouds can withstand nearly 1,000 pounds, yet you dare call it weak and feeble? With 10 million, you could train 500 members of the Tiger Roar Dominance Camp. However, to be worthy of leading this camp, Zhang Hong reluctantly spent 10 million to purchase a saber-toothed tiger boss mount for Li Yuanba. As soon as the purchase was completed, a massive saber-toothed tiger boss appeared in the void, standing 2 meters tall and 3 meters long. This colossal creature was even more majestic and imposing. Yuanba. From now on, it will be your mount. Zhang Hong said with a pleased expression. Ha! Li Yuanba was startled at first, then his face lit up with wild joy. Without a word, he mounted the saber-toothed tiger boss. The guy was ecstatic, riding the saber-toothed tiger and racing wildly around the vast camp for dozens of laps before finally coming to a stop. Thank you, Lord, for your kindness. Li Yuanba clasped his hands together in gratitude, deeply moved. Ha ha! Alright, you can enjoy it in secret. Zhang Hong smiled slightly, left the Tiger Roar Dominance Camp, and headed to the Royal Army Camp to convert the 312,000 soldiers into royal soldiers. These were relatively inexpensive. However, as soon as he entered the royal barracks, Zhang Jujing panted, "Sir, something's wrong. A group of hunters from the village have been surrounded by wolves." "A pack of wolves?" Zhang Hong froze and said, "Why not just send troops to wipe them out? The problem is that the wolf pack has a wolf king." Zhang Liang exclaimed, "I heard that the wolf king has reached level 80. It's diamond quality, with extremely powerful attack strength." Wolf King? Zhang Hong was startled. An 80-level diamond-tiered boss? After the initial shock, Zhang Hong was overjoyed and immediately shouted to Li Xuanxiao, who was not far away, "Xuanxiao, come with me to kill the wolf." "All right." Li Xuanxiao gripped the Yuwang spear, mounted his horse, and rode up to Zhang Heng. At that moment, Zhang Hong also rode his diamond-white dragon steed, passing by the Baodao camp, and called upon Li Yuanba, bringing along 100 members of the Tiger Roar Baodao camp. Li Xuanxiao and the others nearby, upon seeing the saber-toothed tiger beneath Li Yuanba's saddle, revealed expressions of shock and disbelief. "My lord, this?" Zhang Liang asked with a dazed expression. Zhang Hong chuckled and said, "These are special soldiers created by merging Yuanba's elite troops with other units. They are called the Tiger Roar Dominance Corps. Just like General Wu Qi's rock-solid valiant soldiers, they are incredibly powerful." Everyone finally understood. Half an hour later, led by a hunter, the group set off in a large procession, crossing a forest and arriving at a hilltop. The hill was covered in lush vegetation, a vibrant green. In the depths, faint howls and roars of wild wolves could be heard. A group of people rode swiftly on their horses, rushing toward the sound. To their surprise, they saw over 100 wild wolves in their line of sight, all of which were at level 50. Among the pack of wolves, the group spotted a massive wolf boss. On the several large trees in the center, over 10 hunters clung tightly to the trees, trembling with fear as they faced the wolf pack. The trees had already been chopped nearly in half, and 2 bodies of hunters lay beneath them. It appears that the 2 hunters have been dead for only a short time, as their blood is still flowing freely. The strong smell of blood stimulates the wolves' taste buds, but without the boss's command, none of them dared to approach and take a bite. Zhang Hong narrowed his eyes and the Wolf King's attributes appeared in his line of sight. Beast, Forest Wolf Diamond Boss. Level, 80. Attack, 19,200. Defense 3,840. Health, 960,000. Skills, Rage Charge, Whirlwind Slash. The appearance of Zhang Hong and his group caught the attention of the pack of wolves. The Wolf King crouched on the ground, narrowing his eyes as he studied the unexpected visitors before him. Upon seeing these battle-hardened warriors, the Wolf King felt a surge of fear. The overwhelming aura of danger emanating from these men made him sense an unfamiliar threat. especially the saber-toothed tiger boss under Li Yuanba's control, which made him even more uneasy. The Wolf King's piercing eyes suddenly snapped open, and his body instinctively stood up, as if preparing to flee. Kill. Leave none alive. Kill them all. Zhang Hong didn't wait for the Wolf King to escape before issuing the attack order. If these creatures weren't eliminated, the people in the territory would certainly face threats in the future. The people who had gone out of the city and died would affect both the safety rating and public morale. If the safety level drops, the people will become fearful, leading to a decrease in production and speed. Although Zhangheng City does not rely on the people for survival, he cannot allow them to face life-threatening issues. All crises must be nipped in the bud. All soldiers, surround them quickly. Li Yuanba's tiger-like eyes flashed, and he immediately issued the order to surround and attack. In an instant, numerous saber-toothed tigers roared in unison, their bodies darting through the trees like lightning. Before the Wolf King boss could react, they were already surrounded. The pack of wolves sensed the impending danger, their expressions growing wary. Amidst low growls and signs of reluctance, they extended their front hooves and used their sharp claws to dig into the thick layer of fallen leaves on the ground. Kill! Zhang Heng bellowed, issuing the order to attack. Li Yuanba charged forward first, swinging his drum-shaped golden hammer toward the Wolf King boss. The massive saber-toothed tiger charged forward, knocking several wild wolves off the ground and sending them flying into the air. Crack! The drum-beating old man with the golden hammer, wherever he went, would smash the heads of wild wolves to pieces, sending blood and flesh flying everywhere. The Wolf King boss was about to run, but before he could get out, he was stopped by two soldiers from the Tiger Roar domineering camp. A loud roar echoed through the air. The Wolf King boss let out a roar, and a whirlwind slash erupted from its mouth. It then charged toward one of the soldiers, opening its blood-stained maw and biting down viciously on the soldier's neck. Crunch! A domineering camp soldier swung a hammer and struck the Wolf King boss on the head with great force. Chapter 102, A Generous Massive Drop. A damage value of 50,000 floated above his head. The Wolf King let out an agonizing howl, but its head remained intact. However, the attack had missed its mark. Roar! That saber-toothed tiger suddenly opened its blood-stained maw and savagely bit into the Wolf King's body, tearing off a bloody chunk of flesh. 60,000. Another bright red damage value floated above the Wolf King's head. Crack! Click! The Wolf King was in dire straits, blood gushing wildly from his body, leaving him covered in a gruesome mess of flesh and blood, a sight too horrific to behold. Boom! Li Yuanba arrived, swung his hammer down, and struck the Wolf King's hindquarters with great force. Crack! 500,000. The Wolf King was in excruciating pain, with a massive damage value erupting from his body. His hindquarters were shattered into a pulp by Li Yuanba's hammer, and fragments of broken bones scattered across the ground. Despite this, the creature was still alive, with over 30,000 HP remaining. However, he was on the brink of death, his eyes about to close, with a series of damage numbers in the form of falling blood droplets drifting from his body. Just then, Zhang Hong arrived and delivered the final blow. Whoa! The Wolf King let out a pitiful howl, then suddenly stopped. His body twitched once, and he was dead. With the Wolf King dead, the battle entered its final stages. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlong for defeating the level 80 Forest Wolf Diamond boss and advancing to level 68. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlong for defeating the level 80 Forest Wolf Diamond boss and obtaining 1 Diamond Resource Pack and 10,000 reputation points. Zhang Hong rolled his eyes. It seemed he wasn't among the first 10 to defeat the 80th level boss. If he had been in the top 10, he would have received some sort of reward. However, beneath the Wolf King's corpse, a large pile of treasures appeared. 10 Diamond Resource Packs, 10 Diamond Truce Charms, 10 Diamond Village Founding Orders, 10 Diamond Wolf King Armors, and 10 6 Refined Diamond Dragon Scale Swords. Upon seeing this equipment, Zhang Hong couldn't help but burst into laughter. Just these 10 Diamond Village Founding Orders alone could make him a fortune. It seems that the charm value has reached 16 points. That's great. After the wolves died, the dozen or so hunters lying on the tree hurriedly climbed down. One by one, they approached Zhang Hong and thanked him repeatedly. However, upon seeing their 2 deceased companions, they were overcome with sorrow. At that moment, an older hunter hesitated for a moment and said, "Village chief, we discovered a diamond treasure chest on the mountain. It was precisely because we were trying to retrieve the chest that we were discovered by the pack of wolves. Since the village chief has saved us, as a token of our gratitude, we must reveal this secret to you." A diamond treasure chest? Zhang Heng's eyes lit up. Sure enough, the boss had appeared, so there must be a treasure chest. Great! Zhang Hong was overjoyed and, led by the hunter, arrived at a secluded cave. This cave was where the Wolf King resided. A white glow emanated from within, and upon entering, Zhang Hong saw a treasure chest inside. The villagers could discover the treasure chest, but they couldn't open it. This item was provided for players, and even if they obtained it, it wouldn't be of much use to them, so they could only see it. Zhang Hong didn't hesitate and opened the treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlong. You have obtained 10 diamond resource packs, 10 diamond village building orders, 10 domestic city relocation charms, and 10 general activation charms. General activation scrolls? What is it? Zhang Hong froze, looking puzzled. General activation symbol can be used in the general interface to activate hidden attributes, limited to 5-star heroes. Are there hidden attributes on generals that haven't been activated yet? Zhang Hong couldn't help but feel curious and instinctively tapped on Li Yuanba's attribute interface. Ding! Li Yuanba's hidden attributes have been successfully activated, granting 2 points of strength, 5 points of leadership, and 2 points of strategy. Cavalry stats increased by 20. Each hero can only activate this once. Character, Li Yuanba. Era, Sui and Tang dynasties. Level, 10th rank, 100th level. Quality, 5-star super general. Strength, 129, no bonuses. Command, 61. Strategy, 72. Politics, 43. Troop command attributes, plus 90 to cavalry stats, plus 30 to infantry stats. Weapons, diamond-tipped war drum and golden hammer. Mount, diamond mount saber-tooth tiger boss. Features special unit, tiger roar dominance camp. God tier attributes when commanding 30,000 troops. For every 1,000 troops lost, Li Yuanba's attack power increases by 10, and the attack power of all troops increases by 10. When all troops are defeated, Li Yuanba's attack power increases by 300. After the barracks are upgraded, the super god attribute also changes, but regardless of the changes, the maximum attack can be enhanced to 300. It cannot be increased any further. If it were, it would truly be godlike. Having obtained so many treasures, Zhang Hong was overjoyed. He immediately turned to Zhang Liang and said, Zifan, upon returning, distribute generous compensation and condolence payments to the 2 deceased warriors. Additionally, give each of these warriors a compensation fee of 50,000 silver coins. What? What? Zhang Liang was taken aback, not expecting Zhang Hong to be so generous. 50,000 silver coins were already a substantial amount. Zhang Liang and his men had only been awarded 200,000 silver coins for their recent victory. However, the treasures obtained this time are far too valuable. Even selling just one of them casually could fetch a substantial amount of money. Just the silver coins obtained from a single diamond resource pack would be enough to compensate these people. Alright. I'll get right on it. Although Zhang Liang was somewhat puzzled by Zhang Heng's decision, he still followed his instructions. These brave warriors have made great sacrifices for our village. We cannot let their sacrifices go to waste. Without them, who knows how many villagers would still be trapped in prison. Zhang Hong said. Heroes, these silver coins are your reward for your brave battle. From now on, whenever you encounter wild beast bosses or treasure chests in the wilderness, be sure to notify me immediately. For each notification, I will reward you with a generous prize. However, there is one thing to remember: avoid getting too close to fierce beasts to prevent putting your life in danger. Zhang Hong reminded them. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your kindness, we will certainly obey your orders. Several hunters were overjoyed, and the people's hearts, which had been falling, rose sharply, reaching their maximum value. Half an hour later, a large group returned to the village in a grand procession. Upon arriving at the village, Zhang Hong instructed everyone to handle their tasks and then rest, while he headed to the market. The treasures he had obtained this time were more than enough to make him a fortune. The 20 diamond tokens alone were worth hundreds of billions. Inside the market, Zhang Hong spotted Malai. Malai, I ask you, what are the current prices for diamond tokens in the market these days? On the rankings, Zhang Hong remains in a second-tier city, but there are now 5 cities with diamond-quality diamonds, which clearly indicates that more players have obtained the Diamond Village Building Order. Chapter 103, Activation Symbol for General Attributes. Reporting to thee, the highest price for a Diamond Village Founding Order has reached 25 billion treasure coins. Ma Lai reported truthfully. 2.5 billion? That much? Zhang Hong was taken aback, his expression betraying his shock. That would mean that 20 tokens could be sold for 500 billion? 500 billion yuan, that's 5 trillion yuan in Chinese currency? Zhang Hong was stunned. That's way too valuable, isn't it? Your Excellency, this afternoon, a token priced at 25 billion was posted in the market. As soon as it was posted, I saw it. By the time I refreshed the page, it had already disappeared. The entire process took about 5 seconds. Ma Lai said angrily. Zhang Hong nodded slightly, forming a plan in his mind. This afternoon, he had indeed built a diamond village named Hungry Wolf Village. At that moment, he took out a token and listed it for sale on the market for 26 billion treasure coins. Then, he kept refreshing it. Sure enough, after more than 10 seconds, the token was sold, and there was no record of who purchased it. To protect players' privacy, neither the sale nor the purchase in the market includes the players' names. Everything is conducted under aliases. After the first one was sold for 2.6 billion, Zhang Hong immediately raised the price of the second one to 3 billion. The second one was also purchased, but it took a full 5 minutes. Zhang Hong grinned and immediately sold all the remaining tokens at a price of 30 billion. As long as someone buys them, it means these guys are still very tempted. After all, Diamond Village offers a wide range of attribute bonuses. Those 10 pieces of diamond equipment without attribute refinement were also sold by Zhang Heng. Although they only fetched a few 10,000 gold coins, they seemed to be taking up space in the warehouse anyway. Rather than letting them go to waste, it was better to sell them outright. Next, Zhang Han listed all the low-level items he didn't need in the warehouse at a low price on the market and then left the market. Now that he had money again, he naturally needed to convert his resources into military strength and establish Li Yuanba's Tiger Roar camp. Upon arriving at Li Yuanba's Tiger Roar Dominance Camp, Zhang Han immediately opened the recruitment interface and, to Li Yuanba's astonishment, spent 1.8 billion treasure coins to form the remaining 80,000 Tiger Roar Dominance Camp troops. With the Tiger Roar Dominance Camp now totaling 90,000 troops, Li Yuanba was overjoyed, so much so that he wanted to hug Zhang Heng and kiss him passionately. After giving his orders, Zhang Heng departed from the Tiger Roar Dominance Camp. After leaving the Baodao camp, Zhang Heng arrived at the Royal Military Camp. There were still 3.12 million soldiers waiting for him to convert. Another 50,000 Royal Heavy Cavalry were converted, bringing the total number of heavy cavalry to 300,000. We trained 110,000 archers and crossbowmen, bringing the total number of archers and crossbowmen to 510,000. We have trained 100,000 spearmen, bringing the total number of spearmen to 400,000. Finally, the remaining 50,000 were all converted into crossbow cavalry, bringing the total number of crossbow cavalry to 200,000. Next, all the soldiers from the Panshir Weiwu troops and the dead battle frontline camp who had been sacrificed were fully replenished. Li Mu's chariot regiment was also directly expanded to 30,000. After extensive preparations, the total cost amounted to 286,980,000, leaving a remaining balance of 278 billion. At that moment, news of token sales began to emerge. In the blink of an eye, the number of tokens sold reached 12, with 6 still unsold. However, Zhang Heng wasn't in a hurry. If no one bought them, the price would drop further. Currently, Zhang Heng's net worth had reached a staggering 36 billion yuan, propelling him to the top of the wealth rankings, while the once wealthiest entertainment tycoon's fortune had plummeted. This guy bought 10 at once. Zhang Heng chuckled lightly, converting 300 billion into 300 billion in cash and transferring it to his own account. With this, plus the 450 billion he had previously withdrawn and set aside, his total cash reserve suddenly reached 3,450 billion. After some preparation, Zhang Heng shifted his attention to the general activation symbols in his pocket. He had already activated Li Yuanba earlier, so it was time to activate Li Zuanxiao and the others as well. At that moment, Zhang Heng summoned Li Zuanxiao and the others one by one. "My lord!" Everyone lined up in a row, unsure why Zhang Heng had summoned them. Zhang Heng briefly explained the situation to them, and their faces immediately lit up with excitement. Attribute enhancements meant increased combat power. This was definitely good news. Notice, Li Zuanxiao's hidden attributes have been successfully activated, granting 7 points of strength, 2 points of leadership, and 3 points of strategy. Cavalry base attributes increased by 30, and the exclusive Barracks King's Elite Cavalry Camp has been activated. Each hero can only activate this once. Ding, Yang Yuji's hidden attributes have been successfully activated, granting 4 points of strength, 2 points of command, and 1 point of strategy. Archer stats increased by 30, infantry by 30, and the exclusive Barracks Chasing Fate Crossbow Camp have been activated. Each hero can only be activated once. Ding, Li Mu's hidden attributes have been successfully activated, granting 3 points of strength, 5 points of command, and 3 points of strategy. Cavalry's 3 primary attributes are increased by 20. Each hero can only activate this once. Ding, Gao Shan's hidden attributes have been successfully activated, granting 5 points of strength, 3 points of command, and 2 points of strategy. Infantry's 3 primary attributes have been increased by 20. Each hero can only activate this once. Ding, Wu Qi's hidden attributes have been successfully activated, granting 3 points of strength, 8 points of command, and 1 point of strategy. Infantry base stats increased by 30, and archer stats increased by 30. Each hero can only be activated once. Li Zuanxiao strength, 120, leadership, 97, strategy, 73, politics, 55, 3 attribute cavalry, 90, infantry, 20. Yang Yuji strength, 116, leadership, 90, strategy, 71, politics, 55, 3 attribute archers, 90. Li Mu strength, 106, command, 110, strategy, 93, politics, 55, 3 attribute cavalry, 80, infantry, 60. Gao Shan military strength, 113, command, 104, strategy, 91, politics, 55, 3 attribute infantry, 90. Wu Qi strength, 98, command, 120, strategy, 102, politics, 80, 3 attribute archers, 100, infantry, 100. King's Elite Cavalry Regiment, Li Zuanxiao's exclusive cavalry unit, limited to 100,000 troops, 11th tier cavalry. Attack, 8,000, defense, 6,000, speed, 300, cost, 5,000 jade coins. Equipped with diamond-quality warhorses and gear. Chasing Fate Archery Camp Yao Yuji's exclusive archers, limited to 100,000, 11th tier archers, with 9,000 attack, 3,000 defense, 200 speed, and a production cost of 5,000 jade coins. Equipped with diamond-quality warhorses and gear. Looking at the two newly added barracks, Zhang Han was stunned. He never expected that this general activation talisman was so powerful, directly forcing the activation of the two hidden barracks. Immediately, Zhang Han turned to Li Suanxiao and Yang Yuji and said, General Suanxiao, General Yang, follow me to build the barracks. Next, I will ask the two of you to create your own exclusive soldiers. The two men were filled with enthusiasm and joy, following Zhang Han to an open field with great vigor, where they began constructing the barracks. Chapter 104, Attacking the 9th level mountain fortress. After more than 10 minutes of hammering and banging, two adjacent barracks rose from the ground. The massive structure was large enough to accommodate 1 million soldiers. Zhang Han produced the final diamond tiger seal and handed it to Li Suanxiao, thereby increasing the number of troops under Li Suanxiao's command to 300,000. Then, he spent 15 billion to fully equip Li Suanxiao's 300,000 strong elite cavalry regiment. Gazing at the fearless and formidable warriors of the Royal Elite Cavalry, Li Suanxiao's expression grew intense with excitement, his blood boiling, and his body trembling uncontrollably from the sheer emotion. My lord, I, Suanxiao, shall devote my life to your service and die before I die. Li Suanxiao knelt on one knee, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. Zhang Han laughed heartily, helped Li Suanxiao to his feet, and said, Don't mention self-sacrifice, and don't even think about dying for your cause. All I want is for you to live a good life. In the future, when reality sets in, it will still require these high-powered warriors by his side to defend his dignity and honor. After the elite cavalry camp was established, Zhang Han headed to the adjacent assassination archery camp to begin training for Yang Yuji. Without the diamond tiger seal, Zhang Han spent 500 million to forge 100,000 pursuing life crossbowmen for Yang Yuji. After all that effort, Zhang Han finally felt at ease. He checked the total number of soldiers in his attribute interface and couldn't help but grin, saying, Damn it, let's see who dares to come now. If they do, I'll take them down in no time. Chunlu City total troop strength. 300,000 Royal Heavy Cavalry, 200,000 Royal Crossbow Cavalry, 400,000 Royal Spear and Shield Infantry, 500,000 Royal Archers, 600,000 Rock-Solid Way Warriors, 150,000 Desperate Assault Troops, 90,000 Tiger Roar Dominance Troops, 30,000 Chariot Troops, 100,000 Pursuing Bow and Crossbow Troops, 300,000 Royal Elite Cavalry, 830,000 Rock-Solid Sword and Shield Infantry, 8,000 Royal Heavy Shield Infantry, 16,200 Royal Light Cavalry, 1,500 Mighty Catapults, 2,900 Terrifying Bed Crossbows, 15,000. Bloody Mobile Troops, 10 Well Lanes, and 4 Charge Vehicles. Shanghai City total troop strength. 300,000 Iron Blood Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, 900,000 Iron Blood Archer and Crossbowmen, 500,000 Iron Blood Sword and Shield Infantry, 300,000 Iron Blood Spearmen, 2,000 Iron Blood Ballistae, and 8,000 Iron Blood Mobile Infantry. Chunlu City total troop strength. 300,000 Iron-Blooded Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, 1 million Iron-Blooded Archer and Crossbowmen, 500,000 Iron-Blooded Sword and Shield Infantry, 300,000 Iron-Blooded Spearmen, 2,000 Iron-Blooded Bed Crossbows, 8,000 Iron-Blooded Mobile Infantry. Currently, only one general activation symbol remains, and 2 generals have yet to be activated, Zhang Liao and Ran Min. Zhang Hong recalled Ran Min's beggar army and broke into a bright smile. The beggar army was also a powerful military unit, though its ranks were somewhat disorganized, consisting mainly of refugees and other mixed professions. However, their combat strength was exceptionally formidable. It seems I should pay these two another visit when I have the chance. Now that the city has been relocated here, if we want to move it near Shanghai City, we'll have to get the people to return to the city, which will be quite a hassle. Zhang Hong abandoned this idea. He glanced at the time and realized it was already 3 a.m. Although Zhang Hong didn't feel sleepy, he wanted to ensure his physical condition could adapt better, so he gave some instructions to Zhang Liang and Chen Ping before logging out of the game. It was past 9 in the morning when Zhang Hong finally got out of bed. As soon as he got up, Chen Xianxuan called, mentioning tonight's event. Zhang Hong chuckled and said, Got it, I won't forget. Half an hour later, Zhang Hong logged into the game. Inside the government office, all the generals were lined up in formation, waiting for Zhang Heng's arrival. Chen Ping and the others saw Zhang Hong arrive and said, My lord, the 6 armies have been successfully assigned. We are all waiting for your arrival. The first force is led by General Li Yuanba, commanding 90,000 Tiger Roar Dominion troops, 300 mighty catapults, and 100 terrifying bed crossbows, to attack the level 9 mountain fortress. The second force is led by General Li Suanxiao, commanding 300,000 King's Elite Cavalry, 50,000 crossbow cavalry, 300 mighty catapults, and 100 terror bed crossbows, attacking the level 9 mountain fortress. The third force is led by General Wu Qi, commanding 600,000 rock-solid way warriors, 300 mighty catapults, and 100 terrifying bed crossbows, attacking the level 9 mountain fortress. The Fourth Army, led by General Yang Yuji, commands 100,000 pursuing life archers, 830,000 rock-solid shield and sword infantry, 300 mighty catapults, and 100 terrifying bed crossbows, attacking an 8th-level mountain fortress. The Fifth Army is led by General Gao Shun, commanding 150,000 die-hard infantry, 100,000 royal archers, 300 powerful catapults, and 100 terrifying bed crossbows, attacking an 8th-level mountain fortress. The Sixth Army is led by General Li Mu, commanding 100,000 royal heavy cavalry, 50,000 royal crossbow cavalry, 300 formidable catapults, and 100 terrifying bed crossbows, attacking an 8th-level mountain fortress. Good. Zhang Hong nodded. At that moment, 6 divisions of troops marched in force toward the mountain fortress and launched their attack. Zhang Hong, as the commander-in-chief, led the way at the front, with Chen Ping following closely behind, while Zhang Liang remained inside the city. After more than 10 minutes, over 1 million troops, led by 6 generals, gradually located their targets and launched an attack on the mountain fortress. The first force, led by Li Yuanba, formed their ranks and, before the mountain fortress soldiers could sound the trumpets, 300 powerful catapults launched a furious assault on the fortress, while 100 terrifying crossbows charged toward the mountain fortress gates. Clang! Boom! Suddenly, a series of violent explosions echoed out from within the mountain fortress. The chief of the mountain fortress was still drunk, lying in the arms of 3 or 5 concubines. A sudden loud bang startled him awake, and he jumped out of bed. Chief! Trouble! The mountain fortress is under attack by bandits. Chief! The dog-headed strategist outside shouted at the top of his lungs, Chief, come out quickly. Upon reaching the 9th-level mountain fortress, the leader had been replaced by 3, accompanied by a dog-headed military advisor. These bandit leaders now possessed the combat prowess of 4-star generals, with enhanced intelligence, making them far stronger than the leaders of the 8th-level mountain fortress. What's all the commotion about? The big boss was startled and cursed as he climbed out of bed. The concubines nearby were also terrified, curling up into balls and revealing expressions of fear. What's going on? The big boss asked coldly. The front of the mountain fortress has been ambushed, and many soldiers have been killed. The second and third chiefs have gone to comfort the wounded. You must hurry and take charge of the situation. The panicked military advisor exclaimed urgently. Got it. The chieftain waved his hand impatiently, about to go back to get dressed, when suddenly he saw a huge crossbow bolt pierce through a house in the front camp and shoot toward him. The chieftain was startled and, in a panic, grabbed the dog-headed military advisor and dived to the side to avoid it. Chapter 105, The Rampaging Saber-Tooth Tiger Legion. Snap! At the critical moment, the two of them dodged just in time, and the massive crossbow arrow flew straight from behind him, piercing into the bed inside. Ah! A piercing scream echoed from inside. The chieftain was startled and instinctively turned around, only to discover that his most beloved concubine had been ruthlessly pinned to the wall behind him by crossbow bolts. The chieftain was furious. A burst of fiery light suddenly shot from his eyes, and his face turned red with anger. He clenched his fists tightly and roared, "You dare to treat us so disrespectfully!" With that, he returned to the house, donned his armor, grabbed his long spear, mounted his warhorse, and shouted loudly, "All soldiers, fall in line. Follow me into battle!" With a roar, the terrified bandits, as if they had found their leader, shook off their fear, grabbed their weapons, and followed the chieftain into battle. The second and third chieftains also led their bandits out of the nearby camp, charging alongside the chieftain toward the broken gate. Crash! Whoosh! A massive boulder crashed into the fleeing bandit soldiers, instantly reducing dozens of them to a bloody mess, their limbs flying in all directions. As the boulder hit the ground, an arrow fired from a crossbow pierced through the shattered door and rushed toward the interior. The bandit leader pulled the reins, causing his horse to swiftly veer away from the crossbow arrow. However, while he managed to dodge the arrows, the second in command behind him was instantly pierced by an arrow and flew backward through the air. Before his massive body could even take flight, it was pierced by the crossbow arrows. Then, the entire row of dozens behind him were struck, each one impaled on a crossbow arrow like pieces of candy on a stick. Kill! The chieftain was furious, grabbing the reins with one hand and swinging his spear with the other as he charged forward. However, when the chieftain saw the well-equipped warriors mounted on saber-toothed tigers, he revealed a look of terror on his face. At first glance, he also noticed that each of these cavalrymen was holding a heavy hammer in their hands. These guys! The big boss was speechless, and fear began to creep into his heart. But by now, there was no turning back. In his fear, he let out a loud roar, using the sound to bolster his courage. Li Yuanba glared coldly, clenched his fists tightly around his double hammers, and bellowed, "Fire!" Whoosh! At a single command, the 90,000-strong Tiger Roar Dominion camp immediately switched weapons, grabbed their bows and crossbows, and drew their arrows in perfect unison. Whoosh! One by one, sharp arrows flew through the air like shooting stars, instantly striking the bandit soldiers. The bandit leader was taken aback and shouted in shock, "What the hell is going on? How can they just start shooting arrows like that?" Having said that, he hurriedly slowed down and swung his gun to block the attack. 90,000 arrows were fired simultaneously, instantly piercing the bandits behind them, leaving a scene of death and injury. The bandit leader ordered the rear bandits to fire as well, but due to the distance, the arrows fell to the ground before reaching their target. The bandit chieftain was furious and shouted angrily, "Cavalry, charge with me. Infantry follow behind, archers prepare to shoot. Kill." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the bandit chief, leading his men, launched the charge. Li Yuanba sneered disdainfully, roared, and charged forward. At his command, the 90,000 saber-toothed tigers beneath him let out a deafening roar, charging down the mountain like wild beasts, their fangs bared and eyes gleaming with savagery as they surged toward the bandit soldiers. The bandit cavalry, mounted on their tall warhorses, had never seen such fierce and brutal beasts before. One by one, they were terrified, their legs trembling uncontrollably. One after another, they were on the verge of collapsing, and their speed slowed dramatically. No matter how furious the bandit leader became, or how fiercely he whipped his horse, the horses paid no heed. Kill! Li Yuanba let out another thunderous roar, leading his fierce tiger soldiers like primordial beasts, charging toward the bandit cavalry with unstoppable momentum amid the thunderous fury. Death! Li Yuanba glared with wide eyes, and as the drum beater swung his golden hammer, he struck the bandit leader's hard skull before the latter could even raise his long spear. Crack! The bandit chief didn't even have time to scream before his hard skull was smashed, sending brain matter flying everywhere and blood spraying into the air. Boom! The main force charged forward recklessly, colliding with the bandit soldiers and sending them flying backward through the air like crackle, crackle. The sound of cracking bones echoed throughout the bandit army. Piercing screams echoed in waves, crisscrossing the air like a death dirge, composing the final moments of history. Kill! 90,000 saber-toothed tigers charged wildly, 90,000 pairs of drum-beating golden hammers collided furiously. One by one, the bandits' bodies were crushed under the brutal hammer strikes, just like tiny ants, unable to defend themselves, turning into piles of mud. The fierce battle raged on. Li Yuanba led his army into the mountain fortress, killing the bandits who fled in all directions, leaving them in disarray and abandoning their armor and weapons, their cries of agony echoing through the air. From the start of the battle to now, less than 15 minutes have passed. Within 15 minutes, a level 9 bandit fortress was reduced to ruins by over 90,000 rampaging soldiers, leaving a scene of chaos and destruction. Concerned about Zhang Heng's ability to sow discord, Li Yuanba ordered his soldiers to drive all the bandits inside the mountain fortress into the bandit camp. The vast bandit camp was filled with a staggering 5,000 panicked and trembling bandits. Zhang Hong rode a white stallion into the bandits' camp, cast a spell of division, and gained the allegiance of 260,000 bandit soldiers. Ding, congratulations, player! The divide and conquer strategy was successful. You have obtained 1 mountain bandit 9th tier cavalry unit and 10,000 experience points. Ding, congratulations, player! The scheme to sow discord has succeeded. You have obtained 1 bandit 9th tier archer. You have gained 10,000 experience points. The number of soldiers in the level 9 mountain fortress has reached 200,000, with some rare unit types hidden among them. Li Yuanba left 10,000 soldiers from the Tiger Roar Dominance camp and led 80,000 troops to the next level 9 mountain fortress. Zhang Hong once again sowed discord, gaining 210,000 bandits, but the remainder were all annihilated by the main army. After the bandits were all killed, Zhang Hong entered the chief's room and saw 3 beautiful women trembling in fear. Zhang Hong furrowed his brows and ordered his men to bring the 3 women back to the city and hand them over to Zhang Zhuzheng for punishment. In the corner of the chief's room, Zhang Heng spotted a dark golden treasure chest. Ding! The player opened the dark gold treasure chest and obtained 10 dark gold resource packs, 10 second refined black iron broadswords, 10 2-star obsidian, 10 spy pouches, 10 third-tier city government building blueprints, 10 precise city relocation orders, 5,000 by 10 by 10 50 million gold coins, and 20,000 reputation points. Zhang Hong was startled for a moment, then his face lit up with wild joy. This was the legendary big drop. Thank you, thank you. Chapter 106, The Valiant Cavalry, Unmatched in Bravery. After putting everything away, Zhang Hong stood up and left the room. The soldiers of the Tiger Roar Dominion camp had all departed. Zhang Hong led 470,000 soldiers to Chen Ping's side and handed over the troops to Chen Ping to command. They then proceeded toward the next mountain fortress. The next mountain fortress was led by Li Suanxiu and his 300,000 elite cavalry warriors. By the time you reach a level 9 mountain fortress, the bandit leaders have become smarter and won't just sit inside waiting for enemies to come in. As soon as they hear of enemy forces approaching, they will lead their bandit army out of the fortress to engage the enemy in fierce combat. Li Suanxiu did the same. After launching a barrage of attacks with his powerful catapults and terrifying bed crossbows, he was just about to lead his troops into the fortress when the chief of the mountain fortress emerged, accompanied by his second in command and third in command. Crossbow cavalry, fire! Li Suanxiu roared, and the 5,000 crossbow cavalry behind him fired 3 volleys. A single volley of 50,000 arrows, and 3 volleys meant 150,000 arrows. The arrows were so dense they resembled a rain of arrows, plunging into the bandits' ranks. The bandits' army was immediately thrown into chaos, with casualties mounting on all sides. Li Tsuanxia glared with fierce eyes, brandishing the Yuwang spear, and shouted angrily, "Royal Elite Cavalry, follow me into battle! Charge!" 300,000 elite cavalrymen, fierce and fearless, let out a mighty roar and charged toward the bandits. The chieftain, fearless, rode his warhorse wildly forward, and as Li Tsuanxia charged head-on, he suddenly swung his spear to strike. Li Tsuanxia let out a light snort, gripped the Yuwang spear tightly with both hands, and bellowed, sending a surge of brutal force coursing through his arms and into the weapon. Clang! After a loud bang, the mountain bandit leader's spear was knocked out of his hand and flew toward the rear of the bandits. The bandit leader was utterly shocked, feeling as though his jaw had been shattered, with excruciating pain in his abdomen. A jet of blood spurted from his mouth. However, just then, a cold gleam flashed before his eyes, and his head felt as though it had been struck by 1,000 pounds of force, being violently smashed. Then, the bandit leader lost consciousness, and his head was smashed into a pile of flesh and bone fragments. The bandits behind him, upon seeing this, revealed expressions of sheer terror. The second and third leaders flew into a rage, brandishing their spears and charging toward Li Tsuanxia. Li Tsuanxia glared angrily, swung his Yuwang spear, and violently collided with the two men's spears. He then clamped his legs tightly against the horse's back, bellowed loudly, and swung his spear along the second-in-command's head, striking it with great force. With a single strike, the second-in-command let out an agonizing scream and fell silent. After killing the second-in-command, Yuwang's spear did not slow down, and he swung it toward the third-in-command. The third-in-command, caught off guard, hurriedly dodged, but his mount hadn't even started running before its head was crushed by Yuwang's spear. The three leaders didn't even have time to scream before they were killed. Killing 3 leaders in a row dealt a severe blow to the morale of the bandit army behind them. Li Tsuanxia led his troops in a reckless charge, charging forward with relentless ferocity. They slaughtered the bandit soldiers, leaving them in disarray, with helmets and armor discarded, and eventually drove them back to their camp. Zhang Hong successfully cast the divide spell twice, gaining 50,000 bandit soldiers, while the remaining ones were all killed by the soldiers. Inside the bandit leader's room, Zhang Hong found the treasure chest and opened it immediately. Ding! The player opened the dark gold treasure chest and obtained 10 dark gold resource packs, 10 second refined black iron armor, 10 2-star blue obsidian, 10 heaven's eye pouches, 10 third-tier city academy construction blueprints, 500,000 gold coins, and 20,000 reputation points. The third outpost is Wu Qi's 600,000 rock-solid Wei warriors. By the time Zhang Hong arrived, the battle was already nearing its end. It must be said that the speed of the Panzhi Wei soldiers was also extremely fast. After several rounds of stone throwing and crossbow attacks, he led the Panzhi Wei soldiers forward in a steady advance. The bandit chieftain also led his troops out to fight, expecting a major slaughter, but before they could reach the halfway point, they were met with a barrage of intense fire. Before the bandit leader could even reach them, he was pierced by crossbow arrows and turned into a hedgehog. Even the soldiers who charged out from the rear were all killed. This was still because Wu Qi was conserving his crossbow arrows, firing in waves of 200,000 at a time. The bandits on the mountain lost 3 of their leaders and dared not come out. Facing the relentless advance of the Wei Wu soldiers, the bandits' archers, under the command of the dog-headed strategist, fired wildly. However, with defensive bunkers in front and crossbows continuing to fire from behind, the bandits' archers were overwhelmed, suffering heavy casualties. Just as Wu Qi was feeling confident, over 10,000 elite troops suddenly charged out from the mountain fortress. These cavalrymen were clad in scale armor, looking mighty and imposing, each wielding identical spears. These were none other than the special troops hidden within the mountain fortress. Wu Qi was startled and immediately ordered the rear soldiers to fire in rapid succession. Whoosh! After a volley of arrows, only over 1,000 corpses remained, while the rest continued to surge forward madly. Those creatures were swift and fierce, swiping at the arrows to block them. The front troops held the line, while the rear troops fired arrows. Whoosh! The second round of firing began, leaving behind over 1,000 cavalrymen, and finally engaging in a fierce clash with these cavalrymen. Just as the cavalry charged toward the shield fortifications, Wu Qi shouted, "Sword and shield, hold the line." In an instant, a flurry of gleaming swords darted out from behind the shields. SSSS. The cavalry ahead had no idea of the danger lurking beneath the shield fortifications. In an instant, the horse's hooves were severed into 2 pieces by the sharp sword blades. The warhorse let out a pitiful scream and collapsed onto the sword array on the rampart. The elite bandits on the horse were caught off guard and fell directly into the sword array. Bright red blood spurted out instantly. The warhorses behind couldn't stop their momentum and collided head-on. The bodies of the horses and soldiers were piled up on the fortifications, putting immense pressure on the soldiers in front. Wu Qi shouted, "Sheath your swords and retreat." The hundreds of thousands of soldiers in front suddenly clenched their shields and pulled them backward, instantly dragging the bodies on the sword formation to the ground. Charge! Wu Qi gave another order, and the soldiers launched another assault. The elite bandits in the rear, filled with fear, actually abandoned their charge. The sturdy defensive fortifications were impenetrable, and anyone who dared to charge forward was met with the piercing blades of the sword formation. The elite mountain bandit cavalry abandoned their charge, but this did not necessarily mean that the rock-solid Wei infantry would attack. Charge! The Wei soldiers once again formed a fortified sword formation and pushed forward. The mountain bandits' elite cavalry attempted to hide in the mountain fortress, but were all killed by crossbow arrows. Soon, Wu Qi led his troops into the mountain fortress. Along the way, they advanced swiftly and decisively, with the front troops responsible for breaking through the defenses and the rear troops firing arrows from their crossbows. In the chaos, many bandits were forced to flee in disarray, but none managed to break through the defenses. Chapter 107, Massively Sowing Discord Among the Bandit Leaders. After Zhang Hong rushed in, he cast a divide spell, and under the arrows of the crossbowmen, he ended the bandits' lives. Ding! The player opened the dark gold treasure chest and obtained 10 dark gold resource packs, 10 blueprints for elite bandit cavalry camps, 10 blueprints for level 3 city government buildings, 10 blueprints for level 3 city medical clinics, 500,000 gold coins, and 20,000 reputation points. Bandit elite cavalry a 10th tier unit, limited to 10,000 units, with 3,100 attack, 2,800 defense, and 150 speed. Construction cost, 400 gold coins per soldier. Equipped with golden quality war horses and gear. This should fetch a decent price, right? A pleased expression appeared on Zhang Heng's lips. These rare units were precisely the favorite acquisitions of the big spenders, and having them would significantly enhance their overall combat strength. Zhang Hong stated that he is no longer interested in this. Next, Zhang Hong continued to move in and out of various counterfeit factories. Due to the varying speeds at which Lulu-based troops were attacking the factories, he became increasingly busy. In the end, upon arriving at each mountain fortress, he would only instigate one active division, then wait until all the bandit soldiers had been completely cleared out before collecting the treasure chest and departing. The treasure chest must be claimed, as it contains valuable items and resources. Currently, with so many troops to maintain, the only way to obtain high-quality resources is by raiding outposts. Whether it's two famous cities or the Dragon City, all resources are obtained through outpost raids. Relying on the people to provide resources is impossible, unless you specifically develop cities and become an agricultural powerhouse. In the future struggle for imperial dominance, the only options will be to build counterfeit goods to acquire resources or purchase them from the market. Therefore, empire building is rife with business opportunities. Some people engage in warfare, others focus on agriculture, while some acquire resources at low prices, hoard them, and wait for the right opportunity to sell them at a high price. Whether it's war, farming, or reselling, all of these activities can generate wealth. System announcement: Player War God Bai Chi has successfully built a diamond tier village, War God Village, and will be rewarded with a rare building blueprint for a temple. System announcement: Player Shangshi Tinglong has successfully built a diamond tier village named Shangshi Village. Reward: talent building time reduced by half. Two system announcements echoed through the air, causing Zhang Hong to shake his head slightly. It seemed these two were still not giving up. Fine, I was waiting for you to give up. If you give up, wouldn't I be left alone and invincible? The morning passed quickly. At noon, Zhang Heng's message buzzed him awake. Zhang Hong opened it and saw that it was from Chen Qianshuan. Zhang Hong was puzzled. Hadn't Chen Qianshuan blocked him? What did this sudden contact mean? Mr. Chenlong, hello. Since you haven't taken action against Yingchuan City, I wonder if you're not interested in this city or if you have other plans? Chen Qianshuan's words were very polite. Zhang Hong replied without hesitation, the opportunity is yours. If you're interested, go for it. If you need my help, just let me know. Alright, since Mr. Chenlong is so generous, I won't hesitate. At 2 a.m. tomorrow, we'll launch an attack on Yingchuan City. I won't ask for your help, just don't come and cause trouble. Plus, seeking help will increase the city's troops, so thanks. Chen Qianshuan said indifferently. Zhang Hong shook his head and didn't send a message. After the chat ended, Zhang Hong claimed a level 9 counterfeit treasure chest and logged off to eat. Upon logging back in, after clearing 10 bandit camps, Zhang Hong suddenly received an unexpected system notification. Ding, congratulations, player Chenlong. You have successfully swayed 2 million bandit soldiers. Your swaying talent has been upgraded to level 2, allowing you to sway bandit camp leaders. The cooldown time for swaying has been reduced by 1 minute. Each leader can only be swayed once, regardless of success or failure. Great news. Great. Zhang Heng's eyes lit up. He never imagined that the divide and conquer technique had this function. Does the tenfold drop rate effect also have this feature? Zhang Hong fell into daydreaming. At that moment, he ordered Li Yuanba and the others to knock out the bandit leader during the battle and leave him unconscious nearby, allowing him to sow discord among them. Needless to say, this tactic is quite ingenious. Ding, player Chenlong successfully casts Divide and Conquer, obtaining the level 9 Mountain Fortress Chief Wei Long. Ding, player Chenlong successfully cast the Divide spell, obtaining the 9th rank Mountain Fortress 2nd in Command Wei Hu. Ding, player Chunlu successfully cast the Divide and Conquer spell, obtaining the third in command of the 9th level mountain fortress, Wei Bo. Ding, player Chunlu successfully casts Divide and Conquer, obtaining the 9th rank mountain fortress strategist Wei Lang. Li Yuanba knocked out the 4 major figures of the mountain fortress and left them unconscious in the corner, surrounded by dozens of soldiers from the Tiger Roar dominance camp, waiting for Chunlu's Divide and Conquer strategy. Meanwhile, he continued to fight the enemies. Chunlu finally unleashed his attack for the first time, and to his surprise, it succeeded completely. The 4 of them looked like brothers. Character, Wei Long, Loyalty 93, Rank 9th Grade 89, 4-star General, Strength 95, Command 70, Strategy 70, Politics 50, Troop Command Attribute, Cavalry 30. Character, Wei Hu, Loyalty 94, Rank 9th Tier 85, 4-star General, Military Strength 92, Command 65, Strategy 71, Politics 42, Troop Command Attribute, Infantry 30. Character, Wei Bao, Loyalty 92, Rank 9th Tier 83rd Level, 4-star General, Military Strength 93, Command 75, Strategy 68, Politics 45, Troop Command Attribute, Archers 30. Character, Wei Lang, Loyalty 94, Rank 9th Tier 85, Quality 4-star Strategist, Military Strength 35, Command 70, Strategy 91, Politics 70, Strategist Attributes, Cohesion, Strategy. Unity unites the troops and civilians, boosting the work and training enthusiasm of all soldiers and civilians by 10. Deployment joined the army on campaigns to increase soldiers' marching speed by 5. Upon seeing the attributes of these 4 individuals, Zhang Heng couldn't help but nod in approval. While the city now had no shortage of high-ranking officials, it lacked mid-level talent. With these few individuals, they might not be able to stand alone, but they would at least be capable of defending the city. With this powerful divide and conquer strategy, while the cooldown time appears to have been reduced by 1 minute, it still has a certain impact on the divided soldiers. In the mountain fortresses divide and conquer strategy, the probability of complete success is extremely low. Although each attempt is successful, there is always a chance of failure. To reduce the number of wasted attempts at sowing discord, Zhang Heng ordered his men to gather the bandit leaders and their advisors together, so that every 30 people would be subjected to a split every 30 minutes. However, whether the division was successful or not depended on one's charm. By 5 p.m., Qin Xianxuan arrived. Zhang Heng spent half an hour arranging everything in the game before logging off. Next up was the evening event, and no one knew when it would end. For safety reasons, Zhang Heng ordered Yang Yuji to lead his 100,000 elite archers to Qinghai City for defense, and Gao Shun to lead his 150,000 elite infantry to Chunlu City for defense. In this way, each of the 2 major cities would be defended by 2 generals, ensuring absolute security. Chapter 108, The Great General Tianbao makes his debut. Qinghai is only a half-hour's journey from Chunlu. In the event of an attack, we can immediately dispatch messengers to provide reinforcements in the shortest possible time. Chunlu City and Shenlong City are only a few minutes' drive apart, forming a strategic triangle. Anyone who dares to attack will meet their end. On this day, Li Yuanba and Li Tsuanxiao each cleared 16 level 9 forts, while Wu Qi cleared 13 forts, totaling 45 level 9 forts. They scattered 1,674,922 soldiers, 19 4-star bandit leaders, and 4 4-star dog-headed military advisors. Yang Yuji cleared 13 level 8 mountain forts, Gao Shun cleared 11 level 8 mountain forts, and Li Mu cleared 15 level 8 mountain forts, totaling 39 mountain forts, defecting 418,934 soldiers, 16 4-star bandit leaders, and 6 4-star dog-headed military advisors. Among these level 9 forts, I encountered 5 elite bandit soldiers, obtaining 5 blueprints for elite bandit soldier camps. Some are restricted to 50,000, while others are restricted to 10,000. These are all valuable for selling. I have obtained 40 blueprints for level 2 government buildings, but so far, no second level 2 city has appeared. These are also valuable for sale. Precise city relocations 240, dark gold truce charms 180, and other such items are all sold for profit, so I won't mention them further. We obtained 60 blueprints for the 3-tier government office. To upgrade to a level 3 city, 100 government building blueprints are required. As the level increases, the required quantity also increases. Upon returning to the city, Zhang Heng posted all 50 bandit elite blueprints in the marketplace. The blueprints for 50,000 soldiers were priced at 100 million. The blueprints for 30,000 soldiers are priced at 50 million. The blueprints for 10,000 soldiers are priced at 10 million. Second-level government office blueprints are sold for 100 million each. At this point, aside from the few individuals at Wealth Entertainment, no one else would consider purchasing these blueprints. Zhang Heng certainly wouldn't show any mercy. He would take advantage of the situation and extract as much as possible, without any hesitation. The soldiers sent to Sao Discord were all taken to the ordinary barracks by the other generals and temporarily held there. Only the bandit leaders and their dog-headed strategist were handed over to Zhang Liang and Chen Ping for management. The loyalty of these individuals currently hovers around the 90% mark. As soon as Zhang Hong entered the government office, Zhang Zhuzhing pulled him aside excitedly and said, "Lord City Master, two important figures have arrived in our city today, a peerless beauty and a fierce warrior." Zhang Hong knew who the unparalleled beauty was. It was Wang Zhaojun, who had never appeared before. This woman was obtained by Zhang Hong yesterday from the famous general's card, but she has yet to make an appearance. Zhang Hong has been busy with other matters and hasn't had time to pay attention to her, but her loyalty is already at maximum. But who is this fierce and brave general? The peerless beauty was assigned to a side room by her subordinates. This woman is highly talented and well informed. I think the Lord should take the time to pay her a visit. Zhang Zhuzhing actually revealed a hint of infatuation. Seeing this expression, Zhang Heng suddenly recalled the historical evaluations of Zhang Zhuzhing. He had 7 or 8 wives, countless concubines and maids, and rumors claimed he eventually died from overindulgence in drugs. Of course, these are all just rumors, and the exact details are unknown. However, this expression, I have some important matters to attend to today, and I'll have to leave shortly. Please tell me more about that fierce and brave general first. Zhang Hong said. This man is as brave as 10,000 men and is not much different from General Suanxiao, he said a lot. Where is he? Zhang Hong asked. This. Zhang Zhuzhing scratched his head and said, it seems he went to the barracks. This hero must have heard that our Chunlu City has several fierce warriors, so he came to join us. But he should have gone to the barracks to challenge them. Zhang Hong was startled and immediately headed to the royal barracks with Zhang Zhuzheng. Sure enough, inside the barracks, a fierce battle had already erupted. On the challenge platform of the barracks, a burly man with bare arms, wielding a phoenix-winged golden halberd, engaged in a fierce battle with Li Suanxiao. Meanwhile, Wu Qi and others were watching the battle from the sidelines. Li Suanxiao held the Yu Wang spear, his entire body brimming with fierce and domineering strength. With a combat power of 120 points, every move he made was somehow parried by his opponent. This opponent is no ordinary foe. You should know that Li Suanxiao's attributes were just boosted to 120 last night, and this opponent managed to stop him. Who on earth is this guy? Zhang Hong furrowed his brows, checked the incoming opponent's attributes, and couldn't help but be startled. This guy was none other than the heavenly treasured General Yuan Chengdu. Name, Yuan Chengdu. Origin, Sui and Tang dynasties. Rank, 10th tier, level 100. Quality, 5 stars. Strength, 111. Command, 90. Strategy, 80. Politics, 45. Troop command attributes, Cavalry 60, Infantry 50. Weapons, diamond-tipped phoenix-winged golden halberd. Mount, diamond charcoal fire dragon full. Attached skills, Protect, Battle General. Protect, when the Lord is attacked, enters Protect mode, increasing strength by 10 points. Battle General, engage in intense combat with a 5-star general to activate the Battle General attribute, increasing your combat strength by 8 points. Attached barracks, Cold-Blooded Guard Camp. Cold-Blooded Guard Camp Unit rank 11, limited to 500 soldiers, attack 20,000, defense 20,000, speed 500, fully equipped with top-tier gear, construction cost 100,000 gold coins per unit. Activating Guardian mode grants a 50% attribute boost to all Cold-Blooded Guard Camp soldiers. Upon seeing the attributes of the Tianbao general, Zhang Hong couldn't help but feel uneasy. These attributes were no ordinary strength. His initial attributes were exactly the same as Li Suanxiao's, both at 111. Even the skills are included. It seems that Li Suanxiao and Li Yuanba still don't have any skills yet. Currently, the generals and strategists who have been recruited so far only have skills attached to the strategists, while the generals do not have any skills attached yet. No wonder General Tianba was able to withstand Li Suanxiao's powerful charge. It turns out that this guy had already activated the battle mode during combat. His initial strength was 111, and after activating battle mode, it increased by 8 points, reaching 119, which was only slightly lower than Li Suanxiao's. No wonder he was so fierce. Unfortunately, General Tianbao arrived too late. If he had come a few days earlier and received additional strength bonuses, his attributes would have been nearly on par with Li Suanxiao. With the Battle General bonus, he could have even matched Li Yuanba in combat. In the portrayal, General Yuan Chengdu of the Tianba era and the invincible General Li Yuanba fought to the death, with Yuan Chengdu being torn apart by Li Yuanba with his bare hands. After Yuan Chengdu's death, thunder roared and lightning flashed. Li Yuanba, still enraged, raised his hammer toward the heavens and shouted defiantly, only to be struck and killed by the very hammer he had hurled into the sky. Various versions and accounts exist, but the exact truth remains unknown. However, as things stand now, the two are locked in a fierce battle, with each move being a bold and daring clash. The arrival of Zhang Hong has drawn the attention of everyone present. Chapter 109, For Beautiful Women. Li Suanxiao also noticed Zhang Heng's presence, but due to the battle, he didn't have time to pay attention. He never imagined that today he would encounter someone as formidable as himself. My lord, this man is highly skilled in combat, with remarkable agility and strength that matches that of General Suanxiao. Wu Qi narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low voice. Zhang Hong nodded and said, his combat strength is second only to General Sun Xiao. Yuan Qingdu seemed to sense something and voluntarily withdrew from the fierce battle. He then clasped his hands together and addressed Li Tsuanxiao with courtesy. General Li truly lives up to his reputation as one of the fierce generals under the city lord's command. Today's battle has truly allowed Qingdu to satisfy his craving. If there was any disrespect earlier, I hope General Li will not hold it against me. This Yuan Qingdu knows when to advance and when to retreat. Previously, Li Tsuanxiao hadn't had much of an opinion of this man, but seeing how he knew when to back down, his mood improved greatly. He waved his hand dismissively and said without a care, Sir, your martial arts are formidable, and you are fearless in battle. You have truly impressed me. Today's battle was merely a warm-up. When we have more time in the future, we must have a proper showdown. No problem. Yuan Qingdu responded promptly. At that moment, Yuan Qingdu turned around. Upon seeing Zhang Hong appear, he hurriedly jumped down from the challenge platform, clasped his hands together, and spoke with a look of admiration. I have long heard of the young and capable lord of Chunlu City, with his great talent and strategic vision. Yuan Qingdu has come here specifically to seek your guidance. Today, upon meeting you, I find that your reputation truly matches your deeds. If my lord does not disdain me, Qingdu is willing to serve as your loyal guardian, protecting your safety at all times. His words were straightforward, and he switched to a more formal address quickly. This was clearly the manner of a warrior, getting straight to the point without beating around the bush. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlong for recruiting the 5-star warrior General Yuan Qingdu. Yuan Qingdu's current loyalty is 96. Once loyalty reaches 100, he will never betray you permanently. If loyalty drops below 60, he will choose to betray you. Ding! Player has captured the 5-star General Yuan Qingdu. As one of the top generals in this game, a system announcement has appeared. Do you wish to hide the name? Do not hide. Don't hide it. In recent days, several historical generals have been received, but many have chosen to remain hidden, appearing quite low-key. However, Zhang Hong is already extremely powerful. There is no need for him to hide his name. After Zhang Heng's system announcement, another system announcement sounded. System announcement, player King of the Mountain has successfully built the Diamond Village King's Village and obtained one blueprint for the rare unit Bloodthirsty Heavy Cavalry Barracks. The blueprints are now being sold gradually, and more players are building diamond villages. The treasures listed on the market are also almost sold out. With Qingdu's assistance, I feel like a tiger with wings, overjoyed. I will temporarily appoint you as a deputy general and have you serve by my side. Zhang Hong directly granted him a position. Thank you, my lord, for your kindness. Yuan Qingdu clasped his hands together in a respectful gesture, showing the utmost reverence. Ding! Yuan Qingdu was deeply moved and grateful, increasing his loyalty by 1 point. It now stands at 97 points. Zhang Hong was highly satisfied and ordered everyone to disperse. He then took Yuan Qingdu to the side of the barracks and had a cold-blooded guard camp constructed for him. This cold-blooded guard camp was built for himself, primarily to protect himself in the future. It was constructed as quickly as possible, and Yuan Qingdu's loyalty was solidified to the fullest extent. Soon, the cold-blooded Imperial Guard camp was successfully established. To the astonishment of Yuan Qingdu, Zhang Hong spent a fortune to create 500 cold-blooded Imperial Guards. The cost was quite high, with each guard costing 200,000, totaling 100 million treasure coins for 500 guards. Zhang Hong rubbed his head. It seems like you need money to become stronger. Upon seeing the 500 cold-blooded Imperial Guards, Yuan Qingdu was overjoyed. He clasped his hands together and said gratefully, Thank you, my lord, for your kindness. With these 500 Imperial Guards, Qingdu will be like a tiger with wings. Even if 1,000,000 soldiers surround us, Qingdu can protect the lord's safety and ensure his safe retreat. Zhang Hong chuckled, revealing a satisfied expression. Ding! Yuan Qingdu's emotions were running high, and his loyalty increased by 2 points. It has reached 99 points. Upon hearing the system prompt, Zhang Hong smiled and said, Qingdu, I will now activate your attributes for you. Let's see how many attributes you still have left to activate. Zhang Hong was satisfied and took out the last general activation talisman. Upon hearing this, Yuan Qingdu's eyes lit up, and he suddenly revealed a look of wild joy. His fists clenched tightly, and he wore an expression of anticipation. Zhang Hong smiled slightly. It seemed that today he would finally be able to fully earn Yuan Qingdu's loyalty. Ding! Yuan Qingdu's hidden attributes have been activated successfully, gaining 7 points in strength, 2 points in leadership, and 2 points in strategy. Cavalry stats increased by 30, infantry by 30. Additionally, the cold-blooded guard camp protection mode has been activated. For every 100 guards killed, the user's strength increases by 100, and upon the death of all guards, the user's strength increases by 500. Duration, 1 hour. Zhang Heng's eyes lit up. This guy is going to become a god. The entire Imperial Guard has been wiped out. They're even stronger than Li Yuanba's stats. Even with 30,000 of Li Yuanba's troops killed, only 300 were added. Zhang Hong looked shocked. Ding, Yuan Chengdu's emotions were running high, and his loyalty increased by 1 point. It has reached the maximum value of 100. Zhang Hong grinned, revealing a look of pleasure. After Yuan Chengdu's loyalty reached its maximum value, another system notification inevitably appeared. Players everywhere are filled with envy and jealousy, while also feeling a bit confused. Getting Yuan Cheng is one thing, but what does it mean for loyalty to instantly reach maximum value? This is way too over the top. After everything was settled, Zhang Hong made arrangements for Zhang Liang and the others before logging off. As soon as he stepped out of the room, he was startled to see Chen Qianxuan gathering several young laborers to move her gaming pod over, placing it right next to his own room. Even more astonishingly, she had also brought her 3 sisters along with her. Standing at the door of his room, Zhang Hong was speechless. What was going on? You idiot, what are you staring at? Starting today, the 3 of us sisters are moving in together. Seeing Zhang Hong come out of the room, Chen Qianxuan's lips curved into a slight smile. She walked up the stairs, tapped Zhang Heng's chest with her white, slender fingers, and asked with a pout, "No objections, right?" Zhang Hong, startled, replied, "No problem." "No objections, that's good." Chen Qianxuan was really afraid that Zhang Hong would have something to say. After all, this was so sudden and she hadn't discussed it with Zhang Hong beforehand. "You know all these sisters, one is a high school classmate, and the other 2 are university classmates," Chen Qianxuan said. Zhang Hong did indeed know these 3 sisters, Song Xian, Qin Zihan, and Sunny Ran, 3 stunningly beautiful women, each with her own unique charm. Chapter 110, A Group of Rich and Beautiful Women. "Mr. Zhang, would you mind if we all stayed together?" Sunny Ran glared with her beautiful eyes, crossed her arms, and smiled slightly. This woman was decisive, poised, and slightly assertive. Her well-tailored business suit accentuated her delicate figure to perfection. This woman has an impressive background, but exactly what it is, Zhang Hong truly does not know. He only knew her name, but he had no idea about her true background. He had asked Chen Qianxuan, but Chen Qianxuan shook his head and did not say anything. Was it because he did not want to say, or because he truly did not know? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hong smiled like a gentleman, thinking that as long as everyone liked it, that was all that mattered. That puts my mind at ease. To be honest, I was actually worried you might kick us all out. Qin Zihan rolled her eyes, tidied up her slightly disheveled long hair, and said, "Alright, since that's the case, we'll stay here from now on." This woman was tall and slender, with a graceful figure. She seemed carefree and had no off-putting qualities. But Zhang Hong knew that this woman had once been the school's beauty queen alongside Chen Qianxuan. Back then, she had a cold and aloof demeanor, giving off an icy, unapproachable aura wherever she went. Zhang Hong had once tried to pursue this woman behind Chen Qianxuan's back, but he had failed. Later, Zhang Hong went abroad for further studies and rarely saw her again. This woman came from a distinguished background. Her grandfather was a high-ranking official, her father served as a military advisor, and her mother owned a conglomerate worth over 1 trillion yuan. Her family had once been business partners with Zhang Heng's father, but later. To put it bluntly, this woman is a typical rich and beautiful woman, just like Chen Qianxuan. Let's not dwell on the past. Zhang Hong will pretend it never happened. Those are just memories now. After all, we were all young back then, and none of us were born saints. Who can claim to have a completely spotless past? After going through so much, Zhang Hong has matured significantly. Although these women are all beautiful, all eye-catching, and all make Zhang Hong feel very attracted, the Zhang Hong of today is no longer the Zhang Hong of the past. The Zhang Hong of the past might have been fickle or indulged in casual relationships, but the Zhang Hong of today, at his core, seeks loyalty. We have all grown up and matured. We are no longer children, and we no longer approach things with a playful attitude. Though it may seem like he's playing games now, it's all for the sake of making money, turning his life around, and improving his own abilities. This kind of play, though it may seem like play, is fundamentally different in nature. It's like when Wang Zhaojun arrived, he just looked calm and unmoved. On the other hand, the arrival of Yuan Chengdu filled him with anticipation. At this moment, he was more determined than ever to enhance his abilities and prove his strength. This is reality. Just like the strategist Chen Ping, who was equally pragmatic, to climb the ranks, he accepted bribes from his subordinates and then used that ill-gotten wealth to bribe those above him. Though the methods differ, they all reflect the harsh realities of the world. Song Xiaoyan is a gentle and intelligent woman. She comes from an intellectual family and was raised with different values than Chen Qianxuan and the others. Compared to their outgoing and carefree nature, she appears more reserved. However, being conservative does not mean being stingy or petty. Although her family isn't as wealthy as those other women, they're at least middle class, with both parents being professors at top-tier universities, so they've never had financial difficulties. By the way, Xiaoyan's in-game name is Xia Yiwei Liang, Zihan's name is Feng Zhongling Luan, and the eldest sister's name is Manhwa Kai. Chen Qianxuan introduced. The name fits her personality well. Zihan is indeed a bit disheveled in the wind, while Xiaoyan compliments Xiaoya's coolness, reflecting her inner gentleness and tranquility, but more than that, it conveys a sense of loneliness and solitude. The eldest sister is Sunny Ran, a woman with a strong personality. Deep down, she seems to be yearning for something, filled with anticipation for the unknown. By the way, what's your name? Chen Xianxuan suddenly froze and asked. What? You don't know his name? Qin Zihan was a bit flustered, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. Song Xiaoyan and Sun Yiran were also stunned, never expecting Chen Xianxuan to not even know Zhang Heng's game name. Is he still your boyfriend? I feel like you're not doing a very good job as his girlfriend. Sun Yiran also asked with wide eyes. All three were aware of Zhang Heng's current situation, but none of them took it seriously. After all, they all came from distinguished backgrounds who would care about someone's background or status? Only those beggars who longed for the life of a wealthy second-generation heir would mock or slander a once glorious but now fallen nobleman out of envy and hatred. A truly powerful man or woman would never mock or insult someone when they are at their lowest point. This is a sign of high self-discipline, a broad-mindedness that can accommodate heaven and earth, and a carefree attitude that does not concern itself with gains or losses. My name is. Zhang Heng said this, looking at the expectant expressions of the women, and said, Stay calm. Stay calm? Qin Zihan turned her head away and said, It really suits your current demeanor. Zhang Heng smiled slightly and said nothing. After tonight, we're going to attack the famous city. What do you think? Want to come help us? Song Xiaoyan asked in a gentle tone. Before Zhang Heng could respond, Sun Yiran interjected, Let me tell you. That top-ranked Shenlong isn't someone to mess with. He's been hitting on me lately, so you better watch out. She was about to say the soft girl Chen Xianxuan, but she remembered something and quickly stopped herself. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, she saw Chen Xianxuan's murderous glare. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng almost couldn't help but laugh out loud, but he managed to hold it in. This guy was talking big. Not only was he going to help us take on the big city tomorrow morning, but he was also going to help us defend against the local troublemakers. Qin Zihan said, What else is there to say? If we can't take the famous city, he'll help us take it and then transfer it to us. Right. You'd better come over. It doesn't matter if you seduce me, but if you seduce all four of us sisters, you'll be the one who loses out big time. Sun Yiran was getting a bit flustered. Oh, just be careful. Alright. I'll try to get there as soon as possible. Zhang Heng said with a smile. Did he really say that? Zhang Heng was completely flustered. It's getting late. Everyone get ready, we're heading to the Imperial Grand Hotel right away. After the loading crew left, everyone packed up the game pods, went up to check the data, and once the time was right, Chen Xianxuan finally spoke up. Chapter 111, The Secret of Fusion. At that moment, the five of them made preparations, left the villa, and drove toward the Imperial Grand Hotel. Along the way, the women chatted and laughed. Wow, the forum says that Chen Long has obtained the heavenly treasure General Yuan Chengdu and even maxed out his loyalty in an extremely short time. This kid is simply too overpowered. Qin Zihan stared with wide eyes, her expression filled with shock. This guy is so lucky. No one will be able to challenge his position in the game from now on. Sun Yiran frowned and said, This doesn't sound like good news. Why isn't it good news? As long as Qianxian is here, it's good news. Qin Zihan said this, then thought of something, opened his mouth slightly, and felt a bit awkward. Although Qianxian had Yanyan City in her hands, that wouldn't work either. Sun Yiran glared at her. Zhang Heng shook his head with a wry smile. If it weren't for his status, he probably wouldn't have kept it a secret. Just then, Zhang Heng's phone received a text message. Mr. Zhang, you're worrying needlessly. Mr. Chen, please rest assured that we will definitely keep this confidential for you. Ling Yuexin said. It turned out that after getting into the car, Zhang Heng had sent Ling Yuexin a text message asking her about how she knew his personal information. After all, this matter concerned his life, so he had to be cautious. How can I trust you? Zhang Heng asked. Hasn't Mr. Zhang noticed anything unusual about himself? Ling Yuexin asked. Zhang Heng paused for a moment, looking at the white gold bracelet on the passenger door, and asked, When did this start? Now everything is controlled by the AI. I really don't know exactly when it started, but I do know that currently, everyone ranked first has accelerated their integration. The more first-place rankings you hold, the faster you integrate. Moreover, before the AI took control of the big data, the big boss altered some of the data, replacing certain Chinese characters with numbers. In other words, only the big boss can understand this set of data. The big boss naturally wouldn't reveal your secret, as there's no need to. If he wanted to reveal your secret, you'd already be dead. And as the big boss's personal assistant and acting logistics director, I would never disclose Mr. Chen's identity. Ling Yuexin said, Mr. Zhang, you can rest assured about this. There's no need to worry. Zhang Heng sighed slightly in relief. When Ling Yuexin contacted him last time, he really hadn't thought of these things. After all, he was still young and didn't have much experience in dealing with people. Besides, he didn't have any mentors to guide him, so he was just feeling his way forward. If he had such depth of character, would he have ended up in this predicament? The reason I suddenly brought this up is because today, while discussing conspiracy theories with Chen Ping, he mentioned that while one may have malicious intentions toward others, one must always be vigilant against those who may harm you. This simple yet misleading statement revealed Chen Ping's true nature and suddenly aroused Zhang Heng's vigilance. One may have intentions to harm others, but one must always be vigilant against harm from others. What a heavy heart must one have to utter such words? Chen Ping also said, no matter how profound a truth may be, it can always be viewed from the opposite perspective. In doing so, you will discover that all matters are not as complicated or mysterious as they seem. Everything has two sides. Once you understand this, you will discover some interesting things, interesting souls. A few words from Zhang Hong proved to be highly enlightening. Now that Ling Yuexin had said these words to him, the worry that had been weighing on his heart was finally lifted. After all, if the big boss had wanted to kill him, he would have been dead long ago. If the big boss doesn't want to kill him, why reveal his information? It seems like the big boss isn't short on money either. As for Ling Yuexin, one may have the intention to harm others. Upon arriving at the Imperial Grand Hotel, the group got out of the car. Oh no, my platinum bracelet is deformed. This was custom made for me by my father at a cost of over 100 million yuan. Xin Zihan looked at the platinum bracelet hanging on the passenger door, looking heartbroken and said, oh no, if my dad finds out, he'll definitely scold me. You must have accidentally caught it in the doorframe when you were opening it, causing it to bend out of shape. Song Xiaoyan said. Zhang Hong, the son of Zhang Gongzi. Qin Zihan clenched his teeth tightly, his face twisted in pain. Come on, you're Qin Zihan, you're short on money? It's just 1 billion. I'll have someone make you 10 more. Sun Xiaoran flung aside her expensive fur coat and rolled her eyes. The big sister is so bossy. Chen Xianxuan gave her a thumbs up in approval. Zhang Hong looked at the deformed bracelet, smiled slightly, and shook his head. Ling Yusin said that because he had secured the top position, it had enhanced the fusion rate. However, she was also aware that other players ranked first had also accelerated their fusion rate. The more territory they control, the faster they integrate. Ranked first in combat power. City ranking, first. Top ranked general. Wealthiest ranked first. Weapon ranking, first. Multiple firsts. Multiple firsts. That bracelet was deformed by him, but the power hadn't fully merged yet, so it only deformed and didn't flatten. A few minutes later, the group of 5 introduced themselves to each other and were escorted by professional staff to take the elevator upstairs. However, what Qin Xianxuan didn't expect was that Zhang Hong, who wasn't among the invited guests, also entered after introducing himself. Of course, no one paid much attention to this. Perhaps the imperial conquest had not restricted the number of participants and had only listed the names for record-keeping purposes. The banquet hall was lavishly decorated and very grand. What excited and surprised Zhang Hong was that the advertising screens around the hall were filled with various short videos of him from the game. However, his face was covered by a mask, making it impossible to see his exact features. But the words Qianlong on his head clearly revealed his identity. Inside, there are short videos of him calmly commanding the battle of the famous city. There are short videos of him standing on the city walls of the famous city, hands behind his back, exuding an air of confidence and pride. There is a short video of him riding a white dragon steed, looking majestic and powerful, walking side by side with Li Cunxiao, Li Yuanba, Zhang Liang, and others. There is a short video showing all his generals in battle. Li Yuanba and Xiang Yu. Li Cunxiao and Yuan Chengdu. Li Cunxiao beheaded Chan Yuchen, Wu Yunqiao, and others. There are also videos showing a vast army of 1 million elite soldiers. At first glance, these short videos appear to be meticulously edited, with each scene evoking a sense of excitement and passion, as if the viewer were right there in the midst of the action. The clarity of the visuals is far more immersive than experiencing a 7D movie in a theater. Chapter 112, A Gathering of Talents. Even Zhang Hong himself, upon seeing those lifelike scenes, felt a surge of emotion and renewed ambition. Tian Qianlong is so handsome. I've decided I won't marry anyone but him. No, I won't marry anyone but him. Qin Xiaohan covered her mouth with her hand and exclaimed in awe. Those exquisite eyes were filled with infatuation. Are you trying to attract a son-in-law? Sunny Ran asked with a sneer. Qin Xiaohan snorted and said, wouldn't it be better to give up $1 trillion dowry for him? Of course it's possible. Sunny Ran rolled her eyes and said, I'm just afraid that someone's father won't agree. Iran, I'll fight you. Qin Xiaohan glared at Sunny Ran angrily. Be careful not to let Qianlong hear you. Song Xiaoyan said with a smile. Zhang Hong, who was behind her, unconsciously touched his nose, surprised by how much charm he had in the game. At that moment, a middle-aged man who was obese and adorned with gold and silver jewelry, holding a string of prayer beads, approached Chen Qianxuan and the others with a smile on his face. Oh, you must be the female heroes of Yanyan village. The middle-aged, overweight man squinted his barely visible eyes and grinned lewdly. I'm not much of a man, but I'd like to invite the ladies for a drink. Would you be so kind? Who are you? Sunny Ran stepped forward and asked with a frown. I am the renowned wealthy entertainment tycoon. A middle-aged, overweight man squinted his eyes and said, in real life, people prefer to call me the jewelry king. Wow, so you're the wealthy uncle. Your name is well known, and we've heard so much about you. You're my idol. I heard you were beaten by Chunlu, losing your armor and troops, and were in a pretty bad state. At the time, we sisters were all rooting for you. You, with nothing better to do, why are you causing trouble in his backyard? Put. Sunny Ran couldn't help but laugh out loud. Qin Zihan glared at her and continued, don't mention it. I even saw a video of you running bravely on the forum. That was so thrilling, I felt like I could fly away with wings. The wealthy man's face turned red with embarrassment. However, he was, after all, a prominent figure with a high social standing. Over the years, he had encountered countless humiliating situations, so he laughed it off and said nonchalantly, you ladies are truly humorous. It was just a little entertainment. Nothing to make a fuss about. This young man was merely fortunate this time. Let him enjoy himself for now. I will eventually destroy his city. Oh. I'm eagerly awaiting that. Qin Zihan said with a smile. At that moment, several men in their 30s approached one after another. Rich old man, I am the king of the mountain bandits. This is a slender man with a crew cut, wearing a suit and tie. A wealthy individual. This was a man with a face as sharp as a knife and deep, piercing eyes. This man is none other than Shengshi Tinglong. Hello everyone, I am the Imperial Clan's great sage. A man in his mid-20s, with a neatly parted hairstyle and dressed neatly and tidily, introduced himself, you can call me Imperial Clan, or you can call me Great Power. My real name is Great Power. My name is War God by Qi. A scarred man in his 30s spoke calmly. This man exuded a menacing aura, his narrowed eyes flickering with a hint of ferocity, clearly a hardened criminal. Qian. A tall, beautiful woman dressed in a stylish dress hurried over in her high heels upon seeing Chen Xianxuan. Yao. Chen Xianxuan saw the person approaching, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, and gave the person a warm embrace. This woman was none other than Hongyan Tianxia. Everyone in the hall introduced themselves one after another, including Chen Xianxuan and the others, but Zhang Hong remained expressionless, saying nothing. Hey, young man. Fu Hao Entertainment spotted Zhang Hong and asked with a hint of confusion. In an instant, everyone turned their gaze toward him. My name is Zhang Hong. I was about to speak when a somewhat abrupt voice interrupted me. His name is Zhang Hong. He used to be the chairman of Taigu Huanyu, but due to his wicked personality, indulging in drinking, gambling, and womanizing, he squandered the entire company. Isn't that right, Mr. Zhang? A man in his 30s, with a small beard under his chin, wearing a black suit, his hair neatly combed and shiny, and a slightly lazy smile on his lips, walked toward Zhang Hong with a drink in his hand. Fan Tong, Director Fan. Zhang Hong narrowed his eyes. You ungrateful wretch. Ha ha. You deserve it. Fan Tong couldn't help but burst into laughter. Slap. Zhang Hong rushed over, raised his hand, and slapped Fan Tong hard across the face. The blow was so forceful that half of Fan Tong's teeth were knocked out of his mouth. What do you mean, deserved punishment? I think you're the one who deserves it. Zhang Hong shouted angrily. You dare hit me? Fan Tong flew into a rage, his mouth bloodied and his words slurred. You're the one I'm after. Zhang Hong swung his hand again and slapped him hard across the face. The blow sent Fan Tong crashing heavily to the ground. Zhang Hong extended his large foot and stomped harshly on Fan Tong's face, coldly saying, Remember, I will reclaim everything that belongs to me. Those things are temporarily stored with you. Remember, the primordial cosmos is mine. If you can bankrupt me, I can rise again. Fan Tong's face was bruised and swollen, and he mumbled incoherently, his words indistinguishable. Zhang Heng's sudden reaction startled everyone around him. No one could have imagined that this quiet man could have such a fierce side. He didn't act until he had to, but once he did, it was clear he was out to draw blood. No one around him dared to ask about Zhang Heng's name anymore. Even the wealthy entertainment industry swallowed hard and kept their mouths shut. War God by Qi and the others furrowed their brows but refrained from commenting. In the hall, there were already nearly 50 people present, all of whom were prominent figures on the list. Some had made it into the top 10, while others were ranked outside the top 10. Didi Zhang Heng's phone rang. Zhang Kai opened it and saw that it was from Ling Yuexin. Mr. Zhang, I have arranged an assistant for you. Her name is Huan. Zhang Hong replied with a hum and didn't say anything else. Everyone gradually took their seats, forming groups of 3 or 5, and began drinking the alcohol on the table. Over a dozen well-dressed waiters moved back and forth between the tables, carrying champagne and wine, constantly refilling everyone's glasses. Zhang Hong sat calmly beside Chen Xianxuan. Qin Shaohan looked at him with admiration and said, Mr. Zhang, you're so manly today. Those 2 slaps felt so good on me. No, hitting him felt so good. Chapter 113, The Big Boss's Important Speech. Just then, a woman dressed in a red cheongsam, with a graceful figure and a beautiful face, walked onto the stage with light steps. Hello everyone, I am Yuan, the assistant to Mr. Chunlong. My boss is a very private person who prefers to stay out of the spotlight, so he was unable to attend tonight's event. He has specially asked me to come in his place. If there is anything you would like to convey to him, please feel free to share it with me, and I will make sure to pass it on to him." Yuan spoke with a smile on her face and in a polite tone. "Not coming? How can you just say you're not coming? It seems like your husband is cowardly and timid, so he dared not come, right?" The war god Bai Chi asked angrily. "Sir, what do you mean by that? If you're dissatisfied, you can go talk to him in the game. I think he'd be happy to chat with you." Yuan said softly, "My husband prefers to keep a low profile, but his abilities don't allow him to do so, which is why he always ends up standing out and being at the center of attention. How dare you speak so boldly? I will destroy his city sooner or later." The war god Bai Chi clenched his fists and spoke with a cold expression. "I heard that this gentleman has built a new diamond village. I think with my husband's strength, we can make you hang up the truce banner every day." Yuan said with a smile. The war god Bai Chi flew into a rage. "Humph. What's so great about being a hero in a game? Do you think you can live in a game forever?" The wealthy man scoffed. "Well, congratulations, sir. You can quit the game now. I don't think you're suited for it. If you stay any longer, you might end up destroying the city." Yuan said indifferently. "He dares?" The wealthy man shouted angrily. "Why not give it a try and see?" Yuan continued, "My husband also said that everyone who hates him is afraid of him. So if you're afraid of him, then go ahead and hate him." Zheng Hong was taken aback. Those words were far too cruel. This is clearly an attempt to make me the target of hatred. But whatever. The faces of the few people at the wealthy entertainment venue were so gloomy they could squeeze water out of them. "Alright, since no one wants to say anything, I'll take my leave. I hope everyone has a good time," Yuan said as she walked off the stage. After Yuan stepped down, another stunningly beautiful woman walked up from backstage. This woman was tall and slender, with captivating eyes, wearing a long dress that was elegant and appropriate, graceful, and beautiful. "Everyone, I am Ling Yuexin, the Minister of Logistics for the Imperial Conquest. I am sorry that Mr. Chunlong was unable to join us today, but regardless, I sincerely thank you all for taking the time to attend this event amidst your busy schedules. Let us get straight to the point. Today's discussion will cover several topics. First, the issue of game integration. Second, aligning with reality. Third, divine equipment refinement. Fourth, in the next version update, several newly developed products will make their grand debut. Fifth, players will be able to carry their own cities. Now, please welcome our big boss to take the stage and provide a detailed explanation." As she spoke, Ling Yuexin fell silent. At that moment, the surrounding curtains shifted, revealing an empty room. In that room, a faint, ethereal figure was projected onto the walls. "Hello everyone, I am the big boss. I am honored that you have all come here today. First, regarding the game's integration. Since I posted on the forum last time, everyone has been extremely concerned about this issue. As high-level players here, I believe some of you have already experienced the benefits." That's correct. Currently, whoever occupies the top spot has already subtly increased the integration of game attributes with their own abilities. This is something that Chen Long, who is currently ranked first, must have noticed. Unfortunately, Chen Long has not arrived yet. So, can the top-ranked player, who is as steady as an old dog, sense the mysterious changes? The voice asked a young man in the hall. "That's right. I can already feel a little of my own power." Steady as an old dog, he swung his fist and slammed it onto the table. Crack! A corner of the desk was smashed to pieces, but the fist, as steady as an old dog, remained unscathed. "Ha ha! See? I told you so." The fusion speed of the top-ranked individual is currently the fastest. The more top rankings they hold, the faster their fusion speed becomes. Everyone, if you want to get stronger, hurry up and... Whether it's the wealth chart, the equipment chart, the hero chart, or the famous city chart, as long as the top spot is yours, you'll be among the first to reap the rewards. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hong felt immense pressure. It seemed that in the coming days, these guys were going to go all out with their in-game purchases. Second, aligning with reality. This is a sensitive topic. The first step is already happening subtly, so how far away can the second step be? Additionally, I'm a practical person. Crab meat is usually given to the first batch of people and to those willing to spend money. Take the game warehouse, for example, which is divided into 3 tiers: King, Crystal, and Standard. Players in the King tier will receive a perfect 100 when merging attributes and will also be the first to gain access to real-world integration. Therefore, a player's 3 core attributes will be crucial in the future, directly impacting their overall strength. The higher the 3 core attributes, the stronger the player's strength will be after connecting to the real world. Third, divine forged equipment. Currently, only Chen Long has managed to obtain 2 pieces of 15 refined equipment, and there is still one major city yet to be conquered. Conquering it will also yield a piece of 15 refined equipment. This is a reward for players, allowing them to experience the power of 15 refined equipment. I'm sure everyone has seen the powerful attributes of divine forged equipment on the leaderboard. In the future, divine forged equipment will be integrated into players' bodies, becoming an integral part of them. By integrating into the bodies of the game characters they are connected to, these characters will be able to connect to the real world. All 15 refined equipment pieces have a conversion attribute, which is currently not yet activated. For example, Li Tsuinxiao's weapon is the Yu Wang spear, so you can transform a divine forged weapon into the appearance of the Yu Wang spear. Each item with 15 refinements can only be transformed once. 15 refined equipment has permanent durability. If the character associated with the equipment dies in real life, the 15 refined equipment will also disappear. Fourth, in the next autonomous update, some rare and unique treasures will appear. These include longevity pills, divine cultivation pills, attribute pills, and resurrection pills. Chapter 114, spoiler for the final boss. Longevity pill, linked to reality. Taking it can extend a person's lifespan by 5 years. As long as there is an adequate supply of the pill, it can be taken indefinitely. Divine nurturing pill aligned with reality. It can eliminate all incurable diseases and hidden ailments from the body, truly achieving instant healing. Attribute pill. Before connecting to reality, players can consume 100 pills to randomly increase any 3 attributes by 1 point. After connecting to reality, players can only consume 50 pills. After 50 pills, no further attribute increases will occur. Resurrection pill. After linking to reality, even if a character dies, as long as their hair or blood is obtained, their memories in physical form can be revived to the moment before their death. These future pills will randomly appear in boss strongholds. Such boss strongholds randomly spawn in strongholds across the entire server. The default level of the stronghold is 11. At least 5 5-star generals will defend the stronghold, accompanied by troops with a combat power of 50 million. Troop types will include various rare and ultra-rare units. The generals and soldiers of this stronghold can be swayed or persuaded to defect. Players can lead their troops into battle. Additionally, I'll give you a hint here: to develop a stronger base, you must capture system-designated cities. Capturing these cities will reveal unexpected surprises. However, once a famous city is captured, there is a limitation: you cannot use the ceasefire symbol. Even if a player's city is marked with the ceasefire symbol, the famous city cannot be captured. This is a rule: you must either defend it to the death or abandon the city. Fifth, after integrating with the real world, each player's city will be fused into their own body. In the near future, players will be able to carry their own famous cities with them at all times, making it easier to recruit troops and wage war. At that time, players will form various factions. Earlier, I heard some big shots say, "What's a game? Real life is where the real power lies." Well, now it's time to challenge that ignorant mindset. The reality of the future will become a game, and the games of the future will be reality. The more advanced today's games are, the more proactive the future reality will become. In the future, soft currency will become obsolete, and all monetary transactions will be replaced by yuanbao, or more accurately, by data. Banks will no longer exist, as they will be controlled by artificial intelligence. All human payments will be based on data. Therefore, for those of you who are wealthy now, hoarding yuanbao is the way to go. War is about consumption and funds. Only those with money can recruit soldiers and grow stronger. For certain games that are outdated and no longer playable, governments will provide subsidies to ensure no one is left behind. In the future, the strong will survive, and the weak will perish. Finally, here's a little secret for you: Empire Conquest is far from an ordinary game. It involves intercontinental rivalries and the acquisition of in-game resources, and even ventures into interstellar warfare to plunder rare treasures of the highest caliber. Because the creation of Empire Conquest was not developed by humans on Earth, but rather incorporates alien technology, leading the way in high-tech innovation. Now, please welcome the leaders of various countries to take the stage and deliver their speeches. Hello everyone, I am a high-ranking official from Huaxia. In the coming days, the Huaxia government will be actively participating in the Empire Conquest event. Hello everyone, I am a high-ranking member of the warring nation. Currently, the US military has already continuously entered the game. Hello everyone, I am a high-ranking member of the warrior nation. I am here to represent the empire in its quest for dominance. Hello everyone, I am a high-ranking official from the island nation. Hello everyone, I am from the cheat-using nation. The statements made by high-ranking officials from various countries have clearly highlighted the importance of imperial rivalry. The wealthy individuals in the audience began to harbor thoughts. Zheng Hong furrowed his brows. The continued involvement of high-ranking officials signaled that this game would only grow more ambitious, but the big boss had yet to reveal when it would integrate with reality. At least, in the near future, the King's Game Warehouse would begin to gradually enter its operational phase. Zheng Hong was confident that the Empire Conquest would soon become his domain. The nations are vying for supremacy. StarCraft. This seems like a promising development path. The fact that it's venturing into the interstellar realm suggests this game is far from ordinary. Zhang Heng shifted his gaze to Fan Tong, who was staring intently at him. He grinned and flipped him off. Once in the game, he would destroy this guy's city. After the speeches by the high-ranking officials from various countries concluded, the big boss delivered the closing remarks to wrap up the evening event. Finally, he added, all the distinguished guests who attended this event will receive a random mystery gift upon being added to the database and going live. The gifts may include general cards, strategist cards, beauty cards, diamond tiger tokens, talents, general activation tokens, diamond village construction orders, 15 refined equipment, and rare barracks blueprints. With that, the event has come to a close. We look forward to your participation. Next, Ling Yuexin took the stage once more to deliver her closing remarks, bringing the event to a close. After the evening event concluded, the crowd quickly dispersed from the venue. Zhang Heng faintly heard the war god Bai Qi and the wealthy entertainment figures whispering, the resources are fully prepared, and the architectural blueprints are mostly in place. We're just waiting for the city to be upgraded to a second-tier city. Once the city is upgraded to level 2, we will immediately mass-produce troops and launch an attack on Yingchuan City. We must capture this city tonight to establish our reputation. It seems that this guy has aligned himself with the wealthy entertainment industry. Zhang Heng furrowed his brows. It seemed that tonight's Yingchuan City would become the scene of a fierce battle. On the road, Qin Xiaohan said, Chanxian, it seems the situation tonight is unclear. These guys are all preparing to attack Yingchuan. Yeah. The rewards for capturing the famous city are too generous. But the big boss said there's an unexpected surprise in the famous city. I wonder what it could be. Sun Iran frowned and said, conquering a system-designated famous city allows you to recruit troops infinitely. Zhang Heng said indifferently, as long as you have enough money, you can recruit as many as you want, as long as you're not afraid of running out of food or the soldiers starving to death. Zhang Heng said casually, the prerequisite is having enough money. You can recruit as many as you want, as long as you're not afraid of running out of food or having your troops starve to death. How do you know? Qin Xiaohan asked with wide eyes. Zhang Heng rolled his eyes and said, one of my friends knows Qianlong. Wow, that's so powerful? Qin Xiaohan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Then I'll have my dad pour all his money into the game and develop it aggressively. I bet after tonight, people all over the country will start investing heavily. Those longevity pills, divine cultivation pills, and resurrection pills are enough to drive them crazy. Sun Iran said. Zhang Gongzi, I think this unlimited recruitment must have restrictions. If there are no limits on recruiting troops, then once players capture a famous city, as long as they have enough funds, they will definitely be able to defend it to the death. Song Xiaoyan, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Chapter 115, The Giant Battle of Yingchuan City. Why is that? Sun Iran asked, looking a bit dazed. If there are no restrictions on recruiting troops, then even if a famous city is under attack and runs out of soldiers, players can continue to recruit more. In that case, it would definitely be impossible to capture the city. If that's the case, it would lose its fairness. Song Xiaoyan said in a low voice. As expected of a talented woman, she noticed such a subtle detail. Zhang Hong looked at her with admiration. He had no idea about this either. It seemed he had never encountered such a situation before. However, he was certain that entering combat mode must have certain limitations. It seemed he would have to visit the famous city to investigate further. Chanxian, why don't we ask Qianlong for help? We don't need him to fight for us, we just need him to keep an eye on those guys. Sun Iran turned her gaze toward Chen Xianxuan, who was driving. After the red light stopped, Chen Xianxuan hesitated for a moment and said, let's see how it goes. By the time they returned to the villa, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. Everyone quickly had a light snack and logged on. The city plan had been revised. Upon logging in, they immediately mobilized troops, relocated the city, and launched an attack on Yingchuan City. Upon logging in, Zhang Hong appeared in the government compound. Ding! Congratulations to player Qianlong for participating in this meeting and receiving a mysterious reward, a divine forging weapon, diamond 15 refined heaven questioning sword. System announcement, congratulations to player Qianlong for successfully obtaining the 15 refined divine sword. System announcement, congratulations to player Fuhao Entertainment for opening the general card and obtaining the Spring and Autumn Warring States General Meng Tian. System announcement, congratulations to player War God Bai Qi for obtaining the rare troop type 100 forged sword in Shield Soldiers. System announcement, congratulations to player Imperial Clan Powerhouse for obtaining a rare general activation scroll. All players who participated in the meeting have received a rare treasure. Chen Xianxuan obtained talent, Persuade Surrender, Qin Xiaohan obtained Diamond Tiger Seal Order, Song Xiaoyan obtained the famous General Hua Xubing, Sun Iran obtained the Warring States Strategist Sun Bin, Shengshi Tinglong obtained talent, Reduce Soldier Consumption by half, Taiga Huanyu obtained the 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms General Xiao Ruchi, and Wen Chang Lago obtained talent, Reduce Mass Recruitment Speed by half. Zhang Hong checked the records and found that 3 pieces of 15 refined equipment had been obtained, 5 talents had appeared, 10 famous generals had appeared, and 5 renowned scholars had appeared. In summary, everyone had obtained rare treasures. This also signaled that the upcoming imperial conquest would fully enter the decisive phase of the struggle for dominance in central China. Diamond 15 refined Ask the Heaven's Sword. When equipped by a hero, attack power increases by 5,000, and the attack power of the hero and their troops increases by 15, with a 6-point increase in martial arts. Diamond 15 refined Divine Sword equipped by heroes. It grants an attack power of 5,000, increases the attack power of the hero and their troops by 150, and boosts the hero's strength by 6 points. 3 enhancements. Embedding a 10-star black obsidian increases strength by 10 points, embedding a 10-star blue obsidian increases command by 10 points, and embedding a yellow obsidian increases speed by 10 points. At that moment, Zhang Heng equipped the divine forged gear, and now he had 315 refined items on his person. His combat power surged to 120 points. System announcement. Congratulations to player War God by Chi for successfully upgrading the level 1 Diamond War God City to level 2 Diamond War God City. As this is the second player city in the server to reach level 2, a series of 3 system announcements will be made, and War God by Chi will be rewarded with 1 Diamond Resource Pack, 1 Rare Treasure Diamond Tiger Seal, 1 Legendary General Card, and 1 Charm Points. Upon hearing this system announcement, Zhang Heng was startled. How fast was that? He instinctively checked the records and was startled to discover that during the meeting, War God City had already begun upgrading, and it seemed like someone was helping War God by Chi with the upgrade. Zhang Heng knew that the War God clan had many players, so it must be these players who were helping War God by Chi upgrade the city. Zhang Heng knew that the War God clan had many players, so it must be these players who were helping War God by Chi upgrade the city. If that's the case, then those second-tier government building blueprints must have been purchased by War God by Chi or the wealthy entertainment company, right? Money talks. Zhang Heng sneered, if you can build it, I can tear it down. System announcement. Congratulations to the player King's return for successfully upgrading the Diamond King's town to a level 1 Diamond King city. The king emerges? Another big shot has emerged? Zhang Heng furrowed his brows. This city seemed to have been built just today, didn't it? It seems like things are finally getting underway. Players can now develop their own resources and either sell them directly in the market or acquire resources from others. Behind this rising star, there must be the backing of a major conglomerate. Zhang Heng took the opportunity to check the power rankings and was startled to discover significant changes on the list. He was undoubtedly at the top of the combat power rankings, with a total combat power of 78 million, the combined total of 3 cities, excluding the 2 million from the subsequent divide and conquer strategy, which had not been converted and was therefore not included in the calculation. Second place, Yanran City with 11 million. Third place, Wealth City with 9.5 million. Fourth place, Tianxia City 9 million. Fifth place, Shanghai City 8 million. Sixth place, Imperial City with 7.9 million. Seventh place, Global City with 7.5 million. Eighth place, Mad City 7 million. Ninth place, War God City 6.1 million. 10th place, Dominant City 5.5 million. From the rankings, it can be seen that the military strength of King City and War God City has been increasing rapidly. These guys are crazy, absolutely crazy. These troops are definitely not rare units, so they must be being produced in the barracks using resources and accelerated with in-game currency. The military strength in the Wealth City is also increasing, and the same goes for the Yanran City. The forces of those listed on the rankings are growing at a visible pace, with each force reaching over 10 million within just half an hour. Zhang Heng wiped a cold sweat from his brow. If these wealthy warlords were to capture the famous cities, with their unlimited ability to produce troops, would there even be a chance for him to survive? Zhang Heng felt the pressure mounting. System announcement. The legendary player has emerged from seclusion, leading their troops with passion and determination, marching in force toward the system-designated city of Yingchuan City. The estimated total combat power is 13 million. As a player participating in the assault on the system-designated city, you have received this system announcement. We wish you a resounding victory and a triumphant return. System announcement. The Imperial clan's mighty warrior has gathered their troops filled with passion and determination, and is leading a massive army toward the system-designated city of Yingchuan City. The estimated total combat power is 15 million. As a player attacking the system-designated city, you have received this system announcement. We wish you a great victory and a triumphant return. System announcement. Player Taiga Huanyu, leading their troops with passion and determination, is launching an attack on the system-designated city of Yingchuan City. The estimated total combat power is 14 million. As a player attacking the system-designated city, you have received this system announcement. We wish you a great victory and a triumphant return. System announcement. Player Taiga Huanyu, leading their troops with passion and determination, is launching an attack on the system-designated city of Yingchuan City. The estimated total combat power is 14 million. As a player attacking the system-designated city, you have received this system announcement. We wish you a great victory and a triumphant return. System advertisement. Player Wargod Bai Chi of Wargod City, along with his strategist Zhang Yi, has activated the Alliance and Division strategy, uniting forces from Wealth City, Bandit City, Dragon Slayer City, and Prosperous City, among others, totaling 10 armies with an estimated combined combat power of 40 million. They are now marching in force to besiege the famous city of Yingchuan City. We hope the 10 armies will emerge victorious and return triumphantly. Suddenly hearing numerous system alerts, Zhang Hong paused for a moment. Chapter 116, A Vast Army of Millions. Drip. Drip. Just then, Zhang Hong received a message. Chunlong, can you give me a hand? Chen Xianxuan looked a bit anxious. Just tell me how to help. Zhang Hong asked in a low voice. I want to capture Yingchuan City, but now it has become a target for everyone, and the 4 gates have already been blocked by players. I fear our total forces are insufficient. I humbly request your assistance. Rest assured, I will compensate you. Chen Xianxuan said. Don't mention compensation. Just tell me how I can help you. Zhang Hong said calmly. I have allied with the city lord of Tianxia City, Hongyan Tianxia. Hongyan Tianxia has a renowned minister named Su Qin, who, like Zhang Yi, can activate the art of diplomacy. Currently, we have united 9 armies, with a combined combat strength of 30 million. Before Chen Xianxuan could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Zhang Hong. Alright, I understand. Send me the coordinates, and I'll relocate the city immediately. Soon, Zhang Hong received the coordinate information. After receiving the information, Zhang Hong was about to head toward the government office when he suddenly saw a woman with a graceful figure and breathtaking beauty emerge from the side room. This woman was none other than Wang Zhaojun, the lord of the city. Upon seeing Zhang Hong, Wang Zhaojun's face lit up with joy, and she hurriedly took small steps toward Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong rubbed his forehead and said with feigned joy, Miss Zhaojun, I heard from the county magistrate today that you had arrived, and I had intended to come and pay you a visit, but alas, I was too busy with official matters and was unable to pay my respects. How have you been staying today? Thank you for your concern, Lord City Master. I thought you had forgotten about this humble maiden. Wang Zhaojun bowed slightly, her eyes betraying a hint of resentment. Zhang Hong chuckled and said, How could that be? Even if I were to forget anyone, I would never forget Miss Zhaojun. However, I have matters to attend to at the moment. Once I've finished, I'll be happy to chat with you, shall we? The city lord is busy with official duties, this humble maiden understands. Wang Zhaojun bowed slightly again. Zhang Hong bowed slightly, walked to the government office, and said to Zhang Zhuzheng, Mr. Zhuzheng, have the people not left the city yet? No, after receiving the Lord's orders earlier, I immediately ordered the people not to leave the city and instructed those who had already left to return as soon as possible. Zhang Zhuzheng said. Excellent. Zhang Hong showed a satisfied expression. These were all tasks that Zhang Hong had assigned to Zhang Zhuzheng during the afternoon meeting. At that moment, Zhang Hong checked the detailed status of Chunlu City and Shanghai City, found no issues, and sighed in relief. He then immediately relocated the cities to the location designated by Chen Xianxuan at the government office. After a brief disturbance, Zhang Hong arrived beside Yanran City. My lord, is a battle about to begin? Chen Ping and the others clearly sensed the intense vibrations. Zhang Hong nodded and said, Zifang, you and General Li Mu stay behind to defend the city. The rest of you will accompany me on the campaign. Immediately, Zhang Hong led Chen Ping to the military camp and converted all 210,000 unprocessed soldiers into 11th rank troops. This conversion included 800,000 royal crossbowmen, 800,000 royal spear and shield soldiers, 200,000 royal heavy cavalry, and 300,000 royal crossbow cavalry. As a result, the number of royal heavy cavalry within the city reached 500,000, royal crossbow cavalry 500,000, royal archers 1,300,000, and royal spearmen 1,200,000. Upon arriving at the barracks, Zhang Hong assigned Wu Qi to command his own troops of 600,000 soldiers, Li Yuanba to lead the 90,000-strong Tiger Roar Dominion camp, Yuan Chengdu to command the 500-strong cold-blooded Imperial Guards, and Li Zuanxiao to lead the 300,000-strong King's Elite Cavalry and 200,000-strong Royal Crossbow Cavalry, along with 500 powerful siege engines and 6 well-fortified siege towers. With a total of 1,195,000 soldiers, the massive army marched out of the city in a grand procession. A kilometer outside the city walls, Zhang Hong spotted Chen Xianxuan and the others. Since they were inside the game, everyone had altered their appearances to some extent, making it difficult to recognize one another. However, Chenlong's sudden appearance signifies his stance on this matter. Seeing the gates of Chunlong City wide open, Chenlong led a vast army of 1 million elite troops out of the city. The few players within sight were left speechless with shock. Though they were all ranked players, they had never before seen such a formidable force of elite soldiers. Zhang Hong rode a white dragon colt, with Chen Ping on his left and Li Yuanba, Li Zuanxiao, Wu Qi, and Yuan Chengdu on his right. Behind them followed over 10 4-star generals and strategists, all of whom were 4-star warriors and strategists who had been lured away from the mountain forts. As the main army approached, Zhang Hong calmly dismounted from the white dragon foal. Qin Shaohan, overcome with admiration, exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, I finally get to see my idol. This is so hard to believe." Her heart was racing wildly. "Mr. Chenlong? Chenlong?" Chen Xianxuan stepped forward, clasped his hands, and said, "I am Qianxia Yanyan. It is a pleasure to meet you. I hope you will take care of me." Zhang Hong chuckled and returned the bow, saying, "Miss Yanran truly lives up to her reputation as a heroic woman. I have long admired you." "Wow, Mr. Chenlong, it's such an honor to meet you." Qin Shaohan had long since lost the icy demeanor she once had at school. It was clear that a person's character changes subtly over time, influenced by their surroundings. "Mr. Chenlong, my name is Beyond the Flowers," Sun Iran said with a smile. "Hello." Zhang Heng greeted them. "My name is Xiaoye Weiliang. My name is Feng Zhonglingluan." After everyone introduced themselves, Chen Xianxuan said, "The Red Beauty's reign is about to begin. At that time, we will unite our forces and launch an attack on Yingchuan City." Within sight, the four gates of Yingchuan City were already under siege by numerous players. "Mr. Chenlong, which gate should we attack first?" Chen Xianxuan seemed to be seeking Zhang Heng's opinion. Zhang Heng smiled and said, "Miss Yanran, you decide. Any gate will do. Let's go through the west gate," Chen Xianxuan said through gritted teeth. "All right." Zhang Heng nodded. "Qianxian, Zhang Heng didn't come. Are you still planning to go through the west gate?" Qin Shaohan asked with a glare. "The primordial universe is his enemy, and it is also my enemy. If we could eliminate all of the primordial universe's troops, I'm sure he would be overjoyed." Chen Xianxuan's eyes flashed with a gleam of determination. Zhang Hong chose to remain silent. A series of ripples echoed through the void. Then, one after another, massive cities appeared within sight. Soon, the city gates swung open, and troops poured out in a vast, orderly procession. Thousands upon thousands. Hongyan Tianxia led 5 or 6 players over. Upon seeing these players in the city they had appeared in, Zhang Hong narrowed his eyes. Beside Hongyan Tianxia, 3 prominent figures from the rankings appeared: Chanya Manman, Yizhi Duxiu, and Bao Dao Weilao. Upon seeing Long Night Endless and Solitary Beauty, Zhang Heng's eyes narrowed. The two of them saw Zhang Heng and seemed as though mice had seen a cat, shrinking back and hiding their tails. Chapter 117, Calm and Collected, Leading the Charge. Mr. Chenlong, the alliance agreement between Long Night and Solitary Bloom has already been reached. Regardless of any past grievances between you, I hope you can set aside your differences for Yanan's sake and temporarily put aside any animosity. Hongyan Tianxia, aware of the feud between Zhang Heng and his group, had already informed Chen Xianxuan and now turned her attention toward Zhang Heng. Chen Xianxuan also turned his gaze toward Zhang Heng, hoping that Zhang Heng would let go of his hatred. Zhang Heng remained silent for a moment before saying, "Time is limited, activate the Zongheng technique." Hongyan Tianxia was overjoyed. Chen Xianxuan sighed slightly in relief. "Mr. Chenlong truly lives up to being my idol. I knew you were a magnanimous person who wouldn't hold past grievances against me," Qin Shaohan said. The people around them also praised Zhang Heng for his generosity and magnanimity, calling him a true man. Zhang Heng couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. If it weren't for Chen Xianxuan, he would never have agreed. And with his current strength, he could easily handle not just one famous city, but even 2 at the same time. "Mr. Chenlong, that was also due to the enticement of the wealthy entertainment industry. I hope Mr. Chen will not take it to heart." The young prodigy is still quite young, appearing to be only around 23 or 24 years old. This young man is quite clever. He quickly took the opportunity to apologize to Zhang Heng. After all, apologizing doesn't cost anything, and he doesn't mind losing face. A real man knows how to take responsibility and let go. That's the way to go. The Long Night lingered nearby, hesitating for a moment before finally clasping his hands and saying, "Mr. Chenlong." But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Zhang Heng. "No need to say more. There's only one chance. I, Chenlong, have always been one to repay a grudge. This time, for Yanan's sake, I'll let it go for now," Zhang Heng said indifferently. Mr. Chenlong truly lives up to his reputation as a regional lord. Despite his young age, he possesses great talent and a broad-minded disposition. With Mr. Chenlong's assistance in this strategic maneuver, we are certain to achieve victory and conquer the enemy in one fell swoop. From behind the woman known as Red Beauty of the World emerged a man dressed in simple attire, with a slender build and a 3-inch beard. He was around 40 years old, spoke clearly, and maintained a composed demeanor, neither arrogant nor subservient. "Mr. Su is too kind." Zhang Heng bowed with both hands clasped in front of him, returning the courtesy. This man was none other than Su Qin of Tianxia village. "Since that is the case, I shall employ a small trick and initiate the strategy of the School of Diplomacy." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Heng heard a system prompt sound in his ears. "Ding, strategist Su Qin has initiated the Zongheng strategy. Do you agree to participate? If so, please enter the number of troops you wish to deploy into the interface." Zhang Heng clicked agree and entered the number of troop types. System notification: Player Tianxia Village's strategist Su Qin, under the banner of Beauty of the World, has triggered the horizontal and vertical alliance strategy, uniting troops from Chunlu City, Yanran City, Chunlu City, Duxiu City, and 9 other regions, with a total estimated combat power of 45 million. They are marching in force toward the renowned city of Yingchuan City to launch a siege. May the 10 armies emerge victorious and return in triumph. Mr. Chunlong, we are deeply grateful for your support in this crucial battle. Chen Xianxuan clasped his hands together in gratitude. Zhang Heng smiled and said, as long as you're happy, that's all that matters. Chen Xianxuan was taken aback, feeling that there was more to his words than met the eye. At that moment, the crowd led their troops toward the west gate of Yingchuan City and launched an attack. Zhang Heng glanced at the soldiers of the numerous players and was startled to discover that they were all soldiers of rank 8 or below. It was no surprise that they had produced so many soldiers so quickly. They were clearly trying to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Report, my lord. The battle at the East Gate is fierce. The War God Alliance is attacking fiercely. If we don't act within an hour, the East Gate will definitely fall. A messenger relayed the information to Chen Xianxuan. General Yuan Ba. Zhang Heng shouted. Here I am. Li Yuanba appeared before everyone's stunned eyes, wielding 2 massive drum-shaped golden hammers. He led his troops toward the East Gate, charging forward to shatter the enemy's formation. Zhang Heng said calmly, remember, focus solely on destroying the formation. Do not engage in prolonged battles. If you encounter enemy generals, kill them if possible. If not, retreat immediately. The subordinate obeys your orders. With that, Li Yuanba led his 90,000-strong Tiger Roar Dominion Brigade, amidst the envy and resentment of the other players, and charged eastward toward the East Gate in a mighty procession. General Tsuanxiao. Zhang Heng shouted to Li Tsuanxiao standing beside him. Here I am. Li Tsuanxiao held the Yu Wang spear, rode a yellow horse, bowed his hands in apology, and spoke with a respectful tone. He led 300,000 elite cavalry and 200,000 royal crossbow cavalry to launch an attack on the Western Gate formation. Upon seeing the enemy generals, all were to be killed without mercy. Zhang Heng spoke in a cold and stern tone. This subordinate obeys your orders. As Li Tsuanxiao finished speaking, he led his troops toward the West Gate, launching an attack that left the many players watching in stunned silence. General Wu Qi. Zhang Heng stood with his hands behind his back and shouted coldly. Your servant is here. Wu Qi stepped forward and responded loudly. After the heavy cavalry charged, he led 600,000 rock-solid Wei soldiers, advancing steadily, to wipe out the remaining enemy forces at the West Gate. Ensure that every last enemy at the West Gate is killed, leaving none behind. Zhang Heng said coldly. This subordinate obeys your orders. At that moment, Wu Qi led 600,000 elite Wei soldiers and charged directly toward the West Gate. Military strategist. Zhang Heng said to Chen Ping, arrange for the powerful catapults and high shields to quickly approach the city walls. We must capture the West Gate in the shortest time possible. Understood, sir. Chen Ping immediately mounted his warhorse, commanded several 4-star generals in the rear, and led 6 well-fortified carts toward the West Gate. Seeing Zhang Heng's calm and composed commands, everyone around him couldn't help but look on with envy. In those words, it seemed as though all the obstacles had been overcome. Brother Chenlong, your troops have launched an attack on the West Gate. What about us? Standing out from the crowd and directly referring to himself as the big brother, he is clearly trying to befriend Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng glanced at him indifferently and said, just stand there and watch. What? After the initial shock of being the only one standing, a look of embarrassment spread across her face. If it were anyone else, the lone blossom would have slapped them across the face, but this was Chenlong. Would he dare? Before he even makes a move, he'll probably be killed by the menacing Yuan Qingdu standing nearby. That's bold. That's what I call a real man. This is exactly the kind of man I've always dreamed of. There's no one else like him. Xin Shaohan couldn't help but stare with wide eyes, her expression filled with excitement as she spoke. These words were spoken in front of everyone, but Zhang Heng pretended to be calm and ignored her. Qianqian, did you see that? Zhang Heng isn't worthy of you. Look at this man, handsome, charming, and wealthy. He's number 1 on the wealth list, the combat power list, and the military general list. Xin Shaohan kept chattering beside her. We agreed, if you don't want him, I'll take him. Chapter 118, The Two Bullies Meet Again. Upon hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Zhang Heng's forehead. Back in school, he had secretly pursued Qin Shaohan, but she had ignored him completely. Now, she was actually. Everyone led the army toward the West Gate. Hey, Chenlong, can I ask you how many ranks your troops are? Yiziduoxiu asked quietly. The voice was not loud, but it still caused those around to prick up their ears, seemingly filled with curiosity. Zhang Heng spoke casually, 11th rank. 11th rank? 11th rank? Yiziduoxiu's eyes widened in shock, and he opened his mouth, looking utterly astonished. The people around her felt their faces flush with embarrassment. These troops, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, were all 11th rank? Among their own troops, only 300,000 were elite soldiers of the 10th rank or higher, while the rest were all of the 8th rank or lower. What about your city? After the initial shock, the lone survivor asked again. Zhang Han glanced at him indifferently and asked, "What do you think? Are you planning to attack with a large force?" "I'm just curious. After all, before the war began, your total combat power was still at 70 million, and now it's over 90 million, about to break the 100 million mark. The lone flower speaks what everyone else is thinking." Zhang Han coldly replied, "All you need to know is that my combat strength is something you can't afford to provoke. Knowing more won't do you any good. Not everyone is qualified to know his true capabilities." Zhang Hang's seemingly casual words put immense pressure on the lone standout. Han Yen Tianxia and Shen Xianshuan exchanged glances with the others, their expressions filled with disbelief. That single sentence, though seemingly revealing nothing, was far more terrifying than any direct disclosure. My combat power is something you can't afford to provoke. A simple, straightforward statement that couldn't be clearer sent the few women of the Red Beauty realm into a state of heightened anxiety. Speaking of which, Li Yuanba led 90,000 Tiger Roar Dominance camp soldiers, riding on a saber-toothed tiger boss, wielding a golden hammer, charging recklessly toward the east gate. The 90,000-strong Tiger Roar Dominion camp surged forward like a massive torrent, raising clouds of dust as they charged forward. As they entered the range of the Tiger Roar Dominion camp, Li Yuanba roared, and the entire army fired toward the city gates. Whoosh! The order was given, and a volley of 3 shots was fired. 270,000 arrows were launched from the crossbows. The 270,000 crossbow bolts were densely packed, resembling a torrential rain of arrows falling from the sky. In an instant, they pierced toward the city gates, slaughtering the tens of thousands of soldiers who had finally managed to reach the city walls, leaving a field of death in their wake. Even the soldiers armed with shields and armor could not escape the fate of being shot down. The shield and armor soldiers were too busy fending off the incoming crossbow bolts to defend against the arrows coming from the sides. Load your arrows, aim for the center, and keep firing. After being granted intelligence, Li Yuanba became much smarter. At least on the battlefield, he would utilize his own advantages and launch a relentless barrage of arrows. Whoosh! Hundreds of thousands of arrows suddenly rained down from the sky above the central region. The soldiers in the central region, armed with spears and shields, were pushing massive battering rams forward in a relentless charge. A dense shower of arrows rained down, instantly cutting down the soldiers on both sides, leaving a scene of death and injury. Reload your arrows, aim at the rear, and fire. Whoosh! Another 3-round burst was fired, piercing the air with a loud whistling sound and striking numerous commanders in the rear. The commanders in the rear were all players and strategists. Upon encountering the attack, they immediately sought cover. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Protect the Lord! What is this madman trying to do? He wants to disrupt our offensive formation. What the hell are those guys? They look like a bunch of wild beasts that can shoot arrows. Archers, keep shooting! Before the wealthy man could finish speaking, an arrow suddenly shot into his mouth, instantly piercing through the back of his head. The wealthy entertainer let out an agonizing scream and fell from his horse with a thud. Then the man let out a piercing scream. Kill me, kill me! With slurred speech, he glared at the players around him with wide eyes and shouted. But no one could hear what he was saying. After withstanding the arrows, they took out healing pills and stuffed them into the mouths of the wealthy entertainers. The wealthy entertainer was in excruciating pain, wanting only to die to escape the agony, and then be resurrected in the city. But he never imagined that these fools would directly shove the healing pill into his mouth. Wasn't that just forcing him to endure the pain even longer? Baron, lead your 100,000 bloodthirsty heavy cavalry and kill this man. The mountain fortress ruler looked at the dead soldiers with deep sorrow. These soldiers were all bought with hard-earned money. How could he not feel heartbroken? Kill! After firing 3 rounds in quick succession, Li Yuanba led his troops into the enemy formation. The immense force of the impact instantly sent the enemy soldiers flying into the air. Li Yuanba swung his drum-shaped golden hammer with unmatched bravery. As the hammer swung, it struck the surrounding area, leaving it a bloody mess, with blood mist surging everywhere. Piercing screams echoed in all directions, rising and falling in waves. Enemy soldiers swung their spears in defense, but under the relentless pounding of 90,000 small drums and metal hammers, the scene resembled a demonic hell, with blood flowing like rivers and corpses piled like mountains. Everything in their path was reduced to flesh and bone. Anyone who dares to block my path shall die. Suddenly, Xiang Yu led 100,000 bloodthirsty heavy cavalry charging from the rear. You, a defeated general, dare to act so brazenly? Let me show you how I will kill you. Li Yuanba let out a wild roar, swinging his drum-shaped golden hammer, and instantly engaged in a fierce battle with Xiang Yu. A loud howl echoed through the air. The saber-toothed tiger beneath him let out a loud roar at the black stallion, revealing the sharp fangs in its mouth. Clang! After a violent clash of weapons, Xiang Yu felt a sharp pain in his back. The black stallion beneath him let out a loud whinny, nearly unable to withstand the force, and Xiang Yu nearly fell to the ground. Xiang Yu was startled, his eyes widening like those of a bull, his expression filled with shock. The last time they had fought, their skills were fairly even, but this time Xiang Yu felt a great deal of pressure. Li Yuanba's initial combat strength reached 129, and under Zhang Heng's command, it increased to a terrifying 135 points. In contrast, Xiang Yu's strength was 124, and even with the support of the Mountain Fortress King, it only reached 126, still trailing by 9 points in strength. Most importantly, Li Yuanba's saber-toothed tiger let out a furious roar, causing the black stallion to tremble in fear. How could this be a match? Ah! The furious roars of saber-toothed tigers echoed through the void, sending the surrounding soldiers into a state of panic, their spirits shattered and morale severely weakened. Xiang Yu was furious, but there was no one worthy to be his master. He suddenly slapped the flank of his black stallion and let out a loud roar, charging forward. The, piercing through Xiang Yu's body with brutal force, emitted a loud buzzing sound. Chapter 119, Li Yuanba vs. Luo Shixin. You scoundrels, you're asking for death. Li Yuanba didn't want to linger in battle. After killing several soldiers, he saw Xiang Yu charging toward him again. His eyes widened in anger, and he roared loudly. The saber-toothed tiger beneath him leaped into the air, charging toward Xiang Yu with a furious roar. Xiang Yu watched the saber-toothed tiger with envy and hatred, his cold eyes flashing. He suddenly twisted the long spear in his hand, which darted forward like a serpent, aiming straight for the saber-toothed tiger's skull. This strike was delivered with immense force. If it connected, the saber-toothed tiger's skull would be pierced through, leaving a transparent hole. The saber-toothed tiger showed no fear. It trusted its master implicitly and believed he would never let it die. Facing the onslaught of the tyrant's spear, it still charges forward bravely. How dare you! Li Yuanba roared, thrusting his body forward. His right hand wielded the golden hammer, striking the tip of the with such force that it flew upward into the air. Then, his left hand swung the hammer along the massive skull of the black stallion, smashing it with tremendous force. The black stallion stared with wide eyes, frozen in terror as the massive drumstick with the golden hammer swung down toward its skull. At the critical moment, Xiang Yu abandoned his Baowang gun and drew the Baowang Ji from his waist, desperately trying to block the drum-beating warrior's golden hammer. Clang! A crisp clanging sound echoed through the air. Snap! Under the impact of Xiang Yu's blow, the drumstick-wielding old man was pushed back slightly, allowing the black stallion to narrowly escape being decapitated. However, the halberd that had been by Xiang Yu's side for years was shattered by the collision. The intense force continued to shatter Thespier, even shattering Xiang Yu's tiger's mouth. His abdomen felt heavy and oppressive, and he was on the verge of suffocation. Puff! A mouthful of thick, sticky blood sprayed out. Xiang Yu was wounded. Li Yuanba knew that capturing this man would not be easy, and that this was not the time to linger in battle. He therefore led his cavalry and continued the charge. But just then, another massive, bald-headed man burst out from the side. You bandit leader, dare to lead your troops into our camp? Let me show you how I, Luo Shixin, will deal with you. This man is none other than the fierce general Luo Shixin, whom Tu Long had just acquired today. In the historical novel, The Romance of the Sui and Tang Dynasties, Luo Shixin is also a formidable hero, renowned for his brute strength and his use of a massive iron spear weighing 200 pounds. It is said that Luo Shixin's strength surpasses that of Li Yuanba, but... Clang! The large iron spear collided with the golden hammer of the drum beater in an instant. A massive force erupted through the gun barrel in an instant. The surrounding void was instantly filled with the violent force, emitting ripples of energy. Luo Shixin's massive bull-like eyes widened suddenly, and his body lunged backward 2 steps. The muscles on his arms, strained by the force, trembled uncontrollably. His wide-open pupils revealed an expression of disbelief. Li Yuanba's arms also tingled with a numbing sensation, but this did not affect his combat ability. He roared loudly, channeling all his strength through his arms, completely dispelling the tingling sensation. This guy's strength seemed even greater than that of Xiang Yu. General Luo, capture that man and kill him. I will promote you and give you a raise. The dragon slayer in the rear glared with furious eyes and shouted angrily. Luo Shixin, upon hearing his lord's command, his morale soared. He let out a loud shout, clenched his hands tightly around the iron spear, and his entire body erupted with a series of loud cracks. Charge! Luo Shixin did not ride a warhorse but charged toward Li Yuanba at full speed. Li Yuanba smashed a soldier's skull with a single blow, let out a wild roar, glared with his tiger-like eyes, and swung both hammers simultaneously at the large iron spear. If one hammer wasn't enough, then 2 hammers together would do the trick. Clang! 2 blows landed, sending a wave of numbness through Luo Shixin's arm. His massive body stumbled backward once more, and the large iron spear in his hand was also knocked backward. A soldier behind him was caught off guard and was impaled by the gun barrel, leaving a gaping hole in his body. Luo Shixin's eyes widened in horror, and the aching pain in his arm nearly caused him to drop the heavy iron spear to the ground. At the same time, the ground behind him receded as his massive feet stomped down, leaving deep footprints in the earth. Come again! Li Yuanba's anger was completely unleashed by Luo Shixin, his body filled with fierce and domineering power that surged like boiling blood, filling Li Yuanba's brain. A loud roar erupted. The saber-toothed tiger beneath him seemed to sense his master's rage, let out a roar, and charged toward Luo Shixin. Hum! The old man with the golden hammer, filled with force, struck fiercely toward Luo Shixin, as if a mountain were crushing down on him. Luo Shixin, startled, swung his spear to block the attack. Clang! Another violent collision. From his elevated position, Luo Shixin couldn't withstand the force and was knocked to the ground by the heavy iron spear. Luo Shixin let out an agonizing scream as the sound of cracking bones echoed from his arm. His legs trembled, and he stumbled forward, collapsing to the ground. However, the residual force of the drum master's golden hammer showed no signs of weakening. It descended from the sky with tremendous force, striking Luo Shixin's skull with brutal impact. The dragon slayers in the rear ranks widened their eyes in shock, their faces turning a deep purple in an instant. Luo Shixin's initial martial arts strength was already 126 points, and with his buff, it reached 129 points, nearly matching Li Yuanba's initial martial arts strength. Suddenly, Tu Long remembered something and shuddered. He seemed to have forgotten Zhang Heng's bonus of 15 refined diamond weapon that increases strength by 6 points. General Luo, retreat quickly. The dragon slayer glared angrily and shouted, "All soldiers, stop that man." Li Yuanba's lips curled into a savage grin. Die! At that critical moment, two fierce generals charged from both sides. One was Huang Feihu, and the other was Xiangyu, who had just picked up the General Luo, run! Huang Feihu roared, unleashing all his strength from the golden spear, attempting to block Li Yuanba's twin hammers. Xiangyu also thrust forward with his, and the two roared in unison as they charged forward. Break! Li Yuanba widened his eyes and suddenly exerted more force, causing the golden hammer to strike down like a towering mountain. Clang! The intense collision sent Huang Feihu reeling, unable to withstand the force. Blood surged through his body, his tiger-like palms split open, and his arms went numb. The golden spear he held in his hand slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Bang bang! The golden drill gun fell onto his face, firing 5 or 6 times before finally stabilizing. Puff! Put! Huang Feihu couldn't hold back any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. Xian Yuan, standing nearby, was no less affected, his blood surging in his throat. After all the fighting and killing, letting the protagonist relax a bit is also acceptable. Chapter 120, Li Tsuanxiu vs Xiaoruqi. He had already suffered severe injuries and was about to give up the fight, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. After all, he was known as the Baron, held a prestigious position, and represented a symbol of honor. If he were to give up now, what face would he have left in the future? However, seeing that Luo Shixin was in mortal danger and Huang Feihu was attacking from the side, he had no choice but to step forward. Little did he know that Li Yuanba was so terrifying. The two of them joined forces, seemingly saving Luo Shixin, but in the process, they both suffered severe injuries. Xiangyu did not linger here and hurriedly rode away. Huang Feihu also didn't say a word and hurriedly mounted his horse and galloped away. Li Yuanba's blood boiled with rage. He couldn't let the two of them leave so easily. Die! Li Yuanba suddenly clenched his hands tightly around the saber-toothed tiger, which leaped into the air and charged toward the nearby Huang Feihu. The drum beater swung his golden hammer with great force, striking Huang Feihu's skull with a thunderous blow. Crack! Before Huang Feihu could utter a scream, his head was smashed by a hammer, forcing it to retreat all the way into his neck. The part that didn't retreat was directly crushed into a pulp, splattering the surrounding area. General Huang. The wealthy entertainment figure at the rear of the formation felt a pang of sorrow in his heart, and tears welled up in his eyes. A rising star fell from the sky. I am Li Yuanba. Who dares to fight me? With a single blow, he struck down Huang Feihu. Li Yuanba glared angrily and roared loudly. This roar was like the sound of a great bell, deafening and piercing, echoing straight into the heavens. Kill! Li Yuanba led the rear warriors in formation, charging forward and breaking through the enemy lines unimpeded. The war god Bai Qi and the wealthy entertainment figure in the rear had faces as dark as death. They saved Luo Shixin but lost Huang Feihu. Even the morale was low, and his loyalty had diminished. Xiangyu had originally defected to a bandit leader, so his loyalty was already low. A series of defeats further eroded his loyalty. The bandit leader directly handed him a healing pill, intending for Xiangyu to take it, but Xiangyu didn't even acknowledge it. The bandit leader was furious. He knew all too well how loyal Xiangyu was. Last time, Wu Yunqiao's death caused Wu Tianxi's loyalty to decline, and this time, Xiangyu suffered a setback, leaving even Fan Li, who was standing by, speechless. Speaking of which, after Li Tsuanxiu led his troops to storm the west gate, they were blocked by a fierce enemy general. This man was none other than Xiaoruqi. Xiaoruqi was a formidable opponent of Li Tsuanxiu during the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period. The The true extent of their combat prowess remains unknown, but it is widely believed that Xiao Ruqi was capable of capturing Wang Yinzhang alive, making his combat skills no less than those of Li Zuanxiao. However, it is certain that he is no match for Li Zuanxiao today. Li Zuanxiao has been by Zhang Heng's side since he founded the village, with a distinguished military record and a formidable reputation. He has slain 3 enemy generals, including Jiafu before him and Wu Yunqiao and Chang Yuchen after him. These 3 were all renowned generals in history, which further highlights Li Zuanxiao's bravery. After joining Zhang Heng's forces, Li Zuanxiao's martial prowess skyrocketed, rising from an initial 111 to the current 120, making him the second most formidable general under Zhang Heng, renowned for both his bravery and strategic acumen. As Xiao Ruqi charged forward, Li Zuanxiao let out a loud battle cry, swung his Yuwang spear, and charged straight at Xiao Ruqi, colliding with him in an instant. This guy was extremely fierce, with a combat power of 110 points, reaching 114 points under the command of the Primordial Universe Commander. However, Li Zuanxiao, with Zhang Heng's enhancement, has reached 126 points, so. Ching! After a violent collision, Xiao Ruqi's expression changed abruptly, and a wave of terror spread throughout his body, causing him to fly off the horse like a kite with a broken string and crash heavily to the ground in a disheveled state. Xiao Ruqi's eyes widened in shock. His blood surged violently throughout his body, nearly erupting from his mouth. But he forced himself to hold it back, not letting the blood spurt out, though his face turned bright red from the effort. Xiao Ruqi tried to stand up, but Li Zuanxiao snorted coldly, and the Yuwang spear flew through the air, crashing down toward Xiao Ruqi. In a state of panic, Xiao Ruqi suddenly spun his body on the ground and narrowly avoided the attack in a disheveled state. Bang! The Yuwang spear missed its mark, striking the ground with a loud thud and creating a massive crater in the otherwise flat ground. Li Zuanxiao furrowed his brows, clenched his horse's flank, and the yellow-maned flame-colored steed suddenly turned around and charged towards Xiao Ruqi once more. Xiao Ruqi wiped the dust from his face, steadied his composure, and retreated swiftly. As his mount charged toward him, he suddenly pulled the reins, flipped himself onto the horse, and galloped away. The bandit leader is no pushover. Xiao Ruqi raised his guard and said with admiration. Li Zuanxiao snorted lightly and charged towards Xiao Ruqi once more. Xiao Ruqi was filled with fear at Li Zuanxiao's brutal strength and abandoned the idea of matching him in a direct physical confrontation. Xiao Ruqi's marksmanship was unmatched, and for a time, Li Zuanxiao was unable to gain the upper hand. Suddenly, Li Zuanxiao exposed a weakness. Xiao Ruqi's eyes widened, and he swung his gun and charged forward. Li Zuanxiao snorted coldly, and the Yuwang spear flew out of his hand, colliding violently with Xiao Ruqi's chest with tremendous force. Xiao Ruqi suffered severe injuries, with blood pooling in his abdomen like surging waves. He could no longer hold it in and it erupted violently. Li Zuanxiao, taking advantage of his momentum, swung the Yuwang spear once more and charged forward to strike again. Xiao Ruqi, taken by surprise, spurred his horse into a wild gallop. Li Zuanxiao, having received orders to slay the enemy general, would never allow Xiao Ruqi to escape. The yellow-coated stallion beneath him, as if sensing its master's resolve, suddenly accelerated, its form darting like an arrow through the air, swiftly closing in on Xiao Ruqi. Kill! Li Zuanxiao let out a loud shout and swung the Yuwang spear in his hand, striking Xiao Ruqi's head with great force. Startled, Xiao Ruqi's body lurched forward suddenly, his scalp narrowly missing the Yuwang spear. This blow terrified Xiao Ruqi so much that he trembled all over, his face pale, and his lips quivering. It was as if he had narrowly escaped death itself. Li Zuanxiao snorted coldly, suddenly pulling back the Yuwang spear. Before Xiao Ruqi could turn around, the Yuwang spear struck viciously at his back. Drive! Xiao Ruqi seemed to sense the approach of death, his eyes wide as he drove his warhorse madly forward. Alas, his speed could not match Li Zuanxiao's. Under Zhang Heng's command, their speed underwent a dramatic transformation. I refuse to accept this. Xiao Ruqi widened his eyes and roared, his body attempting to leap into the air from the warhorse, but he saw that Yuwang's spear had already pierced his back with force. Puff! The blood he had been holding back for so long could no longer be contained and gushed out of his mouth. Meanwhile, the armor on his back was instantly pierced by the impact of Yuwang's spear. Crack! Ah! Xiao Ruqi's pupils dilated as he let out a piercing scream. The Yuwang spear pierced through his armor, penetrating his back and shattering the bones, causing his blood-soaked heart to burst out of his chest. As the blood-soaked heart burst out from within, it continued to beat violently. Chapter 121, Yuan Qingdu vs. Yingbu. Xiao Ruqi instinctively dropped his long spear, extended his trembling hands, and, with a look of despair and reluctance in his eyes, caught the heart. With his last ounce of strength, he forced it back into his chest. Thud! Shiruki's life ended at that moment, as he fell hard from the horse onto the ground. Poor Xiao Ruqi, who lived a life of bravery, encountered Li Zuanxiao, was defeated, and met his end within 2 hours of his birth, killed by Li Zuanxiao's sword. Li Zuanxiao turned his horse around, swung his sword, and severed Xiao Ruqi's head. He then shouted at the enemy troops, "Our general has fallen. All soldiers, follow me into battle. Charge!" A deafening roar echoed throughout the surrounding area in an instant. The ancient celestial being overseeing the battle, Taigu Huanyu, watched helplessly as Xiao Ruqi was beheaded by Li Tsuanxiao. His face was so dark and grim it seemed as though one could squeeze water from it. Xiao Ruqi was the one he had just obtained, bringing him immense joy. After all, Xiao Ruqi was mighty and invincible, with an initial combat strength of 110, 2 points higher than Ingbu's. I had thought that with Xiao Ruqi on our side, the battle would go smoothly. But I never imagined that we would encounter the even more formidable Li Tsuanxiao. Just as Taigu Huanyu's expression darkened, Li Tsuanxiao led his troops toward him. Before he could react, the Yu Wang spear, wielded by Li Tsuanxiao, struck him viciously on the head. Taigu Huanyu didn't even have time to scream before his head was crushed, sending blood and brain matter flying everywhere. Kill! Li Tsuanxiao, fierce and invincible, resembling the Grim Reaper himself, led an army of 300,000 elite cavalry and 200,000 crossbowmen, sweeping across the ancient cosmos with unstoppable force. Whoosh! After a single volley from 200,000 crossbow cavalry, the enemy archers were left in a heap of casualties. After Taigu Huanyu and Xiao Luqi were successively cut down in battle, the massive army of over 1 million soldiers lost their leaders. Under Li Tsuanxiao's charge and the crossbow cavalry's relentless fire, more than half of them were killed or wounded in the blink of an eye. The remaining soldiers, seeing the situation was hopeless, fled in all directions. They were intercepted by Wu Qi's 600,000-strong army from the rear. Before they could escape, they were either killed by crossbow arrows or swept aside and torn to pieces by the sword formations. After the ancient universe was revived, he hurriedly led Ingbu out of the city, attempting to bring the remaining soldiers back inside. Those soldiers were all recruited with gold ingots. Though most were low-ranking troops, they were still paid with money. Zhang Hong, who was in the rear, saw this and shouted to Yuan Qingdu beside him, "General Yuan, here's your chance to prove yourself." Yuan Qingdu had been eager to act, and upon receiving Zhang Heng's order, he let out a loud shout, mounted his crimson-colored fire-breathing steed, gripped his phoenix-winged gold-inlaid halberd tightly, and charged forward like a demon from hell, charging alone toward the newly emerged ancient universe warrior Ingbu. Li Tsuanxiao and Xiao Ruqi's fierce battle was witnessed by everyone around them. Su Qin, standing nearby, remarked admiringly, "The men under Qianlong's command are truly unmatched warriors. No matter who steps forward, they can take on 100 enemies alone and claim their heads." Han Yan Tianxia and the others also took the opportunity to praise Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng's 4 fierce generals appeared one after another, leaving Gao Chong and Wang Jian and the others waiting by the side. Yuan Qingdu, wielding a phoenix-winged golden halberd, charged swiftly toward Ingbu on his wildly galloping mount. Ingbu was no slouch either. Having once served under Xiangyu, his combat strength reached 108 points, and with the enhancement of the primordial cosmos, it had risen to 112 points. However, Yuan Qingdu already started at 118 points, and with Zhang Heng's 6-point martial arts boost, he reached 124 points. The two sides now have a 12-point difference in martial arts strength. Suddenly, a fierce general charged down the slope, roaring, and shouted at the ancient universe, "My lord, step back. Let me kill this traitorous general." Upon seeing the warrior charging toward him, Taigu Huanyu's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "General, be careful." But before he could finish speaking, the two engaged in a fierce head-on battle. Clang! After a violent clash of weapons, Ingbu was struck so hard that he was sent flying into the air, landing on the ground with a loud gush of blood. Thud! Ingbu fell heavily to the ground. Yuan Qingdu snorted coldly, spurred his horse forward, and, catching Ingbu off guard, swung his phoenix-winged golden halberd with one hand, using the tip to send Ingbu's 200-pound body flying into the air. Then, Yuan Qingdu pulled the reins, and the phoenix-winged golden halberd crashed into the ground with a loud bang. Ingbu was thrown into the air, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief, and he fell straight onto the sharp phoenix-winged golden mace. Crack! Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the air. Ingbu's abdomen was pierced by the sharp tip, and his body swayed as he hung from the phoenix-winged, gold-inlaid spearhead, his eyes wide open. His head lolled to the side, and he was dead. Just as the two entered into a fierce battle, Zhang Heng heard a system notification sound. Ding! Player Qianlong's subordinate general, Yuan Qingdu, has entered the one-on-one combat mode, with his combat strength temporarily increased by 8 points. Initial martial arts skill, 118. With Zhang Heng's bonus, it reaches 124. With the additional bonus from the battle mode, the martial arts skill skyrockets to a high 132 points, leading Ingbu by 20 points. Can he avoid being instantly defeated? With this combat power, one can even match Li Yuanba, let alone a mere Ingbu. The ancient universe stood by in shock. With just a single glance, they had defeated the invincible Ingbu. Then, with a single flick of the wrist, Ingbu was lifted into the air like a baby, and without a second glance, they waited for him to fall onto the sharp tip of their weapon to meet his end. Such a demonic challenge mode completely shattered the ancient universe's understanding of martial arts combat. Then, Yuan Qingdu glanced at the ancient universe with disdain, and with a swing of his phoenix-winged golden halberd, he severed the ancient universe's head, sending it flying through the air. What? Is that how it ends? Iji Duxiu widened his eyes in shock. That was Ingbu. Chen Qianxuan and the others also looked utterly astonished. This simple battle was as easy as slicing vegetables. The two combatants were on entirely different levels, not even in the same league. It's like comparing an adult to an infant. Everyone was stunned, turning their gaze toward Zhang Hong, only to see him remain calm and composed. His expression is still as ancient, well, not even batting an eyelid. It was as though he had anticipated everything that was about to unfold. On the general ranking list, players can only see names, not their attributes. In face-to-face encounters, players can see the names of the generals but cannot view their specific attributes. However, it can be seen that Yuan Qingdu's general is ranked 6th on the general rankings. First place is Li Yuanba. Second place is Luo Shixin. Third place is Xiang Yu. Fourth place is Li Zuanxiao. Fifth place is Wu Qi. Sixth place is Yuan Qingdu. The rankings in the military general list are determined based on the highest value of a single attribute, such as military strength or leadership. Chapter 122. This is the true definition of a wealthy individual. Ingbu also ranked among the top 15, but when facing Yuan Qingdu, he couldn't even withstand a single move. What's going on here? Mr. Chen Shenlong, isn't Yuan Chang ranked behind Li Zuanxiao? Why is he even more extreme than Li Zuanxiao? Once again, the lone standout has become the target of everyone's curiosity. In an instant, everyone's attention once again turned to Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng had already prepared himself mentally, otherwise he wouldn't have allowed Yuan Qingdu to go into battle. General Yuan's combat strength had reached a peak of 134 points. Zhang Heng said indifferently, "Trigger the protective mechanism to directly increase 10 points of martial arts strength." Sigh. Everyone took a deep breath and revealed expressions of shock. Their eyes bulged like cows' eyes, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. 134? What a terrifying number. It should be enough to take down any top-tier warrior, right? My lord. After killing Ingbu, Yuan Qingdu severed his blood-soaked head and returned to Zhang Heng's side. Zhang Heng smiled and said, "General Yuan is unmatched in the world. For slaying Ingbu, I hereby promote you to the rank of brave general." "Thank you, my lord." Yuan Qingdu leaped off his warhorse, bowed his hands in apology, and knelt on one knee before the stunned crowd. "Please rise," Zhang Heng said with a faint smile. The intense battle continued unabated. After Li Zuanxiao led his troops in a fierce charge, the rear ranks of the Panzhi Wei soldiers pushed forward, facing the archers on the city walls. In a single wave, many were killed or wounded. Once the catapults in the rear entered range, a fierce volley of projectiles completely suppressed the enemy's firepower on the city walls. Taking advantage of the retreating soldiers, the well-lantern carts swiftly charged forward. In the blink of an eye, the soldiers under the command of the ancient universe were nearly wiped out. Wu Qi led 600,000 elite Wei soldiers, advancing while firing arrows. The well-fortified chariots quickly reached the city walls. Under Wu Qi's orderly command, one by one, the Wei soldiers boarded the well-lawn cars and climbed up the ladders inside the cars to reach the city walls. A fierce hand-to-hand battle erupted. More and more soldiers climbed onto the city walls, some drawing their bows and arrows, others wielding swords and hacking away, and still others brandishing shields to block the attack. In just a few minutes, the walls were swarming with the figures of the Panzhi Wei soldiers. After more than 10 minutes of fierce combat, the Panzhi Wei soldiers reached the base of the city walls and opened the western gate. Kill! With a loud shout, Wu Qi led tens of thousands of Wei soldiers charging through the main gate. After the Wei soldiers charged in, Li Zuanxiao refused to be outdone, leading his cavalry charges toward the city as well. Zhang Heng spoke calmly, "Let's go, into the city." Chen Qianxuan was overjoyed and thanked Zhang Heng. Hong Yan Tianxia, standing nearby, also wore a delighted expression. None of them had ever been to the famous city before and had no idea what it was like inside. "Wow, my idol is so amazing. At least he's way better than that Zhang Heng." Qin Shaohan couldn't help but praise him loudly. When she mentioned Zhang Heng, he mounted his horse and nearly lost his balance, nearly falling off. This beautiful young lady. Zhang Heng turned his gaze toward Qin Shaohan. "What? What did you say about me? Am I beautiful?" Qin Shaohan looked completely smitten. Zhang Heng tapped his forehead and said helplessly, "I came here today not because of anyone's face, but because Zhang Heng specifically entrusted me to do my utmost." "Do you know him?" Sun Yiran's eyes lit up, and she asked first. Zhang Heng looked at Chen Qianxuan's expectant expression, smiled slightly, and said, "These things don't matter. Although he's a bit down now, in the near future he will dominate this starry sky. He asked me to convey his gratitude to Miss Chen for being a part of his life." Zhang Heng looked up at the starry sky, his deep eyes revealing a hint of longing and determination. "So, all those treasures you mentioned earlier were entrusted to you by him?" Chen Qianxuan asked, biting her lip tightly. "That's right." Zhang Heng's casual remark sent a wave of emotion crashing through Chen Qianxuan's mind. The people around them didn't understand the remark, as they were unaware of the official blueprints Zhang Heng had given Chen Qianxuan. Let's go, I'll take you inside the famous city to have a look. Zhang Heng said as he mounted his horse and rode into the city. Everyone was excited and followed Zhang Heng toward the west gate. Qian. Song Shaoyan followed behind, whispering softly into Chen Qianshuan's ear, "This guy isn't ordinary." Chen Qianshuan shook his head and said, "Zhang Heng is the one who's truly not to be underestimated." Outside the east gate. Reporting from the west gate, the ruler of Taigu Huanyu City, along with his subordinate generals Xiaoruqi and Ingbu, encountered the generals of Chunlu City, who annihilated their entire army. The soldiers under Chunlong's command stormed the city walls, breached the gates, and the west gate has been captured. A messenger brought the latest news to the ears of the wealthy entertainment tycoon and his war god Bai Qi. What? They've already breached the city walls so quickly? The wealthy entertainment figure watched as his own soldiers charged up the city walls, his eyes filled with shock and surprise. The war god Bai Qi's eyes betrayed an inexplicable sense of defeat, but more than that, there was a lingering sense of unwillingness. "We have lost again, wealthy one," Sheng Shi Tinglong said with a somewhat dejected expression. The wealthy entertainment tycoon clenched his fists, his face ashen, his eyes cold as ice, and said, "Order all soldiers to break through the city walls. Once inside, engage the western gate troops in a decisive battle. Even if it means the annihilation of our entire army, we must reclaim control of the city." The war god Bai Qi's eyes lit up, his gaze sharp and determined. Even if it meant death, he would not give up. Bai Qi. Wealth Entertainment has set its sights on the war god Bai Qi. If necessary, we will unite the South Gate and North Gate, form alliances, and unite against external threats. What are the conditions? Zhang Yi, standing nearby, stroked his beard and asked with narrowed eyes. Abandon the famous city. The wealthy entertainment tycoon clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying, "If we can't have it, neither will they." Sigh. Everyone sucked in their breath. It seemed that the wealthy entertainment company was furious and had completely lost its mind. "If we can defeat the Shiman army, kill Li Tsuanxiao and Li Yuanba, and eliminate all the participating leaders, I will reward 1 billion yuan in treasure. Kill 2, and I will reward 5 billion yuan in treasure. Kill all of them, and I will reward 10 billion yuan in treasure. Destroy Chunlu City, and I will reward 100 billion yuan in treasure." The wealthy entertainment tycoon has gone all in, his eyes blazing with murderous intent and a terrifying aura emanating from him. These words left the surrounding war gods, Bai Qi and Tu Long, speechless, their jaws dropping to the ground. Are you serious? Are you that rich? The entertainment industry is truly all about entertainment. Everyone recalled the exorbitant exchange rate and was utterly amazed. This must be the true definition of a wealthy individual. Chapter 123, Experience Trumps Youth. Chapter 123, Experience Trumps Youth. If you can do all of that, I'll add half. Just as everyone was marveling, a trembling voice slowly emerged. Everyone turned to look and were startled to discover that it was none other than Taigu Huanyu. All the soldiers were killed in battle, and Taigu Huanyu was severely shaken, his face so dark it seemed like it could squeeze out water. Standing on the city walls, after a moment of calm reflection, he hung the truce symbol on the city and rode directly to the wealthy entertainment district. Yingchuan City North Gate. The messenger quickly brought the news of the breach at the west gate to the ears of the ruler who had emerged from seclusion. Behind the king's emergence, dozens of players were momentarily stunned, their expressions filled with disbelief. This Fan Tong is truly a good-for-nothing. An elderly man in his 70s couldn't help but curse. 1.5 million troops, gone in an instant? That's enough to feed them for several hours. The old man had 4 characters written on his forehead, old but still strong. No wonder the soldiers of Chunlu City are all at the 11th rank. They have high attack power, strong defense, and are fast. On the other hand, the soldiers of the Cosmic City are mostly 8th tier, with a significant gap between the two sides. When they face off, it's like cutting through vegetables. After the 300,000 King's elite cavalry broke through the formation, the 200,000 crossbow cavalry joined forces with Wu Qi's 600,000 Wei warriors and began firing wildly. Combined, the two sides totaled 800,000 archers and crossbowmen. With each of the 800,000 archers and crossbowmen firing 3 arrows in a single volley, that amounted to 2.4 million arrows. 2.4 million a single volley would result in countless casualties. Of course, the soldiers of the ancient cosmos aren't all pushovers either. At least during their battle against the Royal Elite Cavalry, they managed to kill 5 or 6,000 of them. The enemy forces were too numerous, and the archers and spearmen weren't pushovers either. If it weren't for the timely suppression by the rear crossbow cavalry, there would have been even more casualties. The soldiers at the North Gate have already reached the city walls, set up ladders, and are charging upward. Just as victory seemed within reach, they never expected the troops at the West Gate to break through first. Grandfather, this isn't the fault of Mr. Fan. It can only be said that the soldiers under Qianlong's command are too powerful. The two sides are simply not on the same level. If Qianlong had shifted his focus to our forces, it would have been our side that was annihilated. The king emerged from the mountains and looked at the elderly man beside him, speaking softly. However, no matter what, this Qianlong is not someone to be trifled with. If possible, avoid provoking him to prevent unnecessary casualties. Currently, all the company's assets have been invested in the game, so we must absolutely capture Chunlu City to demonstrate the strength of our royal city. Behind the old man stood a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a face full of vigor, speaking solemnly. If necessary, we can offer a high price as a bargaining chip and join forces with outsiders to take it down in one fell swoop. This is a middle-aged man named Wenwenya. These individuals are the heads of the major conglomerates that emerged in the wake of the king's departure. Chunlu City and Shanghai City have been captured, and everyone has turned their attention to the unclaimed Chunlu City. In fact, we could shift our focus to Chunlu City and Shanghai City, unite with various factions, and divide our forces to attack. This way, Chunlong would be unable to defend both fronts and would inevitably fall into chaos. Manhwa Zhangmao said. Qianlong's combat power had nearly reached the 100 million mark. Attacking his city at this moment would be like provoking a sleeping giant. He would certainly not let us off easily. Just from the force he used to destroy the wealthy entertainment complex, it was clear that this man was someone who never forgave a slight. At least for now, we couldn't afford to provoke him further. Unless we wait until the later stages when our forces have gained the upper hand, a massive military assault would inevitably lead to Chunlu City being overrun, with its defenders fleeing in disarray. An elderly man named Lao Dang Yizhuan spoke in a solemn voice. Experience is the best teacher. Actually, we shouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. A man named Pengcheng Wanli said, if we had listened to me earlier and shifted our focus to other famous cities, perhaps by now we would have already captured one of them. What's the point of capturing it? What we need is 15-tier equipment, not an empty city. Fenghua Zhangmao asked coldly. At that moment, no one realized that the famous city could recruit soldiers endlessly. If they had known, they certainly wouldn't have spoken that way. Just then, the war god Bai Qi arrived with Zhang Yi and approached the crowd. After some initial greetings, the war god Bai Qi got straight to the point. Are you all just going to stand by and watch as Chunlu City once again falls into the hands of those who seek to control this renowned city? The war god Bai Qi asked solemnly. What are your thoughts? The old man asked. Zhang Yi took over, speaking calmly. My lord wishes to unite with you all to breach the city walls, storm inside, and annihilate the troops at the west gate. What are the terms? The old man remained unmoved, asking calmly. As a political bargaining chip, we have abandoned our claims to the famous city. Zhang Yi spoke solemnly. As a monetary bargaining chip, killing one enemy general will reward all participating commanders with 1 billion yuan. Killing 2 enemy generals will reward 5 billion yuan. Killing all enemy soldiers will reward 10 billion yuan. And if we can take this opportunity to completely destroy Chunlu City, the reward will be 100 billion yuan. Everyone was speechless. What a generous offer. After thinking for a while, the old man said, I'm sorry, we're not interested in money. If you can give us the famous city, we'll consider joining the alliance. All right. Zhang Yi declared loudly, if you all agree, not only a famous city, but even Chunlu City and Shanghai City would be within our grasp. The old man's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and his heart began to stir with desire. Father, choose carefully. Pengcheng Wanli recalled the horrors of Chunlu City. If we can't even overcome this small obstacle, then we might as well quit the game. Don't forget, this was our first step into the game. Even the elderly have concerns and fear failure, but failure isn't scary. What's scary is fear, cowardice, and standing still. Alright, the king's city agrees. Since the king has come out of retirement, there must be peace throughout the land. The old man was full of ambition and confidence. At the south gate, upon receiving the messenger's report, the royal family's powerful figures and their affiliated conglomerates were also thrown into a state of turmoil. From Li Yuanba leading his troops to break through the ranks of the wealthy entertainment group, then beheading Huang Feihu, to Li Tsunxiao beheading Xia Ruqi and routing the legions of the primordial cosmos, and finally to Yuan Chengdu killing Yingbu, he was informed of every step of the process. Now, the western gate has been completely overrun by the Chunlu City army, leaving everyone in awe. A royal family member purchased a king's game pod and obtained a persuasion talent, which allowed him to persuade many bandit bosses to surrender. However, no matter how many bosses he persuaded, they still couldn't compare to Zhang Han by a wide margin. Chapter 124, Sima Yi's Betrayal. These so-called bosses may sound impressive, but they're nothing more than low-level imitations of real bosses. Most are 3-star generals, with only the occasional 4-star general available. Moreover, these generals are obtained by risking one's life. Last time, he inadvertently persuaded Sima Yi to surrender. Sima Yi was a top strategist of the Three Kingdoms era, and as a native strategist of the Three Kingdoms, he typically remained within the city walls to defend it. The fact that he was able to persuade Sima Yi to surrender was truly a stroke of luck. Currently, he has convinced over 23-star generals and more than 5 4-star generals to surrender. However, having generals alone is not enough, he also needs troops. Moreover, while these 4-star generals may seem impressive, they are all flash and no substance. On the battlefield, they would be the first to fall. Compared to the 5-star generals, they're basically asking for trouble. The difference between the two is too great, they're instantly defeated in a single clash. The difference between the two is too great. A single encounter would result in an instant defeat. When a general is decapitated in battle, the morale of the soldiers plummets, and the outcome of the battle is sealed. Therefore, in the end, the royal family's powerful figures always felt that this strategy of persuasion was ineffective. In 8 words, it was tasteless to eat and a pity to discard. A classic example of something that is neither here nor there. My lord, the tide has turned. Heed the old minister's advice and withdraw the troops immediately. By the side of the royal family's powerful figure, an elderly man in his 60s stroked his beard and frowned as he spoke. This old man was none other than Sima Yi. Why? A young man's voice came from nearby. The young man had 4 large characters on his forehead, as steady as an old dog. This young man had obtained a talent that granted him 1,000 times the usual experience, allowing him to level up extremely quickly. He currently held the top spot, and his physical fusion was also progressing at an accelerated pace. Upon hearing the steady inquiry, Sima Yi narrowed his eyes and said, "The power of Chunlu City is too great. Our forces are no match for them. It would be like an ant trying to shake a tree. Instead of wasting time here, we should launch an attack on other major cities." Conquering other famous cities would also result in empty cities, with heavy casualties and wasted resources, and we wouldn't gain any substantial rewards either. A middle-aged man with an extravagant hairstyle frowned and spoke beside the royal noble. Sima Yi insisted, "Even if we exhaust our entire army here, we will never capture this famous city. My lord, heed my words and immediately shift the battlefield. Perhaps these people are all here, and we can take advantage of the chaos to capture other famous cities." The royal family's powerful figure shifted his gaze to the ruthless trenches. The ruthless tyrant shook his head and said, "Staying here still leaves a sliver of hope, but leaving means losing all opportunity. Don't forget, we've already invested over 100 billion in this venture. We can't let that go to waste. If everyone follows Sima Yi's advice, we might still have a place here. But if we refuse Sima Yi, we'll lose our chance completely." The royal family's powerful figures wanted to follow Sima Yi's advice, but the corporate tycoons would not allow it, leaving him powerless to act. Zhang Yi and the war god Bai Qi quickly located the imperial clan's powerful figure. At that moment, the two repeated the words they had intended to say to the king, delivering them to the imperial clan's powerful figure without changing a single word. Standing nearby, the ruthless individual glared with wide eyes, clenched his fists, and exclaimed, "Great power, the opportunity has arrived." Then seized the opportunity. As steady as an old dog, his eyes sparkled with brilliance. The soldiers on this side had already climbed onto the city walls, but Sima Yi ordered them to retreat. Would they choose to retreat? Great sage, what do you think? The wealthy and ruthless asked in a domineering manner. The royal noble, recalling the brothers who had followed him in conquering the realm, clenched his teeth and said, "If we can obtain any one of these 3 renowned cities, we must certainly lead our troops to attack it." All right. The ruthless tycoon slapped the shoulder of the royal family's powerful figure. Upon hearing this, Sima Yi's expression grew somber as he said, "My lord, this old servant is weary. I shall return to the city first." "If that is the case, then please return to the city first. Once I have captured the famous city, I will promote you and grant you a raise." The eyes of the royal nobleman gleamed with excitement. "Oh incompetent ruler! Oh incompetent ruler!" On the way, Sima Yi couldn't help but sigh softly. The imperial clan's powerful figures had no idea that, because of this single decision, Sima Yi was utterly disappointed. His already insufficient loyalty plummeted below 60. Sima Yi has defected. Zhang Hong led Chen Qianxuan and his group through the west gate and entered the government hall without any obstacles. At the entrance to the government hall, everyone saw Su Zhu and Shi Jizai, both armed with large swords and mounted on horses. Su Zhu seemed to have suffered severe injuries, his expression looking rather dejected. Across from him, Li Tsuanxiao held the Yu Wang spear, leading the royal elite cavalry to surround the government office gates in layers, both inside and out. "My lord!" Chen Ping rode up to Zhang Hong. The eastern, southern, and western gates had been breached one after another, and the situation seemed unclear. "I believe it is necessary to divide our forces into 3 groups to defend against these 3 enemy forces." Messengers began to arrive one after another, bringing news to the 3 of them. Before Chen Ping arrived, Su Qin had already proposed this suggestion. "The enemy forces at the east gate will be defended by my troops from Chunlu City." Zhang Hong looked around at the crowd, speaking with an imposing demeanor. Hongyan Tianxia said, "Changye City and my Tianxia City will defend the north gate. Duxiu City and my Yanran City will defend the south gate. As for Baodao City, it will serve as a mobile unit, ready to provide support at any time." Chen Qianxuan said. "Great." Everyone responded in unison, and one after another, they led their troops to the various gates to prepare for defense. "Military strategist, everything is now under your command." Zhang Hong handed over command to Chen Ping. After receiving his orders, Chen Ping commanded Wu Qi and the Wei Wu soldiers to take the front lines, Li Tsuanxiao's cavalry to follow behind, and Li Yuanba to stand by at a ready position. The villages of Tianxia and Yan'an also dispatched troops to the north gate and south gate. Outside the government office gates, Only 3 people remained: Zhang Hong, Yuan Qingdu, and their 500 cold-blooded elite guards. The rest had all left, leaving only Chen Xianxuan and Hong Yan Tianxia behind. Chen Xianxuan was about to leave as well, but was stopped by Zhang Heng. At this point, Chen Xianxuan couldn't leave. Breaking through the famous city, killing all the soldiers inside, and entering the government office means the players have successfully occupied it. Now, the remaining soldiers within the city must be completely eliminated, and the area will soon become a battlefield for players. If you fail to seize the opportunity to occupy the city first, you risk being outmaneuvered by others, which could spell disaster. In the past, when Zhang Hong attacked a famous city, he didn't need to enter the government offices. They would still be considered his territory because everyone inside was his men. Now that's no longer the case. With more players, whoever occupies the government offices first and enters the government hall becomes the master of that famous city, unless that person is killed and replaced by others. Mr. Chenlong, what should we do next? Chen Xianxuan shifted his gaze toward Zhang Hong. Enter the government office and wait for the system announcement. Zhang Hong said in a low voice. What about Su Chou and Shi Jitsai? Chen Xianxuan asked. Chapter 125, The Sudden Conquest of Yingchuan City. At this moment, Su Chou was injured, and Shi Jitsai's morale was low. It was the perfect time to persuade them to surrender. However, nothing was more important than securing the strategic city first. General Yuan. Zhang Hong turned his gaze toward Yuan Qingdu, intending to capture the two of them. Yuan Qingdu didn't hesitate, slapped his horse's flank, and his mount leaped into the air, landing on the steps of the government office. He charged straight toward Su Zhu. Su Chou roared angrily, "You traitorous general, dare you!" Then he turned to Shi Jitsai and said, "Sir, step back. Let me deal with this fellow." No sooner had the words left his mouth than two weapons collided violently. Clang! After the deafening roar, Su Chu's eyes widened in disbelief. He stumbled backward, simultaneously spitting out a mouthful of blood. This time, Yuan Qingdu had only used 50% of his strength. If he had used his full power, the injured Su Chou would have certainly died without a doubt. General Su. Shi Jitsai was startled. "You rebel general, how dare you harm my great general?" Yuan Qingdu narrowed his eyes, urged his horse forward, sheathed his phoenix-winged golden halberd, and struck Shi Jitsai unconscious with a single punch, handing him over to the cold-blooded imperial guards in the rear. Su Zhu's abdomen throbbed with pain, his eyes bulging like those of a bull, filled with rage. "You are already injured. Defeating you now would be dishonorable. If you know what's good for you, lay down your weapons, and I will spare your life." Yuan Qingdu stood high above, his expression indifferent, and the air was filled with a murderous aura. Su Zhu knew the battle was lost. With a clang, he dropped his weapon. "Miss Chen, go to the government hall and wait for the system announcement," Zhang Hong said. Chen Xianxuan slapped the horse's flank, and the warhorse carried her past Yuan Qingdu and Su Zhu, galloping swiftly to the outside of the government hall. Then, Chen Xianxuan leaped down from the horse and quickly entered the government hall. "Mr. Chenlong, thank you very much for your help this time." After Chen Xianxuan left, Hong Yan Tianxia clasped her hands together in gratitude, but her eyes were filled with admiration. Zhang Hong knew this woman, Hong Yan Tianxia, better than anyone else. Her nickname was Yao Yao, and her real name was Lui Yao. Her background is no less impressive than that of Qin Shaohan. Her older brother is the ruler of the world, and her younger brother is the contender for the throne. Zhang Hong smiled slightly and said, "It was no trouble at all, there's no need to thank me." Just then, Chen Xianxuan's mind was suddenly filled with several system notifications. Ding! Congratulations to player Shallow Smile, who led her troops in a fierce battle and successfully captured the system-designated city of Yingchuan City. As a reward, you will receive a 1-point boost to each of your 3 attributes and 1 Diamond Tiger Seal Order. Ding! As the 3rd hero to capture a system-designated city, you are awarded 1 General Activation Seal, 1 Diamond Refined Divine Equipment Level 99 Underworld Crown, 1 Random Rare Troop Unit Blueprint, and a 1-point increase in Charisma. Ding! Since the player has a charming smile, they have participated in the strategy of the Warring States initiated by the Warring States strategist Su Qin. As a special reward, all players and their 5-star strategists and generals under their command will each gain 1 point in strength and 1 point in strategy. System announcement: Player Shallow Smile, leading 1,000,000 troops under your command, after over 3 hours of fierce combat, has successfully captured the famous city of Yingchuan. The famous city of Yingchuan has been successfully occupied by player Shallow Smile. As the 3rd player to capture a famous city, the system has granted a generous reward: 1 General Activation Scroll, 1 Divine Forge Equipment Diamond 15 Tier 9 Hell's Crown, 1 Random Rare Troop Unit Blueprint, and 1 point of Charisma. System announcement: due to player Shallow Smile's participation in the Strategic Maneuvers event initiated by the Warring States strategist Su Qin, all players and their 5-star strategists and generals will receive a 1-point increase in both strength and strategy. Diamond 15 Refine 9 Hell's Crown. When equipped by a hero, it provides 1,500 defense, increases the defense of the hero and their troops by 150, and boosts politics by 6 points. 3 slots for enhancements. Embedding a 10-star black obsidian increases martial arts by 10 points, embedding a 10-star red obsidian increases strategy by 10 points, and embedding a yellow obsidian increases speed by 10 points. After the system announcement was released, the enemy leaders of the other 3 factions immediately revealed expressions of anger and resentment. This also signaled that players from all factions had finally clashed in open combat. The players are fearless and fiercely engaged in intense battles. Upon hearing the system upgrade sound, Zhang Heng and his 2 companions finally let out a sigh of relief, which also brought Zhang Heng immense joy. The art of war had actually enhanced the combat strength and strategic prowess of all participating players, as well as the abilities of their 5-star heroes under their command. Though it's only a little, every little bit counts. Li Yuanba added a little more, directly reaching 130 points. Li Tsuanxiao reached 121 points. Yuan Qingdu has reached 119 points. This is no joke. It seems that participating this time wasn't a bad idea after all. Even the generals and strategists who didn't participate in the battle have received a small increase. This reward is indeed generous. Zhang Hong wore a pleased expression. Miss Hong Yan, if there's ever another campaign we can work on together, be sure to call me. Zhang Hong was overjoyed to have received such a benefit. Certainly, certainly. As long as the master doesn't mind, the master will definitely be indispensable in future major battles. Red Beauty under heaven didn't even need to think to know what Zhang Hong meant. Zhang Hong smiled slightly and shifted his gaze toward the government hall. Miss Chen. Zhang Hong reminded her, this is not the time to relax. Chen Xianxuan was overcome with emotion, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. He never imagined that this time he would truly conquer the system's legendary city. Upon hearing Zhang Heng's words, she quickly wiped away her tears, forced herself to remain calm, and walked out of the room. Mr. Chenlong, what should we do next? Chen Xianxuan asked respectfully. Zhang Heng said, persuading Su Zhu and Shi Jitsai to surrender. These 2 are no ordinary men. Chen Xianxuan possesses a natural talent for persuasion, with an innate aura of charisma. Upon approaching the 2, he activated his persuasion ability, and after a few words, the 2 bowed with clasped hands, presenting their oath of allegiance. System announcement, congratulations to player Shallow Smile, who has successfully captured the 5-star strategist of the 3 kingdoms, Shi Jitsai. System announcement, congratulations to player Qianxia Yanyan for successfully capturing the 5-star general Su Zhu from the 3 kingdoms. Congratulations to Miss Chen. Zhang Hong clasped his hands together, his expression joyful, and offered heartfelt blessings from the bottom of his heart. Xianxian, congratulations. Hongyan Tianxia is overjoyed. Now is not the time for celebration. The situation outside is dire, and we must hurry to the barracks to recruit troops and drive the 3 enemy forces out of the city as soon as possible. That is the only way to ensure victory. Zhang Hong said. Good. At that moment, the 3 led Su Zhu and Shi Jitsai, along with Yuan Qingdu and his 500 cold-blooded elite guards, charging toward the barracks. At this critical moment, Qin Xianxuan must be protected at all costs. If she were to die, no matter who managed to break into the government offices, the city would be lost. Of course, at this point, only the city would be taken. Su Zhu and Shi Jitsai have already been persuaded to surrender. Chapter 126, Yuan Qingdu vs Han Qingtian. The barracks are located at the North Gate. The battle at the North Gate is raging fiercely, with both sides fighting fiercely and brutally. The North Gate is where the City of Heaven and the City of Eternal Night have joined forces to confront the City of the King. The generals of both sides engage in fierce battles. Zhang Heng rides a white dragon steed, leading Yuan Qingdu and 500 cold-blooded guards, fighting desperately to protect Chen Xianxuan. Upon seeing Zhang Heng and his men, the ruler emerged from the mountains, seemingly realizing something, and shouted loudly, "All soldiers, guard the camp entrance. Do not let the bandits break into the camp, or else we will surely be defeated in this battle." The sound of chaos filled the air. The soldiers at the rear immediately surrounded the camp gates. Zhang Heng's face turned angry as he brandished the 15-forged heaven-defying divine sword, shouting from the bow, "Follow me into battle! Kill!" The cold-blooded rearguard camp and Yuan Qingdu roared in unison and charged forward. Worried about Zhang Heng's safety, Yuan Qingdu shouted loudly, "My lord, be careful! I will clear the way for you." Ding! Yuan Qingdu has activated the protective mode, increasing his combat power by 10 points, bringing his total combat power to 135. Zhang Heng was overjoyed inwardly. This was exactly the protective mode he had been aiming for. All soldiers, block Chenlong and prevent him from approaching the barracks. Anyone who dares to get close will be executed without mercy. The ruler roared angrily as he emerged from the mountains. Zhang Heng's face turned red with anger as he shouted at Yuan Qingdu, "General Yuan, kill that man for me. Your servant obeys." Yuan Qingdu's tiger-like eyes flashed, and he bellowed loudly. The fiery red dragon steed beneath him let out a loud neigh and charged forward bravely. Yuan Qingdu wielded his phoenix-winged golden halberd, and wherever he passed, heads flew, blood spurted, and the surrounding soldiers were slaughtered, leaving a field of death and carnage. The king emerged from the mountains to witness the scene, his eyes filled with fear, glaring angrily and roaring, "Stop him! Stop him! Han Qing Tiger, General Han, lead your troops to stop this rebel general." Han Qingtian roared, mounted his 1,000-mile steed, and wielded his long sword, charging out from the side. "You bandit general, don't be so arrogant." Han Qingtian flung his white beard aside, glared with tiger-like eyes, and roared angrily, "Take this sword." Yuan Qingdu clenched his horse's flank, gripped the phoenix-winged golden halberd in his hands, and bellowed, "Die!" Ding! Yuan Chengdu activated the battle general mode, increasing his strength by 8 points, bringing his total strength to 143 points. Clang! Clang! Two weapons collided, instantly shooting out thousands of sparks. Crack! Han Qin, whose large sword was shattered by the force, and he was knocked backward by the immense power, flying backward like a puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Han Qingtian's mouth. Han Qingtian's eyes widened in disbelief. Kill! Yuan Chengdu let out another thunderous shout. The crimson hot fire dragon steed leaped into the air, its two front hooves shattering the skulls of two enemy soldiers before charging forward with relentless force. Yuan Chengdu swung his phoenix-winged golden halberd. Before Han Qingtiger could land on the ground, the sharp tip of the halberd pierced his abdomen with a loud thud. With a swift flick of his wrist, Han Qingtiger's abdomen was sliced open, revealing a gaping wound. Ah! Han Qingtian let out a piercing scream as his internal organs erupted from his chest. Thud! Han Qinhu fell heavily into the crowd, his body convulsing violently before he died. The king emerged from the mountains, accompanied by several high-ranking members of his clan, all of whom wore expressions of shock. After Yuan Chengdu activated his protective ability, his attributes increased by 10 points, reaching a terrifying 135. His initial strength increases by 1 point, reaching 119. With Zhang Heng's buff, it reaches 125 points. Now, with the Guardian Shield activated, it reaches 135. Even more terrifyingly, it also triggers the Battle General skill, adding another 8 points. As a result, his overall attributes have reached a terrifying 143 points. That's 143 points. That's enough to take down Li Yuanba in an instant, unless Li Yuanba also activates his skill. Grandpa, get out of there! The mighty warrior emerged from the mountains, his expression filled with terror, his eyes wide with anger, and he shouted frantically, "Retreat! Retreat! All soldiers, follow me!" As the king turned around, before he could finish his words, Yuan Chengdu's phoenix-winged golden halberd swept through the air like a whirlwind, slicing toward the king's neck. The king of the mountain's eyes widened in shock, frozen in that moment, his words abruptly cut off. Puff! The neck, now severed from the head, suddenly spurted a jet of bright red blood. The blood splattered all over the people around him. Yuan Chengdu did not stop, swinging his weapon once more. The high-ranking members of several families behind the rising king were severed at the waist by the phoenix-winged, gold-inlaid halberd. Even the elderly man could not escape the same fate of being severed at the waist. The dozens of soldiers surrounding him attempted to intercept Yuan Chengdu, but he roared loudly, transferring the phoenix-winged golden halberd from his left hand to his right, and swung it wildly in a circle around him. After a single sweep, anyone caught within the weapon's range was sliced cleanly in half, like vegetables being chopped. A piercing scream echoed through the air. Those who were killed instantly need no further mention, but the soldiers who survived were truly unfortunate. At that moment, Yuan Chengdu had truly become a legend. Even Zhang Hong, standing nearby, was utterly speechless with astonishment. This brutal output was no less than Li Yuanba's meat grinder. Kill! Yuan Chengdu rode a red-hot fire dragon steed toward the camp, and the soldiers along the way were terrified and fled in all directions. Zhang Hong wielded the heaven-questioning divine sword, striking left and right. Every soldier he encountered was sliced in two. 15 refined weapons are no joke. Extremely sharp, hard, and capable of cutting through iron like mud. Yuan Chengdu's combat bonus quickly faded, but with his strength reaching 135, he remained incredibly powerful, slaughtering enemy soldiers and leaving the battlefield littered with the dead and wounded. Wherever his weapon struck, limbs flew in all directions, and blood spurted everywhere. After the king emerged from the mountain and died, the soldiers' morale plummeted. The soldiers under the command of Hong Yen Tianxia, led by their commander, charged recklessly forward. With the assistance of Yuan Chengdu, they drove the enemy forces out of the city gates in less than half an hour. The battle at the north gate was won. As the long night dragged on, the others hurriedly closed the gates and stationed archers on the city walls to prevent the king from emerging from the mountains and reviving his army to continue their assault. At this moment, Zhang Hong and his men had already entered the cavalry camp. Under Zhang Heng's guidance, Qin Xianxuan spent 100,000 gold coins to upgrade the camp to the 11th rank. At that moment, Zhang Heng suddenly remembered something and asked, "How much grain is there in the city now?" "Over 50 million. Qin Xianxuan glared and said, "What's wrong? How much money do we have now?" Zhang Hong asked while calculating. 2.5 billion yuan. Chen Xianxuan said. "Enough. Zhang Hong quickly calculated in his mind and said, first, recruit 300,000 iron-blooded tiger and leopard cavalry. Chapter 127, Massive Pay to Win Recruitment. 300,000? Is that possible? Chen Qianxuan asked with wide eyes. Hong Yan Tianxia was completely baffled. 30,000 yuan was already a luxury for her, let alone for an 11th tier item. As long as there's enough money and supplies, and the city isn't in combat mode, you can recruit endlessly. What happens when the city enters combat mode is still unknown. Zhang Hong said, do you remember what the big boss said last night? It's already past 3 a.m., so it must have been last night's meeting. What did you say? Hong Yan Tianxia asked with wide eyes. There are benefits in the famous city, and these so-called benefits are unlimited recruitment, but the players don't know about it yet. Zhang Hong said, alright, let's start by training 300,000 cavalry troops and have General Su Zhu lead the army to stabilize the city. Immediately, under Zhang Heng's orders, Chen Qianxuan began training 300,000 tiger and leopard cavalry. Su Chua's injuries have already healed completely under Chen Qianxuan's medicinal pills. Upon seeing 300,000 iron-blooded tiger and leopard cavalry within sight, Su Chua was overjoyed, and his loyalty to Shi Jizai each increased by 1 point. Afterward, Zhang Han led the two men to train another 1 million iron-blooded archers. The system prompted that the city was in a state of battle, and the number of each troop type could only be trained up to 1 million. Chen Qianxuan exclaimed with wide eyes. Zhang Heng's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, there were restrictions. Otherwise, players could go crazy building troops, which would inadvertently create a loophole. It seemed that the troop strength of Chunlu City and Shanghai City needed to be increased immediately. Zhang Hong had an idea in mind. Your supply of ingots is insufficient, and there is a severe shortage of grain within the city. These are the most urgent matters that need to be addressed immediately. Zhang Hong said, after driving the enemy out of the city, immediately transport provisions to ensure at least 1 month's supply of provisions within the city. At the same time, ensure that there are at least 5 million 11th tier soldiers and 2 5-star generals defending the city. Only then can we ensure absolute safety. What? Chen Qianxuan's eyes widened, and he exchanged glances with Hong Yan Tianxia. But they never imagined that if they were to actually create such a design, it would cost tens of millions. To the infantry camp. Zhang Hong said. Upon arriving at the infantry camp, they forged another 500,000 iron-blooded spearmen and 500,000 iron-blooded sword and shield soldiers. Can you hear any sounds? Zhang Hong asked. The total number of soldiers has exceeded 2 million, and the loyalty of Shi Jizai and Su Chua has been fully upgraded to the maximum level. As soon as Chen Qianxuan finished speaking, 2 system notification sounds rang out. As I said, this is a hidden feature. Zhang Hong narrowed his eyes and said, mastering these hidden settings is like gaining the upper hand. After the troops were fully mobilized, Chen Qianxuan ordered Gao Chong to lead the troops to drive out the enemy forces at the south gate. At the east gate, the wealthy entertainment figures and the war god Bai Qi were overwhelmed by Wu Qi's frontal assault and arrows, suffering heavy casualties. After an hour of fierce fighting at the east gate, under Wu Qi's desperate defense, the wealthy entertainment group led the remnants of their defeated troops and retreated from the city in disarray. As the defeated troops from the west gate and east gate withdrew one after another, the royal clan's powerful figures at the south gate, facing the ruthless enemy, had no choice but to flee in disarray. Thus, a large-scale siege battle involving over 100 million combat troops came to an end. As the battle concluded, the troops led by Chang Yi and his men began to withdraw one after another. Wu Qi, Li Xuanxiao, and Li Yuanba also led their troops back to the city. Under Zhang Heng's guidance, Chen Qianxuan began to rebuild the destroyed buildings within the city. Zhang Hong had a natural talent for instantly upgrading buildings, while Chen Qianxuan had to spend a large amount of in-game currency to do so. This was part of the game's design to generate revenue. The game naturally had to include numerous pay-to-win elements. After completing the building upgrades, funds were running low. Qin Shaohan logged off directly and soon invested 100 billion in game currency into the game, which equates to 100 billion renminbi. Zhang Hong was speechless. These wealthy women really have money they can just throw around billions like that. Of course, all of this was made possible by their parents' extensive prior investments. Qin Shaohan said that her mother has already begun to recoup funds, selling off various properties in large quantities, preparing to invest the funds into the game. This has forced Zhang Hong to start considering whether to transfer his own funds into the venture as well. In fact, he had planned to wait until the exchange rate dropped before investing in the game, but now it seems that major conglomerates have already made significant investments, so the exchange rate is unlikely to decrease. However, since the exchange rate won't be closed in the short term, he didn't bother to pay attention to it. Currently, he still has a staggering 600 billion ingots of treasure, so he certainly won't be short of money. With sufficient funds in place, Sun Iran proceeded to arrange for the transportation of grain, while Chen Qianxuan continued to build up his forces. This woman was no ordinary madwoman. Without hesitation, she directly assembled 3 million troops of each type, totaling 12 million troops, at a staggering cost of 3.9 billion treasure coins. Zhang Hong was speechless, suddenly realizing that his thinking and perspective had changed along with the environment. If this had happened before, he wouldn't have hesitated for a moment. He would have spent a fortune to enhance his strength. But now, with a different situation, he had lost that ruthless, big-picture perspective. In the end, it's still the world of the wealthy. In reality, Zhang Heng's treatment differs from that of these women. His natural talents have allowed him to build a strong foundation, while these women have remained stuck in the ranks of low-level soldiers. Now that they finally have the opportunity to become high-ranking soldiers, why would they choose to fight to the death against those low-ranking soldiers? After amassing 1.2 million troops, Qin Qianxuan immediately ordered 400,000 troops to be deployed to Yanran City to bolster its overall combat strength. Originally, Qin Qianxuan had planned to recruit more soldiers, but the shortage of grain forced her to halt the recruitment process. Food is the lifeblood of soldiers. If the city runs out of food, not only will the soldiers starve to death, but the civilians within the city will also flee. At this critical moment, the importance of the temple becomes evident. Currently, the temple in Chunlu City is at level 30, reducing consumption by 50. That's half the consumption. This attribute doesn't show its true power in the early stages of the game, but it becomes extremely important in the mid and late stages. In the mid-game and late game, you'll often have millions of soldiers, and if you can't keep them fed, you're looking at starvation. Such massive consumption is no joke. An 11th tier soldier consumes 11 units per day. With 10 million soldiers, the daily consumption amounts to 100 million units. Zhang Hong has a tenfold drop rate, allowing him to obtain more resources, but what about other players? At this point, even if you have money, it's not enough. Without resources, you'll go bankrupt in no time. After leaving Yingchuan City, Zhang Hong immediately relocated to the outskirts of Qinghai City. He then personally led 10 4-star generals and 5 4-star dog-headed military advisors to make a trip to Qinghai City. Yang Yuji, Ran Min, and Chen Gong will remain in Qinghai City. Upon Zhang Heng's arrival, he will hand over these 15 4-star heroes to Chen Gong and the others. Chapter 128, The Abnormal Sima Yi. Should he be killed or spared? These 4-star generals may not be effective on the battlefield, but they are quite capable of defending and governing cities. After inspecting the city's condition, I found that there were still 10 days' worth of provisions. After some deliberation, I decided to transfer a staggering 1 billion provisions into the city. Then, I increased the total troop strength to 3 million, which equates to 12 million. This is a precautionary measure to prevent surprise attacks from major players. It also reflects Qin Qianxuan's strategic vision, which has shaped his mindset and heightened his vigilance. After all, the city had entered a state of combat, which restricted the number of soldiers that could be recruited. With 12 million soldiers, along with so many generals and strategists, we can withstand anything. 12 million soldiers equate to over 100 million in combat strength, which means a daily consumption of 13.2 billion units of grain. With the temple, this can be reduced by half, leaving 6.6 billion. At that moment, Zhang Heng suddenly recalled Wang Zhaojun and her formidable attributes. Sinking fish and falling swans, the Lord continues to favor her. Every 10 days, her 3 primary attributes are randomly increased by 1 point. If she gives birth to a monkey, the first one increases the Lord's strength by 3 points, the second by 2 points, and the third by 1 point. Zhao Jun's departure to the frontier. If Zhao Jun resides in Chunlu City, all soldiers in the city gain a 30% increase in attack and defense, limited to within the city walls. Citizens in Chunlu City spend 20% less resources and production increases by 20%. If Zhao Jun leaves Chunlu City, all soldiers in the city lose a 20% decrease in attack and defense, citizens spend 30% more resources, and production decreases by 20%. Marriage alliance. For every ally obtained by Chunlu City, all field troops and deployed troops of both sides gain a 30% increase in attack and defense, and a 50% increase in march speed. Wang Zhaojun's attributes are no joke. The first one alone is impressive. The second one directly reduces consumption by 20, plus the 50 from the temple. That's no small number. After recruiting some troops, Zhang Hong discussed matters with Chen Gong and Ran Min before returning to the city. On the way, Zhang Hong pondered when he should also recall Ran Min. Ran Min's initial martial arts skill had already increased from 110 to 113, making him somewhat overqualified for guarding a city. In history, Ran Min was known as the Warrior King, and his life was marked by numerous military achievements. Such a great talent undoubtedly possessed the ability to expand the borders of the kingdom. It seems that the next one who needs to be strengthened is Ran Min. After returning to the city, Zhang Hong relocated the city to Chunlu City, once again leading 10 4-star generals and 5 4-star dog-headed military advisors. After half an hour, he increased the troop strength to 12 million and left behind 1 billion units of provisions. At this point, the grain and supplies in Chunlu City were already running low. Upon returning to the city, Zhang Hong opened all 840 dark gold resource packs obtained from raiding the mountain fortress yesterday, thereby replenishing the national treasury. At that moment, Chen Ping arrived at the government office accompanied by an elderly man in his 60s. "My lord, this elderly gentleman is a man of great strategy and wisdom. He has spent his entire life studying military classics and possesses profound insights. After discussing matters with him, I am deeply impressed and have come to highly recommend him on his behalf. Chen Ping said respectfully. Zhang Hong paused for a moment, sizing up the old man. The man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his body slightly hunched, his head bowed, and his eyes darting around. His aura was subdued, giving him the appearance of an old servant rather than a man of great talent. He was neatly dressed, with slightly disheveled hair, but seemed to be restless. The old man's attributes had already caught Zhang Heng's attention. Character, Sima Yi. Era, 3 Kingdoms, Chao Wei. Rank, 10th rank, level 98. Quality, 5-star strategist. Military strength, 46. Command, 80. Strategy, 110. Politics, 99. Character introduction, Wei State strategist. Political traits, patient, steadfast. Resilient counterattack when enemy forces attack the city, the garrison remains unshaken. The attack and defense of the garrison troops increase by 50, and the combat strength of the defending soldiers increases by 2. When the city is under attack, it enters a counterattack state, and the attack and defense of the garrison troops increase by an additional 50, while the combat strength of the defending soldiers increases by an additional 2. Strategic planning. A far-reaching strategy, once implemented, grants all participating troops in military operations a 2-point increase in all 3 physical attributes, a 30-point increase in attack, a 30-point increase in defense, and a 30-point increase in march speed. This effect is limited to the current campaign and disappears upon the conclusion of battle. The look of a wolf when devising strategies: one faces rejection when bearing heavy responsibilities, one is demoted when possessing outstanding abilities, one is suspected when making requests, one's needs are unmet. Regardless of which of the above triggers occur, loyalty decreases by at least 20 points. In mild cases, one may abandon the city and flee. In severe cases, one may seize power and take control of the city, becoming its ruler. Fleeing the city reduces the lord's strategy by 5 points and military strength by 5 points. Seize the city and overthrow the lord, and the lord will no longer be able to build cities. When loyalty reaches maximum value, this negative skill disappears. The lord you serve permanently gains 5 points in military strength and 5 points in strategy. Change allegiance, 3 times of switching allegiance, with the first being Cao Cao, the second being a high-ranking member of the imperial family, and the third being Qianlong. Each time you defect, the consumption of the original lord's cities increases by a percentage based on the number of times you have defected. The first defection from Cao Cao results in a 10% increase in the consumption of all citizens and soldiers in his cities, the loss of the cities, and the disappearance of any negative effects. The second defection from the imperial clan's powerful figure results in a 20% increase in consumption for all citizens and soldiers in the imperial clan's powerful figure's cities. The cities are destroyed and lost, and negative effects disappear. Third betrayal of Qianlong, all citizens and soldiers in Qianlong cities suffer a 30% increase in resource consumption. Destroyed or lost cities lose all negative effects. When the loyalty of this skill reaches its maximum value, the consumption of citizens and soldiers in all of the lord's cities is permanently reduced by 30. Upon seeing Sima Yi's attributes, Zhang Hong was left speechless. This guy is way too powerful. Isn't he allied with the imperial clan's powerful figure? Could it be that the royal family's powerful figure disappointed him, causing him to lose all hope and betray the royal family's powerful figure, only to come to his own city? This is a real hot potato. It's a ticking time bomb. If handled improperly, the consequences could be severe. At best, one might lower one's intelligence, weaken one's combat prowess, and increase resource consumption. At worst, a single misstep could result in complete isolation and ruin. Grandma's legs, this guy is way too ruthless. Now that this guy has come to rely on me, does he intend to drag me into the same path as the royal family's powerful figures? However, those attributes seem pretty powerful. The first skill is a formidable defensive skill that can accumulate and increase the strength and combat power of soldiers and generals. The second skill, when deployed in battle, increases the attributes of all troops by 2 points, which also appears to be very powerful. But the third and fourth skills, why are they so underwhelming? Especially the final requirement of the third skill, which was not met. This is ridiculous. Are you asking me to build a stairway to heaven for them? If he demands my life, am I supposed to just hand over my own head to him? If this bastard demands to seize my city, am I supposed to act like a sycophant and hand over the city's rights to him? No way, this guy can't be spared, he must be killed. Chapter 129, Sima Yi's Oath of Allegiance. This is not a strategist sent as a gift, nor is it a favor. It is a disaster, a colossal disaster. Zhang Heng's eyes suddenly flashed with intense murderous intent. No wonder he was so nervous, he was just feeling guilty. Zhang Hong narrowed his eyes. Killing this guy was simple, all he had to do was draw his sword, and he could turn him into a corpse at any moment. But if I kill Sima Yi, how will Chen Ping, who is standing by, view me? How should he comment on the generals and strategists who have come to seek refuge in Chunlu City? Even more concerning is the question of who would dare to come and join him in the future? This question forced him to reflect deeply. Now he is not fighting alone, but has gathered a large group of people. Of course, their loyalty is unwavering, and they won't betray him, but their enthusiasm is likely to wane. Zhang Hong felt it was necessary to give this person a chance and to broaden his own horizons. To become a great ruler, one must first possess profound strategic wisdom, and secondly, have the capacity to accommodate diverse perspectives. Sima Yi's strategic prowess is also rated at 110 points. Could he really be like some spoiled brat, making unreasonable demands? That's definitely impossible. People have both good and bad sides. If you want to benefit from him, you have to accept his flaws, right? Of course, Zhang Hong also has a quick way to boost loyalty. That is to take Sima Yi to attack a famous city and then max out Sima Yi's loyalty in that city. Although Zhang Hong didn't know if this plan would work, how would he know without trying? In the end, Zhang Hong was also afraid that he might betray him. Once he had one reason, he would inevitably find another. However, before accepting his defection, Zhang Hong must first settle things with this man. Seeing that Zhang Hong remained silent, Chen Ping hurriedly exchanged a meaningful glance with Sima Yi. Lord City Master, my name is Sima Yi. I previously served under a powerful figure of the imperial family. Sima Yi was straightforward and spoke his mind. Oh? Then why did you come to seek refuge in my city of Chunlu? Zhang Hong steadied his mind and asked calmly, even if the royal family's powerful figure is a prominent figure, you have betrayed him and come to seek refuge with me. Don't you fear that doubts will arise and lead to your death? I am afraid. Upon hearing this, Sima Yi straightened his chest, tilted his head back, and said expressionlessly, the royal family's powerful figures have no strategy, no independent judgment, they are mere puppets. On the other hand, Lord City Master is a man of great talent and vision, decisive in battle, a true ruler for the ages. He has countless brave generals under his command, elite troops as numerous as rain, and everyone is united in purpose. I ask you, with such a great leader, should I not follow him and instead continue to cling to life under the royal family's powerful figure? By this point, Sima Yi's expression had grown somewhat excited. After a brief pause, his tone changed, and he spoke in a slightly subdued voice. Though I am in the twilight of my life, with the sun setting in the west, my ambitions remain unfulfilled. If the city lord dares to employ me, I shall not disappoint the lord. Having spoken, Sima Yi clasped his hands together, bowed deeply, and presented his oath of loyalty. My lord, old master Sima is a man of extraordinary talent, well versed in military strategy. With him by your side, you will undoubtedly gain a valuable ally. Chen Ping also chimed in to support him. Zhang Hong furrowed his brows slightly, revealing a look of confusion. Chen Ping's personality was rather pragmatic. With all this recommendation and assistance, I suspect that Sima Yi must have bribed Chen Ping quite handsomely behind the scenes. Zhang Hong felt like laughing, but ultimately held back. To see through something without revealing it is the mark of true wisdom. Having flaws isn't scary, what's scary is a lack of unity. In history, Cao Cao was a wise man who appeared foolish. He always turned a blind eye to the many bad habits of his subordinates. Notice, congratulations to player Qianlong for being favored by Sima Yi, one of the top strategists of the Three Kingdoms era. He has come to join your cause. Currently, Sima Yi's loyalty is at 88 points. Once his loyalty reaches 100 points, he will never betray you. If his loyalty drops below 60 points, he will choose to defect. Do you wish to recruit him? What? Loyalty at 88 points? Zhang Hong narrowed his eyes, sensing a hint of threat. This guy clearly wasn't being sincere. Sima Yi, what if I refuse you? Zhang Hong instinctively reached for the sword at his waist. If my lord refuses, I will let this blood spill here and now. Sima Yi had already noticed Zhang Hang's right hand on his sword, yet he remained calm and fearless. This clearly showed that this man had made up his mind to join Chunlu City. But this loyalty is a bit too meager, isn't it? If you just casually refuse a request, you're skirting the line. Zhang Hong had to be cautious. My lord. Chen Ping looked surprised and puzzled. The lord had always been eager to recruit talented individuals and treated them with respect. Yet, upon encountering such a great talent, he remained unmoved. Could there be something wrong with this Sima Yi? Chen Ping recalled the exorbitant bribe, his face burning with shame, and his heart began to waver. After some thought, Zhang Hong finally said, all right, from now on, you, Sima Yi, will be my strategist in Chunlu City. Thank you, lord. Sima Yi was overjoyed inside, but his expression remained calm and composed. Ding, Sima Yi passed the test, increasing his loyalty by 5 points, reaching 93 points. Zhang Hong rolled his eyes. Grandma's legs. This old man is actually testing me? System announcement, Sima Yi, one of the top strategists of the Three Kingdoms, has been unable to gain the favor of the Imperial clan's powerful figures. He has therefore changed allegiance, successfully defected from the Imperial clan's powerful figures, and joined Chunlu City, becoming one of the main strategists under Qianlong's command. We urge all players to sincerely recruit and cultivate the soldiers and strategists under their command to prevent any further unexpected changes. Zhang Hong rolled his eyes. What's going on here? Isn't this deliberately mocking the Imperial clan's powerful figures? This poor child. Zhang Hong shook his head. Military advisor, since Mr. Sima was recommended by you, you should take him around to familiarize him with the details of Chunlu City. Zhang Hong instructed Chen Ping, who was standing beside him. Don't worry, my lord. Chen Ping sighed in relief. Zhang Hong wasn't particularly pleased to have obtained Sima Yi, but this caused the imperial clan's powerful figures to become enraged. This system announcement made him famous overnight. But it also left him feeling wronged. Relying on his persuasion skill, he had finally managed to recruit a top-tier strategist, only to have him betray him outright. At the moment of defection, Sima Yi heard a separate system notification sound. Ding, player's subordinate Sima Yi believes that the Lord is incompetent, lacks ambition, and is nothing more than a puppet. Seeing no hope for the rise of the state, he has chosen to defect. Upon hearing this, the royal family's powerful figures were furious. Just as Zhang Hong thought Chen Ping and Sima Yi were about to leave, Sima Yi suddenly grabbed Chen Ping's arm and bowed with both hands, saying, "My lord, as a token of our sincerity, I wish to present you with a system named City." Chapter 130, Wang Zhaojuan's Favor. Give me a system named City? Zhang Hong was taken aback and asked, "How do you give it?" I am from the city of Hunan. I left there earlier in search of a doctor to treat my grandson's illness. Unfortunately, I encountered a powerful member of the imperial family along the way. Upon learning of my search for medicinal pills, the royal noble immediately handed me a mid-grade healing pill, instructing me to return home to treat my grandson. Overwhelmed with gratitude, I chose to align myself with the royal noble. After my grandson took the elixir, his condition stabilized, but it was not completely cured. Later, I learned that the potency of the elixir was insufficient, so I did not mention it again. During the days I assisted the royal family's powerful figure, I suggested attacking a famous city, but the royal family's powerful figure believed that only by capturing one of the three cities Qinghai, Chunlu, or Yingchuan could we gain any benefits. Moreover, the few people around him also opposed targeting other famous cities, arguing that it would be a waste of effort, soldiers, and resources, so they refused. With no other choice, his subordinates defected from the imperial clan's powerful faction. I believe that a lord without a clear vision or strategic acumen would not achieve anything even if supported. On the contrary, after investigating over the past few days, I have come to realize that you possess great talent and foresight, which is why I have taken the risk to defect and join your cause. In fact, the city of Hunan can be captured without a single drop of blood. The last sentence finally revealed what Sima Yi had been thinking but had never dared to say. Back then, Sima Yi had also wanted to say such words to the powerful figures of the imperial clan, but the few players surrounding them immediately refused upon hearing them. Thus, Sima Yi saw no point in continuing. Capture the city of Hunan without shedding a drop of blood? Zhang Hong showed a hint of anticipation and continued speaking. The garrison troops of Hunan City are led by General Guo Hui, whom I have personally trained. If the Lord has any plans, I can send a letter to Guo Hui and he will open the city gates. Sima Yi said, bowing his fist. Guo Hui. Zhang Hong furrowed his brows. When did Sima Yi become so close to Guo Hui? It seems like Guo Hui isn't getting along with Sima Yi in the performance, right? However, Guo Hui does have some ability. He was a prominent general of the Wei Kingdom during the later period of the Three Kingdoms. This guy probably doesn't have the caliber of a 5-star general, does he? Zhang Hong didn't dwell on the issue. Since it was a gift handed to him on a silver platter, why not take it? Alright. I'll leave it all to you. Let me know when everything is ready, and we'll take Hanoi City in one fell swoop. Zhang Hong said. Excellent. Sima Yi was overjoyed. My lord may not be aware, but Hunan is close to Luoyang City. If we capture Hunan, we will be able to see Luoyang City from afar. Sima Yi's ambitions are truly vast. Luoyang City, Chang'an City, Chengdu City, Jianye City, and Xuchang City. These cities are all level 25, top-tier system designated cities, and also the places where players survive. Players who have not built their own cities typically head to these nearby cities to develop their professions and secure their survival. These cities are all guarded by important figures. Dong Zhuo is stationed in Luoyang. Emperor Xian of Han, Lu Xia, was in Chang'an. Liu Bei established his base in Chengdu City. Sun Quan was stationed in Jianye City. Cao Cao was stationed at Xuchang City. After another round of words, Sima Yi and Chen Ping withdrew. Zhang Hong rubbed his forehead and prepared to log off and rest for a while. It was already past 4 in the morning, and he didn't know if Chen Qianshuan and the others had logged off yet. Zhang Hong stood up and left the government office hall. Just as he stepped out, he happened to see Wang Zhaojun walking toward him with small, delicate steps, her slender waist swaying gracefully. Zhang Hong smiled slightly and said, "Where are you heading, Miss Zhaojun? Upon hearing that you had returned, I came specially to pay my respects to you, sir." Wang Zhaojun curtsied slightly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with charm, leaving Zhang Hong feeling a bit restless. "Ha, since that's the case, then please come inside, Miss Zhaojun." Zhang Hong pointed to the officials' reception hall. "Sir, this is where business is conducted. Would you prefer to wait in my room for a moment?" Wang Zhaojun showed an expectant expression. "This is acceptable." Zhang Hong nodded and followed Wang Zhaojun into the side room. Xiaodong, go prepare tea for the adults. Wang Zhaojun instructed the maid beside her. The two sat down on the ground. After Xiaodong had brewed the tea, Wang Zhaojun extended her delicate hands and, with an elegant posture, carefully poured a cup of hot tea for Zhang Hong. It must be said that the Empire's Conquest series does an excellent job of capturing this level of detail. Please have some tea, my lord. This is something I had specially brought from my hometown. Wang Zhaojun's voice was as gentle as rain, sweet and melodious. Every smile and frown of hers was enough to stir the heart. Zhang Hong took the teacup, sipped it lightly, and praised, "What a fine tea. What's so good about it?" Wang Zhaojun's eyes lit up, revealing a hint of anticipation. This. Zhang Hong pondered for a moment and said, "Rich and aromatic, refreshing and invigorating. A small sip leaves a lingering fragrance on the lips and teeth. If I'm not mistaken, this should be Qingzhou tea, right? Do you know the name of the tea, sir?" Wang Zhaojun's stunning eyes lit up once more, revealing an unexpected expression. Ding, Wang Zhaojun's affection for player Qianlong has increased by 10 points, reaching 50 points. When affection reaches 80 points, you can cuddle. When it reaches 100 points, you can have a baby. Haha, I get it. Upon hearing the system prompt, Zhang Hong felt energized and confident. He feigned modesty yet spoke with depth. Green brick tea is renowned for its refreshing and invigorating properties, its ability to stimulate saliva production and quench thirst, as well as its warming effects on the uterus and its ability to ward off the cold. Ding, Wang Zhaojun developed a favorable impression, increasing her affinity with player Qianlong by 10 points, reaching 60 points. This tea has warming properties and is effective against the cold. In theory, Lady Zhaojun should drink more of it to dispel the cold and keep her body healthy and strong. Zhang Hong feigned concern, causing Wang Zhaojun's favorability to rise by 10 points, reaching 70 points. You are a true genius with boundless knowledge and experience. I am deeply impressed and admire you greatly. Wang Zhaojun smiled and said, "This tea is a specialty of my hometown, green brick tea. I had someone bring extra for you, hoping to give you a few packets, but with your busy schedule lately, I haven't had the chance." Zhang Hong chuckled and said, "Miss Wang is so kind. Since that is the case, I shall humbly accept your gift. By the way, are you familiar with the area where you're staying? If you'd like, I can arrange a large mansion for you to stay in. Would that be suitable?" Zhang Hong said. The commoner woman felt quite satisfied living here. At least she could see the adults every day. If she had to live in a large mansion, she would be lonely and isolated. Wouldn't she be bored to death? Wang Zhaojun couldn't help but reveal a hint of resentment. Zhang Hong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It seemed this woman had him in her clutches. "Sir, you have been fighting on the battlefield for days without rest. I see you look tired. Why don't you lie down on the bed, and I'll give you a massage?" As soon as Wang Zhaojun spoke, Zhang Heng's heart tightened. Was there any reason to refuse? Chapter 131, Wang Zhaojun. "This might be a bit abrupt for Miss Zhaojun," Zhang Hong said politely. "I am deeply dissatisfied, sir. My young mistress has been secretly observing you for quite some time. You are so handsome and renowned, yet so young and already so accomplished. Not seeing you for all these days has left her unable to eat or drink, and she has grown noticeably thinner. Alas, with your busy schedule, we can only wait here patiently." Xiaodong muttered discontentedly from the side. "Xiaodong, stop talking. Go outside." Wang Zhaojun scolded him, her face flushing with shame. Xiaodong pouted her little mouth, gave a soft hum, and left. "I'm sure the adults are laughing at me." Wang Zhaojun's cheeks turned crimson, giving her a unique charm. Zhang Hong was stunned for a moment, not expecting the system to have arranged such a thorough explanation. Since that was the case, there was no need to hesitate. He immediately got up and laid down on the soft bed. Wang Zhaojun felt overjoyed inside. She walked with light steps, sat elegantly by the bed, and then extended her slender arms, gently massaging Zhang Heng. A faint, delicate fragrance wafted through Zhang Heng's nostrils, permeating his entire body. A smile played at the corners of his lips, his face radiating comfort. To be honest, Wang Zhaojun's technique was no amateur's work, especially her movements and posture, which were far more professional than those of a seasoned expert. "How do you find the strength, sir?" Wang Zhaojun's gentle voice echoed in Zhang Heng's ears. Not bad." Zhang Hong nodded slightly, looking satisfied. "I didn't expect Miss Zhaojun's technique to be so skillful. It seems like we'll be fine from now on. I should spend more time chatting with Miss Zhaojun about life and such." Zhang Hong swore that he had never experienced such high-end treatment in his entire life. "This is what the big shot said, so don't go back on your word." Wang Zhaojun pouted her little mouth and said with a slightly playful expression. Zhang Hong felt refreshed and said, "Of course. I still need to improve my combat strength." "Improve my combat strength?" Wang Zhaojun was taken aback and asked curiously, "How do you enhance it? Could it be that this humble maiden possesses something that can enhance the martial arts prowess of the nobleman?" Zhang Hong chuckled and said, "Of course. So we should make sure to spend more time together in the future. Great idea. Wang Xiaojuan's eyes lit up with joy, looking as if she couldn't get enough. Ding, Wang Xiaojuan's inner joy increases, raising her favorability by 10 points, reaching 80 points. Zhang Hong, satisfied, extended his palm and slowly grasped Wang Xiaojuan's delicate hand as her slender body trembled. Such delicate hands, so soft and delicate. Wang Xiaojun lowered her eyes, her fair face flushed red, and her delicate body trembled slightly. Sir. Wang Xiaojun, shy and hesitant to speak, resembled a budding peony, blooming with a smile that made hearts race in its breathtaking beauty. Ha ha. Zhang Hong couldn't help but laugh. This woman really couldn't resist teasing. You adults just bully common women. I'm not going to bother with you anymore. Wang Xiaojun pouted her lips, feigning anger, but her body pressed against Zhang Heng's. Ding, Wang Xiaojun blushed, increasing her affection by 10 points, reaching 90 points. Zhang Heng is overjoyed. It seems the departure is imminent. This was an epic luxury car, with the 2 rows of headlights at the front and the rear seats being exceptionally sturdy. Zhang Heng glanced at it casually, and the dormant passion within him seemed to be ignited, boiling over. At that moment, shouts echoed from the game pod outside. Zhang Hong knew that such a luxury car wasn't something one could afford overnight, so he comforted Wang Xiaojun for a moment. Amid her lingering resentment and reluctance, he logged off. After logging out of the game, Zhang Hong instinctively felt that his strength had increased significantly, and his body had become much lighter. At this point, a single punch should be able to shatter a rock, right? The sky was already beginning to grow light. Chen Xianxuan stood to the side with her arms crossed, a hint of joy on her face. Zhang Hong chuckled and asked, "What are you doing standing here?" "I was thinking about how to thank you." As she spoke, Chen Xianxuan walked up to Zhang Hong, tiptoed, and kissed him on the cheek. Zhang Hong chuckled and asked, "It seems the battle at Yingchuan City went smoothly." Chen Xianxuan nodded heavily and said, "Thank you for your friend's help." Zhang Hong smiled and shook his head, saying, "It's all thanks to everyone's efforts. Let's go downstairs for breakfast. I made it myself." Chen Xianxuan had conquered the famous city and was overjoyed. Yes. Zhang Hong felt very relieved inside and followed Chen Xianxuan downstairs. In the living room, Zhang Hong saw 3 stunningly beautiful women. "Hey, Mr. Zhang, did you hear about last night's battle report?" Qin Shaohan said with a touch of pride. Zhang Hong chuckled and said, "Then I'll be the first to offer my blessings. The famous city must be a lot of fun, right?" Zhang Hong asked with a smile. "With a famous city, we have the capital to raid other cities. Next, while other players' forces haven't developed yet, we should consider attacking other famous cities." Sunnyran said, "Why don't you join us? That way, we can all develop faster." "I'd rather not go. You guys focus on your own development. I don't want to hold you back," Zhang Hong said with a smile. "Oh, right, could you help us get in touch with Chunlong? We'd like to invite him out for a meal and maybe soak in a hot spring together." Xin Zihan's face flushed with infatuation. "Zihan, you wouldn't really have fallen for that guy, would you?" Sunnyran widened her eyes in disbelief. Can't we just fall in love at first sight?" Xin Zihan pouted her sensual lips and murmured softly. "You guys?" Sunnyran rolled her eyes and said, "I think someone is just pining away in secret. So what if it's unrequited love? I'm going to marry him, I'm going to give him children, even if the sky falls and the earth splits apart, nothing will stop me." Xin Zihan clenched her little fists and spoke with unwavering determination. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hong coughed, nearly spitting out the cold water he had just swallowed. Sun Xiaoran glared at Zhang Hong, then looked at Xin Zihan and continued, "Aren't you afraid that Chen Long looks like an old man in real life? Didn't you see his beautiful assistant? She's mature and alluring, graceful and seductive, a true beauty. She's the kind of woman who could drive a luxury car. You, on the other hand, are just a kid. You don't even have the lights or the seats of a car." Put. Zhang Hong couldn't hold it in any longer and finally sprayed the cool water from his mouth. The women all turned their gaze toward Zhang Hong. "Mr. Zhang, what do you mean by this? Could it be that I really guessed correctly?" Sunnyran widened her eyes in disbelief. "Really?" Qin Zihan's eyes were blurry with tears. She straightened her still somewhat firm posture and waited for Zhang Heng's response. Chapter 132, The Classical Beauty. Chen Qianxuan and Song Shaoyan also instinctively turned their gaze toward Zhang Heng. "This." Zhang Hong rubbed his head and said, "Can I say that our physiques aren't that different for our ages? Come on, why don't you say you two look exactly the same too?" Sunny Ran said with a sneer. "Yay!" Qin Shaohan sighed in relief and couldn't help but express her excitement. "Mr. Zhang, I'm entrusting the rest of my life to you. You have to be my matchmaker, whether you want to or not." What's there to be proud of?" Sunny Ran said unhappily. Zhang Heng sighed helplessly, sat down on the chair, and said slowly, "Miss Qin, what if he has a girlfriend?" Does his girlfriend have more money than me?" Qin Shaohan asked with a light snort. "Do you think he's short on money?" Zhang Hong countered. "Is his girlfriend as pretty as me?" That question seems to hit the nail on the head. Zhang Heng hesitated for a moment and said, whether it's beautiful or not doesn't matter. What's important is to stay true to our original aspirations and persevere to the end. Does that mean I have no chance? Qin Xiuhan's eyes welled up with tears. After breakfast, Zhang Heng went into the courtyard, breathed in the fresh air, exercised for a while, and, taking advantage of the absence of others, found a stone the size of a head in the backyard. He suddenly clenched his fist and struck the stone with all his might. Bang! With a single punch, the hard stone shattered into 4 pieces. Sigh. Zhang Heng took a deep breath, feeling a dull pain in his fist. Though it wasn't too bloody, a few drops of blood had trickled out. It seemed that his strength had once again improved. Zhang Heng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Your fusion rate seems much faster than others. In another part of the backyard, Song Xiaoyan walked over slowly. Zhang Heng smiled and said, it's not that fast. I used to practice a lot when I was abroad, but I haven't practiced in a long time. After integrating the techniques, I feel my strength has improved significantly. Zhang Heng, you seem like a mysterious person. Song Xiaoyan suddenly said. Zhang Heng was taken aback and asked, why do you say that? I don't know either. From the moment I saw you yesterday, I felt like you were hiding something. I hope it's all just a misunderstanding. Song Xiaoyan finished speaking and left. Zhang Heng furrowed his brows, kicked the stone broken into 4 pieces aside, and stood up to return to the villa. After resting for 3 hours, Zhang Heng got up, washed his face, and logged online. After logging in, he appeared in Wang Zhaojuan's room. The entire room is shrouded in mist, with fog swirling around. Zhang Heng was startled for a moment, feeling puzzled. What was going on in broad daylight? He decided to go to the back of the room and was startled to discover a 5 or 6 square meter bathtub. There was actually a bathtub back here? The bathhouse was filled with floating roses. On one side of the bathhouse sat a classical beauty with long, flowing hair, a face so beautiful it could make the moon blush, and a grace that could rival the flowers. This beauty caused Zhang Heng's blood to boil with excitement. Ah! Wang Zhaojun seemed to have noticed Zhang Heng and instinctively covered her flawless beauty. But her body. Hey, girl, cover yourself up quickly. Why are you covering your face? Zhang Heng's nose started bleeding profusely, and he felt like his blood level had dropped significantly. It must be said, this woman's figure is truly exceptional. A 36-inch waist, that's the perfect golden ratio. It's like a work of art. Add a bit more and it's too much, take a bit away and it's not enough. Adult. Wang Zhaojun was so embarrassed that she quickly dove into the pool. Ding, Wang Zhaojuan's scheme succeeded, and her favorability increased to 100. What? The plot succeeded? Zhang Heng's face was flushed red. What do you mean, the plot succeeded? Does he think he wasn't proactive enough and deliberately staged this? Oh my goodness. This isn't a little bit proactive. Zhang Heng said he found it hard to accept. What's that? Miss Zhaojun, you go wash up first, get all clean, and once your family's matters are settled, we'll talk about life. Zhang Heng finished speaking and ran off. What do you mean the plot succeeded? This system is way too prank-oriented. I, Zhang Heng, a respectable individual, was manipulated by a classical beauty. Oh my goodness. Zhang Heng walked out of the room and entered the government office. Inside the government office, Zhang Heng saw Zhang Zhuzheng. My lord. Zhang Zhuzheng bent over, as if he had something to say, but then hesitated, unable to bring himself to speak. Mr. Zhang, what do you want to say? Zhang Heng asked calmly. What do you think of Miss Wang, my lord? Zhang Zhuzheng swallowed unconsciously and asked with a thick face. It's quite nice. It looks very suitable for me. Zhang Heng directly shut Zhang Zhuzheng up. As long as they're a good match, I'll feel at ease. Zhang Zhuzheng rolled his eyes and pretended to sigh in relief. Zhang Heng nodded, immediately figuring out what this guy was up to. He cleared his throat and said, Zhang, this time, don't compete with me. This woman is mine. Next time, I'll send you an even more exquisite beauty. Zhang Zhuzheng's little schemes were no match for his sharp eyes. At this point, one must be firm. If one cannot be firm, it is not just being weak, it is the end. This old servant thanks the Lord for his favor. At this point, Zhang Zhuzheng whispered, actually, Your Excellency has misunderstood me. I am not interested in Miss Wang. I would never dare to compete with Your Excellency for a woman. Even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I still wouldn't dare. Then what do you intend to do? Zhang Heng was a bit stunned. It's like this, old servant. I found a woman in the city. Amidst the chaos of war, this woman's husband was killed by bandits. My subordinates have feelings for her, but they fear the Lord's punishment, so they wish to seek your permission. Zhang Zhuzheng said with a red face. Oh, so that's what it was. Zhang Heng finally let out a sigh of relief. The wet nurse's legs? I thought you had designs on my woman. That's no problem. You're the county magistrate, holding great power. As long as you don't use force, anything is fine. Zhang Heng waved his hand dismissively and said. The subordinate thanks the Lord and bows in gratitude. Zhang Zhuzheng was overjoyed. Zhang Hong agreed. After briefly inspecting the overall situation within the city from the government hall, Zhang Han left the government office. At the barracks, Zhang Hong saw Chen Ping and Sima Yi. The two of them seemed to be discussing something. Is the master coming? The two hurried over. Alright, let's continue upgrading the outpost today and aim to level up the city to level 3 as soon as possible. After that, we'll launch an attack on the level 10 outpost. I heard that the level 10 outpost has a 5-star general. Zhang Hong said. The Lord speaks wisely. Sima Yi said, I have been to a 10th level mountain fortress. How did you get there? Zhang Hong asked curiously. Sima Yi's face flushed red as he said, last time, my wife Zhang Chunhua was kidnapped by bandits on her way back to her parents' home. With no other choice, I charged into the bandits' lair alone and, using my eloquence, managed to rescue her. Chapter 133, Upgrading to a Tier 3 City. Lord Sima, what a bold and daring move. Chen Ping couldn't help but praise him. Sima Yi's face flushed red. At that time, my life was almost lost there. However, none of that matters now. What's important is that the level 10 mountain fortress has 500,000 bandit soldiers, divided into 100,000 cavalry, 100,000 archers, 100,000 spearmen, and 200,000 shield infantry. These 500,000 are the openly deployed bandit soldiers. The vast majority of them still have hidden units such as bandit elephant cavalry and bandit wolf cavalry. These units are limited in number, with elephant cavalry typically consisting of 10 elephants, and wolf cavalry numbering 1,000 men. In addition to these, the camp typically houses 1 5-star strategist, 2 5-star generals, 2 4-star strategists, and 5 4-star generals. Sima Yi's words gave Zhang Hong an understanding of the 10th level mountain fortress. With the Lord's current strength, eliminating a level 10 mountain fortress would pose no problem, and we could even split our forces into 3 or more groups. However, I have heard that the Lord possesses a skill to sow discord, so this should be easy to handle. Sima Yi recalled something and smiled as he said, all the buildings in the level 10 mountain fortress are designed with 3 sides surrounded by mountains, with only a single gate at the front. To breach the fortress, the only option is a frontal assault. At the time, the lady was captured, and my subordinates, in an effort to rescue her, studied the surrounding terrain of the level 10 mountain fortress. As it turned out, we discovered a narrow cliff path on the rear mountain trail that could only accommodate 1 person at a time. Following the cliff path deeper into the mountains, one could overlook the entire mountain fortress. Continuing down the path, a large thatched hut came into view, and within that hut lay the bandits' rare troop unit. However, some mountain forts are equipped with rare troops, while others are not. If there are rare troops inside, the Lord can simply launch a divide and conquer strategy. At that point, with inside and outside forces coordinating, the camp can be easily captured. Sima Yi said. Zheng De is a master strategist. Zhang Hong couldn't help but praise, but we can't attack the level 10 mountain fortress yet. By the way, how's the situation in your Hunan city? I have already relayed the information and am waiting for a response. Rest assured, Lord. Huahui is my man, and coincidentally, my Sima clan is also stationed in Hunan. Nothing will go wrong. Sima Yi said confidently, patting his chest. Zhang Hong nodded and turned to Chen Ping, saying, issue the order to all troops to continue attacking the 8th and 9th level mountain forts. Immediately, Chen Ping summoned Li Yuanba and Li Tsuanxiao, and even Yuan Qingdu led his troops to attack the mountain fortresses. The assault on the level 8 mountain fortress was aimed at obtaining blueprints to sell for profit. At this critical moment, the priority was to quickly gather as many ingots as possible. Half an hour later, the 5 great generals Li Yuanba, Li Tsuanxiao, Yuan Qingdu, Wu Qi, and Li Mu led a massive assault on the mountain fortress. Li Yuanba, Li Tsuanxiao, and Wu Qi were all part of the standard lineup from last time. Yuan Qingdu was equipped with 100,000 royal archers, 100,000 royal heavy cavalry, 300 powerful catapults, and 100 ballistae to attack a level 9 mountain fortress. System announcement: congratulations to the player for bravely venturing into the world and recruiting the 5-star General Xiaomok. This brave adventurer spent the entire afternoon refreshing the screen 5 times. The first time, they upgraded the Diamond Village to level 1 and obtained a legendary general card. The second refresh yielded a 5-star general, Shi Wansui. The third refresh saw an attack on the famous city of Xiapi, which ended in failure and a chaotic retreat. The fifth refresh finally resulted in the recruitment of Xiaomok. By this afternoon, many players were already curious about the city's troop strength and had launched attacks on the city. It's unclear whether this is an attempt to boost their reputation or simply out of boredom. At this point, the top 100 players on the power rankings all had combat power in the hundreds of thousands, and everyone was striving to develop their cities, build structures, and increase their military recruitment efforts. The wealthy players like Fu Hao Entertainment finally calmed down, but their combat power values continue to fluctuate constantly. The king emerges and the imperial clan's powerhouse opted for a low-key approach. These individuals still look down upon other renowned cities within the system. In their eyes, perhaps those cities truly aren't worth developing. Zhang Hong wanted to upgrade his city and claim the first reward, so he decided to raid the outposts instead of attacking the famous cities. Otherwise, he would have had to fight several famous cities. The entire afternoon, Zhang Hong remained busy, constantly moving between various mountain forts, collecting treasures, sowing discord among generals, and dividing the ranks of soldiers. In short, while others could afford to idle, his talent for sowing discord absolutely could not. Alert! The Lord of Hangzhou City is leading his army to attack your famous city, Chunlu City. With a total combat strength of 150,000 troops, they are expected to arrive at the city gates in 10 minutes. Please prepare your defenses promptly. Ding! The Lord of Wangu City, with his army of the dead, is leading his troops in a massive assault on your renowned city, Shanghai City. Their total combat strength has reached 150,000, and they are expected to arrive at your city gates in 10 minutes. Please prepare your defenses promptly. Throughout the afternoon, scattered players began launching attacks on his famous city. Zhang Hong paid no attention to them. His famous city now had 12 million soldiers, no small number, plus 2 5-star generals and 10 4-star generals. If they could be defeated, the game would be over. Moreover, these forces are likely just here to probe our defenses, aren't they? Don't bother looking. If you dare to look, I'll blind your 24K golden eyes. In the blink of an eye, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Just then, Zhang Hong finally revealed the final 10 blueprints for upgrading cities to level 3. Ding! The player opened the dark gold treasure chest and obtained 10 dark gold resource packs, 10 second refined black iron armor, 10 2-star obsidian, 10 celestialite pouches, 10 third-tier city government building blueprints, 500,000 gold coins, and 20,000 reputation points. Seeing this blueprint, Zhang Hong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, he ordered the troops to sound the retreat and lead the army back to the city. From afternoon until nightfall, he spent 8 hours clearing out the bandit-infested mountain fortress. On this day, Li Yuanba and Li Tsuanxiao each cleared 19 level 9 outposts, while Wu Qi cleared 15, totaling 72 outposts. They defected 2,153,455 soldiers, 45 4-star generals, and 15 4-star strategists. Li Mu cleared 17 level 8 mountain forts, defected 212,345 soldiers, 6 4-star generals, and 3 4-star strategists. Various bandit elite blueprints were obtained, totaling 150 pieces. Second-level government blueprints were obtained 3 times, yielding 30 copies. Precision city relocation charms were obtained in quantities of 340, and dark gold truce charms were obtained in quantities of 480. Seeing so many treasures, Zhang Hong couldn't help but smile broadly. While most players were still struggling with these items, we could already buy them in bulk. About 10 minutes later, a large army marched into Chunlu City. Zhang Hong instructed Chen Ping to arrange for the generals and soldiers to be divided, while he headed straight for the government offices. Upon arriving at the government office, Zhang Hong first opened all the resource packages, prepared all the resources needed for upgrades, and then opened the government office interface. Chapter 134, Advanced Symbol for Famous Generals. Looking at the various requirements needed to upgrade the government office, Zhang Hong didn't hesitate and immediately clicked the upgrade button. Ding! Congratulations to player Qianlong for successfully upgrading the government office to level 31. Ding! Congratulations to player Qianlong for successfully upgrading the level 2 Chunlu City to level 3 Chunlu City. Keep up the great work and keep moving forward. Ding! After upgrading the level 2 Chunlu City to level 3 Chunlu City, the available land increases by 100 plots. The area expands to 5,000 square kilometers, and the administrative region expands to 500 square kilometers. Additionally, new buildings are added, 3 of each of the 3 types of barracks, 2 divine mechanics camps, 1 academy, 5 watchtowers, 5 inns, 5 restaurants, and 20 independent grand mansions, along with 1 central grand square. Ding! As Chunlu City is the first city in the server to be upgraded to level 3, it will receive a special reward, 10 diamond resource packs, 1 rare treasure diamond tiger seal, 1 rare treasure general activation seal, 1 rare treasure strategist activation seal, 1 rare treasure famous general advancement seal, 1 rare treasure famous general skill activation seal, 1 famous general card, and a +1 boost to all 3 attributes. Charm +1. This will be announced 3 times in a row. Please prepare accordingly. System announcement. Congratulations to player Qianlong for successfully upgrading Chunlu City from level 2 to level 3. As the first player to reach level 3, you will receive a special reward of 10 Chunlu City Diamond Resource Packs, 1 Rare Treasure Diamond Tiger Seal, 1 Rare Treasure General Activation Seal, 1 Rare Treasure Strategist Activation Symbol, 1 Rare Treasure Famous General Advancement Symbol, 1 Rare Treasure Famous General Skill Activation Symbol, 1 Famous General Card, and 3 attributes each at level 1, and 1 Charm. Famous General Advancement Symbol. Consume 1 symbol to advance a general to 6 stars requirement. Single attribute must reach 120 or above, and cannot be below 120. Strategist Activation Symbol. Consume 1 symbol to unlock the hidden attributes of a strategist. General Skill Activation Seal. Consume 1 seal to activate a legendary general's hidden skill. After Chunlu City was upgraded to a level 3 city, another major upheaval swept through the game. Players were no longer calm, rushing to the forums to post comments. Wealth Entertainment and War God by Chi have been dealt a blow. At noon today at 12 o'clock, Wealth Entertainment gathered the 6 major cities: Wealth City, War God City, Prosperous City, Dragon Slaying City, Bandit City, and Extinction City to attack the level 9 bandit camp, intensively farming level 3 city blueprints, aiming to become the first player to reach level 3 city status. From noon until 7 p.m., we farmed relentlessly, but after all that effort, we only managed to obtain 8 blueprints. While they continued to grind away on the knockoff version, Chunlu City had already been upgraded to a 3rd-tier city. Isn't that infuriating? At the time, the wealthy entertainment industry was having dinner offline, and upon hearing such news, they were so furious they could have swallowed the bulls in their hands. This is way too unbelievable. We've worked our asses off to form such a large alliance and only managed to get 8 blueprints, yet he just goes and upgrades his city? What's going on here? The wealthy entertainer was devastated, lying on the sofa trembling with anger. The few ladies nearby were afraid he might spit blood from anger, so they kept comforting him. Upon hearing this, the wealthy entertainment tycoon's eldest son clenched his fists and said, "Father, my diamond village has already reached the status of a first-class city. I will avenge you and settle this score. Today, I have obtained 2 5-star generals." The eldest son spoke with unwavering determination. Revenge? The wealthy entertainer glared angrily and shouted, "Revenge on you, big fool. Your father is still alive and well, what do you have to avenge? What the hell are you talking about? Do you think I'm dead? You idiot, now you know to come help me in the game?" The eldest son looked utterly wronged, yet he dared not defy his father. After the city was upgraded to level 3, Zhang Heng breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, he mounted the White Dragon Colt and spent an hour upgrading all the important buildings within the city to level 35. Just as he was leveling up, a loud thud sounded from outside the game pod. Zhang Heng was busy upgrading the buildings and didn't pay any attention to it. After the buildings were upgraded, Zhang Heng logged off. It turned out that Hong Yen Tianxia and others had come to the villa. Chen Xianxuan and the other women were celebrating the successful conquest of the city and had organized a party, inviting many young male and female players. Zhang Heng went out for a walk but found it boring, so he returned to the house to play the game. After upgrading the city, Zhang Heng checked the city's overall attributes and smiled with satisfaction. City, Chunlu City. Level 3 city, level 35. Total combat power, 317,990,000. Population, 505,000. Buildings, 430. Special buildings, 4. Area, 5,000 square kilometers. Administrative area, 500 square kilometers. Overall environmental rating, 98. Total resource value, 60. Food consumption reduced, 50 temple 10 zhang juzheng. Food, 1.6 billion. Iron ore, 200 million. Stone, 1.5 billion. Silver, 500 million. Gold ingots, 330,000. Troop strength, 500,000 Royal Heavy Cavalry, 500,000 Royal Crossbow Cavalry, 1,300,000 Royal Archers, 1,200,000 Royal Spearmen, 90,000 Tiger Roar Dominion Camp, 300,000 Royal Elite Cavalry, 600,000 Rock Solid Way Warriors, Rock Solid Sword and Shield Infantry 80,000, Desperate Charge Infantry 150,000, Chariot Corps 30,000, Pursuing Bowmen 100,000, Royal Heavy Shield Infantry 8,000, Royal Light Cavalry 16,200, Iron-Blooded Tiger and Leopard Cavalry 6 million, Iron-Blooded Crossbowmen 6 million. Iron-Blooded Spearmen 6 million, Iron-Blooded Sword and Shield Soldiers 6 million, Iron-Blooded Bed Crossbows 4,000, Iron-Blooded Mobile Soldiers 20,000, Terror Bed Crossbows 2,900, Mighty Catapults 1,800, Bloody Mobile Soldiers 150,000, Newly Divided Soldiers 23,650,000, Total Troop Strength 31,274,000. Famous generals, Ran Min, Li Yuanba, Li Zuanxiao, Yuan Qingdu, Yang Yuji, Wu Qi, Zhang Liao, Gao Shan, Li Mu. Famous scholars, Zhang Zhuzheng, Zhang Liang, Chen Ping, Sima Yi, Sun Yu, Chen Gong. Fame, 100. Reputation points, 3,180,000. Prosperity, 100. Economic index, 100. Safety value, 100. Public sentiment value, 100. Looking at the city's overall attributes, Zhang Hong wore a satisfied expression. At that moment, Zhang Zhuzheng and Sima Yi entered the government office. The city's development had made these old men restless, prompting them to rush to the government office to investigate the matter. The Lord truly lives up to his reputation as the greatest ruler of all time. To have elevated the city to level 3 so swiftly, standing out among so many others, is truly astonishing. Sima Yi exclaimed in admiration. Ding! Sima Yi was so impressed by the player's abilities that his loyalty increased by 1 point, reaching 94 points. Zhang Zhuzheng and others also praised him enthusiastically. After enjoying himself, Zhang Hengdel spoke a few words and then headed back to the barracks. Next, he planned to experiment with the Martial General Advancement Scroll and the Martial General Skill Activation Scroll. But which general should he try with first? Zhang Heng narrowed his focus to Li Tsuanxiao, Li Yuanba, and Wu Qi. Chapter 135, The White-Robed General Chen Xingji. These three are currently the most suitable candidates. Wu Qi's command rating has reached 120. Li Yuanba's martial arts skill has reached 130. Li Tsuanxiao's martial arts skill has reached 121. After some thought, Zhang Heng shifted his focus to Li Tsuanxiao. Li Tsuanxiao hailed from the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period and was renowned for the saying, "No king surpasses Xiang, no general surpasses Li." His skills must be exceptionally formidable. Immediately, Zhang Heng ordered his men to bring Li Tsuanxiao over. Ding, should we activate Li Tsuanxiao's character skills? As Zhang Heng opened Li Tsuanxiao's character panel, a system prompt sounded. After taking a look, Zhang Heng nodded and said, "Activate." Ding, character skills activated successfully. Character skills: Thousand Slayer, Swift Rider, Fierce Courage. Thousand Slayer, battle on the field, fight fiercely. Kill 10 enemies in a row to gain 3 points of strength and increase the attack power of your troops by 10. Kill 100 enemies in a row to gain 5 points of strength and increase the attack power of your troops by 20. Kill 1,000 enemies in a row to gain 10 points of strength and increase the attack power of your troops by 50. Fierce Cavalry, charge into battle, unstoppable. Commanding 100 cavalry or fewer, strength 10, command 10, and your troops gain plus 50 to defense, attack, and speed. Commanding 100 to 1,000 cavalry, strength 8, command 8, and your troops gain plus 40 to defense, attack, and speed. Commanding 1,000 cavalry or more, strength 6, command 6, and your troops gain plus 30 to defense, attack, and speed. Fierce Bravery, a lone warrior of unmatched courage. In one-on-one combat, against a 5-star general, increases martial arts by 8 points. Against a 6-star general, increases martial arts by 12 points. Tough. Zhang Heng's eyes lit up. This guy's true strength lies in his skills. Consider this, Li Tsuanxiao's initial martial arts skill is 121 points. Under the Lord's command, he gains an additional 6 points in martial arts skill. During intense combat, he triggers the 10-man slash ability, adding 3 points to his martial arts skill. When leading over 10,000 troops, his martial arts skill increases by 6 points. Without engaging in one-on-one combat, his martial arts skill reaches 136 points. With a one-on-one combat ability, removing the 1,000-man slash bonus, his martial arts skill is 143 points. These are all conservative estimates. If the 1,000-man slay skill is fully activated, the strength value could reach 142. Zhang Heng couldn't stay calm. Based on Li Tsuanxiao's skill progression, the Shaoqi and Qianrunzhan abilities trigger simultaneously, one for killing enemies on the battlefield and the other for charging into the fray. If he encounters an enemy general at this moment, will the Hanyang ability also trigger? The skill is in the one-on-one phase, which means it might not trigger. If it does trigger, the combat power would reach over 150, which would be utterly terrifying. A single clash could instantly kill an enemy general. After activating the skill, Zhang Heng shifted his gaze toward the general advancement symbol. Ding, 5-star General Li Tsuanxiao has met the advancement requirements. Do you wish to advance this general? Zhang Heng didn't hesitate and chose yes. Ding, 5-star General Li Tsuanxiao has successfully advanced to 6 stars, with initial stats of 5 in strength, 5 in command, 3 in strategy, and 3 in politics. The 3 attributes of cavalry have been increased by 50. Character, Li Tsuanxiao. Era, Late Tang Dynasty. Rank, 10th tier, level 100. Quality, 6-star Super General. Strength, 126. Command, 102. Strategy, 77. Politics, 58. Troop command attributes, plus 150 to all 3 stats of cavalry, plus 30 to all 3 stats of infantry. Weapon, Diamond Weapon Yuang Spear. Mount, Diamond Mount Huanpao Flame Steed. Skills, Thousand Slayer, Swift Rider, Fierce Bravery. After a round of enhancements, Zhang Heng wore a satisfied expression. Next, Zhang Heng shifted his attention to the legendary general card. Ding, do you want to open the famous general card? Open. Ding, congratulations, player. You have obtained the 5-star legendary general Chen Xingji in white armor. Chen Xingji? Zhang Heng was overjoyed. Chen Xingji was a renowned general of the Southern Liang dynasty, known for his scholarly demeanor. Though he was not skilled in horseback riding or archery, he was highly strategic, adept at planning, disciplined in military affairs, and possessed exceptional leadership abilities. Even renowned generals dare not stand their ground. Thousands of troops and horses flee before the white robe. Character, Chen Xingji. Era, Southern and Northern dynasties. Rank, 10th rank, 97th grade. Quality, 5 stars. Strength, 50. Command, 115. Strategy, 109. Politics, 60. Troop command attributes, cavalry 70, infantry 50, archers 50. Weapon, Diamond White Tiger War Spear. The specific name of Chen Qingji's weapon could not be identified. It is only known that Chen Qingji wielded a long spear. Mount, Diamond White Jade Dragon. This information is also unavailable. The character is depicted riding a white horse. Attached exclusive barracks, ever victorious White Robe Army. Skills, Elite Cavalry, Strategic Planning, Unstoppable in Battle, Invincible in War. Elite Cavalry charge into battle, defeat enemies, and secure victory. Commanding 100 cavalry or fewer, Leadership 10, Strategy 6. Subordinates gain plus 50 defense, attack, and speed. Commanding 1000 cavalry, Leadership 8, Strategy 6. Subordinates gain plus 40 defense, attack, and speed. Commanding 10,000 cavalry or more, Leadership 6, Strategy 6. Subordinates gain plus 30 defense, attack, and speed. Strategic planning. Regardless of the number of troops commanded, whether in siege battles or defensive battles, all soldiers gain an 80% increase in attack, defense, and speed, and the entire army gains a 10 increase in combat strength, with the commander gaining an additional 8. Unstoppable in battle, invincible in war. When leading troops in battle alone, each victory grants 1 point of martial arts, 1 point of command, and 1 point of strategy. This applies only to famous city battles, large-scale player battles, and system-organized battles. The ever-victorious White Robe Army. Chen Qingji's exclusive cavalry unit, fully equipped with white horses, white robes, and white tiger spears. Limited to 50,000 units, an 11th tier cavalry unit with 7,000 attack, 7,000 defense, and 300 speed. Construction cost 5,000 ingots. Equipped with diamond quality war horses and gear. Impressive. The first two skills aren't worth mentioning, but this last one seems to be unstoppable and invincible, which is pretty insane. This is a skill that continuously increases its attributes. Currently, among all the generals under Zhang Hong, none have ever possessed such a formidable skill. Does this also mean that every time Chen Qingji leads his troops into battle alone and wins a campaign, aside from political gains, his overall attributes increase without limit? Commanding troops independently. This also signifies that Chen Qingji has successfully sidelined him, enabling him to act independently. Zhang Hong smiled slightly. This was for the best. At least with Chen Qingji in place, he could now entrust the governance of the entire province to him with complete peace of mind. Just as Zhang Han was examining Chen Qingji's attributes, a scholar general mounted on a white horse arrived at the gates of the imperial barracks. Chen Qingji was indeed handsome and refined, riding his war horse with great dignity. When he dismounted and walked, he once again became a graceful gentleman. Chapter 136, Forging the White Robe Army. My lord, I have heard that you are in urgent need of capable men. I have traveled thousands of miles and rushed here through the night to offer my services. I arrived a moment too late. Please forgive my tardiness. In the historical records, Chen Qingji was as strict and disciplined as Gao Shun in military affairs, setting a personal example for others to follow. However, compared to Gao Shun's bravery, Chen Qingji was a master of strategy, his wisdom and cunning rivaling that of Qin Ping. Moreover, Chen Qingji will become even more powerful in the future. Those unrestricted attributes also mean that in every future battle, there will inevitably be a white-robed general. Wherever the white robes pass, not a blade of grass remains. Haha, General Chen has arrived just in time. Zhang Hong said with a smile. At that moment, he remembered there was an activation symbol in his storage space, so he didn't hesitate to reactivate Chen Qingji's attributes once more. Ding! Chen Qingji's hidden attributes have been successfully activated, gaining 2 points in strength, 5 points in leadership, and 4 points in strategy. Cavalry stats increased by 30, infantry by 20, and archers by 20. Upon seeing Chen Qingji's attributes, Zhang Hong couldn't help but grin. An increase of 5 points in leadership and 4 points in strategy. Doesn't this mean Chen Qingji's intelligence surpasses that of Qin Ping and the others? His leadership value had jumped to 120, putting him on par with Wu Qi. Let's go, I'll start building barracks and training soldiers for you right away. Zhang Hong was thoroughly satisfied. Thank you, my lord. Chen Qingji was overjoyed, leading Bai Yulong by the reins and following closely behind Zhang Hem. On an empty plot of land where no barracks had yet been built, Zhang Hong established the ever-victorious White Robe Army camp. In less than 5 minutes, the ever-victorious White Robe camp was upgraded to level 35. Each military camp provides attack, defense, and speed bonuses to its own soldiers, with a bonus of 1 at level 1 and 35 at level 35. The cost to recruit a single white robe soldier is 8,000 ingots. Zhang Han even gave Chen Qingji his only diamond tiger seal, instantly equipping him with 150,000 invincible white robe soldiers. Seeing so many white robe army soldiers, Chen Qingji was overjoyed. Chen Qingji lived in the same era as Wu Qi, a time when the population was sparse. Although they lived in different eras, historical records indicate that years of continuous warfare, crop failures, and a sharp decline in population led to a severe shortage of soldiers. In such a situation of scarce soldiers, the two men's leadership and strategic prowess became extraordinary. In every battle, they achieved victory despite being outnumbered. Upon suddenly seeing so many white-robed soldiers, Chen Qingji was overjoyed. For a moment, Chen Qingji was so overwhelmed with emotion that he could not find the words to express himself. After Qin Xingji had made all the arrangements, Zhang Hong returned to the imperial barracks and converted all the soldiers he had recently defected to the imperial side. With 23.65 million, he formed 500,000 Royal Heavy Cavalry, 500,000 Royal Crossbow Cavalry, and 700,000 Royal Archers. The remaining 6.65 million were all trained as spear and shield infantry. As a result, the number of Royal Heavy Cavalry reached 1 million, Royal Crossbow Cavalry 1 million, Royal Archers 2 million, and Royal Spear and Shield Infantry 18.65 million. That's quite a force. Zhang Hong grinned and made his way to the market. Oh, you're finally here, sir. Today I found 2 rare treasures for you at the market. Upon seeing Zhang Hong arrive, Ma Lai spoke excitedly. What treasure? Zhang Hong asked in a daze. One was a warrior activation symbol, and the other was a warrior advancement symbol. They looked pretty good, so I bought them for you right away. As he spoke, Ma Lai took 2 talismans from the table beside him. Each of these talismans is priced at 100 million treasure coins. Moreover, after I purchased the talisman that activated the Marshal General, another one was listed in the marketplace, and the price immediately skyrocketed to 500 million. Ma Lai, fearing Zhang Heng's reprimand, added, currently, that Marshal General activation talisman is still on the market. As he spoke, Ma Lai opened the market interface and began searching for the activation symbol. Hey, where is it? Did someone sell it? Ma Lai felt a bit anxious, afraid that Zhang Hong might think he was lying. Oh no, another warrior advancement symbol has appeared, priced at 10 billion treasure coins. Ma Lai widened his eyes in disbelief. Zhang Hong also saw the martial arts advancement symbol and immediately reached out to grab it, but his hand was too slow. How many of these appeared today? Zhang Hong frowned and asked. 3 advancement symbols appeared, 2 activation symbols appeared, and 1 skill activation symbol appeared. Ma Lai reported truthfully. Zhang Hong furrowed his brows and said, listen to me. From now on, whenever a martial general or strategist advancement symbol or skill activation symbol appears, as long as it doesn't exceed 10 billion, just snap it up for me. Alright, no problem. Ma Lai said excitedly. These treasures drop when you defeat the wild bosses. After leaving the market, Zhang Hong took the warrior advancement symbol and the activation symbol and logged out from the government office. Earlier, Chen Xianxuan had called him twice in a row. He was busy with something in the game, so he didn't respond. After exiting the gaming pod, Zhang Hong stood up and went outside. Would Mr. Zhang care to join me for a drink? Qin Shaohan held her wineglass, standing outside Zhang Heng's door, and asked with a tipsy gaze. Shaohan, you've had quite a bit to drink. You should drink less. Zhang Hong said comfortingly. No, today I'm going to drink myself into oblivion. I, Qin Shaohan, have actually been dumped. Saying this, Qin Shaohan grabbed Zhang Heng's arm and headed toward the stairs. Zhang Hong asked in confusion, how did you break up? I sent Shenlong a message on the game, but he hasn't replied. What else could it be if not a breakup? Qin Shaohan said, looking dazed and dejected. Zhang Hong wiped the cold sweat from his brow. I've blocked all messages except for Chen Xianxuan's. I can't receive any messages from others at all. Mr. Zhang, you're his friend. Why don't you help me contact him? Don't worry, I'll definitely reward you once this is done. I seem to remember that you were trying to flirt with me back then, right? Qin Shaohan took a sip of wine, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips. Zhang Hong smiled slightly and said, times have changed, people have changed, why bring that up? How can people change so much? Qin Shaohan asked. Everyone has matured and entered society. We no longer live under our parents' wings like fledglings. We can all spread our wings and pursue our own goals and plans in life. Zhang Hong picked up a glass of wine from the table, swirled the liquid inside, took a sip, and said softly. If you help me, I'll give you my first time. Qin Shaohan said. Zhang Hong was taken aback. This woman must have had too much to drink. What first time? Chen Xianxuan suddenly sat down next to Zhang Hong and asked. Chen Xianxuan had also drunk quite a bit, and her cheeks were flushed. You're all down here. Who's up there holding the fort? Zhang Hong interrupted the conversation, frowned, and said, this is a special period we can't afford to relax or slack off. Chapter 137, A Subtle Confession. How did I notice that your tone sounds so much like someone else's? Qin Shaohan suddenly grabbed Zhang Heng's arm, her eyes blurry from drunkenness, staring intently at Zhang Hong as if she had discovered something on him. Zhang Hong froze, his heart skipping a beat. Sure enough, the arrival of these women wasn't a good sign. This morning, Song Shaoyan had already noticed something, but he had pretended to be calm and acted as if he hadn't noticed. She could pretend in the game, but her outward demeanor and tone of voice sometimes couldn't be maintained indefinitely. Chen Xianxuan seemed to realize something as well, furrowing his brows and shifting his gaze toward Zhang Hong. Similar? Zhang Hong feigned stupor and asked, similar to whom? You haven't been drinking, have you? How could that be? It must be me who's drunk. Qin Shaolan shook her head and pulled Chen Xianxuan beside her, saying, oh my gosh, Xianxian, please make this blockhead call Qianlong out for me. I'm begging you, can't you do that? Chen Xianxuan sighed in exasperation and turned his pleading gaze toward Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng leaned back on the sofa behind him and said helplessly, I've already told him. He said he has a girlfriend. There's nothing I can do about it. Chen Xianxuan had invited only people he was very close to. These people stayed up half the night here before finally leaving. Qin Xiaohan had already collapsed on the sofa and fallen asleep. Her mouth kept murmuring Qianlong's name, and no one knew what kind of passionate and heart-wrenching story was unfolding in her dreams with Qianlong. Sunny Ran and Song Xiaoyan had also drunk quite a bit, and one by one, they lay on the living room sofa with drunken eyes, falling asleep instantly. Zhang Heng, who rarely relaxed, drank almost an entire bottle of champagne. Chen Xianxuan remained sober the entire time, at least not as intoxicated as the other three. The two of them sat on a rocking chair on the second floor of the villa, enjoying the rare opportunity to be so close to each other. They whispered to each other for quite some time. From when we were kids, to high school, to college, and all the fun things that happened in the game. Before they knew it, the two of them had finished off a bottle of Burgundy. Tell me the truth, were you secretly seeing Xiaohan behind my back at that time? Chen Xianxuan suddenly asked with a half-smile. Zhang Heng didn't dodge the question, but replied with a bitter smile, in those days, who among us was without a blemish? Humph. Since you're being so honest, I'll let you off for now. Chen Xianxuan said with a pout. So what do you think? How do you plan to handle Xiaohan and Qianlong's situation? Do you want to watch Xiaohan suffer endlessly, or do you want to step in and help her? Chen Xianxuan asked with a sideways glance. Xianxian, I really can't help her with this. I suggest you stop trying to bring them together. They won't work out. Zhang Heng said, if they really get involved, the consequences would be unimaginable. Why would it be unimaginable? Chen Xianxuan asked in a daze. Do you want to know? Zhang Heng held his wineglass, looked up at the starry sky, and said, this isn't as simple as you think. Just say it. For Xiaohan's sake, if it really can't be done, I'll comfort her and convince her to give up this idea. Chen Xianxuan said solemnly. I think you should reconsider. Zhang Heng felt a bit helpless. Why was this woman so determined to fight him to the end? No need to think about it. Just say it. I'll take responsibility for my best friend's matter. Chen Xianxuan said boldly. Since that's the case, Zhang Heng's expression grew serious as he fixed his gaze on Chen Xianxuan and said, listen carefully. Chunlu City hides a classical beauty named Wang Xiaojun. Qianlong once told me that he intends to gather the 4 great beauties and bring all these women into the real world. He said he has a particular fondness for classical beauties and has no interest in Qin Xiaohan. So, just tell her to give up on that idea. Is that all? Chen Xianxuan asked in a daze. Yeah. Zhang Heng said, isn't that enough? I thought it was something big. What's the big deal? The 4 beauties are loved by everyone, but no matter how you look at it, they're just fictional characters. What's the point of bringing them into real life? Chen Xianxuan didn't give it a second thought. Goodness, are you her best friend? How can you just make this decision for her? Zhang Heng asked with wide eyes. Why not? Chen Xianxuan asked, my father has 3 other wives. Right. Zhang Heng was at a loss for words. He knew about his father's 3 wives. Don't mention your father or her. I'm asking you, how would you feel if this were you? For example, if I were Qianlong and you were Qin Xiaohan, how would you decide? Zhang Heng asked. Me? Chen Xianxuan thought for a moment and said, don't ask me how I feel. Let me ask you, do you have the ability to do that? What if I do? Zhang Heng said. You have it? If you dare to have it, I dare to accept it. Chen Xianxuan emphasized his tone. Really? Zhang Heng asked. It's truer than gold. Chen Xianxuan said. What if I were Qianlong? Zhang Heng stared intently at her and said. How could that be possible? Chen Xianxuan's eyes welled up with tears, and her delicate body trembled violently. Zhang Heng instinctively hugged her and said, enough. This decision isn't something you can make for her on a whim. Besides, there's no such thing as love at first sight in this world. Even if there is, it won't last. A relationship between a man and a woman requires time to develop. Without that, it's doomed to fail. Just like our relationship, over the years we know each other inside out, don't need to tolerate each other, and don't need to adjust. Everything fits perfectly. Zhang Heng was about to say something else when Chen Xianxuan suddenly grabbed his arm and said, enough, let's go back inside. Zhang Heng was taken aback. Though not an experienced driver, he realized what was happening. After all these years, there should be some results by now. Zhang Heng's words clearly touched a vulnerable spot in Chen Xianxuan's heart, prompting her to make up her mind to fully commit herself to Zhang Heng. In her eyes, Zhang Heng was the man she believed was worthy of her trust for the rest of her life. At that moment, the two returned to the house. An hour later, Chen Xianxuan clung to Zhang Heng like a clingy little demon, her face radiating satisfaction. Zhang Heng had finally handed over the public grain he had been saving for over 2 decades to Chen Xianxuan. After they became intimate, the final barrier between them was broken, and everything was so happy and harmonious. Promise me one thing. Zhang Hong suddenly said. Ha! Chen Xianxuan was puzzled, staring with her beautiful eyes, revealing a look of confusion. Don't refuse anything Chen Long gives you in the future. Zhang Hong said. Why? Chen Xianxuan asked instinctively. There was no reason these words were buried deep within her heart. Zhang Hong stared at her exquisite cheeks and said. Chen Xianxuan looked pensive, then suddenly widened her eyes in disbelief. Zhang Hong gave her a mysterious smile. How could that be? Chen Xianxuan's head buzzed, and she fell into a daze. That night passed in the blink of an eye. The next morning, after breakfast, everyone got back to the game. Chapter 138, 100 level Diamond Earth Dragon Boss. After logging in, Zhang Hong appeared inside the government office. Upon seeing Zhang Hong, Zhang Zhuzheng hurriedly took his elderly, unsteady steps and tremblingly said, My lord. This morning, another level 100 Earth Dragon Diamond Boss and over 10 ordinary Earth Dragons appeared in the territory. Due to the emergency, I immediately dispatched General Li Yuanba, General Li Tsuanxiao, and General Yuan to lead the troops to eliminate them. When did you go? Zhang Hong recalled the tenfold treasure and hurriedly asked with wide eyes. Half an hour ago, right? Zhang Zhuzheng said. Do you know the exact location? I'll go there immediately. Zhang Hong said. Let's go, I'll take you there. Zhang Zhuzheng ordered his men to prepare warhorses and followed Zhang Hong to the location where the boss would respawn. After about 10 minutes, the two of them crossed a forest and arrived at a hilltop. Along the way, the warhorses galloped wildly, jolting Zhang Zhuzheng's frail body until his face turned pale and he was gasping for breath. Zhang Hong couldn't help but tease him, Old Zhang. You should take better care of yourself. Look at you, you're riding a horse, and the horse isn't even tired, but you're the one who's exhausted. Sigh, an old servant is getting old. I've been restraining myself a lot these days. If I were young, I could go 7 times in one night. Zhang Zhuzheng didn't hide his feelings, sighing dramatically as he spoke. The two of them were like close comrades, speaking their minds freely. What kind of medicine do you usually take? Zhang Hong asked curiously. The old minister doesn't take medicine, he only drinks soups like the two immortals Young Enhancing Soup, Danshan Scatter Nodule Soup, Enhanced Aconite Soup, and Sha Yuan Tonifying Soup, among others. By the way, can you spare the dragon whip from today's terrain for your subordinate? Zhang Zhuzheng's eyes suddenly gleamed with intensity, and he looked at Zhang Hong with anticipation, as if seeking his opinion. Zhang Hong was taken aback and said, All right. But be careful, my lord. I don't want to have to host a banquet for you. If you don't live to be over 100, you'll be in a hurry to leave. Hey, this old servant is still in good health, hoo-hoo. He took a deep breath and let out a sigh of relief, revealing an embarrassed smile. He took a deep breath and smiled awkwardly. Zhang Hong couldn't help but shake his head, surprised that the usually stern Zhang Zhuzheng had such a down-to-earth side. What's the big deal? Isn't that just what all men love to do? Not just men, women too. Zhang Hong doesn't look down on them either. Even the sages have said that eating and sex are natural human desires. Soon, the two arrived at the back mountain. In the back mountain, they saw over 100 soldiers and horses surrounded by 6 massive ground-dwelling dragons engaged in battle. On the ground, 5 earth dragons already lay motionless. Li Tsuanxiao and his 2 companions swung their weapons, engaging in fierce combat with several earth dragons, while a massive earth dragon boss crouched nearby. This boss seemed disinterested in participating in such a battle. The average earth dragon stands 1 meter tall, and with its tail, it reaches 4 meters in length. The boss earth dragon stands 2 meters tall, with a tail that extends to 5 meters in length. These creatures are massive, with sharp spines on their tails, forcing the 3 to dismount and fight on foot. The ground-dwelling dragons are covered in a thick, hard layer of scales, giving them super abnormal defensive capabilities. Between its massive, gaping jaws, sharp fangs as sharp as daggers are revealed. Facing the onslaught of 5 earth dragons, the 3 worked together seamlessly. Beast, Earth Dragon. Level, 100. Attack, 35,000. Defense, 25,000. Health, 25,000. Skills, Tail Swing Collision, Death Impact. Beast, Ground Dragon Diamond Boss. Level, 100. Attack, 60,000. Defense, 40,000. Health, 5 million. Skills, Tail Swing Collision, Death Blast, Bloody Bite. Upon seeing the attributes of the ground dragon, Zhang Hong furrowed his brows. These creatures have some serious health and defense. Suddenly, a ground dragon that had been struck by Li Yuanba's heavy hammer turned around in anger and roared, charging once more toward Li Yuanba in a deadly assault. Li Yuanba's tiger-like eyes flashed, and he bellowed loudly. Not only did he not dodge, but he swung his drum-shaped golden hammer and charged forward with his face raised. The earth dragon, with a hideous expression, glared furiously with its eyes, opened its blood-red maw, and charged viciously toward Li Yuanba. Roar! That huge mouth seemed to have a biting force of 1,000 pounds. Bang! Li Yuanba charged forward, leaping into the air 2 meters away from the earth-walking dragon, and swung his hammer with all his might, smashing it down on the massive skull. A loud roar echoed through the air. The Earth Dragon let out a piercing scream, its massive body rolling forward dozens of meters due to inertia before finally crashing to the ground, twitching and struggling like a dead pig. Its massive skull, shattered by the brutal blow, burst open, spilling white brain matter and thick, murky blood everywhere. Two massive damage numbers appeared above its head. 800,000. 674,597. Woof. The Earth Dragon let out a mournful cry, and in its unwillingness, it kicked its four legs and died. Kill. Li Yuanba killed one, leaving four remaining. Li Suanxiao swung the Yu Wang spear, dodging the tail swing of a ground dragon, then suddenly gripped the spear tightly, roared loudly, and pierced directly through the left eye of a ground dragon into its right eye. The Earth Dragon let out an agonizing scream and instinctively opened its blood-red maw. 569,345. 345,021. 455,983. Three consecutive damage numbers flashed across his head. Although his eyes had been gouged out, they were not fatal. After an agonizing scream, he wildly swung his massive tail in the darkness, colliding violently. Death. Li Suanxiao roared loudly, suddenly pulling the Yu Wang spear out of the blood-soaked, mangled pupil, and then smashed it down onto the earth-walking dragon's skull with all his might. Crack. Woof. After another deafening crash, the Earth Dragon's massive body was smashed to the ground by the blow, leaving it sprawled lifelessly on the ground. The hard scales on its head were shattered into a bloody mess, too gruesome to behold, while two massive damage numbers floated into view. 645,234. 484,417. Woof. The Earth Dragon let out a piercing scream and crashed into a pool of blood. Li Suanxiao had just killed a ground dragon when, on the other side, Yuan Chengdu swung his phoenix-winged golden halberd, sliding along the soft underside of a ground dragon. Clang! The abdomen had just been cut open, and the internal organs were splattering out from inside. The Earth Dragon let out a series of agonizing screams. At that moment, one of the Earth Dragons engaged in fierce combat with Li Yuanba suddenly turned around and charged toward Yuan Chengdu at full speed. Li Yuanba was startled and was about to warn Yuan Chengdu, but saw Li Suanxiao abandon his weapon, leap forward like a swift hare, let out a thunderous roar, and charge forward. Just as the Earth Dragon was about to collide with Yuan Chengdu, Li Suanxiao channeled all his strength into his hands, forcing the Earth Dragon's massive body into the air. Bang! The Earth Dragon was caught off guard and collided violently with a massive rock. Li Suanxiao quickly retreated, picked up the Yu Wang spear from the ground, channeled all his strength into his right hand, and hurled the spear into the air. Chapter 139, The Enraged Li Yuanba. Click. The sharp tip of the Yu Wang spear pierced through the lower jaw of the ground-dwelling dragon in an instant, then the spear continued through the skull and sank deeply into the massive rock. The Earth Dragon let out an agonizing scream, and a massive damage number floated above its head. 124,8739. But this guy wasn't dead, he was still struggling. Li Suanxiao rushed forward, exerting all his strength, pulled out the Yu Wang spear, and thrust it through the soft chin, piercing it 4 or 5 times. Only then did the creature finally die. Li Suanxiao's sudden attack saved Yuan Chengdu's life, leaving Yuan Chengdu deeply grateful. Li Yuanba felt a pang of guilt and, in his anger, shifted his gaze to the Earth Dragon boss nearby. The boss had already been feeling uneasy. Seeing Li Yuanba charging toward him with his weapon raised, he couldn't help but roar angrily at Li Yuanba. At the same time, his massive body charged wildly toward Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba roared loudly, swinging his two massive drum-shaped golden hammers with all his might. Amidst the Earth Dragon's charge, the hammers struck the massive mouth from both sides with tremendous force. Crack! A crisp cracking sound of bones suddenly echoed through the air. 113-8531. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Hong and Zhang Jujing trembled uncontrollably, instinctively reaching for their mouths in sheer terror. There, the enormous mouth had been brutally smashed into a pile of flesh by the two hammers. A loud howl echoed through the air. The Earth Dragon boss was in agony, letting out agonizing screams, but with its mouth reduced to a pile of flesh, it could only emit muffled groans from its nostrils. Smashing its mouth did nothing to quell Li Yuanba's rage. His body suddenly darted aside, dodging the Earth Dragon boss's inertial charge. The twin hammers swung once more, and as he shifted his body to avoid the Earth Dragon, he struck its hard scales with all his might. Crackle, crackle. Two hammers struck the same spot at the same time. The first hammer struck, shattering the hard scales. The second blow struck, shattering the flesh and blood inside and sending it flying in all directions. At the same time, two massive crimson damage effects once again appeared. 126-7332. 114-2678. Such a gruesome scene caused everyone to shudder once more. The bright red blood splattered all over Li Yuanba's body. Li Yuanba couldn't wipe away the bloodstains, swinging his hammer to dodge the tail swipe of the Earth Dragon, then charged forward once more, delivering another brutal blow to the bloodied and mangled back. Crack! After a deafening crash, the Earth Dragon's massive body was struck directly in the middle, shattering it into pieces. 145-1456. The Earth Dragon suddenly widened its bloodshot pupils, letting out a horrifying scream filled with fear and resentment. It could no longer hold itself up and collapsed onto the ground. Huff! A stream of hot air emanated from the shattered mouth. This guy's eyes were about to lose focus. Zhang Hong jumped off his horse, swung his long sword, and thrust it fiercely into the hard skull. A loud howl echoed through the air. After a single decisive blow, a 3 damage number appeared above the ground dragon boss's head, and then its head drooped, and it was defeated. Zhang Hong wiped the cold sweat from his brow. That 3 was deadly. This blood card is way too professional. This guy must have practiced, right? If Li Yuanba had put a little more effort into that, the boss would have been finished. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlong for defeating a level 100 Earth Dragon Diamond boss and obtaining a Diamond Resource Pack and 20,000 reputation points. Zhang Hong walked over to the boss and was startled to discover 5 piles of treasures beneath the boss's body, 10 Diamond Resource Packs, 10 Precision City Relocation Charms, 10 Strategist Activation Charms, 10 Strategist Advancement Charms, and 10 7 Refined 9 Hell's Armor. Big drop! Zhang Hong was overjoyed. The Warrior Activation Scroll and Strategist Advancement Scroll are valuable items, and it seems they are currently only randomly dropped by wild bosses. Additionally, these Divine Forged equipment pieces start at level 7. It seems like crafting a level 15 piece won't be too difficult after all. After Zhang Hong put away the treasure, he saw Zhang Zhuzheng tightly gripping a sharp broadsword, hacking away at the corpse of the Earth Dragon. Zhang Hong was speechless and stepped forward to help him. After all, his combat prowess wasn't something to be underestimated. Zhang Hong was speechless and stepped in to help. After all, his martial arts skills weren't for show. Thank you, my lord. Zhang Zhuzheng obtained the treasure and was overjoyed. Zhang Hong rolled his eyes. Lord City Master, there's another box behind the stone. The 2 hunters said as they carried out a diamond box. Zhang Hong was overjoyed and said to Zhang Zhuzheng, who was standing nearby, Zhang, go back and give these hunters a generous reward. Don't let their hard work go to waste. Zhang Zhuzheng, having obtained the treasure, said cheerfully, alright, I'll handle it immediately. Several hunters were overjoyed and expressed their gratitude to Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng smiled back, said a few encouraging words to the hunters, then strode forward and clicked open the treasure chest with a satisfying sound. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlong for opening the diamond treasure chest. You have obtained 10 diamond resource packs, 10 general advancement scrolls, 10 diamond village building orders, and 10 general activation scrolls. Ha ha! Zhang Hong was overjoyed and carefully put away all these treasures. Half an hour later, the group returned to the city. Zhang Hong went straight to the government office. Upon receiving the order, Zhang Liang, Chen Ping, and Sima Yi arrived at the government office one after another. Zhang Hong took out 4 strategist activation symbols, opened each of the 4 interfaces one by one, and began the activation process. Ding! Zhang Liang's hidden attributes have been successfully activated, granting 2 points of strength, 2 points of command, 6 points of strategy, and 4 points of politics. Skill 1, Strategic Planning, enhances the strength of participating generals and soldiers by 3 points. Each strategist can only be activated once. Ding! Chen Ping's hidden attributes have been successfully activated, granting 1 strength, 2 command, 8 strategy, and 3 politics. Skill 1, Eerie, increases the strength of all troops in the participating army by 3 points. Each strategist can only be activated once. Ding! Sima Yi's hidden attributes have been successfully activated, granting 4 points of military strength, 2 points of command, 5 points of strategy, and 6 points of politics. Skill 1, Stealthy Counterattack. The attack and defense of garrison troops within the city increase by 60. The military strength of defending troops increases by 3 points. When the city is under attack, it enters a counterattack state, with the attack and defense of garrison troops increasing by an additional 60, and the military strength of defending troops increasing by an additional 3 points. Each strategist can only be activated once. Ding! Zhang Zhuzheng's hidden attributes have been successfully activated, granting 1 strength, 1 command, for strategy, and 8 politics. Skill 3, Whip Technique. When resources are abundant and national strength is prosperous, reduce the consumption of citizens and soldiers within the city by 20%. Each strategist can only be activated once. After activation, Zhang Zhuzheng's politics reached 117 and strategy reached 100, marking significant changes. Zhang Liang's strategy reached 117, and his politics reached 94. Chen Ping's strategic acumen reached 118, and his political acumen reached 108. Sima Yi's strategic prowess has reached 115, and his political acumen has reached 105. Zhang Hong wore a satisfied expression. Chapter 140, The Undead Beggar Army. After activating the strategist, Zhang Hong returned to the barracks, found Wu Qi and Li Yuanba, and began to advance their ranks. Notice, 5-star General Li Yuanba has successfully advanced, promoting to 6 stars. His initial stats are 6 in strength, 5 in leadership, and 2 in strategy. His cavalry attributes have increased by 50, and his infantry attributes have increased by 20. Ding, 5-star General Wu Qi has successfully advanced, promoted to 6 stars, with initial stats of 3 in strength, 6 in command, and 3 in strategy, and 1 in politics. Infantry stats have increased by 50, and archer stats have increased by 50. Li Yuanba's strength has reached 136 points. Wu Qi's martial arts skill has reached 102, his leadership has reached 126, and his strategy has reached 106. Currently, among all the strategists and generals under Zhang Heng's command, only Wu Qi has all 3 stats at 100, while the rest mostly have 2 stats over 100. After handling the military generals and strategists here, Zhang Hong took advantage of Chunlu City's proximity to Chunlu City and set off once more for Chunlu City, where he also activated Zhang Liao and Senyu. Zhang Liao's hidden attributes were successfully activated, granting him 5 points in military strength, 4 points in command, 3 points in strategy, and 1 point in politics. His infantry attributes increased by 30, and his cavalry attributes increased by 40. The exclusive barracks for Zhang Liao, the Bloodthirsty Tiger Brigade, was activated. Sun Yu's hidden attributes have been successfully activated, granting 1 point in strength, 2 points in command, 5 points in strategy, and 5 points in politics. Skill 1, Strategic Planning. His strategies are profound once implemented. All defending troops gain a 50% increase in defense. When leading troops into battle, all troops gain a 50% increase in attack. Bloodthirsty Tiger Brigade, Zhang Liao's exclusive troops, limited to 50,000, 11th tier infantry, with 6,000 attack, 5,000 defense, 200 speed, and a cost of 5,000 jade coins, equipped with diamond quality gear. After activating the attributes for both characters, Zhang Hong immediately established a Bloodthirsty Tiger Brigade for Zhang Liao and recruited 50,000 Bloodthirsty Tiger infantry soldiers on the spot. He then took a tour of Chunlu City to inspect its various data. He was startled to discover that today was already the 6th day since obtaining the famous city, which also meant that tomorrow would be the 7th day, and he would finally be able to claim the first batch of treasures 15 refined Etian swords. If 2 famous cities are conquered on the same day, that means 2 15 refined Etian swords can be obtained. A pleased expression appeared on Zhang Heng's lips. After wandering around Chunlu City for another while, Zhang Hong gave the 3 some instructions before returning to Chunlu City. The citizens who had gone out of the city were gradually returning. Zhang Hong decided to relocate the city and arrived at the 10th level mountain fortress near Qinghai City. The primary objective here is to train the Chihua army and then dispatch troops to attack and capture the level 10 mountain fortresses. The level 10 mountain fortress is guarded by 5-star generals and strategists, who are generals developed by the system itself. These generals vary in strength, but since they have reached 5 stars, their combat power is undoubtedly far superior to that of 4-star generals. A few minutes later, Zhang Hong arrived at the gates of Qinghai City with Yuan Chengdu. Upon seeing Zhang Hong arrive, the garrison troops immediately opened the city gates. Zhang Hong was filled with anticipation for Ran Min's army of survivors. At this critical moment of defending the famous city, it was essential to activate any military generals who could be mobilized. Zhang Heng's arrival prompted Ran Min, Chen Gong, and Yang Yuji to come out specially to greet him. After some small talk, the group arrived at the government office. Zhang Hong opened the attribute panels for Ran Min and Chen Gong and began activating their attributes. Ran Min's hidden attributes were successfully activated, granting him 8 points in strength, 7 points in leadership, 5 points in strategy, and 3 points in politics. His cavalry attributes increased by 40, infantry by 60, and archers by 60. The exclusive barracks for Ran Min, the Undying Beggar Army, was activated. Special attribute: when encountering foreign tribes, your own strength is 8, and the attack power of the troops you lead increases by 80, defense increases by 80, and march speed is boosted by 80. Chen Gong's hidden attributes have been activated successfully, granting 3 points of martial arts, 2 points of leadership, 6 points of strategy, and 5 points of politics. Skill 1, Cunning and Resourceful. When encountering battles, increases own strategy by 4 points. When defending a city, increases the city's defense and attack by 40, and increases the city's ranged attack range by 30. Immortal Beggar Army, Ran Min's exclusive all-purpose soldiers, capable of ranged combat, melee combat, cavalry combat, and infantry combat. Limited to 100,000 units, with 15,000 attack, 15,000 defense, 400 speed, equipped with swords, repeating crossbows, arrows, shields, spears, and warhorses. All equipment and mounts are diamond quality, with a single soldier costing 20,000 gold coins. Ran Min's stats are enhanced to strength 121 and leadership 100, with both attributes at the broken level. Chen Gong's 3 stats have been upgraded to strategy 110 and politics 95. Upon seeing the attributes of Ran Min's troops, Zhang Heng's eyes widened in shock. He never imagined that the Beggar Army's combat prowess was so formidable. This military unit is far more brutal than Wu Qi's rock-solid Wei warriors, and when compared to Li Yuanba's domineering camp, they are no less formidable in every aspect except speed. P.S. According to historical records, the Chihua army was a mixed unit specifically equipped with long spears and warhorses. It is said that in ancient times, any unit armed with spears was considered exceptionally formidable. Alert, the system has detected that Ran Min's combat strength has exceeded 120 points. Do you wish to promote him to a higher tier general? Zhang Hong had been considering this, so he promoted Ran Min to a higher quality. Notification: 5-star General Ran Min has successfully advanced to 6 stars, with initial stats of 5 in strength, 5 in command, and 4 in strategy. His cavalry, infantry, and archer stats have each increased by 50, and his exclusive troop count has increased by 100,000. Impressive! Zhang Hong was taken aback. He truly lived up to his reputation as the martial king. Immediately, Zhang Hong began constructing a special military camp for Ran Min and assembled an army of 200,000 undead soldiers for him. Unfortunately, without the Diamond Tiger Seal, Ran Min's troop strength could have reached 600,000. After leaving Qinghai City, Zhang Hong returned to Chunlu City. Inside the government office, Zhang Hong ordered his men to summon several senior strategists, while he took the opportunity to unfold the map and search for the cities of the wealthy entertainment figures. To his surprise, he discovered that all their cities had hung up ceasefire symbols. Zhang Hong snorted lightly and muttered, "These fellows are quite clever. Alright, since that's the case, I'll spare your lives for now." Zhang Hong looked at Qin Ping, Zhang Liang, Sima Yi, Chen Xingji, and Wu Qi, and asked, "Today, I plan to issue orders to establish 10 mountain forts. Do you have any strategies for capturing the forts?" Chen Ping stepped forward first and said, "Earlier, I discussed this with Zheng Da and Zifeng. We believe that the Lord should divide the troops into 3 groups. Once we reach the 10th level mountain fortress, the soldiers inside will become alert as soon as our troops enter the vicinity. At that point, there is a high probability that the fortress commanders will choose to launch a preemptive attack. At that time, the value of catapults and ballistae may no longer be significant. Furthermore, based on the information provided by Zheng Da, the level 10 mountain fortress is equipped with 3 5-star commanders. At this point, we must make our choices with great caution. To take the initiative, we decided to split our forces into 3 groups. Chapter 141, The White Robe General's Strategy. First route, General Wu Qi and General Yuan Chengdu lead General Wu Qi's 600,000 rock-solid way warriors, 100,000 Imperial heavy cavalry, and 100 terrifying bed crossbows. Second route, General Li Mu and General Li Tsuanxiao lead 300,000 of Li Tsuanxiao's elite cavalry, 100,000 crossbow cavalry, 100,000 archers, and 100 terrifying bed crossbows. Third route, General Chen Xingji and General Li Yuanba, each leading their troops, comprising 50,000 crossbow cavalry, 100,000 archers, and 100 terrifying bed crossbows. However, to minimize unnecessary casualties, the Lord must proceed to the rear of the mountain fortress to sow discord among the mountain bandits' elite units. By coordinating an attack from both sides, the 10th level mountain fortress can be easily captured. Chen Ping stroked his beard and spoke confidently. These 3 armies were planned by 3 strategists, which means all 3 agreed. "My lord, I disagree." Just as Zhang Hong was about to issue his orders, the white-robed General Chen Xingji suddenly stepped forward with his hands clasped in a respectful gesture. "Oh? General Chen, do you have any objections?" Zhang Hong was taken aback and looked puzzled. He had already agreed to the 3 of their decisions, but he never expected Chen Xingji to have other ideas. The 3 strategists standing nearby also looked puzzled, but their confusion was even greater, as they doubted Chen Xingji's capabilities. These 3 divisions of troops had been carefully planned and decided upon based on the physical attributes and troop types of the 6 individuals, yet they never anticipated such skepticism. This caused the 3 of them to develop an inexplicable dislike for Chen Xingji. Although they were all under the same lord and served him loyally, there were still varying degrees of goodwill and animosity between them. Chen Xingji seemed to have anticipated the negative reactions of the 3, so he remained expressionless, neither humble nor arrogant. The 3 gentlemen are highly strategic and well-versed in military tactics, which fills this humble officer with great admiration. Chen Xingji also did not wish to offend anyone, but I believe that now is not the time to attack the mountain fortress. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hong furrowed his brows. The 3 people beside him gradually put away their dislike, each looking deep in thought. Why? Zhang Hong didn't blame him. Since Chen Xingji dared to bring it up, he must have had a reason. Those 100-plus strategies weren't just empty talk. "If my guess is correct, there will likely be a fierce battle today," Chen Xingji said loudly. "A fierce battle?" Zhang Hong furrowed his brows again, as if recalling something, and couldn't help but startle, his eyes revealing an expression of disbelief. Sure enough. Meanwhile, Sima Yi and the other 2 beside him furrowed their brows, beginning to analyze the origins of the war from the 2 words fierce battle. Finally, the 3 exchanged glances, and beads of sweat began to trickle down their backs. They had been careless. Those words flashed simultaneously in the eyes of the 3. Especially Zhang Liang and Chen Ping, who felt quite regretful and self-reproachful. The old ministers of the Lord deserved to die 1,000 deaths. Zhang Liang was the first to kneel on the ground. Chen Ping also hurriedly knelt down on the ground. Sima Yi furrowed his brows but did not kneel down. General Chen truly lives up to his reputation as a scholar general, brave and strategic. I am deeply impressed. Sima Yi actually bowed to Chen Qingji, a hint of self-mockery flickering in his eyes. The few people present were all highly intelligent individuals. After some deep thought, they understood the true meaning behind Chen Qingji's words. You two may stand up. This is not your fault. Zhang Hong said. Thank you, my lord. Zhang Liang and Chen Ping finally stood up. General Chen's timely discovery of this major flaw clearly demonstrates his meticulous thinking and profound strategic acumen. What do you think we should do to handle this situation? Zhang Hong said, prepare for the future, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. General Chen, since you brought this up, what do you suggest we do now? Zhang Hong wanted to give him some credit. Chen Qingji had already made up his mind, but seemed to have some reservations, and fell into hesitation. Zhang Hong saw through his thoughts and said, General Chen, just make the arrangements. It would be best to divide the troops into 3 groups. Chen Qingji was taken aback. 3 divisions? Could the Lord have other plans? Zhang Liang and the other 2 were also puzzled. After some thought, Chen Qingyi said, the first route, General Wu Qi and General Li Tsuanxiao will each lead 600,000 rock-solid Wei warriors and 300,000 King's elite cavalry. One is a master strategist, the other an unmatched warrior. They can hold their own against any foe. The second route, General Li Mu and General Yuan will lead 30,000 chariot troops, 500,000 royal heavy cavalry, and 200,000 royal crossbow cavalry. However, this route requires the assistance of a strategist. Third route, I will lead General Li Yuanba, each commanding 90,000 Tiger Roar Dominion camp troops, 150,000 ever-victorious White Robe army troops, and 200,000 royal crossbow cavalry troops. With these 3 forces, any one of them can defeat the enemy and secure victory. Chen Qingji said. What do the 3 of you think? Zhang Hong asked. General Chen is both brave and strategic. We have no objections. All 3 agreed. Alright, if that's the case. Zhang Hong looked at the few people in the field and said, General Chen, the 3rd group of troops is now under your command. This subordinate will not disappoint the Lord's expectations. Chen Qingji clasped his hands together, speaking with unwavering resolve. Good. Zhang Hong stood up from his chair and said, you are ordered to immediately take command of your troops and join General Li Yuanba outside the city to prepare for battle. Your servant obeys your orders. Having said that, Chen Qingji clasped his hands together and walked toward the entrance of the hall. Half an hour later, the vast army departed from Chunlu City. Then, Zhang Hong immediately relocated the city and arrived at the outskirts of Chunlu City. Right military advisor. Zhang Hong shifted his gaze to Chen Ping. At your service. Chen Ping stepped forward. You are ordered to assist Generals Wu Qi and Li Tsuanxiao. Immediately lead the troops out of the city and prepare for battle. Zhang Hong said with narrowed eyes. Your subordinate obeys. Chen Ping immediately stepped out of the government hall and led a large army out of the city. Once all the troops had exited the city, Zhang Hong relocated the city once more and reappeared outside the walls of Yingchuan City. In the distance, 6 first-tier cities had appeared near Yingchuan City. Surrounding Yingchuan City were vast armies from all directions, and even the nearby city of Yan'an had been surrounded. Zhang Hong narrowed his eyes. These people had set another trap for him. Fortunately, Chen Qingji alerted Zhang Hong at a critical moment, causing Zhang Hong to grow wary. At that moment, as soon as Chen Qingji finished speaking, Zhang Hong received a distress signal from Chen Qianquan. It turned out that Yingchuan City and Yan'an City had both been attacked by various groups of players in quick succession. These players have all relocated to the surrounding areas, gathering in massive armies to surround Yingchuan City and Yanran City. Here, Zhang Hong saw the King City, where the king had emerged, the Mad City, where chaos reigned, the Lowly City, where older men loved young girls, the Sweeping City, which had swept away thousands of troops, the City of 10,000 Bones, where bones lay scattered everywhere, and other cities belonging to various players. However, he did not see the city of the war god Bai Qi, the wealthy entertainment tycoon, and their royal clan of powerful figures. Chapter 142, The Cunning and Calculating Sima Yi. According to Chen Qingji's warning, he knew that tomorrow would be the 7th day of the siege of the famous city. And today, those guys might not stay put. He hasn't forgotten about tomorrow, but he hasn't given today's fierce battle a second thought. After all, with millions of troops at his disposal, what is there to fear? However, after being awakened by Chen Qingji's words and receiving the sudden reinforcement message from Chen Qianquan, he finally realized what was at stake. Since they dared to come, they might as well stay for good. Thus, Chen Qingji divided his troops into 3 groups, setting up ambushes discreetly. This way, the forces inside and outside the city would form a mutually supporting position, and anyone daring to attack would be struck directly at their rear. As it turned out, those fellows certainly wouldn't stay put today. They wouldn't let him obtain the 15 refined weapons smoothly. While it appears to be a military maneuver targeting Yingchuan City, their true intention is to use the cities surrounding Yingchuan City to tie us down, allowing them to freely target our own famous city. Alert! The ruler of the royal city has emerged from seclusion, leading his troops in a massive military campaign toward your Chunlu City. Their total combat strength has reached 13 million, and they are expected to arrive at your city gates within 10 minutes. Players are advised to prepare their defenses promptly. Upon hearing this system notification, Zhang Heng couldn't help but sneer. This isn't a siege, it's likely just a ploy to distract me. Standing on the city walls, gazing at the towering royal city flagpole a kilometer away, Zhang Heng narrowed his eyes. Unfortunately, Yang Yuji was not present, otherwise he would have had Yang Yuji shoot an arrow to sever the flagpole at its base. My lord, these fellows have indeed planned this well. Zhang Liang stroked his beard and said solemnly. Zhang Liang stroked his beard and spoke in a deep voice. The enemy forces are weak, my lord need not fear. Their true objective is not to attack Chunlu City, but to distract us so they can launch a surprise attack on Chunlu and Shanghai cities. The two cities of Shanghai and Chunlu will not be in danger now. My lord may rest assured. Sima Yi analyzed, I have a plan that can defeat the enemy. What is your plan? Let's hear it. Zhang Heng said with interest, as long as it's not unreasonable. Sima Yi narrowed his eyes and said, since the enemy is tying down my Chunlu City, why don't we turn the tables and use their weakness to our advantage? Continue. Zhang Heng's eyes narrowed as well. Sima Yi continued, order General Li Mu to lead his 30,000 chariots in a grand display, disregarding losses, and destroy their formation. Then, order General Yuan to lead his 500 cold-blooded elite guards, bypass the enemy's main camp, raid their cities, destroy the official steels, and deliver the final blow. Having observed the situation, I believe that Wangzhou City is a first-tier city. With General Yuan's bravery, we can certainly breach the city gates in one decisive strike. This operation hinges on three critical factors: speed, precision, and ruthlessness. We must not give the enemy any chance to regroup. Once the city is breached, we must head straight for the government offices. Under no circumstances should we engage in prolonged battles with the city's defenders. If the enemy reinforcements arrive, General Yuan's life will be in grave danger. Though this plan is perilous, it is the best option available at present. Not only will it erase Wangzhou City from history, but it will also resolve the numerous current challenges we face. What is your opinion, my lord? Sima Yi wore an expectant expression. Zhang Heng checked Yuan Chengdu's various attributes. Strength, 119. Entering protection mode increases it by 10 points. If his own command rating increases by 6 points, it reaches 135 points. If you do not go, your military strength remains at 119 points. 119 points of martial arts strength is enough to break through a first-level city gate. At the time, Li Zuanxiao broke through the gates of the War God City with 119 points of martial arts strength. At the time, the forces of War God City and Prosperous City were tied up by Wu Qi, leaving them unable to send reinforcements. At that time, the combined combat strength of War God City and Prosperous City was 6.5 million, while the city where the ruler had emerged now reached 13 million. Moreover, at that time, both cities had few troops within their walls, but the city of the returning ruler still has 130,000 soldiers with combat strength. This also means that the difficulty of facing Yuan Chengdu has increased several-fold. After some thought, Zhang Heng issued a series of orders. General Li Mu. Zhang Heng gazed at the vast army stretching for kilometers ahead and said in a solemn voice, you are ordered to lead your 30,000 chariot troops. Under no circumstances must you allow the enemy to break their formation. You must hold them in place at all costs. Your servant obeys your orders. At your command. Li Mu clasped his hands together, marched swiftly down the city walls, and took command of his 30,000 chariot troops, preparing for battle. Zifang and Zhangde, the defense of the city is in your hands. Zhang Heng stared meaningfully at Zhang Liang and Sima Yi as he spoke. Could it be that the Lord intends to risk his own life? Zhang Liang's eyes widened in shock. Sima Yi remained silent, looking calm and composed, as if none of this had anything to do with him. This was very much in line with Sima Yi's character. Zhang De, the strategist, was cunning and devious, appearing to be in a perilous situation, yet his tactics were indeed ingenious. Zhang Heng narrowed his eyes and said, there are still 1.3 million soldiers with combat strength within the royal city. I cannot allow General Yuan to charge in alone. Without me, General Yuan Chengdu's skills cannot be activated, and he cannot reach his peak strength. If it were Li Zuanxiao, perhaps he wouldn't care. But Yuan Chengdu cannot. If I don't go myself, it would mean sending Yuan Cheng into danger, and there's a risk he might meet his end within the walls of the royal city. General Yuan. Zhang Heng turned his gaze to Yuan Chengdu standing nearby. I am here. Yuan Chengdu clasped his hands together. Lead the 500 cold-blooded elite guards under your command. Follow me out the city gates and charge straight toward the enemy's fortress. Speaking swiftly, Zhang Heng marched resolutely toward the city walls. Ding, do you want to fuse the 15 refined diamond weapon, the heaven-defying sword, into Yuan Chengdu's phoenix-winged golden halberd? Fusing it into the general's weapon will completely merge the two, binding the phoenix-winged golden halberd to Yuan Chengdu as his exclusive weapon. Fusion. Zhang Heng said with narrowed eyes. Tomorrow he would get 2 more. This item wasn't very useful for himself, he only needed to equip the idle diamond 7 forged king's sword, and Yuan Chengdu would still gain 6 points of martial arts power. After all, the 7 refined king's sword is of diamond quality. After obtaining the 15 refined weapon, Yuan Qingdu's combat power directly increased to 135, reaching 141 under his own command. If the protect effect is triggered, it would reach 151. Note, 15 refined weapons are diamond quality, granting 6 points of combat power by default. Embedding a 10-star black obsidian further increases combat power by 10 points, meaning a single weapon can boost combat power by a total of 16 points. Note, when Sima Yi's skill 2, strategic planning, is successfully triggered during a military campaign, all participating soldiers gain a +2 boost to all 3 primary attributes, +30 attack, +30 defense, and +30 movement speed. This effect is only active during the current campaign and disappears upon battle conclusion. Upon hearing the system prompt, Zhang Hong narrowed his eyes. This also meant that Li Mu and Yuan Qingdu had temporarily gained additional attributes. Thank you, I am deeply grateful. Chapter 143, The Collapse of the Abnormal Defense. Zhang Hong instinctively checked his attributes and was startled to discover that Yuan Qingdu's martial arts prowess had reached 153 points. Impressive! With so many bonuses, Yuan Qingdu was overjoyed, especially the fusion of the 15 refined equipment, which made him feel so powerful that he wished the sky had no handles and the earth had no rings. Ding, player Qianlong adopted the strategy of his subordinate strategist Sima Yi. Sima Yi was deeply impressed and grateful, and his loyalty increased by 1 point, reaching 95 points. Completely convinced and deeply grateful, and it only increases by 1 point? This is way too fake, isn't it? This cunning old man is definitely no good. So what if he's no good? You're just a rock in a latrine, but I'll boil you in boiling water until you're cooked to a pulp. At the same time, the official hall of the War God City government. War God Bai Qi stood with his hands behind his back, pacing back and forth in the government hall with a look of impatience on his face. On either side, over a dozen civil and military officials stood at attention, seemingly awaiting orders. My lord need not worry. Since Chunlu City, Yan'an City, and Tianxia City have united, these cities will inevitably join forces to face external threats together. As long as the King's City allies with other cities to launch a strong attack on Yingchuan City, Yanran City and Tianxia City will certainly not stand idly by. At this point, as long as our forces continue to display the ceasefire symbol and keep sending troops to attack the mountain fortress, Chunlu City will inevitably believe that we have no intention of taking action, thereby confusing their objectives. Chunlu City will surely fall into the trap. At that point, the King's City and other cities will firmly pin down Chunlu City, allowing our forces to launch a major offensive against Chunlu City. Zhang Yi stroked his beard confidently. What if Chunlu City refuses to come to our aid? The war god Bai Qi frowned and asked. Impossible. Zhang Yi said, as long as the King's City allies with numerous other cities to launch a fierce attack on Yingchuan City, Yan'an City will see the dire situation and definitely send out a distress signal. As an alliance, Chunlu City will never stand by and let them die. But what if the enemy army discovers our plan and ignores our request? Zhang Yi said, if the enemy army discovers our plan and ignores us? The war god Bai Qi asked again. Have you seen through the plot? A faint smile appeared on Zhang Yi's face. Just as the cities of Wangcheching and others were about to capture Yingchuan City, our army intervened and directly seized Yingchuan City. As long as we secure any one of the 3 major cities, we will have won this battle. Zhang Yi stood tall, determined to secure victory in this battle. Excellent. The war god Bai Qi sighed in relief, but deep down, he still felt something was amiss. He had suffered too many defeats. It seemed that ever since encountering Chunlu City, every battle had ended in certain defeat. It seems like we've never actually won a single battle. The war god Bai Qi is so desperate to win a match. DD. Just then, the war god Bai Qi received a message. Chunlu City has been relocated and has entered our target range. Our forces are to immediately surround the city and launch an attack. Chunlu City has entered combat mode. This message was sent by the king himself. Remember the conditions this time, our clan is going all in. The condition, as stated, is to hand over Yingchuan City to the returning hero. But in this world, there is no such thing as true friendship. In the face of interests, everything is cruel. Upon hearing this news, the war god Bai Qi's anxious expression finally settled. At that moment, the war god picked up the child and informed the wealthy entertainment figures. But they never could have imagined that this battle would be an unprecedented and utterly devastating defeat. This battle was something no one could have foreseen. Win the match and emerge as the true ruler of the empire. Lose the game and become a loser in the eyes of many players. Upon receiving Zhang Heng's orders, Li Mu immediately reorganized his main force of 30,000 chariots and gathered them at the southern city gate. At a single command, several soldiers guarding the southern city gate swiftly opened the gates. 5 minutes later, 3,000 war chariots gathered in an orderly formation outside the southern city gates. Charge! At Li Mu's command, 30,000 war chariots charged forward like galloping dragons, charging toward the formation of the royal city amidst a cloud of dust. The sound of thunderous clashes echoed across the battlefield. 30,000 war chariots and 120,000 war horses surged forward madly, and wherever they passed, the ground around them shook like an earthquake, emitting deafening roars. Over a distance of 2 kilometers, the war horses charged straight ahead, their colossal impact akin to boulders rolling down a mountain, instilling an overwhelming sense of oppression among the soldiers of the royal city. In an instant, one after another, they gripped their weapons tightly, eyes wide with determination, ready to defend against the enemy. Li Mu had long been eager for this battle. Watching other generals repeatedly achieve military glory, he felt a burning envy in his heart. Alas, the chariot corps was only suited for plain charges, and without the advantage of the plain, their effectiveness was greatly reduced. Now that this opportunity had finally presented itself, he could not afford to let it slip away. In that moment, Li Mu was filled with boundless enthusiasm and his blood was boiling. Seeing that he was within range, Li Mu shouted loudly, ordering the archers on the chariots to immediately fire. Whoosh! In an instant, tens of thousands of crossbow bolts shot into the sky, resembling a dense downpour of rain. With a piercing whistle, they charged fiercely toward the enemy ranks. The ruler emerging from the rear was no pushover either. If it weren't for the limited range of his archers, he would have fired long ago. Watching helplessly as the soldiers in front of him fell in droves, the king clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. In the previous battle, he had lost Han Qingtian. This time, he had gained General Ma Yuan, the general of the suppressing waves. Ma Yuan was also a renowned warrior throughout his life, earning the reputation of being old but still strong. His martial arts prowess reached 110, making him both brave and strategic. As soon as they entered range, the king's stern expression instantly turned ferocious. Shoot! Shoot hard! The handsome face of the king emerging from the mountains suddenly turned as dark as a cloud-covered sky, so gloomy it seemed like you could squeeze moisture out of it. After the gloom, his expression suddenly turned ferocious, as if a demon had descended. At a single command, tens of thousands of arrows shot into the sky, swarming like locusts, a sight that was truly terrifying. Humph! All of you, go to your deaths. After the king emerged from the mountain and gave a cold snort, his expression relaxed considerably, as if a taut string had snapped, causing him to sigh deeply. Soon, one after another, the arrows soared into thickly charging war chariot formation. However, the king's emergence stunned everyone. His expression seemed to be breaking down. That hideous expression remained frozen on his face at that moment. All that could be seen was a shower of arrows landing on the warhorses, instantly colliding with the hard steel armor, clanging and clattering like a beautiful melody, before falling to the ground. There were also few casualties among the soldiers in the rear. This tank is equipped with luxury features. A mechanical shield is mounted at the front. With the push of a button, the shield pops out from the vehicle, blocking arrows from reaching the vehicle. The eyes of the king emerging from the mountain glistened with tears of despair. Chapter 144, The Defeated Are Forever Defeated. What the hell is this? This guy can't help but want to cry. Behind him, several high-ranking officials from the royal city couldn't help but tremble slightly. Kill! Li Mu let out a loud roar. When he was still 100 meters away, he issued an order, and the chariot regiment behind him immediately made way, creating a narrow path for his chariot to retreat. At this point, Li Mu saw no need to charge forward and instead remained stationary at the center of the chariot formation. Surrounding his chariot were over 100 other chariots, closely guarding his safety. Boom! The two armies finally made close contact. Under the impact of 30,000 war chariots, the two sides collided head-on, as if artillery shells had exploded, sending all the shield-bearing soldiers and spearmen along the way flying into the air. After breaking through the breach, under Li Mu's command, the chariot regiment charged forward unimpeded. Close combat allowed the long spearmen to swing their weapons wildly, launching a brutal slaughter against the surrounding soldiers. At this point, the archers were no longer effective, so they quickly switched weapons, brandishing their long spears and sharp swords, and joined the melee. War horses charged wildly, weapons swept through the air, and in the blink of an eye, the surrounding soldiers were left dead or wounded. The archers in the rear attempted to fire, but under Li Mu's command, they charged into the archers' ranks, slaughtering them until there were few survivors. After breaking up the archers' formation, the king emerged from the mountains in chaos and ordered General Ma Yuan to lead the cavalry in a charge. Under Li Mu's command, the archers immediately drew their bows and fired arrows at the cavalry. After 3 consecutive rounds of thousands of arrows, the cavalry fell into chaos. Li Mu then ordered the chariot brigade to increase their speed and intensify their assault. Bang! The violent collision instantly scattered the chaotic cavalry formation like a pile of sand, plunging them into chaos. The king emerged from the mountains, his face betraying a look of unwillingness. However, just then, a system notification sounded in his ears. His face turned ashen in an instant. His city was under attack. After Li Mu exited the south gate, Zhang Hong led Yuan Qingdu and his 500 cold-blooded elite guards, bypassing the main army of the king's forces, and charged toward the rear of the king's city. At that very moment, Zhang Hong heard several consecutive system alerts once again. Ding, player War God City, Zhang Yi, strategist under War God by Qi, has triggered the Alliance and Division strategy, uniting forces from Wealth City, Bandit City, Dragon Slayer City, Prosperous City, and Extinction City, among others, totaling 10 armies with an estimated combined combat power of 60 million. They are marching toward your famous city, Chunlu City, in a massive assault. The enemy forces will arrive at the battlefield in 30 minutes. Player Qianlong, please prepare for battle promptly. Alert, player Huangzu Dangang, leading your troops with passion and determination, is marching toward your famous city Qinghai City with a total combat strength of 16 million. The enemy forces will arrive at the battlefield in 30 minutes. Please ensure that player Qianlong is fully prepared for battle. Alert, player Hao Run, leading your troops, is launching an attack on your famous city Qinghai City. The estimated total combat strength is 12 million. The enemy forces will arrive at the battlefield in 30 minutes. Please ensure that player Qianlong is fully prepared for battle. Upon hearing these system alerts, Zhang Heng's lips curled into a cold smile. A defeated army is forever defeated. Even if it struggles, it remains defeated. Do you think I have no backup plan? Little do you know that behind the sparrow, there is an eagle. Zhang Heng's lips curled into a sneer. Within his line of sight, a massive fortress gradually came into view. Above the city, a banner bearing the words King City fluttered in the air. Zhang Han let out a savage laugh and led Yuan Qingdu toward the city walls. Behind them, 500 cold-blooded imperial guards charged forward like 1,000 horses, raising a cloud of dust that stretched for miles. The defenders on the city walls saw the hundreds of cavalry charging toward them and looked puzzled, unsure of their purpose. Could these be the troops sent by the Lord to return to the city? But that couldn't be right. What could be happening inside the city to warrant such elite cavalry? Finally, the city guards discovered something. One by one, they stared wide-eyed and shouted angrily, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Archers!" The archers on the city walls, who had been waiting in position, immediately began firing arrows at the cavalry below. These cavalrymen were elite troops facing the dense hail of arrows. They swung their lances to block the incoming projectiles. Zhang Han also swung his royal sword, deflecting the arrows fired at him from above. Suddenly, an arrow struck his chest, but it failed to penetrate the defense of his 15 refined equipment and fell directly to the ground. Zhang Han couldn't help but chuckle. He never imagined that the quality of this 15 refined armor could be so sturdy. Clang, clang, clang. After a series of loud, crisp sounds, the arrows fell to the ground. Just as the two of them led their troops within 100 meters of the city walls, Yuan Qingdu let out a loud shout, channeling all his strength into the phoenix-winged golden halberd in his hands, then hurled it toward the massive city gate. Hum! A sudden, piercing sound echoed throughout the surrounding area. The phoenix-winged golden halberd seemed as though it were about to pierce through the void, colliding violently with the massive city gate amid a buzzing sound. Crack! After a deafening crash, the massive city gate was shattered by the brutal force, splitting open a wide crack down the middle. The massive wooden pegs wedged into the city gates were shattered in two by the impact. Zhang Heng's eyes lit up. Yuan Qingdu had indeed not disappointed him. Charge! Zhang Hong roared and charged through the city gate alongside Yuan Qingdu. As they entered the gate, each kicked it once. Boom! Two massive doors, one on each side, slammed violently against the rear wall with a deafening crash. And the doors swung wide open. The soldiers inside the city seemed to be prepared. Two 4-star generals shouted loudly, ordering the archers to fire. Meanwhile, ahead, a phoenix-winged golden halberd was buried halfway into the ground, with 5 or 6 incredibly strong soldiers frantically pulling on the halberd shaft, seemingly determined to pull it out. Yuan Qingdu roared furiously, swinging the sword at his waist to block all arrows, then charged into the crowd on his horse. After severing the heads of over 10 soldiers in quick succession, he suddenly gripped the gun barrel, bellowed loudly, and forcefully pulled the phoenix-winged golden halberd out of the ground. Kill! With a suitable weapon in hand, Yuan Qingdu's combat prowess seemed to skyrocket. As he swung his phoenix-winged, gold-inlaid halberd, he moved like an invincible war god, sweeping through thousands of soldiers. The charging soldiers, swept aside by the golden-winged halberd, had their heads severed one after another. In an instant, heads flew everywhere, blood spattered in all directions, a sight too gruesome to behold. Those headless corpses, their blood spurting out, resembled human fountains, creating a rather spectacular sight. Thank you, I am deeply grateful. Chapter 145, Blood Splatters the Sky. Zhang Hong wiped the cold sweat from his brow, followed closely behind, and after swiftly dispatching several soldiers who charged at him, he charged forward recklessly under the protection of the cold-blooded guards. Ding! Yuan Qingdu activated his protective mode, increasing his combat power by 10 points, bringing his total combat power to 163 points. Kill! Kill! Yuan Qingdu activated his attributes, gaining an additional 10 points of martial arts power, resembling a deity descending from the heavens. In the midst of the furious onslaught, he slew gods who dared to stand in his way and slaughtered demons who dared to block his path. The cold-blooded elite guards in the rear charge forward, slaughtering the surrounding defenders until the ground is littered with the dead and wounded. The citizens inside the city were stunned, having never witnessed such a bloody scene before. One after another, they fled toward their homes. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling street was deserted, with not even a single civilian in sight, only soldiers running about. The shops along the way closed their doors in fear that Zhang Hong and his men would storm in. Under Yuan Qingdu's, no one stood a chance. One after another, they were either split in two with their heads facing upward, had their heads completely severed, or were cut in half at the waist. In short, not a single one was left with a complete body. Such insane destructive power is no less than Li Yuanba's meat grinder. Soon, the group arrived outside the government office. The gates of the government office were tightly shut. Yuan Qingdu charged forward on horseback, brandishing his phoenix-winged, gold-inlaid halberd, and struck the government office gate with all his might. Boom! The two massive doors were violently struck, causing them to fly off their hinges like spinning darts, hurtling toward the courtyard. Within the courtyard, over 100 players and government soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, ready for battle. Shenlong, don't go too far. Amidst the crowd, an old man glared with wide eyes and shouted angrily. It turned out that after the city was attacked, the ruler had immediately sent a message to the people inside the city. Zhang Hong sneered, a look of disdain appearing on his lips. Kill without mercy, let blood stain the sky, destroy cities and shatter stone tablets, erase all traces of the dead, dare to play dirty tricks, and you'll lose both life and fortune. You reap what you sow, and your fate is sealed, leaving only bones to tell the tale. Zhang Hong roared, issuing the order to slaughter amidst the horror of the many players. Not a single one left, not a single one spared, kill them all. Zhang Hong said indifferently. Kill. Yuan Qingdu roared like thunder, his anger shaking the void. Wielding his phoenix-winged golden halberd, he charged into the players' ranks. Kill. The cold-blooded rearguard camp followed closely behind, surging forward like a raging flood, charging toward the numerous players and government soldiers in the midst of the chaotic turmoil. Within 5 minutes of their first encounter, over 100 bodies littered the ground. The revived players desperately tried to block Yuan Qingdu. Yuan Qingdu grows impatient and orders the Imperial Guards to block the players. Meanwhile, Zhang Hong took the opportunity to rush into the government hall and began violently colliding with the stone steel inside. After striking it several times with his sword, there was a loud clang, and the stone tablet shattered. Ding, player Chunlong has breached the king's city. Please choose to destroy or loot. Destroying the village will grant 50 resources as a reward. Looting the city will grant 100 resources as a reward. Destroy. Zhang Hong snorted coldly and issued the order. Ding, player Chunlong destroyed the royal city, obtaining 56.43 million units of grain, 54.56 million units of wood, 34.59 million units of iron ore, 90.34 million units of stone, and 12,309 silver coins. System announcement: player Chunlong has led a massive army to besiege the king's city, successfully capturing it and destroying the king's city monument. The first-tier city, King's City, has been completely destroyed. As compensation for the destroyed player city, the system will grant the city lord 1 diamond village building order, 5 diamond resource packs, and 5 1-week building accelerators. We urge players not to lose heart and continue to strive for victory. The system announcement quickly spread and echoed in the minds of all online players. Meanwhile, around Chunlu City, a vast army of 1 million soldiers emerged one after another from the war god city and the wealthy city. As far as the eye could see, banners fluttered in the wind, rustling loudly. 1 million armored soldiers jostled shoulder to shoulder, forming a sea of people. On the walls of Chunlu City, Sun Yu, Zhang Liao, and Gao Shun stood together, gazing out into the distance. Our lord is truly wise and insightful, foreseeing everything with such accuracy. He knew these men would not stay put, and he was right. Sun Yu stroked his beard, recalling the orders he had received earlier, and a pleased smile spread across his face. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. This time, our lord is certain to triumph. Zhang Liao looked at the soldiers in his line of sight, completely unfazed. Everything is in place now, right? Sun Yu stroked his beard and asked. Each city gate is defended by 400,000 iron-blooded archers and crossbowmen, with an additional 400,000 reserves ready to reinforce. Currently, everything is in place. If the enemy dares to approach the city, as soon as they enter range, fire relentlessly. Even if our troops do not intervene, we can still block the enemy at the city gates. Zhang Liao spoke in a low voice. With this strategy, combined with General Wu's internal support, we will surely break through the enemy lines. Gao Shun, standing nearby, remained silent with a cold expression. Soon, the 4 walls of Chunlu City were all surrounded by a massive barrier. 2 kilometers away, an army of 8 million soldiers, in a vast and imposing formation, had completely surrounded Chunlu City from all sides. General Zhang ordered Generals Qin Kwa, Fang Gai, and Mo Dong, with the assistance of Zheng Tao, to defend the north gate. You lead your troops to the west gate. General Gao leads his troops to the east gate. As for the south gate, I will handle it myself. Sun Yu issued a series of orders. Qin Kwa, Fang Gai, and Mo Dong were all 4-star generals sent by Zhang Hong. These generals were both brave and strategic, and were quite capable among the 4-star generals. As for Zhang Tao, he was highly favored by Sun Yu. Not only was he highly talented, but he also had some knowledge of ice magic. Sun Yu recognized his extraordinary abilities and dared to entrust him with important responsibilities. After the orders were issued, the gates of all the cities gradually made their battle preparations. General Bai Qi, leading an army of 12 million soldiers, arrived at the southern gate. The wealthy entertainment industry and the dragon slayers, leading an army of 16 million soldiers, have surrounded the east gate. Prosperous Dragon Ascension and Extinction Abyss are leading 13 million soldiers with combat power to launch an assault on the north gate. The Mountain Fortress King leads 1.1 million soldiers in a separate assault on the west gate. Large armies are advancing, surrounding the four city gates tightly. Within Chunlu City, the soldiers are on high alert, waiting for the enemy to launch their attack. The area surrounding Chunlu City was flat and open, with no cover except for the mountain fortresses. In an 8th-level mountain fortress not far from several massive cities, Wu Qi, Li Zuanxiao, and Chen Ping stood on the fortress walls, shifting their gaze toward the player city. Give the order, military strategist. No matter which city we attack, it's a piece of cake for me. Li Zuanxiao stood tall and imposing at the rear, gazing at the city within his sight, and spoke with narrowed eyes. Chapter 146, A Worthless Foe with 10,000 Combat Power. Originally, Chen Ping's plan was to coordinate an inside-out attack to eliminate the external forces. However, killing the enemy troops did not fundamentally weaken the enemy's strength. With these local tyrants, they could quickly rebuild their forces. It seemed that only by destroying the enemy city could their development be effectively curbed. The idea of destroying cities was something he had learned from Zhang Heng. As someone renowned for his schemes, Chen Ping naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity. At present, these cities have come within his sight, and not taking action now would seem to be a disservice to the other party's goodwill. General Zuanxiao, please wait a moment. Let the enemy forces launch their attack on Chunlu City first, there will be time to act afterward. Chen Ping spoke confidently, holding a feather fan in his hand, his expression calm. 5 minutes later, 2 spies rushed in from outside one after the other. Military strategist, the enemy army has launched an attack on Chunlu City, with hundreds of thousands of soldiers marching in force. A scout reported with a terrified expression. Chen Ping smiled and waved his feather fan, signaling the spy to withdraw. Several million? Chen Ping couldn't help but sneer. How dare they underestimate us? Chunlu City has over 1.2 million elite soldiers. Those so-called millions are probably nothing but a bunch of scum. Chen Ping steadied his old ox and ignored them. A few minutes later, another scout entered the city. Military strategist, the enemy forces have entered range. The archers inside the city have launched a counterattack. Chen Ping still paid no attention. Isn't the military strategist going to intervene? Li Zuanxiao frowned and asked. General Zuanxiao, please remain calm. This time, we only need to destroy one of the enemy cities, and we will achieve a decisive victory. Chen Ping knew what Li Zuanxiao was worried about, so he smiled lightly and said, the city won't be a problem in the short term. Once the enemy's main forces approach within 1,000 meters of the city and are completely tied down by the soldiers inside, we'll strike. Even if the enemy receives orders to attack the city, it won't be easy for them to retreat and send reinforcements. Li Zuanxiao finally understood. This was to reduce the pressure on the surprise attack on the city. After all, the two sides were too close. Which city should the military strategist target for the next attack? Wu Qi asked with admiration. The city lord most wanted to destroy was the wealthy city. The city lord had once said that the wealthy city was the mastermind behind these cities. Destroying the wealthy city would be equivalent to breaking the entire alliance. However, the wealthy city is likely heavily fortified with elite troops and led by formidable generals. Given the immense pressure, does General Zuanxiao have confidence in its destruction? Chen Ping asked in a low voice. Military strategist, rest assured. While I may not excel in devising strategies, charging into battle and slaying enemy troops is second nature to me. Li Zuanxiao said with a narrowed gaze. Good. Chen Ping said, there are 2 formidable generals in the city of the rich. The first is Yang Zixing, and the second is Meng Tian. The Lord once said that Meng Tian commands a chariot regiment no less formidable than General Li Mu's. I'm sure you're well aware of their chariot regiment's offensive capabilities. To capture the city of the rich, we must absolutely prevent the chariot regiment from breaking out of the city. Therefore, speed is of the essence. Furthermore, for this campaign, I am only giving you 10,000 troops. Do you have confidence in yourself? No need for 10,000, 100 cavalrymen will suffice. Li Zuanxiao declared confidently, chest puffed out. Good. Chen Ping exclaimed loudly. Report. Just then, a scout quickly entered the mountain fortress. Military strategist, the enemy forces have advanced to within 1 kilometer of the city walls and are currently under attack by iron-blooded crossbows. General Wu Qi. Chen Ping shifted his gaze to Wu Qi standing nearby. Wu Qi clasped his hands together, waiting for orders. You are to lead your troops to quickly secure the return route and fight to the death to block the enemy's retreat. You must ensure that Suanxiu has enough time to act. Yes, sir. Having said that, Wu Qi rose to his feet and led the 60,000-strong army, marching in a mighty procession toward the route back to the city. General Suanxiu. Chen Ping stood with his hands behind his back, chest thrust forward, and a stern expression on his face. He said, I order you to lead 100 elite cavalrymen, break down the city gates, charge into the government offices, and destroy the stone steel. Your servant obeys your orders. This subordinate obeys your orders. As soon as Li Zuanxiao finished speaking, he led 100 elite cavalrymen, charging toward the city of the wealthy entertainment district on their fiery steeds. After the two departed, Chen Ping dispatched over a dozen scouts in succession, instructing the remaining elite cavalry within the fortress to prepare for the assault. Fearing that the enemy forces, which were numerous and well-equipped, might launch a counterattack from another direction, Chen Ping ordered the elite cavalry to prepare to block their advance. After Li Zuanxiu led 100 elite cavalry out of the mountain fortress, Zheng Hong at the Yingchuan city position heard a system alert. Ding, Li Zuanxiu activated Skill 2, Xiaoqi, commanding 100 cavalry. His martial arts increased by 10 points, and his leadership increased by 10 points. The attack, defense, and speed of his troops increased by 50. His own martial arts value reached 136 points. Upon hearing this notification, Zhang Hong knew that Chen Ping and the others had launched their attack. After activating the Xiaoqi attribute, Li Zuanxiao's martial arts strength increased by 10 points, and his entire body seemed to grow stronger, with a gleam of determination flashing in his eyes. Kill! Li Zuanxiao led his cavalry, brandishing the Yu Wang spear, and bellowed loudly. The warhorse beneath him galloped madly on all four legs. In the blink of an eye, 100 cavalrymen closed in on the 100-meter mark near the wealthy entertainment complex. The speed was too fast, the soldiers on the city walls didn't even notice them. If it weren't for the dust swirling in the air, they probably wouldn't have seen them at all. Most importantly, the 8th-level mountain fortress is very close to the city, just 2,000 meters away. This distance is a system-mandated requirement. The distance between the city and the mountain fortress must be at least 2,000 meters. This is the range of the archers. Enemy archers, follow me and fire. Whoosh! The archers on the city walls hurriedly aimed at their targets and drew their bows to shoot. But just then, a thunderous roar echoed across the city walls, as if a bomb had exploded. The gate was broken, the city gate was broken. One after another, terrified and horrified cries echoed through the city, reaching the government offices and the military camps. Meng Tian, the commander defending the city, finally reacted and hurriedly led his troops to block Li Zuanxiu and his 100 elite cavalry from charging forward. At that moment, the wealthy entertainment figure's mind had already received the system's alert sound. Combat power, 11,100? The wealthy entertainer couldn't help but laugh out loud. Tu Long, standing nearby, asked in confusion, what's the wealthy tycoon laughing at? I just heard a system notification. Some newbie sent over 10,000 soldiers to attack my city. The wealthy entertainer said disdainfully. Over 10,000? Tu Long was taken aback and asked, are you sure it's over 10,000? Could it be that the bandit soldiers underestimated their strength and launched a surprise attack? Such weaklings? They'll probably be shot to death by archers before they even reach the city walls. Lately, there have been frequent small raiding parties like this, testing the defenses of the wealthy city. The wealthy residents have grown numb to it. He only paid attention to the number of soldiers and never bothered to find out who had sent them. Only if the enemy sent a large number of soldiers would he consult the records and examine them carefully. But this time. Chapter 147, The Collapse of the Wealthy Entertainment Industry. Big shot, did you check who sent the troops? Tu Long asked with a stern expression. At this moment, the news that the king had emerged from the mountain and the city had been destroyed had not yet spread. So this weakling doesn't even bother to check? Does he think he can just tear down my city? The wealthy entertainer snorted disdainfully and said, my city has 100,000 11th tier soldiers, 500,000 9th tier soldiers, and General Meng Tian is stationed here. What is there to fear? Oh, I see. Well, that's good then. Tu Long sighed slightly in relief, then jokingly asked, what if it's Chen Long? Chen Long? The wealthy entertainer sneered, he's got his hands full right now, how could he possibly come over? The wealthy entertainer said that, but still opened the notification log. Chen Long scared him to death. Towards Chen Long, an inexplicable sense of fear had already begun to take root in his heart. If it weren't for the sake of the city, he wouldn't waste so much money fighting Chen Long to the bitter end. His money wasn't compensation for demolition, it was hard-earned money he had saved up, working tirelessly like a slave. Sigh. Suddenly, the wealthy entertainer took a deep breath, his pupils dilating like a cow's eyes, his face turning ashen in an instant. His obese body trembled involuntarily, and he glared intently at Tu Long, growling, you jinx. Tu Long's heart skipped a beat, his face turning a deep purple, and he thought to himself, did I guess correctly? How could that be possible? Even Dragon Slayer couldn't believe it was true, he was just joking. The wealthy entertainment tycoon clenched his teeth and glared at Tu Long, saying, if anything happens to my wealthy city, I'll cut off your filthy mouth. Tu Long's eyes widened, and he instinctively covered his mouth with his hand. Yang Zixing, General Yang. The wealthy entertainment figure trembled and shouted at Yang Zixing, who was commanding the assault on the city ahead. Yang Zixing hurriedly rode over and said, "My lord has ordered you to immediately lead 50,000 brutal heavy cavalry back to the city to investigate the situation. Along the way, kill any enemy soldiers you encounter without mercy." The wealthy entertainment figure spoke with a grim expression. "This subordinate obeys your orders." Yang Zixing clasped his hands together and immediately took command of the 5,000 brutal heavy cavalry, charging toward the city walls. "Big shot, you seem a bit too tense." Tu Long whispered, "The enemy forces are only 10,000 strong. What if they're here to scout our defenses and disrupt your strategy?" After Tu Long said this, the wealthy entertainer also realized he had been overly cautious. Dispatching 50,000 brutal heavy cavalry seemed like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Chen Long, that scoundrel, has become a shadow in my heart. The wealthy entertainment industry murmurs in secret. He was truly afraid of Chen Long. These days, he even dreams of Chen Long leading a massive army to destroy his own city. Dreams are the opposite of reality. With just 10,000 troops, how could they possibly cause such chaos? The wealthy consoled themselves with such thoughts. The wealthy man slowly calmed himself down, trying to remain composed, but the more he forced himself to do so, the more restless he became inside. Just as he managed to shake off his fear, he heard Tu Long say, "Big shot, how many enemy troops did you say there were?" 11,100. The wealthy man rolled his eyes and said irritably, "Big shot, things are looking pretty bad." Tu Long widened his eyes. Chunlu City was home to Li Yuanba, Li Tsuanxiao, Yuan Chengdu, and Ran Min, all of whom were unmatched in bravery and could take on hundreds of enemies alone. If 10,000 combat power points were equivalent to a general, then 1,100 would be 100 members of the Tiger Roar Dominance Camp. At this point, the Dragon Slayer paused, widened his eyes, and spoke with a look of terror. "These generals can break through the city gates. Once the city falls, they will charge straight in, and even 5 Meng Tian generals might not be able to stop the terrifying drumming and golden hammers." The once mighty War God City and the prosperous Prosperity City were destroyed in exactly the same way. "You worthless scum!" The wealthy entertainer suddenly lashed out, slapping the Dragon Slayer across the face with a forceful blow. "You worthless fool, can you speak like a human being?" Tu Long felt wronged. The wealthy entertainment industry is no longer calm. Yang Zixing's 50,000 brutal heavy cavalry, as soon as they entered the range of the Pan Shi Weiwu soldiers, were met with intense archery fire. The dense hail of arrows instantly cut down 10,000 soldiers. After 3 consecutive rounds of fire, when the distance between Yang Zixing's forces and the Pan Shi Weiwu soldiers was still 500 meters, there were fewer than 100 brutal heavy cavalrymen remaining behind Yang Zixing. These were all heavy cavalry, each clad in thick armor. However, the attack power of the rock-solid Wei warriors reached 11,000, capable of piercing through the sturdy armor and breaking through the heavy cavalry's defenses. Any heavy cavalry that was killed was pierced like a hedgehog. Yang Zixing's eyes widened in horror. Such a dense hail of arrows, such terrifying penetrating power. Whoosh! More and more arrows were aimed at Yang Zixing and the dozens of heavy cavalrymen behind him. In the blink of an eye, those dozens of heavily armed cavalrymen also fell to the ground one after another. Yang Zixing was also struck by several arrows. He desperately wanted to return to lead his soldiers and charge back, but his sense of duty as a capable general and his strong sense of pride compelled him to press on. Besides, returning in disgrace was not his style. He would rather die than retreat. Even if he were to return, the wealthy entertainment industry wouldn't give him a warm welcome, and he defaced the scorn and ridicule of numerous generals. It's better to die a heroic death than to go back. Since joining the wealthy entertainment company, he has suffered defeat after defeat in battle, never once achieving victory. This has left him with a profound sense of failure. Alas, having chosen the wrong master, he was doomed to be buried in the annals of the empire's struggle for dominance. In the end, the renowned general Yang Zixing met his end amidst a hail of arrows. Wu Qi sighed, such loyalty and bravery, yet his eyes were blinded. The wealthy entertainment company quickly heard the system notification of Yang Zixing's death, but 3 more system notifications followed shortly thereafter. Fuhao Entertainment collapsed. It's collapsed just like a king emerging from seclusion. Li Tsuanxiao led 100 elite cavalrymen, broke through the city gates, and charged straight toward the government offices. Along the way, they encountered Meng Tian and his hundreds of thousands of elite infantry and cavalry. As soon as the two sides faced off, Li Tsuanxiao let out a thunderous roar, brandishing the Yuwang spear, and charged forward like a mountain crashing down, smashing fiercely toward Meng Tian. Meng Tian hurriedly raised his spear to block the attack. Clang! After a loud bang, Meng Tian's body leaned back slightly, his palms split open, his arms went numb, and his mount let out a series of whinnies, nearly collapsing to the ground. The weapon in his hand nearly slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Chapter 148, Destroy the City of the Rich. Meng Tian, as the top general under the wealthy entertainment company, had already had his attributes activated by the company, including his skills, but he did not possess the battle general attribute. Upon meeting Li Tsuanxiao, Meng Tian immediately activated the battle general attribute. Activating the battle general increases strength by 8 points, reaching a total of 144 points. On the other hand, Meng Tian's maximum martial arts value is only 131 points, even with skill bonuses. How could this possibly be a match for Li Tsuanxiao? Even with a 13-point lead in combat strength, Meng Tian not being knocked down was already quite impressive. However, the numbness in his arms and the cracks in his palms made it difficult for him to hold onto his weapon. Meng Tian's expression turned to shock. Those huge cow eyes were filled with nothing but shock. Li Tsuanxiao snorted coldly, ignoring him, and once again gripped the Yuang spear, turned his horse around, and charged toward Meng Tian. Meng Tian was startled and galloped away on his horse. Li Tsuanxiao sneered, not waiting for him to give the order. The spirited yellow-haired fire horse suddenly accelerated, charging toward Meng Tian. Meng Tian's arms were numb and aching, and he was in a sorry state. But just then, Meng Tian clenched his teeth, swung his long spear with all his might, and turned around to launch a counterattack. Li Tsuanxiao had already prepared his defenses. He wasn't about to let him succeed. Just as the long spear was about to strike, Yuang's spear thrust upward from below, violently lifting the long spear into the air. In the stunned silence of Meng Tian, the spear then pierced the armpit of Meng Tian's swinging spear. Clang! After a loud bang, Meng Tian let out a scream and was immediately knocked off his horse. The ribs under his armpit were shattered by the impact. Li Tsuanxiao let out a light snort, suddenly pulled the reins, swung his heavy spear, and struck Meng Tian's helmeted head with all his might. Meng Tian didn't even have time to scream before his head was crushed into a pulp, and even the hard helmet was dented inward. Bright red blood and fragments of flesh immediately sprayed out from inside the helmet. Meng Tian's death sent morale plummeting among the rear troops, who stood frozen in shock and terror. Avenge the general! A 4-star general shouted loudly. Li Tsuanxiao snorted coldly, charged forward on horseback, and swung the Yuang spear, shattering the general's skull. He then charged recklessly, as if entering an uninhabited area, killing the surrounding soldiers, whose limbs flew everywhere, and blood spurted into the air, leaving a field of death in his wake. The 100 elite cavalrymen behind him were not to be outdone, swinging their spears and engaging in brutal combat. In the blink of an eye, the entire street was drenched in blood, with corpses piled up like mountains. After triggering the 1,000-man slash, Li Tsuanxiao's combat power surged sharply, reaching a terrifying 149 points. Bang! A single blow smashed open the tightly closed government office doors, and hundreds of government soldiers were killed. He then charged into the hall, swung his spear once, and smashed the government stone steel to pieces. The sturdy government stone tablet shattered into countless pieces, as if it had been decapitated. Ding! Congratulations to the players General Li Tsuanxiao for breaching the wealthy city and smashing the city's stone steel. Please choose to destroy or loot the city. Destroying the village will grant 50 resources as a reward. Looting the city will grant 100 resources as a reward. Zhang Hong had not yet emerged from the shattered King's City when he heard the news of the wealthy city's destruction. What? The wealthy city has been destroyed? Zhang Hong widened his eyes in disbelief. He had long wanted to destroy the city of the rich, but this guy had been hanging onto a truce symbol, leaving him no choice. This time, under Qin Ping's leadership, they had actually destroyed it. Zhang Hong couldn't help but smile. Humph. Dare to stab me in the back? Then just wait for your death. Zhang Hong sneered and chose to destroy. Ding! Player Qianlong destroyed the wealthy city, obtaining 1 billion units of grain, 500 million units of wood, 300 million units of iron ore, 400 million units of stone, and 100 million silver coins. Rich guy. This grain will last me for a while. System announcement: Player Qianlong has led a massive army to besiege the city of Wealthy City, successfully capturing it and destroying the city's monument. As a result, the first-tier city of Wealthy City has been completely destroyed. As compensation for the destroyed player city, the system will grant the city lord 1 Dark Gold Village Founding Order, 5 Diamond Resource Packs, and 5 1-week building accelerators. We urge players not to lose heart but to keep striving forward. This system notification sounded very similar to the voice of the King's City. After the destruction of the wealthy city, the morale of the attacking soldiers plummeted. The wealthy entertainment figure fell from his horse like a dead pig. Then, the guy actually fainted in the game. The nearby dragon slayer was completely stunned. He never imagined that his words would be proven true. How could this be? How could this be? Tu Long was stunned and muttered to himself. The deaths of Meng Tian and Yang Zixing, along with the destruction of the city, left the wealthy entertainment industry feeling as though they had fallen to the lowest point in their lives. They could no longer bear the immense pain and fainted. After falling into a coma, the wealthy entertainment figure's body flickered and vanished from the game. He was forcefully kicked out of the game. This person didn't faint in the game, but in real life, their blood pressure skyrocketed. Soon, the war god Bai Qi and the prosperous dragon rode their warhorses to the east gate in a state of shock. What's going on? Where are the wealthy people? The war god Bai Qi asked in a daze. He fainted, as if he had been forcefully kicked out of the game. Tu Long said in a daze. The wealthy man's blood pressure was already high. I'll go downstairs to check. Sheng Shi Tinglong said that the original connection had been disconnected. Isn't the wealthy city being defended by General Meng Tian? How could it be destroyed? The war god Bai Qi hadn't heard about the attack on his city, so he wasn't worried. However, he had already sent scouts to investigate immediately. The Dragon Slayer spoke with a look of fear. The enemy has sent 11,100 troops to attack the city. The city leaders were initially careless, thinking it was just another routine attack. At that moment, Dragon Slayer briefed war god Bai Qi on the situation in detail. 10,000 combat power. The war god Bai Qi recalled the earlier destruction of his city. What about General Yang Zixing? The war god Bai Qi asked. He returned to the city for reinforcements and hasn't come back yet. According to the senior members, it seems he made the ultimate sacrifice. Dragon Slayer said uneasily. A heroic sacrifice? The war god Bai Qi narrowed his eyes, seemingly realizing something, and said with a grim expression, We underestimated Chunlong and underestimated the strategists of Chunlong City. Tomorrow is the 7th day. Chunlong must have made preparations, which is why we felt so confident in heading to Yingchuan City to offer support. It seems like we've set a trap for Chunlong City, but in reality, it's Chunlong who has outmaneuvered us. We've merely fallen into their trap. The face of the war god Bai Qi once again betrayed his frustration. What should we do now? Continue the assault on the city? Or retreat? Tu Long turned his gaze toward the war god Bai Qi. Withdraw the troops. The war god Bai Qi spoke weakly. First the royal city, then the wealthy city. The next one will likely be the imperial city. Chapter 149, 3 cities destroyed in succession. Dragon Slayer's eyes flashed with reluctance, but he could do nothing about it. Finally, at the command of the war god Bai Qi, the entire army retreated. The bandit chief and the abbess of extinction were displeased, but they had no choice but to withdraw their troops. For at that very moment, another system announcement sounded out. Around Qinghai City, Chen Xingji and Li Yuanba were also hiding in the bandits' mountain fortress. The southern forest and eastern hills were not wise choices. They should have chosen a mountain fortress that was difficult to detect. This was Qin Ping's best choice, and also Chen Xingji's best choice. In Chen Xingji's view, the more dangerous the place, the safer it is. Sure enough, shortly after attacking the mountain fortress, massive cities suddenly appeared out of nowhere, coming into view. Enemy troops began to emerge from the city, surrounding Qinghai City in a tight encirclement. Chen Xingji originally planned to have Li Yuanba lead the troops in a charge to break through the enemy's formation, allowing Ran Min inside the city to lead the Chihuahua army in an attack from within. With this inside-out strategy, the enemy forces would surely be defeated. However, he noticed that the enemy city walls were 2 kilometers away from the bandits' mountain forts. With such a close distance, a bold idea began to form in Chen Xingji's mind. However, compared to Qin Ping's decision to have Li Zuanxiu lead 10,000 cavalry, Chen Xingji's request was rather demanding. He only allowed Li Yuanba to lead 10 Tiger Roar dominance camps. With more men, the target becomes larger. Relying on Li Yuanba's bravery, we can break through the city walls, advance swiftly, and destroy the city. Once the timing was right, Chen Xingji ordered Li Yuanba to take action. At this point, the imperial elite troops had already launched a fierce assault on Qinghai City. Other players also began to attack Qinghai City one after another. Chen Gong and Ran Min inside Qinghai City were puzzled. This was all part of the plan. Once the enemy launched their attack, Chen Xingji was supposed to order Li Yuanba to charge forward. Meanwhile, he would take the opportunity to lead the White Robe army into the enemy ranks or launch a surprise attack on their rear. But no matter how long they waited, Chen Xingji's troops never arrived. Could it be that Chen Xingji is trying to stand me up? Ran Min actually had this idea, or perhaps he changed his strategy at the last minute? Chen Gong furrowed his brows, deep in thought. He had never met Chen Xingji and knew little about him, but from a single letter, he could see that Chen Xingji was exceptionally talented and possessed profound strategic acumen. Perhaps General Chen felt the timing was not right. We should continue to wait. Yang Yuji said from the side. It's not that the time isn't right, he's changed his strategy. Chen Gong said with narrowed eyes. Does the military strategist know of any strategies? Ran Min asked. This General Chen is no ordinary man. Chen Gong couldn't help but praise him. If I'm not mistaken, he's about to launch an attack on those major cities. Destroy the cities? Ran Min's eyes flashed with a gleam of determination. Destroy the city, and the enemy forces will be defeated. Exactly. Chen Gong said. Alas, what a pity. I was planning to lead my band of desperate soldiers out of the city to fight the enemy and achieve great deeds. It seems that this great opportunity has been snatched away by that Chen fellow. Ran Min was a bit annoyed and muttered under his breath. Ha, General Ran need not worry. With your formidable might, you may soon be transferred by the Lord. Chen Gong said. Chen Gong said. We'll just have to take it one step at a time. Ranmin spoke as he walked toward the city wall, preparing to head to other sections of the wall to supervise the defenses and boost morale. Enemy troops gradually entered range, and one by one, the massive crossbow bolts pierced the air with a deafening roar, mowing down the advancing heavy infantry in a hail of death and carnage. Li Yuanba led his 10 Tiger Roar Dominion camps out of the bandits' mountain fortress and charged toward the imperial city within sight. With their small numbers, the sand and dust they kicked up into the sky were far less than those of the larger forces. Additionally, it can confuse the enemy, leaving them unsure of your intentions. By the time the enemy reacts, it's already too late. Under the charge of the saber-toothed tiger, Li Yuanba and his 10 Tiger Roar Dominator soldiers arrived at the city walls in the blink of an eye. As Li Yuanba launched his charge, the Imperial clan's powerful figures heard the alert signal. Chunlu City? A combat strength of 10,110? The Imperial clan's powerful figure wore an expression of confusion. Sure enough, the Imperial clan's powerful figure was confused, unsure whether to send troops to provide support. The Imperial clan city had no historical generals, and the only one, Sima Yi, had chosen to defect. There are no 5-star generals in the city, but there are plenty of 4-star generals, forming a reinforced company. With so many 4-star generals, they certainly constitute a formidable force. However, what the Imperial clan's powerful figures couldn't decide was whether to send reinforcements and, if so, how many. Within the city walls, there was a reinforced company of 4-star generals, along with over 100,000 archers and shield infantry. These troops would certainly give those enemies a taste of their own medicine. After some deliberation, the royal family's powerful figure sent a scout to investigate the situation, while he continued to lead the troops into battle. The enemy soldiers had already charged to the base of the city walls, with less than 100 meters remaining before reaching the walls. This was specifically requested by Chen Gong to coordinate with Chun Qingji. In Chen Gong's eyes, these soldiers were nothing but a bunch of cowards. Even if they managed to reach the city walls, they would be thrown down alive. After Li Yuanba smashed open the city gates with a single blow, he charged into the city, leaving the defending soldiers speechless. Once inside the city, Li Yuanba moved as if he were in an uninhabited area, slaughtering the soldiers who tried to block his path, leaving them bloodied and mangled, with casualties piling up along the way. Any soldier who came within range was instantly decapitated. Even the so-called reinforced company was no match for Li Yuanba, who dispatched them with ease. Those 4-star generals hadn't even had a chance to act before they were beaten to a bloody pulp in large numbers. The terrifying and bloody scene sent the soldiers into a panic, causing them to tremble in fear. One by one, they dropped their weapons and fled in all directions. This savage creature was like a giant meat grinder, inflicting a powerful visual shock on the surrounding soldiers. Finally, Li Yuanba charged into the government office. Upon seeing this fierce and ruthless figure, the government soldiers were instantly overwhelmed by his menacing aura and fled in all directions. Li Yuanba charged unimpeded into the government hall. However, there were several strategists in the hall. Upon seeing this, they drew their swords to block his path. Li Yuanba let out a savage laugh, swung his hammer down, shattering the advisors' swords, and their heads burst open like watermelons. The scene was brutal and bloody. 2 advisors dropped their short swords, scrambling in panic with wide, terrified eyes, and fled in terror. The urine from their crotches flows onto the ground in a pool of fear. Li Yuanba did not pursue him. Instead, he swung his hammer and smashed the government stone tablet. Crack! With a single blow, the stone tablet shattered into pieces. Even the fortress of the Imperial clan was destroyed. Ding! Congratulations to the players General Li Yuanba for breaching the Imperial City and smashing the Imperial City steel. Please choose to destroy or loot. Destroying the village will grant 50 resource rewards. Looting the city will grant 100 resource rewards. At this moment, Zhang Hong had just entered Chunlu City. Destroy! Zhang Hong narrowed his eyes and smiled, then issued the order. Within an hour, the troops were divided into 3 groups and destroyed 3 cities in quick succession. Chapter 150, Attacking the Level 10 Mountain Fortress. After the order was issued, another system announcement was transmitted. Zhang Hong ignored it. The 3 great cities, King's City, Wealth City, and Royal City, were all destroyed in quick succession, leaving countless players in the game in shock and striking fear into the hearts of the Alliance players from these 3 cities. Within an hour, 3 massive cities were destroyed. What does that even mean? Standing on the city wall, Zhang Hong didn't need to make a move, and the major players around Yingchuan City gradually retreated. Ding! Congratulations to player Chenlong's subordinate officer Chen Qingji, who led the 3 armies in a desperate defense, forcing the Qinghai City forces to retreat in disarray. Chen Qingji's combat strength is 1, leadership is 1, and strategy is 1. His current attributes are combat strength 53, leadership 121, and strategy 114. Upon hearing this system notification, Zhang Heng's lips curled into a pleased smile. Players from the surrounding cities began to depart one after another, marking the end of the battle for Yingchuan City. Outside Chunlu City. Several players mounted on warhorses appeared before the massive gates of Chunlu City. This is the only level 3 city among all player-controlled cities in the Empire's current power struggle. Wow, the walls of Chunlu City are so tall. They must be at least 10 stories high. Qin Zihan widened his eyes in astonishment. Such a massive city, even catapults would struggle to hit the walls, unless they were reinforced. Even then, they'd have to fire from within 100 meters, but at such a short distance, they'd probably be destroyed by the ballistae before they even got close. Sun Iran was speechless, marveling at the sight. Chen Xianxuan gazed at the massive city, his expression thoughtful. The city gates slowly opened. Zhang Hong appeared outside the city gates riding a white stallion. Welcome to all of you who have come to my Chunlu City. As the battles came to an end, the leader felt she should thank Zhang Hong for his help, so she had Chen Xianxuan contact him. Zhang Hong didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. Now that his strength had grown significantly and he had gained experience, it was a wise decision to showcase his abilities. Unfortunately, after the battle ended, Bai Qi and Li Yuanba returned to the nearby cities of Chunlu and Shanghai. Otherwise, they would have been the envy of everyone. Under Zhang Heng's lead, everyone entered the city one after another. Wide streets, majestic buildings, bustling crowds, and the warm, contented smiles on the faces of the people. These scenes vividly showcase the prosperity, harmony, and well-being of Chunlu City. In the military camp area, the group saw row upon row of the city's major military camps. The first to stand out were Li Yuanba's Tiger Roar Dominance Camp, Wu Qi's Rock Solid Way Warriors, Li Tsuinshou's Sovereign Xiuqi Camp, Yang Yuji's Chasing Fate Archery Unit, Gao Shan's Desperate Battle Formation Camp, Li Mu's War Chariot Camp, Yuan Chengdu's Cold-Blooded Imperial Guard Camp, Ran Min's Undying Beggar Army, Zhang Liao's Fiery Tiger Guard Camp, Bloody Divine Mechanics Camp, and the Imperial Guard Camp. Zhang Liao's Bloodthirsty Tiger Guard Camp and Ran Min's Undead Beggar Army are under the player's command and can be constructed in all of the player's current cities. However, only one of each can be built in each city, and the number of troops under command does not increase with the number of barracks. Building these barracks is solely for the purpose of facilitating player recruitment. If a player's city is destroyed, the barracks within it will disappear, but the corresponding troop type will remain. After rebuilding the city, players can continue to construct the barracks. Upon seeing such a magnificent barracks, the group was left speechless and deeply impressed. They had never seen such a vast military camp before. With this, they confirmed that Zhang Heng's previous statement was accurate. There were no low-tier soldiers in Chunlu City, with the lowest being at least 11th tier. On the other hand, these individuals were still hovering between the 8th and 9th ranks. Brother Chunlu, I am deeply impressed. I was truly blind before and actually dared to compete with you. I now bow in admiration. Yazixia bowed deeply with his hands clasped in front of him, addressing Zhang Hong with the utmost respect. From now on, Chunlu brother is my leader. Zhang Hong chuckled and said magnanimously, we've come to know each other through this. Since we're now on the same side, I'll let the past go. But I hope that in the future, you won't let my Chunlu City army besiege your city. Dare not, dare not. If your army comes, I will not wait for you to act, I will kill myself immediately. Zhang Hong laughed heartily and said magnanimously, we've come to know each other through conflict. Since we've ended up on the same side, I'll let bygones be bygones. I only hope that in the years to come, you won't let the armies of Chunlu City besiege your city. Yazixia hurriedly said. Last time, I was blinded by greed and followed the wealthy entertainment industry's temptations. Fortunately, thanks to the wise counsel of the beautiful woman, I managed to turn back in time. If I could only earn the forgiveness of Brother Chunlu, I would gladly serve as his loyal henchman for the rest of my life. The Long Knights were also deeply shaken by these scenes, and his heart was certain that Chunlu City's future development would be limitless. If he continued to stubbornly persist, he would never gain the recognition of Chunlu in the future. Zhang Hong smiled slightly and said, Brother, I dare not accept such praise. From now on, we are all in the same boat. When one prospers, we all prosper. When one burns, we all burn. Zhang Hong smiled slightly and said, I dare not accept such praise. From now on, we are all in the same boat. We rise and fall together. However, at this point, Zhang Hong raised his voice, I can be magnanimous, but I can also make the present history with a wave of my hand. Zhang Heng's words carried hidden meanings, causing the Long Knight to tremble. These words were clearly a warning to him, and it all depended on his future actions. If he behaves well, then we'll all share the meat and soup. If he behaves badly, then we'll just boil him in the pot and eat him as meat. This is a cruel world. On the surface, everyone seems to be playing virtual games, but sometimes these virtual games are far more realistic and far more brutal than reality itself. This is the truth, and no one can change it. In real life, if you offend someone, they won't come after you with a knife, but in a game, it's different. If you mess with me, I'll make sure you can't stay here. It's just like this recent incident with the wealthy entertainment industry. The battle between the two sides has only just begun. If you spot any city that hasn't hung up the truce symbol, head there immediately and set it ablaze. Once the city's beacons are lit, it can no longer enter ceasefire mode. After everyone had withdrawn, Zhang Hong relocated the city to the vicinity of Chunlu City, taking Wu Qi, Li Zunxiao, and Chen Ping with him, and led the army back to Chunlong City. He then repaired the damaged city walls and replenished the troops before finally relocating the city and departing. When they reappeared, they had arrived at the level 10 mountain fortress area of Qinghai City. Zhang Hong once again repaired the city walls and replenished the troops of Qinghai City, addressing all necessary repairs and reinforcements. After completing these tasks, he ordered Chen Qingji to lead the main army back to the city. Along the way, Zhang Hong logged off to eat something, then chatted with Chen Qianxuan about life before logging back in. Upon logging back in, Chen Ping and the others had already gathered with numerous generals in the living room. "My lord, everything has been arranged. We will still divide into 3 groups and attack the level 10 mountain fortress," Chen Ping said, bowing his fist. Zhang Hong nodded. "My lord, news has arrived from Hunan City that Guohuai and my Sima clan have made preparations to welcome you. We can take Hunan without bloodshed at any time," Sima Yi said respectfully. Chapter 151, Bandits on Horseback. "Alright, let's attack the level 10 mountain fortress first today, and then go subdue the region of Hunan tomorrow," Zhang Hong said. At that moment, the 3 large armies marched forward in force, launching an attack on the 10th level mountain fortress. As the level increases, the number of mountain forts decreases, and the time between respawns also lengthens. Half an hour later, the 3 large armies arrived at the target mountain fortress in a mighty procession. The first to arrive on the battlefield were Chen Qingji and Li Yuanba. Chen Qingji was a skilled commander with strict military discipline. Under his leadership, the various legions were swiftly and efficiently deployed into battle formations, ready for combat. Just as Chen Qingji was about to issue the attack order, the gates of the mountain fortress suddenly swung open. 2 towering generals led a charge of cavalry directly out of the city, with infantry following closely behind. Chen Qingji smiled calmly and said, "General Yuan Ba, lead the troops into battle. Remember, do not kill the generals, just knock them unconscious and hand them over to the Lord. The rest may be killed without mercy. This subordinate obeys your orders." The battle in the morning left Li Yuanba thoroughly convinced of Chen Qingji's abilities, never imagining that Chen Qingji's strategic prowess could be so extraordinary. Upon first meeting Chen Qingji, Li Yuanba refused to obey him. Had it not been for the Lord's orders, he would never have cooperated with this newcomer. This man, though wielding a long spear, did not appear to be a warrior. However, after surviving a battle and resolving the crisis in Qinghai City, Li Yuanba began to hold Chen Qingji in higher esteem. Had Chen Qingji not been there at the time, he would have undoubtedly led his troops to fight to the death, continuing the battle until the enemy was routed, their armor discarded, and they fled in disarray. Only then would he have sounded the retreat. However, with Chen Qingji present, there was no need to advance to the front lines to engage the enemy. All that was required was to disrupt his rear lines, causing his troops to become disorganized and panic, ultimately leading them to retreat. This is the difference between strategy and bravery. Strategy can achieve victory without shedding a drop of blood, effortlessly securing the outcome. Bravery can only charge into battle and resolve crises with sheer determination. As 2 5-star generals charged toward him, Li Yuanba roared, wielding 2 massive drum-shaped golden hammers. After another thunderous shout, he mounted the sword-toothed tiger boss and charged toward the bandit leaders. Kill! The 90,000 soldiers of the Tiger Roar Dominion camp in the rear bellowed in unison, their voices thunderous and furious, echoing through the heavens. The 2 sides faced off. Li Yuanba swung his twin hammers, using the overwhelming force to block the charge of the 2 5-star generals. Clang! Clang! After 2 loud bangs, several sparks flew, and the weapons in their hands were immediately knocked away. Their eyes widened in shock as the brutal force shattered the skin on their palms. The weapon in their hands was also knocked flying through the air. Crack! The 2 men's weapons fell into the bandits' ranks behind them, striking them down in a hail of blows, leaving a trail of casualties in their wake. Bang bang! Li Yuanba swung his golden hammer, contracting his strength, and directly knocked the 2 men to the ground. Though the force wasn't enough to kill them, their internal organs were severely dislocated from the impact. The 2 let out an agonizing scream, their eyes filled with shock. They never imagined that the enemy general would be so fierce. In a single exchange, he had already driven the 2 of them to the brink of life and death. Just as Li Yuanba led his troops into battle, Zhang Hong had already circled around to the rear of the mountain fortress. A level 10 mountain fortress is designed with 3 sides surrounded by mountains. If it weren't for the fact that Sima Yi's wife had been captured by the bandits earlier, he probably wouldn't have known there was a small path behind the bandits' rear. After Zhang Hong climbed to the summit, he followed the route provided by Sima Yi and made his way along a steep mountain path to the bandits' upper level. From this vantage point, the bandits' camp was clearly visible. Zhang Hong looked down and was startled to discover that the left front side of the mountain fortress was the barracks, the front and back sides were the training grounds and stables, the right front side was the civilian quarters, and the right rear was the warehouse. In the central area was where the bandit leaders resided. The bandit soldiers in a level 10 mountain fortress numbered 500,000, which also resulted in the fortress covering a vast area. After observing the situation, Zhang Hong continued down the path. Below, Zhang Hong spotted a large thatched hut. The sound of elephants trumpeting echoed from within. There was no need to guess this mountain fortress was home to bandit elephant cavalry. Zhang Hong grinned. If he could assemble such a large cavalry force, it would be far more formidable than chariots in any charge or battle. Even if we used elephant cavalry to ram the city gates, it would probably be more effective than using battering rams. Zhang Hong actually showed a look of anticipation. Soon, he arrived below. In a corner of the thatched hut, he saw 10 huge elephants. Each elephant stood 2 meters tall, adorned with hard armor, standing there majestically. On the elephant's back, 2 bandit soldiers were mounted, one holding a crossbow and the other a spear. On the elephant's back, Zhang Hong also saw 2 bundles of sharp spears, suggesting that the bandit in the rear was an expert at throwing. Once on the battlefield, just hold the spears and throw them. After a detailed explanation, Zhang Hong cast a spell to sow discord. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlu for successfully casting Divide and Conquer. You have obtained 111th tier mountain bandit elephant cavalry and 200,000 experience points. Ding! Player Chunlu's Divide and Conquer attempt failed. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlu for successfully casting the Divide and Conquer spell, obtaining 1 elephant cavalry of the 11th tier mountain bandits, and earning 200,000 experience points. By casting the Divide spell once, he obtained 6 mountain bandit elephant cavalry units. Zhang Hong was overjoyed. It seemed that creating a bandit elephant cavalry unit was just a matter of time. This is a real treat. At this moment, the battle raged outside. Zhang Hong could faintly hear the clanging sounds of weapons colliding and the piercing screams of the wounded. 5 minutes later, Zhang Hong used his Divide and Conquer tactic again and gained a cavalry unit. It seems this tactic can only be used once. There's no point trying it again, it's a waste of time. After dividing them twice, Zhang Hong launched an attack on the 7 elephant cavalry. Whoosh! Several crossbow bolts were fired simultaneously from the crossbows of 7 elephant cavalrymen. The remaining 3 bandit elephant cavalrymen had no chance to dodge, and even in their final moments, they had no idea why they had been killed by their own comrades. After the cavalrymen were killed, the 3 elephants beneath them seemed to be startled. With a loud trumpet, they charged out of the thatched hut. The 7 bandit elephant riders, who had been successfully divided, also mounted their elephants and charged out of the thatched hut. Zhang Hong smiled slightly, stood up, and headed toward the next level 10 mountain fortress. At the next one, Zhang Hong didn't see any rare bandit units, so he rolled his eyes and headed toward the third one. At the third one, Zhang Hong encountered wolf cavalry. Inside the large thatched hut, 1,000 bandit wolf cavalry were arranged in neat rows, just like the terracotta warriors of the Qin dynasty, standing in perfect formation. Chapter 152, Dividing the 5-star bandit generals. These giant wolves stood about 1 meter tall, 2 meters long, with sturdy builds and a majestic, imposing presence. A growling sound came from ahead, but these creatures remained unfazed, calm and composed. Without orders, the wolf cavalry would never dare to attack. Zhang Hong waved his hand and immediately cast the Divide spell. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlu for successfully casting Divide and Conquer. You have obtained 111th tier mountain bandit wolf cavalry and 200,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlu for successfully casting Divide and Conquer, obtaining 1 level 11 bandit wolf cavalry and 200,000 experience points. 1,000 wolf cavalry units were deployed, and one deployment yielded 679 units. Zhang Hong was overjoyed and waited another 5 minutes, obtaining 23 more. It seemed that one try was enough for this thing. Continuing to cast it would just be a waste of time. Once he had mastered the rhythm, Zhang Hong issued the attack order and headed down the mountain. Li Yuanbai and Chen Xingji were the fastest, but the battle was far from over. When Zhang Hong arrived, there were still over 10,000 enemies left to be killed. The intense battle turned the bandits' camp into a chaotic battlefield, with flames and blood everywhere. Amidst the chaos, several bandits charged like cavalry, launching an attack on the fleeing bandits, scattering in all directions. The entire camp was in complete chaos. Li Yuanbai and Chen Xingji led their cavalry charges, breaking through the enemy line 7 times. On the ground, Zhang Hong saw the corpses of 2 elephants. The massive head had been crushed into a bloody, mangled crater. Just as Li Yuanbai was rampaging, another elephant, seemingly driven mad, charged out from the nearby barracks. The massive creature charged indiscriminately, colliding with several Tiger Roar Dominance camp soldiers who had rushed toward it, sending them flying. After withstanding 2 blows from the lower-tier drum-beating golden hammers, it continued its charge forward amid agonizing screams. Li Yuanbai, upon seeing the massive creature, suddenly slapped the saber-toothed Tiger King beneath him. The saber-toothed tiger understood his master's intent, let out a roar, and charged toward the elephant without a hint of fear. The elephant stood 2 meters tall, and the saber-toothed Tiger King was no less imposing at the same height. Compared to the elephant's fierce strength, the saber-toothed Tiger King appeared even more savage. As the two were just a few meters apart, the saber-toothed Tiger King suddenly halted. Li Yuanba seemed to have prepared for this, roaring loudly as the golden hammer on the drum-shaped weapon struck the elephant's head with tremendous force. Crack! After a deafening crash, the elephant let out a piercing scream as half its head was smashed to a bloody pulp, a sight too gruesome to behold. Oh whoa! After a mournful cry, the massive body, propelled by inertia, charged forward for dozens of meters before crashing to the ground with a thud. After falling to the ground, its body twitched once before coming to a lifeless stop. That blow was delivered with tremendous force. Li Yuanba finally managed to catch his breath, steadied his mind, and charged toward the other bandit soldiers under the onslaught of the saber-toothed Tiger King. Upon arriving here, Zhang Hong had already slain dozens of bandits. He then made his way to a densely crowded area and cast a spell of division. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlong for successfully casting Divide and Conquer. You have obtained 1 level 10 bandit cavalry and 100,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlong for successfully casting Divide and Conquer, obtaining 1 level 10 bandit shield infantry and 100,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlong for reaching level 90. This time, he managed to split up over 20,000 bandits, allowing him to directly reach level 90. After spending another 10 minutes or so, he cast the Divide spell twice more, gaining over 30,000 bandit soldiers, and finally ended the battle. After the battle concluded, Li Yuanba led his troops away. Zhang Hong entered the bandits' hall and saw the long-awaited diamond treasure chest. System announcement: congratulations to player Chunlong for being the first to eliminate a level 10 bandit camp. As the first player to achieve this feat, you will receive a special reward from the system: 1 diamond resource pack, 1 general attribute scroll, and 1 hero skill scroll. Upon hearing the system announcement, Zhang Hong was momentarily startled, never expecting that the first kill would come with a reward. General attribute symbol randomly increases any 3 attributes of the general by 1 point. Hero skill symbol randomly activates any one of the player's skills. With a wide grin, Zhang Hong opened the diamond treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining 10 diamond resource packs, 10 diamond truce charms, 10 worldwide city relocation orders, 10 super healing pills, 10 5 refined black iron reed spears, 10 level 4 government office upgrade blueprints, 1 million gold coins, and 50,000 reputation points. World-specific city relocation order used in national war activities. Worldwide city relocation order, used in national war activities. Not bad, not bad. Zhang Hong showed a satisfied expression, content with the outcome. As he stepped out of the mountain fortress gates, Zhang Hong saw 8 bandit leaders bound with ropes. Among them were 2 5-star generals, 1 5-star strategist, and the rest were 4-star. These 8 individuals were all knocked unconscious by Li Yuanba and then carried to the entrance by soldiers. Zhang Hong checked the attributes of the 3 5-star heroes. Character: Qin Taishan. Origin: System General. Quality: 5 stars. Level: 10th tier, level 99. Strength: 103. Command: 88. Strategy: 67. Politics: 45. Troop command attributes: Cavalry 20, Infantry 20, Archers 20. Skills: none. Character: Qin Huashan. Origin: System General. Quality: 5 stars. Level 10, rank 98. Strength: 101. Command: 70. Strategy: 78. Politics: 65. Troop command attributes: Cavalry 30, Infantry 10. Skills: none. Character: Simu. Background: System Strategist. Quality: 5 star. Level: 10th tier, 91st level. Strength: 34. Command: 52. Strategy: 102. Politics: 78. Political attribute: Strategic planning. Strategic planning: highly strategic plans, once implemented, increase the attack power and defense of all troops by 20. Upon seeing the attributes of these 3 5-star generals, Zhang Hong scoffed, considering them the weakest among the 5-star generals. In Zhang Heng's faction, these generals weren't even as good as Chang Yaojin. Although Chang Yaojin's martial arts skill hadn't reached 108, it had still reached 105. These 5-star generals are suitable for defending cities, but they are ineffective for attacking them. Once they encounter a fierce enemy general on the battlefield, it's a suicide mission. Of course, serving as a subordinate general is still acceptable. At that moment, Zhang Hong faced 8 people and cast a spell of division. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlong for recruiting the 5-star bandit general Qin Taishan. Qin Taishan's loyalty is currently at 90. Once loyalty reaches 100, he will never betray you. If loyalty drops below 60, he will choose to betray you. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlong for recruiting the 5-star bandit general Qin Huashan. Currently, Qin Huashan's loyalty is 89. Once loyalty reaches 100, he will never betray you permanently. If loyalty drops below 60, he will choose to betray you. Chapter 153, The Fierce Bandit General Wu Dameng. Chapter 153, The Mountain Bandits Fierce General, Wu Dameng. There are also two 4-star generals, Qin Hangshan and Qin Songshan. Wow, so these are all brothers from the same family? Zhang Heng's eyes widened in surprise and disbelief. At that moment, Zhang Heng released the 4 people he had successfully turned against each other, ordering them to kill the remaining men. These are all system characters. Once the division is complete, their allegiances shift, and even those who were once brothers become strangers, with no remaining emotional ties. Click. Clang. 4 bandit generals swung their swords, and several heads rolled to the ground. What a pity they didn't get the strategist. Zhang Heng shook his head, handed these people over to Chen Ping, and rode off on his horse. The next mountain fortress was where Li Tsuanxiu and Li Mu were stationed. The two led their respective troops into battle, fighting fiercely and killing the bandit soldiers until they were scattered and disorganized, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. The intense battle raged on for a full hour before finally entering its final stages. Upon entering the mountain fortress, Zhang Heng cast 2 consecutive divide and conquer spells, gaining control of over 30,000 bandit soldiers. At the level 10 mountain fortress, the number of bandit soldiers increased, the difficulty rose, and the time required grew significantly. This also signaled that the casualties among Zhang Heng's troops would increase. With so many bandits, casualties are unavoidable. Upon entering the bandit hall, Zhang Heng opened the second diamond treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining 10 diamond resource packs, 10 diamond tiger tokens, 10 level 4 city cavalry camp blueprints, 10 precision city relocation charms, 10 5-star obsidian, 10 spy pouches, 1 million gold coins, and 50,000 reputation points. Diamond tiger tokens, great items. Zhang Heng couldn't help but praise. It seems that once you reach the 10th level outpost, everything will drop. Outside the gate, Zhang Heng spotted a 5-star bandit general and a 5-star bandit strategist, accompanied by 3 4-star generals. The rest had likely been killed. Zhang Heng glanced at the attributes of the 2 5-star heroes and showed a look of disappointment. These two weren't much different from the 3 from last time. There wasn't much of a difference. After casting the divide spell, I obtained a 5-star strategist and 2 4-star generals. It seems that the 5-star strategist is very stubborn and refuses to surrender even at the cost of his life. Since he refuses to obey, then let him die. As soon as Zhang Heng issued the order, the remaining bodies were dismembered, and blood spurted everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the entire afternoon had passed. After dinner, Zhang Heng logged on and continued grinding through the level 10 dungeon. System announcement: congratulations to the player for bravely venturing into the world and obtaining the part-time title of Prime Minister of the 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms, General Guo Chongtao. Brave the world? This brave explorer has been very active lately, frequently appearing on the bulletin board, and has consecutively obtained 3 historical generals and 1 strategist. They are now ranked on the leaderboard, with their combat power surging to over 35 million, and their city upgraded to level 2, second only to the war god Bai Qi, ranking 3rd overall. On the combat power rankings, after the departure of Wealthy Entertainment, King's Return, and Imperial Clan, 3 new figures have emerged: Wind, Forest, and Volcano Battlefield Conqueror and Horse trampling the 4 directions. Just by looking at their names, it's clear that these 3 are no pushovers. System announcement: players have bravely ventured into the world, leading their troops with passion and determination, and are now marching toward the system-named city of Nanjun City with a total combat power of 28 million. As players attacking the system-named city, you have received this system announcement. We hope you achieve a great victory and return triumphantly. System announcement: players are charging across the land, leading their troops with passion and determination, and have launched an attack on the system-designated city of Nanjun City. The estimated total combat power is 20 million. 2 consecutive system alerts sounded, causing Zhang Heng's brows to furrow slightly. It seemed that some players had set their sights on other system-designated cities. Currently, there are 138 system-designated cities across the entire region. Zhang Heng couldn't possibly capture all of them, and even if he did, he wouldn't be able to hold them. His top priority is to first secure Qinghai City and Chunlu City, then upgrade the cities to level 24, and subsequently capture Hunan City without a fight. The 3 armies are still attacking the mountain fortress. Before one of the mountain forts, Li Tsuanxiu wielded the Yu Wang spear, engaged in fierce combat with a warrior who, though slender in build, appeared to possess innate superhuman strength. Neither of them knew how long they had been fighting, but they seemed to be enjoying the battle thoroughly, neither willing to concede defeat. Clang! After a loud bang, the 2 quickly moved out of the way. Li Tsuanxiu turned his horse around, his tiger-like eyes narrowing, and he tightened his legs against the horse's back, letting out a loud shout as he once again engaged in fierce combat with the mountain bandits' fierce general. Clang! Violent fluctuations shook the surrounding void, causing it to hum loudly. The 2 were incredibly strong, evenly matched, and after a series of intense battles, they were still deadlocked. Li Mu had already led his troops into the mountain fortress. Chen Ping, the commander of the troops sent to sow discord, stands with the generals and soldiers he has brought along at a distance. Upon seeing this scene, Zhang Heng was taken aback. Could there really be someone even Li Tsuanxiu couldn't subdue? Were the bandit generals fighting General Tsuanxiu? Zhang Heng asked Chen Ping in confusion. That's right. The two have been engaged in a fierce battle for 10 rounds. Shen Ping exclaimed in astonishment, "This is the strongest bandit general we've encountered so far in the siege." Zhang Hong narrowed his eyes, feeling a bit uneasy. Li Zuanxiao's initial martial arts skill was 126. Earlier, he wasn't present, so he didn't receive the 6-point martial arts bonus, but entering the battle general state still grants an additional 8 points of martial arts skill. With 134 martial arts points, Li Zuanxiao can't take down a single bandit general? How is that possible? Zhang Hong really found this hard to believe. Throughout history, Li Zuanxiao, Li Yuanba, and Huang Yuwenqing have all been renowned for their unmatched bravery in battle. No matter where they go, their combat prowess is unmatched, capable of defeating any opponent in an instant. But now they've actually encountered an opponent? Zhang Hong began to take this bandit general seriously. After a thorough inspection, he was startled to discover that this mountain bandit warrior was indeed quite formidable. Character, Wu Demeng. Origin, System General. Quality, 5 stars. Level, 10th tier, level 100. Strength, 125. Command, 20. Strategy, 65. Politics, 10. Military command attribute, 0. Skills, 1-on-1 master, destruction. 1-on-1 champion brave and fierce, unmatched brute strength. When facing a 5-star general, combat power is 10. When facing a 6-star general, combat power is 15. Destruction against all wooden structures such as weapons, gates, and other wooden objects, combat power is 15. Zhang Hong stared at the formidable attributes and revealed a look of shock. No wonder this guy was so fierce. His initial strength was already 125, and with the 1-on-1 champion attribute, it reached 135. Moreover, this guy's second skill seems to be extremely powerful as well. Destruction is clearly his specialty. The professional nemesis of all wooden products. Zhang Hong opened his mouth, but closed it again. Does that mean that if we want to destroy that city in the future, we can just send him there? Of course, it's just an idea for now. The prerequisite is that we can get him into our hands first. Chapter 154, Expanding the Military Commander Roster. At the moment, the two were still locked in a fierce battle. Li Zuanxiao has a martial arts strength of 135, while Wu Daming has a martial arts strength of 135. Both are at 135, no wonder they are deadlocked. Li Zuanxiao's 1 point of martial arts is enhanced by Qin Ping's skill 1. Cunning and unpredictable, capable of achieving victory through unexpected means. All units under his command gain an additional 1 point of martial arts skill. Notice, player Qianlong has triggered the Diamond 7 Refined King's Sword attribute, increasing the combat strength of his subordinate general Li Zuanxiao by 6 points, reaching 141 points. The two continued to fight fiercely, their horses panting heavily from the intense exertion, as they had to endure a great deal of force. Suddenly, after the two of them shifted their bodies again, the mountain bandit's fierce warrior suddenly turned around, swung the weapon in his hand, and in the howling gale, launched a vicious sneak attack at Li Zuanxiao's back. Li Zuanxiao seemed to sense the danger and swiftly deflected the bandit's weapon with both hands, forcing it upward with great force. Without waiting for the mountain bandit's fierce general to turn his horse, Li Zuanxiao suddenly pulled the reins, and the yellow-haired flame-colored steed reared up on its hind legs, turning around immediately. Kill! Kill! Li Zuanxiao gained 6 points of martial arts power, but felt his entire body brimming with uncontrollable strength. He suddenly let out a loud roar, swung his heavy spear, and stabbed fiercely at the back of the mountain bandit's general. The mountain bandit's fierce general snorted coldly, extended the tip of his spear, and prepared to block the Yu Wang spear. In his eyes, Li Zuanxiao was not much stronger than him, but he never expected that Li Zuanxiao had gained a 6-point boost in martial arts strength, making him as fierce as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Clang! The intense sound of steel colliding echoed once more. Puff! The mountain bandit's fierce general blocked the spearhead, but his abdomen felt as though it had been struck from a distance, causing him intense pain. He couldn't hold it in any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. The mountain bandit's eyes widened in shock. How is that possible? Without bothering to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, the mountain bandit's fierce general hurriedly turned his horse around. Li Zuanxiao snorted coldly, brandishing the Yu Wang spear once more as he charged forward. The mountain bandit's fierce general had nowhere to dodge. Enduring the excruciating pain in his abdomen, he swung his weapon and struck fiercely. Clang! Another deafening crash followed, and the mountain bandit's mighty warrior could no longer grip his weapon tightly, which was smashed out of his hands and sent flying backward through the air. The mountain bandit's eyes flashed with resentment, but the excruciating pain in his abdomen and the wound from the tiger's claw left him helpless. If he had a weapon, he might have been able to struggle, but now that he had lost his weapon, he didn't even have the strength to struggle. The bandit general felt like killing him. The fierce bandit leader roared angrily. Li Zuanxiao snorted coldly, sheathed his Yu Wang spear, and as the two warriors shifted their positions, he kicked the mountain bandit's general in the abdomen, sending him tumbling off his horse. After the bandit fell from his horse, Li Tsuanxiao pulled the reins, turned his horse around, gripped the Yuwang spear tightly with one hand, and aimed it directly at the bandit's head. Zhang Han leaped off his white stallion, hands behind his back, and walked toward the mountain bandit's fierce general with steady steps. "Kill me." The mountain bandit's fierce general clenched his teeth and said coldly. Zhang Han smiled slightly and said, "It would be a pity to kill you." Before the mountain bandit's fierce general could respond, he cast the divide spell. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlong for successfully sowing discord between the bandits second in command, the 5-star general Wu Dameng. Wu Dameng's loyalty is currently at 93 points. Zhang Heng grinned and waved his hand at Li Tsuanxiao, saying, "Let him go." Li Tsuanxiao hesitated not a moment, immediately sheathing the Yu Wang spear. Zhang Heng took out 2 super healing pills and gave one to each of them. Li Tsuanxiao was unharmed, but after the intense martial arts showdown, his arms still felt numb and tingly. A single pill would eliminate all negative effects. "Thank you, Lord." Li Tsuanxiao took the antidote and swallowed it without hesitation. After swallowing the pill, Li Tsuanxiao immediately felt the slight soreness in his arms disappear completely. Li Tsuanxiao's eyes widened, he gripped the Yu Wang spear tightly, let out a loud shout, mounted his warhorse, and charged toward the mountain fortress. "My lord!" Wu Damao clasped his hands together respectfully, but his voice was weak, and he looked exhausted. Zhang Heng smiled lightly and said, "Take the pills and enter the camp to fight the enemy. Your subordinate obeys your orders." After Wu Damao swallowed the elixir, he also felt his abdominal wounds healing rapidly. Wu Damao's eyes lit up. He clasped his hands together and said respectfully, "Thank you, my lord, for the elixir." Ding! Wu Dameng felt deeply grateful, and his loyalty increased by 2 points, reaching 95 points. Wu Dameng was overjoyed. He suddenly picked up the long spear from the ground, mounted his warhorse, and charged into the mountain fortress at breakneck speed. "Congratulations, lord! You have gained another peerless warrior." Qin Ping clasped his hands together and smiled as he spoke. He. Zhang Heng smiled and said, "Wu Dameng may lack leadership and be unable to command soldiers, but by following Chen Xingji, he can complement his strengths and weaknesses and make the most of his abilities." "That's exactly what I was thinking." Qin Ping stroked his beard and said, "Wu Dameng and Chen Xingji have one strength and one weakness. Wu Dameng excels in military strategy, while Chen Xingji is a fierce warrior. The two complement each other perfectly and will undoubtedly unleash terrifying combat power." Chen Ping stroked his beard and said, "Wu Dameng and General Chen are a perfect match. One is a brilliant strategist, the other a fierce warrior. Together, they will undoubtedly unleash a terrifying combat power." Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was already past 11 o'clock at night. Zhang Heng gazed at the treasures in the storage space, his expression filled with delight. Although the number of counterfeit items he had cleared that day was not large, the treasures he had obtained were extremely abundant. On this day, I cleared 36 level 10 bandit camps, obtaining 11 5-star generals, 5 5-star strategists, 18 4-star generals, 8 4-star strategists, 1,753,422 level 10 bandit soldiers, 3,578 wolf cavalry, and 50 elephant cavalry. I obtained 110 diamond ceasefire charms, 80 world-specific city relocation orders, 95 refined weapons, 125 refined armors, 95 refined boots, and 110 5 refined helmets. Precision City Relocation Orders 120, Diamond Tiger Symbol Orders 30, Famous General Advancement Symbols 20, General Activation Symbols 20, General Skill Activation Symbols 20. I have obtained 60 Level 4 Government Building Blueprints. Currently, constructing a Level 4 city requires 200 government building blueprints, so it seems I still need to work hard. The only drawback is that Wolf Cavalry and Elephant Cavalry do not drop blueprints. If possible, we should build barracks immediately without hesitation. The rest includes some obsidian, yellow obsidian, healing pills, and building blueprints, among other items. This time around, it was quite a bountiful harvest. The most important thing is that I got a hero skill symbol. Zhang Hong was filled with anticipation for this hero skill symbol. Currently, Zhang Hong does not possess any skills that can assist the army or engage in combat. Among the 11 5-star generals, one stands out as particularly strong, while the remaining 2 show promise. One is Yuan Zhong, with a strength of 108, leadership of 70, and strategy of 70. One Cheng Ji, with 60 in military strength, 108 in leadership, and 89 in strategy. He still looks quite impressive, at least capable of standing on his own. These 2 generals can also be kept to defend the city. On the way back to the city with the main army, Zhang Heng activated the hero skill symbol. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlong for obtaining the rare skill War God. War God Command Mode, the player serves as the Supreme Commander, leading all troops with 3 strength and 2 leadership, and all attack, defense, and speed stats increased by 50%. In Duels Mode, the player's main general engages in one-on-one combat. If the target general is a 5-star hero, the player's strength is 5. If the target general is a 6-star hero, the player's strength is 8. Modes can be freely switched but cannot be combined. That's all for today. Get a good night's rest, and we'll keep pushing tomorrow. Staying up late every night until 1 or 2 in the morning leaves me feeling sluggish and unproductive during the day, which affects my overall performance. I feel like I'm letting everyone down. Chapter 155, Assassination Attempt on the Street. Upon returning to the city, Zhang Han went straight to the market, leaving the rest of the arrangements to Chen Ping to handle. At the market, he sold off all unnecessary items and ordered Ma Lai to prohibit the purchase of rare items such as advancement symbols for renowned generals. Since these items can drop even from level 10 copies, acquiring them again would be a waste of funds. After leaving the market, Zhang Han headed toward the government office. The streets were bustling with people, and passers-by jostled each other as they went about their business. On the faces of the common folk, Zhang Han saw genuine joy and contentment. When the people saw Zhang Han, they all greeted him enthusiastically. "Greetings, Lord of the City. Greetings, Lord of the City. Lord Mayor, you have worked hard." Zhang Han smiled broadly and waved back to the people in a courteous gesture. Both sides of the street were lined with various odd and intriguing trinkets, as well as jewelry worn by the women. Zhang Han thought of Wang Zhaojun and smiled slightly. He lingered at the stall for a while, noticing that the jewelry was exquisitely crafted with delicate workmanship, so he bought a pair of earrings and a pendant. The shop owner, upon seeing that the city lord had graced his stall with a visit, was overwhelmed with honor and immediately offered Zhang Han a 50% discount. Zhang Han, of course, wouldn't accept such kindness. It was clearly out of fear of him that the vendor had forced himself to do so. Zhang Han didn't care about a few silver coins. He smiled slightly and paid the full amount. He put away the jewelry and stood up. Just then, a piercing sound suddenly echoed from behind. Zhang Han startled, instinctively turning around and swinging his sword to block the attack. Clang! The king's sword struck out, narrowly blocking the fatal blow, but Zhang Heng's body was knocked back, landing on the boss's stall and kicking him backward. This sudden turn of events not only startled Zhang Han but also sent the stall owner into a panic. Suddenly, 5 slender figures clad in black robes, each wielding a sharp sword, appeared in his line of sight. "Who are you? Why are you attempting to assassinate me in broad daylight?" Zhang Heng's expression changed, and he asked in a dark tone. "By order of Chancellor Chao, execute the rebel Chen Long." The first man spoke in a cold and menacing tone, his voice filled with murderous intent. "Chao Chao? Oh, it's Chao Chao." Zhang Han was slightly startled. Why would Chao Chao want to kill him? Could it be because he had attacked his city? That kid's reaction is way too slow. He only just received news that his city had been lost? The rebel Chen Long took advantage of Chao Chao's absence to attack his city. "Today, we will bring your head to Chao Chao to claim our reward." The first black-clad man spoke up to this point, then roared, "Kill!" With that, he charged toward Zhang Han first. These people are quite interesting. Players can't kill them, and even if they die, they can come back to life. It's certain that these people aren't players without Zhang Heng's permission. Players can't enter the city. Zhang Han has already seen the attributes of the people in front of him. He had never heard of the name of the man in front of him, but his combat strength had reached 109, and since he had ambushed him, this had caught Zhang Heng off guard. The remaining 4 black-clad men were all at the level of 5-star heroes, with each of their combat strength ratings exceeding 100. Currently, Zhang Heng's combat strength has reached 116 points, which should be more than enough to handle them. As 5 black-clad figures charged at him simultaneously, Zhang Heng narrowed his eyes and swung his royal sword, charging forward to meet them. Clang! After a series of violent collisions, Zhang Heng swung his sword to knock away an enemy's weapon, then thrust it fiercely into the neck of an unfortunate victim. The man let out an agonizing scream. Before the king's sword could be pulled out, a jet of thick, crimson blood spurted from his neck. The blood splattered all over Zhang Heng's body. Zhang Heng drew the king's sword and charged at the second man. Clang! After blocking an attack, Zhang Heng suddenly exerted force to knock away the sharp sword and stabbed into the second person's body. The man's face contorted in pain, followed by an agonizing scream, as he instinctively reached for his abdomen. Zhang Heng sneered, twisted the king's sword with all his strength, and suddenly kicked the man in the abdomen with a powerful blow. The man let out another agonizing scream, burst out of the king's sword, and crashed heavily to the ground. His body convulsed violently, and he died instantly as blood gushed from his abdomen. Suddenly, just as Zhang Heng charged at the third person, he was caught off guard from behind and stabbed by a black-clad figure. Zhang Han let out a muffled groan of pain, feeling as though half his blood had been drained from his body, causing his entire body to shudder. It felt like he hadn't been injured since he started playing the game, but this time, Zhang Heng's injury has significantly weakened his combat effectiveness. He hurriedly swallowed a healing pill and a blood spirit pill he had never taken before. "Sir!" Suddenly, a stunningly beautiful and delicate woman burst out from the back of the crowd. Her voice was gentle and melodious, like the sound of heaven, lingering in the heart. Her beautiful eyes narrowed in fear, as if she was terrified that Zhang Han might meet with some misfortune. This woman was none other than Wang Zhaojun, who had come out for a stroll. "What do you want to do?" Wang Zhaojun used her frail body to block Zhang Han, her eyes fixed on the black-clad men, her voice trembling with anger as she shouted. Miss Zhaojun, I'm fine. Zhang Hong, filled with gratitude, spoke gently, don't worry, these guys can't touch me. After taking the elixir, the intense pain in Zhang Hang's abdomen vanished completely. The three did not give Zhang Hong a moment to rest, immediately swinging their swords to attack. Seeing this, Wang Zhaojun looked determined and hugged Zhang Hong, trying to use her frail body to block the attack. Zhang Hong was deeply moved, but he could never allow Wang Zhaojun to be harmed. Gently pushing Wang Zhaojun aside, he swung his long sword, clashing with the three swords in a ringing sound. Then, with a swift twist of the blade and a loud shout, he thrust the sword once more into the abdomen of one of the attackers. The man screamed in pain but roared defiantly, charging toward Zhang Han without fear of death. The bystanders were no longer calm. The city lord was injured. The city lord is diligent in governance and cares deeply for the people, treating us like our own parents. Without the city lord, we would not have the good life we enjoy today. We will fight these traitors to the death. Among the crowd, an old man could no longer bear to watch. His anger boiling over, he let out a loud shout and charged toward the black-clad men. The surrounding crowd seemed to be influenced by him and began to charge toward the three men. The three black-clad figures were startled, exchanging glances, but by now there was no way out. They had to either kill Chen Long or die there on the spot. Traitors and rebels, take this spear. From the rear of the crowd, a sudden shout rang out. Everyone instinctively felt a violent gale of wind rushing toward them, causing them to instinctively step back quickly. Chapter 156, The War Base Has Fallen. Death. Die. All that could be seen was a man riding a fiery red dragon steed, holding a phoenix-winged golden halberd, resembling a war god, radiating a murderous aura. This man was none other than Yuan Qingdu, who had rushed to the scene upon hearing the news. Upon receiving word from the common folk on the street, Yuan Qingdu's tiger-like eyes flashed with anger. He let out a thunderous roar, mounted his warhorse, and charged out of the camp. With rage boiling within him, he slapped the flanks of his mount, wishing he had hundreds of wings on his back so he could fly to the battlefield in an instant. Yuan Qingdu glared with eyes wide open, swinging his phoenix-winged golden halberd, piercing the neck of the first black-clad figure. With a brutal force, he lifted the black-clad figure into the air like a rabbit. At the same time, Li Tsuanxiao and Li Yuanba also received their orders. These two were even more terrifying. One rode a saber-toothed tiger king, and the other rode a yellow-haired flame-breathing steed. Along the way, the two roared furiously, "Make way! Make way!" With Yuan Qingdu ahead and Li Yuanba and Li Tsuanxiao behind, the villagers were startled, realizing what was happening, and quickly made way, creating a path 2 or 3 meters wide. Li Yuanba swung two massive golden hammers, his expression fierce and menacing, resembling a raging hellish dragon, sending the people on the street into a trembling panic. The saber-toothed tiger beneath him roared furiously, charging forward on all four legs like a bolt of lightning, closing the distance in an instant and catching up to Yuan Qingdu. "Dare to harm my lord? The overlord will make sure you have no place to be buried." As Yuan Qingdu made his move, Li Yuanba swung his hammer, sending the remaining two black-clad men into a frenzy of fear and despair. With a single blow from below, he sent both of them flying into the air. Before the two could land on the ground, two massive hammers crashed down on them once more. Crack! Before the two could even scream, they were shattered into pieces by the furious hammer. The scattered limbs and blood splattered everywhere. Behind him, Li Tsuanxiao saw that all the black-clad men were dead. He suddenly pulled on the reins, his tiger-like eyes darting around as he surveyed the area, trying to determine if there was any danger nearby. The lord has not arrived yet. The commander is guilty of a capital offense. Yuan Qingdu leaped off his warhorse, knelt on one knee, and felt deeply remorseful. Li Yuanba and Li Tsuanxiao also leaped down from their warhorses. About 10 minutes later, inside the government office. Although the wound had begun to heal after taking the elixir, Wang Zhaojun insisted on bandaging Zhang Heng's wound. In the main hall of the side room, several generals stood in formation, their expressions solemn. Upon hearing that his lord had been attacked on the street, Zhang Zhuzhing set down the woman in his arms, and with his aged, feeble steps, rushed out of the main mansion and made his way to the side room, panting heavily along the way. "I am a worthless servant. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths for my lord. I am a worthless subordinate. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths, my lord." Zhang Zhuzhing climbed the steps, entered the room, knelt on the ground with both knees, tears streaming down his face, and kept bowing his head. "My lord, it is all my fault. I have failed in my duties, allowing these traitors to enter the city. My lord, please punish me. My lord, please punish me. My lord, it is all my fault. It is my failure that allowed these traitors to enter the city. My lord, please punish me. My lord, please punish me." Zhang Zhuzhing, tears streaming down his face, took all the blame upon himself. As the head of internal affairs responsible for maintaining order within the city, he could not escape blame for the sudden intrusion of bandits into the city. "My lord." Zhang Liang and Chen Ping also arrived at the side room, panting heavily. Seeing that Zhang Han was unharmed, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. "My lord, your servant is guilty of a capital offense. Please punish me as you see fit." Zhang Zhuzhing's forehead was bleeding from where he had struck it. My lord. Qin Ping seemed to want to intercede on Zhang Zhuzheng's behalf, but upon recalling the events that had transpired, he closed his mouth. This was indeed a dereliction of duty, leaving him unable to speak. Among the people before him, aside from Sima Yi, everyone else was absolutely loyal to him. He did not wish to put Zhang Zhuzheng in a difficult position. After all, he was the first head of domestic affairs under his command. However, establishing authority was still necessary. Seeing that the situation was under control, Zheng Hong feigned weakness as he sat up and said, "Everyone, there is no need to worry. Zhu Zhang, there is no need for you to blame yourself. Please rise." Zheng Hong waved his hand, gesturing for Zhang Zhuzheng to rise. Zhang Zhuzheng felt deeply remorseful and stood up trembling with fear. This assassination attempt seemed to be a failure on the part of Zhang Zhuzheng, but it also revealed a fact. Zheng Hong paused here, his eyes flashing with a murderous intent. Su Chang, Cao Cao is getting restless. Everyone, go discuss this and figure out how to deal with Cao Cao. I want results by tomorrow morning. There is no concept of night in the game, but the time does not change randomly. Lord. Zhang Zhuzheng hung his head, his mind in turmoil, unsure how Zheng Hong would deal with him. Lord Zhang is not derelict in his duties. This is the enemy's cunning plot. Please step down, sir. Zheng Hong waved his hand and said. Zhang Zhuzheng's body trembled slightly, seemingly rejecting the accusation of dereliction of duty. However, these 4 words also served as a timely warning, as he had recently become overly indulgent in women. This was not a good outcome. It could very well lead to his downfall. Thank you, my lord. Zhang Zhuzheng, with a look of gratitude, exited the room. General Xuanxiao. Zheng Hong shouted at the several generals outside the door. Here I am. Li Xuanxiao clasped his hands together, his voice ringing out clearly. He ordered everyone to withdraw. The assassin had been killed today and would not return in the near future. Zheng Hong said. My lord. Li Xuanxiao was a bit worried, but he still bowed and said, Your servant obeys your orders. Immediately, the troops began to withdraw one after another. Come on, these guys are all glaring like tigers at the door. How could he possibly make a move on the stunning beauty beside him? Could he possibly do it live on camera? After everyone had retreated, the maid Xiaodong realized something, hurriedly stood up and left, making sure to close the door behind her. Zhang Hong muttered to himself, This little maid is quite perceptive, isn't she? My lord, may I attend to your rest tonight? Wang Xiaojuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with alluring charm, and her stunning gaze was filled with anticipation. Every word and action, every smile and frown, seemed like the seductive allure of a little demon, captivating Zheng Hong and sending his blood racing. Zheng Hong couldn't help but swallow hard. Forget it, I'm not Osha Hui, how could I possibly remain unmoved? Even if the sky were to fall today, I'd still drive this top-of-the-line luxury car. So, accompanied by Wang Xiaojun, Zheng Hong enjoyed a relaxing hot bath. Wang Xiaojuan's posture was alluring, her techniques delicate, and her beauty was breathtaking. Throughout the entire process, the headlights of the large vehicle in the swaying rear seat caused Zhang Heng's heart to flutter, nearly causing his 24K gold-plated eyes to pop out. That pitifully delicate and alluring face made Zheng Hong long to pick her up and kiss her. Finally, the war base fell. Chapter 157, The Terrifying Military Strength of Chunlu City. Wushan clouds and rain, the sea raging. After the fierce battle, Zheng Hong extended his palm and gently caressed that peerless face, asking with a touch of pity, Why did you save me today? Aren't you afraid of dying? Wang Xiaojun smiled softly, her voice gentle as she replied, I do not know why either. At that moment, there was only you in my heart. If anything were to happen to you, I would never live on alone. Foolish woman. Zheng Hong shook his head, took out the earrings and pendant he had bought today, and said, Here, they're for you. Are these gifts from the nobleman to his concubine? Wang Xiaojuan's eyes lit up with joy. She kissed Zheng Hong on the cheek, took the earrings and pendant, and couldn't bear to part with them. Your servant loves them so much. I knew you wouldn't forget me, my lord. Her face was radiant with happiness, leaving Zheng Hong speechless. In such turbulent times, these women didn't ask for much, just a stable home and a man worth giving their lives for. Looking at the woman in his arms, Zhang Heng's expression was equally complex. That night, he didn't log off. Instead, he stayed in the game, holding the beauty in his arms, and slept soundly all night. The game blends into reality, and reality blends into the game. Before going to bed, Zheng Hong couldn't help but show a hint of joy and anticipation. The next morning, Zheng Hong woke up feeling energetic, but his legs felt weak. Last night had been exhausting, leaving Zheng Hong exhausted after several intense rounds. Wang Xiaojun was nowhere to be found, so Zhang Han got up to stretch his muscles, logged off to have breakfast, and then logged back in. Games allow you to sleep, but real life requires sustenance. Otherwise, how could this body endure? Unless, of course, we merge in the future. In the government hall, numerous civil and military officials had already taken their seats, all waiting for Zhang Heng's arrival. Upon arriving, Zhang Hong entered the hall and took his seat in the center. After everyone had paid their respects, Sima Yi walked to the center. My lord, this old servant has some understanding of the current situation in Xuchang. Sima Yi bowed and said. Go on. Zhang Hong said calmly. Xuchang City, among the many famous cities, is one of the five-star cities alongside Luoyang City and Chang'an City. Its city walls stood approximately 50 meters high and 10 meters wide. The city was home to prominent figures such as Sun Yu and Gui Jia in the literary sphere, and military leaders like Dian Wei, Xiao Ren, Xiao Hodan, Xiao Hoyuan, and Xiao Zhang from the Qiao family clan. The city was well fortified, with ample troops, food supplies, and financial resources. As far as I recall, the forces include 500,000 tiger and leopard cavalry, 1 million Qingzhou archers, 1 million Qingzhou shield infantry, 500,000 Qingzhou light cavalry, 1 million Qingzhou spearmen, 500,000 Qingzhou crossbow cavalry, and 500,000 assault troops. Within the city, there are an additional 100,000 bed crossbows, 200,000 war chariots, and rare units including 5 million iron-blooded tiger and leopard cavalry, 5 million iron-blooded frontline camp troops, 5 million iron-blooded Qingzhou archer and crossbowmen, and 5 million iron-blooded crossbow cavalry. The total troop strength has reached over 70 million. Conquering this massive fortress will undoubtedly be an extremely challenging endeavor. Sima Yi spoke honestly. Zhang Hong narrowed his eyes. Grandma's legs. The troops in Xuchang aren't just a few. Zhang Hong glared at Sima Yi with a fierce look. What do you mean by saying all that? Are you trying to make me back down? Zhang Hong sneered inwardly. I never forget a grudge. If you dare to play assassination games with me, I'll show you why the flowers are so red. Master. Zhang Liang seemed to notice Zhang Heng's predicament and stepped forward solemnly to say, Xuchang City is well fortified with high walls and a large garrison, and its defenses are stringent. We need not target Xuchang itself, but we can systematically capture the surrounding cities one by one. Currently, Yingchuan City has already been captured. Next, we can take Shangqiu City, Runan City, and Seni City as well. Moreover, Chunlu City and Yingchuan City are not too far from Xuchang. At that time, even if our forces are insufficient, we can request reinforcements from Chunlu City and Yingchuan City. Alright, let's proceed with this plan. Zhang Hong nodded. However, my lord should first upgrade the city to level 4. Once the city reaches level 4, the range of the catapults will increase by 30 meters, and their height will increase by 20 meters. Additionally, the height of the siege towers will increase to 40 meters, and they will extend a 10-meter ladder. Xuchang City is well fortified. Whether we can capture it or not depends entirely on the catapults and well lanes. With everything in place, Cao Cao's days are numbered. Zhang Liang's heart was as firm as bamboo, and his demeanor was imposing. Zhang Hong nodded and shifted his gaze toward Chen Ping, Sima Yi, and Chen Xingji. We second the motion. Chen Ping clasped his hands together and responded. My lord, what about the city of Hunan? Sima Yi stepped forward and asked. This guy has always wanted Zhang Hong to capture Hunan City. After some thought, Zhang Hong said, Last night, I promised Zhengda that we would capture the city of Hunan today, so we must capture it today. At that moment, Zhang Hong turned to Zhang Zhuzheng and asked, Lord Zhuzheng, have any civilians left the city this morning? After the incident yesterday, I ordered the gates to be closed and sent men to search every household thoroughly for traitors. So far, no one has left the city. Zhang Zhuzheng said respectfully. Alright, since that is the case. Zhang Hong set his sights on Sima Yi, Zhengda, and immediately headed for Hunan City, aiming to capture it as quickly as possible. Your subordinate obeys your orders. Sima Yi was overjoyed, but his expression was unpredictable. Ding, Sima Yi felt deeply grateful, and his loyalty increased by 1 point, reaching 96 points. Zhang Hong rolled his eyes. Sima Yi is still capable. Once his loyalty is maxed out, just send him to a remote city to govern it, so he won't keep causing trouble in front of us. Soon, the city was precisely relocated to the vicinity of Hunan City. This time, the city was captured without a fight, so there was no need to lead a large army. However, to avoid unnecessary trouble, Zhang Hong still brought 3 men with him, Li Yuanba, Wu Damon, and Yuan Qingdu, along with Yuan Qingdu's 500 cold-blooded elite guards. Li Yuanba swept through thousands of troops with terrifying combat prowess. Yuan Qingdu possesses a protective skill that can have an unexpected effect at critical moments. Additionally, all 500 soldiers under his command have been killed, making his combat power even more terrifying. Wu Daming possesses a destructive skill that allows him to demolish city gates even when trapped in a fortress. Of course, bringing Wu Damao here this time isn't just about destroying the city gates, there's a more important purpose. To test whether the loyalty of the famous city's generals is affected by the fact that the city's troops have reached 2 million, or if it affects both the troops and the generals. If it affects all of them, then all generals you manage to sway in the future can be directly brought to the famous city, instantly maxing out their loyalty. Alert! Chen Jiaqinglong's army has entered the famous city's territory. Should we launch an attack on the system's famous city, Hunan City? Ding! Chen Jiaqinglong's army has entered the famous city's territory. Should we attack the system's famous city, Hunan City? Ding! Chen Jiaqinglong's army has entered the famous city's territory. Should we attack the system's famous city, Honan City? A system alert suddenly echoed in Zhang Heng's mind. Zhang Heng froze for a moment, then clicked on attack with a hint of suspicion. Currently, Zhang Heng's total combat strength was only around 30,000, insufficient to trigger a system announcement, so no system notification sounded. Chapter 158, Sima Zhengda's Divine Assistance. Ding, player Qianlong, leading 35,500 soldiers, is marching toward the system's major city. They are expected to arrive at the battlefield in 10 minutes. May the player emerge victorious and return triumphantly. Zhang Heng rolled his eyes, ignoring the system, and mounted his white dragon steed, leading the troops forward slowly. Zhengda, what's going on here? I see archers on the city walls with their bows drawn taut, looking ready to shoot. Zhang Heng frowned and asked. My lord, rest assured. If the soldiers on the city walls dare to shoot arrows, I will personally cut off my own head. At that moment, Sima Yi took out a piece of bright red silk and tied it around his forehead. When they were 1,000 meters away from the city walls, Sima Yi ordered the group to stop. Please wait a moment, my lord. As Sima Yi finished speaking, he walked to the city wall and stopped at a point 500 meters away from it. Then, he shouted toward the city walls, I am Sima Yi. I ordered General Guohui to open the city gates immediately. The soldiers on the city walls, upon seeing the red silk ribbon on Sima Yi's head, hurried down to inform the general. Zhang Heng, taking advantage of the gate being open, recalled last night's daring assault on Nanjun City and instinctively opened the record interface to check the final outcome. However, after searching through it, he couldn't find what he was looking for. Could it be that Nangong City hasn't been captured yet? Zhang Heng was puzzled. This is a failure, there should be a system notification, but now there's not even a prompt sound. What does this mean? Building a famous city shouldn't take this long, should it? Could someone be sabotaging the process? Zhang Heng pondered silently, as it seemed the only possible explanation. Zhang Heng unconsciously shifted his gaze to the combat power rankings, but saw that Yongchuang Tianya and Matasi Fong had already dropped off the list, while the troop strength of Fenglin Huashan and Jingzhan Shachan was also decreasing. Zhang Heng looked pensive, as if he had figured something out. Soon, a burly-looking general appeared on the city walls. Holding a flagpole, he shouted loudly, Is that Sima Zhengda down there? I am Sima Yi. Boji, open the city gates immediately. The Lord has arrived with a large army. Sima Yi shouted loudly. Guohui on the city walls saw the red silk ribbon on Sima Yi's head, confirmed his identity, and ordered the city gates to be opened. The city gates slowly opened, allowing Sima Yi to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, he had come here at great risk. In his opinion, since the Sam family was in charge of Honan City and Guohui was a capable general he had personally trained, there should be no issues. The reason for rushing Zhang Heng to capture the city of Honan was also for the sake of the Sima clan. After all, in times of chaos, one must rely on a powerful background to ensure the survival of a family. As the city gates opened, Zhang Heng narrowed his eyes and led his army forward, slowly approaching the city walls. Before the troops had even reached the city walls, Guohui had already emerged from the city alongside numerous high-ranking members of the Sima clan to greet them. Zhang Heng found it hard to adjust, never expecting that in this game, one could indeed capture a city without shedding a drop of blood. We have seen the city lord. Everyone bowed in unison, paying their respects to Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng smiled slightly, jumped down from the white dragon steed, and said, There is no need for such formalities. My lord, this is General Guohui. Sima Yi said with a smile. This is Guohui, at your service, Lord City Master. Guohui clasped his hands together and spoke respectfully. Zhang Heng smiled and said, General Gui is both brave and strategic, truly embodying the qualities of a fine general. Meeting you today has been well worth the trip. The historical records state that Guohui possesses insight, a certain level of foresight, and a broad perspective, but his martial prowess is lacking. Zhang Heng took a closer look at Guohui and indeed found that his martial arts skills were somewhat lacking. Character, Guohui. Level, 10th rank, level 95. Quality, 5 stars. Period, 3 kingdoms, Chaowei. Military strength, 102. Command, 100. Strategy, 97. Politics, 88. Troop command attributes, cavalry 40, archers 40, infantry 40. Skills, none. Overall, except for politics, the other 3 attributes are relatively balanced. Next, Sima Yi introduced his older brother Sima Lang and his younger brother Sima Fu. I am Sima Lang. I am Sima Fu. The subsequent Sima Yis were not introduced, but each bowed respectfully, filled with awe and reverence. Zhang Heng smiled and said, As everyone knows, the 8 Sima brothers are all men of great ambition and exceptional ability. Seeing them today, their reputation is indeed well deserved. The city lord is too kind. I must confess, we have been waiting for you for a long time, eagerly anticipating your arrival in our city. Sima Lang said respectfully. At that moment, Zhang Han led the group and entered the city of Honan without any obstacles. System announcement. Congratulations to player Chunlu, who, with the assistance of the Three Kingdoms strategist Sima Yi, captured the famous city of Hunan without shedding a drop of blood. As the fourth player to capture a famous city, the system will grant you a generous reward: 1 famous city expansion token, 1 divine forge equipment diamond 15 tier 9 underworld crown, 1 random rare troop unit blueprint, and a +1 boost to all 3 attributes. Famous city troop expansion token. In normal mode, the maximum recruitment limit for the famous city increases by 10 million. In battle mode, each troop type can be increased by 1 million. Famous city troop expansion token. In normal state, the number of troops that can be recruited in the famous city increases by 10 million. In battle state, each troop type can be increased by 1 million. Diamond 15 Refined 9 Hell's Crown equipable by heroes, provides 1500 defense, increases the defense of the hero and their troops by 150, and boosts political influence by 6 points. 3 enhancements. Embedding a 10-star black obsidian increases strength by 10 points, embedding a 10-star red obsidian increases strategy by 10 points, and embedding a yellow obsidian increases speed by 10 points. No bloodshed? Capture the famous city? Upon hearing this system announcement, a massive stir immediately erupted across the entire server. This commotion was no less intense than that caused by the explosion of a massive bomb. How could they possibly capture a famous city without shedding a drop of blood? Shenlong's luck is just too good, isn't it? Wait, Sima Yi? Sima Yi, the strategist from the Three Kingdoms period? Soon, players discovered that Sima Yi was born in Hunan City. This is clearly handing Hunan City over to Chunlu. Just as players across the server were buzzing with discussion, the royal family's powerful figure, who was in the midst of rebuilding the city, burst into tears. Sima Yi had once been his trusted advisor, having repeatedly urged him to attack a famous city. Though he did not specify which city, it seemed as though he had not given Sima Yi the chance to speak either. How could I have handed over a city that required no military effort? The royal family's powerful figure deeply regretted it, recalling the city's ruthlessness, and felt so angry that his entire body itched. Since the city was destroyed by Zhang Hong, the ruthless tyrant had simply abandoned him and refused to acknowledge his existence. It was truly a case of when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter; when the wall collapses, everyone pushes. This left him utterly disheartened and completely disillusioned. Chapter 159, everything is going smoothly. But when he thought about the talent he had been given, he clenched his teeth and continued to strive forward. What he never could have imagined was that attacking other famous cities would also yield such generous rewards. At that moment, the royal noble suddenly recalled the important speech made by the big boss that night. At the time, the big boss had said, "To become stronger, you must conquer the system's famous cities. Once you conquer them, you will discover unexpected surprises." However, everyone seemed to overlook this statement, focusing instead on competing for divine forged equipment and forgetting about the rewards for conquering the famous cities. Zhang Hong recalled the daring adventurer who had ventured into the unknown. It seemed that this adventurer must have discovered something significant, which is why they chose to attack the famous city. This fact had even escaped Zhang Heng's notice. The daring adventurer currently engaged in a fierce battle in Nanjun City had indeed found himself in a disadvantageous position. His enemies had intervened at a critical moment, striking him from behind while he was attacking the famous city. The battle had been raging for 8 hours, causing him to suffer heavy casualties and waste a significant amount of treasure. Both sides have committed their financial resources to the fight. But just as they had finally breached the city walls, they suddenly heard the system announcement, which confirmed his suspicion: there would indeed be rewards for conquering subsequent major cities. With this in mind, Yongchuan Tanya decided to collaborate with Madashir Fonzi to launch a joint assault on the famous city. At the same time, War God City, Prosperous City, and Bandit City. Players on all the major rankings have discovered something, and one by one, they are shifting their attention to other famous cities. At this point, they are all focused on competing for the top spots. The details of these players will not be discussed further. Zhang Hong was taken aback. Attacking this famous city could yield such a generous reward? He had no idea about this. He had assumed that only the system-designated cities of Chunlu, Qinghai, and Yingchuan were eligible. If he could obtain the rewards from these cities, then Zhang Hang would have a strong motivation to attack famous cities. If he could obtain those cities later, Zhang Hong would have the motivation to attack the famous cities. No, it seems like plans never keep up with changes. Upgrading the city is a minor matter now. Attacking famous cities and securing the rewards is the real priority, as the rewards here are extremely generous. Just the 15-tier equipment alone is enough to make him ecstatic. I just wonder if capturing a famous city grants rewards to everyone or if there's a quota. Right now, I can't worry about that. Once I finish here, I'll head back to the city and attack the famous city. It's the perfect opportunity to have a little fun with old Chow. Let's start by planting my Chunlong flags on all the surrounding cities around Xuchang. City expansion token? Zhang Hong furrowed his brows. Aren't famous cities supposed to have unlimited recruitment? Zhang Hong was actually unaware of this. Currently, he knew that his two famous cities had each recruited 12 million soldiers, with the remainder yet to be summoned. However, he would find out soon enough. With the helmet, I can finally complete the set of equipment. Once I connect to the real world, I'll be able to summon the general into reality. Zhang Hong wore an expectant expression. Under the hospitality of the crowd, Zhang Hong entered the government office in Hanoi City. In the hall of the government office, the Sima family and Guohui gave Zhang Hong a grand reception. At the banquet, the guests clinked glasses, exchanged toasts, and enjoyed music and dance, so engrossed in the festivities that they forgot their homes. Zhang Hong could drink half a cup but wouldn't actually finish it. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the banquet that Xian Yu had specially arranged for Liu Bang at Hongmen. Could Sima Yi have also set up a Hongmen banquet for me? Zhang Hong shifted his gaze to Sima Yi, only to see him sitting there calmly. This guy doesn't drink, doesn't admire beautiful women, and just sits there. If it weren't for seeing everyone drinking sincerely, Zhang Hong might have really thought this was a trap. The banquet lasted 2 hours, and just as Zhang Hong was growing impatient, he finally heard the system notification sound. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlu for successfully capturing the 5-star general of the Three Kingdoms, Guohui. Currently, Guohui's loyalty is at 94%. When loyalty reaches 100%, he will never betray you. If loyalty drops below 60%, he may choose to betray you. Ding! Congratulations to player Chunlu for successfully capturing the Three Kingdoms 5-star scholar Sima Lang. Currently, Sima Lang's loyalty is 97. When loyalty reaches 100, he will never betray you. If loyalty drops to 60, he may choose to betray you. Additional hints from the Sima family have been heard. My lord, from now on, the Sima clan will follow your lead. As long as you need us, we will be the first to charge forward and fight to the death. Sima Yi stood up, clasped his hands together, and spoke with sincerity. Ding! Sima Yi has fulfilled his wish, is extremely excited, and his loyalty has increased by 4 points, reaching the maximum value. From now on, Sima Yi will devote himself wholeheartedly and fulfill his duties with utmost dedication. Ding! Since Sima Yi's loyalty has reached its maximum value, his third skill will disappear. Player Chunlu will permanently gain 5 points in strength and 5 points in strategy. Zhang Hong was overjoyed. He never expected that Sima Yi's wish would actually come true here. It seemed that his trip had not been in vain. Zhang Hong suddenly realized that he had misunderstood Sima Yi. It was possible that this guy had been waiting for this moment all along and had deliberately set up this challenge to test the player's skills. If the test was passed, he would reap a fortune. If not, Sima Yi would simply seek another master. As it turned out, his choice was indeed very wise. Once Sima Yi's loyalty reached its maximum, his face immediately lit up with a joyful smile. At that moment, Zhang Hong checked the status of the government office and then led everyone to the barracks. The barracks currently housed 100,000 tiger and leopard cavalry, 200,000 Qingzhou infantry, 300,000 Qingzhou archers, 300,000 Qingzhou spearmen, and 100,000 assault troops. Zhang Hong ignored the soldiers and immediately upgraded the 3 types of barracks to their maximum level. Inside the barracks, he saw the interface for converting original troop strength. I immediately converted all these troop types into the Iron Blood series. As for the frontline camp, it has been systematically integrated into the Iron Blood sword and shield infantry. As a result, 3.9 million Iron Blood Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, 3.8 million Iron Blood Sword and Shield Soldiers, 3.7 million Iron Blood Archer and Crossbowmen, and 3.7 million Iron Blood Spearmen were formed, bringing the total, including those previously converted, to 16 million. Just then, the system voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, player! The total military strength of the city of Hunan has reached 2 million, triggering the oath of loyalty from all civil and military officials. Upon triggering the oath of loyalty, all newly captured civil and military officials within the city, regardless of their loyalty level, will immediately reach maximum loyalty. Ding! Guohui is overwhelmed by the spectacle and his loyalty has reached maximum. From this day forward, Guohui will devote his utmost efforts and fulfill his duties with unwavering dedication. Ding! Sima Lang is visually stunning, deeply moved, and his loyalty has reached its peak. From now on, Sima Lang will devote his utmost efforts and fulfill his duties with unwavering dedication. Ding! Wu Damon is visually stunning, deeply moved, and his loyalty has reached its peak. From now on, Wu Damon will spare no effort and fulfill his duties with utmost dedication. Upon hearing Wu Damon's system notification, Zhang Heng's heart was filled with joy. This was undoubtedly the best news of the year. Chapter 160, a famous city with 50 million soldiers. This also meant that all the generals and strategists who had been swayed by the bandits' camp would instantly reach their maximum potential. Good. Zhang Heng's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam. This news was far better than obtaining a famous city. However, 16 million, and the soldiers of the famous city still have no upper limit? Could it be 20 million? At that moment, Zhang Hong continued to recruit. The number of troops in each unit has been expanded to 5 million. A total of 65 billion yuan was spent. Finally, Zhang Hong heard the system's notification sound. Ding, your famous city, Hanoi, has reached its recruitment limit. To break through the restriction, you can use the treasure famous city expansion token or upgrade the famous city's level. Each level increase adds 20 million troops, with a maximum of 5 levels. Upgrade the city's level? Zhang Hong recalled Xuchang City and Luoyang City, which were already 5th-tier cities. However, regardless of their status, the recruitment limits for famous cities remain in place. I wonder if the royal barracks has a limit. Zhang Hong also showed a look of anticipation. After reaching the recruitment limit, Zhang Hong went to the Divine Mechanics Corps, upgraded it, and forged 5,000 iron-blooded bed crossbows, recruiting 20,000 iron-blooded mobile soldiers. Finally, he returned to the government office to check the requirements for upgrading the city. City, Hanoi City. Grade, First-Class City. Population, 247,532,500. Buildings, 490,500. Area, 100,000 square kilometers. Food, 1.5 billion. Iron ore, 98.45 million. Stone, 89.72 million. Silver, 96 million. Reduce the consumption of soldiers and civilians by 50. Temple 20 Wang Zhaojun 20 Zhang Zhuzheng. Maximum reduction of 90. Any excess is not calculated. Troop numbers: 5 million iron-blooded tiger and leopard cavalry, 5 million iron-blooded archer and crossbowmen, 5 million iron-blooded sword and shield infantry, 5 million iron-blooded spearmen. Famous generals: Guo Huai. Notable figures: Sima Lang, etc. Fame: 90. Prosperity: 90. Economic index: 90. Safety value: 100. Public sentiment: 100. Government office level upgrade requirements: 100 city government office blueprints dropped by event boss Mountain Fortress. Zhang Hong rolled his eyes. It seemed he'd have to wait for future events. After a thorough inspection, Zhang Hong transferred 500 million units of grain to the city of Haiyai and ordered Sima Yi to lead 3 5-star generals and 5 4-star generals to the city of Qianlong, placing them under the command of Guo Huai. Immediately afterward, Zhang Hong activated the attributes and skills of Guo Huai and Sima Lang. Ding, Guo Hui's hidden attributes have been successfully activated, gaining 4 points in strength, 3 points in leadership, and 2 points in strategy. Infantry base stats increased by 60, and the exclusive barracks iron wall heavy shield infantry has been activated. Each hero can only activate this once. Iron wall heavy shield soldiers, Guo Huai's exclusive soldiers, limited to 100,000 units, 11th tier troop type, with 100 attack, 12,000 defense, 100 speed, and a cost of 5,000 jade coins, equipped with diamond gear. Skills: Hold firm eagle eye. Steadfast defense: defend the city, granting a 100% attack and defense bonus to soldiers inside the city, and increasing the range of ballistae and crossbows by 30. Keen eyesight: spot weaknesses and address them, permanently increasing your own combat strength by 1 point. Sima Lang's hidden attribute has been successfully activated, granting 1 point of combat power, 1 point of leadership, 4 points of strategy, and 5 points of politics. Each hero can only activate this ability once. Character: Sima Lang. Rank: 10th tier, level 91. Quality: 5 stars. Period: 3 kingdoms, Chao Wei. Military strength: 40. Command: 75. Strategy: 108. Politics: 101. Political attributes: diligent governance, solid as a rock. Diligent governance: diligent in governance and compassionate toward the people, deeply trusted by the populace. Increases urban resource output by 30. Fortress-like defense: participate in defending the city to increase the attack and defense of the garrison troops within the city by 30. Next, he constructed barracks for Guo Hui, used the Diamond Tiger Seal to recruit 300,000 iron wall heavy shield soldiers, and then departed. It must be said that these ironclad heavy shield soldiers are no ordinary troops. With an attack power of 100 and defense of 12,000, they are truly the strongest meat shields on the battlefield. Upon returning to Chunlu City, Zhang Hong immediately relocated the city to Chunlu City. Today marks the 7th day since the conquest of the famous city, which also means that today he will obtain 215 refined diamond-forged Etienne swords. Yuan Chengdu has become Zhang Heng's personal bodyguard, following him closely wherever he goes. After all, an assassination attempt had occurred last night. Accompanying him were 3 5-star bandit generals, who will remain in Chunlu City to assist with the defense. Upon entering Chunlu City, Zhang Hong activated the skills for Zhang Liao and Gao Shun, then proceeded to the government office to claim the diamond-inlaid heavily sword. Ding! Congratulations to player Qianlong for successfully occupying Chunlu City for a week and obtaining a 15 refined diamond Etienne sword. We hope you will continue your efforts and strive to earn further rewards. System announcement: congratulations to player Qianlong for successfully defending the famous city for a week and finally receiving the 15 refined diamond-encrusted Etienne sword after relentless efforts. We encourage all players to quickly dispatch troops to attack Chunlu City and obtain the treasures of the next phase. What's that? Zhang Hong was stunned. This was clearly encouraging players to come and die. Zhang Heng snorted lightly, ignoring the system, and instead checked the overall situation of Chunlu City. To his surprise, he discovered that Chunlu City was classified as a second-tier city. Did that mean he could recruit 40 million troops? To test this, Zhang Heng went to the barracks and began recruiting troops. After reaching 5 million soldiers, there were no restrictions, which meant that the army could indeed be expanded to 40 million. Zhang Heng was speechless. With so many soldiers, although he didn't know how large-scale the battles would become in the later stages, getting 40 million so easily seemed a bit excessive, didn't it? Zhang Heng didn't hesitate and immediately spent 13 billion to fully replenish all 4 types of troops to 10 million each. Gao Shun, Zhang Liao, and Sen Yu were stunned by the sheer number of soldiers. Not long ago, there were only 1 million soldiers in the city, but now there are 40 million, a 40-fold increase. What does that even mean? When Zhang Heng left Chunlu City, he took Gao Shun with him. Leaving Zhang Liao here with the other 3 5-star generals will be sufficient. Returning to Chunlu City, the scene shifts, and Zhang Heng finds himself once again near Qinghai City. A few minutes later, Zhang Heng led 3 5-star generals, accompanied by Gao Shun and Yuan Qingdu, and entered Qinghai City without any obstacles. Qinghai City was also a second-tier city. After obtaining the Tian sword in Qinghai City, Zhang Heng used the expand troops in a famous city token on Qinghai City, immediately granting it 50 million soldiers. He then activated the skills of Yang Yuji and Ran Min and equipped them with diamond amulet orders. As a result, their own strength became powerful, and the units they commanded were also upgraded. The number of undead beggar soldiers was directly increased to 600,000, and the number of pursuing bowmen was increased to 300,000. When leaving Qinghai City, Zhang Heng took Ran Min and Yang Yuji with him, leaving Gao Shun to lead the other 3 5-star generals to remain behind and defend the city. Chapter 161, The Divine General Li Yuanba. Ran Min, renowned for his martial prowess, had already been promoted to a 6-star general. Staying in the small city of Qinghai felt like a waste of his potential. Such a fierce warrior should be by your side at all times. Yang Yuji's archery skills were unmatched, and he played a significant role in the subsequent siege and capture of the city. After a busy period, Zhang Heng returned to Chunlu City. Inside the government office, Zhang Liang and the others were already discussing strategies to counter the attack on the famous city. By this time, it was already noon. System announcement: player Fonglin Huashan, leading 1 million troops under his command, after over 10 hours of fierce combat, has successfully captured the famous city of Nanjun City. As the 5th player to capture a famous city, the system will grant a generous reward: 1 piece of 15 refined diamond-forged flaming armor, 1 random rare troop unit blueprint, and 1 point of charisma. Fonglin Huashan? Zhang Heng was taken aback. Isn't that the same as brave and fearless and horse riding across the plains? How did he end up being taken by Fonglin Huashan? Zhang Heng didn't bother to respond, as another system notification sounded. System announcement: player has swept through the enemy ranks, leading their troops with passion and determination, and is now advancing toward the system-designated city of Kuaiji with a total combat power of 15 million. As a player attacking the system-designated city, you are hereby notified by the system. We wish you a great victory and a triumphant return. System announcement: a player stands out among the crowd, leading their troops with passion and determination, charging toward the system-designated city of Langya with a total combat power of 18 million. As a player attacking the system-designated city, you have received this special announcement. We wish you a great victory and a triumphant return. It seems that the players are all very excited and active, just like they've been injected with adrenaline. Zhang Heng ignored them and took the opportunity to log off and have dinner. After logging off, he noticed that Chen Qianxuan and a few others were also eating. After finishing our meal, we prepared to attack the nearby city of Sini. What about you? Where do you plan to attack? Chen Qianxuan asked instinctively upon seeing Zhang Heng. As soon as she asked, she suddenly remembered something and instinctively covered her mouth. The 3 women beside him stared at him in disbelief. Zhang Heng spoke calmly: Sini cannot be attacked. Shenlong is preparing to attack Sini, Runan, and Shangqiu, and to encircle Xuchang and eliminate Cao Cao. What? The 4 of them stared in disbelief, their expressions filled with shock. Zhang Heng ignored the 3 of them, finished his meal in a hurry, and logged online. After logging on, the strategists had basically reached a conclusion. Zhang Heng summoned Yuan Qingdu, Li Zuanxiao, and Li Yuanba to his side, presented Yuan Qingdu with a Diamond Tiger token, and upgraded his quality from 5 stars to 6 stars. Notice, 5-star General Yuan Qingdu has successfully advanced to 6 stars, with initial stats of 6 in strength, 5 in command, 3 in strategy, and 3 in politics. His cavalry attributes have been increased by 50. After being promoted to 6 stars, Yuan Qingdu's strength has reached a staggering 141 points, and his leadership has reached 97 points. Next, Zhang Heng produced 2 15 refined weapons and handed them to the 2 men, instructing them to equip them. Diamond 15 refined Divine Sword of Heaven equipped by a hero, it deals 5,000 attack damage, increases the attack of the hero and their troops by 150, and boosts the hero's strength by 6 points. 3 slots for enhancements. Embedding a 10-star black obsidian increases strength by 10 points, embedding a 10-star blue obsidian increases command by 10 points, and embedding a yellow obsidian increases speed by 10 points. A 15 refined weapon doesn't do much on its own, it only becomes truly powerful when equipped by a strong general. Ding! Should the player fuse the 15 refined diamond weapon, the Divine Sword of Heaven, into Li Tsuanxiao's Yuwang Spear? Fusing it into the general's weapon will completely merge the two, binding the Yuwang Spear to Li Tsuanxiao and making it his exclusive weapon. Zhang Hong chose confirm without hesitation. Ding! Li Tsuanxiao's fusion was successful, increasing his combat power by 16 points, leadership by 10 points, and speed by 10 points. Diamond weapon attributes increased by 6 points, with a 10-star obsidian embedded, adding 10 points to martial arts, resulting in a total of 16 points in martial arts. Note: should the player fuse the 15 refined diamond weapon, the Divine Sword of Heaven, into Li Yuanba's drum-beating golden hammer? Fusing it into a general's weapon will completely merge the two, binding the drum-beating golden hammer to Li Yuanba as his exclusive weapon. Ding! The system has detected that Li Yuanba currently has 2 drum-beating golden hammers. To unlock the full power of the dual hammers, 2 15 refined Divine Heaven Sword are required. Merging a single sword increases strength by 10 points, while merging both swords increases strength by 20 points. Should you proceed with the single sword merger or decline? Zhang Hong was taken aback, he had completely overlooked this issue. Single hammer, 10 points of strength, double hammers, 20 points of strength. That's terrifying combat power. Zhang Hong was speechless. Ding! The system has detected that player Chunlong still has 56.3 billion treasure coins. Would you like to spend 50 billion treasure coins to replace the current weapon with a 15 refined divine sword, thereby ensuring that both the drum-beating golden hammers have the optimal power of 15 refined? What? Zhang Hong was taken aback. Spending 500 billion to obtain a 15 refined piece of equipment? Note: it is not possible to obtain it simply by spending 500 billion. Instead, the system clones a second weapon based on the general's weapon and the player's 15 refined weapon. If the player does not possess the weapon, the general cannot have dual weapons, and cloning is not possible. Alright. Zhang Hong sighed helplessly, glancing at his empty pockets. To make Li Yuanba stronger, he decided to go with cloning. This was essentially spending 50 billion yuan to purchase a 15 refined weapon. This expense is no small matter. Zhang Hang felt a sharp pang of regret, his once plump pockets now as flat as a board, resembling nothing more than empty shells. Zhang Hong was helpless. Ding! Li Yuanba successfully fused the dual hammers, increasing his strength by 32 points, leadership by 20 points, and speed by 20 points. Zhang Hong was speechless. These stats are not just a little overpowered. This guy is going to be unstoppable from now on. Li Yuanba's combat strength is 168 points, and his leadership is 88 points. Li Tsuanxiao's martial arts skill is 142 points, and his leadership is 112 points. Yuan Qingdu has 135 points in martial arts and 97 points in leadership. Ran Min has 127 points in military strength and 105 points in leadership. Wu Qi's military strength is 102 points, leadership is 126 points, and strategy is 106 points. Chen Qingji's leadership is 121 points, and his strategy is 114 points. Next, Zhang Hong activated Li Yuanba's skill. Bao Dao: when facing a single enemy, the 5-star general's strength is 10, and the strategy is 10. The 6-star general's strength is 20, and the strategy is 20. Dominance: the stronger the opponent, the stronger he becomes, the tougher the challenge, the tougher he grows. He is unyielding to both strength and cunning. In one-on-one combat, a 5-star general has 10 strength and 10 strategy, a 6-star general has 20 strength and 20 strategy. Rage enters a furious state, granting a 100% critical hit rate. Defying Heaven: defeating a 6-star general grants a +1 boost to all 3 primary attributes. Thousand Slayer: kill 10 enemies to gain 2 points of strength, kill 100 enemies to gain 5 points of strength, kill 1000 enemies to gain 10 points of strength, kill 10,000 enemies to gain 20 points of strength, kill 100,000 enemies to gain 100 points of strength. Upon seeing these 4 skills, Zhang Hong couldn't stay calm. What's going on here? Are they being deified? This is completely insane. Who could possibly be a match for Li Yuanba from now on? Perhaps Li Yuanba can now take on 10-level bandits single-handedly? Moreover, his speed in clearing out bandit camps is no slower than anyone else's. These human cannonballs charge in like tigers entering a rabbit hutch, catching and eating whoever they can. Especially the terrifying 1000-man slayer. The maximum combat power can reach a terrifying 300 points. Zhang Hong was speechless, his breathing becoming slightly labored. This guy is terrifying. Chapter 162, Smoke signals rise everywhere, fires burn across the land. Chapter 162, Smoke signals rise, fires burn everywhere. System announcement: player Hongyan Tianxia, leading your troops with passion and determination, is launching a massive assault on the system-designated city of Guangping City. The estimated total combat power is 30 million. As a player participating in the assault on the system-designated city, you have received this system announcement. We wish you a resounding victory and a triumphant return. More players are gradually launching attacks on the system-designated city. Based on the current total troop strength of my city, Chunlu City, we can divide our forces into two groups and launch simultaneous attacks on two system-named cities, Chunlu City and Runan City. Currently, Chunlu City is defended by Pang De, a capable general under Cao Cao's command. The status of the strategists is unknown at this time, and the city is guarded by 1,000,000 soldiers. Runan City is defended by Zhang He, with the status of the strategists also unknown, and similarly guarded by 1,000,000 soldiers. Pang De hails from Xiliang and was once a subordinate of Ma Tang. He is a brave and skilled warrior with some strategic acumen. Zhang He was formerly a subordinate of Yuan Shao and has been appointed one of Cao Cao's 5 tiger generals, which speaks to his own capabilities. Zhang Liang spoke in a low voice. Zhang Hong remained silent, waiting for him to continue. The first route will be led by General Chen Qingji as the commander-in-chief, with me as his assistant, commanding generals Ran Min, Wu Damon, and Li Tsuanxiao, each commanding 150,000 invincible white-robed soldiers, 600,000 undead survivors, 300,000 royal cavalry, 500,000 royal archers, 500,000 royal spearmen, 500,000 royal heavy cavalry, 300,000 royal crossbow cavalry, 6 high shields, and 500 powerful catapults. They would launch an attack on Chunlu City. The second force, led by the Lord himself, with Chen Junshi as his assistant, commands General Li Yuanba, General Yuan Qingdu, and General Wu Qi, along with their forces of 1,500 cold-blooded Imperial Guards, 90,000 Tiger Roar dominant troops, 600,000 Rock Solid Way warriors, 400,000 Royal Archers, 300,000 Royal Spearmen, 500,000 Royal Heavy Cavalry, 200,000 Crossbow Cavalry, 6 High Shield Well Lantern Carts, and 500 Mighty Catapults, to launch an attack on Runan City. General Li Mu and General Yang remained inside the city to defend it. In fact, we could easily divide our forces into 3 groups, but for the sake of caution, we should split into 2 groups. What does the Lord think? Zhang Hong had no objections and said, let's proceed as planned. Immediately, Zhang Hong moved the city to the vicinity of Chunlu City. After Chen Qingji had led the various troops out of the city, he finally arrived at the outskirts of Runan City. System announcement: Player Chen Lon, leading his troops with passion and determination, is marching toward the system-designated city of Chunlu with a total combat strength of 32 million. As a player attacking a system-designated city, you have received this system announcement. We wish you a great victory and a triumphant return. Upon hearing the system announcement, Zhang Hong knew that Chen Qingji, with the assistance of Zhang Liang, had already launched an attack on Chunlu. Under Zhang Heng's command, the generals prepared their troops and horses. At a single command, they marched toward the city gates. System announcement: Player Chen Lon, leading his troops with passion and determination, is marching toward the system-designated city of Runan with a total combat power of 23 million. As the player launching an attack on the system-designated city, you have received this system announcement. We wish you a great victory and a triumphant return. Zhang Hong heard 2 system notifications, followed by several more in quick succession. One was from the War God by Qi, one from the Bandit King, and one from the Smiling Beauty. This afternoon, the vast game area was filled with smoke and fire, with battles raging everywhere. All the major players began to vie for control of the system's key cities. Under Qin Ping's arrangements, Wuqi directly commanded the Panshir Weiwu soldiers, protected by 6 well-fortified carts, and launched a swift attack on the southern city gate. Within the walls of Runan City, there were 300,000 archers, with Zhang He serving as the defending general. Upon learning that the city was under attack, Zhang He immediately ordered several of his 4-star generals and strategists to take up positions at the 4 city walls and implement defensive measures. Upon seeing that the south gate was under heavy attack, while the west, north, and east gates had not even a single soldier in sight, Zhang He narrowed his eyes, unable to fathom the enemy's intentions. 1,000 meters away, a vast army stretched out like a river, spanning several kilometers. The enemy troops had already launched a fierce assault on the southern city gates. Several high-shielded siege engines, assisted by soldiers and their perpetual motion machines, were rapidly advancing forward, followed by over 1,000,000 soldiers. As soon as they entered range, the Panshir Wei soldiers stationed behind the siege engines immediately issued the order to fire. The dense rain of arrows pierced the air, landing with a buzzing sound around the southern city gate. Zhang He hurriedly ordered the soldiers to take cover while instructing the archers inside the city to prepare for a counterattack. These archers were all 10th rank soldiers, with a shorter range than the Panshir Wei soldiers. Facing the hail of arrows, they were unable to withstand the initial assault, resulting in the deaths of 3,000 or 4,000 soldiers within the city walls. Zhang He then ordered the infantry to coordinate with the archers to form a defensive line against the arrows. As soon as they entered the archers' range, Zhang He shouted loudly, giving the order to fire, while simultaneously instructing the crossbows on the city walls to prepare for firing. General, the south gate is under heavy attack. Should we withdraw the archers from the other 3 gates to reinforce the south gate? A subordinate general asked. Earlier, we couldn't determine the situation at the other 3 gates, so Zhang He ordered 70,000 archers to station themselves at each of the 4 main gates, with the remaining 20,000 staying here. However, judging by the enemy's formation, they are clearly launching a fierce assault on the south gate and paying no attention to the other 3 gates. After some thought, Zhang He said, order the remaining 3 gates to each dispatch 30,000 archers to reinforce the south gate. The remaining archers are to hold their positions. With so many enemy soldiers, they certainly won't split their forces into separate columns. Zhang Yi's ability to be among the 5 elite generals is no coincidence. He does possess some strategic acumen. Yes, General. That subordinate general, issue the orders immediately. Soon, 90,000 archers began to approach the south gate. After the well-lawn cars quickly closed in, they issued the order to fire. Whoosh! Tens of thousands of arrows were fired from within the city. Qin Ping, who was at the rear, saw this and his eyes lit up. He said, "My lord, the opportunity has arrived." Zhang Hong was taken aback and blurted out, "What opportunity? The opportunity to breach the city walls?" "That's right." Qin Ping said, "From the number of arrows fired, it can be seen that the number of archers at the south gate has increased by half, which means that the number of archers at the other 3 gates has decreased. Based on the number of archers in Runan City, there are roughly 200,000 gathered at the south gate, which means that the other 3 gates have only around 40,000 archers. A decrease in the number of archers means that our casualties are also lower, which is why I earlier opposed the Lord's decision to have General Yuan Ba launch a reckless attack. While our forces launched a fierce assault, the enemy, unsure of our exact movements, naturally withdrew their defenses from the remaining 3 gates, thereby presenting us with an opportunity to capitalize on the situation." Chapter 163, Brutal Force. Earlier, Zhang Hong had intended to order Li Yuanba to launch a direct assault on the city gates. After all, his martial arts prowess had reached 168 points, and under his command, it had risen to 174 points. A mere city gate was easily breached, but Qin Ping, considering the casualties among his soldiers, declared that the enemy forces would certainly give Li Yuanba an opportunity to attack. Sure enough, Zhang Hong shook his head with a wry smile. It seemed that when it came to strategy, he was no match for these master strategists. At that moment, Qin Ping turned to Li Yuanba and said, "General Li, I am here. Your servant is here." Upon hearing this, Li Yuanba knew there was a mission and hurriedly bowed his fist in response. "You are ordered to lead your 90,000 Tiger Roar Dominion camp troops and 100,000 Royal Crossbow Cavalry from the rear camp, bypass the main camp, and attack the north gate directly. The Tiger Roar Dominion camp will charge forward, while the Royal Crossbow Cavalry will provide rear cover. Remember, as soon as the enemy enters range, immediately order the Crossbow Cavalry to fire. Do not give the enemy any opportunity to shoot. Your servant obeys your orders." At that moment, Li Yuanba led 90,000 Tiger Roar Dominion camp troops and 100,000 Royal Crossbow Cavalry from the rear army, bypassing the west gate, and entered the north gate's line of sight. Before the soldiers at the north gate could sound the trumpets, they immediately launched an assault on the north gate. The deafening roar of tens of thousands of cavalry was like an earthquake, shaking the earth and causing the mountains to tremble. The tens of thousands of archers on the city walls had been on high alert, but upon seeing the enemy approaching, they immediately sounded the trumpets. In an instant, the soldiers on the city walls stood in battle formation, ready for action. At a single command, tens of thousands of archers drew their bows to the fullest, ready to fire. Li Yuanba charged forward, resembling an enraged lion, swinging his twin hammers and roaring fiercely. The saber-toothed tiger king beneath him was deeply affected and roared angrily in response. In an instant, 90,000 saber-toothed tigers also roared angrily. The deafening roars echoed through the sky, sending shivers down the spines of the soldiers on the city walls, who cowered in fear, trembling uncontrollably. One soldier's hand trembled, and the arrow flew directly from the bow. Some were so terrified that they urinated uncontrollably. This was before the main attack even began, and they were already so frightened that they wet their pants. If a direct confrontation were to occur, wouldn't they be so scared that they'd just stick their heads out and wait to be harvested? The rear crossbow cavalry had just entered range when, under Li Yuanba's command, they fired a 3-round volley. The 100,000 crossbow cavalry were divided into 2 waves, with 50,000 in each wave, crossing each other and never stopping. The dense arrows instantly struck the tens of thousands of archers on the city walls, leaving them dead or wounded in a chaotic scene. After 3 consecutive rounds, only a few archers remained alive. Those who managed to survive were all hiding behind the city walls. Faced with such a ruthless offensive, the 4-star general on the city walls was completely stunned. Their eyes bulged so much they seemed ready to pop out of their sockets. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of cavalry arrived at the northern gate unscathed. Facing the massive city gates, Li Yuanba, from 100 meters away, rushed out with the drum-beating old man and his golden hammer. Hum! Under the friction of the air, the drum-beating golden hammer resembled a giant cannonball, colliding violently with the city gate amidst intense vibrations in the void. Boom! After a deafening crash, the city gate was shattered into flying debris by the terrifying force. However, the drum-beating old man with the golden hammer did not stop his charge, continuing to rush forward like a cannonball, heading straight for the interior. The tens of thousands of infantry and cavalry at the gate were struck down in large numbers by the furious collisions of the drum-beating old man with the golden hammer. Finally, after the drum-beating golden hammers had killed a dozen or so warhorses, they came to a steady halt on the ground. Wherever the old drummer with the golden hammer passed, severed limbs flew everywhere, and blood spurted in all directions. The scene was so gruesome that it was unbearable to look at. The surrounding soldiers were stunned into inaction, too afraid to fight. Even the four-star general was so frightened that his legs trembled uncontrollably, and a foul odor began to waft up from below. Kill! Li Yuanba roared loudly, leading tens of thousands of cavalry through the gates and charging into the city. With a single hand wielding a hammer, he slaughtered those around him, leaving the area a bloody mess and filled with screams of agony. The 90,000-strong Tiger Roar Dominion camp charged forward, resembling a meat grinder, leaving the surrounding soldiers dead in large numbers. Though filled with fear, the soldiers clenched their weapons tightly and charged forward, launching an attack on the enemy troops. However, the soldiers who had been terrified were no match for the enemy, and their second charge only resulted in more casualties. Zhang He on the southern city wall quickly received the order that the northern gate had been breached. Zhang He's eyes widened, and his body trembled involuntarily. How could that be? It couldn't have happened that fast, could it? Such incredible speed left Zhang He doubting his own life. It hadn't even been half an hour since the archers at the north gate reached the south gate, yet the city gate had been breached so easily? General, the enemy generals are far too fierce. Armed with a pair of massive hammers, they shattered the city gates from over a kilometer away, reducing them to splinters. The messenger exclaimed dramatically. As he spoke, he pulled out a piece of wood shaving as thick as a finger, looking terrified, and said again, "The huge city gate has turned into these things." After the city gate was breached, the fierce general charged straight in, killing our soldiers and leaving countless dead and wounded. General, quickly devise a strategy to break through the enemy's defenses. Zhang He's eyes flashed with fear, and he thought to himself, this man's martial arts skills are probably far superior to those of General Dian Wei. Zhang He was filled with fear, but his expression remained unchanged. At that moment, he descended from the city walls, took command of the 100,000 tiger and leopard cavalry within the city, and charged toward the north gate. Zhang He was no slouch either, leading his 100,000 tiger and leopard cavalry in a furious charge toward Li Yuanba. From 100 meters away, a fierce warrior could be seen wielding twin hammers like a mountain tiger, leaving a trail of blood and carnage in his wake. Zhang He was both terrified and filled with rage. Before he even reached them, he shouted loudly, "You bandit general, don't be so arrogant. Come and face your death." Having said this, Zhang He swung his long spear like a coiling snake, striking fiercely toward Li Yuanba's chest. Li Yuanba, enraged and in the midst of 1,000 manslaughter, was in a critical state. Seeing Zhang He attacking from above, he ignored him entirely. The drum beater swung his golden hammer, striking Zhang He's spear with tremendous force. The spear let out a clanging sound and was immediately bent at a 90-degree angle by the hammer. Snap! Zhang He let out a piercing scream as his two powerful arms were shattered by the immense force of the impact. However, at that moment, Li Yuanba swung his hammer at the spear that was thrust toward him from the side. To his surprise, the hammer struck with such force that it shattered Zhang He's head and the helmet he wore on it into pieces. Zhang He's headless body thudded to the ground, falling from his horse. The horse beneath him, startled, bolted away at full speed. Chapter 164, The Fireworks Display to Deceive the Princes. After the north gate was breached, Zhang Heng heard a series of system alerts. Ding, Li Yuanba has killed 10 people, increasing his combat power to 2, reaching 176 points. Ding, Li Yuanba has slain 100 enemies, increasing his combat power to 5 and reaching 181 points. Ding, Li Yuanba has killed 100 people, with a combat power of 5, reaching 181 points. Ding, Li Yuanba has slain 1,000 enemies, increasing his combat power by 10 points, reaching a total of 191 points. Ding, Li Yuanba has entered critical strike mode, increasing critical strike damage by 100. Ding, Li Yuanba accidentally killed Zhang He, a famous general of the Chao Wei Kingdom in the Three Kingdoms period. Upon hearing this final prompt, Zhang Heng froze in surprise. What was going on? Did I accidentally one-shot kill it? Zhang Heng felt a bit regretful. After all, Zhang He was one of the 5 valiant generals of Chao Wei. To have him killed like this, wasn't that a bit too tragic? Zhang Heng shook his head and did not dwell on it further. He directly led Qin Ping and Yuan Qingdu, along with their troops, toward the north gate. At the same time, under the command of Chen Qingji, over 2 million soldiers also launched a massive assault on Chunlu City. The strategy employed was the same, a single-pronged assault. These offensive strategies were all pre-planned, which is what is known as knowing your enemy and knowing yourself, ensuring victory in every battle. Under the command of Chen Qingji, the well-fortified carts led the way, followed by 500,000 royal spearmen and shield-bearers, who launched the initial assault on the city gates. Behind the royal spearmen, 500,000 archers and crossbowmen stood ready in formation. As both sides entered the city, a new round of mutual fire began. Within Chunlu City were Wei General Pang Di and strategist Lu Yi. Lu Yi was also somewhat famous during the Three Kingdoms period. Facing the enemy's attack, Lu Yi remained calm and ordered Pang Di to issue defensive orders. However, despite the city's million-strong garrison, which seemed formidable in number, to the soldiers of Chunlu City, they were nothing but paper tigers. Their archers cannot shoot as far as I can, and their army's combat strength is no match for ours. The moment we face off, you'll start questioning your existence. Such a stark contrast in combat left Pang Di and Lu Yi feeling utterly hopeless. But what awaited him was even more despairing. Up ahead, Chen Qingji was launching a fierce assault, drawing the attention of the majority of the enemy forces. At the east gate, Li Tsuanxiao's assault directly smashed the city gates. As for Ran Min and Wu Damon, they followed Li Tsuanxiao and charged into the east gate. When Zhang Hong entered Runan City, the gates of Chunlu City were also forced open. Li Tsuanxiao and Ran Min charged into the city one after another and launched a furious attack. But just then, several system announcements sounded in quick succession. The sound caught the players off guard. System announcement: due to the regional restrictions of the Chinese server, 20 system-designated cities have been set ablaze one after another. The game has now entered the Battle for Central Plains phase, where the flames of war will test the loyalty of the feudal lords. A new chapter has begun. In this chaotic era, warlords vie for dominance, smoke rises from the battlefields, and the land is engulfed in flames. Many heroic warriors refuse to settle for mediocrity, rising to prominence, leading their troops into battle, and striving for a brighter future. Upon hearing the news, the warlords across the land grew furious and immediately summoned their troops to issue decrees of conquest against the heroic figures. All heroes and warriors, upon hearing this, must prepare their defenses to prevent their rear forces from being attacked by the feudal lords' armies. In other words, a new chapter has begun. From now on, whenever players lead troops to attack famous cities, they must be prepared to defend against the attacks of the various feudal lords. Currently, the first-tier warlords in the game include Chaoqiao in Xuchang City, Lubian in Luoyang City, Dongzhuo in Chang'an City, Lubei in Bashu, Yuan Shao in Jizhou, and Sun Quan in Dongwu. As for the 18 warlords who initially followed Yuan Shao, they are all classified as second-tier warlords, such as Yuan Shu of Nanyang, Bao Xian of Jibei, Tao Qin of Suzhou, Lu Biao of Jingzhou, Gongsun Zan of Yuzhou, and Ma Tang of Xiliang. They hold nominal titles and make brief appearances, ensuring that these heroes who might otherwise be forgotten do not truly fade into history. System announcement: Cao Cao, the first-class warlord, upon hearing that Chunlu City was under attack, flew into a rage and immediately dispatched his general Dian Wei, leading an army of 1 million tiger and leopard cavalry, 1 million light cavalry, 1 million Qingzhou archers, 1 million crossbow cavalry, and 1 million assault troops. A massive force of 5 million soldiers has departed from Xuchang City and is heading toward Chunlu City. They are expected to arrive near Chunlu City within half an hour. Players are advised to prepare for battle. Defeating Cao Cao's army will result in generous rewards. System announcement: Cao Cao, the first-ranked feudal lord, upon hearing that Runan City is under attack, flew into a rage and has dispatched his subordinate general Su Huan, leading an army of 100,000 tiger leopard cavalry, 100,000 light cavalry, 100,000 Qingzhou archers, 100,000 crossbow cavalry, and 100,000 assault troops. A massive force of 5 million soldiers has departed from Xuchang City and is heading toward Runan City. They are expected to arrive near Runan City in half an hour. Players are advised to prepare for battle. Defeating Cao Cao's army will result in generous rewards. System announcement: Cao Cao, the first-ranked feudal lord, upon hearing that Runan City is under attack, flew into a rage and has dispatched his subordinate general Su Huan, leading an army of 100,000 tiger leopard cavalry, 100,000 light cavalry, 100,000 Qingzhou archers, 100,000 crossbow cavalry, and 100,000 assault troops. A massive force of 5 million soldiers has departed from Xuchang City and is heading toward Runan City. They are expected to arrive near Runan City in half an hour. Players are advised to prepare for battle. Defeating Cao Cao's army will result in generous rewards. System announcement: Cao Cao, the first-ranked feudal lord, upon hearing that Jinan City is under attack, flew into a rage and immediately dispatched his subordinate general Xiahou Yuan, leading an army of 100,000 tiger leopard cavalry, 100,000 Qingzhou spearmen, 100,000 Qingzhou archers, 100,000 crossbow cavalry, and 100,000 assault troops. A massive force of 5 million soldiers has departed from Xuchang City and is heading toward Jinan City. They are expected to arrive near Jinan City within 2 hours. Players are advised to prepare for battle. Defeating Cao Cao's army will result in generous rewards. System announcement: Cao Cao, the first-ranked feudal lord, upon hearing that Yingchuan City has been occupied by heroic warriors, flew into a rage and has dispatched his subordinate general Xiahou Dun, leading an army of 100,000 iron-blooded tiger and leopard cavalry, 100,000 iron-blooded crossbow cavalry, 100,000 iron-blooded Qingzhou archers, and 100,000 iron-blooded frontline troops. A massive force of 5 million soldiers has departed from Xuchang City and is advancing toward Yingchuan City. They are expected to reach the vicinity of Yingchuan City within half an hour. Players are advised to prepare for battle. Defeating Cao Cao's army will result in generous rewards. Cao Cao launched consecutive attacks on 12 cities. These were Yingchuan City, Chunlu City, Qinghai City, Jinan City, Seni City, Runan City, Luqing City, Langus City, Hunan City, Shanyang City, Donghai City, and Jibei City. The military generals dispatched include Dianwei, Su Huan, Xiaohuan, Xiaohodun, Xiaohoshang, Xiaohong, Xiaochun, Xiaozhen, Xiaoxiu, Xiaoang, Xiaozhang, and Xiaopai. The strategists accompanying them include Chengyu, Jiasu, and Zhang Ji. Inside the city, only Cao Ren, a skilled defender, remained, along with Gui Jia and Sun Yu. To subdue these rebels, Cao Cao dispatched his 3 sons, each accompanied by strategists. At the same time, Sun Quan and Liu Bei, as well as Yuan Shao and Dong Zhuo, also launched campaigns against the players. However, among these figures, Cao Cao stands out as the most wealthy and powerful, having dispatched 12 armies in total, amounting to 60 million troops. This is no joke. With 60 million troops, even if you were to attack a renowned city like Chunlu, it would be difficult to defend it without external support, even with 40 million troops. After all, once a famous city enters battle, it cannot continue to recruit troops. When Zhang Heng received this series of orders, he was in the city spreading disinformation. Chapter 165, The Optimal Moment to Attack Xuchang City. After casting the Divide spell twice in succession, he gained nearly 100,000 soldiers. The fierce battle within the city was still ongoing. Everywhere, soldiers were fleeing in all directions. After being attacked by the ruthless Imperial Guard, many of them met their end. Military strategist. After hearing the system announcement, Zhang Heng told Chen Ping about Cao Cao's decision to dispatch troops. This time, Cao Cao's large army had set out on a campaign. If they couldn't capture the key city within the designated timeframe, they would need to prepare for defense. Zhang Heng does not consider Runan City or other famous cities like Hunan City, but he is deeply concerned about Seni City. Runan City has him, so he can prepare in advance, but Seni City cannot. Currently, Seni City is engaged in intense combat. If accurate information is not provided to Seni City at the precise time, we will face a fierce battle. After Zhang Heng voiced his concerns, Chen Ping stroked his beard and smiled, saying, "My lord need not worry about the situation in Seni City. To be honest, my lord, the reason we split our forces into 2 groups instead of 3 was to be cautious and avoid unnecessary complications. After all, during our previous attacks on the famous city, we frequently encountered ambushes from other factions. If Cao Cao doesn't come, that's fine, but if he does, we will certainly suffer heavy casualties." At this point, Chen Ping suddenly remembered something, his expression changed, and he hurriedly asked, "My lord, how many troops did Cao Cao send?" Zhang Heng was taken aback and replied, 12 divisions. "How many soldiers are there in each route?" Chen Ping stared intently and asked again, "Which generals are they?" Seeing this expression, Zhang Heng seemed to realize something. It seemed that having a higher level of strategy did have its advantages. At that moment, Zhang Heng explained the 12 military units in detail. "Great!" Chen Ping spoke excitedly, his words flying out as he said, "Does the Lord have any interest in capturing Xuchang City in one fell swoop?" Zhang Heng's eyes lit up, but before he could speak, Chen Ping continued, "Now is the perfect time." Cao Cao dispatched 12 armies, each with 5 million soldiers, totaling 60 million. According to the precise information previously provided by Zheng De, Xuchang had a total of 75 million troops, and after deploying 60 million, only 15 million remained. The 12 armies are not merely 12 armies, they also include 12 generals. In other words, this is precisely when the military forces in Xuchang are at their weakest, a golden opportunity that has been handed to us on a silver platter. Chen Ping was unable to calm his emotions and spoke with great passion. 12 million soldiers when the city of Xuchang was militarily vulnerable? This is probably the craziest joke I've heard this year. Zhang Heng unconsciously wiped the cold sweat from his brow and secretly considered whether he should go crazy with Chen Ping. Compared to the formidable military strength of Xuchang City, which now numbered 12 million, this was undoubtedly their weakest moment. Furthermore, according to the system's prompts, these 1.2 million troops can be broken down as follows: 500,000 Xingzhou archers, 100,000 Iron Blood Xingzhou archers, 300,000 shield infantry, 300,000 Xingzhou spearmen, and apparently 20,000 war chariots. The military strategist in Xuchang City still has 200,000 war chariots. This will be no easy task. Zhang Heng is well aware of the terrifying power of chariots. There is no need for the Lord to worry about the 200,000 chariot troops, as they will be dealt with by the rock-solid Weiwu soldiers and the undead beggar soldiers. Chen Ping said, "What the Lord must focus on now is securing the 5 million troops dispatched to Runan City." Zhang Heng rubbed his forehead. This seemed like a headache. After all, 500,000 troops equated to 50 million combat points when calculated by combat strength. How do you think we should stop these 500,000 troops? Zhang Heng asked. The enemy is expected to arrive at Runan City in 20 minutes, which seems very urgent. Chen Ping stroked his beard and said calmly, after General Li Yuanba breached the city walls, he has already led his troops to occupy the East Gate and West Gate. General Wu Qi has also led his main forces to storm into the city through both gates. All our troops have entered the city, and victory is imminent. However, even if we act swiftly, it may be difficult to clean up the mess before the enemy arrives. Therefore, the best course of action at this moment is to dispatch troops from Chunlu City. Currently, Chunlu City still has 1.1 million Royal Crossbowmen, 1.5 million Royal Spearmen, 500,000 Royal Crossbow Cavalry, 80,000 Rock Shield Soldiers, 300,000 Pursuing Bowmen, and 30,000 Charioteers. With these troops under the command of Generals Yuan Ba and Yuan, we can certainly hold them back. If the Lord can take the opportunity to spread a few words of discord, we could completely resolve the situation. Military strategy is truly extraordinary. Zhang Hong couldn't help but praise. Immediately, Zhang Hong ordered someone to notify Li Yuanba to lead his troops and come forward to receive orders. After the messenger departed, Zhang Hong turned his gaze toward Qin Ping, who was frowning deeply, as if troubled by something. Unable to help himself, he asked, "Could it be that the military strategist has something else to worry about?" "I must be honest with you, my lord. There is a crucial step in this attack on Xuchan." Qin Ping said, "If this crucial step is not handled properly, our army will suffer heavy casualties." "Which stage?" Zhang Hong frowned and asked. "Cao Cao has dispatched 12 divisions of troops, leaving Xuchan's forces depleted. However, how long can the various factions delay these troops? We must be vigilant about this. If these factions are outmatched and retreat in disarray, the troops we've sent out will return swiftly," Qin Ping said. Zhang Hong furrowed his brows. These were indeed issues, but the military strategist need not worry. Once Cao Cao's troops set out, 8 or 9 out of 10 will not return. Even if they do, they will be nothing but a ragtag band of defeated soldiers. In times of chaos, warlords vie for control, and various factions will undoubtedly spend heavily to recruit troops and secure rewards. Even if they have no soldiers, they will spend money to hire them," Zhang Hong said with a smile. This was something Qin Ping, a character in the system, could never have imagined. "In that case, I can rest assured." Qin Ping breathed a sigh of relief. Li Yuanba quickly arrived with his troops. At that moment, Zhang Hong ordered someone to brief Wu Qi, then led Qin Ping, Yuan Chengdu, Li Yuanba, along with their 90,000 Tiger Roar Dominion camp troops, 500,000 Royal Heavy Cavalry, and 200,000 Royal Archer and Crossbowmen, departing in a mighty procession from Runan City. On the way back to the city, Qin Ping ordered Li Yuanba to lead these troops to the mainland to prepare for blocking the enemy. Time was limited, and the enemy forces could arrive at any moment. If they did, Runan City would be in grave danger. After making arrangements for Li Yuanba, Zhang Hong, along with Yuan Chengdu and Qin Ping, quickly returned to the city. This was a plain charge battle, and Zhang Hong swiftly assembled 100,000 Royal Heavy Cavalry. Chapter 166, The Terrifying Human Reaper. Then, alongside Qin Ping and Yuan Chengdu, he led an army of 1 million Royal Heavy Cavalry, 800,000 Royal Archers, 1 million Royal Spearmen, and 300,000 Royal Crossbow Cavalry, marching out of the city in a mighty procession. Time was of the essence, there was no time to waste. Despite this, the 3 million soldiers were delayed by nearly half an hour. By the time the main army arrived at the front lines, Zhang Hong could already hear Li Yuanba's various martial arts alerts echoing in his mind. In the blink of an eye, the Thousand Slayer attribute was activated. Under Qin Ping's command, the Royal Gun Shield soldiers formed the front line, with archers and crossbowmen in the rear, creating a unique intercepting formation. Zhang Hong stationed an additional 500 elite bodyguards from the Cold-Blooded Guard Regiment around Qin Ping, tasked with ensuring his safety at all times. Meanwhile, he led Yuan Chengdu and his forces, including 1,000 cold-blooded guards, 1 million Imperial Heavy Cavalry, and 300,000 Royal Crossbow Cavalry, charging toward the enemy lines. As far as the eye could see, the scene was vast and chaotic, with people everywhere. However, despite its massive size, the formation appeared chaotic. Li Yuanba's sudden charge caught Su Huang off guard. When the two sides were still over 10,000 meters apart, Li Yuanba received a report from a scout, then roared loudly and led the 790,000 cavalry behind him into a charge. The 790,000 cavalry were led by the Tiger Roar Dominion camp at the front, the Royal Crossbow Cavalry in the center, and the Royal Heavy Cavalry on both sides. All of this was meticulously arranged by Qin Ping. Although Li Yuanba's command rating has reached 86 points, he does not yet possess this capability. The cavalry charged forward in a massive formation. As soon as they entered range, before the enemy archers could draw their bows, the 90,000-strong Tiger Roar Dominion camp engaged the 200,000 Royal Crossbow Cavalry in a furious volley of arrows while still in full gallop. The archers in the rear attempted to fire, but their range was insufficient. The crossbow cavalry wanted to shoot, but they also faced suppression because their range was insufficient at the start. Li Yuanba's side were all cavalry. Su Huang's troops include heavy cavalry, light cavalry, crossbow cavalry, archers, and the frontline brigade. Although their speed is enhanced by the boost from Xuchang City, their troop type is ranked at the 10th tier, which significantly reduces their range and combat effectiveness. After several rounds of firing, before the two sides even engaged in close combat, over 200,000 soldiers had already been killed. The archers in the rear could only watch helplessly. These 100,000 archers were an absolute life-or-death challenge for the cavalry led by Li Yuanba. Unfortunately, the archers were positioned at the rear of the formation. In the midst of the urgent battle, Su Huang had no time to order the rear archers to quickly form a defensive formation. By the time Li Yuanba's troops entered the archers' range, they realized that once they drew their bows and fired, it wouldn't just be Li Yuanba's 790,000 soldiers who would be killed, their own troops would also be hit. This put Su Huang in a disadvantageous position. Fortunately, they still had 100,000 crossbow cavalry, which would be more than enough to give Li Yuanba's cavalry a run for their money. However, before Li Yuanba's cavalry could enter the range of the enemy's crossbow cavalry, Li Yuanba's crossbow cavalry had already begun firing at the enemy's crossbow cavalry to suppress them. Under the suppression of Li Yuanba's crossbow cavalry, the enemy cavalry managed to charge forward about 400 or 500 meters. They also killed over 400,000 enemy crossbow cavalry. At this point, the role of the crossbow cavalry on the battlefield could not be overstated. This is also the strength of the Tiger Roar dominance camp, capable of both close combat and long-range attacks. However, the enemy's crossbow cavalry ultimately proved too overwhelming in numbers. That single volley of arrows left nearly 100,000 corpses in the wake of Li Yuanba. Most of these corpses were Royal Heavy Cavalry and Royal Crossbow Cavalry, with only a few from the Tiger Roar Dominion camp. The defenses of the Tiger Roar Dominion camp are no joke. Anyone who was shot dead was undoubtedly turned into a hedgehog. With over 100,000 of their own dead, Li Yuanba was instantly enraged. When the two sides were dozens of meters apart, Li Yuanba roared loudly, and the saber-toothed Tiger King beneath him bellowed furiously, followed by the over 80,000 saber-toothed tigers behind him, all roaring in unison. The deafening roars filled the air with a bloodthirsty stench, and the killing intent reached the heavens. The savage, ferocious beasts, baring their fangs and snarling, terrified the opposing warhorses, causing them to tremble in fear. Some, unable to withstand the pressure, stumbled and fell to the ground. Su Huang had already been shaken to the core by the sight of the tens of thousands of saber-toothed tiger mounts, but as the commander-in-chief of the three armies, he had to muster his courage and lead his troops into battle, despite his fear. Kill! Su Huang widened his eyes, let out a loud shout, and led the light cavalry charging at the front and the tiger leopard cavalry following behind in a fierce charge. Facing Su Huang charging toward him, Li Yuanba roared, raised his hammer with his right hand, and smashed it down onto the axe blade that was swinging toward him. With a single blow, the massive, sharp-bored axe was struck so forcefully that it flew out of Su Huang's hands. Clang! Ka-cha! Ah! Three sudden, jarring sounds rang out one after another. The intense collision, accompanied by sparks, sent the battle axe flying, but also shattered Su Huang's two arms. Su Huang couldn't help but let out an agonizing scream. But as Li Yuanba's left hammer swung up, Su Huang, amidst the piercing screams of agony, instinctively closed his eyes, filled with despair and unwillingness. The previous blow had already shattered his arm. If this one struck, wouldn't it crush his skull? Sure enough, before Su Huang's agonized screams had even faded, Li Yuanba had already smashed his skull to pieces. The piercing screams came to an abrupt halt. With Su Huang's death, the rear troops immediately fell into chaos. Li Yuanba roared, shouting, "The rebel general is dead. Follow me into battle." These soldiers wouldn't defect, it was system set. Either kill them or divide them. After Su Huang's death, the enemy's morale plummeted. Li Yuanba led the remaining 600,000 cavalry, charging recklessly under a hail of arrows, like wild wolves entering a sheep pen, killing the enemy in a chaotic frenzy, leaving the battlefield littered with the dead and wounded. However, under the overwhelming force of the enemy troops, many of their own men were also killed in the ensuing battle. This was undoubtedly the most casualties Li Yuanba had ever suffered in battle since he had taken command of the troops. At this point, Li Yuanba had no choice but to continue charging forward. The enemy's morale was shattered, and their ranks were in disarray. Li Yuanba kills with ruthless efficiency, blood spilling everywhere, leaving a trail of carnage in his wake, as if he were a relentless meat grinder. In the blink of an eye, the number of soldiers killed by him had already reached over 10,000. That terrifying martial prowess also skyrocketed. By the end, he was like a human reaper, mercilessly taking lives. In the blink of an eye, the enemy was left in disarray, fleeing for their lives. Just then, Zhang Heng arrived with his elite troops. Zhang Heng's arrival significantly increased the enemy's casualty rate. Leading a large army into the enemy ranks, he cast a spell of division, gaining as many as 80,000 soldiers. Zhang Heng was satisfied and continued to lead his troops in the assault. Just then, a system announcement sounded in his ears. System announcement: player Qianlong, leading 1,000,000 troops under his command, after over 3 hours of fierce combat, has successfully captured the famous city of Xinyang. As the 6th player to capture a famous city, the system will grant you a generous reward: 15 refined diamond tier 1000-mile flying cloud steed and a random rare troop type city expansion scroll. Has Xini City been captured? Zhang Heng showed an excited expression. So, what will become of Dianwei's army advancing toward Xinyang City? Chapter 167, The Fierce General Dianwei. Zhang Liang was skilled in open strategies and cautious in military affairs. Chen Qingji was bold and strategic, skilled in planning, and adept at military tactics. After the Battle of Cinni, Chen Qingji led the troops in the front lines. Zhang Liang, meanwhile, remained in the rear, dispatching no fewer than 100 scouts into the surrounding area within several miles. This was the first major siege battle since Zhang Hong had left. Zhang Liang would not tolerate any mistakes in the battle. After Li Zuanxiao breached the eastern gate of Cinni City, Chen Qingji decisively abandoned the intense assault on the southern gate. He left only a small contingent of soldiers to hold the eastern gate, while the main force followed in single file through the gate. Once the east gate fell, the north and west gates also succumbed under the command of Ran Min and Li Zuanxiao, one after another. Ultimately, all the main forces surrounded the south gate, and victory was once again within their grasp. Just then, Zhang Liang at the rear received bad news from a scout. The scout reported that the enemy forces were 10 miles away, advancing rapidly towards Cinni City. The exact number was unknown, but judging by their formation, they were at least twice the size of our army. More than twice as many. Zhang Liang's eyes widened as he asked about the accuracy of the report. Zhang Liang narrowed his eyes and asked about the accuracy rate. The scout replied, "I'll stake my life on it." Zhang Liang also had complete trust in these spies. They were all trained by him and had unique methods for military tactics, strategic planning, and calculations. But these numbers are more than double that, over 5 million each. This is no joke. Zhang Liang asked again what kind of troops they had. The scout replied, "The details are unclear, but there are war horses galloping ahead, and infantry are swiftly pursuing from the rear." Zhang Liang grew uneasy. After some deliberation, he ordered the scout to reconnoiter the terrain through which the enemy had passed, while he mounted his warhorse and rushed eastward toward the eastern gate. Upon entering the east gate, he found Chen Qingji and briefed him on the situation. "General Chen, enemy forces are advancing rapidly 10 miles away, moving with great force. Preliminary reports indicate they have both infantry and cavalry, with numbers exceeding our forces by more than double. Their target is directly towards Cinni City. If my assessment is correct, these troops have been dispatched from Xuquan City." Zhang Liang shared his plan. The enemy's direction of approach was Xuquan City. As someone from Yingchuan City, Zhang Liang had some familiarity with the surrounding areas. Combining this with the previous assassination attempt on the Lord by Cao Cao, someone as intelligent as Zhang Liang couldn't help but consider this possibility. After all, their current actions amount to attacking Cinni City right under Cao Cao's nose. As for why the battles at Yingchuan City and Chunlu City did not suffer a surprise attack, that is beyond Zhang Liang's realm of consideration. At that time, the era of feudal lords had not yet begun, but now it had entered that phase, and the thinking of strategists was gradually undergoing subtle changes. Chen Qingji furrowed his brows, gazing at the battle nearing its end, and suddenly had an idea. Over the past few days, he had come to understand Zhang Liang's personality quite well. Immediately notify Ran Min to lead 600,000 undead survivors, 400,000 Royal Heavy Cavalry, 300,000 Royal Crossbow Cavalry, 300,000 Royal Spear and Shield Infantry, 300,000 Royal Archers, and 150,000 ever-victorious White Robe soldiers to rush to the outskirts of the city and set up an ambush, attempting to block their advance. As for the battle within the city, it has been entrusted to Zhang Liang and Li Zuanxiao. After the main army departed, there were still 300,000 elite cavalry, 100,000 royal archers, 100,000 royal spearmen, and 100,000 royal heavy cavalry within the city, while the enemy forces inside the city had been reduced to fewer than 200,000. Leaving so many behind was also out of fear that other forces might come to raid the city. The vast army marched out of the north gate and charged forward. On the road, Chen Qingji encountered a scout. The scout was sent by Zhang Liang to investigate the surrounding formations. Upon hearing the scout's report, Chen Qingji burst into laughter and said, "Zhang Liang has prepared meticulously, anticipating the enemy's moves with divine precision. His strategic brilliance is truly awe-inspiring. I admire him deeply." Immediately, he ordered 200,000 royal archers to form the first wave, hiding on both sides of the valley ahead. They were to ignore the cavalry as they passed by. Once the archers were in position, they were to fire relentlessly at both the cavalry and the archers, causing chaos among the enemy ranks. Order Ran Min to lead 600,000 undead beggar soldiers and 300,000 royal crossbow cavalry as the second wave. As soon as the enemy's vanguard enters within 2,000 meters, charge swiftly and prepare for fire. Order 300,000 royal spearmen and 100,000 royal archers to remain in the rear, forming a defensive formation to block any remaining soldiers attempting to break through the lines. He, meanwhile, will lead 150,000 invincible white robe troops and 400,000 royal heavy cavalry as the third wave. After Ran Min's main force has launched its assault, he will capitalize on the chaos to deliver the finishing blow. With this three-pronged assault, no matter how numerous the enemy forces were, they could be caught off guard and defeated. As the enemy's front cavalry passed by, the central cavalry archers appeared in sight. Immediately, the archers on both sides of the valley aimed at the cavalry archers and launched a furious volley of arrows once they entered range. The crossbow cavalry, caught off guard, were hit by the arrows and suffered heavy casualties in an instant. The frontline crossbow cavalry, caught in the chaos of the attack, were unable to react in time, and in their frantic retreat, collided head-on with the rearguard crossbow cavalry. This collision immediately plunged the crossbow cavalry and the large army behind them into chaos. The chaos disrupted the advance of the rear troops. The troops led by Dian Wei were at the forefront, with light cavalry charging ahead, followed by the tiger and leopard cavalry, then the crossbow cavalry, and bringing up the rear were the frontline infantry and archers. After the crossbow cavalry was severely weakened, the rear guard and archers also fell into chaos. In an instant, the 200,000 archers and crossbowmen on both sides of the valley unleashed a furious barrage of arrows at the disorganized enemy forces. The enemy troops, caught in the crossfire, returned fire upward. However, this single encounter claimed the lives of at least 600,000 enemy troops. When Dian Wei, who was leading the charge at the front, received news of the chaos in the rear, he was furious and immediately ordered his subordinate generals to go and restore order. Meanwhile, his main army gradually slowed down and came to a halt. But just then, Ran Min's second wave charged forward. 1,000 meters away, the vast army surged forward like a primordial beast, its rush sending Dian Wei's heart into turmoil. The general's enemy forces had already prepared an ambush. We must either retreat quickly or charge forward with our troops. If we retreat, defeat is certain. If we charge, with our 100,000 light cavalry and 100,000 tiger leopard cavalry, we should have more than enough to crush the enemy forces. Another subordinate general said. There is no question of retreating. The Chancellor has entrusted me with this mission and ordered me to lead the army. I, Dian Wei, swear to annihilate the enemy forces and rescue Chunlu City from the brink of destruction. Dian Wei, with a fierce and menacing expression, held his hammers in both hands and roared furiously, "All soldiers, follow me into battle." Chapter 168, Ran Min vs Dian Wei. Kill! The rear 20,000 troops roared in unison. At Dian Wei's command, they all struck the backs of their horses and charged forward madly. Dian Wei was a fearsome warrior, renowned as the mightiest general in Cao Cao's army. All the soldiers held Dian Wei in the highest regard. At his command, the entire army's morale soared instantly. However, Ran Min led 600,000 undead soldiers and 300,000 royal crossbow cavalry, surging forward in a vast and chaotic horde. When the two armies were still 1,500 meters apart, Ran Min gave the order, and all 900,000 soldiers raised their bows and crossbows and launched a frenzied volley of arrows at the enemy forces. Whoosh! A three-wave volley of arrows, 900,000 x 3, totaling 2,700,000 crossbow bolts. It is important to note that the entire undead beggar army is equipped with powerful crossbows and arrows, with a range of up to 2,000 meters. Immortal Beggar Army Ran Min's exclusive all-purpose soldiers, capable of ranged combat, melee combat, mounted combat, and infantry combat. Limited to 200,000 units, requiring 120 points of martial arts skill to create. Attack 15,000, defense 15,000, speed 400, range 2,000 meters. Equipped with a sharp sword, powerful crossbows, arrows, shields, long spears, and warhorses. All equipment and mounts are of diamond quality, with a production cost of 10,000 gold per soldier. At the command, 3 waves of crossbow arrows rained down like a torrential downpour, instantly engulfing the enemy's ranks. The light cavalry was decimated in an instant, with preliminary estimates indicating that at least 500,000 were pierced like hedgehogs. The tiger and leopard cavalry in the rear, though heavy cavalry, also suffered heavy casualties, with tens of thousands killed or wounded under the volley of crossbow fire. In other words, in the first clash, the enemy suffered casualties as high as 700,000. These were only the soldiers who were killed in action. The number of those wounded is unknown. Ran Min didn't care about the crossbow arrows. At this critical moment, the more enemy soldiers who died, the fewer casualties his own forces would suffer. As the martial morning heavenly king, Ran Min was both brave and strategic, just like Gui Huai, possessing a broad strategic vision. Fire! Ran Min issued another round of fire while running. Whoosh! After another 3 waves, only Ran Min and his 2 generals remained among the light cavalry in front, with the rest all killed. Meanwhile, the tiger and leopard cavalry following behind intensified their attacks, leaving only around 400,000 survivors. Dian Wei looked grim, with at least 3 crossbow arrows embedded in the bodies of his 2 generals beside him. Unfortunately, the 2 generals had been influenced by Dian Wei and charged forward desperately. This created a stark and awkward contrast. In the front, Dian Wei and 2 subordinate generals were fighting alone, while 300 meters behind them, the faint outlines of the tiger and leopard cavalry could barely be seen. Kill! Facing Dian Wei and 2 generals charging toward him, Ran Min let out a loud shout and, alongside the 2 5-star bandit generals at his side, charged toward the 3 men lying on their backs. But just then, Dian Wei suddenly drew several short spears from behind him and hurled them at Ran Min, who was leading the charge. Ran Min's tiger-like eyes narrowed, and he swung his right hand, colliding fiercely with the small spears flying through the air. Clang! After a violent collision, the hook spear flying toward him was directly split and sent hurtling toward Dian Wei. Dian Wei was startled. He had never seen anyone able to split a small halberd in mid-air and send it flying back like that. Even Su Zhu, who was known for his bravery and strategic thinking and had always considered himself Su Wei's equal, dared not interfere with the short spear. Yet this man before him was wielding a hook spear and had just knocked his weapon out of his hands with a single blow. This made Dian Wei look at Ran Min with newfound respect. However, while he held him in high regard, it also made Dian Wei feel a bit uneasy. This man's martial arts were so fierce that the small halberd he charged at him with seemed to pierce through the air. Startled, Dian Wei instinctively dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the blow. After dodging the small hammer, Dian Wei gripped his iron halberd tightly with both hands, leaped off his warhorse, and collided fiercely with Ran Min's hooked halberd. Clang! After the collision, Dian Wei's arm holding the halberd went numb, and his tiger's mouth twitched, almost splitting open. It is worth noting that Dian Wei's bravery was second only to Lu Bu, the tiger of the Three Kingdoms, and his physical strength had been subtly enhanced by the system as players leveled up their generals. Although his skills had not yet been activated, his initial physical strength had already reached 120 points. However, he still fell short of Ran Min by 7 points in physical strength. The system forcibly activated Dian Wei's attributes but did not activate his skills. The fact that he did not lose in their first encounter is already quite impressive. Kill! Kill! Ran Min's tiger-like eyes widened, and he suddenly turned his horse around, launching another attack on Dian Wei. Dian Wei slapped his horse's back and also abruptly turned his horse around. Though he was terrified, the authority he had established among the soldiers did not allow him to retreat. Moreover, on this campaign, Cao Cao had bestowed his beloved horse, Zhou Wang Feidian, upon Dian Wei. Kill! Dian Wei turned his horse around, channeling all his strength into his arms to shake off the numbness in his limbs. Gripping his twin iron halberds tightly, he charged toward Ran Min with the intent to kill. Facing Dian Wei charging toward him, Ran Min's expression grew solemn, and he also gripped his weapons tightly. Dian Wei's bravery caught him off guard during the previous battle. He had only exerted 70% of his strength, never expecting Dian Wei to be so fierce. But now it seems that. Suddenly, after another glance, Ran Min suddenly exerted tremendous force, swinging his hook spear in twin spears, colliding fiercely with Dian Wei's double iron spears. Clang! The ferocious force erupted suddenly, colliding with the twin iron halberds. Dian Wei's arms throbbed with pain, his palms split open, and the iron halberds slipped from his hands. He himself was thrown from his horse and landed on the ground. Although his bones were not broken, the excruciating pain caused him to groan in agony, rendering him completely unable to fight. The two subordinate generals standing nearby had already been killed by the bandits' 5-star generals. Ran Min saw that Dian Wei was extremely brave and could not bear to kill him. He ordered 2 men to bind Dian Wei and bring him back to the city after the battle, to await the Lord's decision. The fierce battle was still raging. The 900,000-strong rear army has already engaged in fierce combat with the tiger and leopard cavalry. After issuing his orders, Ran Min mounted his red horse, Zhu Long, and charged toward the tiger-leopard cavalry. Just as the two sides were engaged in fierce combat, Zhang Liang and Li Tsuanxiao captured Xini City. Xini City, Runan City, and Yingchuan City are all relatively close to Xuchang City, so it takes only half an hour to reach them. The rest take an hour. After Zhang Heng's 2 large armies engaged in fierce battles with Cao Cao's main force, other players also began to deploy their troops and prepare for battle. The total troop strength in Yingchuan City had reached 40 million, a figure Zhang Heng had immediately reported to Chen Xianxuan upon reaching his conclusion. Therefore, when faced with the enemy's attack, these famous cities were completely unafraid. Chapter 169, The True Wealthy Tycoons. Just as Zhang Heng and Li Yuanba were engaged in fierce combat, another system notification sounded in Zhang Heng's ears. System announcement: Player Chen Long, leading 1,000,000 troops under his command, after over 3 hours of fierce combat, has successfully captured the renowned city of Runan. As the 6th player to capture a renowned city, the system grants you a generous reward: 15 refined cloud-treading divine boots and a random rare troop type. The capture of the famous city has finally allowed Zhang Heng to breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the battle here had also come to a complete end under the influence of his 8 spies. The intense battle lasted for an hour. Through 8 acts of division and betrayal, he managed to secure as many as 900,000 soldiers. Ding! Congratulations to player Chen Long's subordinate General Chen Xingji for leading the 3 armies in a bloody battle and successfully capturing the famous city of Xini. Chen Xingji's combat strength is 1, leadership is 1, and strategy is 1. His current attributes are combat strength 56, leadership 122, and strategy 115. Ding! Congratulations to player Chen Long's subordinate General Chen Xingji for leading the 3 armies, fighting valiantly, successfully blocking Cao Cao's large army, and killing 5 million enemy soldiers. Chen Xingji's stats are strength 1, leadership 1, and strategy 1. His current attributes are strength 57, leadership 123, and strategy 116. Hearing 2 system notifications in quick succession, Zhang Heng was overjoyed. Chen Xingji truly is a legendary general. His attributes and skills are no joke. After winning 2 consecutive battles, he received 2 attribute boosts. If this continues, Chun Xingji's combat prowess will skyrocket, potentially enabling him to command troops, fight on the battlefield, and even take on strategic roles, making him a true all-rounder. Zhang Hong was speechless. Such a divine general, once his martial arts prowess reaches over 150, would be truly terrifying. In an instant, Zhang Hong actually revealed an expression of anticipation. According to historical accounts, Chun Xingji couldn't even draw a bow, and even if he could, his arrows wouldn't kill the enemy. However, it now appears that Chun Xingji will be deified, and may become the second deified general since Li Yuanba. Of course, Chun Xingji isn't the only one with the skill. Li Yuanba's Defying Heaven skill is also incredibly powerful. Defying Heaven, slaying a 6-star general grants a +1 boost to all 3 primary attributes. Unfortunately, there aren't many 6-star generals in the current player roster, which makes Li Yuanba's skill somewhat underwhelming at the moment. However, it will undoubtedly become incredibly powerful in the later stages of the game. After the battle ended, Zhang Hong counted his troops and found that his side had lost 3,000 Tiger Roar Dominance Camp soldiers, 150,000 Royal Heavy Cavalry, and 50,000 Royal Crossbow Cavalry. Zhang Hong felt a pang of sorrow, but there was nothing he could do. He ordered Li Yuanba to lead the army back to Chunlu City and await further orders. He then quickly returned to Runan City. Wu Qi had already firmly established control over Runan City. Zhang Hong led Yuan Chengdu into Runan City and began fortifying the city and building up its military forces. Currently, Runan City lacks defensive generals and strategists. Zhang Heng therefore ordered someone to notify Sima Yi to bring generals and strategists with loyalty levels below maximum to report back. Runan City is a second-tier city, with a maximum troop limit of 40 million. Zhang Hong no longer had enough money to recruit such a large force, so he decided to invest the 345 billion he had previously withdrawn into the game. Anyway, there won't be any more soft currency in the future. Glancing at the exchange rate, I suddenly noticed that it had changed. It was no longer 101, but 51. That means 5 yuan can now be exchanged for 1 yuan bao, having the exchange rate. Zhang Hong was speechless. This was too much to believe. Isn't this the company intentionally reducing its own profits? Given how well the company is doing now, how could it possibly lower the exchange rate? Is it out of kindness? Or perhaps the big boss has made enough money and feels there's no need to keep slaughtering these lambs? Zhang Hong doesn't care about these disputes after all, it's all good news for him. At that moment, Zhang Hong immediately exchanged all the funds, obtaining 172.5 billion ingots. With such a large amount of ingots, he managed to rank 158th on the leaderboard. Looking at the wealthy individuals on the rankings, Zhang Hong was speechless. First place, Malaysia payment, 999,999,999 billion yuan. Second place, Irma Chat, 888,888,800 billion yuan. Third place, Lao Su Hongda, 777,777,000 yuan. Fourth place, Old Wang Wanda, 666,666,600 billion yuan. Fifth place, Lao Mimi, 555,555,500 yuan. Sixth place, Professional Pig Farming, 444,444,400 billion yuan. Seventh place, Work Hard, Earn More, 333,333,000 yuan. Eighth place, SF Express Escort, 222, 222, 200 000 000 000 000 000 000 000 158th place, Chunlong, 17.83 billion yuan bao. I'm so wealthy, yet I'm only ranked 158th? Zhang Hong had a huge look of embarrassment on his face. Seeing the neat numbers on it, Zhang Hong couldn't help but admire them. These big shots aren't just a little rich. Speaking of which, when did these big shots move in? No way, I need to get their money into my pocket. Zhang Hong clenched his fists. Zhang Hong didn't know that all these big shots had just joined the game today and had all contacted him, but unfortunately, his chat system was set up in a way that made things awkward. At that moment, Zhang Hong converted all the barracks in Runan and waited for Sima Yi to arrive. About 10 minutes later, Sima Yi arrived at Runan City with a large contingent of several dozen men. Among them were 5 5-star generals, 5 5-star strategists, 18 4-star generals, and 7 4-star strategists. These are all generals and strategists who defected from the bandit camp. Since the title can boost their loyalty to the maximum level, Zhang Hong naturally won't hesitate to take advantage of this. Without further hesitation, Zhang Hong immediately forged 40 million Iron Blood soldiers, 5,000 Iron Blood bed crossbows, and 20,000 Iron Blood mobile units. Before the soldiers were fully trained, a series of system alerts began to sound one after another. Ding, 5-star General Yuan Zhong has arrived. His appearance is visually stunning, and his loyalty has reached maximum. From now on, Yuan Zhong will dedicate himself wholeheartedly and fulfill his duties with utmost diligence. Upon hearing these system prompts, Zhang Hong wore a satisfied expression. Under Sima Yi's arrangements, the 5-star strategist Chen Dong, along with the 5-star generals Yuan Zhong, Cheng Ji, and Baipa, 5 4-star generals, and 3 4-star strategists, remained in Runan City. These individuals possessed the capabilities to effectively defend a renowned city. All of these individuals were recommended by Sima Yi. Although none of these individuals are historical figures, they have been assigned 5 stars by the system, which means they possess a certain level of ability. The grain in Runan City is sufficient to feed these soldiers for a week. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Zhang Heng transferred another week's worth of rations into the city. Chapter 170, The Skill of Delivering Coal in the Snow. However, this also led to a shortage of grain in Chunlu City. Fortunately, the city's grain consumption has been reduced to 10, otherwise we really wouldn't have been able to hold out. After handling matters here, Zhang Heng dispatched troops back to Chunlu City and then immediately relocated the city to the vicinity of Xinyang City. In Xinyang City, Zhang Heng encountered numerous prominent generals. Lord. At the government office in Sini City, Zhang Heng saw all the civil and military officials. In the hall of the government office in Sini City, Zhang Heng saw 3 bound figures. Zhang Heng immediately recognized the attributes of the 3 figures. Character, Dian Wei. Level, 10th rank, level 99. Quality, 5-star elite general. Period, 3 kingdoms, Chao Wei. Military strength, 120 initial, 110. Command, 80 initial 75. Strategy, 78 initial 68. Politics, 30. Troop command attributes, infantry 70, cavalry 70. Skills, none. Mount, diamond mount claw yellow lightning temporary mount Chow Chow. Weapons, diamond weapon double iron halberds, 5 small halberds. Dian Wei's attributes have been enhanced by the system. As the strength of the generals in the player's lineup increases, several key generals from the major factions of the 3 Kingdoms era have also been enhanced. Character, Pang De. Level, 10th rank, level 98. Quality, 5-star general. Period, 3 kingdoms, Chao Wei. Military strength, 116 initial, 108. Command, 95 initial 90. Strategy, 85 initial 80. Politics, 40. Troop command attribute, cavalry 70. Skills, none. Character, Lu Yi. Rank, 10th tier, level 91. Quality, 5-star strategist. Period, 3 kingdoms, Chao Wei. Military strength, 40. Command, 90. Strategy, 110. Politics, 104. Political attributes, strategic planning, foresight, support in battle. Foresight, once triggered, if the outcome is accurate, intelligence permanently increases by 1 point. Strategic planning, plan meticulously and secure victory from afar. Boost the combat power of all participating generals and soldiers by 3 points. Support siege weapons for attack and defense. Attack mode, range increased by 30, damage increased by 30, movement speed increased by 30. Defense mode, range increased by 50, damage increased by 50. If seeing Dian Wei and Pang De made him a bit happy, then seeing Lu Ye's first and second attributes made Zhang Heng ecstatic. One permanently increases intelligence, the other increases range and destructive power. How could Zhang Heng not be overjoyed? No way, I must obtain this Lu Yi at any cost. Zhang Heng made up his mind silently. Moreover, with Lu Yi by his side, the upcoming siege would be much smoother. Especially the upcoming battle for Xuchang City. Xuchang City is a well-fortified city of the 5th rank, with exceptionally sturdy city gates. If we were to launch a direct assault, even with the combined forces of Li Yuanba, Li Zuanxiao, and Yuan Qingdu, we might be able to smash them open with hammers, but it would likely take at least 1 or 2 hours to do so. Moreover, if 3 or 4 of Cao Cao's remaining 10 armies were to return, that would be more than enough to give Zhang Heng a run for his money. However, it now seems that with Lu Yu's assistance, if we use the bed crossbows to fire repeatedly from a kilometer away, wouldn't the city gates be breached in no time? This Lu Yu is truly timely. He's like a lifesaver in a time of need. Zhang Heng found Lu Yi more and more handsome the more he looked at him. According to historical records, Lu Yi once designed a catapult, which was a large siege weapon used in the Battle of Guandu to decisively defeat Yuan Shao's army. The increase in Lu Yi's strategic prowess to 110 points was also the result of thorough research. Lu Yi was an underappreciated strategist during the 3 Kingdoms period. He was a descendant of Emperor Guangwu Lu Xiu, and because they shared the same surname, Cao Cao harbored some resentment toward him. Serving under Cao Cao, he assisted the Cao clan for 3 generations, becoming a senior statesman. He was renowned for his strategic brilliance, often predicting outcomes with remarkable accuracy and discerning the most critical developments with a single word. Unfortunately, the 3 generations of the Cao family ignored him and failed to utilize his talents, leading to his eventual death in frustration. As Zhang Heng appraised the 3 people before him, the 3 were also appraising Zhang Heng. Dian Wei and Pang De stood with their chests puffed out, showing no signs of the dejection of strangers, but instead exuding a sense of pride. Zhang Heng ignored the 2 of them and shifted his gaze toward Lu Yi. "Are you the lord of Chunlu City?" Lu Ye's hands were bound, and his expression looked slightly dejected. That's right. I am Qianlong. Zhang Hong responded, standing tall. Can you untie me? Lu Yi suddenly sat up straight, shaking off his listlessness, and asked in a loud voice. What is there to fear? Having said that, Zhang Hong ordered his men to untie Lu Yi. Once the ropes binding Lu Yi were untied, he stretched his limbs slightly. Before Zhang Hong or anyone else could speak, he knelt on one knee, clasped his hands together, bowed his head, and spoke in a solemn voice, My lord's divine might endures, and you rule this region with might. Lu Yi willingly surrenders to you. I vow to serve my lord and fulfill my lifelong aspirations, to clear the world of chaos, and eliminate all enemies. Every word was spoken with conviction, every sentence as firm as iron. Such backbone did not belong to a scholar but to a warrior. Everyone was taken aback, even Zhang Han was momentarily stunned. Was the pace really that fast? It caught him completely off guard. This is probably the second person to surrender voluntarily since we've subdued so many Three Kingdoms characters, isn't it? The first was Sima Yi, and the second is Lu Yu. And to make matters worse, this guy's initial strategy skill is an impressive 110 points, exactly the same as Sima Yi's. This was definitely not an impulsive decision, nor was it a rash choice to surrender. Ding, congratulations to player Qianlong, the Three Kingdoms strategist Lu Yi, who has long admired you. Today, he willingly offers his loyalty, presenting this pledge of allegiance. Lu Ye's current loyalty is 98 points. 98 points? Upon hearing the system prompt, Zhang Hong paused for a moment. Indeed, those who voluntarily joined were the most reliable, just like Zhang Liang had done back then, directly reaching 96 points. Just don't end up like that cunning old fox, Sima Yi. Lu Xiang, you. Military advisor. Dian Wei and Pang De, standing nearby, widened their eyes in shock. How could you surrender to the enemy? Dian Wei roared angrily, how dare you betray our lord? Don't even think about letting me go, or I'll be the first to twist off your head and kick it like a ball. Lu Yu sneered, it's not me who has betrayed him, his life was already doomed. A man on the brink of death, why should I aid him? Lu Yi, having failed to gain Cao Cao's favor, had long harbored rebellious intentions. Alas, in this vast world, there was no one he could swear allegiance to, and thus he had drifted aimlessly all this time. Recently, Qianlong's reputation has been spreading like wildfire within Cao Cao's ranks. Now that the opportunity has presented itself, how could he not surrender? Note, Lu Yi triggers skill 1, Foresight, which grants him a permanent +1 strategy if Cao Cao dies within the expected week. If Cao Cao survives, Lu Yi permanently loses 2 strategy. Zhang Hong was taken aback. It triggered already? But it must be said, this Lu Yi is truly powerful. He actually figured out that I was planning to take down Cao Cao. Xu Chang is poorly defended, and Cao Cao is about to meet his end. Why not seize this opportunity to defect to our lord? Lu Yu spoke softly to comfort them. After today, I'll keep working hard tomorrow and continue to work hard. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 171, Lu Ye's Advanced Strategy. Wow, this lineup change is no joke. No sooner had they switched sides than they even changed their titles to become my masters. The two paid no attention. Zhang Hong hadn't expected them to surrender to him now. One was Cao Cao's personal bodyguard, and the other was a man who, in the play, would rather die than surrender. For them to surrender, Cao Cao would have to be killed first. If Cao Cao were to die and these two still refused to surrender, then act swiftly and decisively kill them without hesitation. Take them back to Chunlu City first. Zhang Hong waved his hand and then said to Lu Yi with a hint of joy, Xiang, rise. Thank you, my lord. Lu Yi stood up. 2 cold-blooded soldiers from the Imperial Guard stepped forward and took the 2 away. Military strategist, please share the results of our discussion with everyone. At that moment, Chen Ping briefly outlined the current situation of the attack on Chunlu City to everyone, then led Yuan Qingdu toward the barracks. It took nearly half an hour to expand the garrison's forces to 40 million and repair the damaged structures. At this point, Lu Ye's loyalty had reached its maximum value. Upon returning to the government office, the results for the group had already been determined. The others had been discussing the matter, but Lu Yu simply listened without saying a word. Though he remained silent, his heart was racing with excitement. He knew that the opportunity to prove himself had finally arrived. For Zhang Hong, he showed admiration for the first time. My lord, the city of Xuchang is poorly defended, and this is indeed a great opportunity. However, the city is well fortified, and attacking it will not be easy. Zhang Liang said, moreover, as a 5th-tier city, the thickness of Xuchang's city gates exceeds 1 foot in unimaginable thickness. Even with the combined might of our elite generals, it would take at least 2 or 3 hours to breach them. Additionally, there are still several 100,000 archers within the city. A direct assault would inevitably result in heavy casualties. Once the Chao army's troops return home, the enemy forces will undoubtedly coordinate their efforts from within and without, trapping our army in a desperate situation. Zhang Liang paused here. Continue speaking. Zhang Hong sat in the middle chair and said, Of course, given our military capabilities, we should not fear our opponents. However, regardless of the circumstances, prevention is better than cure, and only by being prepared can we emerge victorious in every battle. Currently, we have devised 2 strategies. The first involves 4 elite generals: General Li Yuanba, General Li Tsuanxiao, General Yuan Chengdu, and General Ran Min, who will charge toward the city gates under the cover of archers and catapults, risking their lives to reach the base of the gates. There, they will rely on their individual combat prowess to systematically destroy the gates in succession. The second strategy involves leading the newly recruited 50 elephant cavalry directly at the city gates. However, this approach could result in a disastrous outcome, with the cavalry being shot to pieces by archers on the walls before even reaching the gates. Of course, this plan also relies on the support of our archers and catapults. Both of these strategies are executed while the enemy has not yet broken out of the city walls. If the enemy dares to charge out of the walls, then everything becomes much simpler. However, as proven by experience, the enemy, lacking a formidable general, will certainly not resort to a surprise attack. Zhang Liang spoke up to this point, then turned his gaze toward Zhang Heng, seemingly waiting for Zhang Heng's decision. "Chen Junshi, what do you think?" Zhang Heng asked. "Currently, these 2 solutions are indeed the best options," Chen Ping said, "but I'm wondering whether the 200,000 chariot troops inside the city will mobilize. If they do, which gate will they break through from? After all, to break through our main army, the enemy has no choice but to deploy 200,000 chariots. If we can anticipate the enemy's moves and act first, our forces will be able to prepare in advance, allowing General Yuan Ba and General Si Yuan Xiao to lead their troops to break through the tanks and charge into the city gates." Upon hearing Chen Ping's words, Chen Xingji nodded and said, "Indeed, this is also the breakthrough point. 200,000 war chariots will charge out from the east gate." A clear voice echoed through the air. Everyone looked up and was startled to see it was Lu Yi. How could Zi Yang be so sure? Zhang Heng asked with some doubt. Lu Yi, whose courtesy name was Ziang. Everyone else was also puzzled. Lu Yi stroked his beard and said, "My lord, I have some understanding of the details in Xuchang. The 4 gates of Xuchang City have a forest at the south gate, limiting the area and making it difficult to charge. If we break out from the south gate, the 200,000 chariot troops will be spread out, inevitably weakening their impact. Once the chariots lose their impact, their power will also be weakened. The western gate has soft ground. If the chariot corps attacks from the northern gate, the soft ground would make it impossible for even the horses to charge, let alone the chariot corps. The north gate is currently under siege by our forces, leaving the chariots with no choice but to break out through the east gate." Lu Ye's words immediately earned him the admiration of everyone present. Ziang truly has insight. Zhang Liang couldn't help but praise him. Lu Yi smiled modestly, bowed his hands, and shifted his gaze to Zhang Heng. "My lord, there is actually a third offensive strategy." "Oh, what do you have in mind?" Zhang Heng feigned surprise and asked. "My lord, may I borrow General Ran Min and General Wu Qi, along with their troops, for my use?" Lu Yi said, "Give me another 1 million shield soldiers, 2 million archers, 1,000 bed crossbows, and 1,000 catapults. With that, I can breach the gates of Xuchang City within half an hour." Lu Yi stood tall, speaking with confidence. However, casualties may increase due to the height of Xuchang City. Cao Cao's archers and crossbowmen will fire downwards from above, increasing both the power and range of their shots. Therefore, my lord must be prepared for this possibility. Half an hour? Everyone was speechless. Could it be that Zi Yan plans to use catapults and crossbowmen to suppress the enemy's firepower, deploy Generals Wu Qi and Ran Min to prevent enemy raids, and use bed crossbows to directly destroy the gates of Xuchang? Zhang Liang asked directly. "That's right," Lu Yi said. "This strategy was already proposed by military advisor Chen. The range of crossbows and catapults will be obstructed by the height of the city walls, reducing their effectiveness. If the enemy archers fire, they will inevitably cause heavy casualties among our troops. Worse still, we might end up suffering heavy losses without even breaking through the city gates. However, in my opinion, everything is possible." Lu Yi stroked his beard confidently. "My lord, can you trust me?" Zhang Heng smiled slightly and said, "The Battle of Xuchang will be arranged by you, Lu Ziang." "Thank you, lord." Lu Yi was so excited he couldn't contain himself, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. This was an extremely formal gesture. Sima Yi had already assigned the strategists and generals stationed at Sini City, 1 5-star strategist Zhang Xian, 2 5-star generals Sun Hu and Li Rui, 5 4-star generals, and 5 4-star strategists. After everything was in place, Zhang Han led the group back to Chunlu City. Upon returning to Chunlu City, Zhang Heng immediately relocated the city to the outskirts of Xuchang City. Chapter 172, Building a Strong Foundation. Under Lu Ye's arrangements, 2 million royal archers, 1 million royal spearmen, 1,000 mighty catapults, and 1,000 terrifying bed crossbows began to march out of the city. Behind these forces, Wu Qi's 600,000 rock-solid Wei warriors and Ran Min's 600,000 undead survivors also emerged in a mighty procession. Both the rock-solid Wei warriors and the undead beggar army suffered casualties, but all losses were fully replenished by Zhang Heng. After the main army left the city, Zhang Heng went to the imperial barracks and reorganized the remaining 1.7 million soldiers who had not yet been converted into 100,000 imperial crossbow cavalry, 200,000 imperial heavy cavalry, 400,000 imperial spear and shield infantry, and 1 million imperial archers. Originally, Zhang Heng had planned to borrow some troops from the cities of Sini or Runan for this attack on Xuchang. However, the soldiers from these renowned cities were subject to certain restrictions. They can travel to players' cities, but can only participate in garrison duties within those cities. Once in a player's city, players cannot freely command them to raid bandit camps or lead troops into battle. Additionally, if troops from a famous city are stationed in a player's city, the player cannot relocate their city. To relocate, the player must first return the stationed troops to their original location. This is a system restriction imposed by famous cities on players to prevent them from mass-producing troops in famous cities and using them to strengthen their own cities. Troops stationed in famous cities can only be controlled by players within the city itself, such as attacking enemy forts or launching offensives against enemy forces. Zhang Heng really didn't know any of this. It was all told to him by Chen Xianxuan. At the time, Chen Xianxuan had transferred 400,000 soldiers from Mingqing to his own city, thinking he could use them as he pleased. However, he never expected to face restrictions, and even moving the city became an issue. With no other choice, Chen Xianxuan had to relocate the troops from Mingqing back to their original city. Regardless, the current setup of Mingqing is fairly equitable for Zhang Heng at this point. Otherwise, if this continues, the wealthy aristocrats could simply recruit troops from the famous city, and his own advantage would be lost in an instant. After completing the troop deployment, Zhang Heng remembered that he still had 2 unopened blueprints for rare troop types in his pocket, so he took them out and opened them. Ding! Player Chen Long opened the rare unit blueprints and obtained 2 blueprints for Berserker Crossbow Cavalry. 2 Berserker Crossbow Cavalry blueprints? Zhang Heng was taken aback. Why not try something different? Furious Crossbow Cavalry 1 tier cavalry, limited to 100,000 units, attack 7,000, defense 7,000, speed 300, production cost 5,000 gold coins. Equipped with diamond quality warhorses and gear. Notice, the system has detected that Berserker Crossbow Cavalry can be fused with the invincible White Robe soldiers to form the Berserker White Robe Army, an 11th tier unit capable of both melee and ranged combat. Limited to 300,000 units, with attack power of 13,000, defense of 13,000, speed of 500, and equipped with spears, poison arrows, powerful crossbows, arrows, and shields. All equipment is diamond quality. The cost per unit is 10,000 gold coins. Do you wish to proceed with the fusion? Fusion cost 1 million gold coins. Note, the system has detected that Berserker Crossbow Cavalry can be merged with the Royal Elite Cavalry to form the Berserker Elite Cavalry, an 11th tier unit capable of both melee and ranged combat, limited to 300,000 units, with attack 13,000, defense 13,000, speed 500, equipped with long spears, poison arrows, and powerful crossbows, arrows, and shields. All equipment is diamond quality. The cost per unit is 10,000 gold coins. Should you choose to merge? The merger cost is 1 million gold coins. 2 consecutive alerts sounded, filling Zhang Heng with excitement. He murmured to himself, "It seems my White Robe Army and the Royal Elite Cavalry are about to take off." Immediately, Zhang Heng summoned Chen Xingji and Li Zuanxiao. Then, they first went to the camp of Chen Xingji's invincible white-robed army. Upon arriving at the camp, Zhang Heng opened the camp interface and, without hesitation, selected the fusion option. After the barracks were merged, combined with the Diamond Tiger token worn by Chen Xingji, the total could be increased to 900,000. Zhang Heng directly upgraded the previous 150,000 White Robe Army at half price and forged another 750,000 Frenzy White Robe Army. In an instant, the vast military camp was filled with towering, majestic white-robed soldiers, their aura as mighty as a surging river. These white-robed soldiers held shields in their left hands and spears in their right, exuding a fierce and imposing presence. Their combat prowess was far superior to that of their predecessors. Zhang Heng was overjoyed. Chen Xingji was even more excited, and even Li Zuanxiao, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but show a look of anticipation. After completing the forging, Zhang Heng led Li Zuanxiao to the elite cavalry camp. Opening the camp interface, he selected Merge without hesitation. After merging the barracks, combined with the Diamond Tiger seal equipped on Li Zuanxiao, the number of troop types was instantly increased to 900,000. Zhang Heng converted the previous 300,000 troops at half price and then forged 600,000 fierce cavalry for Li Zuanxiao. Li Zuanxiao was overjoyed beyond words. With 900,000 elite troops at his disposal, coupled with his own fierce bravery, he was confident he could hold back Cao Cao's 5 million soldiers. To create such a large number of soldiers in one go, he had spent 192 billion yuanbao, some of which came from soldiers converted from the imperial barracks. As a result, the total military strength of Chunlu City has increased significantly once again. Li Zuanxiao's fierce cavalry, 900,000. Chen Xingji's fierce white robe army, 900,000. Ran Min's undead army, 600,000. Wu Qi's rock-solid Wei warriors, 600,000. Yan Yuji's pursuing bowmen, 300,000. Li Yuanba's tiger roar dominance camp, 90,000. Li Mu's chariot camp, 30,000. Rock-solid sword and shield infantry, 80,000. Royal heavy cavalry, 2 million. Royal crossbow cavalry, 100,000. Royal crossbowmen, 3 million. Royal spearmen, 2.2 million. Royal light cavalry, 160,000. Mountain bandit elephant cavalry, 50. Bandit wolf cavalry, 3,578. The total troop strength has reached just over 11.7 million, still holding the top position despite excluding all player-controlled city troops. After completing the preparations, Zhang Heng summoned Chen Qingji, Wu Dameng, and Yuan Qingdu to his side. All three of them had now met the requirements for promotion, but due to their previous busy schedules, they had not had the opportunity to arrange their promotions. Currently, Chen Qingji's command rating has reached 123 points, Yuan Qingdu's combat strength has reached 135 points, and Wu Dameng's combat strength stands at 125 points. Yuan Qingdu has been promoted to 6 stars, with initial martial arts of 6 points, command of 5 points, strategy of 3 points, and politics of 1 point. The 3 attributes of his cavalry have increased by 50. Chen Qingji has been promoted to 6 stars, with initial stats of 3 in strength, 7 in leadership, 5 in strategy, and 1 in politics. His cavalry stats have increased by 50, his archery stats by 50, and his infantry stats by 30. Wu Dameng has been promoted to 6 stars, with initial stats of 6 in strength, 1 in command, 3 in strategy, and 1 in politics. His cavalry attributes have been increased by 50. After all 3 were promoted to 6 stars, Yuan Qingdu's strength reached 141 points and his leadership 102 points. Chen Qingji's combat strength is 60 points, leadership is 130 points, and strategy is 121 points. Wu Dameng's martial arts skill is 131 points. After Chen Qingji was promoted to 6 stars, his command and strategy skills suddenly became the most extraordinary among Zhang Heng's subordinates, with the highest command and strategy ratings. He truly stood out and became a pillar of strength. Combined with its formidable strategic skills, achieving legendary status is now within reach. Chapter 173, Zhang Yi commits suicide by slitting his throat. After handling these matters, Zhang Heng ordered Li Zuanshou and Chen Qingji to each lead their 900,000 cavalry troops outside the city to prepare for a defensive battle. Currently, Wu Dameng is under Chen Qingji's command and is managed by Chen Qingji. In battle, Wu Dameng leads the troops in a frontal assault. In a standby state, he closely followed Chen Qingji, guarding his safety at all times. After all, Chen Qingji's martial arts skills were too weak for close combat, and he was unsuitable for charging into battle. If he were to encounter a fierce general, he would have no choice but to send his soldiers to fight in his place. Currently, among all the generals in the entire legion, only Chen Qingji enjoys such preferential treatment. Subsequently, he ordered Li Yuanba and Li Mu to lead their troops and prepare for immediate reinforcement. Even the imperial heavy cavalry and crossbow cavalry within the city had all made their battle preparations. As soon as Cao Cao's main forces dare to return, they will be annihilated without mercy. After everything was fully prepared, Zhang Heng also led Yuan Qingdu out of the city. On the way, Zhang Heng remembered there was still a warrior attribute scroll in his backpack. This item could randomly activate any attribute on a general's body. Zhang Heng looked at Yuan Qingdu beside him and activated it directly. Ding! Yuan Qingdu's attributes have been activated, increasing his strength by 1 point to 142 points. Zhang Heng wore a satisfied expression. System announcement: player Chen Long, leading his troops with passion and determination, is launching an attack on the system named City of Xuchan with a total combat power of 60 million. As this player is the first in the server to attack a level 5 named city, a special system announcement is made to wish them a great victory and a triumphant return. Upon hearing this announcement, the players currently attacking the famous city were no longer calm. Damn it, I'm fighting for my life to block Cao Cao's army, and this guy is taking advantage of the situation. While the troops in Xuchang are weak and were fighting with blood and sweat, he's directly attacking Xuchang. How could he be so clever? This is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How come I didn't notice it? The war god Bai Qi directly questioned Zhang Yi. Military strategist, Xuchang City is currently severely understaffed and under-defended. This is the perfect opportunity to attack. Why aren't you offering any advice? War god Bai Qi asked with some dissatisfaction. Zhang Yi said with a hint of resentment, "My lord, it's not that this old servant didn't suggest this plan, but rather that your strength doesn't allow it. Chunlu City has a large army and many generals. We could divide our forces into 2 groups and attack the famous city. May I ask if the lord is willing to do so? Jinan City has not yet been captured, and our rear has been attacked by Cao Cao's large army. Now, fierce battles are raging in the rear, with heavy casualties. How can we spare the energy to deal with Xuchang City? Even if I were to suggest attacking Xuchang, you don't have the capability to do so. Xuchang may seem undermanned, but it still has 12 million troops. Moreover, the walls of Shuchang City are sturdy. Even if I were to mobilize the full strength of my war god city, we still wouldn't be able to take it. The city walls are 50 meters high, and the city gates are a foot thick. Once an attack is launched, our troops will be trapped in a deadly situation in no time. Moreover, this is assuming that Chao's troops do not return to provide reinforcements. If they do, our troops will perish even faster. Moreover, this is assuming that Chao's troops do not send reinforcements. If they do, our army will be annihilated even faster. To put it bluntly, not a single scrap of flesh will remain. Moreover, if the Chao army's reinforcements arrive, our army will be annihilated in no time. Worse still, even the walls of my war god city might come under attack from Chao's forces. Don't forget, will Chunlu City give us an opportunity to attack? To put it bluntly, this old minister isn't afraid of Chunlu City having a war. I'm afraid it won't have one. Once there is no war in Chunlu City, that will be the end of us. This old minister is filled with dread. The old minister trembles at the mere mention of Chunlu City, his hands and feet shaking, and his lips quivering. At this critical moment, the Lord should not be content with what is in the bowl while eyeing the pot. Instead, he should focus on how to quickly finish what is in the bowl. Once Chunlu City attacks, don't even think about the meat in the bowl. They'll take the bowl right out of your hands. My lord, this old servant has the will but lacks the strength. My lord, ever since I joined your ranks, I have lost every battle and never once emerged victorious. My lord, though I possess strategic cunning, my heart is filled with frustration and despair. My lord, this old servant has had enough. I no longer wish to assist you, you fool. Having said this, Zhang Yi drew the sword at his waist and, before the war god Bai Qi could speak, slit his own throat and killed himself. The bright red blood spurted directly from his neck, splattering the war god Bai Qi from head to toe. The war god Bai Qi's single question sent a chill down Zhang Yi's spine. I cannot betray him. Does that mean I cannot even take my own life? Rather than live in such misery, it would be better to die and be free. System announcement: player war god Bai Qi has accomplished a heroic feat, successfully forcing his first strategist, Zhang Yi, to commit suicide. System announcement: Chunlu City is powerful, and Zhang Yi died with unresolved grievances. He has entered the reincarnation channel to be reborn. Since Zhang Yi did not drink the soup of forgetfulness, his past and present lives have merged, and he has been reincarnated in a player's city. From now on, Zhang Yi will change his name and no longer refer to himself as Zhang Yi. Since Zhang Yi entered the reincarnation channel, his three primary attributes have changed upon his reincarnation. 2 consecutive system announcements echoed out, leaving even the war god Bai Qi speechless, and the players were left in a state of confusion. Zhang Hong, who was just leaving the city, nearly fell off his horse. What? How did I get caught in the crossfire just by lying there? Zhang Hong was puzzled. How is Zhang Yi's suicide related to me? Does that mean everyone in the server committed suicide because of me? Under Lu Ye's command, the vast armies marched out of Chunlu City and blocked the south gate of Shuchang City at top speed. The sudden appearance of several million troops startled the Chao army on the city walls. The defenders on the city walls hurriedly sounded the trumpets, signaling the gates within the city to prepare for battle. Lu Yu's speed was still very fast. With a single command, 1 million spear and shield soldiers advanced swiftly, with rows of soldiers and rows of archers intertwining and pushing forward in a straight line. As soon as they entered range, they fired arrows toward the city walls. The archers on the city walls also gave the signal, and the crossbows and archers all fired their arrows. From their elevated position, the archers and crossbowmen on the city walls held the advantage. However, Zhang Heng's 11th tier troops were no pushovers either, with a range of 1,800 meters. Both sides exchanged fire, and in the first exchange, tens of thousands of Zhang Heng's troops were killed, and the same was true on the city walls. However, despite the archers' advantageous position on the city walls, they numbered only 1 million, while Zhang Heng's forces totaled 2 million. Chapter 174, Cao Cao issues a proclamation calling for a campaign. After a fierce exchange of arrows, they forcibly suppressed the soldiers on the city walls. Lu Yu, seeing this, hurriedly ordered the terrifying bed crossbows and mighty catapults in the rear to advance quickly. Upon seeing the enhanced versions of the terrifying bed crossbows and mighty catapults, Lu Yu was overjoyed, as if he had gained a powerful ally. Originally with a range of 1,000 meters, under his enhancements, it reached 1,300 meters. Despite this, the gun shield soldiers and crossbowmen suffered devastating losses, with at least 300,000 gun shield soldiers killed and even more crossbowmen, reaching 500,000. However, the number of archers on the city walls continued to grow. This indicates that Chao's army has already prepared to gather the archers at the south gate. Zhang Hong, watching from the rear, felt a pang of regret but could do nothing about it. Moreover, at that moment, he received several more calls. Ding, Shuchang City is under attack. Cao Cao is furious and has dispatched nearby Shangqiu City to send reinforcements, with a total combat strength of 5 million. They are expected to arrive in half an hour. Alert, Shuchang City is under attack. Cao Cao is furious and has dispatched troops from nearby Yingshang City to provide reinforcements, with a total combat strength of 5 million. They are expected to arrive in half an hour. 4 consecutive system alerts sounded, followed by reports from Jian City and Qing City. Each city has a combat strength of 5 million, which equates to 500,000 soldiers. 4 cities would therefore have a total of 2 million soldiers. However, as soon as these alerts sounded, 2 more system alerts rang out. System announcement: player Shangshi Tinglong has been ambushed by Chao Zhen's army of Chao Wei generals. His troops have abandoned their armor and fled in panic, becoming a laughingstock for all time. Notice, Chao Zheng is leading an army of 3 million soldiers to reinforce the troops. They are expected to arrive at Xuchang City within an hour. Players are advised to prepare their defenses accordingly. This Cao Cao, though not exactly a saint, has already dispatched troops to provide reinforcements so soon after the major battle. However, this is only the beginning, and the warning sounds that follow are even more terrifying. System announcement: Cao Cao of Xuchang has heard reports of Chunlu City's army attacking Xuchang City. The emperor is furious and has issued a proclamation ordering numerous cities to launch an attack on Chunlu City. System announcement: Cao Cao of Xuchang has issued a campaign task. All player cities may now issue orders to attack Chunlu City, destroy the city, and receive random rewards including general cards, strategist cards, general activation charms, general advancement charms, rare troop blueprints, strategist activation charms, and other random treasures. Upon hearing this system announcement, all players across the server were thrown into a frenzy. Zhang Hong was completely speechless, his face filled with astonishment. This was no joke, he had really offended old Chao this time. Once all the players migrate over, Chunlu will be in grave danger. System announcement: Cao Cao of Xuchang, upon hearing of the Chunlu City army's attack on Xuchang, was enraged and issued a proclamation ordering the 500,000-strong army of Pengcheng to march toward Chunlu City. They are expected to arrive at Chunlu City in 1 hour. Players are advised to prepare for battle. Notice, player Chunlu has successfully activated the epic quest Cao Cao's Wrath. If you successfully repel the attack, you will receive generous rewards from the system. System announcement: Cao Cao has issued a call to arms. Player Chunlu has successfully repelled all invading forces, earning 10,000 billion in treasure, a set of 15-tier divine armor helmet, armor, weapon, boots, warhorse, 1 Emperor's Tiger Seal, 1 character summoning order, and a 5-point boost to all 3 primary attributes. King's Tiger Seal order increases the strength of your exclusive troop type by 400. King's Tiger Seal order increases the level of exclusive troops by 400. Character to reality order: obtain this token to advance the transfer of desired characters to the real world. Prerequisite: the character must be equipped with a set of 15 refined gear. A series of system alerts rang out, leaving Zhang Hong feeling completely overwhelmed. What's going on? What's going on? Destroy the city? Old Chao is being a bit too harsh, isn't he? He's actually trying to destroy my city? However, the rewards for successfully defending against players are actually quite generous. 15 sets of equipment, 1 King's Tiger Seal, 1 character summoning seal, and even a 5-point boost to all 3 attributes. This is undoubtedly a generous reward. Great stuff! Zhang Hong was overjoyed, but also a bit unsettled. He hurriedly called Zhang Liang, Chen Ping, and Chen Xingji, who were behind him. At that moment, Zhang Hong explained the situation in detail to the 3 of them. Chen Xingji didn't hesitate for a moment and said in a solemn voice, "Our army is currently engaged in battle, and the city cannot be relocated. Immediately dispatch messengers on fast horses to order the nearby cities of Chunlu, Runan, and Sini to each send 1 million tiger and leopard cavalry to provide urgent reinforcements. Order Lu Yi to intensify the offensive. Even if it means using a human wave tactic, break through the city gates at all costs. Once we swiftly capture Xuchang City, we will mobilize troops on site to block the invasion of all opposing forces." Chen Xingji truly lives up to his reputation as the most strategic and skilled commander of the present age. After speaking, he acted with lightning speed, dispatching his brutal white robe army in 3 separate columns to seek reinforcements. To prevent his troops from being ambushed along the way, he indirectly deployed troops in different routes at different times. Zhang Liang and Chen Ping stood by, deeply impressed, clasping their hands together in a sign of respect and paying Chen Xingji the highest honors. Chen Xingji did not have time to acknowledge the 2, instead giving instructions to Zhang Hong before immediately taking command of the city's troops, coordinating the overall situation, and making preparations for defense. Even the officers and soldiers of all ranks within the city were meticulously organized and assigned their duties. Zhang Hong looked at Chen Xingji's calm demeanor and composed command, unconsciously touching his chin and revealing a satisfied expression. But when he touched his chin, he realized he had no beard. It seems like I should get a fake beard. It might be fun to pretend to be deep when I have nothing better to do. While Chen Xingji was running around busily, Zhang Hong grew increasingly relaxed, showing no signs of being on edge. However, Zhang Hong had also mentally prepared himself and was ready to return to the city to raise an army at any moment. But just then, a cheerful notification sound reached Zhang Heng's ears. "Ding, your account has received 50 billion yuan in treasure." "What? An extra 500 billion out of thin air?" Just as Zhang Hong was about to check the source, he suddenly received a message. Zhang Hong, I have transferred 50 billion yuan to you. Additionally, I have dispatched 30 million troops from Chunlu City to support you in batches. The battle at Chunlu City is about to end. Once it concludes, I will immediately mobilize a large number of troops and send another 30 million troops from Chunlu City to support you. Remember, you must hold the line at all costs. Chen Xianxuan's words filled Zhang Hong with overwhelming emotion, and tears nearly welled up in the corners of his eyes. There's no need for so many. Send 1,000 tiger and leopard cavalry, and keep the rest of the soldiers inside the city, especially in Chunlu City. Be cautious and vigilant to prevent any sneak attacks. Zhang Hong steadied his mind and forced himself to calm down. Before a major battle, the calmer and more composed one remains, the simpler everything appears to be. On the other hand, if you panic, defeat is inevitable. Chapter 175, Meeting the Wealthiest Individual. Losing a city isn't terrifying as long as you're here, there's nothing we can't take. As long as your city remains secure, what does it matter if I don't have Yanran City? Chen Xianxuan said stubbornly. But those words caused tears of emotion to well up in Zhang Heng's eyes. However, you still have half an hour to prepare. In half an hour, the players will launch their attack. Upon receiving the order, Lu Yi frantically urged the soldiers to advance and the archers to shoot relentlessly. For Zhang Hong, nothing was more important than capturing Xuchang City. Capturing Xuchang City would allow him to immediately begin training troops there. With the city's capacity to house 100 million soldiers and the city expansion scroll in his possession, he could swiftly assemble an army of 110 million 11th-tier soldiers in no time. At that point, if any players dare to attack, they will learn the true meaning of doubting one's existence. Zhang Hong didn't linger here, he returned directly to Chunlu City. He still didn't know the restrictions of the royal barracks, so now was the time to unleash its full power. At this point, if we don't start mass-producing troops, what are we waiting for? Wait until the cities are breached? Hurry up and enter the royal barracks. Zhang Hong took the opportunity to inspect the soldiers who had been converted from the Huang family's troops. There were 2 million heavy cavalry, 1 million crossbow cavalry, 3 million archers and crossbowmen with 500,000 killed, leaving 2.5 million, and 2.2 million spear and shield soldiers with 400,000 killed, leaving 1.8 million. The current total troop strength is 7.3 million. Without the conversion of bandit soldiers, we will have to recruit entirely from scratch. However, this full-scale construction seems to be more expensive than that of a famous city, but at this point, who cares about money? At present, Zhang Hong has assembled 100,000 heavy cavalry, 100,000 crossbow cavalry, 100,000 spear and shield infantry, and 100,000 archers, without hearing any system notifications. It seems that the 10 million limit doesn't apply here. Then Zhang Hong used various methods to create another 2 million, bringing the total to 8 million. At this point, the entire camp had nearly 20 million troops. After Zhang Hong replenished the 2 million, the camp was still not fully staffed. So he continued to train more soldiers. Even after training all 4 types of soldiers to 10 million, the roster is still not full. Zhang Hong was puzzled. This seemed even more impressive than a famous city. Could it be unlimited? He then quickly assembled 5 million archers and 5 million heavy cavalry, expanding his troop count to 50 million, before finally hearing the system prompt. Ding, the royal barracks are at full capacity. Please do not continue recruiting. In non-combat mode, the city can recruit 50 million troops. In combat mode, each troop type can recruit 500,000 troops. Upgrading the city increases the capacity. 50 million. Zhang Hong nodded slightly, revealing a satisfied expression. The royal barracks had 5 military units, with a total limit of 50 million. After the soldiers were fully equipped, Zhang Hong checked the funds and was startled to discover that he had only spent 22.76 billion gold coins. It seemed like he had spent a bit too little. But the generous reward is as high as 100 billion yuan. After leaving the barracks, Zhang Hong gave Chun Qingji some instructions and then headed toward the city gates. As soon as he stepped outside the city walls, he saw massive fortified cities appearing on all sides. Among those cities, Zhang Hong spotted several large, conspicuous cities such as Payment City, Chat City, Wanda City, Evergrande City, and Pig Farming City. There were also cities belonging to other players. The Lord has several high-ranking members of his faction who wish to meet with you. Zhang Hong was examining the player's city when Chen Ping suddenly walked over and whispered. Factions? You mean the players? Zhang Hong chuckled lightly and said, alright, since you're all big shots, let's go meet them and see what these guys are up to. After these big shots entered the game, they used their vast financial resources and manpower to build their own cities. Outside the defensive perimeter of Chunlu City, Zhang Hong spotted a middle-aged man who was slightly frail but appeared alert and determined. For large characters were emblazoned on the man's forehead, Dama Payment. He sat on a chair, with 2 imposing warriors standing on either side of him. One was Xin Wenli, a hero from the Sui and Tang dynasties, and the other was Lu Wenlong, a famous general from the Song dynasty. Both of these warriors were highly skilled, suggesting that Dama Payment had invested heavily in this endeavor. A table and a chair were placed in front of him. On the table was a teacup, and steam was rising from the tea inside. "Mr. Chenlong, please sit down." Dama Payment held a teacup, sipped the tea, and smiled faintly as he said, "The tea on the table was specially brewed for Mr. Chenlong. In this world, many people can drink tea I brewed myself, but those who can drink tea I brewed willingly are few and far between. So, does that mean I, Chenlong, am truly honored?" Zhang Hong asked with a smile. "Ha, whether it's an honor or not doesn't matter. What's important is that I want to work with you." Malaysia Payment said. "Want to work with me?" Zhang Hong narrowed his eyes and asked, "How do you know I'll cooperate with you?" "Because I have money, and you need it," Malaysia Pay confidently stated. "I don't need money," Zhang Hong said, "at least not yet. But you'll be in trouble soon. We've received a system alert that an attack on your city will begin in half an hour. Once the attack starts, even with all the money in your city, it won't be enough. This will be an unprecedented battle. Moreover, look around you, there are already hundreds, even thousands of cities nearby. Once the battle begins, this will be a war fought with funds. Without sufficient funds, your cities will be destroyed quickly. Trust my instincts, they've always been spot on. Moreover, with so many players, how long do you think your city can hold out?" Zhang Han looked at the castles appearing one after another around him and fell into deep thought. This was indeed an unprecedented large-scale slaughter. Seeing Zhang Hong fall into deep thought, Dama Payment continued, "You have 20 minutes to consider. After 20 minutes, even if you beg me, it will be of no use. Moreover, my conditions are simple: give me a set of 15-tier equipment, and hand over the character transfer order that the system gifted to you, and that's all I ask. As a bargaining chip, I will pay you 100 billion gold coins now. If that's not enough, I can continue to provide more until we succeed. After success, as part of the exchange, I will also give you 500 trillion yuan bao. What do you think?" "I refuse." Zhang Hong didn't even think twice before refusing. "That's quite an appetite. Don't even mention a set of 15 refined items, I wouldn't even give you a single piece of basic equipment. I think you should reconsider." The Malaysian payment system narrowed its eyes. "No need to think about it," Zhang Hong said, "I think you'd better leave immediately. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that the two men behind you will be able to return to the city safely." Chapter 176, Smashing Through the Gates of Shuchan. Chapter 176, Smashing the Gates of Shuchan. As soon as Zhang Hong finished speaking, Xian Wenli and Lu Wenlong immediately gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes flashing with a sharp gleam. Xian Wenli and Lu Wenlong had both been activated by Dama, unlocking their attributes and skills. However, their combat strength remains lackluster. Xian Wenli, with a combat strength of 115 points. Lu Wenlong, combat strength 118 points. In contrast, Yuan Chengdu starts with a martial arts value of 142 points. Under his command, this rises to 148 points. If he enters the battle general or household leader mode, his martial arts value would skyrocket to a terrifying 168 points. Don't even mention a single Xian Wenli or Lu Wenlong, even 5 Xian Wenlis and 5 Lu Wenlongs wouldn't be enough to defeat Yuan Chengdu in a single strike. "You're so arrogant," Dama Payment said. "This isn't arrogance, it's confidence," Zhang Hong said with narrowed eyes. "Mr. Chenlong is really humorous." Although Mr. Chenlong was not pleased on the inside, he is, after all, the wealthiest individual in the country and possesses great composure, so he did not become angry. Suddenly, he noticed something and narrowed his eyes, saying, "Look, old Chow is sending troops." Zhang Hong looked up and saw that the eastern gate of Shuchang City was wide open, and one after another, chariots identical to Limu's were rushing out of the city. Zhang Hong looked up and saw that the eastern gate of Shuchang City was wide open, and one after another, chariots identical to Limu's were charging out of the city. The scene was like a flood of a million primordial beasts rampaging out of control, charging madly toward the siege forces at the south gate. Because Lu Ye's terrifying bed crossbows had already made contact with the city gates. The city gates were destroyed, Cao Cao was in a state of panic, many of his ministers were in disarray, and even the citizens within the city were thrown into chaos. Cao Ren proposed using war chariots to charge the south gate and relieve the siege there. Wei Jia fell silent. Earlier, when the main army set out, Wei Jia had advised Cao Cao not to act rashly, lest the troops in Xuchang be left vulnerable and a dire situation arise. Unfortunately, Cao Cao was furious and, like in the Battle of Red Cliffs, became overly arrogant and overconfident, underestimating Zhang Heng's capabilities, which ultimately led to his own downfall. Seeing the Cao army's war chariots charging out of the city, Zhang Hong narrowed his eyes. "Mr. Ma," Zhang Hong said, "do you know why Chao's chariots are leaving the city at this time? Could it be that they're planning to surrender?" Dama Payment asked with narrowed eyes. "Surrender? Not quite," Zhang Hong said. "Even if Chao Boss were to commit suicide, he would never surrender. Could it be that he felt the pressure and sent troops to relieve the pressure at the south gate?" Dama Payment paused for a moment before asking. So, Mr. Ma, you should leave immediately. Xuchang City is about to fall, and once the east gate opens, Mr. Chow will die even faster. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Zhang Hong waved his hand dismissively. All that could be seen was Li Tsuanxiao and Li Yuanba, each leading 90,000 Tiger Roar dominant camp troops and 900,000 fierce cavalry troops, charging out of the forest near the north gate and heading straight for the east gate. On the city gates, crossbows and archers fired back, attempting to block their advance. However, the two groups also drew their crossbows and continued firing as their warhorses charged forward. With nearly 1 million soldiers, a 3-round volley would amount to 2.97 million arrows. 2.97 million arrows struck the city walls, decimating the hundreds of thousands of archers stationed there. Although the Tiger Roar Dominion camp and the fierce cavalry army also suffered casualties, the losses among the Chow army on the city walls were far greater. This round of firing gave Li Tsuanxia and Li Yuanba a significant advantage. After the round of shooting, Li Yuanba and his men continued to order the soldiers to fire at the war chariots charging toward the south gate. The chariots had shields in front to dodge attacks, but their rear was wide open. This resulted in countless casualties among the soldiers on the chariots, who were caught off guard. The massive army of 200,000 chariots had not yet broken through the eastern gate when Li Tsuanxiao, riding his yellow-haired flame-spewing steed, and Li Yuanba, riding his saber-toothed tiger steed, led their forces to the outskirts of the eastern gate. The chariot camp hurriedly launched a counterattack, but the two were incredibly strong, swinging their weapons wildly and smashing everything in their path. The warhorses charging out of the city were either having their heads shattered or their bodies beaten into a bloody mess. Facing the charging chariots, Li Tsuanxiao swung his Yuwang spear, let out a loud shout, and lifted a chariot along with its 4 horses into the air. Tsuanxiao is truly a warrior. Li Yuanba shouted loudly, then smashed the heads of 2 warhorses with his massive hammers. Mounted on a saber-toothed tiger, he charged through the space between 2 war chariots, violently lifting both chariots off the ground and hurling them backward. Such immense strength caused the soldiers on the rear chariots to jump off in sheer terror. There were few tanks left in the rear, most of which had already charged into the city. After the two of them had destroyed over 100 soldiers from the Tiger Roar Dominion camp and over 100, they finally led their army unimpeded into the city. On the streets, large numbers of shield infantry and spearmen appeared. Preliminary estimates put the number at least 2 million. These troops had been dispatched specifically to block the advance. Fire! Li Tsuanxiao shouted loudly, and a volley of crossbow arrows flew out. Whoosh! Over 200,000 crossbow bolts pierced the shielded infantry and spearmen. Every shield at the front was pierced like a hedgehog. The dense arrows above made the soldiers holding shields in front feel an inexplicable strain, and one by one, they passively dropped their weapons and held their shields with both hands. As soon as the two sides came into contact, a fierce clash erupted on the street. Kill! Li Tsuanxiao and Li Yuanba let out a thunderous shout, charging forward first. Amidst their furious roars, they swung their weapons, smashing open a massive breach. The soldiers behind them rushed through the breach and into the interior. Wherever they passed, blood and flesh flew everywhere, a sight too horrific to behold. The east gate was quickly overrun by 2 large armies, and even the soldiers on the city walls were slaughtered to the last man. Upon hearing this, Chao Ren immediately ordered his troops to block the advance. Meanwhile, the 200,000 chariots, after leaving the city, charged forward with overwhelming momentum, heading straight for the south gate. However, before they reached the southern gate, they were blocked by the elite troops of the Panshir Wei army. Facing the charging chariot regiment head-on. After firing 3 rounds of arrows, the Wei Wu soldiers quickly formed a fortress formation under Wu Qi's command. Once the chariots had overturned onto the fortress, Wu Qi gave another order. Draw your swords. Scrape. Sharp swords pierced through the shields one after another. In an instant, the agonizing cries of warhorses echoed through the air. The 600,000 Wei soldiers, as solid as rocks, formed 600,000 sharp swords. Wherever the chariots passed, nothing was left standing. Either their 4 legs were severed or they were sliced open from the abdomen downward. Chapter 177, Capturing Xuchang, Cao Cao's Final Days. As the front horses stumbled, the rear horses collided with them, and in the violent inertial impact, the horses and riders were thrown into the air, somersaulting several times before crashing heavily onto the fortified positions. The fortifications were crushed and collapsed, resulting in casualties. Wu Qi's eyes widened in anger. He ordered the rear soldiers to immediately connect with the front shields and quickly seal the breach, leaving no opportunity for the enemy to exploit. Out of the 200,000 warhorses, fewer than 30,000 managed to break through the defensive fortifications. Moreover, the majority of these 30,000 were chariots that had lost control from the rear. After encountering the rear's relentless resistance from the desperate survivors, these tanks were swiftly decimated. This intense assault lasted less than 10 minutes and ended in total annihilation. Dama Payment, standing nearby, witnessed this intense and brutal scene firsthand. The look of shock on his face was indescribable, and his frail body trembled involuntarily. His face had turned pale. Mr. Ma, are my soldiers strong and brave? Zhang Hong asked with a smile. Dama Payment swallowed hard and responded instinctively, mighty. Is it formidable? Zhang Hong asked again. Impressive. Dama Payment clenched his pale fists. The gates of Xuchang have been breached. I won't linger here to speak with Mr. Ma. If you have the time, I invite Mr. Ma to come to my city for tea. Zhang Hong narrowed his eyes and said, the prerequisite is that Mr. Ma doesn't end up on the opposite side of me. Can we add each other as friends? Dama Payment showed an expectant expression. Of course. Zhang Hong said with a smile. System announcement, player Shallow Smile, leading 1,000,000 troops under her command, after over 4 hours of fierce battle, successfully captured the famous city of Jiangxia. As the 7th player to capture a famous city, the system grants a generous reward, 15 refined diamond cloud stepping boots and a random rare troop type city expansion token.